Transported into a fantastical realm where the strong reign supreme, Qin Feng finds himself cast as the deposed prince, relegated to the desolate task of guarding the Imperial mausoleum, merely scraping by through life. In this moment of despair, however, a divine sign-in system descends upon him, promising bountiful rewards for registering at various locations. Signing in at the Imperial mausoleum grants him an unparalleled divine physique. Signing in at the Valley of the Sword grants him the celestial slaying sword. Signing in at the Library of Scrolls grants him Imperial-level martial arts. Qin Feng initially envisions a life of invincibility ahead. Yet, years later, dark forces assault the Imperial city, threatening the very existence of the dynasty and plunging everyone into despair. But at that critical juncture, a resounding sound of a sword echoes from the Imperial mausoleum, startling the world. Spring of the 4th year of the Xia calendar. Prince Qin Feng is to be immediately deposed. He is to be exiled to the mausoleum of the founding emperor. The brevity of the imperial edict portends grave consequences. The wrath of the Xia emperor is palpable, sending shockwaves through the court. No one anticipated that the prince, who had recently taken up residence in the Eastern Palace for merely 2.5 years, would be so swiftly cast aside to tend to the mausoleum. Yet, in light of the emperor's notorious decisiveness, none dared inquire about the reasons behind this drastic action. After all, throughout the long history of the Great Xia, only this dynasty had executed entire clans. In the desolate and cold atmosphere of the mausoleum, where only a few ancient structures stood, the cawing of crows filled the air. Qin Feng had no time to ponder his deposition, rather. He was astonished by another revelation. Am I not supposed to have perished under a falling coffin at Mount Tai? How did I end up here? His expression was one of utter disbelief. Soon, fragments of memory revealed that he had indeed traversed to this world, inhabiting the body of a recently deposed prince assigned to guard the mausoleum. This identity is troubling. It seems unlikely to yield any achievements, he lamented. What an unfortunate start. Having read countless tomes, he had sent many a critique to authors. He was acutely aware that despite his former status as a prince, his current predicament was dire. He was neither a rejected suitor nor a victim of an ambush by his fiancée, the Empress. He was merely a worthless prince, with an ordinary physique, stripped of any means to cultivate, destined to live a life akin to that of a mere supporting character, likely to fade into obscurity after 100 years of hardship. Were he to encounter such a narrative in a novel, he would have abandoned it altogether. Caw, caw. Near a massive stone tablet, several crows took flight in the chilly autumn breeze, seemingly mocking Qin Feng. The mausoleum, expansive though it was, had seen its guardians expelled, leaving only a handful of imperial guards at the far entrance. The desolation was palpable, nearly spilling beyond the page. It was clear that he was meant to die in solitude. Your Highness, this will be your residence from now on. The Deputy Minister of Rites, who had ensured the mausoleum was now devoid of anyone but Qin Feng, remarked. If you require anything, I can petition the Emperor on your behalf. He showed no sign of disrespect, for Qin Feng, regardless of his fall from grace, remained a prince. To overstep would invite severe repercussions. No need, Qin Feng waved his hand. Given his precarious situation, provoking the Xia Emperor further might cost him his life. The Deputy Minister nodded, instructing his aides to tidy up Qin Feng's quarters and arrange the provisions he had brought. He also outlined the rules and protocols to observe within the mausoleum, though Qin Feng knew that disregarding them would go unnoticed. Nonetheless, the Deputy Minister felt it necessary to convey them. After attending to all matters, he departed with the remaining guards. Sigh. Before leaving, the Deputy Minister glanced back at Qin Feng, shaking his head in pity. Who could have foreseen that the former prince would end up in such a state, destined to live out his days in the desolate mausoleum, alone and forlorn? As he turned to leave, Qin Feng, now intent on acclimating to the mausoleum of the founding emperor, suddenly heard the system's prompt. Beep. Host detected. System binding initiated. 110. 50. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. As a traveler from Blue Star, he was well-versed in the concept of systems. Yet, he had not anticipated acquiring one himself after all. Aside from his handsome appearance, he bore no resemblance to protagonists from novels. As he pondered this, the prompt chimed again, indicating the binding was complete. Divine Sign-in System. Recognizing the significance of this system's name, Qin Feng exclaimed, Excellent. Please let me sign in at the mausoleum and reveal the rewards. Beep. Sign in at the mausoleum successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ancient chaos sword body. This item cannot be stored in system space. Do you wish to merge? The system alerted him. A special physique? Qin Feng's eyes brightened upon hearing the notification. His current body was exceedingly ordinary. This special physique was precisely what he needed. To receive such a reward on his first sign-in was beyond his expectations. Moreover, in this world, sword cultivators were among the strongest beings within their realm, exceedingly rare. The ancient chaos sword body clearly promised immense benefits for swordsmanship cultivation. Without hesitation, Qin Feng sat down and chose to merge with the ancient chaos sword body. In an instant, overwhelming sword intent surged within him, initiating a profound transformation. He let out a cry of agony as every bone and meridian in his body was scoured by the sword energy. The pain was unbearable. His very soul trembled. This torment was beyond human endurance. Fortunately, no one else was present to hear his anguished cries. Even if he, a worthless prince, were to perish here, no one would know or care. It took 2 full hours, and by the time night fell, the ancient chaos sword body had fully integrated with Qin Feng. He fainted from the pain. Clang! At that moment, a sound of a sword resonated throughout the universe. Not only did the entire Imperial city hear it, but the sound echoed for hundreds of miles, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. At that instant, countless figures from the palace and noble families soared into the sky. What is happening? Where does that sword sound come from? These individuals hovered in the air, scanning their surroundings, yet they could not discern the source of the sound. The Xia Emperor and several ministers, engaged in discussion, also emerged, suspended in midair, their eyes filled with disbelief. What is this? Could it be that a supreme sword body has been born within our imperial city? The Xia Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Such extraordinary occurrences typically heralded the emergence of a special physique. Just as when the founding emperor of the Great Xia was born, 9 ethereal golden dragons danced in the sky, heralding the legendary 9 dragon body. Indeed, a minister replied solemnly, "Should we dispatch someone to investigate every infant born in the city tonight? Not only the imperial city, but the entire area enveloped by the sound of swords must thoroughly examine the infants born this night," the summer emperor stated solemnly. "We must act swiftly. We cannot allow anyone else to get ahead of us." Within the dynasty, there existed formidable sects and noble families, and even the royal family dared not provoke them. If they were to locate that infant, it would spell disaster for the imperial family. Understood, the minister replied with a nod, promptly departing to attend to the urgent task. The summer emperor lingered in the void for a moment, his expression complex, before returning to the palace. He intended to mobilize the mysterious force he had established to investigate the whereabouts of the infant. Little did he realize that the one possessing the unparalleled sword physique was none other than the prince he had previously disposed of. Chapter 2. Astonishing cultivation speed. Unconscious, Qin Feng was unaware of the turmoil he had caused in the imperial city. The entire vicinity of the city was in disarray, with powerful figures from various sects and noble families converging in search of him. It was not until deep into the night that Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still reflecting an unmistakable pain. He struggled to rise from the ground, feeling as if only a certain verdant plant could encapsulate his current emotions. The torment he had just endured was excruciating, akin to a desire for transcendence mingled with the agony of impending collapse. The pain had persisted for several hours, and even now, recalling it sent shivers down his spine. "System, come forth. Why did you not inform me that merging with the ancient chaos sword body would be so agonizing?" Qin Feng summoned the system, demanding an explanation. Had he been somewhat prepared, he would not have found himself in such a disheveled state. Master did not inquire. The system's voice was devoid of any emotional inflection. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he indeed had not asked. But who, in their right mind, would first inquire about potential pain before undergoing such an experience? With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Feng disregarded the system and began to acclimate to the body that had now fused with the ancient chaos sword body. Compared to his previous ordinary physique, this new form was indeed exponentially more powerful. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Qin Feng could not help but marvel at the substantial enhancement of his physical and spiritual strength. Within the same realm, none could rival him. Battling beyond his current rank was no longer a challenge. Feeling hungry, I should find something to eat. Having not eaten for quite some time, Qin Feng returned to his quarters to locate some sustenance. The provisions he found were the rations brought by the Imperial guards, which would be replenished monthly. If he desired warm meals, he would have to prepare them himself. After dining, Qin Feng reclined to rest. With his current low cultivation level, continuous training without breaks was simply unattainable. The following morning, as the sun rose, Qin Feng awoke from his slumber. Stepping outside, his spirits lifted by the pleasant scenery. He no longer perceived the desolation around him. System, I will check in at the ancestors' tomb, Qin Feng declared with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, Master, check-in successful. You have received a vial of Earth Spirit Lactate. The system's announcement resonated. Concurrently, a small jade vial materialized within the system's confines. Why does this check-in reward seem inferior to the previous one? Qin Feng pondered. The ancient chaos sword body he had acquired before was evidently of a much higher caliber than the Earth Spirit Lactate. In the same location, the first check-in rewards were typically the most generous. The system's mechanical voice responded, subsequent check-in rewards are randomized. Ah, I understand now, Qin Feng mused, realizing that the uniqueness of the location influenced the richness of the rewards. The ancestors' tomb, being the resting place of the legendary nine-dragon body, had the power to alter the surrounding landscape, strategically placed near the royal palace to protect it and bless future generations. Thus, it was unsurprising that he had previously obtained the ancient chaos sword body. Yet, he pondered, what purpose did the Earth Spirit Lactate serve? With curiosity, he retrieved the vial from the system's space. Upon gently uncorking it, a rich spiritual aura burst forth, akin to a fountain. Instantly, the ambient spiritual energy around him multiplied several times, even attracting the attention of ordinary animals nearby, who sensed the change. What a dense concentration of spiritual energy. This is perfect for my cultivation, Qin Feng thought, filled with joy. The previous night, he had worried about the thin spiritual energy in the tomb and the lack of resources from the royal family for his training. Unexpectedly, the second check-in had yielded such a bountiful treasure. As he tilted the jade vial, a droplet of milky liquid spilled onto his left hand, crystalline and fragrant, reminiscent of milk. I wonder how it tastes, he mused, before swallowing the droplet. In an instant, it felt as though sweet dew flowed into a parched desert, unleashing an explosion of spiritual energy within him, coursing through his limbs and bones, inducing a sensation akin to ethereal bliss. Ah, so delightful. Qin Feng could not suppress a soft moan. This was an entirely different experience from the torment of the previous night. The spiritual energy surged through him, traversing his meridians and nourishing his body. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative state to cultivate, aware that he had only absorbed a fraction of the energy contained within the Earth Spirit Lactate. Full absorption would require considerable time. For an entire day and night, Qin Feng remained seated beneath the tree, absorbing the Earth Spirit Lactate. The energy flowing into his meridians alleviated his fatigue. As dawn broke the next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating Qin Feng, who was enveloped in a halo of light, his garments billowing, exuding the aura of a swordsman. Suddenly, an astonishing wave of spiritual energy erupted from within him, akin to a spring gushing forth. This surge of energy, intermingled with sword intent, radiated outward from his being. With a gradual lift of his eyelids, Qin Feng beheld his newfound realm, the ninth layer of the condensation realm. This pace of cultivation is astonishing. He gasped in awe. He had anticipated rapid progress with the ancient chaos sword body, but never to this extent. In the ancient lands, realms were categorized as follows: body refinement, condensation, spirit transformation, will see, purple mansion, and void refinement. The chasms between each major realm were vast, akin to the Milky Way, with no possibility of crossing them. Even the gaps between minor realms were monumental. Ascending in cultivation was an arduous endeavor. Previously, Qin Feng had only reached the sixth layer of the condensation realm. After a day and night of cultivation, he had astonishingly ascended to the ninth layer. Such a speed was nothing short of terrifying. Even the most prodigious talents of the great Xia dynasty could scarcely match this rate of advancement. Moreover, Qin Feng was astonished to discover that despite his extensive training, he had only absorbed a small portion of the Earth Spirit Lactate he had consumed yesterday. A vast reservoir remained. How long will it take to absorb all this energy? He mused, shaking his head in disbelief. He proceeded with today's check-in. Ding. Congratulations, Master, check-in successful. You have received 10 spirit replenishing pills. The system's emotionless voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. After inspecting the properties of the spirit replenishing pills, he realized they were designed to restore spiritual awareness, a resource he did not currently require, so he stowed them away. Then, rising to seek provisions, Qin Feng planned to eat and rest briefly before resuming his cultivation. In this ruthless world, where strength dictated respect and the demon and beast clans roamed freely, only the cultivation realm could represent everything. Although his extraordinary physique could undoubtedly assist him in reclaiming his status as the crown prince and leaving the tomb, he had no such intention. Exiting the tomb would bring no benefits, merely complicating matters. Instead, he cherished the opportunity to remain there and enhance his own cultivation. Chapter 3. The conspiracy to assassinate the crown prince. Time swiftly passed, and 3 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, the outside world had been in pursuit of the extraordinary infant possessing an unparalleled sword body, yet their efforts bore no fruit, ultimately leading to a reluctant abandonment of the search. Meanwhile, within the royal mausoleum, Qin Feng remained steadfast, training diligently and signing in, amassing a wealth of rewards. Techniques such as the 10,000 swords returning to one, the wind sword intent, and the earth spirit milk were among the new accolades he received. Although these rewards could not compare to the ancient chaotic sword body, they were still commendable. For martial arts, he would learn them directly. For elixirs that could enhance his cultivation, he consumed them, while the rest were stored within his system space. Throughout this time, aside from the occasional delivery of dry rations, no one else visited him, as if he had been forgotten by the world. One deep night, under the canopy of a starry sky with a brilliant moon hanging high, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes from meditation. Perhaps it was time to explore other areas for signing in. The palace was vast, and many places had yet to be visited. He murmured to himself. He did not intend to leave the royal mausoleum entirely, but venturing out to sign in at other palace locations seemed necessary. With that thought, he rose and headed towards the nearest astronomical observatory. Along the way, the Imperial Guard posed no threat to him. With his ancient chaotic sword body, he could completely conceal his presence, rendering the patrolling guards oblivious to his movements, allowing him to easily evade them. Meanwhile, within the astronomical observatory, a place dedicated to observing celestial phenomena, there were usually few people present, except on significant days. However, that night, over a dozen figures had quietly gathered there. How is the assassination plan for the new crown prince progressing? The leading elder asked in a low voice. Raised by the elders of the southern barbarians, although he was a subject of the great Xia dynasty, his true allegiance lay with the southern barbarians. From the moment he entered the palace, his goal had been to sow discord within the great Xia dynasty, paving the way for the southern barbarians to encroach upon its southern territories without concern. In response to Lord Chun, the arrangements are nearly complete. We await your command to commence the assassination plan. It is intricately linked and flawless, ensuring the new crown prince will meet his demise, the numerous figures in black attested. Hearing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction. The assassination plan was originally aimed at Qin Feng, but his foolishness had led to his downfall. And now the plan could solely target the new crown prince. For us, it matters not who is killed, a figure in black remarked indifferently. It is a pity that Qin Feng is far away in the mausoleum. Otherwise, even without his title as crown prince, I would have ensured his demise. Fulfilling years of planning. The elder sighed. If only I could see him once more. Haha, Lord Chen, you jest. Qin Feng will never leave the mausoleum in his lifetime. If we wish to meet again, it shall only be when we retrieve his corpse. The black-clad figures laughed heartily. Diverse in their identities, some were palace chefs, while others were craftsmen, yet they all shared a common disbelief that Qin Feng would ever escape the mausoleum. At that moment, the door of the astronomical observatory was suddenly pushed open with a creak. The sound was not loud, yet it caused the faces of everyone present to change dramatically, cold sweat pouring down their brows. They knew that gathering secretly here would mean certain death if discovered by the Imperial Guard. The strongest among them had barely reached the 7th stage of the spirit transformation realm, while within the palace, there were over 10 powerful royal cultivators at the 9th stage of the Wheel Sea realm, making escape impossible. Who is it? The elder exclaimed, turning around. To think so many are eager to see me. This truly is unexpected. Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile as he surveyed the group before him. It's you. The elder gasped in surprise, having anticipated that it might be a royal cultivator out for a stroll at night, never imagining it would be Qin Feng who discovered them. Since you are so eager to see me, why do you all wear such disappointed expressions? Qin Feng inquired coolly. If you wish for me to summon the commander of the Imperial Guard, I would be more than willing to assist. Humph, you startled me. The elder retorted coldly, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. I was worried about not having the chance to kill you, but you, foolishly seeking death, have delivered yourself to us. Do not blame us for being ruthless. This astronomical observatory was his domain. Killing Qin Feng and erasing his remains would leave no trace. As he spoke, a formidable aura surged from within him, and he advanced with astonishing speed, his hand reaching for Qin Feng's throat with lethal intent. Do not be hasty. We can discuss matters slowly, Qin Feng replied, his demeanor untroubled. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Thud. The elder, rushing towards Qin Feng, suddenly found himself weighed down as if a mountain had been placed upon him, collapsing to the ground. The other figures in black also buckled under this oppressive force, their knees shattering upon impact. Having reached the first stage of the Wheel C realm, the disparity between their realms was vast. Qin Feng's mere presence rendered them incapable of bearing the weight of his aura. How? How can you be so strong? They were both struck with disbelief, their voices trembling. How old could Qin Feng possibly be? Even if he possessed extraordinary talent, it was inconceivable for him to have reached the Wheel C realm. Tell me obediently, to whom do you pledge your loyalty? Qin Feng asked with an icy gaze. If I reveal everything, will you spare our lives? A black-clad figure, kneeling in terror, proposed. Are you negotiating with me? Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with coldness. The moment his words fell, the pressure upon the figure intensified. Puff! The black-clad man could not even let out a scream before being crushed into a mist of blood, the scene utterly gruesome. The elder's face turned pale at this sight. Chapter 4. The Seventh Prince, Prince Mu? Spare us, your highness. Please spare us. The elder pleaded in terror. Speak. Qin Feng commanded calmly. The elder hastily divulged his background. We are loyal to the southern barbarians. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback to learn that these individuals pledged allegiance to the southern barbarians, a tribe renowned for its valor and propensity for conflict, located amid the southern mountains, frequently raiding nearby cities. To your demise. Just then, the elder, horrified, took out a pitch-black orb and hurled it at Qin Feng. In an instant, the orb erupted with a terrifying miasma, which disrupted mental clarity, causing the surroundings to transform into a hellish landscape filled with corpses and bones. An illusion? Qin Feng observed the horrific scene surrounding him, his voice cold. Unleashing an incredible surge of sword energy, the sound of swords resonated beautifully. This sword sound restored his clarity, allowing him to awaken from the illusion. As he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find numerous cloaked figures obliterated by sword energy. Yet the old eunuch had vanished without a trace. How cowardly! Instead of taking the opportunity to eliminate me while I was ensnared in an illusion, he chose to flee. Qin Feng couldn't help but express his disdain. Had the old eunuch attempted to strike him, the protective sword energy surrounding him would have been sufficient to counterattack. His gaze shifted toward the direction the old eunuch had escaped. With a hum, Qin Feng harnessed the sword energy to conjure a translucent sword soul. With a mere thought, the sword soul shot off towards the path of the fleeing eunuch, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. This was the essence of the sword technique. All swords returned to one, which, when mastered to its zenith, could instantaneously summon hundreds of thousands of sword souls, even overwhelming a sage. In a single thought, I can wield a sword across thousands of miles. This is perhaps the essence of being a sword cultivator, Qin Feng mused. He then turned his attention to the pitch-black orb before him. After a moment's hesitation, he stored it within his spatial ring, though it was an object of malevolence. He was not a rigid moralist who sought to eradicate all that was deemed evil. Perhaps one day it could serve a purpose. The following morning, in front of a grand hall, the plaza was abruptly sealed off by the Imperial Guard. Last night, as the old eunuch fled, he had been overtaken and slain by Qin Feng's sword soul right at this location. Emperor Xia, having just awakened, rushed to the scene upon receiving the news. Your Majesty, the old eunuch should not have been present in this area of the palace. Last night he must have been attempting to infiltrate a certain secret location. A commander of the Imperial Guard solemnly reported. He possessed confidential documents pertaining to an assassination plot. However, the connection between the southern barbarians and the old eunuch was handled with utmost caution, fearing that the great Xia dynasty would uncover evidence against them. Thus, the commander had only discovered the assassination plan without any knowledge of its ties to the southern barbarians. Preposterous. The emperor's face darkened with rage. To think that unidentified individuals could infiltrate the great Xia palace is a tremendous disgrace. The commander of the Imperial Guard immediately knelt in supplication, begging for punishment. Who killed him? Why was he not captured alive for interrogation? Emperor Xia asked coldly. We do not know, the commander replied helplessly. When we found him, he was already dead. What do you mean? The emperor's expression grew even more furious. Not only did unidentified individuals infiltrate the palace, but now you claim you don't even know who was responsible for his death? You are all a bunch of worthless fools. The commander, terrified, hastily pleaded for punishment once more. At that moment, an elderly man, skilled in swordsmanship, stood beside the emperor, his face reflecting astonishment. Such pure sword intent of the wind, he exclaimed as he examined the old eunuch's wounds. What did Elder Qin say? The emperor, lacking profound cultivation and understanding of swordsmanship, could only discern that the eunuch had been slain by a single sword strike, but could glean no further insights. The one who struck must possess swordsmanship far superior to my own, Elder Chun said gravely. Although he had reached the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, his comprehension of swordsmanship paled in comparison to Qin Feng, who, despite being at the 1st level of the Wheel Sea realm, possessed the ancient chaotic sword body. What do you mean? You are the strongest swordsman in the palace. How could someone surpass your swordsmanship? Emperor Xia exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Strong sword practitioners were already rare, and Elder Chun was the palace's esteemed sword master. The Imperial Guard commander and several ministers who had gathered, upon hearing Elder Chun's words, were equally astonished. Perhaps your majesty has forgotten that your 7th uncle, Prince Mu, is also a master of swordsmanship, Elder Chun said, his expression serious. Moreover, his swordsmanship far surpasses mine. The royal family's formidable practitioners resided within the palace, for it was the most abundant and secure place in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Prince Mu? Emperor Xia paused, but quickly countered. However, when he entered seclusion, he had less than 30 years of life remaining. Now, a century has passed. How could he still be alive? Not only he, but several ministers also expressed skepticism. Yet besides your 7th uncle, Prince Mu, there could not be anyone else. Elder Qin replied slowly. For outsiders cannot enter the palace. The palace is protected by the formidable dragon formation, laid by royal practitioners before the demon sealing war, when the dynasty had yet to decline. Without permission, even those at the Purple Mansion realm would be detected upon entering. Everyone fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. The number of sword cultivators in the royal family was exceedingly scarce, and apart from Prince Mu, the chances of another existing were slim. Elder Qin's conjecture seemed to hold the greatest likelihood. Your Majesty, during my inspection this morning, I overheard a palace maid mention that last night. A beam of light shot from the northwest towards this direction, precisely where Prince Mu is in seclusion, the commander of the Imperial Guard quickly added, not daring to conceal any details. Upon hearing this, many of the ministers, who had begun to believe the possibility, became resolute in their conviction. It seemed that Prince Mu was indeed the one responsible. Surely, as his lifespan dwindled, he must have broken through to a higher realm. This is a blessing for our Great Xia. Joy illuminated the faces of all present. When Prince Mu entered seclusion, he had already reached the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. If he had indeed advanced to the Purple Mansion realm, his lifespan would have been extended by at least a century, allowing him to live without issue to the present day. Emperor Xia also felt elated. A millennium ago, during the demon sealing war, countless powerful beings were lost, and the Great Xia dynasty had gradually declined. Now, the royal family had not seen a Purple Mansion realm expert in many years, with all their esteemed practitioners being at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. The news of his 7th uncle, Prince Mu, breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm brought him immense joy. In the future, when facing the powerful clans within the dynasty, he would have renewed confidence. Proclaim an edict. I shall offer sacrifices to the heavens and grant amnesty to the world, Emperor Xia declared. He wished to announce to all that the royal family now harbored a Purple Mansion realm expert. As you command, the ministers replied respectfully, swiftly setting to work. Meanwhile, Emperor Xia hurried to the pavilion where Prince Mu was in seclusion, eager to pay his respects. However, in the end, his attempts proved fruitless. No matter what he called out from outside the pavilion, Prince Mu remained unresponsive. Reluctantly, Emperor Xia had to depart. The pavilion, protected by formations to prevent disturbances during cultivation, posed unpredictable consequences if forcibly breached. Although he had ways to intrude, he feared inciting Prince Mu's wrath. Chapter 5. Your Highness, have you lost your mind? The Great Xia dynasty spanned vast territories, home to billions of subjects. The news of the emergence of a Purple Mansion realm expert within the royal family spread throughout the entire dynasty in just 3 days, disseminated through various means. Apart from the royal family's encouragement, the astonishing nature of the news contributed to its rapid spread. After all, since the demon sealing war a millennium ago, various dynasties, families, and powerful sects had swiftly declined, and it had been countless years since a Purple Mansion realm expert had emerged. In an instant, many families and sects that had previously contemplated ceasing their tributes grew subdued upon hearing the news. At this moment, Qin Feng, oblivious to the monumental repercussions of his sword strike, remained focused solely on his singular goal, to elevate his cultivation. At the very least, he aimed to ensure his invincibility within the Great Xia dynasty. Other matters could be contemplated in due course. Time flowed like water, swiftly passing by. 3 fleeting years have passed. As night descends upon the sky, a radiant moon hangs high, adorned by a myriad of twinkling stars. A thunderous sound echoes. Seated beneath an ancient tree, Qin Feng is immersed in his cultivation, when an astonishing aura suddenly erupts from within him, resounding like a deafening roar. Sword energy swirls around his form, and the ground beneath him becomes etched with numerous sword marks, while even the distant trees have been cleaved in half. The ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, quite commendable, Qin Feng murmurs to himself. Compared to before, his progression in cultivation has noticeably slowed. But this is to be expected. The higher the realm ascended, the greater the difficulty in advancing. Should the ancient figures of the royal family overhear his words, they would surely be driven to despair, for many of them have devoted their entire lives to barely reaching the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. Yet here is Qin Feng, achieving it in a mere 6 years, and he merely finds it satisfactory. Such a statement would be tantamount to an affront to them. At that moment, a figure arrives at the Imperial tomb. "Your Highness, shall I place the provisions in your previous quarters?" inquires a robust soldier resembling a black bear, named Chu Xiong, who has consistently brought food to Qin Feng over the years. Indeed, Qin Feng replies, nodding slightly. Given his current cultivation level, he no longer requires sustenance. But to avoid arousing suspicion, he accepts the provisions and feeds them to the various birds around. Over time, numerous nests have been constructed among the trees, dispelling the silence that once pervaded this place. "Your Highness, might I assist in constructing a stove for you? Eating dry rations continuously is not beneficial for your health," Chu Xiong suggests earnestly. Though the Imperial tomb naturally lacks a stove, he believes he could devise a way to build one for Qin Feng. "Are you not concerned that this could lead to exposure and repercussions?" Qin Feng chuckles, inquiring further. Why would it lead to repercussions?" Chu Xiong scratches his head, smiling innocently. He has only heard rumors of Qin Feng being accused of colluding with the moon cult of the northern border, but the truth remains elusive. He fails to comprehend why the other Imperial guards shun Qin Feng, afraid of associating with the deposed prince. "No matter," Qin Feng responds, not delving into further explanation. "I am not inclined to cook anyway. These provisions suffice." Chu Xiong, pondering this, places the provisions in the room and then departs. Qin Feng resumes his meditation, focusing on regulating his energy to prevent any instability. This process is gradual and may require up to 2 months. The following morning, after the court assembly has concluded, the newly appointed crown prince, Qin Zining, returns from his inspection, filled with elation. "Master, father has finally permitted me to visit my royal brother," he exclaims joyfully to the grand scholar of the One Yuan Pavilion. Being full-blooded siblings, he and Qin Feng share a close bond, and since Qin Feng's confinement in the Imperial tomb, Qin Zining has been deeply concerned. "You must take the Imperial guards with you," the grand scholar advises gravely. "Why?" Qin Zining queries, puzzled. Given that Prince Qin Feng has been stripped of his title, he is likely consumed by resentment. "Upon seeing you ascend as the new crown prince, he may unleash his fury upon you," the grand scholar warns with a solemn expression. While he has never supported Qin Zining visiting Qin Feng, he is left with no choice as his pupil is determined to go. "Impossible. My royal brother has always treated me with kindness. How could he harm me?" Qin Zining retorts confidently. Having lost their mother at a young age, they have relied on each other for companionship. "Alas, your highness, you are still too young," the grand scholar sighs. Throughout history, how many deposed princes have not suffered immense trauma, descending into madness? No matter how close you are, upon learning of your ascension, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment. The other 2 ministers sent by the Xia Emperor to assist the crown prince echo similar sentiments, convinced that Qin Feng is no different from other fallen princes. "I refuse to believe it. My royal brother is not that kind of person," Qin Zining insists, striding confidently toward the Imperial tomb, unaccompanied by the guards. Your Highness, the grand scholar and others, witnessing his reckless decision, are filled with urgency and hastily seek the Imperial Guard commander. The scorching sun beats down upon the earth, warping the air with heat, while the abandoned creatures and birds in the Imperial tomb appear listless. "Did I not recall that Chu Xiong brought ice?" Qin Feng muses languidly from his recliner. Although he does not feel the heat due to his cultivation, the absence of something cool in the summer seems lacking. With this thought, he rises and enters his chamber, retrieving a large block of ice from an intricately carved box. After shattering it with a surge of sword energy, he tosses the fragments to the overheated small animals. Upon sighting the crushed ice, they erupt with excitement, flocking to it in a delightful frenzy. Suddenly, Qin Feng notices a figure entering the tomb. The new crown prince? Initially curious about the identity of the newcomer, he quickly recognizes the attire and realizes it is his third brother, Qin Zining. As the second brother possesses southern barbarian blood, it was only natural that, following Qin Feng's deposition, the title would fall to Qin Zining. "Brother, are you well?" Qin Zining asks, his eyes brimming with concern as he scans Qin Feng for signs of instability. "Why do you ask?" Qin Feng replies, momentarily unsure if the inquiry is an insult or genuine concern. Upon witnessing that Qin Feng comprehends his question and displays normal emotions, Qin Zining breathes a sigh of relief. Before my visit, my mentors warned me that you had been confined for so long that you must have lost your sanity, advising caution to avoid harm. Qin Feng is left speechless at this remark. Your Highness, Your Highness. At that moment, the Grand Scholar and others, having arrived with the Imperial Guard commander, are filled with trepidation, fearing Qin Feng might harm Qin Zining. Yet, upon entering the tomb and observing Qin Feng's composed demeanor, they are taken aback. This Qin Feng shows no signs of madness or despair. Instead, he appears tranquil and unperturbed, a stark contrast to their own anxious selves. Is there something you wish to discuss? Qin Feng inquires, regarding the Grand Scholar and his entourage with an air of indifference. We came to visit your Highness, they stammer, scrambling for an excuse. Ah, I see, Qin Feng replies with a smile. You may leave any gifts in the room. At this, the expressions of the Grand Scholar and his companions turn comically awkward, for they bear no gifts. However, having already stated their purpose, it would seem disrespectful not to bring something for the prince. Should the Imperial Guards learn of this, they would surely face dire consequences from the Xia Emperor. After a moment of silence, the scholars of Yuan Pavilion exchanged glances, silently moving into an adjacent room. Some placed their jade rings aside, while others set down their cherished jade talismans. These scholars were cultivators, and the rings and talismans they carried were embedded with spirit-gathering formations, holding considerable value. Upon exiting the room, they were overwhelmed with regret, feeling as though their hearts were bleeding. No more gifts, Qin Feng remarked, observing their sorrowful expressions. The scholars could only bow respectfully in response, nearly fainting from their anguish as they left the royal tomb. Indeed, he was now a prince. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze returned to Qin Zining. I have no gifts to offer you, but this small wooden sword I carved is for you, he said, casually handing over a small wooden sword resembling a pendant. It was crafted during his moments of relaxation amidst cultivation, and as he passed it to Qin Zining, he infused it with a hint of sword intent. If Qin Zining truly valued his elder brother, carrying it would greatly benefit his swordsmanship. Thank you, brother. Though it was merely an ordinary wooden sword, Qin Zining felt immense joy, surpassing any gift he had received upon becoming a prince. Subsequently, he engaged in conversation with Qin Feng, inquiring about his well-being and whether anyone had been difficult with him. Qin Feng reassured him that his experience here was rather pleasant, easing Qin Zining's worries somewhat. As evening approached, Qin Zining departed from the royal tomb. Last time at the Astronomical Bureau, I had unexpected gains. I wonder what this visit will bring. After bidding farewell to Qin Zining, Qin Feng stretched, watching the night descend, murmuring to himself. He then left the royal tomb with a purpose. Where to? Walking atop the palace walls with ease, Qin Feng contemplated. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to visit the Library Pavilion, a rather unique place where he hoped to discover something worthwhile. Strolling through the palace, Qin Feng appeared unfazed, untroubled by the Imperial Guards or the powerful beings lurking in the shadows. With his ancient chaos sword body, he could completely conceal his aura, rendering him undetectable to those formidable presences. To them, he was as inconspicuous as air. Before long, he arrived at the Library Pavilion, a quaint three-story structure exuding the scent of antiquity. At the entrance, an elderly man sat on the ground, his head bowed in slumber. He was the guardian of the Library Pavilion, surprisingly at the 9th level of the Wheel C realm. Qin Feng was taken aback. From his previous recollections, this elder had once served the late emperor and had been guarding the Scripture Pavilion since the emperor's passing, remaining unnoticed for years. It was astonishing to discover he possessed such formidable cultivation. Truly, this palace hides numerous talents, Qin Feng murmured to himself, unfazed, as he strode boldly into the Library Pavilion. As he passed the elder, there was no sign of recognition from him. He remained utterly unaware. Upon entering the Library Pavilion, Qin Feng was greeted by a wave of ink fragrance that had not faded with time. This place housed an array of royal martial arts and techniques. Typically, entry was forbidden to outsiders. Let me first see if there are any valuable tomes here, Qin Feng mused. Having read many novels in his past life, he recalled how protagonists would find supreme martial arts with ease in such pavilions. He too wished to see if he possessed the fate of a protagonist. He meticulously browsed through the books, not missing a single one, fearing that one might contain a precious parchment. However, while his aspirations were lofty, reality proved harsh. Despite examining numerous volumes, he found only mundane techniques, nothing he could truly utilize, let alone any extraordinary martial arts. Alas, It seems my striking looks do not grant me the fortune of being a protagonist, Qin Feng sighed, shaking his head. After all, characters who were too handsome often lacked relatability for readers. He returned the book to the shelf and summoned the system. System, please register me at the Library Pavilion. Congratulations. Master, you have successfully registered at the Royal Library Pavilion and received the reward, the Longevity Sutra. The system's emotionless voice echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Longevity Sutra? Qin Feng pondered aloud. Is this a cultivation technique? He was in dire need of a suitable method. Although the royal techniques were commendable, they paled in comparison to his ancient chaos sword body. A powerful technique could significantly enhance his cultivation speed. With curiosity piqued, he examined the information on the Longevity Sutra. This is an ancient scripture created by a great emperor. Upon reaching its pinnacle, one need not toil in practice, even in sleep. The technique will automatically operate to absorb the spiritual energy from all things, enhancing one's cultivation. Upon reading the description, Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The creator of the Longevity Sutra certainly knew how to enjoy life. He couldn't help but jest, while others struggle in practice. This one focuses on nurturing life. Nevertheless, despite his playful banter, he was quite satisfied with the Longevity Sutra. After all, who wouldn't desire a method that allowed for cultivation even in slumber? After registering, Qin Feng did not linger. He turned to leave. As he walked back along the palace walls, his gaze suddenly shifted towards the direction of the demon suppression tower. Did I just see a female figure? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He had sensed something amiss near the tower and, in that fleeting moment, thought he caught a glimpse of a translucent figure of a woman in white. Could it be a ghost? A chill ran down his spine as fear gripped him. He had a particular aversion to ghosts, especially those with striking appearances and alluring figures. I must investigate for the safety of the palace, Qin Feng murmured to himself, resolving to approach the demon suppression tower. Not long after, he arrived within several hundred feet of the tower, able to clearly observe the situation. However, disappointment washed over him. Despite the overwhelming demonic energy and the sounds of wailing from within, everything appeared normal, subdued by the royal aura. There were no silhouettes, let alone a captivating ghost. Shaking his head in disappointment, he chose not to venture closer, aware that the killing formations surrounding the tower were exceptionally formidable. He estimated that only those at the third level of the Purple Mansion realm could approach without fear of the deadly traps. Meanwhile, the elder at the entrance of the Library Pavilion seemed to hear a faint animal sound and slowly opened his murky eyes. But the noise had vanished. Which concubine's cat or dog has wandered out now? He muttered, shaking his head dismissively. He stood up to close the Library Pavilion's door, preventing any animals from wandering inside. Yet, as he glanced within, he froze in shock. Several books that had been neatly arranged were now carelessly placed on the shelves, clearly having been rummaged through. How is this possible? The elder's voice trembled with disbelief. Someone entered the Library Pavilion right under my nose, and I had no inkling. What cultivation level could that person possess? When did such a powerful being appear in the palace? Could it be Prince Mu? The elder muttered to himself, pondering why Prince Mu would come here to peruse these martial arts techniques. He felt a deep sense of confusion. Prince Mu had already attained the cultivation level of the Purple Mansion, rendering the techniques here utterly unnecessary. With this perplexity in mind, he resolved to report the matter to Emperor Xia. At that moment, Emperor Xia was engulfed in fury. He could hardly believe that Qin Zining had the audacity to request the release of Qin Feng from the royal mausoleum. He felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. If Qin Zining, upon ascending to the position of crown prince, had schemed to eliminate Qin Feng to secure his own throne, it would have been understandable. However, now that Qin Zining was pleading for Qin Feng's forgiveness, it made the emperor feel that his son was excessively lenient. Qin Zining, chastised, wished to argue, but hesitated and instead asked, "What must be done for Father Emperor to release my elder brother?" He did not abandon his plea for mercy. Upon seeing his son's relentless determination, the emperor's expression darkened further. He had initially sent Qin Zining to the mausoleum to instill a sense of vigilance. Yet he found that Qin Zining had not changed at all. At that juncture, the elder who guarded the scripture pavilion entered. This was a privilege granted by Emperor Xia. He could enter any place without prior notice, except for the Imperial harem. "Su Lao, what brings you here?" Emperor Xia inquired with surprise. The elder had not visited him in many years. Su Lao slightly bowed and proceeded to report the events of the night. "The seventh prince has actually emerged?" Emperor Xia exclaimed in astonishment. During his last visit to Prince Mu's secluded retreat, he had been utterly dismissed, with no sign of activity from within. To his amazement, the prince had now made an appearance. He promptly instructed, "Su Lao, from this day forth, Do not impede the seventh prince from visiting the Scripture Pavilion at any time. Su Lao smiled wryly in agreement. He had little power to obstruct such a request. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Prince Mu, but seeing Emperor Xia's unwavering confidence, he refrained from further comment and departed. You wish to have your elder brother released? Emperor Xia glanced at Qin Zining and calmly stated, I will release him when the seventh prince speaks. Upon hearing this, Qin Zining's face fell into a bitter expression. How could he possibly persuade Prince Mu to speak on Qin Feng's behalf? With no choice left, he left the Imperial study in resignation. In the ensuing 3 years, Qin Feng's places of registration expanded beyond the royal mausoleum, and he acquired a plethora of treasures. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully registering at the Scripture Pavilion and receiving 10 purple mansion pills. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully registering at the Armory Pavilion and obtaining the Blade of the Fallen Divine. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully registering at the Alchemy Hall and acquiring the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Whether it was elixirs or sword techniques, their quality was exceptional and perfectly suited to Qin Feng's needs, bringing him immense satisfaction. During these years, Qin Feng's cultivation speed was remarkable. The barrier between the 9th layer of the Wheel C and the Purple Mansion was one that many could not cross in their lifetimes. Elder Chun, who was beside Emperor Xia, possessed extraordinary talent and had reached the 9th layer of the Wheel C at a young age, shocking the world. Yet, he remained trapped in that realm for 150 years without making the breakthrough to the Purple Mansion, which was lamentable. Qin Feng, however, surpassed others slightly. Within a year and a half, he advanced from the 9th layer of the Wheel C to the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion. In the subsequent year and a half, he consumed elixirs as though they were mere candies, and coupled with the astonishing absorption of spiritual energy from the Longevity Scripture, he surged to the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion. His speed was nothing short of monstrous. If word got out, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. During this time, Qin Zining would visit the royal mausoleum almost every year, engaging in conversations with Qin Feng about current events and even inquiring about significant matters of state. Qin Feng was often reticent in his responses, fearing that a careless word could lead the dynasty down an unforeseen path. He only advised that the people should be prioritized. When Qin Zining was not present, Chu Xiong would occasionally come by outside of mealtimes to bring Qin Feng delicious food, ensuring he was not solely reliant on dry rations. In return, Qin Feng would inadvertently impart some martial knowledge to Chu Xiong during their conversations. Although Chu Xiong did not practice the sword path, any insights from Qin Feng, now at the Purple Mansion level, were immensely beneficial. His cultivation steadily progressed, and within the Imperial Forest Army, he began to garner attention. Yet, none were aware of Qin Feng's influence in this regard, not even Chu Xiong himself. One morning, as Qin Feng was practicing, he suddenly sensed something. At the end of the Bluestone Path, a girl of about 9 years old was approaching, glancing around with a hint of trepidation. The palace maids attending her were not permitted to enter the royal mausoleum and waited respectfully outside. Before long, the little girl spotted Qin Feng and hurried over. Ziching pays her respects to uncle. The girl, though somewhat shy, bowed respectfully. She was adorable, with large eyes resembling a porcelain doll. Uncle? Qin Feng was taken aback. He was already an uncle? Who is your father? He asked in astonishment. My father is the crown prince, the girl promptly replied. Recently, with the surge of demonic cultivators in the world, my father has gone to inspect various provinces. He fears you might be lonely, so he has sent me, Ziching, to chat with you often. Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. Your father sends you to keep me company, yet he is not concerned about interrupting your cultivation? He felt a sense of helplessness. At her young age, this was the critical time for laying a solid foundation. The royal family provided unified lessons for all princes and princesses, and if Qin Ziching frequently visited him, it would surely hinder her studies. I do not wish to study or cultivate, she replied, her demeanor shifting to one of discontent. What troubles you? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. In this world, whether boy or girl, almost no one wished to abandon the path of cultivation. For powerful realms meant longer lifespans and greater survival possibilities, even for royal family members. I am too foolish. I have not learned the foundational techniques from my teacher in 2 years, and my other royal siblings constantly mock me. Tears welled in her large eyes as she expressed her grievances. 2 years without learning? That shouldn't be. Qin Feng was even more perplexed. The foundational techniques taught to the royal family were not particularly difficult, and given the strength of the teachers, it was inconceivable for her to take 2 years without mastering them. My teacher says my root bones are inadequate for cultivation, and my royal siblings call me useless. They say my fate is to be given in marriage to a southern barbarian, and I will never return to the royal city. As Qin Ziching spoke, tears streamed down her delicate cheeks. Born into the royal city, she faced the grim prospect of being married off to a leader of the southern barbarian tribes whom she had never met. This harsh future was far too terrifying for a child, not suited for cultivation. Utilizing his spiritual sense, Qin Feng carefully examined Qin Zining. He discovered that her meridians were inherently flawed. This kind of meridian damage was something that no one in the entire Great Xia dynasty could rectify, except for him. He gently ruffled Qin Zichen's hair and chuckled. Zicheng is already this big, yet still crying. People will laugh at you. Wait here for a moment, and uncle will prepare something delicious for you. With that, he slowly rose to his feet. Uncle can cook too? The child, Qin Zining, ceased her tears as soon as a new topic arose, blinking her large eyes. That is only natural, Qin Feng replied with a smile. I shall assist my uncle in kindling the fire. Qin Zining had an affinity for flames, though her father typically forbade such play. Thus, she was overjoyed to find herself beside the stove. This was arranged by Chu Xiong for Qin Feng. After considerable effort, Qin Zining finally ignited the fire, and Qin Feng began to prepare their meal. His culinary skills reflected the exquisite style of his past life, featuring dishes such as chicken stewed with dragon's breath mushrooms and white porridge brewed with poria. The 8 major cuisines, Lu, Chuan, Yu, Min, were all represented. While the effects of these spiritual elixirs and herbs were remarkable, Qin Zining's current constitution was ill-suited to endure them. Nevertheless, Qin Feng harbored no concerns. During his time in the Royal Alchemy Hall, he had signed in for not only the ancient bone spirit cold fire and various rare elixirs, but also an array of texts on alchemy, such as the romantic affairs of a young alchemist, how new alchemists can overcome challenges, and top-tier alchemists, reviving masculinity in record time. Through these profound ancient tomes, Qin Feng tirelessly absorbed long-lost principles of alchemy, and he had now become a top-tier alchemist. His unmatched expertise, coupled with the refinement of the bone spirit cold fire, ensured that the medicinal effects of the herbs and elixirs entering Qin Zining's body would not unleash their potency all at once. Instead, they would flow gently like a mountain stream, nourishing her meridians imperceptibly. Furthermore, since all these were processed using the unique bone spirit cold fire, even the highest-ranking alchemists in the royal hall would be unable to discern that she had consumed such numerous elixirs and rare herbs. After preparing the meal, Qin Zining, now covered in soot from kindling the fire, devoured her food ravenously. The dishes prepared by my uncle are exquisite, she exclaimed, astonished by the delightful flavors of Qin Feng's cooking, which surpassed even the royal marrow-cleansing pills dispensed monthly. After all, she could only watch as her royal siblings enjoyed those pills, having no qualification to claim them herself. Time, like water, slipped by unnoticed. Over the course of 5 years, Qin Zining's damaged meridians had fully healed. Yet, she had ceased her studies and training. The fact that the prince's child was not pursuing cultivation would typically be a matter of great concern, but given her inherent physical limitations, no one pressed her. As a princess destined for marriage alliances, her lack of martial accomplishments bore no consequence. Instead of attending lessons, Qin Zining frequently sought out Qin Feng to hear his captivating tales of grand adventures, stories of youthful fervor, such as the 30 years of conflict on both sides of the river, and the revenge that began with a single reign in Weiqing during the 13th year of the Tianqi era, along with the poignant regrets of lost love due to the whims of fate, enthralled her. Initially, Qin Feng recounted these tales for amusement, but seeing her keen interest, he began to weave in martial principles amidst the narratives of the characters' training and battles. As a result, Qin Zining's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. By the age of 13, she had reached the 9th level of the condensation realm, a formidable achievement compared to her royal siblings who had barely attained the 3rd or 4th levels. It was as if she had condensed 15 or 16 years of cultivation into a mere 5. Uncle, I struggled to sleep last night, as waves of tumultuous sounds echoed in my mind. This morning, I discovered that I had comprehended a sword technique called the Great River Sword Intent. Qin Zining joyfully shared with Qin Feng. Unbeknownst to her, this inspiration was indeed influenced by his teachings, for those sudden realizations were her own. Indeed, Zining possesses extraordinary talent, Qin Feng remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair. Eagerly, she implored him to share tales of the sage's ascent to the heavens, and Qin Feng obliged, recounting the stories slowly. Thus, half a year passed. One morning, Qin Zining prepared to visit the royal mausoleum, but was barred from leaving. As she was to attend a court banquet that evening, she complied reluctantly. Soon, night fell, and the palace was abuzz with a grand feast. The envoys from the southern barbarian tribes had arrived to pay tribute. Although it was not the season for tributes, the unexpected arrival of these envoys left many ministers perplexed. Nevertheless, they resolved to face the situation as it came. After a lively display of song and dance and several rounds of wine, a barbarian elder stood to speak. We have long heard of the martial prowess of the great Xia dynasty, where strong warriors abound. The son of our chieftain has traversed tens of thousands of miles to seek your esteemed prince's guidance. His demeanor was respectful, yet his words dripped with provocation. Following his statement, the chieftain's son, Qin Feng, rose. Though merely 15, his muscular physique suggested remarkable strength, characteristic of his people. Understanding dawned on the attendees. It became clear that the barbarians had come not merely to pay tribute, but to issue a challenge. The murmurs of discussion began to ripple through the crowd. Your Majesty, I cannot discern his cultivation level. He must possess some secret treasure for protection, Elder Qin remarked gravely. Despite his own 9th level of the Weelsea realm, he could not gauge the strength of a mere 15-year-old, a claim that would be met with disbelief. He was certain that Qin Feng bore a protective artifact, indicating their preparedness. The Emperor's expression darkened. Is there any prince willing to step forward for a demonstration? Qin Feng scanned the room, his challenge growing bolder. A prince, unable to contain himself, stepped forward. I shall engage you in battle. The 6th prince's son spoke coldly, believing his abundant training resources rendered him superior. Condensation realm 2nd level? Are you jesting? Qin Feng scoffed dismissively. You, arrogant. Enraged by Qin Feng's derision, the 6th prince's son drew his blade and charged at him. The fierce gleam of his sword was dazzling, prompting many ministers to nod in approval. This strike was formidable, yet Qin Feng regarded it with disdain. Begone, he bellowed, unleashing a punch crackling with lightning. With a resounding crack, the blade in the 6th prince's son's hand shattered, and Qin Feng's fist continued unimpeded toward his shoulder. With a thunderous crash, the 6th prince's son was sent flying, the ground fracturing beneath him as he spat blood, his expression one of disbelief. Despite being of the same age, he had been defeated with a single blow. What? The ministers gasped, rising in outrage to chastise Qin Feng. The 6th prince's face turned ashen as he rushed to assist his son, administering a healing pill. The Imperial guards swiftly reacted to the commotion. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. My apologies, I was too forceful just now, he said, bowing to the Emperor of Xia. In the presence of the princes of Great Xia, I dare not hold back. The Emperor's face darkened. This was an affront to his dignity. Yet, he could not punish Qin Feng without further humiliation. All of you withdraw, the Emperor commanded, and the Imperial Guard had no choice but to retreat. The presence of both officials and princes was marked by profound humiliation. Is there anyone else? Step forward. Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings and sneered, exuding an air of arrogance. He felt no fear of the anger of the Emperor of Xia, for he had contingencies in place. Not only did he regard the great Xia dynasty with disdain, but he also held the entire Kanglan domain in contempt. I have come to challenge you. At that moment, the 4th prince's son, Qin Zhou, stepped forward with a fierce shout. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, revealing his cultivation at the 5th level of the condensation realm. Armed with a spear, he charged at Qin Feng, the aura of his weapon pulsating with lethal intent. The presence of the 4th prince's son rekindled hope among the attending officials and princes. Qin Zhou had indeed broken through to the 5th level of the condensation realm. He was undoubtedly the most talented among this group of princes, poised to teach this arrogant barbarian a lesson. The officials and princes buzzed with discussions, harboring great expectations for Qin Zhou, even the Emperor of Xia. You stand no chance. Qin Feng regarded the charging Qin Zhou with palpable disdain. Once again, he summoned the power of thunder within his fist and struck down upon Qin Zhou. The collision between fist and spear unleashed a staggering wave of spiritual energy, shaking the ground beneath them. However, Qin Feng's superiority was unmistakable. His formidable punch shattered Qin Zhou's spear into fragments and sent him flying, injuring him in the process. Thud. Qin Zhou fell, not as dramatically as the previous prince, but his defeat was still evident. Silence enveloped the banquet hall, and shock reigned supreme. No one anticipated that the most talented prince, Qin Zhou, would also falter before Qin Feng, defeated by a single blow. How could Qin Feng be so powerful? It appeared that the so-called geniuses of the great Xia imperial family were not as impressive as they seemed. Qin Feng's arrogance had reached new heights, openly slapping the face of the royal family. Many present longed to rush forward and vanquish Qin Feng. The Emperor of Xia's countenance darkened, his fists clenched, nearly spitting blood in his rage. I have come to challenge you. At that moment, Qin Zining, who had been quietly observing, suddenly stood up and spoke calmly. She placed half a watermelon and a spoon from her robes onto the table before her. Though only 13, Qin Zining was wise beyond her years. Her father was the crown prince, and if Qin Feng left today in a position of invincibility, her father would suffer the same humiliation. Thus, She took the initiative to step forward. Her words garnered attention, many eyes turning towards Qin Zining. What do you think you are doing? Even I cannot defeat him. And you wish to challenge him? You would only bring shame to our royal family. Qin Shou, just returning to his seat, rebuked her sharply. Everyone knew that Qin Zining was born with damaged meridians, and if he had been unable to triumph, how could she? It was utterly ludicrous. This is none of your concern. Sit down at once. Do you not think we have embarrassed ourselves enough today? The other princes and princesses echoed similar sentiments, chastising Qin Zining. Despite their similar ages, they viewed her as someone destined for marriage, and thus, their status loomed far above hers. Their words lacked any decorum. Qin Ziling's mother was taken aback by her daughter's boldness and hurried to pull her back. Yet, Qin Zining had already stepped into the central arena, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng. Has the great Xia dynasty run out of capable individuals? You send forth a weak girl with no cultivation to challenge me? Qin Feng laughed heartily. Perhaps I should marry this girl. I would ensure that today's events remain a secret. At 13, Qin Ziling stood gracefully. Possessing a beauty that captivated Qin Feng, Ziling stepped back. The Emperor of Xia's face was grim as he gently admonished her. He knew well that she had damaged meridians and lacked any real cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Ziling had mastered the Taishu sword art through her own efforts. A skill the elder Chun and he could not perceive. Qin Ziling did not back down. Instead, she glared at Qin Feng in anger. Enough chatter. Are you afraid to fight me? Strike. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression hardened, and he resolved to teach Qin Ziling a lesson. He unleashed a thunderous fist towards her. Crackling with power, Elder Qin's face changed dramatically as he attempted to intervene. Yet, at that moment, a powerful sword aura erupted from within Qin Ziling. She swept her sword horizontally, the fierce blade radiating like a crescent moon, rushing towards Qin Feng. Boom. Although Qin Feng shattered the sword light, he was forced back several steps. What? This scene stunned all present. Nobles, officials, and even the barbarian onlookers wore expressions of disbelief. How could Princess Ziling, born with damaged meridians, possess such strength? She had ceased her cultivation studies and lacked resources. How had she improved her skills? Gasps filled the air as many exchanged bewildered glances, their astonishment palpable. Particularly, those who had always looked down on Qin Ziling felt as if they had been soundly slapped, rendered speechless with rigid expressions. The Emperor of Xia and Elder Chun exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock. How had they not known that Qin Ziling was so formidable? Meanwhile, Qin Feng's face reflected both shock and fury. How could you repel me? This is impossible. With a surge of thunderous energy, Qin Feng unleashed his full might. Crackling with power, he stood at the pinnacle of the 8th level of the condensation realm. Could it be that Qin Ziling surpassed him? He refused to accept it. You are no match for me. Surrender. Though she had only wielded a single sword, Qin Ziling had drawn a precise conclusion. Qin Feng was not her equal. She had no desire to inflict harm. You are infuriating. Qin Feng's anger escalated. The thunderous energy within him surged even more violently. Boom. With an overwhelming force, Qin Feng launched himself at Qin Ziling like a divine bolt, exuding an aura that was nearly impossible to withstand. The ground scorched in his wake, leaving a trail of charred earth. Be careful. The officials and nobles paled, alarmed by the terrifying thunderous energy radiating from Qin Feng. They feared for Qin Ziling's safety. Elder Qin's expression shifted drastically as he rushed to assist her against the impending attack. Yet, Qin Ziling remained calm, facing Qin Feng without flinching. The great river flows from the heavens. With a delicate shout, she swung her sword. The torrent of sword energy cascaded down like a river from the ninth sky, crashing towards Qin Feng with the sound of crashing waves. Boom. The river-like sword energy collided with Qin Feng, enveloped in thunder, erupting with a deafening roar. He was unable to withstand the force and was hurled back, crashing heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. Silence. The entire banquet hall fell into a profound stillness. All were utterly astonished. No one had expected so many princes to be defeated. Ignored by the masses, Qin Zining unexpectedly turned the tide and defeated Qin Feng. This outcome surpassed everyone's expectations. You have lost, Qin Zining said calmly, gazing at the injured Qin Feng. How could I possibly lose? How could I possibly lose? Qin Feng exclaimed in anger, struggling to believe the result. With such immense celestial fortune and rapid advancement in cultivation, how could he be defeated by this obscure princess? He immediately reached for something on his person. The elder of the southern barbarian delegation saw this and rushed forward, seemingly to assist him, but in reality, he tightly grasped Qin Feng's arm and whispered, "You must not. Absolutely not. There is the dragon-breaking array here." Although Qin Feng was filled with rage, he was unable to move his arm, held fast by the elder, and had to suppress his feelings. The Daxiao royal family is indeed filled with talent. We are truly impressed, the southern barbarian elder said, looking admiringly at the Emperor of Xia. Haha. The Emperor laughed heartily, his earlier frustration dissipating. The young clan leader is injured. We shall take our leave, the southern barbarian elder stated slowly. Very well. I will arrange for the Imperial physician to attend to your young clan leader shortly, the Emperor responded immediately. Having witnessed Qin Zining's formidable prowess, he had no desire to continue the banquet and promptly agreed to the elder's departure. Subsequently, all members of the southern barbarian delegation respectfully bowed and exited the palace, heading towards the inn arranged by the Ministry of Rites. Ensure that the Jinui keep a close watch on them, the Emperor coldly instructed a nearby eunuch. The eunuch nodded and hurried away to inform the commander of the Jinui. Chapter 10. The peerless sword body is actually beside me? The gazes of the Emperor and the others were fixed upon Qin Zining. Zining, when did you become so powerful? The Emperor could not help but inquire. He distinctly remembered that his granddaughter had inherent flaws in her meridians, which were deemed untreatable. Grandfather, I do not know why, but in recent years, my cultivation has increased rapidly, Qin Zining replied, blinking her large eyes. I often break through while sleeping. Her statement was entirely truthful, devoid of any deception. What? This declaration left everyone present with expressions of astonishment. Is there truly such a marvelous occurrence in this world? Nonsense. How could anyone break through while sleeping? The Emperor feigned anger. It is true, Qin Zining insisted, a hint of urgency in her tone. Not only do I break through while sleeping, but sometimes I also comprehend sword techniques in my dreams. The great river sword intent I just used was inspired by a vision of tumultuous waves in a dream. She was oblivious to the fact that her extraordinary experiences stemmed from Qin Feng embedding various sword principles within the stories he narrated to her, which subsequently took root in her mind. The Emperor fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this. He had intended to inquire why Qin Zining had exhibited a sword technique he had never heard of, only to discover that she had comprehended it herself. What is the name of the technique you practiced? Elder Qin asked gravely. Did you also realize it while sleeping? He found Qin Zining's cultivation technique even more perplexing, as he could not discern her level of mastery. The Taishu sword art. Once, while I was cultivating, I felt that the techniques my teacher had taught were too slow. So I pondered how to cultivate faster. In that process, countless ideas emerged in my mind, Qin Zining explained earnestly. And then, it naturally led me to comprehend the Taishu sword art. Elder Qin was left utterly speechless. How could such a genius possibly exist in the world? She had created her own sword technique and cultivation method. The Emperor was equally at a loss for words. After years of reigning, having witnessed countless conspiracies, he could easily discern whether a 13-year-old girl was lying. He understood that Qin Zining was speaking the truth. Does your majesty still remember the sword cry from 13 years ago? At that moment, a minister suddenly stood up, his expression grave. Throughout this time, we have not discovered where that peerless sword body lies. Could it be? He hesitated to continue, but the clever emperor understood instantly. His expression shifted dramatically as numerous thoughts flooded his mind. Rarely in the royal family were there individuals born with damaged meridians. Qin Zining, however, was one such case. When he first received the news, he was perplexed and sought to understand why. But if that were the case, the peerless sword body had yet to take form. Everything would make sense. The peerless sword body. Elder Qin's eyes brightened as he immediately embraced this hypothesis. Indeed, if Princess Zining is the peerless sword body, then everything is explained. Qin Zining's ability to create sword techniques and cultivation methods stems entirely from her innate affinity for the sword path. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This is divine favor for our daxia. The assembled officials, both civil and military, wore expressions of enlightenment and knelt in congratulations. Witnessing that everyone shared his thoughts, the Emperor could no longer conceal the joy on his face. The peerless sword body is actually beside me. Issue an edict to confer the title of Princess Qing Shui upon Zining, and reward her with 100,000 bolts of silk, the Emperor declared. As he announced his rewards, the expressions of everyone present changed, especially those of the princes and princesses, who were consumed by envy and jealousy. Qi Shui was a river in the ancestral lands of the Daxia royal family. Conferring the title of Princess Qi Shui upon Qin Zining indicated a significant level of esteem. Thank you, Grandfather, Qin Zining graciously expressed, understanding the importance of etiquette. The Emperor nodded and instructed the ministers to attend to their duties while he took Qin Zining to the Armory Pavilion, allowing her to freely choose a weapon as a reward. Within the inn where the southern barbarian delegation resided, as the Imperial physician had just departed, a barbarian followed him to the Imperial hospital to fetch medicine for Qin injuries. Why did you stop me earlier? If you hadn't with the thunder token in hand, I could have easily killed Qin Zining. Shi Feng angrily rebuked the barbarian elder. Young clan leader, you are being too impulsive, the elder replied helplessly. The palace is protected by the dragon-breaking array. Had you attempted to use the thunder token to kill Qin Zining, we all would have perished within the palace. Since the demon sealing war, the major dynasties have significantly declined. The dragon-breaking array can only kill those newly entering the purple mansion realm. How could it possibly harm me? Shi Feng scoffed disdainfully. That thunder token is a relic of a supreme power. If I activate all its strength, my cultivation could soar to the 3rd level of the purple mansion realm. The dragon-breaking array is of no concern to me. Young clan leader, you are thinking too simplistically. If you had truly killed Qin Zining in public, the Daxia dynasty would undoubtedly pursue our clan relentlessly. At that point, with millions of elite soldiers unleashed, how would you withstand them after exhausting the thunder's power? The elder explained slowly, appearing somewhat resigned. If the barbarian tribe could be a little more clever, leveraging their innate combat prowess and vitality, they would not have to meet their demise in the southern mountains. But could matters truly be left unresolved? Shi Feng replied stubbornly. If I do not kill Qin Zining, my heart will be unsteady. In his eyes, now that he had celestial fortune, his future goals would inevitably reach broader horizons. The so-called princes of the Daxia royal family were merely stepping stones on his path to fame. He would not allow himself to be tarnished by a defeat here. A small inability to endure will disrupt a great plan, the barbarian elder could only advise. I cannot endure. Shi Feng, with a fiery temper, declared ominously. Since I cannot kill her openly, I shall do so in the shadows. The elder of the barbarian tribe, puzzled, inquired about the meaning of his words. Tonight, I will infiltrate the Imperial palace and discreetly eliminate Qin Zining with minimal cost, without triggering the dragon's surprise formation, Shi Feng coldly asserted. This way, we shall not exhaust the power of the thunder token while accomplishing our goal. Even if it leads to a confrontation with the great Xia dynasty, we need not fear. That is far too perilous. The tribal elder quickly cautioned. Enough of your protests. You all wait for me outside the Imperial city. Shi Feng disregarded the warnings and produced a token enveloped in crackling lightning. In an instant, the power of the thunder enveloped the elder and his companions, teleporting them away without a trace. Shi Feng's icy gaze turned towards the palace as he left the post station. Crack! Shi Feng unleashed dozens of bolts of lightning from the thunder token, eliminating the hidden Imperial guards without so much as a cry for help. He proceeded towards the palace. Chapter 11. There was no grudge, but you seek to kill Zining, thus creating one under the cloak of night. The Imperial palace was teeming with patrolling Imperial guards and concealed experts of the ninth heaven. At that moment, a figure, utilizing the formidable power of the thunder token, concealed his presence and evaded detection, arriving at the Eastern Palace, the residence of Prince Qin Zining, where Qin Zining occupied one of the chambers. The Great Xia Palace is no more than this. I can move about freely, Shi Feng scoffed as he entered the Eastern Palace. His powerful consciousness spread out, quickly locating Qin Zicing's aura and directing him towards her chamber. Before long, he arrived, only to find a figure draped in a black robe already waiting. With such a treasure in your possession, it took you half an hour to traverse from the palace gates to here. Should I deem you foolish or weak? A hoarse, somewhat aged voice emerged from beneath the robe. Shi Feng's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the figure. He had assumed this person was there to protect Qin Zining, not realizing they were aware of his entry into the palace half an hour prior. How could you possibly know I entered the palace half an hour ago? Shi Feng exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. And why did you not stop me? What do you think? The figure in the black robe replied nonchalantly. If I had blocked you at the palace gates, how could I utilize the dragon's surprise formation to eliminate you and seize your treasures? Hearing this, Shi Feng's countenance darkened, realizing he had been ensnared by the great Xia royal family. You would dare use the granddaughter of the Xia emperor as bait to lure me here. How ruthless, he uttered solemnly. He was certain that the aura within the chamber belonged to Qin Zining and believed the royal family was employing her as bait to draw him in. Enough of your futile words. The dragon's surprise formation is fully operational now, and all the powerful figures are lying in wait. Surrender your treasures, and perhaps you may die a swift death. The hoarse voice beneath the black robe said slowly. Haha, foolish. Shi Feng laughed heartily. Your scheme is indeed vicious. But you overlooked one crucial detail. My treasures possess the ability to teleport. If I wish to depart, none can stop me. With that, he summoned a surge of thunderous power from the thunder token, enveloping himself. Mark my words, I will kill Qin Zining no matter what. Even when I strike next. Not even your great ancestor can save her, Shi Feng declared coldly. As he spoke, a silver light flashed, and his figure vanished from the palace. At that moment, Qin Feng removed his black robe, calmly stating, "Fool." His previous words were merely a ruse to intimidate Qin Feng. He had no intention of killing him within the palace, for he sensed the tremendous, thunderous power contained within the token. Should a battle erupt, not only would the palace be destroyed, but the dragon's surprise formation would likely malfunction, allowing the evil entities trapped within the demon tower to escape. That girl is still dreaming in her sleep, truly. Qin Feng glanced back at the chamber. Shaking his head, he retrieved a teleportation scroll obtained via system sign-in. Although there were teleportation formations within the Great Xia dynasty, they only functioned between cities. To confront Qin Feng, he could only rely on the sign-in scroll. With a flash, the teleportation scroll shattered, and Qin Feng's figure vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, 3,000 miles from the Imperial city lay a forest filled with ancient trees. Numerous members of the Barbarian tribe awaited there. Suddenly, a silver light illuminated the forest, and as it faded, Qin Feng and the elder he had brought appeared at the location where the formation once stood. "Young lord." Upon seeing Qin Feng, the gathered individuals rose, astonishment evident in their eyes. "Have you swiftly killed Qin Zining?" The Barbarian elder asked, perplexed. Discovered, Qin Feng's expression darkened ominously. "What? Did you not possess the thunder token? How could you be found out?" The elder exclaimed in surprise, along with the other members of the tribe, who wore puzzled expressions. "Let us discuss this on the way," Qin Feng replied coldly. Sighing, the elder shook his head, conceding, "Very well, let us return for now. Regardless, our tribe and the Great Xia dynasty are now irreconcilably at odds. Qin Zining, one day, I shall have your body torn asunder." He glared back at the direction of the Imperial city, gritting his teeth. They prepared to leave and head back into the southern mountains, their safest refuge. Just then, a young man approached from afar, exuding a threatening aura. "Who are you?" Qin Feng frowned, his voice cold. "This place is 3,000 miles from the Imperial city, and there are no nearby cities with teleportation formations. I hardly expected you to be the one I encountered in the palace," the young man replied indifferently. "Naturally, I am here to kill you," Qin Feng stated, his tone casual, devoid of any overt threat. At this, Qin Feng first froze in disbelief before erupting in laughter. "Huh? A mere untrained fool dares to proclaim he will kill me? Have you lost your mind?" He sensed no aura emanating from Qin Feng. His eyes filled with disdain and scorn. Not only Qin Feng, but the other barbarian tribesmen could not help but mockingly laugh, deeming Qin Feng a madman. "You need not bother with this lunatic, young lord. Leave him to us," one of the barbarian tribe members respectfully suggested. "Very well," Qin Feng nodded. "Do not forget to extract all his teeth. I require them for a necklace for my pet, and I am still short a few." With that, he and the elder turned to leave. The fierce-looking barbarian tribe members advanced menacingly towards Qin Feng. "You little brat, you." However, before they could finish their threats, Qin Feng pointed a finger, unleashing a piercing sword light that ended their lives in an instant, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered bodies and bloodshed. "What?" Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Feng turned back, his face paling at the sight of the carnage. His subordinates, all possessing the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, were unexpectedly annihilated by Qin Feng in an instant. The elder beside him from the barbarian tribe was equally astonished, a sudden sense of unease swelling within him. "Who on earth are you?" Qin Feng's countenance darkened like water, and he coldly replied, "I believe we have no enmity." "Initially, there was none," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "But your intent to kill Zining has forged this grudge. Do you have any final words?" Qin Feng inquired lightly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood that Qin Feng had come to avenge Qin Zining. "Humph. Although I know not how a youth such as you possesses such formidable power, you will not be able to kill me," Qin Feng scoffed. The moment his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted, centered around him, exploding forth. The sky darkened with dense clouds. Qin Feng's entire being was enveloped by lightning, resembling a thunder god descending into the mortal realm. The surrounding trees became charred, their vitality instantly drained. "Such a display of power, yet it is but a trifle," Qin Feng remarked calmly. "To speak so boldly when death is imminent, prepare to die." Qin Feng roared, charging towards Qin Feng. In that instant, he truly embodied the fury of a thunderbolt, swiftly arriving before Qin Feng, his fist crackling with terrifying lightning energy. Aimed squarely at Qin Feng's chest. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned Qin Feng being crushed into a bloody pulp, and excitement surged within him. Clang! At that very moment, an overwhelming sword aura erupted from within Qin Feng, akin to a divine weapon awakening. The sound of the sword echoed across the heavens. Boom! Qin Feng was directly blasted away by the sword energy erupting from Qin Feng, crashing through several towering ancient trees. The elder from the envoy was tragically caught in the fray, meeting a grim fate. Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling dramatically. Staring incredulously at Qin Feng, he exclaimed, "How can this be? I have harnessed so much lightning power, capable of slaying even a 7th-layer Will See realm expert. How could I possibly fail to kill you?" In his estimation, given Qin Feng's age, no matter how extraordinary, he could not have reached the Will See realm. To ensure his safety, Qin Feng had summoned the power of lightning to elevate himself to the peak of the 7th-layer Will See realm. Yet he never anticipated that it would not be sufficient to vanquish Qin Feng. Instead, he had been so effortlessly repelled. Chapter 12. Is this all you can muster? Perhaps it is because I am simply too powerful, Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. As he spoke, a beam of sword light shot forth from his fingertip, racing towards Qin Feng, leaving a trail of sword marks in its wake. Seeing this, Qin Feng hastily attempted to evade. Despite his speed, Qin Feng's sword light was equally swift, and while he managed to avoid being pierced through the chest, he lost an arm instead. Qin Feng let out a pained scream, his eyes reddening with fury as he bellowed, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" He struck his chest with his right hand, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the thunder token, seeking to activate all the power of lightning contained within. Rumble. Accompanied by a blinding silver light and the sound of surging thunder, Qin Feng's aura began to ascend rapidly, the brilliant silver radiance shooting into the sky. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing the surrounding magical beasts within several dozen miles to tremble and prostrate themselves in fear. Ultimately, he reached the astonishing pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Is this all? Qin Feng waited expectantly, somewhat disappointed that the commotion was not as grand as he had anticipated. However, this was not entirely unexpected. While in the palace, he had gauged the extent of the lightning power contained within the token. He had merely hoped that Qin Feng's cultivation would reach the peak of the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm, providing him with a serious challenge. Yet it fell short by an entire minor realm. Arrogance. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Feng was enraged. He gathered a terrifying amount of lightning, instantly shaping it into a lightning blade several dozen feet long, cleaving through the air. The blade's radiance was so intense that one could scarcely look directly at it. Even a 9th-layer Will See realm expert would be reduced to dust under such a natural threat. Boom. Under Qin Feng's control, the massive lightning blade descended towards Qin Feng, akin to divine retribution from the thunder god, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. "It is not arrogance. It is simply that I am too strong," Qin Feng stated calmly. As he spoke, a terrifying sword intent erupted from within him, sweeping across a radius of several hundred feet, and around his body, numerous crimson fire sword souls rapidly coalesced. The astounding sword intent surged forth, accompanied by an unending chorus of sword cries. "Return to the source of 10,000 swords." Qin Feng pointed into the air, and the hundreds of sword souls surrounding him moved in unison, rushing towards the colossal lightning blade like a surging river. Boom. The hundreds of sword souls collided with the fearsome lightning blade, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that swept outward like a tsunami, affecting the surroundings for dozens of miles. Countless trees were uprooted and sent flying, disintegrating into dust midair. The blinding light rendered it impossible to open one's eyes. This horrifying spectacle persisted for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. The entire area had been reduced to desolation, as if it had never been a forest, but rather a barren wasteland. Qin Feng was covered in wounds, crimson blood flowing from his injuries, utterly battered, and with his aura weakening to a critical point. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood firm in place, unaffected by the earlier energy fluctuations, his garments billowing in the wind, exuding an otherworldly grace. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Qin Feng, gazing at the unscathed Qin Feng, could no longer maintain his composure, voicing the doubts that plagued his mind. He believed himself to have extraordinary fortune, certain that he would be the protagonist of this world. Yet, he never imagined that before Qin Feng, he would be so easily defeated. The youthful Qin Feng's cultivation was truly terrifying. However, what awaited Qin Feng was not an answer from Qin Feng, but rather a beam of sword light. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment, as he fell heavily to the ground. He had thought to crush all the princes of the Xia royal family, to achieve fame across the Kanglan domain, yet he found himself meeting a tragic end. This token seems to possess a special formation that can autonomously absorb lightning power. Qin Feng picked up the thunder token from the ground, examining it for a moment, murmuring to himself. However, he could not be certain, as he lacked understanding of formations. Shaking his head, Qin Feng stored the thunder token and turned to leave. The assassination of the Imperial Guard at the inn and the mysterious disappearance of the Barbarian envoy incensed the Xia emperor, who ordered a thorough investigation. That night, a Barbarian individual, who had accompanied the physician that had just treated Shi Feng's injuries. Went to procure medicine from the royal hospital and was not teleported away by Shi Feng. He thus became a subject of interrogation, enduring various tortures. He revealed everything he knew in detail. 3 days later, within the Imperial study, several ministers reported their findings to the Xia Emperor. The southern barbarian tribe had actually discovered a location within the mountains where the Thunder Sovereign had once secluded himself and had found the token left behind by that sovereign. The Xia Emperor's expression darkened. The Thunder Sovereign was a renowned figure in the Qin domain, existing several 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years prior. The token left behind by such a powerful being was unimaginable in its terror. The information is accurate. I extracted it from the mouth of that barbarian. The minister in charge of the Ministry of Punishment respectfully stated. The only aspect he found perplexing was why Shi Feng chose to slay those Imperial guards and then flee with the envoy. He speculated that perhaps the southern envoy had discovered the guards monitoring them and assumed the royal family intended to act against them, prompting a preemptive strike. Alternatively, it could be that after suffering defeat, Shi Feng, in a fit of rage, could not restrain himself from killing the guards to vent his frustration. Upon hearing the Minister of Justice confirm that not only the Summer Emperor, but all present ministers fell silent, for this was undeniably ominous news for them. At that moment, the commander of the Imperial Guards arrived, albeit belatedly. "Your Majesty, we have located Shi Feng," he announced. "Where is he?" The Summer Emperor inquired hastily. "He is already deceased, killed 3 days ago, and the thunder token on him has vanished without a trace." The commander paused briefly before continuing, given the ferocity of the battle. The assailant must have been a formidable sword cultivator at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. As he spoke, he recalled the lingering, formidable sword energy in the air, which left him feeling a sense of dread. Although he was a 7th level cultivator in the Wheel C realm at that moment, he felt as insignificant as an ant. What? The room erupted in astonishment, with all present exchanging incredulous glances. Shi Feng had been killed? And by a cultivator of the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm? When had such a powerful figure emerged within the Great Xia dynasty? In an instant, countless questions flooded their minds. Killed 3 days ago. The Summer Emperor furrowed his brow. That day marked Shi Feng's escape. And only a select few were privy to the information regarding the Imperial Guards being slain by thunder artifacts. How could a 3rd level Purple Mansion cultivator have received such news so swiftly? And furthermore, why would they pursue and kill Shi Feng? Could it be that Prince Mu has broken through to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm and was the one who killed Shi Feng? One minister ventured, laced with speculation. Upon hearing this, the other ministers brightened with hope. If that were the case, it would indeed be monumental news for the Great Xia dynasty. Impossible. The commander of the Imperial Guards shook his head. Elder Chun was also present. He discovered that the one who killed Shi Feng wielded the sword intent of fire, while Prince Mu practices the sword intent of wind. They are entirely different. Understanding sword intent is exceedingly challenging. For any sword cultivator to comprehend even one form is already a rare achievement. How could one possibly master 2 forms simultaneously? Even if such a prodigy existed, they certainly would not be at the Purple Mansion realm. If that were the case, then it was indeed implausible. The ministers in the Imperial study shook their heads in disappointment. Although they were not sword cultivators, they grasped this fundamental principle. Anyone claiming to possess mastery over 2 sword intents would undoubtedly be viewed as a fool. Aside from Prince Mu, could there be other powerful figures within the palace? One minister posited, suggesting an astonishing hypothesis. As this was uttered, the ministers present changed their expressions, contemplating the possibility. The Summer Emperor pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The other royal uncles and my grandfather in seclusion have already been confirmed deceased. Their burials have taken place. The only one still in seclusion is Prince Mu. There cannot be other Purple Mansion realm cultivators within the palace. He believed that aside from those royal figures in seclusion, no one else could possibly be a Purple Mansion cultivator, as there were insufficient resources for cultivation. Upon hearing this, the ministers nodded thoughtfully, their expressions growing more complex. This meant that, unbeknownst to them, a mysterious 3rd level Purple Mansion cultivator had emerged in the Qin domain. This was indeed significant news. Though whether it was fortuitous or disastrous for the Great Xia dynasty remained uncertain. They dared not wish for this cultivator to be affiliated with the royal family, but merely hoped that they harbored no ill intent towards the Great Xia royalty. It seemed that this sword cultivator had fortuitously encountered Shi Feng near the teleportation path and, upon seeing the thunder token in his possession, was tempted to kill him for it. The commander of the Imperial Guards respectfully articulated his conjecture. He was confident in the confidentiality of the palace matters he was responsible for, believing it impossible for the news to have leaked that day. The Summer Emperor and the ministers nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. Regardless, this ultimately serves as good news for us, one of the ministers remarked slowly. Now that the Thunder Sovereign's token is no longer in the hands of the southern barbarians, we need not hesitate. Indeed, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops to eradicate the southern barbarians. A general stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. The other ministers echoed his sentiments, expressing their belief that it was now time to subdue the southern barbarians. The southern envoy's demonstration was one thing, but to act with such audacity and slaughter so many Imperial guards after Shifeng's defeat was a blatant disrespect towards the great Xia royalty. There is no need for us to intervene, the Summer Emperor chuckled lightly. Let the news of the southern barbarians discovering the Thunder Sovereign's seclusion and obtaining the Thunder token spread. Within a year, they shall be turned upside down by various forces. He understood the principle of an innocent man bearing the blame for possessing a precious item all too well. Although we learned from the southern envoy that aside from the token, there was nothing else in the Thunder Sovereign's secluded location. The various forces in the Kanglan domain would surely not shy away from personally investigating the matter. Your Majesty is wise. The many ministers brightened, quickly expressing their agreement. Subsequently, the Summer Emperor sent a decree to the Crown Prince, Qin Zining, instructing him to head south immediately. Once all forces had thoroughly dealt with the southern barbarians in the mountains, he was to collaborate with the southern general to handle the aftermath. As the Summer Emperor anticipated, within the ensuing year, various dynasties and sects dispatched powerful figures to the southern mountains, interrogating the barbarians about any other treasures of the Thunder Sovereign they might have acquired. There were even clashes among different factions, escalating into fierce confrontations. The southern barbarians found themselves in utter despair, regretting sending Qin Feng to the great Xia dynasty. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained oblivious to the external events and had no interest in them. After the conclusion of the southern envoy's affairs, the only impact on him was that Qin Zining, due to her remarkable talent, garnered the royal family's attention, resulting in fewer visits to him. However, this did not trouble Qin Feng, as he had imparted a wealth of knowledge to Qin Zining. Without a decade's time, she would struggle to fully absorb it. Frequent visits were unnecessary. Your requested reclining chair has been prepared for you, Your Highness. As Qin Feng engaged in his cultivation, Chu Xiong respectfully informed him. Beside him stood a reclining chair crafted entirely from rosewood, emanating a faint scent of wood. Qin Feng nodded, pleased with the chair presented by Chu Xiong. By now, he had cultivated the longevity scripture to a consummate level, allowing the technique to operate autonomously and absorb sword energy, liberating him from the need for incessant arduous training. Thus, he had asked Chu Xiong to procure a reclining chair, enabling him to relax while cultivating. Now that the southern barbarians have fully submitted to the great Xia dynasty, both His Majesty and the 6 ministries are overwhelmed with work. It seems you are the only one at leisure, Chu Xiong remarked with a smile. Subduing the southern barbarians is not merely a matter of stationing troops. The myriad of complex affairs is far too numerous. Without 5 or 6 years, it cannot be resolved. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. I am merely an inconspicuous and useless prince. Such grand matters are certainly not for me to concern myself with. Just a useless prince. How could he harbor any ill intentions? Chu Xiong responded, yet he could not help but smile ruefully. He had never encountered, nor even heard of, a prince with such a mindset as Qin Feng's. Which one is not mad, ending in sorrow? Where can one find someone as carefree as Qin Feng? To be unaffected by external joys or internal sorrows sounds simple in theory, yet achieving such a state as Qin Feng does seems reserved for legendary sages, thought Chu Xiong. Qin Feng chose not to pursue the topic further. He reclined in the chair, relishing its comfort. This chair is quite splendid. Thank you, he praised, thoroughly satisfied. As long as Your Highness is pleased, Chu Xiong responded respectfully. Despite his newfound strength, many still regarded him as somewhat foolish, seldom offering him praise. Only Qin Feng generously acknowledged his worth, treating him not as a servant, which touched him deeply. Subsequently, Chu Xiong inquired if Qin Feng had any further needs before taking his leave. Chapter 14. The White Fox. While the entire court was consumed with the arduous task of stabilizing the conquered southern tribes, trouble brewed at the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower, soaring to the heavens with its 99 levels, imprisoned the indestructible evil spirits trapped within an ancient ceiling array. Malevolent energy surged throughout, casting a shadow even in the brightest sunlight. Haha, I never expected such a potent bloodline power from that White Fox. It is indeed a great boon, laughed an evil spirit within the first level of the tower. He was the Nine-Nether Taoist. Today, seizing the moment when the surrounding ceiling array weakened, he discreetly released a wisp of demonic energy, initially intending to consume a few palace maids and eunuchs. However, unexpectedly, he encountered a powerful White Fox. Though the fox possessed formidable cultivation, the demonic consciousness of the nine nether Taoist was overwhelming, and he managed to ambush it at a critical moment. Despite the fox's astonishing bloodline power erupting forth, he could not completely absorb it, allowing it to escape, yet he still gained immensely. Not only did he enhance his cultivation, but he also acquired a portion of the white fox's essence blood, which would serve him greatly. At that moment, other evil spirits on the first level noticed the nine nether Taoists surge in power. Disciple, your strength has increased? Hurry and prolong my life. An aged, disheveled evil spirit implored. The lifespan of evil spirits is not infinite. Only by continuously devouring human essence blood can they extend their existence. Although they had once been powerful, having consumed countless humans, the passage of 10,000 years had dwindled their ranks, with many having perished. These spirits could only resort to self-sabotage, sacrificing their cultivation to prolong their lives. The evil spirits on the first level had seen their abilities plummet to the second or third tier of the Wheel Sea realm, rendering them a mere shadow of their former selves. Nonetheless, many were nearing the end of their lifespan, including the nine nether Taoist S-Master, who had less than half a year to live. Humph, old fool, if you wish for me to extend your life, you should assist me in my cultivation. The nine nether Taoist scoffed, seizing his master by the throat and absorbing his power. No, the master struggled desperately, but to no avail. The other spirits, with comparable cultivation, found themselves utterly powerless against the now enhanced nine nether Taoist. Before long, he had completely devoured his master, even consuming the corpse. Delicious, truly a rare delicacy. After finishing his master, he wiped the blood from his lips, unable to contain his praise. Nine nether Taoist, you betray your master and consume your kin. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? A female evil spirit shouted in trembling anger. Haha, once I escape, I shall elevate our demonic race, ruling over the Kanglan region. At that time, merits and sins shall naturally offset each other. The nine nether Taoist replied with a sinister smile. If worst comes to worst, I shall cast aside my blade and embrace the Buddhist path. I can always cleanse my sins. Saying this, he grabbed the female evil spirit and began to devour her, her screams echoing through the chamber. The other spirits trembled in fear, apprehensive of becoming his next meal. However, the nine nether Taoist had no intention of continuing his rampage. He merely sought a taste. Unable to ascend to the tower's higher levels, and finding his current companions too weak to provide any notable enhancement, he resolved to leave them for later consumption. Suddenly, the nine nether Taoist expelled a small, pitch-black cauldron from his mouth. It appeared ordinary, yet the intricate patterns etched upon it exuded an ominous aura. This was an artifact he had acquired in the outer realms. Sealed within it was tremendous power, requiring vast amounts of essence blood for its ritualistic awakening. Before the Sealing War, he had slain many human cultivators to sacrifice to the cauldron. But just as he was on the brink of unlocking its power, he was sealed within the demon suppression tower. He believed he would never have the opportunity to awaken it again, for the essence blood of mere palace maids and eunuchs was insufficient. Yet today, he encountered a white fox with a bloodline power so formidable it left him astounded. Though he had only acquired a fraction of its essence blood, it was already sufficient. As he offered the essence blood obtained from the white fox to the cauldron, it suddenly radiated an eerie glow. Astonishing demonic energy surged forth, filling the air. Power. It is power. The evil spirits on the first level exclaimed in awe. This overwhelming force ignited their envy, yet none dared to act. For the nine nether Taoist's strength eclipsed them all. Even if they united, they could not hope to contend with him. This power is enough for me to break through to the void refinement realm. Absorbing it, escaping will be no challenge, the nine nether Taoist thought, brimming with excitement. He sat cross-legged, eagerly absorbing the demonic energy pouring forth from the cauldron. As seasons changed, 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Heavy snow blanketed the Imperial city, and against this pristine white backdrop, the once majestic ancient structures took on a poetic charm. Beneath the evergreen branches of an ancient tree, Qin Feng's recliner remained untouched by the falling snow. After 3 years of slumber, he stretched lazily. Though he had been resting, the Longevity Sutra had automatically absorbed sword energy, elevating his cultivation to the 4th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. Such an alarming rate of advancement would incite envy and resentment in anyone who learned of it. Unfortunately, Qin Feng harbored no desire to indulge in worldly distractions, and no one was aware of such a remarkable talent thriving within the Kanglan domain. If only I had a copy of the moon and sixpence and a cappuccino, he mused, gazing at the drifting snowflakes. Rising slowly, he startled a flock of birds pecking at their feed, intent on brewing a cup of tea to invigorate himself. Just as he prepared to return to his nap after brewing tea, he noticed a slight movement beneath a nearby tree. Approaching cautiously, he discovered a white fox. Its sleek fur blending seamlessly with the snow. However, it trembled, its aura faint. I don't recall there being white foxes in the Imperial mausoleum, Qin Feng murmured. The mausoleum housed numerous creatures, many of which were abandoned pets of favored concubines, left to roam after being cast aside. However, the white fox was nowhere to be found. At that moment, the fox had noticed Qin Feng, its eyes immediately revealing a wary expression. Though its aura was faint, it still feigned ferocity. Emitting a low growl, as if to warn Qin Feng not to entertain any thoughts of it. Such a little creature, yet quite fierce, Qin Feng remarked, seemingly unperturbed, a smile gracing his lips. He then retrieved a small vial containing but a few drops of earth spirit lacteal from his spatial ring and placed it upon the snow before the little white fox. He spoke softly, "I've consumed all the healing elixirs as if they were mere candies. This earth spirit lacteal possesses healing properties as well. Whether you survive or not depends on your own fortune." His stock of elixirs was limited, and healing ones were even scarcer, so he had indulged in them without reserve, leaving him with little for his own injuries. After speaking, Qin Feng wrapped himself in a blanket and returned to his recliner to sleep. Meanwhile, the little white fox glanced at the vial of earth spirit lacteal, but chose to ignore it, continuing instead to lie quietly as it recuperated. From a young age, its mother had instilled in it a firm belief: never trust humans, especially men, for they seldom speak the truth. Moreover, this youth was remarkably handsome and charming, making his words even less credible. It resolutely refused to consume anything offered by Qin Feng, even if it meant starving to death amidst the relentless snow. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. The little white fox, still nursing its wounds, found its condition worsening, its spirit diminished. It was plagued by discontent. Since being devoured of its cultivation and part of its essence by that evil entity years ago, its injuries had only deepened without respite. Under the weight of such immense suffering, the little white fox finally cast a glance towards the vial. That earth spirit lacteal seems to have healing effects. If I merely taste a bit, it does not imply I must pledge myself to a human, does it? Surely, it cannot be that problematic, it reassured itself. Soon, it reached out with its paw, nudging the vial closer, and uncorked it. Ah, so fragrant. In an instant, the rich spiritual energy that surged forth caused the little white fox to gasp in surprise. Having never encountered earth spirit lacteal before, it was unaware of the abundance of spiritual essence contained within. It extended its tongue, licking the milky liquid through the narrow opening of the vial. Upon tasting the earth spirit lacteal, a warm current quickly flowed through the little fox's body, delivering an unparalleled sense of comfort and euphoria. The immense pain from its injuries began to wane. This youth seems merely a wasteful prince. How could he possess such high-grade treasures? The little white fox felt an overwhelming curiosity. Initially, it had approached the earth spirit lacteal with a sense of resignation, but it had not anticipated such remarkable effects. Far surpassing its expectations, it etched this milky liquid into its memory, ensuring it would never forget. As winter gave way to spring, 2 more years passed. Within the Imperial mausoleum, no discernible changes occurred. One evening, a thunderous roar erupted as a terrifying aura exploded from within Qin Feng. The overwhelming sword intent swept through the vicinity, leaving sword scars in its wake. This fearsome sword aura seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Yet, within the palace, there was no reaction, for the entire mausoleum was shrouded by the godly concealment array that Qin Feng had activated. Not a trace of this energy escaped to the outside world, not even alarming the Imperial guards stationed at the entrance. I should be able to venture to the demon suppression tower to sign in now that I have reached the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Each 5th level of a major realm represented a significant dividing line, leading to a tremendous enhancement in strength. The demon suppression tower was the core of the entire dragon awakening array, and only those at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm could approach without immediate annihilation. However, Qin Feng, cautious by nature, had only resolved to make this journey now that he had reached the 5th level. Rising, he stretched lazily, noticing the absence of the little white fox. Has it fully healed? He mused, but he paid it no further mind as he strode towards the demon suppression tower. Within the tower's 1st level, only the 9 nether Taoists remained, having consumed the others during his feasting. At this moment, the demonic energy emanating from his small cauldron had been thoroughly absorbed, leaving him awash in malevolent power, terrifying beyond imagination. Even the top-tier demons were no longer his adversaries. As he slowly opened his eyes, the 9 nether Taoist's gaze was filled with chilling intensity. He had regained a state of his former peak. In excitement he could scarcely contain. Now, on the night of the full moon, it was the weakest moment for the demon suppression tower. Should he force his way out? He would surely fall a major realm. Yet, even so, he remained invincible within the Imperial city. The Nine Nether Taoist murmured to himself, recalling that 20 years ago, when he had devoured a young eunuch, he learned from the memories that the entire palace lacked even a single Purple Mansion realm expert. Now, merely 20 years later, even if new cultivators had emerged, they would likely be at most at the first level, in the face of his third level of the Purple Mansion realm. Coupled with the pinnacle of demonic martial arts, they were but ants. Furthermore, should he break free during the process, he would undoubtedly damage the Dragon Awakening array, rendering it irreparable for at least a month or two. With that, he was free of all concerns. Haha, those of the great Xia royal family. I shall flay your skin, strip your muscles, and extract your marrow for my delight. The Nine Nether Taoist laughed heartily. His hatred for the great Xia royal family had long since festered, and upon his release, he would ravenously consume them, taking the first step towards dominating the Kanglan region. Thus, the Nine Nether Taoist prepared to force his way out of the demon suppression tower. Meanwhile, outside the tower, hundreds of Imperial guards stood vigil. The captain of the guards was none other than Chu Xiong. The reason for this vigilant watch was the strange occurrences that had begun 2 years prior. Eerie, intermittent cries of evil had emanated from within the demon suppression tower. Initially, Elder Qin and numerous powerful figures from the palace had come to oversee matters, fearing potential complications. However, as time passed and 2 years went by, the cries ceased, allowing Elder Qin and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Concluding that the sounds were likely the agonized cries of powerful evils being refined, they felt assured enough to leave, for many matters within the palace required their attention, and they needed to cultivate as well. The overwhelming demonic energy within the tower posed a risk. Should they attempt to cultivate nearby, they might fall into demonic madness, which was absolutely unacceptable. After so many years, the evils within the tower were surely long since refined. Even those that remained would barely cling to life. There was no way they could escape the confines of the tower. We are merely wasting our energy by being overly alarmed. One of the guards could not help but remark. His words immediately garnered agreement from many others, who nodded in concurrence. Indeed, we have been overly cautious. Having stood guard for 2 years without incident, it is unfathomable that any danger could arise from within, they concurred, having grown complacent. Do not speak so carelessly. Matters concerning evil must never be taken lightly, Chu Xiong cautioned his comrades. Though he was not well versed in grand philosophy, he understood this simple truth and adhered to it strictly. As the Imperial guards heard these words, they remained silent yet regarded Chu Xiong's statements with contempt. On one hand, they could not fathom how someone as obstinate as Chu Xiong could lead them. On the other, they genuinely believed that the malevolent forces within the demon suppressing tower could never escape. Thunderous roars echoed through the air, and at that moment, an unusual disturbance emanated from the demon suppressing tower. Chapter 16. A startling surprise. A torrent of demonic energy seeped from the tower, swiftly coalescing outside its confines. Accompanying this ominous emergence were the anguished cries of the Nine Nether Taoist. Despite the tower's long-standing weakness, particularly on this night of the full moon, the Nine Nether Taoist endured immense suffering as he attempted to break free. What is this? The Imperial guards, witnessing the gathering demonic energy outside the tower, turned pale with fear, their voices trembling. They stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Quickly, inform Elder Qin. Chu Xiong reacted swiftly, shouting. At last, a few of the Imperial guards snapped to attention and hurried toward Elder Qin's secluded chamber. Meanwhile, the demonic energy that had surged forth from the tower began to take on a distinct form. The surrounding killing formation sensed the anomaly and activated, the golden array patterns radiating a blinding light in an attempt to thwart the Nine Nether Taoist. Haha, you think you can kill me now that I have emerged? The Nine Nether Taoist laughed heartily, striding towards the formation's edge. He had no other choice but to press through. The formidable killing formation relentlessly assaulted the Nine Nether Taoist, his aura steadily diminishing as the demonic energy was purified by the array. Yet, he did not falter in his advance. Eventually, he breached the formation, coming to a halt within a mere 100 yards of the Imperial guards. This formation is weaker than I anticipated. It appears the great Xia dynasty has visibly declined. The Nine Nether Taoist remarked, observing his bloodied form. Based on his calculations, emerging from the demon-suppressing tower and breaching the formation should have reduced his cultivation from the 3rd layer of the Void Refinement realm to the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Instead, he had only dropped to the mid-stage of the 4th layer. This was rather favorable news for him. A demon of the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. The Imperial guards, hearing his mutterings, felt their courage wane, their speech faltering. Humph, lowly humans, do you not kneel before me? The Nine Nether Taoists scoffed. Despite their rigorous training, the Imperial guards, upon hearing him, immediately knelt, devoid of any thought of resistance. The disparity between them was insurmountable, leaving them feeling like mere ants. This fiend is a demon. How can you kneel before him? Chu Xiong, witnessing this, was filled with fury. Though not particularly clever, he held steadfast principles. Humanity and demonkind bore an ancient grudge. How could they submit to the demon race? What did you say? The nine nether Taoists' cold gaze fixed upon Chu Xiong. You seek death. He extended a massive hand, conjuring a formidable surge of demonic energy that formed into a gigantic palm, reaching out to engulf Chu Xiong. The Imperial guards silently thanked their foresight in kneeling early. Clang. Suddenly, a sharp sound of sword energy reverberated through the air. Behind Chu Xiong, a nearly transparent sword spirit appeared in an instant, surging with astonishing sword intent, colliding with a massive black hand. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy erupted. The colossal black palm and Qin Feng's wind sword spirit shattered into fragments. The kneeling Imperial guards were swept away by the violent energy, torn to shreds. Though Chu Xiong received some protection from Qin Feng, he was still flung 100 yards away, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Who dares? The nine nether Taoists' eyes widened in astonishment. Was it not supposed to be the case that no one in the great Xia dynasty could rival even a first-layer cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm? How could someone withstand his strike? Having barely escaped the demon-suppressing tower, he thought it foolish to engage in slaughter rather than flee. Qin Feng, having confirmed Chu Xiong was not in mortal danger, turned his gaze toward the nine nether Taoists, speaking coolly. Haha, how absurd. The nine nether Taoists roared with laughter. Now that I have emerged, I shall unleash a massacre, starting with the palace that has imprisoned me for millennia. Why would I run? Though Qin Feng had momentarily thwarted his attack, the nine nether Taoists regarded him with disdain. He had not even utilized 1% of his strength. Little did he know. The sword spirit had diverted most of its power to protect Chu Xiong, or else the attack's true might would have been far greater. So, you intend to treat the palace's inhabitants as mere fodder? Then I shall show you no mercy, Qin Feng replied coldly. With his beloved Qin Zining within the palace, he could not allow the nine nether Taoists to run amok. Fool, you have no idea how terrifying my strength is. Witness how I shall rend you limb from limb. The nine nether Taoists surveyed Qin Feng with greedy eyes, drooling at the thought of absorbing a powerful being's essence. Boom. The nine nether Taoists rapidly conjured a massive black palm from the seething demonic energy, aiming to suppress Qin Feng. The very air trembled under its weight, as if a colossal mountain were moving through the skies. Let's see who the true fool is, Qin Feng sneered. He stepped forward to meet the enormous palm head-on. With a cultivation higher than the nine nether Taoists by a small realm, coupled with his formidable sword body, he was invincible at his level and could even contend with those above him. Boom. The massive black palm shattered upon impact, dissipating into wisps of demonic energy as if it were mere paper. What? The nine nether Taoists stood there, dumbfounded. His formidable attack had been completely obliterated by this individual before him? How could this be? He questioned his own sanity. Just as the nine nether Taoist was struck with disbelief, Qin Feng appeared before him. Surprised, are we? As he spoke, he slowly raised a finger. An overwhelming sword aura coalescing at its tip, exploding with radiant brilliance. No. In that moment, the nine nether Taoist felt the icy grip of death. He was utterly convinced that Qin Feng's cultivation far surpassed his own. He found it hard to believe that someone so young could possess such strength. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. His only thought was to flee. However, as soon as the nine nether Taoists turned to escape, the sword light from Qin Feng's fingertip shot forth, piercing through his back and traversing his entire being. His eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, dissipating into wisps of demonic energy that scattered into the void. Chapter 17. Signing in at the demon-suppressing tower. After vanquishing the nine nether Taoist, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the demon-suppressing tower. He strode through the damaged, killing formation with ease, arriving beside the tower. System, sign in at the demon-suppressing tower. Qin Feng stated calmly. Ding. Congratulations, Master, sign in successful. You have received the reward, Divine Eye? The mechanical prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. The Divine Eye, capable of perceiving all worldly illusions. After a prolonged absence from signing in at new locations, Qin Feng was elated to acquire such formidable power. However, he chose not to linger and decided to return to the Imperial tomb first. He discerned that several powerful auras were converging from various corners of the palace. He was reluctant to reveal his identity and attract unnecessary complications. Just as Qin Feng departed from the Demon Suppression Tower, the first to receive the news, Elder Chun, along with a royal powerhouse responsible for controlling the formation, arrived at the scene. Their expressions were grim. The escape of a malevolent entity from the Demon Suppression Tower was indeed dire news. The breached killing formation had undoubtedly incurred damage. And if it affected the operation of the Dragon Awakening formation, the entire palace would be in peril. Upon their arrival, the sight of the severely damaged killing formation, now completely immobilized, chilled their hearts. The Dragon Awakening formation was certainly rendered inoperable. The palace was doomed. But what of the malevolent entity? The royal powerhouse gazed at the countless bodies of the Imperial guards scattered across the ground, yet found no trace of the malevolent being, exclaiming in confusion. Indeed, where was the malevolent entity? Elder Qin also wore a puzzled expression. At that moment, other powerful figures who had received the news began to arrive, including Emperor Xia, who could channel the Imperial aura to enhance his strength, and was the only one able to reach the divine realm. What transpired? Was it not said that a malevolent entity had escaped the demon suppression tower? Why was there no sign of it? The assembled powerful figures voiced their bewilderment, their faces etched with confusion. Emperor Xia turned to Elder Qin for answers. Your Majesty, I have only just arrived. And this is the situation I encountered. There is no trace of the malevolent entity, Elder Qin replied, a bitter helplessness in his tone. The royal powerhouse beside him nodded in agreement. You arrived to find it like this? Emperor Xia was taken aback, his expression darkening. Could it be that the malevolent entity has already fled? If the entity truly escaped and found a place to hide, preying on humanity, no one could prevent its ascendance. Not to mention, aside from the overwhelming demonic aura, there was also a potent malevolent energy, indicative of the entity's demise. Elder Su, the guardian of the library, suddenly spoke up. Having perused countless ancient texts, he possessed a deeper understanding of the malevolent entities than anyone present. What do you mean? Emperor Xia asked in astonishment. Looking at Elder Su, are you suggesting that the malevolent entity has been slain? How is that possible? His disbelief was palpable. The news of the entity's emergence from the tower had only just spread, and they had hastened here. How could it have been killed before they arrived? The other powerful figures shared his incredulity. Sword energy. There is a residual, exceedingly powerful sword energy in the air. Elder Qin exclaimed suddenly. He sensed the remnants of formidable sword energy, initially obscured by the overwhelming demonic aura. Indeed, I too can feel the astonishing sword energy lingering here. Added another practitioner of the sword path. Elder Qin quickly deduced that this residual sword energy was identical to that which had felled the elder from the corpse transport sect. His expression turned grave. It must have been Prince Mu who intervened. But how did Prince Mu receive the news of the malevolent entity's emergence so swiftly and manage to slay it? Emperor Xia pondered, perplexed. The ancestral stronghold of the royal family was located at the farthest reaches of the demon suppression tower. Concerned that the demonic aura might cause the sequestered elders to inadvertently fall into madness. They had only just learned of the situation. How could Prince Mu have acted with such alacrity? The assembled individuals shared the same doubts. Even if Prince Mu possessed the strength of the divine realm, such speed was unexpected. Perhaps Prince Mu has been monitoring the demon suppression tower ever since the anomalies began 2 years ago, allowing him to eradicate the entity as soon as it appeared. Elder Qin speculated. His conjecture was met with nods of agreement from those present, as it seemed the only feasible explanation. At that moment, Chu Xiong, having been administered a medicinal pill by the royal powerhouse, regained consciousness. I pay my respects to your majesty, he said, bowing deeply. No need for formalities, Emperor Xia replied, waving his hand. What transpired earlier? How is it that you are unharmed? His curiosity piqued, for all the Imperial guards had perished, yet Chu Xiong remained alive. Chu Xiong, without withholding any details, recounted the events that had transpired, ensuring not a single word was omitted. A sword spirit, imbued with a powerful wind aura, brushed past me and struck at the malevolent entity. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin and the others became even more convinced that it was indeed Prince Mu who had acted. Emperor Xia shared this understanding. Your refusal to submit to the malevolent entity is likely why Prince Mu saved you, he remarked slowly. Issue a decree to reward Chu Xiong. Emperor Xia promptly granted Chu Xiong a substantial reward. The officials from the Ministry of Rites diligently recorded all the rewards to be swiftly distributed to Chu Xiong. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Xiong expressed his gratitude. Emperor Xia nodded, then instructed the royal powerhouse overseeing the formation to expedite the repairs of the Dragon Awakening formation. Subsequently, several strong figures were left to guard the demon suppression tower, while the others busied themselves with various tasks. Upon returning to the Imperial tomb, Qin Feng intended to integrate the divine eye. By the way, will this hurt? He pondered, presenting a key question to the system. It may be somewhat painful at first. The system replied in an emotionless tone. However, after the pain subsides, a wondrous sensation will follow. Gaining the divine eye would bestow upon him the ability to perceive the world clearly, which the system referred to as the wondrous sensation. That is reassuring, Qin Feng nodded. then proceeded to merge with the divine eye. A sudden wave of pain caused him to involuntarily gasp as he felt something enter his body. Yet, the agony was fleeting, quickly giving way to normalcy. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was astonished to find numerous mysterious and arcane runes deep within his gaze. These would manifest when he activated the divine eye. He marveled at the newfound ability to not only see great distances, but also discern the flow of spiritual energy in the world. Even the grand topography of mountains and rivers lay bare before him. The ancestral tomb truly is a treasure trove of geomantic significance. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder this ancestral tomb was adjacent to the palace. Such a site could indeed safeguard the royal family of the Great Xia for generations. After a while, Qin Feng gradually retracted the divine eye and returned to his recliner to continue his cultivation. His internal cultivation method operated autonomously, assimilating the sword energy that coiled around his wrist like a ribbon. P.S. To clarify, although the protagonist has signed in with an external avatar, he will not use it for frivolous pursuits. Initially, I considered writing it that way, but it felt somewhat awkward. So any matters will still be addressed by the protagonist personally. The avatar serves purely as a combat tool, enhancing the protagonist's strength during battles. Chapter 18. Sign-in rewards. The events that transpired at the Demon Suppression Tower had no impact on Qin Feng. He continued his routine of sleeping and cultivating as before. In contrast, Chu Xiong reaped significant benefits, having been granted entry into the military academy for 3 years due to his refusal to submit before the malevolent entity. During this period, the task of delivering provisions to Qin Feng fell to other Imperial guards. The Imperial guards, despite their utmost respect towards Qin Feng, were reluctant to utter a single word, clearly wishing to dissociate themselves from him. Eventually, their deliveries of provisions dwindled to once a year. Although these guards had heard of the cordial relationship between the new crown prince, Qin Zining, and Qin Feng, the true nature of their bond remained a mystery to them. In the event that Qin Zining decided to eliminate Qin Feng, those associated with him would surely be implicated. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the royal family, and prudence was their guiding principle. Qin Feng, well aware of their sentiments, found solace in the annual provision deliveries, relishing the peace and solitude they provided. As time passed, the spring festival approached. The palace was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. In stark contrast, Qin Feng found himself alone in the royal tomb, surrounded by withered vegetation, the ambience tinged with melancholy. However, he had long since acclimated to this solitude. Suddenly, a sense of anticipation stirred within him, prompting him to gaze into the distance. There, he beheld a young maiden clad in festive attire, carrying a food box, making her way towards him. "Uncle." Upon noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Qin Zining exclaimed joyfully. It had been nearly 3 years since she last visited the royal tomb. As the Summer Emperor had expended considerable wealth to summon a formation master from a neighboring realm to establish a small, high-grade gathering formation for her, which could only be sustained for 3 years. She was required to cultivate diligently within the formation daily. Only recently had the formation ceased to function, granting her the freedom to venture outside and unwind. "Have you already reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm?" Qin Feng praised. During the southern delegation's provocations, Qin Zining had only attained the 9th level of the essence gathering realm. In just a few years, her progress had surpassed that of most prodigies. It is worth noting that an ordinary cultivator typically requires a minimum of 10 years to ascend from the 9th level of the essence gathering realm to the spirit transformation realm, let alone the advancement through its sublevels. Qin Zining's cultivation speed could certainly be deemed exceptional. Thank you for your compliments, uncle," Qin Zining inquired. "How have you fared these past years?" As always, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Eating and sleeping. It is exceedingly dull here, with not a soul around." Observing the desolate surroundings, Qin Zining's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Allow me to beseech grandfather on your behalf. Perhaps he might issue a decree for your pardon." She was a clever girl, aware that her exhibited talents held significant weight within the royal family. "No." Qin Feng promptly declined. "Why not?" Qin Zining asked, perplexed by his resolute rejection. Qin Feng hesitated, unable to articulate that he preferred the tranquility of his cultivation without disturbance. After a brief pause, he stated earnestly, "The world believes I have colluded with the demonic sect, and everyone wishes to see me eradicated. Moreover, I am no longer a prince. If pardoned, I cannot reside in the palace. Outside, I could be killed at any moment. It is far safer and quieter within this royal tomb." Upon hearing his reasoning, Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the validity of his words, and chose not to pursue the matter further. She then handed the food box to Qin Feng, containing dumplings prepared by her mother. They shared a meal together, discussing recent events before she departed from the royal tomb. After the spring festival, a heavy snowfall ensued for several days, enveloping the entire royal city in a blanket of pristine white. I have yet to check in at the location where the royal family's formidable cultivators are in seclusion, Qin Feng suddenly recalled. Without hesitation, he made his way to the forbidden grounds of the palace. Should anyone have spotted him, they would have been astonished to find that no footprints marked his passage, as he walked upon the snow without leaving a trace. Before long, he arrived at the site where numerous royal cultivators were in seclusion. This was an absolute forbidden zone, heavily guarded by Imperial guards year-round, with no one permitted to enter. Yet, to Qin Feng, these guards posed no obstacle. He strolled leisurely into the palace's forbidden grounds. Here, ancient architecture surrounded him. Though slightly weathered, it emanated an overwhelming sense of grandeur, almost as timeless as the existence of the great Xia dynasty itself. Truly, this was a place where many venerable figures had undergone seclusion, and the spiritual energy was undeniably abundant. Qin Feng murmured to himself. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of other areas within the palace by several times. However, this richness held no allure for him, as he possessed ample cultivation resources and had no need to absorb the ambient spiritual energy. System, please register my presence in the palace's forbidden grounds, Qin Feng requested nonchalantly. Beep. Congratulations, Master, check-in successful. You have acquired the external avatar. The mechanical notification from the system echoed in Qin Feng's ears. External avatar? The name piqued Qin Feng's interest. He instinctively understood the purpose of this martial technique without needing to delve into its specifics. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to integrate it. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his memory. This process was brief, but mastering it would require considerable time. The condensed avatar was a pure energy body, entirely controlled by the will of its originator, devoid of independent consciousness, and it consumed spiritual energy continuously, possessing only half the cultivator's power. As the information flooded his mind, Qin Feng's understanding of the external avatar deepened. Although it could only exhibit half of its power, he found it exceedingly satisfactory. He prepared to return and cultivate this newfound technique. However, just then, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He detected a trace of demonic energy, faint yet discernible. His formidable perception allowed him to pinpoint its source. With a mere thought, mysterious and arcane symbols manifested within his gaze, enabling him to scrutinize the precise location of the demonic energy. Soon, he identified it as the pavilion where Prince Mu was in seclusion. How could there be demonic energy here? Qin Feng pondered, perplexed. The demonic energy was so faint it was nearly negligible, had he not possessed his divine sight. Even his keen senses might have failed to locate it. Intrigued, he contemplated entering to investigate, but the pavilion was safeguarded by formations, requiring forceful disruption to gain entry from the outside. Such an act would undoubtedly create a commotion. This is a perfect opportunity to test the external avatar, Qin Feng suddenly thought. Without hesitation, he seated himself upon a nearby stone step, releasing wisps of spiritual energy that flowed through the crevices of the formation into the pavilion. Under his control, the energy swiftly coalesced, ultimately taking on a shadowy form. Only 1/10 of my power. Qin Feng was taken aback, surprised by the lack of success in his initial attempt. However, he dismissed his disappointment, ascending the stairs directly to the top of the pavilion. In no time, he arrived at the uppermost level, but the sight before him left him utterly astonished. There was not a single figure in sight, nor was Prince Mu present. Only a few wisps of demonic energy lingered in the air. What is happening? Qin Feng's expression shifted. Could it be that Prince Mu was abducted by the evil forces? Yet, there were no signs of struggle to suggest a confrontation had occurred. His mind raced with uncertainty until he soon discerned an anomaly. The demonic energy here bore a striking resemblance to the residual martial aura of a human presence, unmistakably indicating that Prince Mu had succumbed to demonic influence. This revelation left Qin Feng speechless. He could hardly fathom that Prince Mu had fallen into darkness. If this news were to spread, it would be a far graver scandal than his own release of the demonic sect's holy maiden, with ramifications beyond measure. Although the practitioners of the demonic sect have cultivated a modified version of the demonic arts, they have not succumbed to the same depravity as the evil demons. Fundamentally, they have merely strayed onto a divergent path. However, should one fully embrace the demonic way, it signifies a complete transformation into a malevolent being. With Prince Mu now absent, could it be that he has fled? Qin Feng murmured to himself. His formidable spiritual consciousness expanded, meticulously probing every corner of the pavilion to ascertain whether he had misjudged the situation. Soon, he discovered a blood letter in a corner of the lower level, authored by Prince Mu. Upon reading it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It turned out that as Prince Mu approached the end of his lifespan, his resolve faltered, unwilling to accept the fate of death. He ventured to the demon suppression tower to absorb demonic energy and fell into the demonic path. Yet, as he prepared to devour humans to prolong his life, his rationality ultimately triumphed over his avarice. He recoiled from the thought of becoming a bloodthirsty demon and clinging to life in such a manner. In the end, he transcended himself, leaving no corpse behind, thus preserving a semblance of dignity. Alas, Qin Feng sighed deeply. The human fear of death has always been insurmountable. He could hardly fathom the day when he might face such a fate. Nevertheless, Qin Feng noticed that as his emotions fluctuated, tendrils of demonic energy suddenly drifted towards him. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable urge. If he were to accept this demonic energy into his body, he could attain eternal life. However, Qin Feng swiftly regained his composure, summoning the bone spirit's cold fire in his palm to incinerate the demonic energy completely. Even if the day came when his lifespan was exhausted, he would never descend into the demonic path and become a devourer of his own kind. Subsequently, Qin Feng returned the blood letter to its original place, retracted his external incarnation, and departed from the royal palace's forbidden grounds. In the days that followed, a piece of good news swiftly circulated throughout the imperial city. The crown prince had successfully pacified the southern barbarian tribes and was preparing to return to court. Within the palace, the ministers were busy making arrangements for his welcome. Enveloped in joy, subjugating the southern barbarians was a feat the imperial family of the Great Xia had failed to accomplish for millennia. The southern barbarians resided in the mountainous regions to the south. While they did not possess many strong warriors, each was robust, making them a formidable collective force. Even in defeat, they could easily retreat into the mountains, rendering them exceedingly difficult to vanquish completely. If the attacking army were to stumble upon a beast tide, the losses would be catastrophic. Occasionally, there had been significant victories that forced the southern barbarians to submit, yet within a few years, they would inevitably revolt again. Now, these barbarians had finally been thoroughly conquered by the Great Xia. Not only were troops stationed in the strongholds, but the clan leaders had also entrusted their sons to the crown prince as hostages. Henceforth, there would be no need to send princesses for marriage alliances, nor would the southern populace suffer the ravages of war any longer. Meanwhile, this news also reached the corpse transport sect. Along the borders of the Great Xia Empire, there lay a seemingly ordinary mountain range stretching for thousands of miles. Among these peaks, one towered high, appearing normal at first glance, yet obscured by formations that concealed its true nature. As two figures flew towards the mountain, they vanished without a trace, leaving only faint ripples in the air. Before them stood not an ordinary peak, but one steeped in ominous energy. Halfway up the mountain, an extensive collection of ancient, eerie structures clung perilously to the cliffs. Exuding a sinister aura, the two figures arrived at the central grand hall, where the malevolent energy was even more palpable. The walls and stone pillars were adorned with various patterns that evoked a hellish ambience. Within the hall, several figures were engaged in discussion. The sect leader, Qin Zining, was already en route back to the imperial city from the south, traveling incognito with only two ninth-tier cultivators from the Wheel Sea realm as protection. One of them respectfully addressed the leading figure. Despite the utmost secrecy surrounding Qin Zining's journey, their extensive network of informants throughout the Great Xia Empire ultimately pinpointed his location. Excellent. The leader of the corpse transport sect turned to a seductive woman beside him and said, "Ji Qin, I entrust the ambush on Qin Zining to you. Rest assured, I will ensure that Qin Zining meets a most untimely end." Ji Qin replied confidently. "Do not forget to bring the ancient corpse of a powerful figure from the Taishan imperial family. We must make the people of the Great Xia believe that the Taishan royal family is behind this." The sect leader reminded. "Of course, I will not overlook that. Otherwise, how could we instigate a war between the two empires and absorb the ominous energy from the battlefield to cultivate more formidable ancient corpses? If this plan succeeds, it will be far easier for us to annihilate the Great Xia Empire," an elder whose age was unfathomable stated ominously. "Their grievances with the Great Xia Empire predate even those of the evil demons. Once, the corpse transport sect was a formidable sect, but their rampant killings and corpse thefts led them to become a target of universal disdain. The founding emperor of the Great Xia mobilized forces to eradicate them, leading to their near obliteration and the severing of their lineage. Only a handful of disciples survived, managing to carry on their legacy despite the destruction of all their powerful ancient corpses and the loss of their primary techniques. It was rumored that a powerful figure in the palace had recently broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. It remains uncertain whether he could thwart our plans." Another elder from the corpse transport sect expressed his concerns. In recent years, although they had unearthed several ancient corpses, many of whom were once of Purple Mansion cultivation, their actual combat power under their control only equated to the 9th tier of the Wheel Sea realm, with the strongest barely at half-step into the Purple Mansion realm. Fear not. The location of our ambush is a full 3,000 miles from the Great Xia Imperial City. That Purple Mansion royal cultivator would never be aware. Qin replied nonchalantly. She had already anticipated this matter before proceeding with the plan. If that is the case, then go forth and act, commanded the leader of the corpse transport sect. As you wish, Qin replied respectfully before turning to leave. Subsequently, the leader of the corpse transport sect resumed discussions with several others on how to locate the burial sites of their former sect's prosperity. In the following half-month, Qin Feng within the royal tomb dedicated himself to training his external incarnation. Compared to other martial skills, mastering this technique required significantly more effort. Fortunately, Qin Feng had ample time. One evening, he suddenly felt a chill as he gazed southward. Why was there such a pervasive aura of death surrounding the crown prince? The wooden sword he had gifted to Qin Zining contained a fragment of his sword intent. Through this thread of intent, Qin Feng sensed the overwhelming presence of death enveloping Qin Zining. Curiosity piqued, mysterious runes manifested in his eyes as he activated his divine vision. Under normal circumstances, even with divine vision, Qin Feng could not perceive events 3,000 miles away. However, because he had left a trace of sword intent on Qin Zining, he could glimpse what transpired there. At the same time, in a city 3,000 miles from the Imperial City, the night was alive with vibrancy. Particularly along the banks of the river that wound through the city, an array of colorful lanterns reflected upon the water, creating a dreamlike tableau. Dozens of lavish pleasure boats glided across the river, filled with the sounds of music and the laughter of enchanting young women, captivating all who beheld them. Meanwhile, at an inn along the riverbank, Qin Zining was taking a respite to dine, accompanied by 2 royal attendants, one clad in black robes and the other in blue. Qin Zining cherished his people as if they were his own children, unwilling to return to the city with a massive escort of tens of thousands of troops. He chose to bring along only 2 formidable experts from the 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. This way, he could discreetly inspect local officials during his journey home. The scenery here was delightful, and the populace appeared to live in peace and contentment. However, one of the black-robed attendants could not help but inquire. Why does the young master still wear a gloomy expression? If the people of the Great Xia could live so harmoniously, I would naturally rejoice. Yet, this beauty is reserved solely for the privileged, while the common folk toil their entire lives without any share of it. How can I find happiness in such a scenario? Qin Zining replied, his voice laden with exhaustion. Throughout his covert visits, he had witnessed numerous flaws within the dynasty that demanded sweeping reforms. The severe land consolidation and the rapid accumulation of wealth in the hands of a select few were pressing issues that needed to be addressed. The 2 elder attendants, upon hearing this, felt a deep admiration for Qin Zining, recognizing his constant concern for the state. However, they refrained from offering further advice, as it was not their place to counsel the sovereign. At that moment, the black-robed attendant furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with astonishment. What is it? Qin Zining asked, puzzled. That individual is practicing the techniques of the Taishan royal family. The black-robed attendant's gaze shifted to a figure cloaked in a dark mantle. Seated quietly in a corner of the tavern, neither eating nor drinking, merely observing. Qin Zining's expression changed drastically. Although the Taishan dynasty and the Great Xia appeared to maintain a facade of harmony, covert rivalries had always persisted. How could a member of the Taishan royal family be here? Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the cloaked figure, unleashing a terrifying aura that instantly reduced numerous patrons in the tavern to mere fragments. The scene became horrifically bloody. Not good. The black-robed attendant's face paled as he urgently grasped Qin Zining's shoulder and propelled them both through the window into the air. At that moment, the cloaked assailant unleashed a deadly martial technique aimed at the blue-robed attendant still inside the tavern. Boom. The terrifying energy wave swiftly engulfed the entire tavern, reducing it to nothing but dust in an instant. Chaos erupted along the banks of the river, with screams and cries for help ringing out incessantly. Indeed, it is a member of the Taishan royal family. They have audaciously ambushed the crown prince. The black-robed attendant's expression darkened. Your Highness, we must leave this place at once. He was unaware if there were other hidden experts nearby, thus they could not linger. Understood, Qin Zining nodded. Though he was concerned for the citizens of the city, he was not foolish. He recognized that he was the target. As long as he departed, the citizens would be safe. With that, the 2 figures soared into the night, distancing themselves from the perilous location. The blue-robed attendant also refrained from prolonging the battle, keeping in mind his primary duty, to protect Qin Zining. After confirming the prince's escape, he withdrew from the conflict, vanishing into the darkness. Meanwhile, the cloaked assailant did not linger and made his exit as well. However, this scene had not gone unnoticed, as several cultivators in the city had observed the unmistakable techniques of the Taishan royal family. It would not be long before news of the assassination attempt on the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty reached the ears of the Jini Wei. 200 miles outside the city, Qin Zining and the two royal attendants found themselves in a remote location. The nearest military camp is approximately 700 miles away. Let us head there, the blue-robed attendant proposed solemnly. While the camp may not have many powerful experts, the formidable formations created by the numerous soldiers were indeed daunting, warranting caution. Moreover, each camp was protected by powerful arrays, providing a secure refuge. Agreed. Qin Zining nodded, preparing to make their way to the military camp. Just then, an eerie melody echoed from the dense forest below, filled with an unsettling ambience. With a sudden rush, several figures burst forth from the forest, encircling Qin Zining and his attendants. These figures were not alive. They were ancient corpses, exuding a sinister aura. What? The corpse-chasing sect? The two royal attendants exclaimed in shock. They had never anticipated becoming targets of the corpse-chasing sect, especially not against such a formidable array of ancient corpses. Could the assailant from the Taishan royal family also have been a creation of the corpse-chasing sect? In that moment, Qin Zining grasped the gravity of the situation. Just then, a seductive laugh rang out as Qin, along with several individuals wielding ghostly artifacts to control the corpses, ascended from the forest below. Have you finally come to your senses? It is too late now, she taunted. Despicable. Qin Zining's expression darkened. He immediately realized that the corpse-chasing sect was instigating a war between the two royal dynasties. Should this occur, it would bring untold suffering to the populace. Your esteemed highness, it seems you have only one path left, so you might as well kneel and surrender. Qin, noticing Qin Zining's striking appearance, entertained thoughts of taking him as her plaything. Regardless, her ultimate goal was to eliminate him, whether through death or servitude. Chapter 21. The Crown Prince's Integrity. Such foolish delusions. I am the son of the Great Xia. How could I grovel before the likes of you? A heretical sect? Qin Zining retorted fiercely. He would rather fight to the death than retreat. With that, he produced a royal token, channeling a portion of the dynasty's fortune to bolster his strength to the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. Ah, the more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. Qin replied with a seductive smile before issuing commands. Eliminate those two old fools, but spare the crown prince. She intended to thoroughly train Qin Zining, transforming him into her obedient slave. The other members of the corpse-chasing sect nodded in agreement, then activated their ghostly artifacts, emitting the eerie melody once more. Upon hearing this melody, the ancient corpses surged into a frenzy, launching themselves at Qin Zining and his attendants. Boom! An intense battle erupted. The two royal attendants, both at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, unleashed powerful martial techniques, striving to carve a path for Qin Zining. The ancient corpses, however, were equally relentless. Though they were deceased and moved awkwardly, they had once been formidable practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm, capable of employing some of their former techniques, making them comparably powerful to those at the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. With explosive clashes of various spiritual techniques illuminating the night sky, waves of energy rippled outward. Occasionally, an ancient corpse would be struck down, crashing into the ground and creating massive craters, shattering trees in their wake. Yet, undeterred by pain or death, they surged back into battle under the control of the corpse-chasing sect. With the royal fortune enhancing him, Qin Zining shone with a golden radiance, resembling a true dragon as he clashed with the ancient corpses surrounding him. The battle intensified, but as time passed, Qin Zining and his attendants soon found themselves at a disadvantage. The overwhelming numbers of the ancient corpses pressed on relentlessly, and with the arrival of the ancient corpse of the earlier Taishan royal expert, their situation became increasingly dire. With a sudden force, an ancient corpse withered, and skeletal managed to withstand a punch from the black-robed acolyte, driving its decayed hand through the latter's shoulder. Get away from me! The black-robed acolyte roared, retaliating with another blow that sent the ancient corpse flying, nearly disassembling it. However, blood gushed from his left shoulder, and his combat strength plummeted dramatically. At this moment, the tide of battle had decisively shifted, and the advantages of the ancient corpses became increasingly evident. Boom, boom, boom. In a short span, Qin Zining and his companions were struck down to the ground by the formidable martial prowess of the ancient corpses, each one heavily injured and spitting blood, their faces ashen and devoid of fighting spirit. Qin and the members of the corpse-handling sect also found themselves sprawled on the ground. Your Highness, my beloved ancient corpse was nearly shattered by you. I have changed my mind. I shall kill you and refine you into an ancient corpse, then slowly train you, Qin declared, her eyes cold and filled with fury. The ancient corpses she had brought today constituted a significant portion of the corpse-handling sect's current strength. Witnessing them so ruthlessly damaged by Qin Zining and his companions incensed her greatly. As she spoke, she slowly drew her long knife, her gaze brimming with murderous intent. Hiki. The plan is about to succeed. When the two great empires erupt into war, the corpse-handling sect shall undoubtedly rise in power. The deep-seated enmity with the great Xia dynasty would be settled gradually in due time. The members of the corpse-handling sect were all filled with exhilaration, as if they could already envision the flourishing future of their sect. Meanwhile, the two royal acolytes looked on with bittersweet expressions. They had done their utmost, but they were no match for these ancient corpses. Am I to die here? Qin Zining, gravely wounded, thought despairingly. He still had many matters to attend to. Numerous reforms to implement for the benefit of the people. He was unwilling to accept this fate. More importantly, he was deeply concerned for Qin Feng. If someone else ascended to the position of crown prince, would they treat him, the elder brother, with kindness? No one can save you today, perish. Qin exclaimed, her long knife brimming with energy as she prepared to cleave down upon Qin Zining and his companions. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly shot forth from a distance. Swish, a sword soul of wind, akin to a meteor, traversed 3,000 miles, bearing unmatched sword intent. What is that? Qin, ready to strike, felt the terrifying sword intent and turned pale. In that instant, she sensed the peril of death and hastily raised her knife to defend herself. However, her long knife shattered instantly, and the wind sword soul pierced through her chest, crimson blood gushing forth. She fell heavily to the ground, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Unable to fathom that she had been slain by an unknown sword just as her sect stood on the brink of prosperity. What? The other members of the corpse-handling sect were taken aback. However, they quickly reacted, frantically shaking their dark artifacts to emit eerie melodies, attempting to control the ancient corpses to shield themselves. Sadly, these ancient corpses, possessing merely the strength of the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, could not withstand such a formidable sword soul. Puffed, puffed. The sword soul swept through like a hot knife through butter, swiftly eliminating all the ancient corpses and members of the corpse-handling sect, before dissipating into wisps of wind sword intent across the vast expanse. What? What just happened? Qin Zining stood frozen in shock. What had transpired? How was it that he was on the verge of being killed, only to witness the complete annihilation of all the corpse-handling sect members? It was the wind sword intent. The one who acted was Prince Mu, exclaimed the blue-robed acolyte. How can this be? Prince Mu was clearly in the palace, and we are 3,000 miles away. How could he possibly know we were in danger? Qin Zining questioned, perplexed. The blue-robed acolyte fell silent as well. Even a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm could not know what transpired 3,000 miles away. Regardless, the members of the corpse-handling sect have been slain. Our immediate priority is to leave this place, the black-robed acolyte stated solemnly. Qin Zining nodded in agreement. The three of them wasted no further time and swiftly made their way toward the Imperial city. On their journey, Qin Zining and his companions encountered no further dangers and successfully returned to the Imperial city. Upon arriving at the palace, Qin Zining hurried to the Imperial study. The Emperor of Xia was currently listening to several ministers report various matters. Upon seeing Qin Zining, he displayed joy yet confusion, unsure why the prince had returned early. Without hesitation, Qin Zining recounted all that had transpired to the emperor. The powerful figures and high-ranking officials present gasped in shock upon hearing of the corpse-handling sect's nefarious scheme. This plot was exceptionally insidious. When Qin Zining mentioned the wind sword soul, they all fell into contemplation. 3,000 miles away, how could Prince Mu possibly know of your peril? Elder Qin could not contain his curiosity, unless he left a mark upon you, allowing him to monitor your whereabouts and safety at all times. However, the likelihood of that is very slim. His words were cautious, though the reality was that such a possibility was virtually non-existent. Prince Mu had already attained the Purple Mansion realm. For someone of such caliber, elevating their cultivation and prolonging their lifespan took precedence over anything else. It was improbable that he would place such significance on a mere prince, much less leave a mark on him. I am also at a loss, Qin Zining replied, a bitter expression crossing his face. But aside from Prince Mu, who else possesses the wind sword intent and would be willing to intervene to save the crown prince? One minister inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. His question plunged the room into silence, as none could conceive of another candidate besides Prince Mu. The Emperor too found himself at a standstill. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly stated, "Well, aside from Prince Mu, it is impossible for anyone else to have come to your aid. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. The corpse-handling sect has emerged once more to cause trouble. They must pay the price for their actions." The last time the members of the corpse-handling sect had infiltrated the palace for decades, the Emperor had postponed addressing them due to unresolved issues with the southern barbarians. This time, he could not afford to indulge the corpse-handling sect's reckless behavior any longer. The ministers nodded in agreement, commencing discussions on how to deal with the corpse-handling sect. In the days that followed within the corpse-handling sect, the sect leader Yu Cheng and others were filled with elation. Their dispatch members had finally located one of the ancient burial sites from the sect's prosperous past, where dozens of already refined ancient corpses lay in wait. Although many had decayed beyond use due to the passage of time, the remaining corpses still possessed combat capabilities at the first heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, if not stronger. By infusing these ancient corpses with Qin energy, we can awaken and control them. With these powerful ancient corpses, sweeping through the entire Taishan dynasty will be an absolute cinch, Yu Cheng, the sect leader, proclaimed with fervor. The other elders echoed his sentiments, their hearts brimming with joy. After years of grievances, their generation would finally see retribution. However, the elder voiced his concerns. To awaken and control these ancient corpses, we require a substantial amount of Qin energy. The reserves within our sect may not suffice to awaken them all. No need to worry. Did Qin not go to eliminate the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty? Once the two great dynasties erupt into war, a significant amount of malevolent energy will be generated, sufficient to awaken all our ancient corpses. The leader of the corpse transport sect expressed no concerns whatsoever. However, the lack of news regarding Qin has left the Grand Elder of the sect quite anxious. He has been feeling a sense of unease lately. Yet, others dismissed his worries, assuring him that Qin had taken with her a substantial number of our sect's formidable ancient corpses, and that the plan would undoubtedly succeed. Beside Qin Junyan stood only two 9th-tier guardians, while all our ancient corpses possessed 9th-tier strength. Defeating him would be akin to child's play. Qin's silence likely meant she had captured Qin Junyan and was torturing him elsewhere, as she relished such pursuits. The others perceived the Grand Elder's caution as a sign of age-induced timidity. The Grand Elder could only nod in agreement, perhaps acknowledging he had indeed overthought the situation. With Qin commanding so many powerful ancient corpses, it seemed improbable that any issues would arise. Just then, a figure rushed into the hall, exclaiming, "Sect leader, something terrible has happened." His frantic entrance hinted at some disastrous event. Yu Cheng scolded him, "Speak slowly. What is the matter?" The man swallowed hard, attempting to steady his voice. "I have just received news that Qin and her group have been killed." Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present changed dramatically. Disbelief etched across their features. "What did you say?" Yu Cheng exclaimed in shock, gripping the man's clothing and demanding, "How could Qin, leading a significant portion of our sect's powerful ancient corpses, possibly be slain?" He found it unfathomable. Even if the mission failed, it should not have resulted in their deaths. I do not know," the man stammered, fear evident in his voice. Qin and her ancient corpses were indeed killed, and their remains were publicly burned by the Genie Wei. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. The leader of the corpse transport sect declared with a grave tone. "Third Elder, go verify the authenticity of this news." Understood. The third elder, responsible for intelligence, promptly exited the hall. Shortly thereafter, he returned, accompanied by numerous informants, all delivering a consistent account of the same grim news. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, their expression shifting from disbelief to horror. Just moments ago, they had confidently asserted that their plan was foolproof, only to be confronted with a starkly contrary reality. How could this happen? In that moment, Yu Cheng's eyes filled with bewilderment. The loss of Qin and a significant portion of their powerful ancient corpses was a devastating blow to the newly rising corpse transport sect. His heart ached with despair. Reports indicated that the assailants were a formidable figure from the Great Xia royal family, a Purple Mansion expert. The Great Xia royal family possesses a Purple Mansion expert? Yu Cheng exclaimed. But Qin's ambush location was a full 3,000 miles from the royal city. How could he have known? This remains unclear. The third elder replied, his tone laced with bitterness. Their intelligence could not ascertain such specifics. Damn it, Yu Cheng bellowed in frustration. At that moment, even worse news arrived. The Xia Emperor had ordered the Genie Wei to locate the corpse transport sect's headquarters within 6 months and eradicate it entirely. The Qin Yiwei had begun recalling their spies stationed in the south, searching for disciples of the corpse transport sect engaged in grave robbery and intelligence gathering. Sect leader, we cannot remain here any longer, the Grand Elder stated solemnly. With our powerful ancient corpses nearly decimated, if the Qin Yiwei discovers our location, we will be in grave danger. Yu Cheng, upon hearing this, coughed up blood in fury, nearly fainting. Just moments before, he had been filled with elation at the prospect of the sect's rise, only to now face the abandonment of their newly established stronghold. I refuse to flee like a frightened dog, he gritted through clenched teeth. Do not be enraged, sect leader, several elders urged him, quickly trying to calm him. We have identified a former hiding place for our corpses. If we lie low and secretly gather malevolent energy, we can easily obliterate the great Xia dynasty. Hearing their reassurances, Yu Cheng gradually subdued his frustration and nodded in agreement, instructing all disciples to leave immediately and disperse to hide. After departing the Imperial study, Qin Zining first visited his long-absent daughter, Qin Zining, and praised her remarkable advancement in cultivation. He cautioned her to remain humble and not seek revenge for past grievances inflicted by her royal siblings. He then swiftly attended to several matters at home, sternly reprimanding his two troublesome sons. Subsequently, he made his way to the royal tomb to see Qin Feng. Brother, you must have endured considerable hardship in the royal tomb these years, Qin Zining remarked upon seeing Qin Feng, who had remained in solitude without any training resources. Not at all, Qin Feng replied with a light smile, unfazed by his circumstances. You must have encountered your share of troubles during your inspections over the years. Qin Zining did not conceal his experiences, as the entire dynasty was aware of the incident. He recounted his ambush by the corpse transport sect and expressed his internal conflict, saying, though everyone believes that Prince Mu saved me, I have my doubts. Why do you think it was not Prince Mu? Qin Feng asked, taken aback. Because when that sword spirit flew from afar, I felt a strange familiarity, Qin Zining mused. It was as if I had encountered that sword intent before. Though I have never met Prince Mu in my life, how could I be so familiar with his sword intent? He had carried a small wooden sword imbued with a hint of sword intent, which subtly influenced his own swordsmanship, leading to his immediate recognition of the wind sword spirit. Perhaps it is due to your blood relation to Prince Mu that you felt this familiarity, Qin Feng suggested thoughtfully. Yet, Qin Zining shook his head. The sense of familiarity transcends mere blood ties. It feels more like the connection I have with my brother. Qin Feng was left speechless. He had not anticipated that the gift he presented to Qin Zining would lead to such suspicions. Perhaps I am overthinking this, he chuckled. However, Qin Zining quickly added, aside from Prince Mu, it is unlikely that there are any Purple Mansion experts within the royal family. Qin Feng smiled in agreement, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, the two engaged in a conversation about recent events, with Qin Zining articulating his reform ideas, while Qin Feng occasionally offered his thoughts. In the ensuing 2 years, the palace was abuzz with good tidings. First, the sect of the corpse transporting school was discovered, prompting Qin Zining to lead troops in a campaign to eradicate it. Following this, several royal offerings experienced successive breakthroughs in their cultivation, particularly those practicing the sword path, with 2 individuals notably advancing from the 9th layer of the Wheel C to the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion. At this juncture, Qin Feng remained oblivious to these happenings, showing little concern. During this period, he had refined his external avatar to its pinnacle, with one avatar possessing a significant portion of his cultivation and the ability to execute all his techniques. Although Qin Zining had returned, he was preoccupied with numerous affairs of the dynasty, compounded by the deteriorating health of Emperor Xia, which rendered him increasingly busy and with little time to visit the royal tomb. As in previous years, Qin Zining occasionally kept Qin Feng company for conversation. After a prolonged slumber lasting half a year, Qin Feng awoke to the biting chill of winter winds. He lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, sensing that snow was imminent, and thus moved his rocking chair beneath a tree. At that moment, the little white fox, having returned unbeknownst to him, lay on the grass nearby. Upon seeing Qin Feng rise from his chair, it could not help but shake its head in dismay. Such weakness. Yet it sleeps all day. How exceedingly lazy. Detecting no fluctuations of spiritual energy from Qin Feng, the fox naturally assumed he possessed no significant cultivation. What piqued the little white fox's curiosity was why Qin Feng, with such feeble abilities, could sleep for months, even half a year, without the need for sustenance. It concluded that he must be relying on pills for sustenance, further solidifying its belief that he was remarkably indolent. You're back again. Qin Feng noted the little white fox with mild confusion. The last time he had awakened, it was absent, leading him to believe it had departed. To his surprise, after several years, it had returned. However, the little white fox paid him no heed. Over the past few years, it had traveled to numerous places, hoping to leverage its innate ability to discover rare treasures to hasten its recovery from injuries and improve its cultivation. Yet, those treasures were fiercely guarded by formidable beasts, and instead of acquiring them, it had narrowly escaped death multiple times, realizing that resting here would allow for a quicker recuperation. It was utterly exhausted and longed for a proper respite. Such a foul temper. Observing the little white fox's complete disregard, Qin Feng chuckled as he pulled it closer. "Ah, you self-destructive creature, sleep away without disturbing my cultivation. Don't touch me." The little white fox, gripped by the scruff of its neck, immediately began to struggle, seeking to break free from Qin Feng's grasp. Yet, devoid of any cultivation and still recovering from its injuries, it was no more than an ordinary fox, unable to escape his hold. Its eyes blazed with fury as it glared at Qin Feng. He appeared so gentle, yet was so fierce in reality. With his left hand unyielding, Qin Feng gently ruffled the little fox's head with his right. "Perfect. I could use a pet to help consume my excess pills. But first, let me ascertain your gender." As he spoke, Qin Feng reached down to part the little white fox's hind legs, squinting as he examined. At that moment, the little white fox stiffened, its eyes wide in shock, as though struck by lightning. What was this beast doing? In that instant, it felt as if its purity had been stripped away. The subsequent words from Qin Feng sent the little white fox into a frenzy. "It's a female. Well, that's that." A hint of disappointment flickered across Qin Feng's face as he remarked, "I'm not particularly fond of keeping female pets. They come with too many uncertainties. You never know when they'll go out for a stroll and return pregnant." With that, he released the little white fox, allowing it to return to the spot where it had been resting. The little white fox, still reeling from shock, gradually regained its composure. In that moment, shame, rage, and murderous intent surged within it. As the princess of the fox clan, it felt utterly humiliated by being treated so disgracefully by a human. The little white fox vowed to exact revenge on Qin Feng for this affront, fantasizing about tearing him apart, scattering his ashes, and boiling his bones for soup. Enraged, the little white fox leapt up, incessantly striking at Qin Feng's body. However, in its current weakened state, it lacked any real power, rendering its actions more akin to a pet playfully beseeching affection from its master. Enough of this. I still have cultivation to attend to. Though Qin Feng appeared to be sleeping, only he knew he was diligently practicing. In the midst of their exchange, he gently tossed the little white fox into the nearby grass. The little fox landed unscathed but rolled several times before coming to a halt, covered in debris. Looking utterly disheveled, as if it had just been mistreated, it gazed at Qin Feng, who lounged leisurely in his chair, with eyes full of resentment. "Vile beast. Degenerate. Scoundrel. Once my strength returns, you shall regret this day." The little white fox seethed inwardly, vowing to bring Qin Feng to his knees and humiliate him in return. Though it knew it could be killed, it could not endure such humiliation. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, who continued to immerse himself in his cultivation, the little white fox's emotions morphed from rage to sorrow. Considering the severity of its injuries from its recent outing, it realized that reclaiming its peak strength would take time, let alone seeking revenge on Qin Feng. Its gaze drifted longingly towards the palace's exterior, reminiscent of a lovesick concubine in a secluded chamber. 6 months later, Qin Zining arrived at the royal tomb to bid farewell to Qin Feng, as she had reached the age to embark on her own journey of trials. Though Qin Feng was aware of this news, he was not particularly surprised. After all, the princes and princesses were destined to venture forth into the world. Although fraught with danger, a flower raised in a greenhouse, unacquainted with the storms of life, would surely wither at the first sign of adversity. Qin Feng imparted several pieces of advice to Qin Zining, cautioning her against trusting strangers. He also gifted her a pure gold pendant in the shape of a sword, imbued with a wisp of sword intent. Should danger arise, he would be able to sense it immediately. Chapter 24. The released evil. Approximately 6 months after Qin Zicing's departure, the little white fox also took its leave. Each time it encountered Qin Feng, it felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. It no longer wished to linger here and recover slowly. It yearned to seek out rare treasures to restore its strength and exact vengeance upon Qin Feng to alleviate its pent-up resentment. Indeed, keeping female pets proved troublesome. Constantly wandering in search of companionship, oblivious to the need to remain in one place. Upon awakening from another slumber, Qin Feng noticed the little white fox had vanished once more, prompting a sigh of exasperation. If the little white fox were to overhear him, it would surely retaliate. Shaking his head, Qin Feng directed his gaze towards the palace's outer realms, preparing to venture out and explore new locales for signing in. The signing locations within the palace, while still rewarding upon subsequent visits, lacked the bountiful rewards of their initial discoveries. Thus, he resolved to seek out new places to sign in. Having made his decision, Qin Feng did not linger and walked directly towards the palace's exit. With Qin Zining and Qin Zining absent from the royal residence, and after Chu Xiong's departure, the Imperial guards only delivered provisions once a year, leaving the royal mausoleum devoid of visitors. He had no reason to fear being discovered as he departed. Before long, Qin Feng left the Imperial city and soared westward on his sword. Surrounded by swirling sword energy, he glided gracefully through the lofty clouds, his garments billowing in the wind, resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Gazing down upon the vast expanse of land, mountains, rivers, and the myriad forms of life below, he observed everything with keen clarity. There were ferocious beasts fighting for food, diligent practitioners honing their skills, and ordinary folk toiling in the fields, a vivid panorama of existence. Where shall I explore? Qin Feng mused softly. His knowledge of the Kanglan domain was limited to ancient texts, and he was not well acquainted with its locations. After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to overthink it. After all, he could register anywhere he pleased, and wherever his journey took him, he would follow. Over the course of several months, Qin Feng wandered freely, exploring at leisure. By day, he traveled to various places, signing in and acquiring diverse resources, and by night, he sought tranquil spots to meditate and reflect. When thirsty, he drank dew. When hungry, he also drank dew. Life was immensely relaxed and enjoyable. He had long departed the territories of the Great Xia dynasty and had lost track of his whereabouts within the Kanglan domain. He understood that such a vast distance would be insurmountable for an ordinary person on foot in a lifetime. Gradually, the landscape beneath him transformed into rugged mountains, making it increasingly rare to see clusters of human settlements or towns. One morning, as Qin Feng prepared meat over a fire in the forest, he suddenly heard a deafening roar from afar, as if something had broken free from its seal, followed by the eruption of fierce combat and a terrifying surge of energy. What is happening? Qin Feng furrowed his brow and moved swiftly towards the source of the sound, covering vast distances with each step. In no time, he arrived at a solitary temple that had presumably stood for countless ages. A torrent of demonic energy was surging forth from the ancient structure, while dozens of powerful figures surrounded it. Among them, 3 or 4 were at the 9th heavenly layer of the Wheel Sea realm, and the leader possessed the cultivation of the 1st heavenly layer of the Purple Mansion realm. There truly are evil spirits beneath this temple. Our hopes for restoring the kingdom are alive. The leader, a prince of the Chu kingdom, laughed joyously. After the populace had risen against the dynasty, he had longed for the restoration of his kingdom. From an ancient text, he had learned of the existence of evil spirits here and conceived the idea of harnessing their power for his cause. The evil spirits merely desired human flesh. Once they restored their kingdom, they would provide whatever the spirits demanded. Another former minister of the Chu kingdom spoke earnestly. It would be best if these evil spirits could devour all the rebels entirely. Laughter and excitement erupted among the others, as they envisioned the revival of the Chu kingdom. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the ancient temple. Is there truly a temple in the Kanglan domain? He exclaimed in astonishment. Over the years, he had perused numerous ancient texts in the library, striving to gain a deeper understanding of the Kanglan domain, only to be baffled by the absence of any records regarding Buddhism. He had assumed that Buddhism had never spread here, yet he was now confronted with an ancient temple. However, from the conversation of those around him, he discerned that they were oblivious to the temple's significance, treating it merely as an ordinary structure. I wonder what rewards I might gain by signing in here, Qin Feng pondered. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and stepped boldly towards the ancient temple, fearing that the recently unleashed evil spirit might destroy it in a fit of rage. Who goes there? The prince of the Chu kingdom and his companions shouted as they noticed Qin Feng approaching the temple. However, Qin Feng paid them no heed and continued on his path. What does this fellow intend to do? They wondered. Who knows? But now that the evil spirit has emerged, he approaches at his own peril, they scoffed. He must be a madman, seeking to become the first sacrifice for the evil spirit. Seeing Qin Feng stride confidently towards the temple, the onlookers from the Chu kingdom sneered derisively. The aura emanating from the evil spirit was that of a mid-stage 3rd heavenly layer of the Purple Mansion realm, a level of power that was exceedingly rare throughout the Kanglan domain. Qin Feng, appearing to be a young man not yet 50, exuded no martial aura, prompting them to dismiss him entirely. I hunger for flesh. I desire blood. At that moment, a towering evil spirit, standing 2 meters tall, emerged from the temple, its eyes glowing crimson with a fierce hunger. Upon spotting Qin Feng, it became elated, eager to savor the taste of humanity. Compared to the beasts that had inadvertently wandered into the ancient temple over the years, it always believed that the tender flesh of humans was the most delectable and exquisite. The profound intelligence of humans, coupled with their formidable spiritual awareness, provided the greatest sustenance. With a thunderous roar, the evil spirit summoned the surrounding demonic energy, rapidly coalescing it into a massive black hand that lunged towards Qin Feng. The overwhelming malevolence sent shivers down the spines of the Chu Kingdom's onlookers, who were witnessing the true might of a third heavenly layer Purple Mansion realm powerhouse. In their eyes, Qin Feng had already become a doomed figure. To consume me? You underestimate yourself, Qin Feng retorted coldly as he observed the colossal hand approaching. He slowly raised a finger, and astonishing sword energy began to gather at its tip, radiating a brilliant light. The formidable sword intent emanated from him, spreading outward in all directions. P.S. Before you read the next chapter, let it be known that while the protagonist will cultivate Buddhist martial arts, he will not formally join the Buddhist sect, so rest assured. His primary focus remains the path of the sword. With a swift motion, the sword light erupted from Qin Feng's fingertip, hurtling towards the massive black hand. The intensity of the sword light was terrifying, leaving behind a trail of deep gashes in the ground. In an instant, the sword light collided with the enormous black hand, unleashing a tremendous wave of spiritual energy. The black hand could not withstand even a moment's resistance and was shattered into wisps of demonic energy that dissipated into the ether. What? The evil spirit gasped in disbelief, astonished that someone so seemingly youthful could possess such formidable strength. Just as it was reeling from shock, the sword light continued unabated, hurtling towards it with relentless force. Not daring to delay, the evil spirit hurriedly gathered all the demonic energy around it, forming a black shield to block Qin Feng's sword light. Unfortunately, it was far too weak. The disparity between each minor realm in the Purple Mansion was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Moreover, it was 3 minor realms weaker than Qin Feng, who possessed the ability to triumph over opponents of higher tiers. The gap between them was insurmountable, akin to the distance between stars. With a crack, the sword light easily shattered the black shield and pierced into the evil spirit's body. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, echoing like a wailing ghost. The agony twisted the evil spirit's visage, yet Qin Feng did not deliver the final blow. This scene left the people of the state of Chu utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. How could it be possible? How could this individual possess such formidable strength, vanquishing a malevolent entity of the 3rd tier of the Purple Mansion realm in an instant? He was not yet 50 years old, and moments ago, he had exhibited no signs of spiritual energy fluctuation. How could he suddenly unleash such overwhelming power? At that moment, countless questions erupted in the minds of the Crown Prince of Chu and his companions, as if their understanding of the world had been irrevocably transformed. When had such a young martial genius emerged in the Kanglan domain? Yet, no one could provide answers to their queries. In that instant, Qin Feng strode confidently towards the malevolent being. How can you be so powerful? What do you intend to do? The creature, immobilized by the piercing sword ray that had struck its body, cried out in terror. Even a millennium ago, during the peak of the Kanglan domain, when the great dynasties were at their zenith and the battle against the malevolent forces had not yet erupted, such a martial prodigy had never been witnessed. Allow me to glimpse your consciousness, Qin Feng replied coolly, not addressing the creature's question. Eliminating this malevolent being was a trivial task for him. However, he refrained from doing so, for he wished to uncover the truth of the connection between this entity and the Buddhist sect. Suddenly, ancient and intricate runes materialized in the depths of Qin Feng's eyes as he began to delve into the memories of the malevolent being. No. Please, no. The creature shrieked in agony. The invasion of its consciousness and memories was akin to torture, far worse than death itself. It sought to end its own life, yet found it impossible, for Qin Feng's probing rendered it incapable of controlling its own body. After a while, the creature's cries gradually subsided. It turned out that a monk, seeking to spread the teachings of Buddhism in the Kanglan domain, had been targeted by this malevolent being during his meditation. Their battle had raged for months, and although the monk had ultimately managed to seal the creature, he had exhausted himself in the process. So that was it, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Having acquired the information he sought, he showed no mercy and swiftly ended the creature's life. Its massive form collapsed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Moments later, it disintegrated, leaving behind only a swirling mass of demonic energy. Dead. It's dead. The Crown Prince of Chu and his companions stood in shock, unable to comprehend that a young man, not yet 50, could wield such terrifying power. Since you long to ally yourselves with malevolence, then let it be so. Qin Feng cast a glance at them, his voice calm. With a flick of his sleeve, Dozens of sword rays surged towards the crown prince and his companions. Run! They finally reacted from their stupor and attempted to flee. Yet, given their feeble abilities, escape was futile. In an instant, the sword rays caught up with them, piercing their bodies. The scent of blood permeated the air. Qin Feng then turned his gaze towards the ancient temple. System, initiate my sign-in here, he commanded. Ding. Sign-in successful. You have received the reward. Pure land of the Buddha. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. What is the pure land of the Buddha? Surely it cannot be a mere dilapidated temple? Curiosity piqued. Qin Feng examined the details. To his astonishment, the pure land of the Buddha was a legendary Buddhist technique, accessible only to those of profound understanding in the Dharma. Within this pure land, no external forces could intrude. Was this not akin to a realm? Typically, only those at the martial domain level could manifest such a domain. Yet here he was at the purple mansion level, capable of doing so? Astonished, Qin Feng realized that mastering the pure land of the Buddha required a deep comprehension of Buddhist teachings. Is it too late for me to cultivate Buddhism? I could set aside my past transgressions, he pondered. Regardless, he resolved to give it a try. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng sat cross-legged within the ancient temple, commencing his cultivation of the pure land of the Buddha. Before long, ancient golden Buddhist characters began to materialize around him, emanating a sacred aura. Simultaneously, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The turbulent demonic energy surrounding him was rapidly refined into strands of golden light, coalescing around his form. Faintly, the resounding sound of Buddhist chants echoed within the temple. A month swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Qin Feng remained seated within the temple, completely refining the surrounding demonic energy into golden light that encircled him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with golden radiance. A brilliant light erupted within a Tenjong radius, with countless Buddhist characters floating in the air, accompanied by a resonant Buddhist chant that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Is this the pure land of the Buddha? Qin Feng marveled, surveying the area illuminated by golden light and swirling Buddhist characters. He felt an absolute mastery over this space. Anyone entering would be significantly weakened. Yet, he lamented the limited range. If I were to encounter an equally matched opponent, I would need to deploy the pure land of the Buddha unexpectedly in battle to prevent their escape. However, he did not despair, for he had seen the description of the pure land of the Buddha. Upon reaching full mastery, its effect could encompass an entire domain. At that point, who could possibly escape his pure land? Not even the Tathagata. With that, Qin Feng rose and departed from the ancient temple. The refining of the demonic energy had expanded his pure land, and he intended to seek out a place rich in demonic energy. Chapter 26. The Demon Mountain Range in the Kanglan Domain. There exist many sealed areas for malevolent beings. However, most are located within the imperial cities of the great dynasties, suppressed by formidable formations and the imperial aura to prevent the emergence of malevolence. There are, however, exceptions, such as the Demon Mountain Range, stretching 3,000 miles, where all trees are pitch black and exude demonic energy. Not a single demonic beast can be found within. The sky above is perpetually dim, casting an eerie atmosphere. This place was established after the Sealing War a millennium ago, where powerful dynasties and sects confined weaker malevolent beings rather than exterminating them, allowing them to weaken over time while providing a training ground for the youth. At the entrance of the Demon Mountain Range, a multitude of figures gathered, creating a lively scene. Today marked the opening of the Demon Mountain Range, allowing cultivators below the transformation realm to enter. The most talented individuals from the most powerful dynasties and sects in the Kanglan domain were also preparing to enter the mountains for training. Before long, silhouettes shot through the sky from the distance, capturing the attention of many. Qin Feng of the Golden Sun sect, who had achieved the pinnacle of the transformation realm at a young age, truly possessed exceptional talent. Upon witnessing the leader among the figures, gasps of astonishment echoed. Clad in white attire and wielding a folding fan, Qin Feng exuded an air of elegance, basking in the adulation of the crowd. Shortly after, two additional prodigies from different sects arrived, inciting further waves of admiration and discussion. At this moment, Qin Zining, also out for training, appeared at a distance, standing apart from the renowned figures of the sections. Qin Zining. She's here too? Her age must be at least 10 years younger than all the prodigies present. How could she possibly join them in the trials of the evil Demon Mountain Range? You are unaware? Although Qin Zining is young, her cultivation is already at the mid-stage of the 8th tier of the spirit transformation realm, which is not inferior to those other talents. She has reached the mid-stage of the 8th tier of the spirit transformation realm, and she is a sword cultivator, which is notoriously difficult to master. Her innate talent is astonishing, Could it be due to the emergence of that Purple Mansion realm expert in the Great Xia dynasty a few years ago? You think too much. How could a Purple Mansion realm expert conjure a genius like Qin Zining from thin air? It is rumored that Qin Zining possesses a peerless sword body. On the day of her birth, the sound of swords resonated through the heavens and the earth, which is why she has such remarkable talent in the sword arts, achieving such an extraordinary realm at a young age. Many were taken aback by Qin Zining's formidable cultivation, whispering amongst themselves. The gazes upon her included a hint of admiration. After all, a girl with such stunning beauty and martial talent is bound to attract attention. Qin Zining's progress in cultivation is indeed rapid. I estimate that in a few years, she will surpass us all, remarked Lu Meyer of the Cold Moon sect with a light laugh. While she appeared to be praising Qin Zining, her eyes subtly flicked towards Qin Feng. The once illuminated Qin Feng, a prodigy of the Jinyang sect, who had been focused on Qin Zining, now wore an increasingly displeased expression. He was originally the most renowned talent among the younger generation in the Kanglan domain, but Qin Zining's appearance had stolen the spotlight that rightfully belonged to him, fostering a lingering hostility towards her. Humph, I will not allow her to surpass me, Qin Feng scoffed. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Lu Meyer's eyes. She had achieved her goal by provoking Qin Feng to voice such sentiments publicly. Meanwhile, Qin Zining, under the weight of so many complex gazes, felt somewhat awkward and out of place. She engaged in casual conversation with other young talents from various dynasties, discussing their recent experiences and trials. Although the relations among the great dynasties were fraught with undercurrents, they maintained a facade of harmony due to their shared objective of sealing away the evil demons. Furthermore, the younger generation of royalty primarily focused on enhancing their cultivation and had not yet delved into court intrigues, resulting in relatively amicable relations, especially in contrast to their interactions with various sections. As more prodigies arrived, the crowd's attention shifted towards the evil demon mountain range, eagerly awaiting its opening. Boom! Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the world converged in this location. The suppression array encompassing the entire evil demon mountain range finally revealed a fissure, allowing those seeking trials to enter. Let us proceed. Qin Feng of the Jinyang sect calmly addressed those beside him. He tucked away his folding fan and strode boldly inside. The evil demon mountain range not only harbored evil demons, but also treasures, remnants of the ancient battlefield where numerous talents from various factions had perished. With one person leading, others quickly followed suit, and a multitude entered. Qin Zining and several other prodigies from different dynasties also ventured into the evil demon mountain range before them. Among the crowd, a figure draped in a black cloak also strode forward. Though his attire was somewhat unusual, it failed to attract much attention. This individual was Qin Feng. He sought to enter the evil demon mountain range to sign in and hoped to harness the demonic energy within to strengthen his Buddhist sanctuary. However, being a former prince, he had many acquaintances, so he concealed his identity with a black robe to avoid unnecessary trouble. Buzz. At the moment Qin Feng stepped into the array, it suddenly trembled slightly. The evil demon mountain range was designated for trials of the younger generation, and the array had strict limitations. Only those at the spirit transformation realm below the Wheel C realm could enter. However, Qin Feng had already attained the 6th tier of the Purple Mansion realm, far exceeding this standard. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's ancient chaotic sword body allowed him to suppress all his auras, and thus the array ultimately failed to detect any anomalies. At that moment, Lu Meyer's guardian from the Cold Moon sect noticed this peculiarity. What is it? The third elder of the Cold Moon sect was also present, and upon noticing, she inquired with curiosity. I just sensed an unusual fluctuation from the array, which typically only occurs when someone above the spirit transformation realm attempts to force their way in, murmured Lu Meyer's guardian. Surely you must have misinterpreted. The third elder of the Cold Moon sect furrowed her brow and replied, if someone were to forcibly enter, the resulting commotion would be substantial. They could be obliterated by the array, yet there was no sign of any disturbance just now. Could it truly be that I was mistaken? Lu Meyer's guardian muttered to herself. After a moment's contemplation, she concluded that she must have been mistaken. To break through this array would mean certain death or injury, and under such circumstances, no one would dare attempt it. Let us await Meyer's emergence. The third elder of the Cold Moon sect stated solemnly. Once Meyer emerges, we must ensure no one discovers her condition, otherwise, our Cold Moon sect shall become a target for all. Fear not. With both of us present, how could anyone discover Meyer's anomalies? Lu Meyer's guardian confidently reassured her. The third elder of the Cold Moon sect nodded. With both of them here, what unforeseen events could transpire? Thus, they quietly began their wait. Chapter 27. The current young generation as Qin Feng traversed the evil demon mountain range. He felt enveloped in darkness. Despite it being midday outside, this place was as dim as dusk. The cold wind swept through, carrying a scent of blood that was quite unsettling. The occasional roars of evil demons sent shivers down his spine. Yet, Qin Feng felt no fear, calmly walking through the evil demon mountain range. What a powerful demonic energy! Qin Feng initially sought a tranquil spot to absorb the demonic energy and enhance his Buddhist sanctuary. But he suddenly noticed an overwhelming concentration of demonic energy deep within the mountain range, which was decidedly abnormal. Given the array suppression, it should not harbor any evil demons surpassing the spirit transformation realm and reaching the Wheel Sea realm. Yet, the demonic energy deeper in the mountains was astonishingly potent. With a sense of curiosity, Qin Feng ventured further into the mountain range. The stronger the demonic energy, the greater the benefits for him. However, before he could progress far, two evil demons suddenly appeared before him. Haha, what a stroke of luck to encounter a human devoid of any cultivation. One of the evil demons, noticing the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations from Qin Feng, let out a sinister laugh. Their voices were grating, torturous to the ears. Humans treat this as a trial ground. Just as the evil demons within regard humans as prey, the weak are devoured, and only the strong emerge alive. It is rare to find humans stumbling in here seeking fortune without any cultivation, but they never anticipated their luck would lead to such a meeting. The condensation realm? Qin Feng gazed at the two evil demons in astonishment. Is there truly such weak evil demons in this world? He had assumed that any evil demon surviving to this day, even if they had self-destructed their cultivation, would at least possess the Wheel Sea realm level. Yet, he found himself confronting two evil demons at the condensation realm. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The formidable evil demons were sealed within the royal cities of the great dynasties, suppressed by powerful arrays and the royal aura. Those sealed here were naturally not very strong, merely small fry. After so many years, it was only natural they had grown weak. You, a mere human without cultivation, dare to mock us. One of the malevolent beings, furious, declared, "Today, I shall consume you alive." With that, he lunged towards Qin Feng, accompanied by another fiend. Although Qin Feng's earlier words held little power, they were steeped in humiliation, particularly the heartfelt surprise that struck them deeply. As the two malevolent beings charged at him, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, continuing his strides forward. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the two assailants, upon closing the distance of merely 10 feet, collided with an invisible barrier, shattering into fragments, dissipating into the ether like wisps of demonic energy. Qin Feng, as if nothing had transpired, pressed onward into the depths of the mountain range. Little did the two fiends know that their demise would be so ignominious. As he journeyed, Qin Feng observed the bustling scene of the evil demon mountain range, where skirmishes with malevolent entities erupted everywhere. Most areas rich in treasures were guarded by these fiends, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the talented. Yet, these prodigies were no fools. They approached in groups, engaging in fierce battles. Qin Feng, however, held no interest in these conflicts and advanced directly into the mountain's depths. Soon, the cacophony of combat began to dwindle, as only the strongest prodigies could penetrate this far, their numbers few. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light ignited from the left side of the forest, emanating potent waves of energy. Instantly captivated, Qin Feng felt a surge of curiosity. Could it be an ancient herb manifesting? With questions swirling in his mind, he marched towards the source of the light. In no time, he arrived at a clearing, where a multitude of human skeletons lay scattered. Despite their long demise, the bones shimmered with a translucent glow, indicating they were once formidable warriors. At the center, a blood-red flower slowly unfurled, enchanting yet eerie, a corpse flower. Astonished, Qin Feng realized he stood before the fabled flower, said to flourish on the path between the mortal realm and the underworld. While in the Qin realm, such flowers were not as mystical and could occasionally sprout amidst the remains of the powerful. They remained exceedingly rare. Though thriving in death, this flower possessed the paradoxical effect of prolonging life. In the Qin realm, any item capable of extending life, whether pills or ancient herbs, was highly sought after and remained invaluable. However, at that moment, someone had already harvested the corpse flower, securing it within a storage ring. It was none other than Qin Feng, a prodigy of the Golden Sun sect, along with several of his fellow disciples. Who would have thought we could acquire such a precious corpse flower so effortlessly? One disciple chuckled. Whether offered to the sect or sold, I shall amass a wealth of cultivation resources and regain my status as the center of attention. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The overshadowing presence of Qin Zining irked him, and he felt increasingly pressured as their cultivation levels drew closer. With the corpse flower in his possession, He believed he could finally rise above. Qin Feng, however, shook his head, dismissing the notion of forcibly seizing the flower. Though not averse to violence, he felt no urgency regarding his lifespan and had no intention of resorting to such crude methods. He prepared to turn away when, unexpectedly, Qin Feng's voice pierced through the air, commanding, "Halt." "What is it?" Qin Feng replied, brow furrowed, his tone indifferent. "You saw me harvest the corpse flower and wished to leave?" Qin Feng's eyes glinted with cold malice. The rarity of the corpse flower warranted protection at all costs. He contemplated eliminating the witness to safeguard his prize, considering a single life inconsequential. "Are you serious?" Qin Feng pondered, amused rather than enraged. It struck him as intriguing that someone would contemplate silencing him for merely witnessing the harvest. "Do not blame me for being ruthless. Blame your ill fate for witnessing this act," Qin Feng threatened, a chilling aura emanating from him. As Qin Feng prepared to strike, his fellow disciples observed with morbid fascination. What a misfortunate soul, they mused. Had he arrived earlier, the flower would have been his. Had he come later, he might have lived. Yet, he chose this moment. They deemed him doomed, as Qin Feng, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm, was virtually invincible within this domain, where only those below the ocean realm could enter. In an instant, Qin Feng launched his attack, employing a swift technique, closing the distance to Qin Feng in a heartbeat. His hand slicing through the air like a blade, radiant energy coiling around it. He deemed only a handful of challengers worthy of his weapon. Qin Feng was certainly not among them. Yet, with calm resolve, Qin Feng effortlessly seized Qin Feng's wrist, rendering the powerful attack trivial. "What?" Qin Feng gasped in disbelief. His astonishment palpable. He struggled to break free, but his hand felt as though it were embedded in stone, immovable. "I had no intention of claiming this corpse flower. But since you present it so graciously, I shall accept it," Qin Feng stated matter-of-factly. With a subtle exertion, he crushed Qin Feng's hand, reducing it to a mist of blood, while the storage ring remained intact in his grasp. "Ah, my hand, my hand," Qin Feng screeched, finally liberated from Qin Feng's grip, yet racked with agony. His fellow disciples stood aghast, unable to comprehend how their esteemed brother, a master of the 9th layer, could be so easily disarmed. How could this be? Even if someone surpasses Qin Feng, the disparity shouldn't be so vast. They murmured in shock, witnessing an overwhelming display of power. "How dare you cripple me? The Golden Sun sect will never forgive this." Qin Feng roared, gritting his teeth against the pain. His frustration was palpable, for losing a hand rendered him feeling utterly incapacitated. "Rest assured, the events of today shall remain undisclosed," Qin Feng chuckled lightly, harboring no inclination to allow the tiger to return to the mountain. "What do you mean? Are you planning to eliminate us all?" Qin Feng's expression shifted, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Qin Feng as he stumbled backward. "What do you think?" Qin Feng replied, a smile gracing his lips as he slowly raised a finger, a faint glow beginning to emanate from it. "You are but one individual, yet you aspire to annihilate us all. Truly, such arrogance knows no bounds." The disciples of the Golden Sun sect all shouted in unison, each demonstrating their formidable prowess. Each one stood at the 8th or 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. Although any one of them, standing alone, would pale in comparison to Qin Feng from earlier, their combined strength was significantly greater. Faced with these disciples, Qin Feng felt no inclination to engage in idle chatter. With a flick of his fingertip, a blade of light erupted forth. Swish! The sword light, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, surged toward them, instantly piercing through Qin Feng's body. It then continued its relentless path toward the remaining disciples of the Golden Sun sect. Puff! The stark disparity in realms rendered the disciples utterly defenseless. They were swiftly obliterated by the terrifying sword light, leaving behind only a gruesome scene of severed limbs and a stench of blood. This flower, known as the Other Shore flower, appeared quite remarkable. After retrieving it from his spatial ring and examining it, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Though this blossom sprung from the bones of the deceased, he could distinctly sense a rich essence of life emanating from it, a most curious phenomenon. Subsequently, Qin Feng stored the Other Shore flower back in his spatial ring and proceeded deeper into the mountains. Meanwhile, Qin Zining, alongside the princes and princesses of the other two great dynasties, was engaged in a fierce battle against the malevolent entities. They were currently besieging 3 demons at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, with the leader being at the pinnacle of that level, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. Boom! 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 The battle raged fiercely, with waves of energy erupting throughout the battlefield. The ground was marred by deep craters and fissures, resembling a spider's web stretching across the area. Under the relentless assault of Qin Zining and her companions, the 3 demons began to falter, retreating continuously. These detestable humans. The leader of the demons, his eyes ablaze with fury, locked his gaze on Qin Zining. This girl is the weakest among them. I shall eliminate her first. Among them, only Qin Zining was at the mid-stage of the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, making her the most vulnerable. He aimed to dispatch Qin Zining first, hoping to find an opening thereafter. Boom. The other two demons joined forces, enduring the brunt of all attacks for the leader. In that moment, the leader charged toward Qin Zining. Be careful. The others gasped in alarm, taken aback by the cunning of the demons, and shouted in unison. Though the strongest demon had sustained considerable wear from the prolonged battle and was now comparable to the initial stage of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, he still held a slight advantage over Qin Zining. They believed that in a one-on-one confrontation, Qin Zining would be no match for this demon. Although Qin Zining was not from the same dynasty, they had unified in hunting magical beasts. Should she fall, it would reflect poorly on them. At that moment, Qin Zining was equally unprepared for the demon's cunning strategy, allowing his companion to risk injury to absorb the attacks of her allies while he aimed to eliminate her. However, after years of training, her mental fortitude had grown significantly, and she quickly regained her composure, rumbling, with both hands gripping her sword. An astonishing sword intent radiated from her being, flowing like a mighty river. In an instant, the ground around her was etched with numerous sword marks. Just then, the demon was upon her. Great river sword intent, Qin Zining exclaimed, her long sword slicing through the air with fervor. This was her ultimate trump card. She would not wield it lightly unless absolutely necessary, but faced with such peril, she held nothing back. In a heartbeat, the surging sword intent, akin to a roaring river, swept toward the approaching demon. The demon scoffed. A mere 8th level spirit transformation warrior dares to obstruct me? Such delusions. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically, rumbling. The great river sword intent unleashed by Qin Zining was overwhelmingly powerful. The leading demon found himself unable to even contend with it, let alone sever it. He was soon at a disadvantage. The torrent of sword intent surged past him, and he let out a wretched scream, as if pierced by 1,000 blades. Oh. Ultimately, the leading demon's anguished cries echoed as his body, unable to withstand the onslaught of the river-like sword intent, shattered into wisps of demonic energy that dissipated into the ether. The spectacle left many princes and princesses, along with the remaining two demons, utterly dumbfounded. What manner of swordsmanship is this? How can it be so fearsome? Even from a distance, they had sensed the looming peril. Clang. Having nearly exhausted her internal energy, Qin Zining felt her strength waning, propping herself against her sword to avoid collapsing. At that moment, the princes and princesses of the other two great dynasties snapped back to reality, quickly uniting to vanquish the remaining two demons. Zining, the sword technique you just employed, how have I never encountered it before? It is remarkably powerful, inquired the third princess of the Taishan dynasty, her curiosity piqued. She had never witnessed a practitioner from the great Xia dynasty wield such a technique, and her intrigue grew. The others exchanged bewildered glances. The idea that swordsmanship could be self-realized was astonishing. Could this be the legendary unparalleled sword body? Such an innate talent for the sword is truly remarkable. Suddenly, the 10th prince of the Taishan dynasty, Ling Xiao, called out sharply, directing his gaze toward a nearby thicket where a figure was approaching. The group turned wary. Pardon my intrusion. I hope I haven't interrupted your hunt for the demons. A captivating figure emerged before them. Lu Meyer, the prodigy of the Han Yu sect. Meyer, why are you here alone? Upon seeing Lu Meyer, Ling Xiao's initial wariness transformed into a smile, and he asked with curiosity. The others also visibly relaxed. Though relations among the dynasties and sects were fraught with tension, the Han Yu sect stood apart. This sect strictly instructed its disciples to avoid conflicts with any other factions and only accepted female disciples. Many had married into various great dynasties and sects, effectively navigating the political waters. Lu Meyer's sister had even wed into the royal family of the great Xia. She herself was well regarded, known for her benevolence and kindness, embodying a refreshing spirit among the younger generation of cultivators. I happened to be seeking assistance. Hearing the sounds of battle, I made my way here. Lu Meyer replied with a light laugh. You are indeed formidable, effortlessly dispatching such powerful demons. You truly live up to your reputation as the elite of the great dynasties. Meyer, you flatter us, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. You mentioned seeking help. What troubles you? I discovered a divine spirit stone mine deep within the mountains, but it is infested with demons. While they are not particularly strong, there are too many for me to handle alone, Lu Meyer said with a hint of helplessness. Thus, I was hoping to enlist some assistance. A divine spirit stone mine. The group gasped in astonishment. Compared to ordinary spirit stones, divine spirit stones contain an immense and pure essence of energy. Once absorbed, they require no refinement and can be directly transformed into cultivation prowess. Moreover, while the Kanglan domain has spirit stone mines, they are scarce. In truth, there was no divine stone mine. Only a small quantity of divine stones that had been passed down from other realms. They had never anticipated that Lu Meyer would stumble upon a divine stone mine. Indeed. Lu Meyer nodded slowly. Are you interested in assisting me on a journey to the depths of the mountains? All the divine stones we acquire will be evenly distributed among us. Could it be that Miss Meyer has made an error? How could there be a divine stone mine here? Ling Xiao questioned with skepticism. The powerful beings from several major empires once united to seal away the weaker demonic entities in these mountains. If there were a divine stone mine, how could they have overlooked it? Why would I deceive you? Lu Meyer retorted, producing a spiritual stone and stating, look for yourselves. Ling Xiao accepted the spiritual stone, sharing it with those nearby, and they were astonished to discover that it was indeed a divine stone. The spiritual energy within was exceedingly lush and pure, far surpassing that of ordinary spiritual stones. So, are you convinced now? Lu Meyer smiled. The divine stone mine must contain at least 1,000 such spiritual stones. Gasp. The princes and princesses from the other two empires could not help but draw in a sharp breath. 1,000 stones. If they could transport them all, it would significantly enhance the strength of their empire. Even if they could only take a portion, it would still be a considerable amount. How could we possibly doubt what Miss Meyer has said? Ling Xiao replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The allure of the divine stones was simply too great. How did you come to think of venturing into the depths of the mountains alone? Qin Zining inquired, her curiosity piqued. Although she and Lu Meyer were somewhat familiar, her question arose from genuine concern. Upon hearing this, several others cast puzzled glances at Lu Meyer. Under normal circumstances, she should not be running off alone into such perilous territory, where the number of demons vastly exceeded that of the outer regions, making it easy for one to encounter danger. Lu Meyer, upon hearing her words, briefly displayed a flicker of panic in her eyes but quickly regained her composure. Little girl, it has been 2 years since we last met, and your vigilance has certainly increased. You even doubt your elder sister's words. She playfully flicked Qin Zichen's nose and continued, a friend of mine was injured by a demon after entering the mountains. I rushed to the scene and pursued that demon to the very depths of the mountains. Upon hearing this, those present nodded in agreement, not harboring any doubts. Qin Zicheng still had questions swirling in her mind, but her thoughts were interrupted by the 10th Prince of Taixien. Having already placed his trust in Lu Meyer, he believed that a girl like her would not resort to lies and began inquiring about the number of demons within the valley for preparation. Lu Meyer responded effortlessly, and the others were thoroughly convinced of her sincerity. Besides the evidence of the divine stone she had presented, they felt it unnecessary for Lu Meyer to deceive them, as it would yield her no benefit. Although Qin Zicheng still held some lingering doubts, she considered that Lu Meyer's younger sister had married into the great Xia royal family, and Lu Meyer frequently visited the Imperial city, maintaining a relatively good relationship with her. Fearing that asking too many questions might suggest a lack of trust in Lu Meyer, she chose to refrain from further inquiries. Subsequently, the group set off together towards the valley. Chapter 30. The Princess Warning Before Long. They arrived at the entrance of the valley deep within the Demon Mountain. Inside this valley lies a divine stone mine, Lu Meyer informed the group. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at the valley before them. They could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within this valley was far denser than in the outside world, at least several times more potent. Moreover, this spiritual energy was exceptionally pure, resembling the divine stone Lu Meyer had just produced. Let us hurry inside, Ling Xiao urged impatiently. We must retrieve those divine stones before others discover this place. The longer we wait, the more perilous it becomes. Nodding in agreement, the others prepared to enter when a slightly hoarse voice suddenly echoed through the air. This valley is a trap. There are demons at the Purple Mansion level inside. You are better off not entering. Startled, Ling Xiao and the others glanced around, realizing they had overlooked the presence of another individual. They turned to find a cloaked figure seated upon a massive stone, seemingly meditating, yet appearing to be one with the surrounding environment. Clearly, he had been there long before their arrival. How could they have missed him? Is this valley truly a trap, harboring a Purple Mansion-level demon? Qin Zicheng inquired, her surprise evident. She felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet due to the deliberate raspiness, she could not place it. And her primary concern remained the mention of the Purple Mansion-level demon inside. Indeed, the figure affirmed, nodding slightly. He had spoken up to warn them primarily because Qin Zicheng was part of their group. Upon arriving, he had utilized his divine gaze to detect the presence of formidable demons within the valley. The demon's cultivation level exceeded the limits of the formation and had reached the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Although it was no match for him, he noted that the demon was concealing its aura with a demonic formation. Concerned that there might be other lethal formations inside, he chose not to enter directly, but instead observed from the outside. Such nonsense, Lu Meyer retorted, her expression shifting as she chastised him. When I entered, there were only a few demons at the 7th or 8th level of the transformation realm. Their numbers were overwhelming, which is why I sought your assistance. There are no powerful demons here at all. Furthermore, the entire demon mountain is bound by a formation. How could any demon reach the Purple Mansion level and break free from its constraints? Hearing her, the others nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. And they ceased to believe the cloaked figure. Given the formation's restrictions, it was simply impossible for the demons within the demon mountain to surpass the transformation realm to reach the Wheel Sea realm, let alone the Purple Mansion realm. It was utterly absurd. Moreover, if a Purple Mansion-level demon truly existed within, how could this cloaked individual not have been killed by it upon discovery? Surely, he could not be stronger than the demon, discovering its presence while remaining undetected himself. Such reasoning was ludicrous. The mountain's formation not only restricted the demons, but also imposed limitations on the cultivators entering. The upper limit for entry was merely the peak of the 9th level of the transformation realm. I suspect this mysterious figure is no good. He must have noticed the divine stone mine inside, but is deliberately deceiving us because his companions have yet to arrive, Ling Xiao asserted. Let us disregard him and hasten to retrieve those divine stones. With that, he proceeded to enter the valley. Qin Zining wished to ask more questions, but suddenly recalled her uncle's warning before she left the palace. He had specifically advised her not to trust the words of strangers. Thus, she refrained from further questioning and followed the others into the valley. Seeing this, Qin Feng could only shake his head in resignation. From Qin Zichen's shifting gaze, he could easily deduce her thoughts. This young girl only remembered not to trust strangers and failed to apply that caution to familiar faces. However, Qin Feng did not forcefully intervene, believing it necessary for Qin Zicheng to experience more, so that next time, even in the presence of acquaintances, she would maintain a healthy level of vigilance. Utilizing his divine gaze, he continued to observe for a moment longer. And once he confirmed that there were indeed no lethal formations within the valley, he finally rose and made his way inside. As the crowd ventured into the valley, they followed Lu Meyer to its depths. Yet, there was no trace of the divine spirit stone mine. Meyer, where is the mine? Ling Xiao inquired, perplexed. Lu Meyer, however, paid him no heed and strode purposefully toward a stone wall, kneeling on one knee. Lord Tu Ming, I have brought the princes and princesses from the major dynasties. Just as you requested, she spoke with utmost humility. At that moment, a substantial amount of demonic energy unexpectedly seeped from the seemingly ordinary stone wall, rapidly coalescing into a sinister figure over 10 feet tall. Ha, well done. With the corpses of these individuals, I shall forge a new body and escape this mountain. The demon laughed heartily, eyeing Qin Zining and the others. The formation that sealed the entire mountain had been established by the powerful figures of the major dynasties, and although it had weakened over the years, it still prevented him from breaking free. Only by utilizing the corpses of the royal descendants could he deceive the formation and flee. Thank you for your praise, Lord Tu Ming, Lu Meyer replied respectfully. Just then, Tu Ming snapped his fingers, injecting a strand of demonic energy into Lu Meyer's body. In an instant, her aura surged, reaching the 5th realm of the Wheel Sea. This is your reward. When I leave this demon mountain and dominate the Kanglan domain, your Cold Moon sect will be the foremost benefactor. The sudden leap in her cultivation left Lu Meyer momentarily dazed, her face slightly pale. Yet she was exhilarated and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Tu Ming, for your generosity. This scene left Ling Xiao and the others utterly astonished. Meyer, you have pledged allegiance to the demon. Ling Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, a sentiment echoed by the others. They could hardly fathom that Lu Meyer, who had always shown kindness and benevolence, had aligned herself with a demon. Moreover, their conversation suggested that the entire Cold Moon sect was now under the demon's command. Why should I not swear allegiance? Lu Meyer retorted with a cold smile. My Cold Moon sect harbors no animosity toward the demon clan. During the Sealing War a millennium ago, it was the major dynasties that fought the demons, and our sect was not powerful enough to make a significant impact. Later, when it came to sealing those formidable and immortal demons, our sect had no capability, leaving it to the major dynasties. Hence, only they truly understand how terrifying and ruthless the demons are toward humanity. Yet, those sects believed it was merely a rumor propagated by the dynasties to maintain control. Throughout, they never harbored any substantial malice toward the demons. The Cold Moon sect had long since established a partnership with Tu Ming here, and even the materials for the concealed cultivation formation were provided by us. In return, Tu Ming would assist our sect members in directly enhancing their cultivation, significantly bolstering our strength. Chapter 31. Lu Meyer's Ruthless Scheme. You wretched creature. Ling Zhao's face turned ashen, his anger flaring at the realization of Lu Meyer's deception. Regret washed over him for not heeding the mysterious figure's warning earlier. Lu Meyer, we encountered other cultivators on our way here. If we perish and you alone escape, the major dynasties will undoubtedly suspect you first, a princess from the Dian dynasty exclaimed. The others regarded Lu Meyer with cold glares. Rest assured, the major dynasties will never suspect me, Lu Meyer replied with a light laugh, her tone filled with arrogance. Before entering the mountain, I intentionally provoked Qin Feng, prompting him to make remarks clearly aimed at Qin Zining. As long as you and Qin Feng do not exit the mountain, he shall become the scapegoat for allying with the demon clan. This may even incite a war between the major dynasties and the Jinyang sect, accelerating the rise of my Cold Moon sect. She had even instructed her junior sister to approach Qin Feng and poison him, ensuring that he and his fellow disciples would never escape the mountain. After all, the dead cannot defend themselves. What a wicked scheme. Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Lu Meyer's words. Her allegiance to the demon was shocking enough, but his disbelief deepened at the extent of her malicious intent. Great River Sword intent. At that moment, only Qin Zining refrained from cursing Lu Meyer, seizing an opportunity to unleash her most formidable sword technique, striking swiftly. The powerful sword intent surged like a mighty river toward Tu Ming, seeking to catch him off guard. Attempting to ambush me? Foolish. Tu Ming scoffed, unfazed. With a wave of his sleeve, a torrent of demonic energy clashed against the rushing sword intent, resulting in a violent explosion of energy. Qin Zining and the others were violently thrown back, landing 100 feet away. However, this was precisely Qin Zining's intention. Upon landing, she flew toward the valley's exit, exclaiming, his concealment formation must only cover the valley. If we escape, he will not dare pursue us, for he would surely be annihilated by the entire formation of the Demon Mountain. This was her rational deduction. Otherwise, Lu Meyer had no reason to deceive them into this valley. Upon hearing her words, the others' eyes brightened, and they hastily accelerated toward the valley's exit. Haha, you are indeed clever, but you have overestimated yourselves. You cannot possibly escape the valley. Tu Ming laughed, waving his sleeve. Instantly, demonic energy surged within the valley, swirling like a tempest toward Qin Zining and the others. Those who had almost reached the valley's mouth were swept back by the violent winds of demonic energy. Thud. Thud. One by one, they fell before the demon, all in disarray. You have already fallen into Lord Tu Ming's grasp. Do not harbor any illusions of escape, Lu Meyer said coldly. In this mountain, I am an invincible existence. Even if the king himself came today, he could not save you. Tu Ming declared arrogantly, preparing to drain the essence from Qin Zining and her companions, leaving behind only desiccated corpses to set up his formation. Despair settled over Qin Zining and her companions as they realized their protector was outside the mountain and no one could come to save them. It seemed they were destined to perish here. However, at that moment, a calm voice resonated within the valley. Are you certain that you are invincible here? Who? Tu Ming's expression shifted as he bellowed, turning to locate the source of the voice. In the distance, a figure cloaked in black approached with measured steps. It's him. Upon seeing the robed figure, Lu Meyer quickly informed Tu Ming, this fellow knows your cultivation level is at the Purple Mansion realm, just earlier outside the valley. He warned us against entering. Oh, Tu Ming murmured, pondering aloud. Could it be that my concealment formation has a flaw, allowing a hint of powerful pressure to escape? Although the formation sealing the mountain did not detect it, perhaps this individual did? He was certain of this, for ordinarily, no one could discern his true cultivation. Tu Ming then gazed at Qin Feng and asked, how did you know of my Purple Mansion realm? Why do you dare to enter? His curiosity about this question lingered, pondering whether Qin Feng sought to ally with him. Naturally, it is to kill you. Qin Feng spoke softly. Although you are merely at the mid-stage of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, even if you manage to escape the mountain range, you pose no threat. Since you are here, it is fitting that I end your life. Upon hearing this, Tu Ming's expression turned exceedingly grim. He had initially believed that Qin Feng had come to pledge loyalty to him, only to be taken aback by the revelation that Qin Feng sought to kill him. Such arrogance was beyond comprehension. With a voice filled with fury, Tu Ming retorted, who do you think you are? A powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm? You wish to kill me? That is nothing but a fool's dream. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the formation sealing the mountain range. The reason he could conceal his cultivation from the formation was due to the peculiar nature of the demonic array, coupled with his prior expertise as a powerful formation master. Given his understanding of the current Kanglan domain, he knew that no formation master within it could craft a formation capable of hiding one's cultivation to enter this mountain range. There was no room for disbelief. As Qin Feng spoke, he retrieved a long sword from his spatial ring. Under normal circumstances, he would not even need to draw the sword to kill Tu Ming. A mere flash of sword energy would suffice. However, the formation within the demonic mountain range severely suppressed him, limiting him to exerting only the peak power of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Thus, for the sake of caution, he drew a long sword from his spatial ring. This sword appeared ordinary, merely a second-tier long sword, but it sufficed as a vessel. Humph. Cease your pretense. Prepare to meet your demise. Tu Ming scoffed, forming a demonic talisman with his hands and sending it crashing toward Qin Feng. The talisman bore a bizarre pattern, composed of overwhelming demonic energy, radiating an astonishing aura, and in an instant, it arrived before Qin Feng, intent on obliterating him. The terrifying demonic talisman startled Qin Zining and the others, who were starkly reminded of the formidable power wielded by practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm. They felt utterly powerless to resist and cast worried glances toward Qin Feng, believing he stood no chance against Tu Ming. Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng remained unfazed. The long sword in his hand erupted with a remarkable fiery sword intent, its crimson blade glowing brilliantly. With a roar, Qin Feng swung his sword, and the approaching demonic talisman shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the ether. How is this possible? My talisman can easily subdue even a 9th-level practitioner of the Wheel Sea realm. How could you so effortlessly shatter it with a single strike? Tu Ming exclaimed in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. He had initially sensed something peculiar about Qin Feng and had thought to take him seriously by manifesting a talisman. Yet, he had not anticipated that Qin Feng's strength exceeded his imagination. In this world, nothing is impossible, Qin Feng stated calmly. As he spoke, his figure surged forward, charging directly at Tu Ming. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was before Tu Ming, the sword in his hand resembling flames ablaze. Striking down fiercely. Not good. In such close proximity, Tu Ming finally sensed Qin Feng's overwhelming power, his face draining of color. He hastily gathered a surge of spiritual energy before him, forming a black barrier to intercept Qin Feng's strike. However, despite being restrained to the peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, Qin Feng's might surpassed Tu Ming's, and with a single sword strike, he shattered the barrier, sending Tu Ming hurtling away, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a massive crater. A significant sword wound marred his chest. Though he had long abandoned his corporeal form and did not bleed, the gash remained dreadfully severe. Peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Your cultivation level is indeed at the peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Tu Ming stared at Qin Feng, disbelief flooding his eyes. How can this be? This mountain range is fortified by formations. Not even practitioners of the Wheel Sea realm can enter. How could you, at the peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, have come here? Not only he, but everyone present was astounded by Qin Feng's astonishing cultivation. As royal family members, they understood the immense strength of the formation sealing the mountain range and could not fathom how Qin Feng had gained entry. Yet, amidst their shock, a wave of joy surged within them, quietly cheering for Qin Feng. You are not worthy of knowing this, Qin Feng replied coldly, eyeing the astonished Tu Ming. He would never divulge the secret of his ancient chaotic sword body to this demon. As he spoke, the fiery sword intent in his hand surged again, akin to raging flames. Foolish human, do you truly believe that being stronger than me in cultivation allows you to kill me? Tu Ming sneered ominously. This valley is filled with my demonic formations. The demonic energy here can replenish me at any moment. Even if I exhaust myself today, I can still wear you down. As he spoke, the demonic energy in the air surged toward him, swiftly mending the horrific sword wound inflicted by Qin Feng's blade, restoring him to peak condition. It seems I underestimated the formation you set up, Qin Feng murmured. He had merely utilized his divine eyes to scan the area and had seen no murderous formations. So he had entered without hesitation, unaware that this formation could continuously provide Tu Ming with demonic energy to recover. Huh, are you beginning to feel fear now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Tu Ming laughed heartily. I will not allow you to leave today. You will obediently become my blood feast. His eyes gleamed with greed and excitement. A human of the Purple Mansion realm such as Qin Feng would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation significantly upon being devoured. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Fear? You are not worthy of instilling fear in me, Qin Feng replied calmly. Since you are injured and can continuously recover with the demonic formation, I shall simply slay you with a single strike, allowing your soul to scatter. He had no intention of employing sword techniques initially, believing there was no need, as Tu Ming could not withstand even his ordinary strikes. However, now that Tu Ming could infinitely recover, he was willing to utilize sword techniques to eliminate him swiftly. Haha. We are both at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Even if you have reached the peak, the gap between us is not insurmountable. I can be severely injured, but you could never kill me in one blow. Tu Ming laughed, utterly disbelieving that Qin Feng could achieve such a feat. Only those who reached the second level of the Purple Mansion realm could slay him instantly. Is that so? Then watch closely. This strike is named the Desolation Cataclysm Slash. As he spoke, the fiery sword intent in Qin Feng's hand gradually dissipated, giving way to a radiant golden light emanating from the sword. Golden inscriptions circled around the hilt, exuding an ancient and profound aura of the sword path. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng unleashed his sword, a golden blade several feet long, intertwined with numerous inscriptions, sweeping directly toward Tu Ming. Wherever it passed, it left deep ravines in the ground, terrifying and astonishing. Witnessing this sword energy, Tu Ming was finally engulfed by fear, feeling death rapidly closing in. The power of this strike was overwhelming. He hastily gathered the demonic energy from the valley, forming a dark barrier in a desperate attempt to block Qin Feng's strike. In an instant, the sword crashed against the barrier, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual energy. The golden sword energy and the black demonic energy filled the entire valley. Even Qin Zining and the others, who had retreated to a considerable distance, quickly surrounded themselves with spiritual energy to shield against the overwhelming energy fluctuations. Yet, in no time, Tu Ming's black barrier shattered, leaving him to face the terrifying sword energy head-on. How can this be? You are clearly at the peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. How can you unleash such a dreadful strike? Tu Ming cried out in despair. He could never have imagined that Qin Feng was the ancient chaotic sword body. Even though his cultivation was currently suppressed to the peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm, his actual combat power far exceeded that. As soon as his words fell, he was struck by an astonishing sword light, which obliterated his body in an instant. With a thunderous boom, Tu Ming was completely annihilated. Even though the valley was filled with his formations, capable of replenishing his demonic energy at any moment, it was all in vain. After Tu Ming's demise, the valley fell into a profound silence. Qin Zining and Ling Xiao, witnessing the unfolding events, felt as if they were in a dream. In just a day, they had experienced both great joy and sorrow, a significant shock for the young ones. As Qin Zining and Ling Xiao stood in a daze, Qin Feng had already stepped forward, standing before Lu Meier. No, please don't kill me, I beg you. Lu Meier, shocked and dismayed by Tu Ming's failure, hurriedly retreated in terror. I am also human, not a demon. Just spare my life, and I will do anything you ask. She feared death above all else. You hold no value for me. Qin Feng replied indifferently. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and a beam of sword light shot toward Lu Meier. With a soft thud, Lu Meier's body was pierced by the sword light, her eyes instantly losing their luster as life faded away, collapsing heavily to the ground. In her final moments, disbelief filled her gaze. She could not fathom that Qin Feng would execute her so decisively, without a hint of mercy. Her beauty had not been sufficient to save her life. With a dull thud, her corpse fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Still in shock, Qin Zining and the others finally regained their senses. Thank you for your rescue, Senior. They all expressed their gratitude to Qin Feng, their eyes filled with admiration and appreciation. They had been utterly despaired at the thought of facing the powerful Tu Ming, believing their demise was inevitable, only to be saved so effortlessly by Qin Feng. Do not thank me. Your survival today is merely due to your own fortune, Qin Feng replied coolly. Had they not been in the same group as Qin Zining, their fates would have remained uncertain. Ling Xiao and the others appeared bewildered, not understanding Qin Feng's words. You should leave quickly. I have matters to attend to here and do not wish to be disturbed, Qin Feng stated plainly. He still needed to utilize the demonic energy in this place to strengthen the Pure Land of Buddhism. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others nodded in agreement. Senior, have we met somewhere before? Your voice seems familiar, Qin Zining suddenly inquired. She had a vague feeling that she had heard this voice before, yet upon reflection, it seemed distinct from anyone she had known. Perhaps, Qin Feng replied lightly. Qin Zining wanted to say more, but the seventh princess of the great Yin dynasty pulled her along, leading her out of the valley. Ling Xiao and the others followed suit. Sister Zining, who would have thought that beneath your usual aloof exterior, you would be so proactive in the presence of this martial arts elder? The seventh princess teased as they exited the valley. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Qin Zining replied, bewildered. Oh, come now, the seventh princess laughed, seemingly seeing through Qin Zining's facade. When you said that senior's voice was familiar, weren't you just looking for a reason to get closer to him? Unfortunately, someone of his caliber looks beyond mere appearances. To him, we are but children, hardly worthy of his attention. The other princesses joined in, teasing Qin Zining and suggesting that she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. What are you all saying? I am serious. I genuinely feel that the senior's voice is familiar, Qin Zining insisted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she spoke. However, her words only prompted further teasing and skepticism from the others. That senior just wielded the sword in tin of fire. If all goes as expected, he is the mysterious figure who killed the South Barbarian clan Qin Feng, and he is certainly not someone from the Great Xia dynasty. How could you possibly be familiar with him? Exactly, you might have encountered that senior once unknowingly, but I doubt you've even met him twice. How could his voice seem familiar? No one believed Qin Zining's claims. They all thought that her admiration for the elder had led to a special sentiment, prompting her to assert that his voice was familiar in an attempt to get closer to him. Listening to their speculations, Qin Zining began to doubt herself. Was it possible that the familiar voice she sensed was merely her imagination? Perhaps the shock had caused a distortion in her memory? Amidst this uncertainty, Qin Zining followed the others out of the valley. Within the valley, after the others departed, Qin Feng began to survey his surroundings. The abundant demonic energy here was just what he needed to enhance the pure land of Buddhism. With that thought, he ceased his hesitations and sat down on the ground. A brilliant golden light radiated from his body, a sacred aura sweeping outward from him, encompassing an area of about 10 feet. Within this space, not only was there divine Buddhist light, but also numerous floating Buddhist scriptures, creating a stark contrast against the surrounding malevolent atmosphere. As Qin Feng began his cultivation, the demonic energy in the surrounding environment surged towards him with incredible force, creating a stunning scene. From above, one could see that the demonic energy within the valley was forming a massive vortex, with Qin Feng at its center. To an outsider, it might appear that a great demon was cultivating there. As the demonic energy continued to be absorbed, the range of the Pure Land also gradually expanded, albeit at a slow pace. Fortunately, there was an abundance of demonic energy here. At the entrance of the Demon Mountain range, practitioners who had found satisfactory treasures began to emerge one after another. On a distant peak, two figures stood observing. It's been a while. I presume Mayor's plan has succeeded by now, the third elder of the Cold Moon sect murmured. The timing seems just about right. Mayor has broken through to the Wheel Sea realm at such a young age. Her future is undoubtedly bright, the protector of Lu Mayor remarked slowly. Although forcibly enhancing her cultivation with the help of the demons would greatly influence her future breakthroughs. If Lu Mayor and her companions ultimately succumbed to the darkness and became demons, that effect would naturally dissipate. The demon race could absorb the cultivation of others without impacting their own future advancements, so being forcefully enhanced by other demons posed no issues. It's not just Lu Mayor. Once Lord Tuming emerges, our entire Cold Moon sect will rise alongside her, the third elder of the Cold Moon sect said, his eyes brimming with excitement. The protector of Lu Mayor also wore an expression of longing, as if envisioning the Cold Moon sect becoming the foremost power in the Kanglan domain, with all major dynasties and sects bowing in submission. However, at that moment, several figures caught their attention as Qin Zining and Ling Xiao emerged from the secret realm. Ling Xiao, why are you out so soon? An elder suddenly appeared from the shadows, looking puzzled. As Ling Xiao's protector, he was bewildered as to why Ling Xiao had exited so quickly instead of remaining inside to search for treasures. As the guardians of Ling Xiao gasped in astonishment, several other figures emerged at the exit of the secret realm, including the guardians of Qin Zining and her companions, all wearing expressions of confusion. Qin Zining and Ling Xiao were completely unaware that they had been secretly protected by guardians during their training. When they suddenly saw the royal guardians appear, they were momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing the explanations from these guardians, Qin Zining and Ling Xiao quickly grasped the royal family's rationale for dispatching these formidable protectors. After all, while their training was paramount, their safety was equally crucial. Thus, having powerful guardians covertly safeguard them during their trials was the wisest course of action. Chapter 34. The sign-in at the evil demon mountains. How is it that they are all here? Weren't they supposed to have been slain by Lord Tuming? The third elder of the Cold Moon sect and Lu Mayor's guardian were both stunned upon seeing Qin Zining and her group. According to Lu Mayor's plan, Qin Zining and her companions should have been lured into the valley by now and ought not to be present here. The two exchanged glances, perplexed by the turn of events. A sense of unease crept into their hearts. Could it be that Lu Mayor's scheme had been exposed? If that were the case, they needed to leave promptly and inform their sect. The plan should not have been compromised, the third elder of the Cold Moon sect reasoned, given Mayor's cleverness. Even if the lure was unsuccessful, it shouldn't have revealed the plan. The reason these princes and princesses emerged together must be due to some unforeseen incident during their training. Mayor's guardian nodded thoughtfully at this assertion, finding it plausible. They decided to remain and await Mayor's return for clarification. Meanwhile, Qin Zining and Ling Xiao had been escorted to a deserted forest, where they began recounting the events that transpired in the valley to their guardians. The expressions on the faces of the guardians were nothing short of riveting as they listened. The Cold Moon sect had actually allied with the evil demons. Moreover, it appeared that the demon within the valley had surpassed the restrictions of the mountain's formation. Reaching the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, Ling Xiao's guardian was astounded. This revelation was profoundly shocking. Unlike other sects that openly expressed discontent towards various royal dynasties, the Cold Moon sect had always been relatively mild-mannered, appearing harmless and diplomatic. It was hard to fathom that they would conspire with evil demons. The seventh princess of the Dian dynasty spoke softly. We were equally astonished when we witnessed Mayor bowing to the demon, but the truth remains undeniable. The guardians present exchanged glances, utterly taken aback. How did you manage to escape? Inquired the black-robed guardian protecting Qin Zining, unable to contain his curiosity. Given the presence of a demon at the Purple Mansion level, it seemed impossible for Qin Zining and her companions, with their mere transformation-level cultivation, to have escaped. A mysterious powerful being saved us. Qin Zining then recounted the subsequent events to the royal protector. The already astonished guardians were now left in utter disbelief. The sword intent of fire must have belonged to the enigmatic figure who killed Qin Feng. How could he have found a way to disregard the protective formation of the evil demon mountains and penetrate the depths of the mountains? Who could he possibly be? The black-robed guardian's eyes were filled with incredulity. Meanwhile, the other guardians wore wry smiles, equally perplexed by the emergence of such a formidable individual. They speculated that this mysterious figure had possibly inherited the legacy of a fallen powerhouse from the era of the Demon Suppression War. Many powerful beings perished during that war, and their remains were scattered throughout the Kanglan domain. While many treasures and techniques were plundered by the demons, some powerful beings had fought valiantly against the demons, sustaining grave injuries, and ultimately perished while seeking refuge to heal. The legacies of such individuals were often preserved intact. Although these legacies were challenging to locate, it was not impossible for someone to be fortunate enough to have acquired them. Given the current decline of martial arts in the Kanglan domain, it was improbable for even a third-level Purple Mansion expert to emerge, let alone possess the ability to enter the evil demon mountains. The black-robed guardian spoke slowly, feeling a sense of relief. Had it not been for that mysterious individual saving Qin Zining, the impact on the Dian dynasty would have been catastrophic, and as her guardian, he would have faced dire consequences. The other guardians nodded in agreement with this conjecture. Subsequently, they began to deliberate on how to locate Mayor's guardian. As all were of the same cultivation realm, they possessed a distinct numerical advantage, and searching the vicinity would surely yield results. Once they captured Mayor's guardian, it was imperative for all royal dynasties to interrogate her regarding the specifics of the Cold Moon sect's collusion with the demons. Let us proceed in this manner, suggested one individual. The other powerful beings nodded in consensus, deeming this the most equitable approach. They had no concerns about failing to extract information, for the various royal dynasties possessed an abundance of torturous methods. After concluding their discussions, the guardians of Qin Zining set forth to search for the whereabouts of Mayor's guardian. Although the third elder of the Cold Moon sect and Mayor's guardian had attempted to conceal their presence, they soon revealed their location under the scrutiny of such numerous powerful beings. While they awaited Mayor's return to inquire about the events that transpired, upon seeing such a multitude of strong figures swiftly encircle them, their faces turned ashen. They finally understood that Mayor's scheme not only failed, but had also been leaked. How could this happen? With Mayor's intelligence, even if the lure failed, it shouldn't have exposed the plan. Mayor's guardian exclaimed in frustration. No matter how hard she tried, she could not comprehend the circumstances leading to Mayor's failure, which had been sealed the moment she sensed the abnormal fluctuations of the evil demon mountain formation. Had they retreated at that moment, perhaps they could have achieved a favorable outcome, but alas, their negligence proved to be their downfall. For a full month, Qin Feng sat in the valley, motionless, engaged in meditation to absorb the demonic energy. The once swirling black mist of demonic energy had diminished to near transparency, becoming exceedingly scarce. The range of his Buddhist Pure Land had expanded to 30 zhang. During this time, Not only did he absorb demonic energy, but many demons. Sensing the anomaly, approached only to be drawn in and transformed into beams of Buddhist light. The density of demonic energy was no longer as it had once been. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "Although there remains a considerable amount of demonic energy throughout the mountain range, it is scattered in various locations. The speed of absorption has become too slow. Very well, this shall suffice for now." Rising slowly, Qin Feng murmured, "I shall enhance this Buddhist Pure Land further when I next encounter demons." With a thought, the 30 zhang radius of his Buddhist Pure Land dissipated. He then summoned the system, stating, "System, I wish to sign in." Ding. "Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the Evil Demon Mountains. You have received the reward, the moon rising over the sea." As the mechanical voice of the system echoed, a scroll materialized in Qin Feng's system space. The moon rising over the sea? What could this be? Qin Feng pondered, gazing curiously at the scroll. He rifled through his memories of every novel he had read, but could not recall any that featured such an item. He only remembered that Zhang Juling had penned a poem titled "The Moon Rises Over the Sea," and at this moment, we share the same time. Filled with curiosity, Qin Feng slowly unfurled the scroll. Chapter 35. Return to the Imperial City. As Qin Feng gradually opened the scroll, a breathtakingly beautiful scene materialized before him. Beneath the inky veil of night, a shadow stood, and behind it lay an extraordinary scene. The azure sea heaved, while a radiant moon, emanating a pure white glow, ascended slowly, casting its silvery light upon the cerulean waters, shimmering like scattered jewels. The potency of the moon rising over the sea remained uncertain, yet it undoubtedly held an allure in its manifestation. Qin Feng gazed at the unfolding panorama, murmuring to himself. He felt a profound satisfaction with this signing-in reward. After all, strength may be fleeting, but charm is everlasting. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng chose to merge with this phenomenon. In an instant, a torrent of intricate and profound information flooded into his mind. The process was swift, yet merely assimilating the essence of the moonlit sea was but the beginning. Mastering and utilizing it would demand considerable practice. After integrating the essence of the rising moon, Qin Feng departed from the valley. The mountains had been sealed once more by an array, yet for Qin Feng, exiting was a trivial task. With a swift motion, he arrived at the mountain's entrance, where mysterious and arcane runes materialized in his gaze. The intricate patterns of the formation appeared vividly before him. Having signed numerous ancient tomes on formations, Qin Feng had become a genuine formation master. Observing the runes, he effortlessly identified the crucial ones. With a flick of his finger, a faint glimmer of sword energy surged forth, and he gently traced a line, causing a rune to fracture. The previously sealed entrance now stood open once more. However, this was a carefully selected rune. Even if severed, it would not compromise the integrity of the mountain's grand formation. With a gentle motion, Qin Feng crushed the sword energy at his fingertip, and beams of light cascaded to the ground, gradually coalescing to mend the fractured rune. Simultaneously, he strode purposefully outward. Just as he stepped beyond the mountains, the rune completed its restoration, sealing the entrance once again. He soared toward the direction of the Great Xia dynasty. Upon returning to the royal tomb, as expected, no one noticed his prior absence. Among the populace of the Imperial City, perhaps no more than 5 individuals still remembered Qin Feng. After such a long detour, it is high time I rest, he murmured to himself. Sometimes, taking a stroll and wandering about reveals the comfort of simply lying at home. With a flourish of his sleeve, he sent the dust from the lounge chair swirling away in the breeze and reclined once more. With a clang, Qin Feng retrieved a wisp of sword energy from his spatial ring, wrapping it around his wrist like a bracelet, and slowly closed his eyes. The longevity scripture within him began to function autonomously, helping him absorb the sword energy, converting it into spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. The royal tomb once again fell into silence, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of foraging animals. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and 1.5 years swiftly passed. One midday, it was once again time for the Imperial Guard to deliver provisions. However, this time it was Chu Xiong who arrived, having been absent for quite some time, which surprised Qin Feng slightly. "Your Highness, have I disturbed your rest?" Chu Xiong inquired. Noticing Qin Feng still reclining, and assuming he had not slept well the previous night, he hadn't intended to intrude, but despite his careful approach, he still startled Qin Feng. He couldn't help but reflect on how Qin Feng had spent so many years alone here, inevitably affected by it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so sensitive as to wake at such a slight disturbance. "Have you completed your studies at the academy?" Qin Feng inquired lightly. "It has been over 1 year since I graduated. I have been assigned to the army, and I intended to visit you." But matters concerning the Hanyu sect delayed me, Chu Xiong replied. As soon as I wrapped up with the Hanyu sect, I came to see you. He then discreetly produced a storage bag, saying, Your Highness, this contains various delicacies I secretly brought for you to enjoy at your leisure. You are thoughtful, Qin Feng smiled. Accepting the storage bag, although the culinary delights of this world did not compare to his own creations, it was indeed a token of Chu Xiong's kindness. Your Highness, have you heard about the Hanyu sect? Chu Xiong asked mysteriously. What news? Qin Feng feigned ignorance. I knew you hadn't heard. You wouldn't believe it. The kind-hearted Lu Mayer has succumbed to demonic influence. Chu Xiong chuckled, proceeding to recount the events surrounding the Hanyu sect. He believed that since Qin Feng had been in the royal tomb for so long, this tale would alleviate his boredom. Most of what Chu Xiong spoke of regarding the Hanyu sect as collusion with evil forces was already known to Qin Feng. The only detail he was unaware of was that the Hanyu sect had been eradicated by a coalition of several major dynasties, causing quite a stir in the Kanglan domain. The previously flourishing powerful sects had also suffered damage to their reputations due to the fallout. This was excellent news for the major dynasties. Although Qin Feng had not known the specifics beforehand, he had anticipated that the dynasties would never allow the Hanyu sect to persist, as it remained a significant threat. As evening approached, Chu Xiong prepared to take his leave, but seemed to hesitate, as if there was something he wished to express. What is it? Speak freely, Qin Feng encouraged. Observing his demeanor, Chu Xiong, unable to conceal his thoughts, revealed, Recently, I inquired about the northern demon sect as Saintess whom you saved. Ever since returning to the wasteland, she has been in seclusion and has not shown herself. The reason Qin Feng had been labeled as colluding with the demon sect was that he had inadvertently rescued the demon sect's Saintess, Hualing during his patrol in the north and had subsequently let her go. Thus, Chu Xiong speculated that Qin Feng must be curious about the Saintess's fate and had taken the initiative to gather information. Oh, Qin Feng replied indifferently, displaying no interest in the northern demon sect's Saintess. Chu Xiong was taken aback. The crown prince had once risked his position for this woman, yet now displayed no reaction. Could it have been merely a fleeting romance? Although perplexed, he chose not to press further and took his leave. His military duties stationed him several dozen miles from the Imperial city, where he was responsible for its defense, and he only had this day off. 3 days later, Qin Zining arrived. She had also participated in the campaign against the Hanyu sect, considering it a unique form of training. After all, her previous experiences had primarily involved slaying magical beasts, with little actual combat against humans. This special training had significantly contributed to her growth. Uncle, Upon seeing Qin Feng, Qin Zining beamed. In his presence, she reverted to a childlike demeanor. Her father and mother would surely reprimand her for lacking the poise of a princess. Back from your training? Qin Feng smiled, greeting her. Yes, Qin Zining nodded, adding, I brought a plethora of ingredients for you. With a twinkle in her eye, her intentions were clear. You truly are a devoted niece, Qin Feng exclaimed, unable to hide his admiration. While Chu Xiong, an outsider, knew to bring ready-made delicacies, Qin Zining had brought raw ingredients instead. After all these years outside, what I missed most was your cooking, uncle. Eating roasted meat in the forest every day has grown tiresome, Qin Zining pouted. With her current level of cultivation, she still required sustenance, especially meals made with spiritually enriched ingredients, among which magical beast meat was included. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation before rising to prepare a meal for Qin Zining. She joyfully reclined on the lounge chair, waiting for him to cook. Behaving like a little princess. Chapter 36. The Resurgence of the Corpse-Driving Sect Before Long. A sumptuous feast prepared with an abundance of elixirs was laid out on the stone table, comprising no fewer than a dozen dishes. Wow, it smells delightful, exclaimed Qin Zining, nearly drooling as she eagerly began to eat. Would you like some soup? Qin Feng inquired. No, I prefer not to have soup, she replied, shaking her head. As she spoke, she produced a small jade vial filled with tangy plum juice from her storage ring. Observing this, Qin Feng abandoned the idea of preparing boiled water for the ethereal flower and reclined back in his chair. How did your expedition go? Qin Feng asked slowly, feigning ignorance of the events that had transpired during Qin Zining's training, akin to a concerned uncle inquiring about his niece. It was all right, she said between bites, then continued. But I encountered a bit of trouble while training in the evil demon mountains. Trouble? Did you face an assault from demons? Qin Feng pretended to misunderstand. Not exactly, Qin Zining shook her head and elaborated. It was even more troublesome than that as time passed. Qin Zining recounted the events that occurred within the evil demon mountains. Fortunately, with the assistance of that mysterious sword master, I managed to return. Otherwise, I might never have made it back. A shiver of fear still coursed through her as she recalled the ordeal. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. You must be more vigilant in the future. Not only should you be wary of strangers, but even those you are familiar with cannot be completely trusted. The human heart can be treacherous. His inquiry was a reminder for Qin Zining. Yes, she replied, nodding earnestly, committing his words to memory. Had Qin Feng spoken thus before her experience, she might not have taken it to heart, but now, having endured such an experience, it would remain with her for a lifetime. Regrettably, she could not ascertain the appearance of that enigmatic master. I can't shake the feeling that his voice seems somewhat familiar. Yet despite numerous ponderings, I cannot pinpoint any voice that perfectly matches his. Perhaps he is an elderly man, with a head full of white hair, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. To possess such cultivation, he must be at least several hundred years old. Not necessarily, Qin Zining countered, when the mysterious master drew his sword. Even though I could only see his silhouette, I sensed an extraordinary elegance, as if he were a celestial swordsman descended from the heavens, not someone aged. Qin Feng's expression faltered, and he mused internally. Is this what they call a woman's intuition? By the way, does it not strike you as odd that such a powerful figure was able to enter the sealed mountains without your uncle being surprised? Qin Zining suddenly questioned, sensing something amiss. Perhaps I am simply too weak, and that unparalleled master exists in a realm far beyond my comprehension, hence I felt nothing. Qin Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. Qin Zining nodded, feeling that the Emperor Xia was too harsh on Qin Feng. It was one thing to have him guard the Imperial tomb, but to forbid him from cultivating was excessive. Your uncle cannot think like that. Such a powerful being must have his own burdens, and is likely consumed with training, far from enjoying the leisure of someone like your uncle. Perhaps he is currently troubled by the vast resources required for his advancement. Qin Zining reassured Qin Feng. Perhaps, Qin Feng smiled and nodded. It would be wonderful to encounter that mysterious master once more, to express my gratitude, and perhaps discover if he is someone I have met before. Qin Zining's little face was awash with a sense of loss. There is no need to be disheartened. Perhaps we may cross paths again in the future. This time, it was Qin Feng who sought to comfort Qin Zining. However, she shook her head and bitterly replied, such a powerful being may not emerge from seclusion for decades. And when he does, it is likely to be in perilous places. To have encountered him once was already a stroke of luck. The chances of meeting him a second time are slim. Qin Feng chuckled softly at her words, choosing to remain silent. After finishing her meal, Qin Zining helped Qin Feng wash the dishes and tidy up before taking her leave. In a mountain range on the borders of the great Xia dynasty, amidst the ruins of a former sect, the remnants of the corpse-driving sect lay in shambles. Once a formidable stronghold, it had succumbed to decay, with the unrefined corpses having been reduced to ashes. Even mercenaries who ventured into the mountains for hunting maintained a respectful distance from this place, fearing that they might be mistaken for disciples of the corpse-driving sect and captured by the all-seeing Imperial guards. Over time, this area had become a haven for magical beasts. One morning, amidst the quiet ruins, a roar pierced the air. A massive griffin, a fourth-tier magical beast, comparable to a peak practitioner of the ninth heaven, appeared terrified, spreading its expansive wings to take flight. However, an eerie melody resonated, and a decayed figure advanced with a few strides, seizing the griffin's wings and dragging it down to the ground. With a pained cry, the griffin struggled. Yet before it could escape, the ancient corpse dispatched it effortlessly. Simultaneously, other beasts residing in the vicinity fell victim to the onslaught of the ancient corpses. Several figures, appearing as ordinary humans, emerged before the grand hall of the ruins, their eyes filled with fury and cold resolve. The great Xia dynasty. I shall make them pay tenfold for all they have done, roared the leader of the corpse-driving sect, Yu Qing, surveying the desolation. Master, I believe we should reconsider our plan to directly assault the Imperial palace. It is far too perilous, cautioned the sect's elder, his expression grave. What peril? We possess 25 ancient corpses of the first tier of the Purple Mansion realm and 3 of the second tier. What do they have in the Imperial city that can stand against us aside from that dragon formation? Yu Qing replied coldly. For years, they have been hiding like rats. And now, heaven has granted us an opportunity. The Cold Moon sect has been annihilated. Originally comprised entirely of women, their strong Yin energy, woven with resentment and fury, has reached unprecedented levels after their destruction. We have easily awakened the combat-capable ancient corpses hidden within their sect's burial grounds using this overwhelming Yin energy. The combined battle power of these ancient corpses is astonishing. But after the annihilation of the Cold Moon sect, the strength of several major dynasties has also increased. The third elder of the corpse-driving sect lamented. Having gained vast cultivation resources, several practitioners of the first tier of the Purple Mansion realm have emerged. Fear not. I have a dual plan for this assault on the palace, Yu Cheng declared coldly. Regardless of whether we breach the palace or not, there shall be great benefits. Chapter 37. The Dragon Formation operates independently in the ensuing 6 months. The Great Xia dynasty was engulfed in turmoil. The corpse-driving sect's minions wreaked havoc, instilling fear among the populace. Rumors spread that the corpse-driving sect had, over the years, forged thousands of ancient corpses and amassed forces in the eastern part of the dynasty, preparing for a massacre to collect Qin energy. In a frenzy, citizens from various eastern cities fled, terrified of becoming prey to the corpse-driving sect. To stabilize public sentiment, the court was compelled to mobilize troops toward the eastern territories. Only a significant military presence would quell the unrest and prevent the populace from fleeing. One evening, in the Imperial study, several ministers were reporting to Emperor Xia. Your Majesty, the feudal lords across the lands are recklessly annexing territories, leaving many citizens homeless, forced to sell themselves into servitude. The court must take action, the Minister of Justice respectfully stated. The letters of reproach sent by officials from various regions, condemning the princes, had already piled up on his desk. This was merely a reflection of the stance held by those officials of integrity, who refused to conspire with the corrupt. The princes wielded excessive power and required supervision. Qin Zining, equally indignant, exclaimed, "This is outrageous." However, upon hearing his words, Emperor Xia rebuked him sternly, stating, "The princes of the various regions were bestowed their titles by the founding emperor, and their lineage has persisted for millennia. How dare you, a mere prince, speak of them?" Qin Zining, hearing this, promptly acknowledged his fault. Other ministers quickly came to his defense, asserting that he was merely young and inexperienced. The emperor then commanded that the princes contribute a portion of their fertile lands to distribute among the common people to pacify their hearts. "As you decree," replied a respectful minister. Subsequently, the discussion shifted to the matters concerning the corpse drivers. "Your Majesty, the corpse drivers are causing chaos, particularly in the eastern regions. It is likely that the disturbances elsewhere serve merely as a distraction. Their true objective seems to be the populous cities in the east. Perhaps to massacre the citizens and harvest their negative energies," reported a minister with deference. "Have the 100,000 troops dispatched from the Imperial camp to the east set forth?" inquired Emperor Xia. Currently, the Imperial forces are primarily concentrated in the north, to intimidate the northern barbarians and the demonic sect. There are some troops in the west, but moving them east would consume too much time, came the reply. Therefore, he issued orders to gather forces from the Imperial camp to head east. "They have already departed," affirmed the Minister of War respectfully. "Father, if the Imperial camp has only around 12 to 13,000 troops, and now we have dispatched 100,000, will the capital not be left vulnerable?" Qin Zining expressed his concerns. He feared that even if the corpse drivers targeted the eastern cities, it was unwise to withdraw troops from the capital. His trepidation was not rooted in self-preservation, but rather in the potential chaos that could ensue should discord arise within the capital, afflicting countless innocents. "What? Do you believe those corpse drivers would dare to attack the capital?" Emperor Xia scoffed, displeased with his son, who was often overly cautious. In stark contrast to his own demeanor. I may have overthought this," Qin Zining conceded helplessly. The emperor then planned a banquet to honor the ministers for their hard work during these times. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted, reverberating through the palace. The vital halls glowed with intricate runes, emanating a faint light. The Jinglong array activated autonomously. What is happening? Why has the Jinglong array activated on its own? Is there a formidable enemy? The unexpected turn of events left the ministers, who were preparing to dine, utterly astonished, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed outside. Under normal circumstances, only the emperor's command could initiate the Jinglong array. However, there were exceptions. If a multitude of powerful beings infiltrated the capital, the array would respond autonomously. The last time the Jinglong array had activated was 5,000 years prior, during the battle against the evil forces that had infiltrated the capital. They had not anticipated that it would activate once more at this moment. The emperor and his entourage quickly exited the hall and arrived at the outer square. At that moment, the royal guardian overseeing the array arrived as well. "What is the situation?" Emperor Xia inquired gravely. "I am unclear. The Jinglong array activated without warning, indicating that powerful entities have entered the capital," replied the royal guardian solemnly. Simultaneously, several figures hastened to join them, all strongholds stationed within the palace, each possessing 9th-level mastery of the Wheel-Sea realm. With the activation of the Jinglong array, a significant event was clearly unfolding, prompting their urgent emergence from seclusion. "Where are the members of the Jinyui?" Emperor Xia demanded angrily. At that juncture, the Jinyui's commander had also arrived. Your Majesty, the commanders guarding the 4 city gates have been slain, and the perpetrators are likely the corpse drivers, the Jinui commander reported, his face grim. The Jinui possessed extensive intelligence networks, and a covert agent posing as a common merchant had been monitoring the capital's activities for decades. As soon as the gate sentinels were killed, he received the news. What? The corpse drivers have dared to enter the capital? Emperor Xia's countenance darkened, filled with rage. He had just asserted confidently that the corpse drivers would not dare approach the capital, only to be proven wrong in an instant. The 4 gate commanders, each at the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm, along with numerous soldiers capable of forming battle formations, had been silently eliminated, indicating that the corpse drivers had brought with them formidable ancient corpses, clearly well prepared. Elder Qin's expression turned grave. He had already reached the mid-stage of the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm, yet he felt a profound unease. Issue orders for the troops en route to the east to return immediately and prepare the Imperial guards for battle. Emperor Xia commanded coldly, dispatching directives with urgency. He felt a deep apprehension. The audacity of the corpse drivers to assault the capital suggested they possessed numerous potent ancient corpses. Understood, the Jinui commander replied respectfully, hastily relaying the orders. At that moment, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the sky, each a decaying ancient corpse emanating a terrifying aura. They gazed expressionlessly downwards. The eyes of the citizens throughout the capital were drawn to the scene, eliciting a mix of fear and prayer, regardless of the circumstances. They were unwilling to submit to the rule of the corpse drivers. Chapter 38. The Great Battle to see so many powerful ancient corpses. Not only were there over 20 at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm, but there were also 3 at the 2nd level. The countenances of Elder Qin and the others turned ashen. They had not anticipated that within just a few years, the corpse drivers would have amassed such formidable ancient corpses. Their strength was overwhelming. It is worth noting that among them, the mightiest 3 were only at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. Haha. Did you not expect this? The Imperial Palace is my true target, exclaimed one ancient corpse, laughing heartily. The speaker was not an ancient corpse but Yu Qing, the leader of the corpse drivers, utilizing it as a medium to communicate. Due to his and his followers' inferior powers, they concealed themselves and controlled these ancient corpses to avoid being harmed during the battle. Yu Cheng, you truly possess the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopardess gall, daring to assault the Imperial Palace. With the Jinglong array in place, these ancient corpses shall perish here today, Emperor Xia declared solemnly. As he spoke, the Jinglong array had fully activated. Golden light began to swirl around the array's runes, rapidly coalescing in the sky. Before long, a spectral dragon's soul emerged in the heavens. With a resounding roar that echoed through the cosmos, the dragon soul's apparition appeared vaguely, merely a silhouette. Nevertheless, the oppressive aura it emitted remained terrifying. Countless citizens within the capital, witnessing the dragon soul's phantom, were awestruck, some even kneeling in reverence. Humph. Let us see who will ultimately emerge victorious today. Yu Qing sneered. As his voice fell, the ancient corpses charged towards the dragon's soul apparition, igniting a fierce clash between the two sides. Yu Qing understood that to seize the Imperial Palace, they must extinguish this dragon soul. Otherwise, let the dragon soul confront each one individually. These ancient corpses must perish here today. Boom, boom, boom. An intense battle erupted in the sky, illuminating the night with dazzling brilliance. The ancient corpses relentlessly executed powerful martial techniques, striking the ethereal figure of the dragon soul. Yet, like them, the dragon's soul manifested no sense of pain, continuously colliding with these ancient corpses. However, the sheer number and strength of the ancient corpses rendered the dragon soul without any advantage. Conversely, if the battle persisted, it was almost certain that those ancient corpses would shatter the dragon soul's apparition. Imperial guards, draw your bows, commanded the leader of the Imperial guards from below. The archers were already prepared, unleashing arrows enveloped in spiritual energy that soared into the air, creating a magnificent spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows collided with the ancient corpses, releasing violent waves of energy. The sky was filled with blinding light. Although these arrows could momentarily slow the ancient corpses, they struggled to inflict real harm. We should engage and harass those ancient corpses, Elder Qin solemnly suggested. Despite many being at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, their disturbance could provide substantial assistance to the dragon soul's apparition. The other royal offerings nodded in agreement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous figures took to the sky, soaring toward the fray. Apart from Elder Qin and 2 other swordmasters at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm, the rest remained at a distance, launching attacks against the ancient corpses engaged in battle with the dragon soul. Should the ancient corpses retaliate, they would retreat without hesitation. Nevertheless, injuries among the royal offerings continued to mount, as the disparity between the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm and the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm was stark. The advantage clearly lay with the ancient corpses. Father, perhaps you should leave the palace and head to the main camp outside the Imperial city. There are still 20,000 troops there, and the camp is fortified with formations for your protection, Qin Zining advised the Summer Emperor. However, the Summer Emperor dismissed his words with a cold demeanor, stating, "A mere corpse-chasing sect wishes to force me to flee? Such delusions." Upon uttering this, radiant light began to surge around him, and his aura surged dramatically. With the blessing of the Imperial dynasty's fortune, his cultivation ascended to the mid-stage of the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Whoosh! The Summer Emperor soared into the air, joining the fray against the ancient corpses. The intensity of the battle escalated, and the previously advantageous position of the ancient corpses began to shift, entering a delicate balance. In a short time, no one could break this equilibrium. Within the royal mausoleum, Qin Feng observed the combat unfolding in the sky. Just as he prepared to intervene, his brow furrowed as he noticed 2 figures approaching the mausoleum from the opposite direction. They were clearly members of the corpse-chasing sect. At that moment, all the power of the dragon formation was focused on condensing the massive dragon apparition, and the attention of the Imperial guards was fixed on the sky. Thus, these 2 figures, both at the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm, effortlessly navigated through the palace unnoticed. Before long, the 2 figures were very close to the mausoleum. "Senior brother, we must be cautious. I fear there may be powerful guardians within the mausoleum," one of them said with a grave expression. "There is no need for such trepidation. Presently, all the strong figures within the palace are captivated by our ancient corpses. Who has the time to concern themselves with this place?" replied the one-eyed man nonchalantly. His companion nodded slightly, then excitedly proclaimed, "If we can directly steal the body of the 1st emperor and refine it, our sect's power will undoubtedly rise several tiers." This was the true objective of their assault on the palace. Yu Cheng and the others meticulously calculated that if they truly aimed to breach the palace, it would come at a tremendous cost, with uncertain success. Even if they succeeded, they would likely be surrounded by returning troops and gain nothing of substance. However, if they seized the opportunity to steal the body of the 1st emperor of the Great Xia dynasty and refine it, not only would it bring shame to the royal family, but it would also significantly enhance their sect's strength. Now, with the formation's power dedicated to the dragon in the sky, it was the weakest moment for the formations within the mausoleum, allowing them to easily breach it. "At that time, you and I shall be the greatest contributors to our sect," the one-eyed man exclaimed, filled with excitement. As they spoke, the 2 had already entered the mausoleum. Chapter 39. The elderly, unruly in martial ethics. Who is that person? Upon entering the mausoleum, the younger disciple gasped, spotting Qin Feng, who was quietly observing them from beside a recliner. "Just a discarded prince. No need to pay him any mind. Just kill him," the one-eyed man replied dismissively. As they approached Qin Feng, they were curious why he showed no surprise at their presence, thinking perhaps he had simply lost his wits from guarding the mausoleum too long. After all, not many sane people remained in the presence of a discarded prince. The one-eyed disciple prepared to attack Qin Feng. "What brings you here? Planning to dig up graves?" Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, members of the corpse-chasing sect are nothing but lowly scoundrels. Upon hearing this, both the one-eyed man and his disciple's expressions turned grim, as they loathed being mocked for their grave-robbing endeavors. "You could have met a swift end, but now I shall refine you into a body for my own use," the one-eyed man hissed through clenched teeth, preparing to strike at Qin Feng. However, at that moment, Qin Feng stepped forward, swiftly grasping the man's throat, and calmly stated, "You know where your sect leader is hiding, don't you?" The leader of the corpse-chasing sect, Yu Cheng, remained hidden due to his weak cultivation, manipulating the ancient corpses from the shadows to avoid detection by the royal family's experts. Now, these 2 had come to their doom, providing Qin Feng the opportunity to discover Yu Cheng's whereabouts. The one-eyed man's face changed dramatically, fear washing over him as he realized the strength of this so-called discarded prince. What do you intend to do?" he stammered, sensing the ominous premonition as Qin Feng inquired about Yu Cheng's location. Ignoring him, Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with mysterious runes. "Ah, brother, save me!" the one-eyed man screamed in agony as Qin Feng delved into his consciousness, inflicting unbearable pain. His disciple, witnessing his brother's effortless subjugation, stood frozen in shock, then quickly nodded and turned to flee. This discarded prince was far too terrifying. However, Qin Feng casually unleashed a sword light that cleaved the one-eyed disciple into pieces, scattering limbs across the ground. At the same time, He withdrew his gaze from the one-eyed man's consciousness and swiftly resolved him as well. Yining Mountain, Qin Feng murmured. From the memories of the one-eyed man, he discerned that the leader of the corpse-chasing sect and his cohorts were concealed within Yining Mountain, controlling the ancient corpses invading the palace. It seemed the crisis within the palace could not be addressed for the time being. Qin Feng mused as he cast a glance toward the numerous ancient corpses in the sky. If he were to act recklessly now and eliminate these ancient corpses, the leader of the corpse-driving sect, Yu Cheng, and his associates would surely seize the opportunity to flee. His ambition to eradicate the corpse-driving sect in one fell swoop would be rendered impossible. These individuals had repeatedly invaded the Imperial tomb, disturbing his cultivation and rest, igniting his fury. Only by eliminating these key figures could he forever lay to rest his lingering concerns. Subsequently, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, flicked his fingers, and two flames surged toward the two corpses. The corpses were quickly incinerated, leaving no trace, not even ashes. Shortly afterward, Qin Feng departed from the palace. Yining Mountain lay a considerable distance from the imperial city and was remarkably inconspicuous. Not even mercenaries were inclined to venture there. At this moment, within a dense forest, dozens of figures stood, emanating no formidable aura, yet each wielded a grim artifact. They were positioned within a formation spanning several dozen feet, manipulating the ancient corpses from afar. The Dragon Shock formation was exceedingly powerful. Should they truly aim to seize the Imperial Palace, the cost would be unbearable. The elder of the corpse-driving sect spoke solemnly. Despite the distance, they could utilize the ancient corpses to clearly observe the events transpiring above the palace. Calculating the time, it was likely that the one-eyed duo had already unearthed the remains of the founding emperor of the great Xia royal family. Yu Cheng remarked nonchalantly, "Once they return, we shall withdraw." After witnessing the dragon's soul coalesced by the formation, he had resolved to fully implement their prior plan. When the time comes, we shall use the remains of their founding emperor to slaughter their army and civilians. They shall surely be driven to despair. The third elder of the corpse-driving sect chuckled ominously. The others from the sect echoed with disdainful laughter. The vendetta from millennia past was finally within reach of retribution. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly soared from the horizon and landed not far from their position in the dense forest. Simultaneously, the three ancient corpses left behind by Yu Cheng sprang into action, charging toward the intruder. Given the forest's remoteness, he had deliberately left three ancient corpses at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm to safeguard their safety. Who is that? Could it be that the great Xia royal family has discovered us? The elder of the corpse-driving sect exclaimed in alarm. Impossible. Our location is so concealed that the great Xia royal family could never find us, the third elder replied. Only the core members of the corpse-driving sect were privy to this operation. Otherwise, even the Jinui would not have been able to uncover it. It was likely just a passerby. Pay him no mind. Those three ancient corpses are all at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, and dispatching him will be a mere formality. The others from the corpse-driving sect were unconcerned. Within the great Xia dynasty, no one could withstand an assault from three ancient corpses at that level, and they naturally did not believe that the figure, now standing in the nearby forest, could contend with them. They regarded Qin Feng as an unfortunate passerby destined to meet a grim fate. Boom. At that moment, the three ancient corpses charged at Qin Feng, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. Massive ancient trees were uprooted and reduced to ash. Just as Qin Feng landed, he observed the three corpses halted a mere half a meter from him, blocked by his protective aura, and calmly remarked, "Old man, how unchivalrous." Following that, an even more astonishing wave of energy erupted from within him. The three grotesque, decayed corpses were instantly torn to shreds, their limbs scattered across the ground. Qin Feng's gaze shifted toward Yu Cheng and the others, and he approached them with measured steps. Chapter 40. Rooting out the weeds initially. Yu Cheng and the others believed that Qin Feng was doomed to perish under the assault of three ancient corpses at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. However, they were taken aback when, following the violent energy fluctuations, Qin Feng appeared unscathed, while their three ancient corpses were effortlessly annihilated. In an instant, they began to question their very existence, some doubting whether their sight had failed them. After rubbing their eyes, they realized they were not mistaken, only to be further astonished. How can this young man possess such strength? The elder of the corpse-driving sect's voice trembled with fear. No one answered his question. The other members of the corpse-driving sect stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed by shock. Surely the core members of the corpse-driving sect are all present? Qin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Why you? Who are you? Yu Cheng finally regained his composure from the shock and asked in terror. Can you not tell? I am, of course, a prince of the great Xia, Qin Feng replied, furrowing his brow. Did his attire not reflect that of a prince? Was his demeanor not fitting? How utterly disheartening. How could it be possible that the great Xia royal family has produced such a young, yet powerful individual? Yu Cheng could hardly believe it. By appearance, Qin Feng seemed no older than 50, yet the strength he had just displayed was likely at least that of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Not even during the zenith of the great Xia dynasty had such a prodigy emerged in the entire Kanglan domain. Believe it or not, I share this with you merely to clarify the situation, Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. As he spoke, an astonishing sword intent began to coalesce between his fingers, the rampant sword energy swirling ominously around him. The members of the corpse-driving sect displayed expressions of terror, acutely aware of the looming threat of death. Some even shaking in fear. You insolent wretch! I never imagined you would force me to this extent. Yu Cheng seethed with fury. In his hand appeared a pitch-black pill, and through gritted teeth, he declared, even if you are at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, you shall perish here today. As his words fell, he swallowed the pill, and a torrent of sinister energy surged into Yu Cheng's limbs. Ah! Yu Cheng howled in agony, his vitality swiftly waning. His skin began to wither and rot. In an instant, he appeared as if he were a corpse, yet his aura dramatically intensified, reaching the mid-stage of the third level of the Purple Mansion realm. The living dead pill. The sect leader has found the rarest living dead pill from our former sect, intending to transform himself into a living corpse. The members of the corpse-driving sect gasped in astonishment. The living dead pill was an exceedingly rare elixir. Even during the peak of the corpse-driving sect, only attainable by a 5th-tier poison master. Yet now, in the entire Kanglan domain, there existed no 5th-tier poison masters or alchemists. They had not anticipated that Yu Cheng would have found such an ancient pill, nor that he would choose to consume it. It was known that transforming into a living corpse would significantly enhance one's cultivation and allow one to absorb sinister energy for practice without depleting resources. Even lifespan would be greatly extended. However, the cost was immense. The body would rot completely, never to recover, becoming indistinguishable from a corpse. Moreover, during each full moon, the individual would descend into madness, a truly terrifying fate. Even at the height of the corpse-driving sect, few would willingly choose to become living corpses. The derogatory claims that the corpse-driving sect was of the lowest order now seemed entirely justified. Qin Feng regarded the transformed Yu Cheng coldly and remarked, "To willingly turn yourself into a living corpse. How desperate you must be. This is your doing." Yu Cheng bellowed furiously. Even as a living corpse, it is still better than dying at your hands today. The notion of becoming a living dead was something he naturally abhorred. Otherwise, he would have transformed long ago, effortlessly seizing the Imperial palace. Yet, should he become a living dead, unable to partake in the splendor of the mortal realm, what meaning would life hold? The emergence of Qin Feng, however, compelled him to make this excruciating decision. For him, a wretched existence was better than a noble demise. Regrettably, he would not survive today. To pursue this path would merely inflict further torment upon himself. Qin Feng, with an air of pity, remarked, "Humph. Even on the brink of death, you still feign bravado. Has your cultivation truly ascended to the third level of the Purple Mansion realm?" Yu Cheng snorted coldly, perceiving Qin Feng's demeanor as mere posturing. As he spoke, a torrent of ominous energy surged within him, unleashed upon the world. Wherever it passed, flora and fauna withered instantly, stripped of vitality. With a thunderous roar, Yu Cheng charged at Qin Feng, propelled by this terrifying energy. His personal cultivation was not particularly formidable, and he possessed few powerful techniques. Nevertheless, he believed his prowess surpassed that of Qin Feng. Even a simple punch could obliterate him. Yet, at that moment, an even more astonishing sword intent emanated from Qin Feng, enveloping an area spanning several dozen miles. The resonance of swords echoed through the heavens. The sword light at his fingertips transformed into something more brilliant and awe-inspiring. In the blink of an eye, this sword light shot toward Yu Cheng, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Without any surprise, the sword light effortlessly pierced Yu Cheng's body, splattering the ground with dark blood and leaving a gaping wound in his chest. How can this be? Yu Cheng's already vacant eyes widened further in disbelief. Despite having reached the mid-stage of the third level of the Purple Mansion realm, he found himself utterly unqualified to touch Qin Feng. How could this prince be so fearsome? Before he could ponder further, his breath ceased, and he collapsed to the ground. Qin Feng's gaze then turned to the others present. "Run, quickly." The elders of the corpse-chasing sect, still reeling from shock, caught sight of Qin Feng's gaze upon them and instantly felt as though they were facing a primordial beast. They turned and fled in all directions. Unfortunately for them, they faced Qin Feng, who had no inclination to spare them, especially after they had disturbed him twice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several beams of sword light shot toward the fleeing elders, piercing their bodies and claiming their lives on the spot. None had anticipated that their seemingly flawless plan would unravel so completely today. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, Qin Feng summoned a torrent of bone spirit cold fire that engulfed the corpses and dark artifacts, incinerating them completely. In no time, the remnants were reduced to ashes. After completing this task, Qin Feng prepared to depart. Oh, I might as well check in here, he suddenly remembered, having yet to sign in for the day. He summoned the system, declaring, "Sign in at Yindang Mountain." Ding. Congratulations, Master, sign in successful. You have obtained the corpse control technique. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. The corpse control technique, an ancient and malevolent art from bygone eras, capable of animating and controlling corpses for combat. Qin Feng paused, momentarily taken aback. Yindang Mountain was not particularly exceptional. How could he have acquired such a formidable secret technique? However, upon reflection, this was the site of the once-renowned corpse-chasing sect, obliterated long ago, making it indeed quite special. He soon accepted this revelation and chose to merge with the technique. A wealth of information flooded into Qin Feng's mind. The contents of the corpse control technique were profoundly eerie and intricate. To his astonishment, he discovered that this technique could be traced back to legends concerning the underworld, steeped in antiquity and mystery. The underworld, Qin Feng mused, recalling only vague references to this realm from ancient texts, once believing it to be mere folklore. He had not anticipated that a genuine technique could originate from the underworld, suggesting its potential existence. Never mind, such forces are still far beyond my reach, he thought, shaking his head to dismiss the notion. His gaze then shifted toward the Imperial city. With a hum, Qin Feng instantly conjured a windsword soul, imbued with formidable sword intent, a sight to behold. With a mere thought, the windsword soul surged toward the skies above the Imperial city, vanishing like a shooting star in the night. With the demise of the dark artifacts and Yu Cheng, the ancient corpses would undoubtedly descend into madness, unleashing chaos and indiscriminate slaughter. Thus, he had to act swiftly to eradicate them. Meanwhile, above the Imperial city, the battle raged fiercely. 6 royal guardians had already fallen, and several others were gravely injured. The ancient corpses were suffering as well, their numbers dwindling. Overall, the conflict remained evenly matched, with the potential for mutual destruction looming. Suddenly, the ancient corpses emitted a cacophony of howls, piercing and ghastly, as if rising from the depths of hell, instilling fear into the very souls of those who heard it. These corpses, once under Yu Cheng's control, now seemed to have gone berserk, attacking with reckless abandon. While they had previously exhibited restraint, avoiding self-harm, they now ignored all caution, relentlessly assaulting their foes, heedless of their own injuries. What is happening? Have these ancient corpses gone mad? Summer Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he faced 2 ancient corpses of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, struggling to withstand their onslaught. One of the ancient corpses, despite having its arm severed by the Summer Emperor, pressed forward and struck him in the chest. Blood erupted from the Emperor's mouth, splattering onto the ground and cracking the already firm surface. Your Majesty, numerous ministers rushed forward to support the Summer Emperor, administering healing elixirs. However, with the Emperor injured, the other royal guardians fared no better. Initially only engaging in minor disturbances, they now found themselves relentlessly pursued by the ancient corpses, suffering severe injuries and falling to the ground. 3 particularly unfortunate guardians were torn to shreds by a group of attacking corpses, their remains scattered across the ground. Soon, only the ethereal dragon's soul remained in the skies, battling the ancient corpses. Its form flickered and faded, unable to withstand the overwhelming tide of adversaries. How can this be? Why have these ancient corpses suddenly gone berserk? The Summer Emperor and others were baffled, their expressions filled with confusion. At that moment, the dragon soul's spectral form could no longer hold its ground, erupting in an explosion of energy. Waves of violent energy surged through the sky like a tsunami, cascading outward. Meanwhile, below, the dragon array within the palace ceased functioning, causing several intricately inscribed palaces to collapse. In the sky, a multitude of ancient corpses disintegrated into ashes, save for 3 that had survived, still intact at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Although they were all missing limbs, and even had one with only half a head, their combat prowess remained extraordinary. Roaring, their gazes were fixed downward, with only the desire for slaughter left in their eyes. Your Majesty, you must leave quickly. We will hold them off. Elder Chun and the others shouted urgently. However, the Summer Emperor had no intention of fleeing. In a deep voice, he declared, If we join forces and fight with our lives, perhaps we can slay these 3 ancient corpses. If I escape, the Imperial Palace will surely descend into a hell on earth. Not only will all the concubines and princes perish, but our great Xia dynasty will become a laughingstock in the Kanglan region. Upon hearing this, Elder Chun and the others fell silent. The Summer Emperor, bolstered by the fortune of the dynasty, represented a formidable force. If he left, there would be no one left in the palace capable of contending with these ancient corpses. Why must heaven be so unjust to our great Xia dynasty? The weaker civil and military officials roared in anger. Should the Summer Emperor fall in battle, the returning generals might be able to eliminate the remaining ancient corpses. But the unstable foundation of Prince Qin Zining would undoubtedly lead to the local lords refusing to submit. If internal strife erupted, it would deal a tremendous blow to the dynasty's strength. Just then, the 3 ancient corpses began to dive downward. The Summer Emperor and his companions, resolved to fight to the death against these ancient corpses, prepared for the ultimate confrontation. Suddenly, a white light swept across the distant sky. Chapter 42. Who is the one who strikes? Boom. This white light, carrying an incomparably terrifying sword intent, surged like a tempest, illuminating the night sky. All eyes in the Imperial city were drawn to this brilliant light. What is that? A daylight meteor? No. It was a sword soul, emanating an awe-inspiring sword intent. As the white light approached, the people within the Imperial city realized it was indeed a sword soul, their voices trembling in disbelief. A sword soul contained such formidable sword intent. Just as the crowd was astonished, this sword soul arrived in an instant, shooting forth with terrifying sword intent toward the 3 ancient corpses. Without any hindrance, the sword soul effortlessly pierced through the bodies of the 3 ancient corpses. A rain of blood fell, and the entire Imperial city sank into silence. Everyone stared in shock at the blood raining down, utterly astonished. The 3 ancient corpses of the 2nd tier of the Purple Mansion realm had been slain in an instant. How terrifying! At that moment, the most horrified were the Summer Emperor and his companions. They had braced themselves for death, preparing to fight these ancient corpses with their lives. Yet in the blink of an eye, these corpses were annihilated, and the crisis was averted. The sword intent of wind! It is the sword intent of wind! Suddenly, Elder Qin exclaimed, could the one who struck be Prince Mu? Has he truly become so powerful? During the earlier battle, Prince Mu had not intervened, and they had thought him to be in seclusion. It now appeared he had ventured out. Moreover, judging by the sword intent still lingering in the sky, it seemed Prince Mu had at least broken through to the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm, likely having acted to rescue them upon learning of the danger facing the Imperial city. If it was indeed Prince Mu, then our great Xia dynasty would gain a formidable ally of at least the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. Truly, heaven has blessed our great Xia dynasty. The officials in the distance rejoiced, filled with excitement and elation. The pale-faced Summer Emperor also revealed a smile, his heart brimming with joy. An ally of at least the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. No such powerful being has ever been heard of throughout the Kanglan region. Father! Father! Just then, Prince Qin Zining rushed in, looking anxious. Earlier, during the crisis, the Summer Emperor had sent him to summon Prince Mu for assistance. The sight of the dignified prince in such a flurry was unbecoming. The Summer Emperor reprimanded him, having always held high expectations for his son. Father just asked me to summon Prince Mu. Qin Zining quickly composed himself, speaking slowly. I know Prince Mu is not in seclusion. He is traveling. The Summer Emperor replied coolly, the sword that struck us came from outside the Imperial city. Did you not see? No. However, Qin Zining shook his head, saying, when I arrived, the pavilion had collapsed due to the cessation of the dragon array, and amidst the ruins, I discovered this. He handed a bloodied letter to the Summer Emperor. Upon seeing the blood letter, the Summer Emperor's expression turned to one of confusion. But he reached out to take it nonetheless. After reading its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. 7, uncle. He has already transcended. Overwhelmed with shock, the Summer Emperor's voice trembled. How could this be? A storm of emotions surged within him, disbelief filling his eyes. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue. What? Prince Mu has long since transcended? Elder Qin and the others were equally astonished. They wished to see the blood letter, but the Summer Emperor tightly clutched it. The letter detailed Prince Mu's fall into darkness. This information must not be leaked. Indeed, this blood letter was left by Prince Mu before his demise. He had already transcended. The Summer Emperor's tone was complex. He did not conceal the truth. For whether such a matter could be kept secret depended entirely on whether the owner of the earlier sword soul would reveal themselves. How could this be? If Prince Mu had already transcended, then who was it that killed the 3 ancient corpses? Exactly. Who saved the prince if not Prince Mu? Elder Chun and the rest echoed, unable to believe that Prince Mu had actually died. Each face displayed confusion and disbelief. How would I know? The Summer Emperor's expression was complex as he said, "What I find even more perplexing is, if that powerful figure is not Prince Mu, why did they intervene multiple times to assist us?" Everyone present fell into silence. The news of Prince Mu's death was hard for them to accept, let alone contemplate this deeper issue. Could it be that the one who intervened was not helping us, but rather opposing the corpse-driving sect? Elder Su, who guarded the sutra repository, could not help but speak. Upon hearing this, many turned to glance at him. If considered from that angle, it was not without reason. However, what about the incident with the demon suppression tower? The evil forces that emerged there had nothing to do with the corpse-driving sect, and that powerful figure had intervened then as well. Elder Chun raised a different viewpoint, suggesting, could it be another possibility? The one who acted was not Prince Mu, but still a member of the royal family, merely concealing their identity, and we failed to notice. That seems unlikely, right? The crowd shook their heads, deeming it improbable. For if it were truly a royal family member with such formidable power, they would certainly require abundant cultivation resources, and hiding their identity would hinder their acquisition of such resources. Elder Qin's idea was dismissed, and once more, silence enveloped the group. Regardless, at the very least, that powerful figure bore no ill will toward them. At this moment, the Summer Emperor spoke up. This point was agreed upon by all. However, beyond this, they could glean no further information, and after a prolonged period of contemplation, they could not arrive at an answer. Never mind. Our immediate concern is not to uncover the identity of that powerful figure. After a brief pause, Emperor Xia continued, emphasizing the need to promptly announce to the world, ensuring the peace of the populace. Within a couple of days, news of the corpse-chasing sect's assault on the Imperial city would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire dynasty. If they did not swiftly declare the truth to the public to calm the people's hearts, who could foresee the chaos that might ensue? The multitude of ministers nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the injured royal attendants were assisted back to the palace's spiritually enriched areas to meditate and recuperate. The Imperial Guard began to inspect the collapsed palaces for any trapped maids or eunuchs, while the Jinui resumed their search within the palace for any remaining members of the corpse-chasing sect. The 4 city gates were also taken over by soldiers who had rushed from the outer encampment. Chapter 43. Should we exhume the Ancestor Emperor? Amidst the speculations of Emperor Xia and others, Qin Feng remained utterly oblivious. Upon returning from Yindang Mountain, he had gone directly to the royal mausoleum. There was no need for him to deal with the aftermath of the palace battle, and he was disinclined to intervene. "Uncle, where have you been?" At that moment, Qin Zining, who was within the mausoleum, was astonished upon seeing Qin Feng return. "What are you doing here?" Qin Feng queried, perplexed. Given the fierce battle that had erupted in the palace, Qin Zining should have sought a way to leave long before now, even if she was reluctant. Emperor Xia and Crown Prince Qin Junyan would never permit such a remarkable talent to remain in such a perilous location. "Just now, grandfather urged me to leave the palace swiftly, concerned for your safety here in the mausoleum. So he sent me to bring you away," Qin Zining recounted. "Upon my arrival, I discovered you were absent, and I feared you might be in danger." Qin Feng felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Qin Junyan would remember to have his daughter escort him away in such a dangerous moment. "I thought I heard commotion outside the mausoleum," assuming it was a member of the corpse-chasing sect, only to find it was merely some startled pets running about. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "I see." Qin Zining nodded in understanding, not questioning further. After all, everyone in the palace had been in a state of panic and chaos. She then advised Qin Feng, "If there is ever another threat from the corpse-chasing sect attacking the palace, you should head to the Eastern Palace for safety. Do not worry. There will not be a next time," Qin Feng stated calmly. His assertion puzzled Qin Zining, who could not comprehend why he believed there would not be another opportunity. Although the ancient corpses of the corpse-chasing sect had been vanquished, their core members still survived. However, despite her confusion, she dismissed it, thinking Qin Feng was merely trying to comfort her. She could not fathom that the core members of the corpse-chasing sect had already been thoroughly eliminated by Qin Feng, ensuring that no such threat would arise again. "Uncle, if you're all right, I shall go find father and the others. There are surely many matters to attend to in the palace, and I will see if I can offer any assistance," Qin Zining informed Qin Feng. "All right," he nodded in response. "Be cautious on your way. Be wary of any remaining ancient corpses," even though he knew there were none left. He reminded Qin Zining to always exercise caution in any circumstance. After she departed the mausoleum, Qin Feng turned his gaze to the vast royal mausoleum before him. What if I were to exhume the Ancestor Emperor's body and transform it into an ancient corpse? Would that be too excessive? He murmured to himself, contemplating the mausoleum. With his mastery of corpse control, he no longer perceived the mausoleum as a desolate place, but rather as a treasure trove. If Emperor Xia were to hear such thoughts, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. He had entrusted Qin Feng with guarding the mausoleum, yet Qin Feng contemplated exhuming the ancestor emperor's ancient corpse. But after a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng shook his head. He was not deterred by the possibility of being discovered. With his current cultivation level, he could easily unearth the ancestor emperor's body and refine it into a combat-ready ancient corpse. However, the crux of the matter was that he had no need for it. His cultivation now surpassed all within the Qin domain, and none among the apparent strong could rival him. Therefore, he saw no reason to squander energy on refining a corpse. Shaking his head, Qin Feng returned to his recliner, resuming his rest while simultaneously cultivating, absorbing the sword energy and earth spirit essence he had acquired. Over the next 3 days, news of the corpse-chasing sect's assault on the Great Xia Imperial City swiftly circulated throughout the Qin domain. After all, the Great Xia dynasty was one of the prominent dynasties in the region, and an attack on the Imperial City was no trivial matter. This incident sparked immense discussion. Few could have anticipated that the corpse-chasing sect had grown so formidable in just a few short years, instilling a sense of unease among the various dynasties and sections. Firstly, the speed at which the corpse-chasing sect sought to enhance its overall strength was astonishing. They merely required sufficiently powerful corpses. Other dynasties and sects found themselves unable to keep pace. Secondly, neither the dynasties nor the sects wished for their ancestors' graves to be desecrated by the corpse-chasing sect, which would be a profound disgrace. Consequently, both the major sects and dynasties launched purges against the corpse-chasing sect within their territories. Had Qin and others still been around, along with the formidable ancient corpses, they might have felt little concern regarding these purges. After all, the number of Zifu realm experts that the various dynasties and sects could mobilize was exceedingly limited, and the speed at which armies could be mobilized was naturally slower than that of moving corpses. However, with Yu Cheng and others now deceased, and the powerful ancient corpses gone, the disciples of the corpse-chasing sect were utterly disarrayed in the face of the onslaught. With numerous disciples captured and imprisoned, the transmission of their legacy was completely severed, leaving no chance for resurgence. Simultaneously, the mysterious powerful figure who had slain those ancient corpses became a topic of fervent discussion. Do you think that powerful figure is indeed from the Great Xia dynasty? It's hard to say. That figure has rescued members of the Great Xia royal family multiple times. Who can say for certain? Perhaps they are simply an enemy of the corpse-chasing sect, seeing as the Great Xia royal family has the deepest grievances with them, thus intervening on their behalf. It is astonishing that in a time when even Zifu realm experts of the 2nd and 3rd levels are scarce throughout the Qin domain, a figure above the 5th level of Zifu realm has emerged. Similar conversations echoed throughout the Qin domain. Speculations regarding Qin Feng's true identity abounded. Nevertheless, the consensus among the majority was that the mysterious powerhouse was not affiliated with the Great Xia royal family. After all, even within the Great Xia royal family, including the civil and military officials, no one knew the identity of that enigmatic individual. They believed that the mysterious figure was most likely a recluse residing within the Great Xia dynasty. Amidst these ongoing discussions, the atmosphere within the palace was one of profound sorrow, shrouded in an oppressive gloom. The life of Emperor Xia was in peril. After the fierce battle with the ancient corpses, Emperor Xia had issued various commands. Just as he released the imperial fortune that had been sustaining him, he immediately spat blood and collapsed to the ground. His age was already advanced, and during the battle against the ancient corpses, he had sustained severe injuries. While the imperial fortune had masked his ailments, once it dissipated, he could no longer endure. Under the care of numerous imperial physicians and precious elixirs, he barely managed to survive for 3 days. Chapter 44. A coup? On the 3rd day of Qin Feng's rest, Chu Xiong suddenly arrived. Your Highness, during the recent attack by the corpse-chasing sect, were you unharmed? As Chu Xiong entered the imperial mausoleum, he inquired with a hint of concern. What could possibly happen so far from the battlefield? Qin Feng chuckled lightly, then, with a furrowed brow, asked, Aren't you stationed at the imperial camp? What brings you to the palace? Is your Highness not aware? Chu Xiong replied, somewhat surprised. What is it? Qin Feng queried, his expression filled with confusion. The Emperor's injuries are worsening. Of the over 100,000 troops stationed at the camp, half are now stationed in the imperial city to prevent any unusual occurrences. Chu Xiong explained slowly. Though he didn't articulate it directly, the implication was clear. They were there to thwart any potential unrest instigated by the regional princes. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression shifted in shock. He had been oblivious to the deteriorating condition of the Summer Emperor, largely due to his seclusion. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the Yangxin Hall. With half the army now tasked with guarding the imperial city, just how grave must the emperor's condition be? As Qin Feng pondered this, Chu Xiong revealed his purpose for coming, to caution Qin Feng to remain vigilant should any upheaval occur within the palace. His identity as the discarded crown prince could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Understood, Qin Feng nodded. He was not a fool. He would not be so easily manipulated. After inquiring about Chu Xiong's training and offering some unintentional guidance, he sent him on his way. If the Summer Emperor were to pass, would not the entire dynasty descend into chaos? Qin Feng mused to himself. Despite his reclusive nature, he was still aware of the current state of the Great Xia dynasty. The emperor's demise would spell disaster. Ideally, the Summer Emperor would arrange everything, secure Qin Ziyuan's position, and then depart this world. With that thought, Qin Feng averted his gaze and gently closed his eyes, a stream of spiritual energy swirling from within him, darting towards the Yangxin Hall. Meanwhile, within the Yangxin Hall, the Summer Emperor lay pale upon his bed. The three finest physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute surrounded him, a table nearby laden with rare medicinal pills. Yet, despite their efforts, the physicians bore expressions of distress, shaking their heads in despair. How is my father? The Crown Prince, Qin Ziyin, stepped forward, worry etched on his face. Our medical skills are insufficient. We are unable to heal him. The physicians lamented helplessly. What? The words struck Qin Ziyin, causing his countenance to shift, struggling to accept the reality. Although his ascension to the throne would follow the emperor's passing, there was no joy in his heart. The injuries sustained in that fierce battle had been too severe, and the malevolent energy within the emperor's body continued to spread unchecked. The physicians expressed their frustration. Despite exhausting every remedy, the emperor's condition only worsened. The attending ministers exchanged grave glances, their faces reflecting the weight of the situation. The palace had recently suffered an assault from the corpse-driving sect, resulting in the destruction of numerous palaces and the fall of many powerful figures. The imperial family's authority had reached an all-time low. Moreover, the crown prince's control over the regional armies was tenuous at best. Should the Summer Emperor pass away now and Qin Ziyin ascend, what would become of the ravenous regional princes? They would seize the opportunity to demand greater rewards, or worse, raise arms to contest the throne. Other major dynasties and sects would undoubtedly intervene. At that point, the very existence of the Great Xia dynasty would hang in the balance. Ziyin. Just then, the Summer Emperor spoke, his voice frail, as if it could cease at any moment. Father. Qin Ziyin rushed forward, sorrow etched across his features, tears welling in his eyes. Why do you weep? The Summer Emperor grasped Qin Ziyin's hand, admonishing him in a feeble voice. After my death, you will be the new sovereign of the Great Xia. You must not let anyone see your weakness. Instill fear in all your subjects. Only then can you suppress those who oppose you. This had always been his guiding principle, one he had staunchly upheld. Yes, father. Though Qin Ziyin did not wholeheartedly agree with the emperor's teachings, he refrained from voicing his dissent in that moment, merely nodding. The Summer Emperor nodded in return, preparing to say more, but at that moment, a commotion erupted from outside. Who dares to intrude upon the sanctity of the imperial palace? A voice from the imperial guards thundered. The ministers within the Yangxin Hall were taken aback, their expressions turning grave. Could it be that someone from the regional princes had brazenly stormed the palace? It was anticipated that chaos would ensue upon the emperor's passing. But we did not foresee it would come so swiftly, one minister remarked solemnly. Could it be that the princes are already attempting to seize the palace? All the ministers turned their gazes towards the entrance, and what they witnessed would be forever etched in their memories. Outside the palace, the imperial guards had drawn their weapons, standing at the ready, their faces taut with tension as they gazed into the distance. On the cobblestone path, a hazy figure approached the palace, moving with deliberate slowness. As the figure drew nearer, they were struck with horror. It was not a human being, but a pure energy entity, composed of spiritual and sword energies, taking on a humanoid form. What is this? As Qin Feng neared, the imperial guards outside the palace turned pale, their shock palpable, their voices trembling. This was beyond their comprehension. Who are you, and why do you dare intrude upon our Great Xia palace? Elder Chun, who was secretly guarding the Yangxin Hall, stepped forward and bellowed. He recognized the figure was not a demon but a powerful being's manifestation. However, no sooner had Elder Chun spoken than Qin Feng's gaze fell upon him, and it was as though he had been ensnared by an ancient beast, his body becoming uncontrollable as he knelt before the ground, crushed beneath an immense pressure. This scene left the ministers and imperial guards in utter disbelief. The most powerful Elder Chun had been brought low by a mere glance. Which prince has summoned this formidable figure? Protect the emperor. Quickly, protect the emperor. The ministers within the Yangxin Hall cried out in unison. Yet, all the Imperial guards, as well as the hidden protectors, stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Qin Feng was simply too terrifying. They felt like ants gazing up at a deity. The very act of refraining from prostrating in worship took an abundance of courage, let alone attempting to impede Qin Feng's advance. This was not a matter of loyalty to the Summer Emperor. It stemmed from a deep, instinctual dread. Amid countless astonished gazes, Qin Feng's ethereal form entered the palace, striding purposefully towards the bed where the Summer Emperor lay. "Stop! Do not harm my father." Qin Zhouyan, empowered by the dynasty's fortune, suppressed his inner terror and drew the Imperial sword hanging beside the bed, swinging it toward Qin Feng. Yet, before the Imperial sword could close the distance, it halted abruptly, as if striking an invisible barrier. Qin Zhouyan's expression darkened as he realized the sword could neither repel the mysterious figure nor offer him any protection. Instead, he found himself immobilized, frozen in place. At this moment, the entire Yangxin Hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, with all present gazing in astonishment at the figure before them, a manifestation composed entirely of ethereal energy and sword aura, exuding an astonishing presence. It was beyond their comprehension what terrifying level of cultivation this individual possessed. Just then, Qin Feng had approached the bedside of Emperor Xia. He activated his divine eye, and intricate, profound runes materialized within his gaze as he began to assess the Emperor's injuries. The spread of dark energy is so severe that, under normal circumstances, healing you would indeed be exceedingly difficult, Qin Feng murmured. The sound he emitted, being purely composed of spiritual and sword energy, was bizarre and hardly resembled that of a typical human. The numerous Imperial physicians present were struck with expressions of horror. They had spent an entire day discerning the nature of Emperor Xia's affliction, yet this enigmatic figure had grasped it in an instant. They found it utterly inconceivable. You are not here to kill me?" the Emperor inquired, his eyes filled with fear and unease as he watched the mysterious figure draw closer. However, upon the figure's arrival, he found an unexpected calmness, sensing no murderous intent emanating from this individual. In fact, there was a hint of familiarity that brought him comfort. "You are not worthy of my personal involvement in your demise," Qin Feng replied coolly. If he intended to kill Emperor Xia, there was no need to manifest an external avatar. A mere flicker of sword light at the royal tomb would suffice to claim the Emperor's life. The Emperor, upon hearing this, fell silent. The palace's formidable dragon array had yet to be repaired, and a being of such strength would not require such extensive effort to eliminate him. "Then what brings you here?" the Emperor asked weakly. "You will know shortly," Qin Feng responded. As he spoke, he produced a brilliant red flower, the flower of the other shore. Having acquired this life-extending blossom in the sinister Demon Mountains, he initially intended it for Qin Zining. However, with the Emperor at death's door, he decided to utilize it for him instead. Upon seeing the flower, two Imperial physicians' eyes widened in disbelief. They had never anticipated that Qin Feng possessed the flower of the other shore, a rare and precious herb for prolonging life, which had never before appeared in the entire Great Xia dynasty. They desperately attempted to voice their concerns. Given the Emperor's dire condition, administering the flower directly could not only fail to extend his life but might accelerate his demise. It was essential to refine it with a cauldron to expel the lingering dark energy and temper its overly potent effects. Yet, the enigmatic figure before them clearly had no intention of using a cauldron. The physicians were filled with urgency, but their voices were stifled, their eyes reflecting their anxiety. The Emperor's chance for salvation was slipping away, and it would be a grave pity to miss it. Then, suddenly, white flames ignited in Qin Feng's hand, consuming the flower of the other shore. The intense heat was accompanied by an eerie chill, an odd juxtaposition. This phenomenon astounded everyone in the Yangxin Hall. They had never witnessed such a peculiar flame. What followed left them utterly speechless. The bone-chilling fire in Qin Feng's grasp began to refine the flower. The once vibrant red petals gradually withered to a charred black, the essence being extracted. Crystalline droplets of liquid suspended above his palm emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, refreshing and invigorating to behold. The outcome of the refinement was flawless. At that moment, both the physicians and others present were overwhelmed with disbelief, struck by the astonishing sight before them. To refine the flower of the other shore by hand. How could someone achieve this without a cauldron? Even those unversed in alchemy understood the vital role of a cauldron, with its engraving significantly aiding the refinement process. The rarity of the flower made the task even more challenging, requiring a cauldron of superior grade. Yet here stood a mysterious figure, accomplishing this feat by hand with such remarkable results, extracting the flower's essence while tempering its potent effects. Their astonishment was uncontainable. Some physicians felt compelled to kneel before Qin Feng, Open your mouth. Qin Feng commanded calmly. At this moment, he was serene. The notion of refining elixirs by hand posed no challenge to him. His mastery of alchemy was beyond the comprehension of these physicians. As the emperor regained his composure from the shock, he struggled to part his lips. Drops of the refined liquid entered the emperor's mouth. He swallowed, and in an instant, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, invigorating his limbs and bones. The dark energy infiltrating his body was transformed by the medicinal effects of the flower into vibrant life force. He sensed an overwhelming warmth, his aged body rapidly rejuvenating. Is this truly the legendary flower of the other shore? Its effects are astonishing. The emperor marveled, his weakened voice now noticeably stronger. The others in the Yangxin Hall were equally astonished, witnessing the legendary flower's effects for the first time. He has come to save the emperor, Qin Zining thought. Filled with surprise and a twinge of guilt for his earlier rudeness, yet unable to apologize due to his immobilization. Do not be overly elated. The flower of the other shore will only extend your life by about 10 years, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. However, the emperor did not feel disheartened. Having been on the brink of death, the prospect of an additional 10 years filled him with joy. More importantly, he could utilize this time to reorganize the dynasty's military, ensuring Qin Zining could fully command the forces and the Imperial Guard. Thank you immensely for your assistance, esteemed elder, the emperor expressed with profound gratitude. There is no need for thanks, Qin Feng replied coolly, for his motives in saving the emperor were not entirely altruistic. And he did not concern himself with the emperor's gratitude. After a brief pause, he continued, I only hope you refrain from any foolish actions, such as investigating my identity. I would not dare, the emperor replied, trembling at the thought. Qin Feng nodded and made no further delay, turning to depart. As he exited the Yangxin Hall, his external avatar dissipated, vanishing into the ether. Feeling inebriated and dizzy, I penned this chapter in the morning and have now published it. My eyes are nearly closed, and I must hasten to rest. If I awaken tonight, I shall update the second chapter. If not, I will make up for it later. There is no need for anyone to wait. Even if I am able to update, it will likely be in the early hours. Chapter 46. Raise the golden cup and drink together, yet the blade spares not. After Qin Feng's departure, the oppressive aura that had pervaded the Yangxin Hall dissipated, allowing everyone within to exhale deeply in relief. The overwhelming pressure they had felt moments ago had nearly suffocated them, but now they felt considerably better. Glancing at one another, there was a surreal sense of disbelief. That individual was undeniably powerful, not only in cultivation but also capable of refining elixirs by hand, as if he were a figment of their imagination. Yet, the now rejuvenated emperor served as a reminder that their experiences had not been mere dreams, but rather an undeniable reality. Father, Qin Zining rushed forward, inquiring, how do you feel now? My injuries have nearly fully healed, the emperor replied slowly, gazing at his son with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that his son, who appeared somewhat feeble in daily life, would exhibit the audacity to draw his sword against the mysterious figure when all others were gripped by fear and trembling. He began to regard Qin Zining with newfound respect, realizing that he perhaps did not fully understand his son. At that moment, several court physicians approached to examine Emperor Xiao's condition, confirming that he had nearly recovered from his injuries. The external manifestation he had witnessed, formed from spiritual and sword energy, was likely the result of the wind sword intent, suggesting that it was indeed the powerful ally who had assisted them on multiple occasions. Just then, Elder Chun, who had been compelled to kneel under the oppressive pressure, made his way over and remarked, it must be that formidable individual. After a brief pause, the emperor replied, I initially believed he harbored a grudge against the corpse transport sect, which is why he assisted us. However, it seems the situation is far more complex. Even if he is not concealed within the palace, he certainly has deep-rooted ties with the Xiao royal family. Elder Chun and the other high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, sharing the same thoughts. Your Majesty, should I conduct a thorough investigation into the powerful figures with historical connections to the Xiao royal family and their descendants? Suggested the commander of the Jinui. Despite Qin Feng's prior warning, it was their duty to pursue such matters. Absolutely not. Emperor Xia interjected firmly. From this day forth, do not pursue the identity of that individual to avoid provoking him. Knowing that he bears goodwill towards the Xiao royal family is sufficient. The rest is inconsequential. Understood. The commander of the Jinui replied, bowing his head. Furthermore, the events that transpired here today must be kept confidential. No information should be leaked to outsiders. We will simply state that the physicians have healed my wounds. As you command, the assembled officials responded in unison. All present were esteemed ministers, and the elite Imperial Guard stationed outside made it relatively simple to contain the information. Within the Imperial tomb, Qin Feng opened his eyes. 10 years should be ample time to solidify the crown prince's position, he mused to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he felt it was indeed sufficient. Ultimately, all that was required was to entrust the military to Qin Zining and ensure that key generals were replaced with his loyal supporters or made to feel indebted to him. With that thought, Qin Feng reclined in his chair and resumed his rest. In the following months, news of Emperor Xia's recovery left the ambitious princes across the realm despondent. Had Qin Zining ascended to the throne, they could have leveraged threats and inducements to secure greater territories and power. Over the past 2 years, numerous important generals had been inexplicably imprisoned in the heavenly prison. While a small fraction had indeed violated the law, a far larger portion had become victims of fabricated charges. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court jointly interrogated these generals, instilling widespread anxiety as they faced an uncertain fate. Drink from the golden goblet together, and the blade will spare none. These were words spoken by Emperor Xia upon his ascension, and none had anticipated that the blade would soon be poised over their heads. Not only were many generals detained, but several officials, including vice ministers of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, also found themselves imprisoned. Weaker princes were directly apprehended by the Jinui within their own palaces, inciting a climate of terror. The princes grew fearful, uncertain of Emperor Xia's intentions, prompting many to send lavish gifts to the crown prince in hopes that he might speak favorably on their behalf. Not only the princes, but many ministers also sought to curry favor with the crown prince, for he was the only one capable of persuading the emperor. Meanwhile, Qin Zining was greatly troubled by the situation and sought out Qin Feng in the Imperial tomb to express his concerns. Brother, could it be that father intends to execute all these ministers, generals, and princes he has imprisoned? Qin Zining inquired. Though he harbored resentment towards the princes, he recognized that Emperor Xia had targeted only the lesser ones without significant power, who typically dared not infringe upon the lands of commoners. Rest assured, they will not perish for now. Their ultimate fate lies in your hands, Qin Feng replied calmly. Having perused the 24 histories, he understood the intricacies of imperial power struggles. What do you mean? Qin Zining asked, perplexed. Didn't you tell me that father has but 10 years left to live? Now he imprisons these generals, ministers, and princes, fabricating charges against them, and executes one from time to time. Once he passes and you ascend the throne, you can eliminate a small number of those truly guilty while releasing the majority who are innocent. Those who survive will surely be grateful to you. Qin Feng paused before continuing. Moreover, by then, everyone will believe that father had grown senile in his later years, and they will be thankful that a wise ruler like you has taken the throne, garnering your support from the populace. This scheme was not particularly complex, and many of the detained officials likely realized as much. Yet, when the executioner's blade loomed over their heads, fear consumed their hearts, for none knew Emperor Xia's true intentions. In that moment, whoever could grant them clemency would become their savior. Is that so? Qin Zining exclaimed, feeling enlightened. He had not anticipated that Emperor Xia's motives were to ensure his smooth accession to the throne. A wry smile crossed his face as he remarked, Brother, perhaps you are more suited to this throne than I. His thoughts were solely focused on improving the lives of the people, and he was not well versed in such political machinations. Qin Feng smiled, but remained silent. As of now, he held no interest in the throne. In the following chapter, the master of the demons sect emerges. After their discussion, Qin Zining departed the Imperial tomb, while Qin Feng continued his rigorous training. Approximately 6 months later, the dormant dragon array was finally restored, and tranquility returned to the palace. With the protection of the dragon array, there was no longer the constant fear of stealthy intrusions. However, for Qin Feng, it made little difference, as the spiritual energy in this realm remained as sparse as ever, regardless of whether the array was operational. Fortunately, he did not rely on the energy it gathered. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, while reclining in his chair, Qin Feng felt a surge of energy within him. His spiritual energy roared like a raging river, creating a thunderous sound that could have echoed throughout the palace had it not been for the protection of the concealment array. At the same time, an immense wave of spiritual energy erupted from within him, nourishing the flora of the royal tomb and invigorating it. The 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, Qin Feng murmured. At this rate, it may take many more years to break through to the void refinement realm. Yet, he felt no urgency. In this vast domain, the distinction between the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm and the void refinement realm was negligible. He remained an invincible entity. He slowly rose, stretched, and prepared to change positions to continue his rest. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, noticing numerous fox tracks and a few strands of white fur beneath a nearby ancient tree. Clearly, the little white fox had returned momentarily before departing once more. Due to the spiritual awareness he emitted during his training, he had overlooked the fox's brief visit. How inconsiderate, he thought. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, "Is this a brothel? Come and go as you please." He felt that if the little white fox were to visit again, it would be necessary to remind her who the true master here was. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng reclined back on his lounge chair, nurturing his meridians to prevent any instability following his recent breakthrough. 3 months later, on a clear morning, while Qin Feng was engaged in his cultivation, Qin Zining arrived, her demeanor radiating immense joy. Curious about the cause of her elation, Qin Feng inquired with a smile. "The spiritual path has opened," Qin Zining exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The opening of the spiritual path was unpredictable, sometimes not occurring for thousands of years. She never expected it to manifest in their generation. The spiritual path? Qin Feng mused, momentarily perplexed before recalling the information about it. It was a unique secret realm, located at the very heart of the Qin domain. Not only was the timing of its opening highly erratic, but the requirements for entry were also exceedingly stringent. Upon entry, the realm would automatically assess a cultivator's foundation, talent, and age. Any inadequacy would result in expulsion. The spiritual path was replete with rare treasures, including countless precious herbs and fruits. Some had even emerged from it with materials capable of forging sacred artifacts. Though merely the size of a pinky, they were immensely valuable. Once this news spread, the individual who obtained such a treasure was promptly accepted as a disciple by a renowned sacred ground on the ancient continent, inciting envy among countless others. It was well known that the ancient continent was divided into numerous domains, with Qin being the least significant. Those sacred grounds resided in far more powerful domains, capable of easily annihilating Qin if they wished. Gaining entry into such a sacred ground was a dream opportunity for many. Since the Demon Sealing War, martial arts had severely declined in the Qin domain. Thus, the opening of the spiritual path was immensely beneficial to the entire region. Qin Zining joyfully continued, "This time, the Daxiao royal family will surely send someone to enter the spiritual path, and you should be among them. Is that so?" Qin Feng asked. Yes, Qin Zining nodded. As the foremost genius of the Daxiao royal family, she naturally possessed a coveted spot in the spiritual path. After a brief pause, she added, "I came to bid farewell to my royal uncle. The trials within the spiritual path will likely last 4 to 5 years, during which I will be unable to return. Let us have a meal before you leave," Qin Feng suggested gently. "Your uncle has prepared your favorite hot pot." Hot pot. Qin Zining, initially just here to say goodbye, could not help but swallow at the mention and replied, "All right." With that, Qin Feng rose and busied himself with preparations. As he cooked, they engaged in conversation. During this time, he found an opportunity to retrieve the pure sword he had previously gifted to Qin Zining, infusing it with pure sword intent before returning it to her. Should any danger arise, the sword's intent would erupt to protect her. Meanwhile, along the northwestern coastline of the Daxia Empire, a multitude of disciples from the demon sect congregated, clad in black robes and exuding an ominous aura. These disciples practiced demonic arts, differing from the evil beings who consumed humans to enhance their powers and extend their lifespans. The demon sect disciples instead consumed magical beasts for the same purpose. This distinction allowed the demon sect to survive in the northern wastelands despite poor relations with various royal families and sects, as they were not considered true evildoers, and no major forces wished to expend their full might against them. The sect leader has been at sea for a century. I wonder if he has found a method to heal and prolong life, the grand elder of the demon sect pondered solemnly. The current sect leader, gifted and young, had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, making him the foremost genius of the Qin domain. However, during a trial, he had inadvertently entered a fragmented secret realm, where the space was chaotic and on the verge of collapse. Despite his best efforts to escape, he had sustained severe injuries, leaving him with only a few years of life remaining, prompting him to seek methods to extend his lifespan at sea. Who could have predicted this? The second elder of the demon sect remarked slowly. Before the sect leader set sail, a diviner had foretold that if he were to find a means to prolong his life, he would surely return today. Let us wait and see. The grand elder nodded, casting his gaze toward the expansive sea. Not long after, a commotion erupted, and in the distance, a figure was seen traversing the waves, rapidly approaching. "The leader! It's the leader!" shouted a disciple of the demon sect. Cheers erupted, and all disciples knelt in reverence. "We welcome the return of the moon worship sect leader." The resounding cries echoed along the coastline. "Yesterday's overdue chapter will be compensated in a few days," please rest assured. By the way, I seek a free gift. Your support is my greatest motivation for updates. Sob sob sob. Chapter 48. One's Own Power. Overwhelming the Kanglan Domain. Upon the waves, the moon worship sect leader, clad in a black robe adorned with sinister patterns, emanated a formidable aura. With a deliberate step, he made his way onto the beach. Rise. The moon worship sect leader intoned, his voice deep and expression indifferent. Did the leader find a means to extend his life? The second elder inquired, filled with excitement. Yes. The moon worship sect leader replied coolly. Hearing this, the many disciples of the demon sect erupted in joy. Long live the moon worship sect leader. Long live the moon worship sect leader. The cheers reverberated, deafeningly loud. However, the grand elder regarded the moon worship sect leader with a grave expression, as if harboring doubts. Are you not pleased with my successful return? The moon worship sect leader noted the grand elder's demeanor, speaking lightly. Not at all. The grand elder quickly shook his head, then added with skepticism, I can't help but notice that your aura seems different from before. The difference was subtle, yet he felt it distinctly. Is that so? The moon worship sect leader chuckled lightly, remarking, perhaps it is due to the excessive number of humans I have consumed, resulting in a heavier aura of malice. He maintained a calm smile, as if discussing a trivial matter. What? The leader has consumed humans. At this revelation, the faces of all the demon sect disciples changed drastically. It was well understood that their primary difference from the evil beings lay in their refusal to consume humans. This principle allowed them to coexist with major forces, as they could freely develop within the northern wastelands. What? Do you find this problematic? The moon worship sect leader inquired, his tone unperturbed, yet his overwhelming aura naturally emanated. Fifth level of the Purple Mansion realm. During his years at sea, he visited numerous islands and consumed many humans, not only extending his life, but also greatly enhancing his cultivation. Under the weight of this pressure, the disciples of the demon sect turned pale, feeling an immense burden, and no one dared to speak. The founding leader established a rule: practice demonic arts, but never consume humans. Yet you, as the leader, have violated this code. The Grand Elder exclaimed furiously. What difference remains between you and the evil beings? The world labels us as the demon sect, grouping us with evil beings. What wrong is there in my consuming the human race? The moon worship sect leader retorted coldly. Humph, just a coward who fears death. How can you still face yourself? The Grand Elder scoffed, rebuking him. From your words, do you claim to not fear death? In the eyes of the moon-worshipping cult leader, the chill had transformed into a murderous intent. Death was merely a triviality. Why fear it? The Grand Elder of the demonic sect spoke coldly, stating that his joining this cult was to assist humanity in seeking a different path of cultivation, not to harm his own kin like the evil ones. With a sense of righteousness, he displayed no fear towards the cult leader, only disdain in his gaze. Once a scion of a fallen noble family, his cultivation could have revived his clan, but his aspirations soared higher. To aid humanity in discovering a new cultivation route, he took the grave risk of joining the demonic sect. The actions of the cult leader were clearly in violation of the original intent of the sect's foundation. Since you fear not death, I shall grant you your wish. The cult leader slowly raised his hand. At once, a torrent of crimson light emerged from the Grand Elder's body, beginning to flow into the cult leader's form. A cry of agony escaped the Grand Elder's lips as he bellowed, "Shameless traitor of humanity, you may kill me. Your fate will be 1,000-fold more wretched than mine." Upon hearing this, the cult leader's face contorted with anger. With a swift motion of his hand, the Grand Elder was reduced to a mist of blood, which was then completely consumed by him. The aura emanating from him significantly intensified. The disciples of the demonic sect present could not help but gasp in shock. In the past, the Grand Elder's cultivation had surpassed that of the cult leader by a small realm, yet now he had been devoured without the slightest chance to retaliate. Fear was palpable on their faces. Is there anyone among you who does not fear death? The cult leader spoke with an air of indifference, casting his gaze upon the many disciples of the demonic sect, who fell silent at his words. Unlike the Grand Elder, they lacked a personal code of ethics, and many believed that the prohibition against consuming humans was inherently unreasonable, viewing it as a constraint on their growth and cultivation. Eating magical beasts, after all, could not compare to devouring humans for a quicker ascent in power. Noticing the silence, the cult leader withdrew his gaze and turned to the second elder, inquiring, "Where's Linger? Why has she not arrived?" Linger referred to the saintess of the demonic sect, Hua Linger, reporting to the cult leader. Hua Linger was rescued by a prince of the Daxia Empire during her training journey. Since her return, she has been in seclusion, the second elder stammered, still shaken by the earlier scene. "I visited her today, but she was still in closed-door practice, so I did not disturb her." The cult leader frowned slightly upon hearing this. Could it be that Linger has taken a liking to that Daxia prince? This is unclear, the second elder replied, shaking his head. Regardless, it would be prudent to eliminate that prince. The cult leader stated blandly, you all may return for now. I shall pay a visit to the Daxia Imperial City. Having reached the 5th level of the Purple Palace realm, he dismissed the threat posed by the Daxia Imperial City as formidable defenses, believing he could annihilate it single-handedly. The second elder quickly cautioned, cult leader, do not act impulsively. There are also powerful beings at the 5th level of the Purple Palace realm within the Daxia Empire, seemingly intricately connected to the royal family. That single strike from that night traversed a great distance to reach the Imperial City, and many powerful individuals witnessed it. Widely speculating that Qin Feng's cultivation is likely at the 5th level of the Purple Palace realm. What did you say? The cult leader furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had misheard. The second elder, with no intention of concealing the truth, hurriedly relayed the news of the corpse-chasing sect's assault on the Daxia Palace, wherein all ancient corpses were annihilated by a single strike. The existence of a 5th-level Purple Palace realm expert within the Qinglan domain astounded the cult leader. Upon returning, he had anticipated an easy conquest to dominate the entire Qinglan domain, only to realize that his assumptions were overly simplistic. This realization darkened his expression. His survival during this expedition was not merely due to consuming humans. He had the backing of a powerful demonic force, which, for some reason, could not personally venture into the Qinglan domain. He had made a promise to dominate the entire Qinglan domain within a century, treating the human populace as mere livestock for cultivating demonic blood. If there were indeed 5th-level Purple Palace realm experts in the Qinglan domain, his ambition would face tremendous obstacles, potentially even threatening his life. While he might match the 5th-level expert in strength, the involvement of the various royal families would surely lead to his defeat. What troubles the cult leader? The second elder asked, puzzled by the cult leader's grim demeanor. Nothing, the cult leader replied, shaking his head, and then inquired, in addition, has anything else transpired in the Qinglan domain during my absence of over a century? The second elder eagerly informed him about the impending opening of the spirit path. The spirit path is about to open? The cult leader's expression froze, clearly taken aback. Yes, the spirit path is indeed set to open soon, the second elder confirmed. At that time, the most exceptional talents from various factions will enter the spirit path to compete for rare treasures. The cult leader fell into contemplation. After a moment, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, it appears that heaven itself is providing me with an opportunity. He had devised a plan to ensure that all the royal families would willingly submit to him. At that juncture, he would unleash all the demons imprisoned within the demon suppression tower. Not even the 5th-level Purple Palace realm experts would escape unscathed. With his plan in mind, the cult leader began issuing commands to the elders to execute his orders. In the very heart of the Qinglan domain lay a vast canyon. The river flowing through it had long since run dry. Now, it was teeming with people, strong individuals and prodigies from various royal families, sects, and clans gathered in anticipation of the spirit path's opening. There were tens of thousands, yet it did not feel crowded. At the canyon's center stood a massive altar, composed of 5 types of colored stones, covering an area of 100 feet. It was strikingly conspicuous. Once, the 5 colored stones atop this altar appeared quite ordinary. Aside from their remarkable sturdiness, there was nothing particularly special about them. Yet now, these stones emitted a faint glow, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Clearly, the secret realm was on the verge of opening. At the end of the spirit path, one could enjoy a deluge of spiritual energy. It remained uncertain who would be the first to reach the end of the spirit path. Who else could it be but Qin Zining? Many speculated. Her current cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, making her the foremost genius among the younger generation. That is debatable. The Qinglan domain still harbors some factions that have long remained hidden. Though not as powerful as the major royal families, they may still produce talents surpassing Qin Zining. At that moment, various conjectures echoed throughout the canyon. Aside from those qualified to enter the spirit path, many were merely spectators, with discussions rising and falling like the tide. Some even began to place bets on who would be the first to reach the end of the spirit path and receive the spiritual energy blessing. The majority believed that it would undoubtedly be Qin Zining. Meanwhile, she appeared accustomed to such discussions, maintaining a calm demeanor as she gazed at the 5-colored altar, flanked by other talented individuals from the Daxia royal family, such as the son of the 4th prince, Qin Zhou. Suddenly, the 5-colored altar erupted in a dazzling burst of light within the canyon. The ethereal energy between heaven and earth surged wildly, absorbed by the 5-colored altar. Suddenly, a colossal rift appeared in the void above the altar, towering several dozen feet high. Not only that, but the rift began to rapidly expand to both sides, materializing a chasm in the fabric of space. It is astonishing to ponder who could have constructed this five-colored altar, endowing it with such terrifying power that it could rend open a crack in the void itself. As they beheld the rift, voices of shock reverberated among the onlookers. Though they had read about such phenomena in ancient texts, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different level of awe. Their expressions were a tapestry of astonishment. After approximately 15 minutes, the rift began to stabilize. The spirit path has opened. Treasures of heaven and earth await those who arrive first. At this moment, a young man laughed heartily, stepping forward to soar toward the rift. In an instant, he vanished into its depths, disappearing without a trace. With a leader emerging, others soon followed, and a multitude rushed toward the rift. Before long, hundreds had entered the secret realm, including prodigies from various imperial dynasties and sects, as well as talented individuals from smaller factions and even loose cultivators. However, some who were too young or lacked the necessary aptitude were unceremoniously expelled after entering the rift, prompting waves of laughter from the crowd. "Let us enter as well," Qin Zining said softly. The others, including Qin Zhou, nodded in agreement. Although Qin Zining was the youngest among them, her formidable cultivation commanded their respect, and they instinctively followed her lead. Be cautious within the spirit path. Avoid any dangerous treasures as much as possible. This path is sealed, and if you encounter peril, no one can come to your aid, cautioned Qin Junyan and Elder Chun, who were responsible for their passage. Nothing is more important than safety. With that, Qin Zining and her companions surged toward the rift. With a flash of white light, everyone was momentarily dazed. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar realm, suspended in midair. The air was rich with spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the outside world. As they gazed around, they were met with an endless expanse of towering mountains, punctuated by the occasional roar of magical beasts. Wow, is this the spirit path? The spiritual energy is so lush. I could wish to reside here forever, they exclaimed, filled with wonder. Yet, the truth remained that when the spirit path closed, it would automatically expel all its inhabitants. As more and more figures emerged into the realm, Qin Zining suggested, "Let us venture further to explore." Her companions nodded, and they all flew ahead. Those who had entered later, after expressing their awe, also advanced, eager to seek out the various treasures hidden within this land. Meanwhile, within the grand ancestral tomb, Qin Feng lay in a reclined position, meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. "The aura of dark magic? Has a malevolent entity infiltrated the spirit path?" he murmured. The exceptionally pure sword intent infused in Qin Zining's golden sword allowed him to sense the situation surrounding her. Upon her entry into the spirit path, he had been taken aback to detect faint traces of demonic energy lingering around her. Although it was exceedingly weak, his perception had nonetheless picked it up. Are not the dark forces suppressed by the imperial dynasties? Furthermore, it has been thousands of years since any malevolent presence was detected in the Kanglan domain. Why has one suddenly appeared in the spirit path? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind. Furrowing his brow, he found this feeling of passivity distasteful. He preferred to be proactive, with his enemies visible while he remained concealed, elevated above them. This uncertainty regarding the enemy's condition left him feeling unsettled. Nevertheless, Qin Feng quickly steadied his mind. Regardless of the storm brewing ahead, I shall remain unyielding. Without sufficient strength, what use are even the most elaborate strategies? The dark entity that had entered the spirit path was not particularly formidable. The sword intent he had instilled in Qin Zining's golden sword could manifest as an external avatar, far surpassing the combat capability of those malevolent beings. Should any of them dare to target Qin Zining, he would ensure they understood the meaning of true ruthlessness. In the following 3 years within the spirit path, Qin Zining and her companions from the Xia royal family reaped significant rewards. They not only acquired a plethora of rare treasures and ancient herbs, but also discovered a precious material for refining weapons in a secluded valley. While it could not compare to materials for crafting sacred artifacts, it was more than sufficient for forging a 5th-tier spiritual weapon, holding considerable value. However, with these treasures came numerous dangers. They faced powerful magical beasts on multiple occasions and endured ambushes from prodigies of other factions and rogue cultivators. Fortunately, thanks to Qin Zining's exceptional prowess, they often emerged unscathed. One midday, after successfully extracting several rare spirit crystals from a cavern, they took a moment to rest by a river, preparing to roast some magical beast meat to replenish their energy. When the final segment of the spirit path opens next year, Zining, do not worry about us. Focus on reaching the end first, Qin Zhou remarked thoughtfully. The opportunity for spiritual enlightenment was limited to one, and Qin Zining needed to arrive at the end of the spirit path swiftly. Bringing them along would only hinder her. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that if Qin Zining secured the chance for enlightenment, her cultivation would undoubtedly soar, rendering her unmatched in the Kanglan domain. She might even gain the opportunity to join a sacred land. Yet, Qin Zining shook her head. No, we have gathered too many treasures over these 3 years, and many would covet them. If I separate from you, you would undoubtedly become targets. She continued, that would put you in grave danger. While the opportunity for enlightenment was precious, she would never sacrifice her companions' lives for it. Moreover, the immense value of the treasures they had collected would not only benefit them, but would also significantly bolster the strength of the Xia royal family as a whole. The total worth might even surpass the benefits of her individual enlightenment. Upon hearing her words, Qin Zhou and the others were taken aback, feeling a sense of shame. In the past, when Qin Zining had suffered from a damaged meridian, they had not treated her as family. Yet now, she was willing to forego enlightenment for their safety. You should reconsider. After all, that is, they began, attempting to persuade her. But at that moment, Qin Zining's expression grew serious as she suddenly gazed into the nearby thicket. Who goes there? Step forward, she called out, her demeanor shifting entirely, ready to draw her sword at any moment. Qin Zhou and the others exchanged puzzled glances, following her gaze but seeing nothing amiss in the surroundings. I did not expect you to be so vigilant, able to detect us. A voice emerged from the thicket, accompanied by several figures stepping into view, their pallid faces radiating an ominous aura. Are you here to rob us as well? Qin Zining gazed coldly at the assembled figures and remarked, before you make your move, I hope you can ponder carefully. In all these years of plundering us, few have survived. However, the sinister silhouettes erupted into laughter. At the forefront, Ingio, with a mocking expression, declared, the treasures you possess may appear enticing to others, but they fail to pique our interest. Today, I shall compel you to submit to the Moon Worship sect. The current leader of the Moon Worship sect had fully revealed his wolfish ambitions, having renamed the Dark Sect to the Moon Worship sect, positioning himself as its founder. Moon Worship sect? Upon hearing this name, Qin Zhou and the others were initially taken aback, their expressions swiftly shifting to shock as they exclaimed, you are followers of the Dark Sect from the Northern Wasteland? Naturally, they had heard of the Moon Worship sect's leader, a former prodigy of the Kanglan domain. But they had not anticipated that the Dark Sect would also send representatives into the spiritual path this time. You are indeed clever, Ingio remarked coldly. Humph. A group of Dark Sect disciples dares to demand our submission. What delusions? Qin Zhou retorted, unleashing an astonishing aura from within him. He had attained the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm during these 4 years in the spiritual path, having absorbed a wealth of rare treasures. With a resounding boom, a long spear appeared in Qin Zhou's hand, its fiery spirit energy surging like flames. In an instant, he shot towards Ingio, scorching the surrounding grass to a charred yellow as he passed. As he reached Ingio, he thrust his spear forward with great force. Merely at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, and yet you dare to embarrass yourself here. Seeing this, Ingio waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that surged towards Qin Zhou. The collision between Qin Zhou's spear and the encroaching demonic energy erupted in a cataclysmic wave of spiritual energy. The sound deafening, the rippling waves of energy swept outward, sending Qin Zhou flying and crashing heavily beside Qin Zining, his complexion pale. The others rushed to his side, supporting him and administering medicinal pills. Demonic energy. You are demonic cultivators, Qin Zining exclaimed in horror. She had encountered disciples of the Dark Sect before, but those under Ingio, infused with demonic energy, were entirely different. The demonic energy released by Ingio was completely unlike the black spiritual energy typical of ordinary Dark Sect disciples. Clever enough to recognize it, Ingio sneered. Why not kneel and submit? You humans, practicing demonic techniques is one thing, but now you've become demonic cultivators yourselves, transforming into something neither human nor demon. Do you not feel ashamed before the ancestors of humanity? Qin Zining retorted fiercely. She held no particular aversion towards the Dark Sect, as her father had taught her to be tolerant. Those who did not slaughter humanity like the true demons were merely following a different path. However, the fact that these disciples had become demonic cultivators filled her with rage. What gives you the right to judge us? Ingio, enraged by her words, declared, today, I will make you all kneel at my feet and bow in submission. As he spoke, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from him, revealing his cultivation at the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Not only Ingio, but also his companions displayed formidable auras, the weakest among them being at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm. They were originally the pride of the Dark Sect, And after being infused with demonic energy by the moon worship sect leader before entering the spiritual path, their power had surged dramatically. Additionally, having consumed many prodigies within this spiritual path, their current strength was indeed formidable. Chapter 51. Exterminating demons between heaven and earth. These demonic cultivators are incredibly strong. The injured Qin Zhou's complexion had turned pale as he felt the immense pressure. Do not speak. I will unleash my strongest river sword intent to hold these foes back. And you must flee in different directions. Qin Zining spoke in a low voice, her tone grave. Despite the overwhelming presence of demonic cultivators, she felt that the hope of survival was minuscule, yet she had to try her utmost. For several years, they had centered their actions around her, and she could not betray their trust in this moment of peril. Being at the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm herself, she believed she could withstand Qin Zhou and his allies for a brief period. Absolutely not. Qin Zhou immediately countered. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled. The hope of our great Xia dynasty. We cannot sacrifice you for our survival. He understood Qin Zining well. If she were to act, she would undoubtedly risk her life to secure their escape. He would not agree to let her remain behind for their sake. Indeed, Zining, you are the one who must survive. The others echoed. Throughout their time in the spiritual path, the youngest, Qin Zining, had always protected them. And now it was their turn to shield their sister. Betrayers of humanity, perish. Qin Zhou struck again, expending all his spiritual energy to unleash a powerful martial technique. The spear in his hand blazed with intense flames, raising the temperature of the area significantly. He thrust the spear towards Qin Zhou, the sound of it slicing through the air deafening. To slay demons and eradicate evil, a true man must act thus. Though we may die today, humanity shall endure. And one day, we will eradicate you vile demons. In that moment, the princes and princesses ceased to regard themselves merely as royalty, instead seeing themselves as stalwart representatives of humanity. Humanity has faced countless tribulations, emerging from adversity to attain the prosperity of today. Exterminating demons is a responsibility borne by every human. They resolved that even if it cost them their lives, these traitorous demonic cultivators must pay the price. The atmosphere was filled with a profound sense of solemnity. The demonic cultivators prepared to strike, but Qin Zhou halted them. A group of fireflies daring to contest with the moonlight. How foolish. Qin Zhou scoffed, stepping forward as he rapidly formed a demonic seal with his hands. The seal radiated dark light as it descended upon Qin Zhou and the others, exuding overwhelming demonic might. As it approached, it felt as though a mountain were shifting, rumbling ominously. Beware! Qin Zining cried out as she witnessed this. The willingness of her brothers and sisters to perish for her sake deeply moved her. Although it was her duty to flee at this moment, she found herself incapable of doing so. If her survival came at the cost of her companions' lives, she would prefer death. With a resounding boom, Qin Zining's longsword surged with immense sword energy, the sound akin to roaring waves. She unleashed her river sword intent. Cleaving through the air, the vast sword energy surged like a river, rushing towards the descending demonic seal. With a thunderous crash, Qin Zhou and the others unleashed their potent martial techniques in conjunction with Qin Zining's river sword intent, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of energy. The wild, surging spiritual energy radiated outward from the epicenter, resembling a tsunami, uprooting trees and reducing them to dust. Qin Zhou spat blood, staggering backward, his complexion growing even paler. However, Qin Zhou and his companions were not unscathed either. With a resounding thud, the crowd was sent sprawling dozens of feet away, crashing heavily to the ground, each one spitting blood as their breaths grew faint. Had it not been for Qin Zining's timely intervention, they would have surely perished at the hands of the demonic seals. How are you all? Quickly take the healing elixirs, Qin Zining exclaimed, rushing forward to retrieve healing potions from her spatial ring for Qin Zhou and the others. Do you truly believe that with our presence here, even if they consume the potions, they can survive? Silver Nine laughed arrogantly. He audaciously devoured one of his companions, instantly restoring his own vitality. The other companions, despite their pallor, dared not speak, for Silver Nine was the most favored disciple of the moon-worshipping sect master, second only to Fire Spirit. You. Qin Zining's delicate face turned grim, yet she felt utterly powerless. At that moment, the demonic cultivators behind Silver Nine dispersed, surrounding Qin Zining and her companions. The air crackled ominously as dark demonic energy radiated from them. Patterns began to emerge beneath their feet, intertwining with other demonic cultivators to form a sinister array. What is this? Qin Zining's face was etched with confusion. If Silver Nine and his demonic allies intended to kill them, they could simply attack without such elaborate preparations. Why go through the trouble of setting up a demonic array? Demonic crossing diagram. Silver Nine declared chillingly, In just a quarter of an hour, you will lose your convictions and fully transform into demonic cultivators, worshipping the demon race from the depths of your hearts. This is the plan of the moon-worshipping sect master, to have all royal prodigies pledge allegiance to the demon race. In mere decades, he will seamlessly assimilate all dynasties, ensuring their willing loyalty. When that time comes, unsealing all the demon sealing towers and eradicating that mysterious sword master will be a trivial task. You want to turn us into fiends? Qin Zining's complexion paled at Silver Nine's words. To become a demonic cultivator devoted to the demon race was a fate worse than death for her. Qinzhou and the others felt similarly. They even contemplated ending their own lives. Boom. Just then, the entire demonic crossing diagram began to operate. Streams of demonic energy coalesced into sinister symbols, drifting towards them. Close your eyes. Do not look at these symbols, Qin Zining commanded. She immediately seated herself on the ground, lowering her gaze to avoid the swirling demonic symbols. In response, Qinzhou and the others hurriedly followed suit, sitting down and shutting their eyes. However, the effect was far from effective. With their eyes closed, it felt as though they were engulfed in an endless abyss, surrounded by darkness, as a peculiar force began to invade their consciousness. No, don't. Qin Zining's face turned ashen as she struggled against the strange force, but found herself immobile, her awareness gradually fading, while demonic energy wreaked havoc within her. Her perception of the outside world vanished completely. She was on the brink of succumbing. Both she and Qinzhou felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair. Clang. Suddenly, a sword's resonance echoed throughout the heavens. Clang. The sound reverberated, deafening and accompanied by an astonishing sword energy that surged forth. The demonic cultivators who had meticulously arranged the demonic crossing diagram sensed an immense danger and hurriedly retreated. Yet, a few unfortunate souls were obliterated by the sword energy. Even those who reacted quickly and fell back were not spared, spitting blood as their faces turned pale from severe injuries. The operation of the demonic crossing diagram ceased, and the resounding sword resonance immediately restored clarity to Qin Zining and the others, who had been drowning in darkness. The encroaching demonic energy dissipated, and they opened their eyes to witness a breathtaking sight. An incredibly pure sword intent was coalescing into a form in midair. What is this? Qin Zining and the others were struck with astonishment. Moments ago, they had been engulfed in darkness, devoid of any perception of their surroundings, unaware of the mysterious sword master who had manifested to rescue the Summer Emperor. Thus, they gazed at the forming figure with sheer wonder. What is happening? Silver Nine and his companions, who had believed victory was in their grasp, were taken aback by the sudden emergence of vast sword intent within the demonic crossing diagram, coalescing into a form that left their faces pale with shock. They had never encountered such pure sword intent before, which evoked a sense of profound peril, as if witnessing a celestial sword immortal descending from the heavens. At that moment, the astonishing sword intent successfully materialized into the embodiment of Qin Feng. Are you all right? Is everything fine? After manifesting his form, Qin Feng turned to Qin Zining and asked slowly. Qin Zining, still in disbelief at the sight of the sword intent embodiment, was momentarily taken aback when he looked at her. She slowly shook her head and replied, I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng used his divine eyes to scrutinize Qin Zining closely, confirming that she was indeed unharmed, and nodded. Qin Zining and Qinzhou were puzzled, not comprehending how Qin Feng had suddenly appeared or why he cared for them. Are you human or ghost? Silver Nine, still stunned by Qin Feng's arrival, voiced his inner confusion. He had never encountered such a being before, leaving him uncertain whether Qin Feng was a human or a spirit within the realm of spiritual roads. That, however, mattered little. What mattered was that you are about to become a ghost. Qin Feng replied coolly. As he spoke, a powerful aura radiated from him, rendering Silver Nine and his companions immobile. With a single step, he approached Silver Nine. You cannot kill me. If you do, the moon-worshipping sect master will not let you off. Silver Nine shouted in terror. The master is a 5th-tier purple mansion cultivator. If he holds a grudge against you, you will only meet a dead end. With no means of resistance, he could only resort to threats against Qin Feng. A mere 5th-tier purple mansion cultivator? I could slay him like a dog, Qin Feng replied indifferently. As he spoke, mysterious runes flickered in his eyes, glowing faintly as he began to inspect Silver Nine's consciousness, seeking information about the moon-worshipping sect master and uncovering how he had become a fiend. Silver Nine let out a mournful wail, feeling layers of his consciousness being peeled away for scrutiny. The agony was 100-fold worse than death. Soon, Qin Feng had gleaned all that he needed from Silver Nine's consciousness. It was all for the sake of prolonging his life. He shook his head helplessly. realizing that the moon-worshipping sect master had become a fiend in his quest for immortality. He then dealt with the wretched Silver Nine. Swish, swish, swish. As Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, he noticed that the other demonic cultivators had long since fled in terror, vanishing into the horizon. Without further ado, he flicked his fingers, unleashing several beams of sword light that surged toward the fleeing demonic cultivators. Uft, uft. In the distant sky, crimson fireworks erupted, shattering the silence of the realm. Only Qin Zhou and the others remained, their faces frozen in shock. What manner of being was this? To be composed purely of sword energy and possess such strength, capable of annihilating even an 8th-tier We'll-See cultivator in an instant. Could he be a half-step into the Purple Mansion realm? Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely rescue. At this moment, Qin Zining was the first to recover from her astonishment, slowly stepping forward to express her gratitude to Qin Feng with utmost respect. However, a sense of unease lingered within her, for she was uncertain of the identity of the enigmatic figure before her, whose state was exceedingly peculiar, something she had never encountered before. Do not be anxious. I mean you no harm, Qin Feng replied coolly. You should tend to your injuries. With that, he produced a vial of healing elixir and tossed it to Qin Zining. Thank you, esteemed elder, Qin Zining said respectfully, hastily distributing the healing potion among Qin Zhou and the others. They too expressed their gratitude to Qin Feng in unison. Wow, this healing elixir must be at least a top-tier 5th grade, Qin Zhou exclaimed, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the potion. They had never before laid eyes on such a high-quality elixir. As they consumed it, a warm current surged through their bodies, rapidly mending their wounds. System. Assist me in signing in at the spirit path, Qin Feng silently instructed the system. Beep. Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful. You have received a surge of spiritual energy. This reward cannot be stored in the system space. Please choose whether to use it, the mechanical voice of the system announced. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the surge of spiritual energy the most precious commodity within the spirit path? How had he obtained it merely through signing in? Use it, and give it to Qin Zining, he said calmly. The greatest advantage of the surge of spiritual energy lay not in enhancing cultivation, but in strengthening the practitioner's foundational abilities. As he was already the ancient chaotic sword body, his foundation required no further augmentation. Thus, it was more beneficial to bestow it upon Qin Zining. Suddenly, as Qin Zining was about to inquire further, a mighty river of spiritual energy surged forth from the heavens, sweeping majestically across the sky. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this river was composed entirely of exceptionally pure spiritual energy, 100 times more refined than divine stones. What is this? Qin Zining and the others watched in awe as the torrent of spiritual energy cascaded downwards, enveloping them in a profound sense of shock. At that moment, the rushing river had reached Qin Zining's head, and countless streams of pure spiritual energy cascaded down like a waterfall. Upon contact with her, the energy flowed into her body without the need for refinement. Her entire being was washed over by this spiritual energy, and not only did her aura elevate, but her foundational abilities also experienced a remarkable enhancement under the purifying flow. What pure spiritual energy! The descending energy did not solely enter Qin Zining's body. Some of it also fell upon Qin Zhou and the others, who gasped in astonishment. They were bewildered by the occurrence. Yet there was no time to ponder as they eagerly absorbed the exquisite spiritual energy. It appears that there is little danger now, Qin Feng remarked. Observing Qin Zining and the others being infused with spiritual energy, he then allowed his external manifestation to dissipate into the wind. At that moment, Qin Zining, overwhelmed by the infusion of spiritual energy, wore an expression of astonishment, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. She failed to notice the dissipating strands of sword intent that had entered her accompanying pure gold sword. After a brief interval, 70% of the surging spiritual energy had entered Qin Zining's body, causing her cultivation to soar to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. More importantly, her foundational physique underwent a monumental transformation, radiating an aura reminiscent of a holy maiden from the Jade Pool. Qin Zhou and the others, who received 1/3 of the spiritual energy infusion, also saw their cultivation rise significantly, reaching the 8th level of the We'll-See realm. Is this the surge of spiritual energy? Qin Zining exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Qin Zhou and the others shared her shock. Wasn't the surge of spiritual energy supposed to be granted only to those who reached the end of the spirit path first? How could it have descended upon them while the final segment of the spirit path had yet to open? And where has that elder gone? Qin Zhou cried out. At his words, Qin Zining scanned her surroundings and realized that the ethereal silhouette of sword intent had vanished without a trace. In that instant, a multitude of questions erupted within their minds. In the span of just half an hour, they had experienced far too much. Suddenly, the entire spirit path emitted a deafening sound, rumbling ominously. A brilliant light erupted in the sky, transforming into countless beams that shot towards all the prodigies who had entered the spirit path. Are they going to transport us away? Qin Zhou asked, puzzled, as he was enveloped in white light. The spirit path is likely closing, Qin Zining replied slowly. Once someone receives the surge of spiritual energy, the spirit path will automatically close. Although we do not know the reason for this sudden infusion, it seems that the spirit path is indeed closing prematurely due to it. The light that surrounded Qin Zining and her companions grew increasingly blinding. In the end, they could see nothing at all. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a gorge. Simultaneously, all the other prodigies who had entered the spirit path were also teleported out. In an instant, everyone who had entered the spirit path was bewildered by their surroundings. What has happened? Wasn't there still a year left in the spirit path? Why has it suddenly closed? Has someone already received the surge of spiritual energy? How is that possible? The final segment of the spirit path has yet to open. Even those at the void refinement realm cannot gain the surge of spiritual energy prematurely. Countless bewildered voices echoed throughout the gorge. The prodigies exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Meanwhile, Qin Zining and her companions fell into silence, acutely aware that if others learned of their acquisition of the surge of spiritual energy, they would undoubtedly become targets of envy. Without hesitation, they turned and soared toward the gorge's exit. The other prodigies within the gorge, fearing that someone might covet their precious resources, also hastily departed. With these resources, there was no doubt that many formidable individuals would emerge in the Kanglan domain, potentially altering the power dynamics of the region. 3,000 miles away, Chun Lao and others, who had resided near the gorge for the past few years, were racing toward the entrance of the spirit path with palpable urgency. What on earth is happening? Why have the soul jades of Prince Qinzhou and the others suddenly developed cracks, indicating they are gravely injured? A royal attendant remarked, his face darkened with concern. Before Qin Zining and Qin Zhou entered the secret realm, they had each bound a soul jade. Chun Lao and the others could monitor their status through these soul jades. To their shock, they had just discovered that, except for Qin Zining, the soul jades of Qinzhou and the others had simultaneously cracked. This signified that they were on the brink of death, which astounded the royal attendants, prompting them to rush toward the gorge. Surely, they must have encountered some peril. I hope that Princess Zining can lead them to safety and exit the spirit path, Chun Lao murmured, his expression grave. Within the spirit path, there were several teleportation arrays that allowed for early exit. However, upon hearing Chun Lao's words, the attendants remained solemn. The simultaneous cracking of Qin Zhou's soul jade indicated that they were facing an adversary of formidable power, far beyond their own. It would be exceedingly difficult for Qin Zining, alone, to guide them to those teleportation arrays. They could only pray for her safety. What are those figures? At that moment, a royal attendant suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming. As Elder Chun and the others gazed upon them, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was indeed Qin Zining and her companions. In the blink of an eye, both parties had converged. Your Highness, did you not sustain grave injuries? How is it that you appear completely unscathed? Elder Chun and the royal offerings were filled with perplexity. Before them stood Qin Zining and Qin Zhou, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Not only were they unharmed, but their cultivation had significantly surged since their time in the spirit road, far exceeding their expectations. We were indeed injured earlier, besieged by several formidable demon cultivators. Qin Zining spoke slowly. Demon cultivators? Have demons infiltrated the spirit road? Elder Chen's countenance changed dramatically, his astonishment evident. Yes, Qin Zining affirmed with a nod. She then recounted the events that transpired in the secret realm, detailing their encounter with Ingio and others to Elder Chun. The disciples of the moon worship sect have turned to demon cultivation? They even wish to transform you into evil beings? Upon hearing Qin Zining's words, the royal offerings were engulfed in fury. It was one thing for the moon worship sect to betray humanity and pledge allegiance to demons. But to try and convert Qin Zining and her companions, core members of the great Xia royal family, into demon worshippers was utterly despicable. If they succeeded, it wouldn't be long before most members of the royal family were assimilated, allowing the moon worship sect to easily dominate the entire great Xia dynasty. Such a scheme was indeed insidiously treacherous. Then why did those demon cultivators cease their assault? Elder Chen couldn't help but inquire. To him, it seemed that Qin Zining and her companions stood no chance against the powerful demon cultivators, and he assumed they had survived their escape from the spirit road because the demon cultivators had relented. It was not that the demons suddenly withdrew, but rather that a powerful swordsman intervened to save us, Qin Zining replied slowly. She proceeded to share the subsequent events with Elder Qin and the others. A figure obscured from view, entirely composed of sword energy? Upon hearing this, Elder Qin and the other royal offerings exchanged glances, immediately recalling the mysterious figure who had once saved the Emperor of Xia. The description Qin Zining provided was not merely similar, it was an exact match. Do you recognize this swordsman? Noticing the change in Elder Qin's expression, Qin Zining inquired, her surprise evident. Elder Qin nodded. That mysterious swordsman once saved his majesty as well. He continued, the appearance described aligns perfectly. After saving his majesty, he vanished into the ether. At this revelation, Qin Zining and Qin Zhou were taken aback. They had assumed the swordsman was a spirit within the spirit road, never suspecting he had once appeared in the Imperial palace. This swordsman has intervened multiple times. Could he be associated with our royal family? Qin Zining conjectured, drawing a connection to the figure within the Demon Mountain. Noting that while their voices and sword techniques were distinct, their styles bore striking similarities. Instinctively, she felt a connection with this swordsman, uncertain whether it was a chance encounter or a recurring acquaintance. Qin Zhou and the others nodded in agreement with Qin Zining's speculation. However, Elder Qin shook his head. His Majesty and I previously surmised that this enigmatic swordsman might have some connection to our royal family. When you mentioned he saved you in the spirit road, my initial thought was that he might indeed be one of us. After a brief pause, Elder Qin continued, yet, upon further reflection, this seems increasingly unlikely. That mysterious swordsman, in terms of both cultivation and age, surely exceeds the threshold for entering the spirit road. His ability to manifest a corporeal form from sword energy within the secret realm indicates extraordinary prowess. Not to mention, throughout the history of the entire Kanglan domain, such mastery is rare. How could he possibly be one of our royal family? Though I serve the great Xia royal family, I cannot help but ponder what merit we possess to produce such a formidable being. Hearing Elder Qin's analysis, Qin Zining and the others fell into silence. A being of such extraordinary capability could hardly belong to the great Xia royal family. By the way, if those demon cultivators have been vanquished, how did you manage to leave the spirit road? Elder Qin suddenly recalled, perplexed. Initially, he had assumed Qin Zining and her companions had escaped, but now, learning that the demon cultivators had been eliminated, he wondered if they had been expelled from the spirit road. While it was not unheard of for individuals to be ejected, such occurrences were rare. Given Qin Zining and her companions' talents, they shouldn't have been expelled without reason. The other royal offerings shared Elder Qin's confusion. The spirit road closed prematurely. Qin Zining explained slowly. What? Elder Qin exclaimed. The spirit road only closes after someone receives the infusion of spiritual energy. How could it possibly close early? The revelation left Elder Qin and the others in shock, as such an occurrence had never been recorded since the spirit road's inception. Qin Zining and her companions did not withhold the details regarding the infusion of spiritual energy, sharing the circumstances with Elder Qin and the others. Hiss! All of them gasped in astonishment. You received the infusion of spiritual energy before the final segment of the spirit road even opened? What on earth transpired? Countless questions surged within their minds. We must return to the Imperial city at once. After a moment, Elder Qin declared gravely. Whether it was Qin Zining's reception of spiritual energy or the moon worship sect's allegiance to demons, both were matters of great significance that needed to be conveyed to the Emperor of Xia without delay. Furthermore, they could not allow Qin Zining and her companions to linger here. If word spread of their infusion, it could lead to unforeseen troubles, as human hearts can be treacherous, often harming others without benefit to themselves. Understood, Qin Zining and her companions nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Elder Qin retrieved a palm-sized ancient warship from his storage ring, adorned with ancient runes. With a resounding boom, he cast the ancient vessel into the air, causing the runes to illuminate and expand rapidly until it transformed into a colossal warship, hovering in the air. Let us depart. Elder Qin beckoned, leading Qin Zining and the others aboard the ancient warship. This vessel, crafted during the zenith of the great Xia royal family before the Demon Suppression War, was fortified with formidable defensive arrays, ensuring safety. Now, only a few remained, and in preparation for any potential threats to Qin Zining after acquiring rare treasures. The Emperor had specifically instructed Elder Qin to bring this ancient warship. With a thunderous roar, once everyone was aboard, the ancient warship, propelled by the array, set sail towards the great Xia Imperial city. Along the way, they encountered other ancient warships belonging to powerful sects or royal families, all navigating the skies, evidently to retrieve their own prodigies from within the spirit road. The rare treasures within the spirit road promised significant cultivation boosts for many powerful individuals, necessitating their swift response. Meanwhile, within the Imperial tomb, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The leader of the moon worship sect seems to have encountered some evil being overseas. Ultimately choosing the path of demon cultivation, Qin Feng muttered to himself. From Ingio's perception, he had gleaned not only the leader's cultivation level, but also a wealth of other information. A mysterious evil being lurking in the depths of the ocean warranted further scrutiny. As he spoke, Qin Feng rose and slowly made his way towards the palace gates. He was fully aware of the lurking dangers that lay ahead and would not take them lightly. He resolved to seek out the moon worship leader to gather specific information regarding the malevolent entity that resided within the depths of the ocean. This knowledge would ensure that he would not be caught off guard should that evil force ever appear in the Qin domain. Moreover, this journey was also driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Qin Zining and the others. After departing the royal city, Qin Feng soared northward towards the desolate wasteland. Chapter 55. The Autumn Osmanthus, the Lotus Blossoms of 10 Miles. To the north of Qin domain sprawled an endless expanse of wilderness. Human settlements were scarce, often replaced by nomadic tribes. These tribes were almost entirely militarized, subsisting on herding and seizing opportunities to raid the southern empires and sections. Deep within the wasteland lay a vast complex of ancient palaces, exuding an aura of antiquity but now tainted by an ominous presence. Dark demonic energy swirled through the sky, casting a pall over even the brightest day. Outside the main hall, the moon worship leader stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing towards the direction of the spirit path. Leader, the holy maiden remains unwilling to consume the blood offerings I have provided her, and she has spoken disrespectfully to you, reported the seventh elder of the demon sect with reverence. During this time, they had purged the sect of those who did not wish to become demon cultivators. Those dissenters had been imprisoned and turned into sustenance for others. Only Huolinger was an exception. Still unwilling? The moon worship leader's eyes flashed with a glint of coldness as he replied calmly, "Take her to my quarters. Tonight, I shall personally infuse a wisp of demonic energy into her." He had always held Huolinger in high regard and indulged her, but her reluctance to pledge allegiance to the malevolent force necessitated a stern lesson. Understood. The seventh elder nodded and turned to leave the main hall, while the moon worship leader's gaze remained fixed on the spirit path. Is the leader concerned for Ingio and the others? The second elder of the demon sect inquired slowly. What is there to worry about? The moon worship leader replied nonchalantly. With my assistance, they have directly elevated their cultivation levels. By the time they enter the spirit path, their powers will surpass that of the so-called number one genius, Qin Zining. No one can obstruct their plans. He believed his strategy to be impeccably flawless. As long as Ingio and his companions executed their tasks diligently, there would be no room for error. Within the spirit path, none could thwart their efforts to turn Qin Zining and others into demon cultivators devoted to the malevolent force. Indeed, the second elder mused, once those princes and princesses become devoted demon cultivators, the various empires will surely bow before the leader, submitting in fealty. I have long resided in this wasteland. It is about time I journey southward to witness the autumn osmanthus and the 10-mile lotus blossoms, the moon worship leader remarked thoughtfully. The harsh conditions of the north were akin to an unforgiving realm. The other elder's eyes sparkled with longing. The great Xiao Empire had once produced a sage whose poem, Water Dragon Chant, reminiscing Westlake, had garnered fame throughout the land, vividly depicting the beauty of Westlake. They yearned to behold such sights, but as disciples of the demon sect in the north, opportunities had eluded them. Once the major empires were subjugated beneath their feet, what place in the Qin domain would be beyond their reach? With the leader at the helm, the grand ambitions of their sect would surely endure through the ages. Long live the moon worship leader, whose grand ambitions shall never fade. The second elder praised. The other elders echoed in agreement, sincerely grateful for the leader's brilliance in devising such a masterful plan. The moon worship leader remained composed, for his ambitions extended far beyond the confines of the Qin domain. The entire eternal continent was his true target. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's figure alighted several hundred feet away from the ancient structure. Mysterious runes danced in his eyes as he scanned for any formations that might have been laid out. Caution was always his modus operandi. Unlike others who might recklessly wield their formidable powers, he understood that falling into a trap could lead even the mightiest to their demise. The quality of the demonic formation was commendable. After a moment, Qin Feng discovered that the entire palace complex was enveloped in a formation. Regrettably, it is merely adequate, he murmured before stepping forward into the heart of the palatial cluster. Although the formation was formidable, it posed no threat to him. What audacious fool dares to trespass here? Shouted several demon sect disciples stationed at the entrance. This was a sacred site, and even the loyal tribal leaders of the wasteland were not permitted entry without permission. Since the moon worship leader had pledged allegiance to the malevolent force, such restrictions had only tightened. Ignoring their cries, Qin Feng exuded an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, all the guards were reduced to blood mist, their screams stifled before they could escape their lips. Qin Feng remained unfazed, continuing deeper into the palace complex. Along his path, many more disciples of the demon sect took note of his arrival and attempted to intervene, but they were powerless against the oppressive aura emanating from him. Disintegrating into blood mist. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the moon worship sect? At last, a powerful figure from the sect recognized the disturbance and charged forth. This demon cultivator was shrouded in swirling demonic mist, having consumed numerous human practitioners. And his cultivation had reached the first level of the Purple Mansion, bolstered by the formation. You should not have provoked me, Qin Feng replied indifferently. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a sword light that shot towards the demon cultivator. The astonishing blade left terrifying scars upon the ancient structures surrounding them. What a fearsome sword energy. The demon cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. His cultivation was superior to that of the other disciples, allowing him to perceive just how terrifying this sword light truly was. He hastily summoned a small cauldron, a potent demonic artifact, in an attempt to block Qin Feng's lethal strike. Yet, with a crack, the sword light pierced through the cauldron effortlessly, continuing its trajectory towards the demon cultivator, who was swiftly impaled. This scene left the other arriving disciples of the demon sect aghast. Quickly, report to the leader. This intruder is far too powerful, one shouted, and several figures hastened towards the main hall. The remaining disciples attempted to band together, employing a sea of people strategy to encircle and kill Qin Feng. Alas, they had vastly underestimated him and overestimated their own capabilities. With a swift motion, Qin Feng conjured the sword soul of fire in his hand, swinging it with precision. The fierce sword light, imbued with scorching energy, easily obliterated a multitude of demon disciples. The ancient structures crumbled under the aftermath of his strikes. Despite their numbers, the disciples struggled to withstand Qin Feng's relentless onslaught. Each swing of his sword harvested lives, blood pooling upon the ground, leaving a path paved with corpses. In order to avoid usurping anyone's first place, I have specially come here to seek free gifts. Chapter 56. Life or Death? Before the main hall, the moon worship leader and his followers suddenly heard the resounding clang of a sword, each casting bewildered glances towards the source of the sound. What is happening? Could someone be brazenly intruding here? The second elder of the demon sect queried with confusion. Just then, several disciples rushed in, breathless. Master, a grave situation has arisen. A formidable swordsman has forcefully breached our territory, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous disciples and powerful members within our sect. The disciple of the dark sect, his eyes filled with terror and panic, exclaimed, "No one can stop him." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. It must be noted that, bolstered by the dark formation, our sect boasts several capable individuals at the second and third levels of the Purple Mansion realm, yet they are utterly powerless against this intruding swordsman. His strength is astounding. Could this powerful swordsman be the one who aided the great Xia dynasty in vanquishing the ancient corpse? The second elder of the dark sect remarked gravely. As his words fell, the other elders began to murmur amongst themselves, their eyes betraying their alarm. It is rumored that he is a formidable being of the fifth level of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, even if that were true, what could it possibly matter? The moon-worshipping sect leader maintained an air of calmness, stating softly, "Should he dare to come here, I shall ensure his demise." Although he had harbored some trepidation towards this enigmatic swordsman, which led him to meticulously plan matters within the spirit road, now that the adversary had arrived, he could directly strike, thereby saving time and gradually manipulating the various royal dynasties. After all, this place is fortified by a dark formation. Ensure his demise? Just as the moon-worshipping sect leader's words echoed, a voice devoid of emotion suddenly resonated from outside. Are you truly certain of that? Qin Feng stepped onto the plaza before the main hall, gazing calmly at the moon-worshipping sect leader. With a single strike, he could slay 10 foes. In this moment, he remained untouched, as ethereal as a celestial being. Qin Feng's sudden appearance left the dark sect elders astounded, for the legendary swordsman they had heard of was astonishingly youthful. Even the moon-worshipping sect leader, whose face was usually as tranquil as a deep well, revealed a hint of surprise. Who might you be? It seems we hold no grievances against one another, the moon-worshipping sect leader inquired coolly. What does it matter if you know my identity? Today, you shall meet your demise, Qin Feng replied with chilling indifference. As he spoke, a torrent of sword intent surged within him, an astounding wave of sword energy emanating forth, accompanied by the sound of ringing blades. His garments fluttered in the wind. Since you refuse to speak, I shall erect a nameless monument in your honor. The moon-worshipping sect leader's expression darkened, his voice icy. Instantly, the dark formation began to operate fully, and blood-red runes emerged on numerous structures, rendering the area a hellish scene, exuding eerie vibrations. Although the moon-worshipping sect leader was merely at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, his power was significantly enhanced within the confines of this dark formation, not to mention practitioners of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Even those at the 7th or 8th levels could fall before him. Master, swiftly eliminate this intruder and avenge our fallen disciples. The multitude of dark sect disciples, witnessing this spectacle, felt the overwhelming might of their leader and began to shout fervently. Many of their comrades had perished, and their hatred for Qin Feng burned fiercely. This dark formation is nothing extraordinary, Qin Feng remarked calmly. While observing the dark formation from outside, he had only estimated its power. But now he realized he had overestimated it. Perhaps the insufficient dark energy here prevented the formation from unleashing its full potential. Fools are often fearless. The moon-worshipping sect leader retorted, his body enveloped in swirling black mist, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. Gathering an immense amount of dark energy in his palm, he swiftly condensed it into a pitch-black, demonic seal. The seal, resembling a jade stamp, surged towards Qin Feng with the intent to suppress him. Upon detaching from the moon-worshipping sect leader, the seal rapidly absorbed the surrounding dark energy, expanding dramatically in mere moments to the size of a hill. The intricate details of the seal became increasingly vivid, its arcane patterns emanating a sinister aura, as if seeking to annihilate all living beings in existence. Unperturbed, Qin Feng unleashed the desolate cataclysmic sword slash. Thunderous roars echoed. A golden sword energy swiftly coalesced into a sword spirit in his grasp, radiating a brilliant golden light. Furthermore, the hilt of the sword spirit was adorned with intricate and enigmatic inscriptions, swirling in a circular pattern, exuding a terrifying sword aura. With a single slash, a golden sword beam, extending dozens of feet, surged forth, interwoven with complex inscriptions, aimed directly at the demonic seal. Wherever it passed, it carved deep trenches into the ground. Boom! The clash of sword beam and demonic seal erupted in a cataclysmic wave of energy. The contrasting golden and black lights surged outward like a tsunami. Although the structures here were fortified by the dark formation, a large area around the plaza collapsed. Numerous weaker disciples of the dark sect were reduced to ashes. The elders, bound to the formation, survived but were left severely injured, their faces pale. How can you be so powerful? The moon-worshipping sect leader's expression finally shifted. He realized that Qin Feng's strength far surpassed his expectations. Not merely at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, but already transcending the 7th level. Still wish to erect a monument for me? Qin Feng said flatly. As he spoke, he moved with blinding speed, appearing directly before the moon-worshipping sect leader, causing his face to pale in shock. Clang! At that moment, the fiery sword spirit had coalesced in Qin Feng's hand, and he struck down with a fierce blow. The searing sword energy radiated an aura of terror. Damn it! The moon-worshipping sect leader glared at the descending sword spirit, his expression darkening. Desperately, he drew upon the formation's power, utilizing the overwhelming dark energy to hastily conjure a pitch-black barrier before him, hoping to withstand Qin Feng's strike. Crack! However, the power contained within Qin Feng's strike was utterly formidable. The barrier, formed from the entire power of the formation, was trivial in comparison, and it shattered instantly. Not only that, but after obliterating the dark barrier, the sword spirit continued its relentless assault towards the moon-worshipping sect leader's body. Chapter 57, Twin Moons in the Sky. With a piercing sound, Qin Feng's strike cleaved the moon-worshipping sect leader asunder, blood and flesh scattering everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Leader. This sight elicited gasps of horror from all the surviving disciples of the dark sect, their eyes wide with fear. Their leader. At the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, fortified by such a powerful dark formation, had failed to withstand a single strike from this individual. You dare to destroy my corporeal form. Today, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. At this moment, the furious roar of the moon-worshipping sect leader echoed through the heavens. In the instant he was slain by Qin Feng, he chose to merge with the formation, enabling his consciousness to survive against the odds. You believe you can kill me after I've severed your corporeal form? Qin Feng retorted coldly. As he spoke, a tempest of sword energy surged around him, the sound of ringing swords echoing continuously. He intended to obliterate the dark formation entirely, leaving no opportunity for the moon-worshipping sect leader to survive. You wretched scoundrel. Today, you shall witness the true terror of the demonic clan's forbidden techniques. The moon-worshipping sect leader bellowed. The dark formation began to operate frantically, overwhelming dark energy obscuring the sky, casting the area into darkness. Simultaneously, radiant red lights began to coalesce within the formation, giving rise to a blood moon that soared across the sky. The crimson glow descended, rapidly eroding Qin Feng's spiritual energy and transforming it into dark energy, turning against him. This is the blood moon grand art. Under the radiance of the blood moon, all things must bow in submission, proclaimed the blood moon master. He spared no effort in consuming his last source of power, transforming himself into the moon, unleashing the most formidable secret technique at his disposal, aimed solely at eradicating Qin Feng. Heh, since you are the master of the moon cult, I too possess a resplendent moon for you to worship. Qin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. His figure soared into the air, treading upon the void. In an instant, the world was engulfed in darkness, while behind Qin Feng, an extraordinary phenomenon gradually emerged. It was a vast ocean, waves churning and crashing, the sound of roaring tides deafening. Above the ocean, a brilliantly luminous full moon began to ascend. The pure, sacred moonlight cascaded upon the sea, refracting into shimmering beams of light. At that moment, Qin Feng perfectly merged with this breathtaking scenery. This sight rendered all the disciples of the demon cult speechless. 2 moons in the sky, a sight rarely seen across the ages. What is this? Gazing at the ocean and moon behind Qin Feng, the Blood Moon Master's voice trembled with terror, sensing an overwhelming aura of danger. This is the phenomenon, a bright moon rising over the sea, perfectly suited to eliminate you. As he spoke, the moon behind Qin Feng began to rotate slowly. The dazzling brilliance cascaded down, fluttering in the air, descending upon the blood moon formed by the Moon Master. No, the Blood Moon Master sensed the threat of death and screamed in horror. He attempted to flee, but alas, the moon behind Qin Feng had completely immobilized him, rendering him utterly motionless. In the despairing cries of the Blood Moon Master, the blood moon was gradually dissolved by the descending light. Simultaneously, mysterious runes flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he began to read the Blood Moon Master's consciousness, extracting information regarding the malevolence within the ocean. Before long, both the Blood Moon Master and the demonic formation dissipated into the void. Below, none of the demon cult disciples could escape the piercing cries, which transformed the scene into a veritable inferno on earth. Yet, soon the cries ceased, and silence enveloped the area. The extraordinary vision behind Qin Feng also slowly faded. The malevolence was trapped deep within the ocean, in a fragmented continent, seemingly possessing strength beyond the void refinement realm. Qin Feng recalled the information gleaned from the Blood Moon Master's consciousness and murmured, "It seems that after this affair concludes, I should focus on enhancing my own cultivation. The ancient continent boasts a population exceeding trillions, vast and boundless. Even a powerful cultivator of the void refinement realm would find it nearly impossible to traverse the continent in a lifetime without the aid of a teleportation array. However, compared to the boundless ocean, the ancient continent appeared diminutive. Within the ocean lay countless islands, myriad small factions, and even a fragmented continent of unknown origin, fraught with peril. It was not unusual for a void refinement cultivator to be trapped there." Shaking his head, Qin Feng dismissed such thoughts and summoned the system to sign in here. Ding. "Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful. You have obtained the Haotian mirror." The mechanical notification echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Within the system space, a mirror resembling a moon materialized, suspended in midair. The Haotian mirror, neither gold nor jade, appeared ancient and adorned with archaic inscriptions and the shapes of ethereal dragons and mythical birds. Seemingly raised yet without trace, neither carved nor painted, deeply embedded in its essence. The Haotian mirror? What connection does it have with the Haotian Tower? One of the 10 divine artifacts of the primordial era? Qin Feng murmured, examining the brief introduction of the Haotian mirror, which revealed little information and made no mention of any relation to the tower. It merely noted that the radiance within the Haotian mirror was particularly effective against malevolence. Regardless, it should prove to be a valuable treasure. Qin Feng muttered to himself before retracting his gaze. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that the structures had largely collapsed, leaving only the outer areas unscathed. Through his divine sight, Qin Feng observed that within a cluster of buildings to the north of the main hall, many disciples of the demon cult seemed to be imprisoned. However, he paid them no heed, as they were clearly not demonic cultivators, but rather disciples reluctant to embrace the path of darkness. Ascending into the air, he prepared to depart. In a luxurious palace in the northern sector, A stunning woman clad in black robes, her figure gracefully curvaceous, slowly emerged from the hall. Witnessing the devastation outside, her delicate features reflected sheer astonishment. After being brought here by the second elder, Huolinger had succumbed to the magical mist and lost consciousness, fearing she might take her own life. Upon awakening, she found the scene utterly transformed. Had someone come to kill that old rascal, the Blood Moon Master? Huolinger discovered that the demonic formation had been destroyed, and the aura of the Blood Moon Master vanished without a trace. A joyful smile blossomed on her face, enchanting all who beheld it. Although the Blood Moon Master was her mentor, he had pledged allegiance to malevolence, a fact she found utterly disgraceful. She shared the same sentiments as the Grand Elder, believing that the purpose of the demon cult was to assist human cultivators in discovering an alternative path to cultivation, rather than colluding with malevolence. That figure looks so familiar. She suddenly noticed a silhouette rising into the sky from the direction of the main hall, evoking a sense of profound familiarity. In that instant, the image of the prince who had saved her within the Daxia dynasty surfaced in her mind. The two figures seemed to merge completely in that fleeting moment. Chapter 58, Ancestor Yuming. Just as Huolinger was momentarily entranced, Qin Feng's figure had already soared toward the distant horizon. She rose to pursue him, but was met with a rueful smile, murmuring, "What am I thinking? That Prince Qin Feng, who saved me, has been punished to guard the royal tomb. How could he possibly possess such terrifying strength to come here and slay the Blood Moon Master?" Huolinger felt an overwhelming sense of guilt toward Qin Feng, and upon seeing someone indirectly rescue her again, she momentarily recalled Qin Feng's image. Although she did not develop feelings for him out of gratitude after he saved her, the guilt she harbored for his imprisonment in the royal tomb lingered. Over the years, Huolinger had always yearned to rescue Qin Feng. During the time the corpse-driving sect attacked the Imperial city, she had learned of their plans in advance and had even ventured alone to the royal city, intending to rescue Qin Feng after they breached the palace. Unfortunately, that detestable mysterious figure had intervened and eliminated the ancient corpses, depriving her of the opportunity. Saintus, the Blood Moon Master has been slain. At that moment, other unwilling disciples of the demon cult, having escaped after the formation was breached, rushed to Huolinger with excitement. "Yes, I am aware," Huolinger replied, her face returning to a cold demeanor, resembling an ice-cold beauty, distancing herself from others. "Now that the Blood Moon Master is dead, you, as the Saintess, should assume the position of sect leader," one person voiced, while others gazed upon her with hopeful expressions. If Huolinger were to lead, she certainly would not pledge allegiance to malevolence, and the demon cult could return to its former glory. "I have no interest in the position of sect leader," Huolinger replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many disciples shifted. "Saintess, if you do not assume the role, who will?" they implored. "The news of the Blood Moon Master becoming a lapdog to malevolence will soon spread throughout the entire Kanglan region. Are we to bear the punishment in his stead?" Huolinger maintained her calm demeanor as she spoke slowly. This sect no longer holds any meaning for existence. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Before their arrival, they had already entertained such thoughts in their hearts, albeit with some reluctance to accept them. After all, the demonic sect, which had endured for millennia, would meet its demise at their hands, leaving them with a sense of guilt towards the ancestors of the sect. "Where is the Saintess heading?" someone inquired. And all eyes turned to Huolinger. "I do not know," Huolinger replied after a brief pause, her voice serene, "but it certainly will not be to remain here." Having lingered in the wasteland for far too long, it was time for her to venture out. Perhaps she would seek training in other realms within the Kanglan domain. Or perhaps she would leave the Kanglan domain altogether to explore the broader world beyond. Everything remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a resigned silence. Subsequently, Huolinger offered a few words of comfort before ascending into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. The others, witnessing the crumbling ruins, could only shake their heads in despair, harboring deep resentment towards Baiwei, yet feeling utterly powerless. They all departed, marking the thunderous collapse of the once renowned demonic sect. In the boundless expanse of the ocean, there lay a fragmented continent, vastly larger than an ordinary island, yet still dwarfed by the ancient continent, only half the size of the Kanglan domain. At the heart of this fragmented land was a colossal chasm, from which surged a torrent of demonic energy, swelling and pulsating as if to pierce the heavens. Above the canyon, the tumultuous demonic energy coalesced into a gigantic skull, with ghostly flames flickering in its hollow eyes. This was none other than the ancestor of Moonshade. A millennium ago, during the War of Sealing, he had been besieged by human cultivators, severely wounded and fleeing to this fragmented continent. where he discovered the abundant spiritual energy within the chasm and sought to heal. However, he had not anticipated that a powerful formation remained, ensnaring him within its confines, from which he had yet to escape. Ancestor, Baiwei has sent word that a formidable swordsman from the Kanglan domain seeks to dominate it directly, which poses great difficulty. He intends to gradually control the various empires through their princes, but to fully conquer the Kanglan domain may take a century, reported several figures, each exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Moonshade's expression darkened. He was evidently displeased. Yet, apart from Baiwei, he had no stronger allies at his disposal, so he refrained from further comment. Over the years, he had transformed many islanders who ventured onto this continent into demonic cultivators, aiding him in gathering sustenance. However, the number of islanders across the vast sea was far too scant, and despite his subordinates' relentless searches, they could merely sustain his current level of power without decline. If he dispatched more powerful beings to the Kanglan domain, it was likely that by the time Baiwei managed to gain control, he would suffer a decline in power and be obliterated by the formation. At that moment, a figure rushed in hastily, their eyes wide with alarm. Ancestor, Baiwei's soul jade has just shattered. The figure held a shattered crimson jade in their hands, their voice trembling. This jade not only allowed for the control of the demonic energy within Baiwei, but also provided insight into Baiwei's condition. What did you say? The ancestor of Moonshade's countenance shifted dramatically, the ghostly flames in his eyes deepening as he gazed at the shattered jade in the figure's hands, confirming its destruction. His fury erupted. How could this happen? Wasn't Baiwei's plan flawless? Yet, his anger and questions went unanswered, for the only one privy to the truth, Baiwei, had been slain. A terrifying aura of demonic might radiated from him, sending tremors of fear through the figures present, who trembled in terror. After a prolonged silence, the ancestor of Moonshade gradually calmed himself. Ancestor, what shall we do next? One of the demonic cultivators asked, suppressing their fear. What else can be done? We can only attempt to utilize the demonic formation to forcibly break through this seal, the ancestor replied grimly. Apart from enhancing his cultivation to escape, he had another method, to arrange a powerful demonic formation around the canyon to force their way out. However, the success rate was dismally low, less than 30%. If successful, not only could they break free, but they could also convert the remnants of the formidable formation within the canyon into his own power. Should they fail, death would be their fate. What materials are needed to set up the formation? We shall gather them for you at once. The figures exclaimed eagerly. The ancestor then shared the necessary materials with them, and they hurriedly departed to collect what was required. That wretched fiend. The ancestor glowered in the direction of the Kanglan domain, vowing that should he survive and escape, he would ensure the one who killed Baiwei met a fate of utter dismemberment to quench his wrath. Chapter 59. The carefree sword immortal Qin Zining and her companions returned to the Imperial city aboard an ancient warship. Emperor Xia and Qin Junyan were in the Imperial study deliberating, and upon seeing Qin Zining and her group return unexpectedly, their expressions were filled with astonishment. When Qin Zining recounted the events that transpired within the Spirit Road, the Emperor and others listened with rapt attention, their faces a tapestry of emotions. They felt that the occurrences within the Spirit Road eclipsed all previous events therein combined, leaving them profoundly shaken. While they rejoiced at Qin Zining and her companion's significant enhancement in cultivation, they were incensed that the demonic sect had become a pawn of malevolent forces. Even more astonishing was the revelation of a mysterious swordsman possessing great powers, capable of entering the secret realm to rescue Qin Zining and her companions. If only such a powerful being were a member of the great Xia royal family, I would gladly relinquish my throne. Emperor Xia sighed deeply. Years had passed, and his lifespan was waning, leaving him looking increasingly haggard. It is a pity that our great Xia royal family is too weak to accommodate such a golden-scaled talent. Qin Junyan lamented. The other ministers and royal priests shared similar expressions of resignation, well aware of the royal family's limitations. Regardless, it is fortunate that Zining and her companions are unscathed and have gained tremendous opportunities. This is indeed a blessing for us, Emperor Xia remarked slowly. The pressing matter now is to inform the other major empires of the demonic sect's allegiance to malevolent forces. He believed that the demonic sect's ambitions extended beyond just Qin Zining and her companions, and that the princes and princesses of other empires were likely ensnared as well. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and began to discuss the specifics. Qin Zining and Qin Zhou subsequently left the imperial study. Shortly thereafter, the Minister of Rites began drafting a confidential letter as per Emperor Xia's instructions to be sent to the other major empires, announcing the demonic sect's allegiance to dark forces. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had also returned to the Imperial mausoleum. Achoo! Qin Feng sneezed unexpectedly, murmuring, "Why do I feel as though someone is speaking of me?" He pondered, recalling that he had only a few acquaintances, namely Qin Zining and Chu Xiong. If anyone wished to see him, they would come directly to the mausoleum. There was no need to speak of him. After ruminating fruitlessly on any potentially forgotten acquaintances, he shook his head and resumed his cultivation. Rather than reclining on a chair, allowing the Longevity Sutra to autonomously absorb the sword intent and earth spirit essence acquired from his sign-ins, he instead seated himself upon a stone, actively channeling his cultivation technique. As the Longevity Sutra operated within him, the powerful sword energy he had accrued shattered, transforming into wisps of fine sword chi reminiscent of mist, entering his body through his breath and skin. The surrounding flora was swiftly severed by this ethereal sword chi. The earth spirit's stalactite liquid, consumed by Qin Feng, began to rapidly transform within his body, merging with the operation of his cultivation technique to become an extraordinarily pure essence of spiritual energy, continuously flowing into his meridians. Gradually, Qin Feng's aura began to ascend. In comparison to when the longevity scripture operated autonomously, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy now was evidently faster. The allegiance of the moon worship leader to the sinister forces spread throughout the Kanglan domain within just a few days, leaving the world in shock. Initially, people believed that the disciples of the demon sect merely practiced demonic techniques without resorting to devouring humans to enhance their cultivation, and thus could be tolerated. However, the revelation prompted a fervent desire among all to eradicate the demon sect. This sentiment was especially strong among the major empires. Upon learning of the moon worship leader's plans through the missive from Emperor Xia, they promptly began investigating their own royal family members who had entered the spiritual path. To their dismay, they discovered that some had already pledged allegiance to the sinister forces. This was not merely about practicing demonic techniques. It implied that these princes and princesses had genuinely come to accept the righteousness of the demon's actions, leaving the major empires feeling utterly helpless and unsure of how to address the situation. Ultimately, they resorted to placing these royals under soft house arrest, hoping to restore their normalcy with nourishing elixirs for the mind. Simultaneously, the major empires convened to discuss strategies for dealing with the demon sect. The existence of such a force loyal to sinister powers necessitated a swift extermination, regardless of the cost, to prevent its growth and survival. No one understood the threat posed by the demons to humanity better than the royal families. Yet, while the empires were fervently preparing, astonishing news emerged from the northern wastelands. A lone swordsman had slain the moon worship leader along with all the demon sect disciples loyal to the sinister forces. The Saintess, Huolinger, departed, leading to the complete collapse of the demon sect. Initially, this news was met with skepticism, as it seemed utterly contradictory. The moon worship leader was known to possess strength at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, enhanced by formidable demonic formations, making him a unique existence in the world. How could anyone in the Kanglan domain possibly defeat him with a single sword strike? However, as the major empires sent envoys to the northern wastelands and witnessed the ruins for themselves, they were compelled to believe. Anyone who had encountered the overwhelming demonic aura and terrifying sword energy amidst the ruins felt their very souls tremble, engulfed by primal fear. It was truly horrific. The initial shock from the moon worship leader's allegiance to the demon sect was now overshadowed by an even greater upheaval. What was happening? Such a powerful demon sect, rivaling any empire, had been utterly vanquished. Moreover, rumors suggested that the one who annihilated the demon sect did so with a single sword, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. How terrifying! Throughout the Kanglan domain, discussions erupted about the demon sect's demise. Everyone speculated about the identity and affiliations of the formidable swordsman who had intervened. Regrettably, despite extensive conjecture, no one could uncover the true answer. Many concluded that this swordsman could not belong to any existing faction, for the strongest entities in the Kanglan domain were the major empires. If any of them had such a powerful figure, they would have already mobilized their forces to unify the realm. The other sects and clans, despite their rapid rise, were still far from rivaling the empires. Ultimately, a consensus emerged. The swordsman was an elusive hermit, a transcendent being who had remained hidden from the world for many years. In tandem, the moniker Carefree Sword Immortal began to circulate throughout the Kanglan domain, embodying the essence of being unbound to any faction, while also resonating with the image of a celestial swordmaster. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was oblivious to the external reputation of the Carefree Sword Immortal. For the past few years, he had been diligently cultivating within the royal mausoleum, a a sight that bewildered the creatures residing there, as they had never witnessed Qin Feng devote himself to such prolonged training. Nevertheless, the creatures, lacking significant intelligence, continued their routines of eating and drinking as usual. One day, at noon, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. With a resounding clang, it was as though a divine weapon had emerged, the sound of the sword ringing out. Qin Feng emanated blinding radiance, resembling a celestial spring, as torrents of sword intent surged forth from within him, spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, flora withered in submission, and the creatures trembled in fear. Though shielded by the concealment array, the terrifying aura of the sword still made them feel as if they were in the presence of a celestial being, compelling them to prostrate themselves upon the ground. As the surging sword intent reached the perimeter of the mausoleum, it crashed against the invisible barrier like a tidal wave, creating towering surges of sword energy. The concealment array was extraordinarily powerful, capable not only of muffling all sounds, but also of containing the sword intent within the mausoleum. Otherwise, this overwhelming aura could have flattened the entire royal city. During this time, Qin Feng, in a meditative state, reformed his seals. The astonishing sword intent began to retract back into his body, a process that lasted for quite some time. After a span of over 3 hours, the torrential sword intent gradually subsided, returning to Qin Feng's being. The first level of the void refinement realm was indeed formidable, Qin Feng mused. In that moment of breakthrough, he felt as though he had entered a new realm of martial arts. The gap between the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm and his current level was so vast that it could no longer be described merely as a galaxy. It was immeasurable, beyond any possibility of reconciliation. Furthermore, not only had his cultivation improved, but the strength of his physical body and spiritual awareness had also significantly enhanced. He felt confident that he could contend with a cultivator at the 3rd level of the void refinement realm. After some time, once Qin Feng had acclimated to his newly attained state, he slowly rose and returned to his recliner, not out of fatigue, but to nurture his meridians and prevent any instability in his spiritual energy. The mausoleum fell silent once more, as if nothing had transpired. Half a month later, news reverberated throughout the empire. Emperor Xia had passed away. The palace was engulfed in mourning, and the entire Xia dynasty was thrown into turmoil. No one had anticipated this turn of events. Previously, after the imperial physician had successfully prolonged the emperor's life, they believed he could live for another 60 or 70 years. But now his passing came as a shock. The most frustrated were the powerful vassal kings. For years, they had tread cautiously, fearing the emperor's capacity to weave accusations and imprison them, leading them to remain compliant without making any plans. Now, at this critical juncture, it should have been their opportunity to emerge and extort Qin's union, yet their lack of preparation rendered them powerless. According to the law, the military forces available to the vassal kings were severely limited, and many had secretly trained their troops. However, gathering these forces in a short time to threaten Qin's union was simply unfeasible. Reluctantly, the vassal kings could only comply and travel to the royal city to mourn for Emperor Xia while simultaneously attending Qin's union's coronation ceremony. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong, reassigned to protect the royal city, arrived at the mausoleum to inform Qin Feng of Emperor Xia's demise. In truth, Qin Feng had already been aware of it. When the summer emperor fell, a portion of the imperial fortune dissipated, waiting to coalesce anew only upon the ascension of a new sovereign, a sensation he felt acutely. Your Highness, there is a letter from various vassal kings addressed to you, and for some reason, they insisted that I deliver it. Chu Xiong informed Qin Feng after relaying the news of the summer emperor's demise, handing him a letter with a hint of perplexity. Oh, a letter from the vassal kings? They still remember this discarded prince. Qin Feng chuckled lightly, albeit with a tinge of surprise in his heart. It appeared that the palace was not devoid of the presence of influential vassal lords, and even Chu Xiong, with whom he shared a cordial relationship, was entrusted with this missive. Upon opening the letter, its contents were entirely as he had anticipated. The text extolled his wisdom and virtues, lamenting his position guarding the imperial tombs as an injustice, subtly suggesting that he should aspire to greater ambitions, though never overtly stated. The implications were clear. Should he desire to contest for the throne, the 5 major vassal kings would lend their support. Should we send a reply, Your Highness? Chu Xiong inquired. Yes, of course, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, he retrieved a sheet of white paper, folded it several times, and returned it to the envelope before handing it back to Chu Xiong. Aren't you going to write anything? Chu Xiong asked, puzzled by the lack of words. No need. Simply return it as is, Qin Feng stated calmly. Though still perplexed, Chu Xiong nodded and departed to deliver the letter to the residences of the vassal kings. Under normal circumstances, vassal kings visiting the imperial city for mourning were prohibited from meeting to prevent collusion. However, the 5 prominent lords were far from naive, each surrounded by formidable protectors. They could arrange a meeting despite the watchful eyes of the Imperial Guard. 70 miles north of the imperial city flowed a small stream flanked by willows, where the 5 vassal kings were engaged in fishing. Has the letter reached Qin Feng? The Qin King asked, breaking the silence. His lineage traced back to the most favored son of the founding emperor, commanding a vast territory and a retinue of exceptional cultivators. It was delivered by that commander named Chu Xiong, the Qi King replied. According to my sources within the Imperial Guard, Chu Xiong is somewhat dim-witted. His close association with Qin Feng, having risen to the rank of commander and frequently visiting him, suggests he has become a trusted confidant. The Qin King nodded in acknowledgement. What do you think the discarded prince's reaction will be upon receiving our letter? A vassal king asked with a mocking grin. Haha, what else could it be? I suspect he may weep with joy, the Qi King scoffed. A discarded prince confined to the imperial tomb, living a fate worse than death. Upon learning of our support for his ascension, would likely be so overwhelmed he might faint, even if he has achieved some emotional stability. Laughter erupted among the other lords, their eyes gleaming with pity for Qin Feng. They had no true intention of supporting him. Their goal was merely to incite embarrassment for Qin Zining during the coronation ceremony. At that moment, they would only need to voice a few words in favor of Qin Feng, and to secure a stable ascension. Qin Zining would undoubtedly offer them substantial rewards. Once their objective was achieved, Qin Feng's fate would be of no concern to them. Your Highness, the reply from Qin Feng has arrived. Just then, a servant hurriedly approached, holding a letter with utmost reverence. The Qin King was taken aback. This discarded prince responded so swiftly? Does he not ponder the implications? To him, such matters could potentially lead to dire consequences, regardless of his desire for the throne. He should have taken at least a day to contemplate his response. Yet, remarkably, within less than an hour, Qin Feng had dispatched a reply. Haha. It appears this discarded prince has truly lost his wits after being confined, the Qin King remarked. If he possessed even a modicum of intelligence, he would not respond so quickly. He truly is the perfect pawn. The other vassal kings echoed their derision, viewing Qin Feng as a fool, a mere tool to be exploited. Let us see how this discarded prince expresses his gratitude, the Qin King mused. As he spoke, he opened the letter, and the other lords gathered around. Suddenly, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth from the envelope. The vassal king's expressions shifted drastically, and they quickly summoned their spiritual energy for protection, retreating in haste. Nevertheless, the terrifying sword aura still inflicted severe injuries upon them. With a loud crash, their protective armors shattered, and they coughed up crimson blood, their faces paling. What transpired? The powerful protectors of the vassal kings emerged, exclaiming in alarm. Their gazes fell upon the letter that had fluttered to the ground. How dare that Qin Feng plot against us? A vassal king shouted in outrage, hastily swallowing precious healing elixirs. The others followed suit, consuming their own valuable potions without hesitation. It is unlikely that the true mastermind is the discarded Prince Qin Feng. He lacks such formidable strength and does not command such powerful cultivators. This must be the doing of Qin Zining, utilizing that old man Shun to ensnare us. The Qin King stated, his face ashen. After all, the strongest swordsman within the royal family was indeed the old man Shun. Hearing this, the other vassal kings nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic. That Qin Feng is truly worthless. After all these years, he could not even cultivate a trustworthy ally. Even Chu Xiong has betrayed him, the Qi King remarked coldly. In his view, upon receiving the letter, Qin Feng would never willingly disclose it to Qin Zining, implying that Chu Xiong had betrayed him by secretly informing Qin Zining. What a useless fool. The other vassal kings echoed, their expressions darkening. What shall we do now, Qin King? The Qi King asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Could it be that Qin Zining will take action against us? Should we return to our territories at once? Take action? On what grounds? The Qin King remained unfazed, replying dismissively. Our letter to Qin Feng merely contained praises and expressed sympathy for his plight as a prince guarding the imperial tomb. What wrong have we committed? When composing the letter, he had already contemplated the minuscule chance of failure. Upon hearing the Qin King's words, the Qi King suddenly understood, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, we have committed no wrongdoing. Moreover, we are the most powerful vassal kings in the entire dynasty. If he dares to move against us, will he not fear the uprising of our territories to dethrone him? The Qin King reiterated coldly, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. Though they had come to mourn the summer emperor, their heirs remained in their respective domains. The other vassal kings, who had previously harbored concerns, felt reassured by his words and resumed their fishing, dismissing the earlier incident as a silent loss. Within the Imperial tomb, Qin Feng had sensed the sword intent erupting from the letter. The fact that the Jin King and the others were not slain was entirely as he had anticipated. He had no intention of killing them. If he had truly wished for their demise, he would not have needed such elaborate schemes. The reason Qin Feng refrained from eliminating these feudal lords was due to the recent ascension of Qin Zining to the throne. He did not wish to handle every matter on Qin Zining's behalf. One day, he would indeed depart from the Great Xia dynasty, perhaps even from the Kanglan region. Should he resolve all of Qin Zining's troubles now, what would remain for him upon his departure? The letter addressed to the Duke of Jin served merely as a warning from Qin Feng, intended to dissuade the Duke and his allies from using him to restrain Qin Zining, thereby preventing further complications. Having accomplished his objective, Qin Feng returned to his reclining chair, resuming his slumber and cultivation. He had no intention of attending the emperor's funeral, as despite Qin Zining's efforts, the Ministry of Rites had categorically denied his participation. Coincidentally, Qin Feng was also disinclined to go. 10 days later, both the funeral and the coronation ceremony were completed. During the coronation, Qin Zining issued a sweeping amnesty to the officials and generals imprisoned by the late emperor, evoking a wave of gratitude from the ministers and commanders, who nearly revered Qin Zining as a savior. After all, remaining in prison could lead to the extermination of their entire clans. This act not only won the loyalty of his subjects but also earned Qin Zining the admiration of the populace, many of whom had been wrongfully imprisoned. Of course, a small faction of conservative officials opposed this decision, deeming it a betrayal of the late emperor, yet their numbers remained minimal. In addition to the amnesty, Qin Zining also declared a new era name, Yongxing, hoping for the everlasting prosperity of the Great Xia dynasty. It is worth noting that the dynasty name and the era name are distinct. Each emperor has a different era name, which may be altered at will. The entire coronation process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any unforeseen disruptions. This even surprised Qin Zining, who had anticipated some degree of trouble from the feudal lords. To his astonishment, they remained passive throughout the proceedings, their gazes toward him tinged with a hint of apprehension. This left Qin Zining perplexed. However, their inaction ultimately proved beneficial for him, prompting him to refrain from further comments. Following a grand banquet, the feudal lords returned to their respective domains, although Qin Zining yearned to imprison them for questioning and to exact punishment for their various transgressions. He recognized the imprudence of such actions so soon after his ascension. He understood that haste could lead to failure. The day after the coronation, Qin Zining eagerly ventured to the Imperial mausoleum. "Brother," upon his arrival, he displayed a look of joy. "Congratulations on your ascension to the throne." Qin Feng smiled. "However, now that the coronation ceremony has concluded, there is no need to remain in such high spirits, is there?" "Haha, my elation is not solely due to becoming emperor," Qin Zining replied, "but rather because I can finally issue a decree to release you from here." He felt a deep sense of guilt for having left Qin Feng in the mausoleum to suffer while he was powerless to assist. Now, he could finally liberate his brother. Taken aback, Qin Feng felt a swell of emotion. He had not anticipated that Qin Zining's first act as emperor would be to propose his release from the mausoleum. However, despite his gratitude, Qin Feng hesitated to agree. "Releasing me now may not be the wisest decision," he cautioned gently. "Why not?" Qin Zining inquired, puzzled. "If the demonic sect had not sworn allegiance to the evil one, your amnesty might have faced some opposition, but not severely. However, now that all are aware of their allegiance, and given that I once saved the sect's holy maiden, releasing me at this juncture would likely lead not only the ministers, but also the entire populace to brand you as a foolish ruler." Realizing the gravity of Qin Feng's words, Qin Zining's expression shifted, recognizing that he had not considered all aspects. His concern was not merely about being labeled a foolish ruler. He feared that should this amnesty fail, he would never have another opportunity to liberate Qin Feng. "What should we do?" Qin Zining's face darkened. "Now that I have ascended, when can I release you?" "Do not rush," Qin Feng replied calmly. "There will be ample opportunities in the future. Everything must unfold gradually." Qin Zining, hearing this reassurance, felt no joy. Instead, he was increasingly aware of his own impotence. He believed that Qin Feng had endured unimaginable suffering for decades, confined within the mausoleum without any chance to witness the outside world, while he himself remained powerless to act. "You need not blame yourself," Qin Feng continued, sensing his brother's turmoil. "Each person has their fate. One cannot force what is not meant to be." Qin Zining fell into silence, lost in thought. Not wishing to intrude, Qin Feng retreated to his chamber, retrieving a jar of fine wine and some dried meat that Chu Xiong had secretly brought for him, preparing to share a drink with the melancholy emperor. Brother, I have thought of a way that will allow you to leave the mausoleum openly for a time and see the outside world, Qin Zining suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up after a moment of contemplation. Oh, what is it? Qin Feng inquired with a smile. To pay respects to our mother in the East Sea. Qin Zining replied slowly. Given that our father has just passed, the ministers cannot possibly obstruct you from honoring her memory. The death of the emperor would necessitate your visit to pay tribute to your mother, and should any minister dare to oppose this, they would truly lack humanity. After all, filial piety is paramount. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng paused, recollecting memories of their mother. She had once been the cherished daughter of the Liu family in the East Sea, and when she married the emperor, her father had vehemently opposed the union, severing their relationship entirely and forbidding her from ever returning to the Liu family. Throughout her life, their mother had felt profound guilt and, on her deathbed, had requested that the emperor allow her to be buried in the East Sea with her deceased parents. This request had initially contradicted the laws of the Xia dynasty, leading to fierce opposition from the court officials. However, the typically resolute emperor had, in this instance, persuaded each minister individually, ultimately allowing their mother's remains to be returned to the East Sea for burial, a tale of poignant love. Indeed, Qin Zining nodded. I have long wished to pay tribute to her, but previously, our father insisted that I focus on the affairs of the court, leaving me little time. Now, with my ascension, my responsibilities have only multiplied, and I am uncertain when I shall have the opportunity. You can take my place to honor her. The East Sea region did not belong to the Great Xia's territory and was managed entirely by several prominent families. Qin Zining had never had the chance to visit during his previous inspections. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng agreed. Very well. I have no reason to decline such a request. I will arrange for the royal guards to accompany you for protection, Qin Zining said, revealing a smile. You may stay in the East Sea as long as you wish. No need for the royal guards' protection, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. That is unacceptable. It is far too dangerous. Qin Zining insisted, shaking his head. While the prominent families in the East Sea are not unfriendly toward us, the pirates who roam those waters are exceedingly perilous. In the vast ocean, with countless islands, pirates can easily hide away, making them nearly impossible to eliminate. Let Ziqing accompany me, Qin Feng stated calmly. She has now reached the mid-stage of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. She can protect me, gain experience, and it won't hinder the cultivation of other royal offerings. Ever since Qin Ziqing returned from the Spirit Road with those rare treasures, all the royal offerings had been diligently in seclusion, and he did not wish to delay them. By having Qin Ziqing accompany him, he could also take this opportunity to impart some sword principles to her. Very well. Qin Zining was momentarily taken aback before a smile broke upon his face. Let the little girl pay her respects to her grandmother. It would be a filial duty on my part. Without further delay, he hastily left the royal mausoleum to make arrangements. As for the fine wines and dried meats, Qin Feng fed them to the small creatures within the mausoleum. The former, Qin Feng, preparing to pay homage to his mother at the Liu family in the East Sea, was no trivial matter, requiring extensive preparations that spanned an entire year. One morning, in the royal palace, dozens of palace maids and servants boarded an ancient ship. The vessel slowly ascended into the air and set sail towards the East Sea. After bidding farewell to Qin Feng and Qin Ziqing, Qin Zining immediately turned to political matters, showing no intention of resting. For he had numerous tasks to attend to and reforms to implement. Ultimately, he would inevitably clash with the interests of the feudal lords. He needed to suppress them before they united against him. It was a race against time. In fact, the demands of governance made Qin Zining forget a significant promise to the concubines of the harem, as he viewed those matters as family affairs, not as pressing as state affairs. The ancient continent was surrounded by boundless seas. The Kanglan region lay in the southeast corner of the continent, where the Daxiao royal family resided. To the south were the continuous mountain ranges, and beyond those mountains lay the sea. The eastern frontier ended at the ocean, known as the East Sea. This sea was dotted with numerous islands, yet the lifestyle of the islanders was not vastly different from that of the Kanglan region. Unlike the inhabitants of some savage islands whose values diverged from those on the mainland. Among the many islands in the East Sea, 5 were the largest, each expansive enough to rival a third of the Daxia dynasty. On these 5 islands resided 5 prominent families, one of which was the Liu family, the family of Qin Feng's mother. The destination of Qin Feng and Qin Ziqing's voyage was the island where the Liu family resided. Chapter 63, A Heroic Rescue? The boundless sea teemed with ships sailing in every direction, both on water and in the sky, creating a lively scene. Some vessels traveled between the islands of the East Sea, while others navigated between the East Sea and the Kanglan mainland, either for trade or transporting various resources. It was Qin Zixing's first encounter with the ocean, and she was immensely excited, standing on the deck of the ancient ship, gazing at the bustling ships and the mist-shrouded islands below. Wow, look at all those beautiful ladies on that ship, Qin Zining exclaimed, pointing to a passing vessel, her eyes sparkling with admiration. They must be headed to the various families and sections. Indeed, Qin Feng replied calmly. Women in the East Sea tend to be more enchanting than those on the Kanglan mainland and are highly favored by the powerful factions. Most of them are not coerced, as the 5 major families maintain order in the East Sea. Their journeys to the Kanglan region are primarily to experience a broader world. Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully, but soon her attention was drawn elsewhere, her joyous demeanor betraying her royal status, much to the chagrin of the maid responsible for overseeing her etiquette. For the next 10 days, the ancient ship continued its aerial voyage, soon covering less than 20,000 miles to the island of the Liu family. The number of ships in the air and sea diminished significantly, as only vessels permitted by the Liu family could navigate these waters. What is that ship with the black flag? Qin Zining suddenly inquired, her gaze fixated on a pitch-black vessel adorned with a black flag in the distance. The palace maids and attendants turned pale. Pirates! That is a pirate ship, one of the maids exclaimed, urging Qin Zining, Princess, you should retreat to the cabin immediately. Simultaneously, others activated the protective formations on the ancient ship, illuminating various runes to shield it. Pirates in the East Sea were notorious for their ruthless pillaging and destruction, posing a grave threat. Pirates? Qin Zining, however, remained unfazed, her gaze still locked on the black ship. She noticed a damaged warship beneath it, riddled with arrows. Clearly a victim of the black ship's assault. Not far from the black ship, a one-eyed pirate was locked in fierce combat with a woman, unleashing waves of spiritual energy that were astonishing. The woman appeared to be over 200 years old, but bore no signs of aging, resembling a woman in her 30s from Blue Star, exuding a unique charm. Clad in soft armor and wielding a heavy sword, she displayed remarkable poise. Both she and the one-eyed pirate were at the mid-stage of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet she was at a disadvantage due to an injury sustained from an earlier barrage of arrows from the black ship. This woman. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. Qin Zining, surprised, looked at Qin Feng. It was the first time she had seen him show interest in a woman. Uncle, let me rescue her. I'll drive that one-eyed pirate away, and you can step in as a hero to administer healing pills. She will surely be grateful to you. Who taught you this? Qin Feng frowned at her words. In the scripts, Qin Zining blinked her large eyes and replied. According to the script, if all goes well, that woman might even pledge herself to you, uncle. What do you say? Shall I intervene? With eagerness, she drew her sword. Fine, Qin Feng said indifferently. But I think if your aunt were to learn of your intentions, she would certainly give you a good lecture. Qin Zining, who had been ready to take action, froze. Aunt, she questioned, confusion etched on her face. Did you not notice that this woman bears a resemblance to your grandmother? Qin Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. I did not notice. Qin Zining exclaimed. I have only seen my grandmother's portrait, never the real person. She passed away before I was born. Qin Feng sighed, realizing the palace painter's skills were rather mediocre. The woman fiercely battling the one-eyed pirate was, in fact, his mother's sister, who had once visited the royal city. Just then, a terrifying flash of sword light erupted in the distance, shaking the skies. Boom! A violent surge of energy erupted, scattering shards of blade and sword light in all directions. Lu Qizhu was flung hundreds of feet by the one-eyed pirate, spitting out blood. Her aura significantly diminished. Her soft armor bore numerous slashes, with some areas torn open, crimson blood seeping through. Heh, Lu Qizhu, you have lost. The one-eyed pirate sneered, his long knife gleaming ominously. But do not worry. I want to kill you. I will take you back to the island and enjoy torturing you slowly. With that, a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Lu Qizhu was suddenly immobilized, filled with anger and despair. She never anticipated that she would fall victim to the treacherous schemes of these pirates, ensnared in an ambush. At that moment, the one-eyed pirate strode towards her, reaching out with the intent to drag her back aboard the ship for his own gratification. Overwhelmed by despair, she was taken aback when a sudden clang of a sword echoed through the air. A terrifying sword light cleaved through the sky, aimed directly at the one-eyed pirate. Who dares? The pirate's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the sword light, and he swung his dilapidated long knife in a desperate attempt to counter. The clash of sword and blade erupted with a deafening roar, sending the pirate staggering backward, his complexion paling as he struggled against the turbulent energy within him. Auntie, are you all right? Qin Zining rushed to Lu Qingzhu's side. her voice laced with concern as she handed her a healing pill. Lu Qingzhu was taken aback by the unexpected rescue and felt a wave of gratitude, but the title used by Qin Zining momentarily left her speechless. What kind of address was that? Yet, with healing her priority, she quickly swallowed the pill offered to her. Who are you? The one-eyed pirate glared at Qin Zining. His gaze icy. He could not recall any such powerful young individual in the East Sea. It matters not who I am, but you dare to harm my aunt. Qin Zining retorted sharply, her spirit radiating an aura of formidable sword intent, akin to a mighty river in full flow. She prepared to unleash her great river sword intent, intent on not wasting time with this pirate any longer. The one-eyed pirate's eyes widened in horror. He had never encountered such a fearsome sword intent before. However, rather than retreating, a cruel and sinister smile crept across his face. I came here today merely to capture Lu Qizhu. But it seems fortune has bestowed an unexpected boon upon me. He sneered, his long knife suddenly emanating a greenish glow, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the surroundings. That knife, it was a 5th-tier superior spirit weapon. Qin Zining's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she recognized the power radiating from the seemingly inconspicuous blade. Despite its damaged state, it was formidable. It was worth noting that the entire Great Xia dynasty did not possess any 5th-tier superior spirit weapons. Are you frightened? The one-eyed pirate laughed maniacally. Kneel and call me master, and I may spare you the agony of pain. Never. Though Qin Zining sensed the peril, she would never humiliate herself by begging for mercy. As she spoke, she slashed forward with her sword, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that surged toward the one-eyed pirate with astonishing might. Ungrateful wretch. The pirate retaliated with a powerful strike, his blade glowing brilliantly as it cleaved through the river of sword intent. He then charged forward, determined to vanquish Qin Zining. Auntie, return to the ship. Qin Zining urged gravely before meeting the pirate head-on, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with waves of spiritual energy as they clashed. Despite the pirate's weapons advantage, Qin Zining, bolstered by medicinal enhancements and exceptional physique, held her ground against an opponent of equal realm, resulting in a stalemate. Could this girl be the granddaughter of my sister? Watching Qin Zining fiercely battle the one-eyed pirate, Lu Qingzhu finally pieced together the connection. She understood why Qin Zining had seemed familiar at first glance. A flood of complex emotions washed over her. Her elder sister had married into the Great Xia royal family and passed away prematurely, leaving a lasting ache in Lu Qingzhu's heart. Since her sister's death, she had never returned to the Great Xia capital, never expecting to meet her sister's granddaughter here today. Gripping her heavy sword tightly, Lu Qizhu resolved to aid Qin Zining. She could not allow her sister's granddaughter to face the pirate alone. Even in her injured state, she would muster all her strength to help Qin Zining. Blood ties transcended their previous encounters. Lu Qingzhu, your foes lie before us. At that moment, a group of over 10 pirates from the Black Ship descended upon Lu Qingzhu, attacking without hesitation, denying her any chance to recover or assist Qin Zining. The sky split into 2 battlefields. Lu Qingzhu fought desperately against the encirclement while Qin Zining struggled against the one-eyed pirate, gradually losing ground. Boom. The one-eyed pirate unleashed a powerful strike, forcing Qin Zining back without allowing her a moment to breathe, his long knife radiating blinding green light, exuding unparalleled dominance. Sensing the growing threat, he resolved to eliminate Qin Zining rather than capture her alive. Princess, the maids and servants aboard the ancient ship gasped in alarm, their faces pale with fear. In that instant, they regretted not stopping Qin Zining more resolutely. Lu Qingzhu's expression shifted dramatically as she cried out in distress. What to do? Qin Zining felt the weight of impending doom, her face paling as she sought a solution, yet found herself powerless to block the pirate's deadly strike. Just then, the one-eyed pirate suddenly froze as if paralyzed by an ancient beast's gaze, his body stiffening with an overwhelming dread. Utilizing his divine vision and formidable spiritual awareness, Qin Feng suppressed the pirate's soul. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zining struck decisively, severing the one-eyed pirate's head in a single stroke. The abrupt turn of events left everyone present in stunned silence. What just happened? The leader had such an advantage just moments ago. How could he be slain so suddenly? How would I know what transpired? The pirates were bewildered, exchanging incredulous glances, as if witnessing a ghost. The maids and attendants aboard the ancient ship stood in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of the situation. Even Qin Zining, who had just slain the one-eyed pirate, was taken aback, staring at his lifeless body as it fell into the sea, feeling as though it were an unreal spectacle. Run! As the pirates snapped back to reality, they frantically shouted in panic. With their leader dead, none could match Qin Zining's prowess. Remaining would be tantamount to courting death. The pirates besieging Lu Qingzhu retreated hastily to the black ship, which flickered with green light as it sped away into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, a gust of wind swept toward their fleeing direction. "Andy, are you all right?" Qin Zining did not pursue the fleeing pirates, but returned to Lu Qingzhu's side, her concern evident. "I'm fine," Lu Qingzhu replied, shaking her head. She then scrutinized Qin Zining closely, her face brightening with joy. "Little girl, you must be Zining, how you've grown." Under normal circumstances, what anyone would be concerned about would be Qin Zining's unparalleled cultivation. However, Lu Qingzhu was solely focused on the fact that Qin Zining had blossomed into a graceful young lady, as she was her sister's granddaughter. Indeed, Qin Zining nodded and smiled. "Zining is my name. Let us return to the ship. It is safer there." "All right," Lu Qingzhu agreed with a nod. Together, they made their way back to the ancient vessel, where Qin Feng also approached and greeted them respectfully. Gazing at her sister's son and granddaughter, Lu Qingzhu felt a wave of emotion rising, nearly bringing her to tears. The character of Lu Qingzhu was an impromptu addition after I watched Hello, Li Huanying today. If there are any shortcomings in the writing, I hope everyone will forgive me. Chapter 65. Xi'an Island, did you come specifically to the East Sea? Or are you just passing through? Lu Qingzhu inquired with curiosity. "We came specifically," Qin Zining replied with a smile. "Father sent me and my royal uncle to pay our respects to grandmother." "How wonderful," Lu Qingzhu nodded repeatedly. For many years, due to the vehement opposition from the old conservatives of the great Xia royal family, no one had come to honor her sister. Only during the royal tours had the emperor visited secretly a few times. She thought that after the emperor's passing, no one would come again. To her surprise, shortly after Qin Junyan ascended the throne, he sent Qin Feng and Qin Zining to pay their respects to her sister, which filled her with immense comfort. "Aunt, please refrain from speaking for now. Meditate to heal," Qin Feng gently suggested. "We should reach Xi'an Island shortly." The island where the Lu family resided was indeed Xi'an Island. Lu Qingzhu nodded and began her meditation. The ancient vessel glided slowly towards Xi'an Island. Along the way, Lu Qingzhu did not remain in meditation for long, as she was eager to converse with Qin Feng and the others, to learn about their well-being. Naturally, Qin Zining shared only good news, reassuring Lu Qingzhu. As they chatted, Lu Qingzhu also recounted tales of her sister's past and many stories about the East Sea. From her words, Qin Feng learned that when his biological mother married the emperor, she faced fierce opposition because after the eldest son of the Lu families had passed away, only 2 daughters remained. Qin Feng's mother was groomed to be the future head of the family. The Lu family head viewed the emperor's marriage as a sinister ploy to annex their family, leading to a severely strained relationship. Now that the old family head had passed, Lu Qingzhu had taken over the position. Possessing great talent in managing the family, she had solidified the Lu family's position as the foremost family in the East Sea, earning Qin Feng's admiration. Truly, women can rival men in capability. Up ahead is Xi'an Island, Lu Qingzhu suddenly pointed out. As the ancient vessel sailed, everyone turned to see a vast island hundreds of miles away, adorned with towering peaks and cascading waterfalls resembling the Milky Way. A thin mist wove through the mountaintops, and sunlight scattered in a kaleidoscope of colors. Occasionally, white cranes soared across the sky, rendering the scene akin to a celestial paradise. "Wow, this place feels like a fairyland from a play." Qin Zining marveled at the sight of Xi'an Island. The other maidservants and attendants, seeing it for the first time, displayed expressions of astonishment. Although the spiritual energy here was not as rich as in the royal capital, it felt even more like a legendary paradise. If given the choice, they would prefer to linger here. Only Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, recalling the grand ship filled with beautiful young ladies heading to the Kanglan domain a few days prior. Indeed, all things are surrounded by walls. Those inside long to escape, while those outside yearn to enter. "If you enjoy it, we can stay here a while longer," Lu Qingzhu said with a smile to Qin Zining, feeling a special fondness for the cheerful little girl. "Yes, that sounds great." Qin Zining nodded enthusiastically. Before long, the ancient vessel hovered above Xi'an Island. "Who goes there?" At that moment, several elders from the Lu family flew over, shouting a warning. The unfamiliar ancient vessel had raised their suspicions, fearing it might belong to sea bandits. "It is I," Lu Qingzhu stepped forward, speaking calmly. The family head. Upon seeing her, the elders of the Lu family were taken aback. "Did you not set out on the family worship?" The elder inquired with confusion, noticing the unfamiliar ancient vessel and its strange occupants. "We were ambushed by sea bandits on the way," Lu Qingzhu's voice tinged with anger and sorrow. "Except for me, all the others perished in the sea." When she encountered Qin Zining, her companions had already been slain by the bandits, leaving her as the sole survivor. "What? Those despicable sea bandits?" If we catch them, we shall make them suffer 1,000 deaths." The elders were incensed, their faces flushed with righteous fury. "Why have so many of our family's warships been attacked by bandits during this time? What are these people?" the family elder asked, looking at Qin Feng and the others with confusion. "They are from the great Xia royal family, here to pay respects to my sister," Lu Qingzhu clarified. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. The Lu family generally harbored ill feelings toward the royal family, believing Lu Qingzhu's sister had perished early due to scheming from other consorts after marrying the emperor. "Ah, guests, please forgive our lack of hospitality." The elder quickly masked his emotions with a polite smile. Lu Qingzhu noticed, but had no words to address it. She then instructed the family elders to guide the ancient vessel to a suitable location. Accompanied by Qin Feng, Qin Zining, and the maidservants carrying offerings, she proceeded to the cemetery to pay tribute to her sister. That music is quite pleasant. As they traversed the Lu family grounds, Qin Feng suddenly heard the sound of a zither from afar and remarked, "But why did it abruptly stop mid-performance?" "Huh, I didn't expect you to understand music." Lu Qingzhu responded with a surprised chuckle. "I wouldn't say I understand. It's just that the sudden silence felt rather abrupt," Qin Feng replied lightly. Although he was not well versed in music, he could tell that the halted melody clearly had more to offer. This piece, known as Guangling San, was inscribed on the cliffside when the ancestors of the Lu family first arrived at Shiyun Island. It was said to have been composed by a sage who practiced the art of sound. However, only the first part remained on the cliff, the latter half was lost. Over the years, many music enthusiasts have visited the Lu family, hoping to view the first part and attempt to complete it, but none have succeeded, Lu Qingzhu explained. "I see," Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed heard of practitioners of sound cultivation, but such individuals were non-existent in the Kanglan domain. He never expected that there would be scores passed down from powerful figures in the art of sound on Shiyun Island. He thought that if time permitted in the coming days, he would like to explore the first part of Guangling San. Soon, Lu Qingzhu led Qin Feng and the others to her sister's burial site. The area was adorned with pristine snow maple trees, petals dancing in the breeze. Although Qin Feng harbored no affection for his biological mother, he nonetheless held a deep-seated respect for her memory. With reverence, he arranged the offerings and lit incense in her honor. Chapter 66. Embarrassment after the memorial. Lu Qingzhu led Qin Feng and Qin Zining to a tranquil courtyard situated in the northern part of the Lu family estate. This secluded area served as a residence for guests, enveloped in serenity, devoid of the clamor typically associated with the Lu family's training sessions. Qin Feng found the setting quite satisfactory. "You two should rest here for a while," Lu Qingzhu suggested softly. "I need to inform the elders about the ambush by the pirates. Regardless of whether we can seek vengeance against them, we must ensure that the other clan members exercise caution when venturing out to sea." "Understood. Please, take your time," Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Once Lu Qingzhu departed to consult with the elders, members of the Lu family soon arrived, delivering essentials and dinner for Qin Feng and Qin Zining. Despite their polite demeanor, the family members shared the same disdain for the two as the elders did, which left Qin Zining feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed by their behavior. As the room was tidied, evening descended. Qin Feng and Qin Zining retreated to their respective chambers. "System, please sign me in at Shiyun Island," Qin Feng requested upon entering his room. He had not forgotten to check in upon arriving. "Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully checked in and received the latter part of Guangling San." The mechanical notification resonated in Qin Feng's ears, causing him to pause in surprise. "The latter part of Guangling San? Does this mean it automatically registered because the former part is located here?" He pondered. The system offered no explanation for his curiosity, so he chose to integrate the newfound information. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding the latter part of Guangling San flooded his mind. He realized that this piece was far more than merely a musical score. It contained profound insights from powerful sages regarding the principles of the universe, intricately profound. If he could fully comprehend and perform it, it would undoubtedly enhance his martial prowess. Without delay, Qin Feng began to meditate, immersing himself in the nuances of the latter part of Guangling San. The following morning, the sun gradually ascended, dispelling the lingering chill of the night. Shiyun Island appeared bathed in a sacred glow. Qin Zining arose early, filled with curiosity about the island, and decided to explore. Qin Feng did not deter her, merely advising her to exercise caution and avoid straying too far lest she encounter the troublesome pirates. Once she departed, Qin Feng found himself alone in the courtyard. "System, please sign me in at Shiyun Island," he said as he stepped outside, relishing the warmth of the sun. "Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully checked in and received a Qintong Guqin." The system's notification echoed again in his ears. Given that he had already checked in for a musical score the previous day, he was not surprised by the acquisition of an ancient guqin. He conjectured that the sage who had studied music must have spent considerable time on this island, leaving behind a profound resonance in the arts. Thus, the system's rewards were consistently tied to musicality. Qin Feng retrieved the Qintong guqin from the system's space and placed it on the stone table before him. The instrument, a mid-grade spiritual artifact of the 5th tier, was entirely crafted from jade, adorned with intricate array patterns, exuding an extraordinary aura. Having thoroughly pondered the latter part of Guangling Sen the previous night, he felt somewhat familiar with it, although not entirely proficient. He prepared to play a piece. Yet, as he positioned his fingers on the strings, he froze. I cannot play the guqin, he admitted sheepishly. While he had memorized the latter part, playing required skill beyond mere recollection. After a moment of awkward silence, Qin Feng silently returned the Qintong guqin. I should first learn how to play, he resolved, casting his gaze toward the cliff where the former part of Guangling San was inscribed. The night before, he had inquired about the stone wall's location from the Liu family members who had delivered his dinner, and he believed that those knowledgeable in music could impart the necessary skills to him. With this thought, Qin Feng hastened toward the cliff. Regardless of whether he could learn to play, he was determined to commit the former part of Guangling San to memory. In the back mountains of the Liu estate, a valley thrived with numerous figures of all ages, each engrossed in the musical score inscribed on the stone wall. Some furrowed their brows in deep thought. Others recorded their insights on paper, while a few sat nearby, playing the guqin. Regardless of their activities, it was evident that they all sought to complete the latter part of Guangling San. Qin Feng's arrival went unnoticed, as all eyes were fixated on the former part of Guangling San inscribed on the wall. Is this the former part? He murmured, observing the score. It was etched into the stone, yet gazing at it induced a disorienting sensation. Those who could stare unflinchingly had clearly spent many years honing their craft. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated his divine gaze, intricate symbols shimmering in his eyes, allowing him to absorb the content effortlessly without succumbing to dizziness. Within a short time, he had fully memorized it. He then found a stone to sit upon, placing the Qintong guqin on his lap. Instantly, many gazes turned towards him, drawn by the extraordinary quality of the instrument. Who is he? A 5th-tier guqin. Expressions of surprise and envy filled the air. Those who had been observing the stone wall for decades regarded Qin Feng as a stranger, unfamiliar to them. The elder brother of the emperor of the Daxia dynasty is named Qin Feng, some whispered. Others who had encountered Qin Feng the previous day expressed their astonishment. I did not expect that not all members of the Daxia royal family are brutes. There is someone who understands music. The Qin Feng of the Daxia royal family? Murmured others, equally taken aback. Just as the Daxia royal family viewed the southern mountains as the realm of savages, the people of the East Sea regarded the royal family as brutish. This sentiment was particularly strong given that a former emperor of Daxia had attempted to conquer the East Sea, only to be thwarted by a reclusive master using half of Guangling San, returning in failure. Upon learning of Qin Feng's royal lineage, many turned their attention to him. Eager to witness his performance of Guangling San, the most held a sense of skepticism, believing that a brute would ultimately remain a brute, incapable of change. Chapter 67. Unprecedented under the scrutiny of the crowd, Qin Feng gently plucked the strings of the guqin. The notes resonated through the air. Following the score before him, he began to play. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. This sounds horrendous, they gasped. Who gave him the audacity to perform here? I assumed that even the Daxia royal family, despite their brutish nature, would have some regard for dignity. How could he dare to play here? A chorus of astonished voices erupted, as Qin Feng's music, torturous to those well-versed in musicality, drew furrowed brows and even angered glances. It was essential to note that while the Liu family permitted enthusiasts of music to freely observe the former part of Guangling San, the manner of execution remained crucial. However, for those who cherish the art of music, the value of the Guanyin San is akin to that of the ancient scriptures of the great emperor. Without mastering the techniques to a sublime level, one would hardly dare to approach this place. Yet, Qin Feng, clearly unable to play, had the audacity to come here to observe the Guanyin San, which left others feeling that the peace had been sullied. Throw him out, someone barked. The crowd cast unkind glances at Qin Feng, preparing to expel him from this sacred ground to prevent his desecration of it. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng. He is playing the Guanyin San? The old man expressed in astonishment. His name was Zhao Wuyo, a master of music whose understanding of the Guanyin San surpassed that of anyone present. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, unsure if they had misheard. How could such a discordant sound possibly be the Guanyin San? Moreover, it was evident that this was Qin Feng's first visit. He likely struggled to even gaze upon the music score inscribed on the stone wall, let alone play it. It seems to truly be the Guanyin San, albeit played with such clumsiness. But if you listen closely, it appears he is indeed following the score of the Guanyin San, someone remarked after heeding Zhao Wuyo's words. As others began to listen intently, their expressions turned to one of sheer astonishment. The Guanyin San. Could it be that Qin Feng is genuinely playing the Guanyin San? They thought in disbelief. How could he produce such an unpleasant rendition? The key question was not just the quality of his playing, but how he managed to grasp the essence of the Guanyin San on his very first visit. Indeed, this was his first time here, and he evidently had no mastery of the instrument. It was likely that he would become dizzy and faint after just a brief attempt to read the score on the wall. How could he possibly memorize it? Soon, some began to realize the peculiarity of the situation, prompting gasps of surprise. It was well known that without over a decade of dedication to the art of music, one could not hope to memorize the Guanyin San score inscribed on the stone. Yet, Qin Feng had achieved this feat in but a short while, leaving them utterly incredulous. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was entirely entranced by the melodies he produced. While others heard his dissonant notes, he perceived them as the transcendent strains of a sage's composition, the sound he had long envisioned. He was oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him. Observing Qin Feng's indifference to their presence, the crowd wore expressions of intense conflict. They were reluctant to see the Guanyin San besmirched by Qin Feng, yet they could not bear to interrupt what might be the first performance of a rare musical genius. However, this torment was more intense than they had anticipated. The Guanyin San inherently possessed a deadly aura, and coupled with Qin Feng's inept playing, they felt compelled to fortify themselves with spiritual energy to fend off the cacophony. Finally, after Qin Feng had played half of the piece, he abruptly ceased, leading the crowd to exhale in relief. Playing the Guanyin San consumes so much mental energy, Qin Feng pondered, feeling fatigued. Moreover, he realized that he had become so immersed in his performance that his awareness of the outside world had nearly vanished, which left him feeling quite uneasy. He decided to stop. A typical person would not experience such sensations on their first attempt. However, due to Qin Feng's exceptional mental acuity, his understanding of the music deepened, resulting in this unusual experience. Young friend, is this your first time here to observe the score of the Guanyin San? Zhao Wuyo inquired as he noticed Qin Feng had halted. Having resided here for centuries, he could almost confirm that this was Qin Feng's first visit. Yet he felt compelled to ask. Yes, it is my first time, Qin Feng nodded. The crowd gasped collectively at his response. Such innate musical talent was indeed daunting. To familiarize oneself with the score of the Guanyin San on their first visit and play it proficiently was unprecedented. Yet, he mused, this Guanyin San is exceedingly profound. I doubt I could master it in less than a couple of months. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. This was the Guanyin San. Legend had it that it was composed by a sage, and Qin Feng suggested that he could master it in just a month or two. Had anyone else made such a claim, they would have scoffed. But given Qin Feng's evident aptitude, they found themselves at a loss for words. Young friend, would you consider taking me as your mentor? Zhao Wuyo then proposed, saying, my life is drawing to a close, and I can impart to you all my insights regarding the Guanyin San. This declaration sent ripples through the crowd. Who was Zhao Wuyo? He was undoubtedly the foremost authority on the Guanyin San in the present age. Countless people sought to be his disciple, but were never afforded the opportunity. Thank you for your generous offer, esteemed elder, but I have no intention of taking a mentor, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head slowly. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's refusal, the onlookers were eager to persuade him otherwise, not wanting him to squander such an opportunity, particularly the members of the Liu family, who believed Qin Feng was unaware of Zhao Wuyo's musical prowess and thus hesitated to accept. They approached him to elucidate Zhao Wuyo's esteemed identity. However, Zhao Wuyo, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily, exclaiming, truly, you are the greatest prodigy in the realm of music throughout history, so free-spirited. I had underestimated you. With your talent, it is likely that within a century, your comprehension of the Guanyin San will surpass my entire life's research, rendering my mentorship unnecessary. The crowd felt a sense of clarity upon hearing this. Given Qin Feng's earlier display of talent, it seemed he would indeed surpass Zhao Wuyo within a century. They regarded him with a mix of admiration and envy. Although Qin Feng declined the offer of mentorship, Zhao Wuyo bore no ill will. Instead, he imparted to him several playing techniques. It was not until deep into the night that Qin Feng finally took his leave. For the next few days, he returned to the cliffside daily to study the remnants of the Guanyin San score, though he refrained from playing. From Zhao Wuyo, he learned that his rendition had been rather unpleasant, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, He feared becoming too entranced by the music, which could pose a danger. Despite his current cultivation level ensuring that no one in the Eastern Sea could harm him, he valued steadiness above all. In a secluded area of the Liu family's back mountain, Qin Feng found a quiet cliff and practiced playing from dawn till dusk. Of course, aside from his musical pursuits, he did not neglect his daily sign-ins. Ding. Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful, reward Tai Ping Ling. Ding. Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful, reward Shangue Yao. The rewards were indeed bountiful, comprising nearly all lost compositions. However, none held the depth and intricacy of the Guanyin San, crafted by a sage. Lu Qizhu, seeing Qin Feng's passion for music, was genuinely pleased and instructed the clan members not to disturb him in the back mountain. This was not only to respect Qin Feng's focus, but also because his playing was, in truth, rather discordant. Under the moonlit sky, with a brilliant orb hanging high and stars twinkling, the island of the Eastern Sea was alive with bonfires and the sounds of pirates feasting and celebrating. This was the lair of the notorious Tianling pirates, the most feared scourge of the Eastern Sea. In a vast cavern, the notorious leader of the Skywolf pirates, Tianling, along with several other prominent figures, embraced alluring women while indulging in wine and reveling in the dances of numerous performers before them. Their merriment, however, was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of figures cloaked in dark robes, who entered the cavern and bellowed with authority, causing all present to recoil in surprise. The sight of these cloaked figures rendered the crowd silent, and with the exception of Tianlang and a few key leaders, most hurriedly vacated the scene. Lord Wang, what brings you here? Tianlang exclaimed, his intoxication vanishing in an instant upon recognizing the figures. He approached with utmost respect. The cloaked figures revealed themselves, and at the forefront stood the head of the Wang family, one of the 5 great families of the East Sea. Their alliance had long been established, and it was more accurate to say that the Skywolf pirates were now mere pawns in his game. You dare to revel in wine and women when our plans have gone awry? The Wang family head demanded angrily. What? The plan has failed? Tianlang asked, bewildered. Did not the second kill Lu Qizhu and report to you? He had believed that the second, having sustained injuries from an ambush on Lu Qizhu, was now delivering good news to the Wang family head. Unbeknownst to him, the second had met his demise, and the other pirates aboard had perished as their ship was pursued and destroyed by Qin Feng's wind sword intent. Report? What nonsense! The Wang family head retorted furiously. Lu Qingzhu returned to Shiyun Island unharmed just days ago. How could this be? Tianlang exclaimed in horror. Our plan was foolproof. How could it have failed? Last year, I salvaged a collection of powerful spiritual arrows from sunken ships of the Great War against demons. Lu Qingzhu should have been doomed. Do you think I traveled this far merely to deceive you? The Wang family head replied coldly. And no, I simply cannot fathom how Lu Qingzhu survived such a certain demise. Tianlang stammered. Upon hearing this, the Wang family head's demeanor shifted as he explained. A ship from the great Xia royal family passed by, and a girl named Qin Zining intervened to save Lu Qingzhu. This matter is not a secret among the upper echelons of the Liu family, as my informant is the concubine of the 3rd elder's son, he continued. But the great Xia royal family has had no dealings with the Liu family for some time. Tianlang frowned in confusion. How should I know? The Wang family head replied tersely. After a brief silence, Tianlang cautiously suggested, should we not devise another plan to ambush Lu Qingzhu? We still have a few spiritual arrows remaining from our last haul. Do you truly believe that Lu Qingzhu would make the same mistake twice? The Wang family head countered. Upon returning to the Liu family, she immediately summoned array masters to reinforce their ships. What shall we do then? Tianlang asked anxiously. If we allow Lu Qingzhu to continue growing in power, my entire crew will be annihilated. Previously, the Wang and Liu families had been evenly matched in strength in the East Sea. The Wang family, in secret alliance with the Liu family, had managed to maintain their status, but now, under Lu Qingzhu's leadership, the Liu family was rapidly advancing. If Lu Qingzhu were to remain alive, they would inevitably face destruction. This, too, was a concern for the Wang family head. For the annihilation of the Skywolf pirates would significantly diminish their wealth. I have a plan that could obliterate the Liu family, but it requires your personal infiltration. The Wang family head said gravely. What? You want me to go to the Liu family and kill Lu Qingzhu? Tianlang exclaimed, alarmed. Though Lu Qingzhu may not surpass me in strength, she is formidable enough that I would not stand a chance against her or her family's other powerful members if they surrounded me. I would never ask you to kill Lu Qingzhu, the Wang family head stated coldly. The target is Qin Feng of the great Xia royal family. Qin Feng? Why would we kill him? Tianlang asked, perplexed. Do you not understand? The great Xia royal family has only recently established ties with the Liu family, and there exists little trust between them. The Liu family harbors a general resentment towards the royal family, which is palpable among their maids and attendants. The Wang family head continued with a cunning expression. If we were to eliminate Qin Feng now, how would the great Xia royal family respond? Even if they suspect it was not the Lu family's doing, they would surely retaliate against them. After all, the emperor's brother has been slain, and the royal family would seek to restore their dignity by making the Lu family pay. In this way, we can achieve the greatest outcome at minimal cost. Using others to eliminate our enemies, he concluded. Upon hearing the Wang family head's scheme, Tianlong's eyes lit up with admiration. What a brilliant plan. Initially, we aimed to kill Lu Qingzhu to hinder the Lu family's growth, but now we can annihilate them entirely. I will have my men ready to assist you within the Lu family, the Wang family had affirmed. Indeed, Tianlang nodded, then hesitantly inquired. But does Qin Feng not have strong protectors from the great Xia royal family? Fear not. The strongest among them is the very Qin Zining, who saved Lu Qingzhu, and she is currently preoccupied with her leisure on Shiyun Island, leaving Qin Feng unguarded. The Wang family head replied coldly. Excellent. I shall make my way to Shiyun Island at once and seek an opportunity to infiltrate, Tianlang declared, a cruel glint in his eyes. He regarded Qin Feng as inconsequential, believing that, as a member of the royal family, he could only reach the level of a mere Wheel Sea realm cultivator, easily dispatched by his own peak cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm. Do not rush, the Wang family head interjected, retrieving a pill from his storage ring. This is a concealment pill, purchased at great expense. Though it bears some side effects, it will nearly entirely mask your presence. Exercise caution. The Lu family's elder must not detect you. Over 90 years ago, Lu Qingzhu's uncle obtained a relic pill from a powerful being's resting place while at sea, which allowed him to ascend from the 7th tier of the Wheel Sea realm to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier of the Purple Mansion realm. He is now the strongest in the East Sea, having just returned to the Lu family half a year ago. You must tread carefully. Understood, Tianlang nodded. Accepting the concealment pill, he then began to discuss the specifics of entering the Lu family with the Wang family head. In the meantime, Qin Feng spent his days in the back mountains, occasionally practicing his lute skills with Zhao Wuyo. However, he discovered that he struggled with musical harmony, making slow progress. This was hardly surprising, as he had always been tone-deaf during his time on Blue Star. One evening, as the sun set, warm rays cascaded upon Shiyun Island, dispelling the chill of night. A fox, enveloped in a coat of pristine white fur, stealthily approached the precipice of the Lu family's rear mountain. She settled beneath an ancient tree and gently placed a rare herb, which had thrived for at least 4 centuries, onto the ground. With this ancient herb, I should be able to fully restore my cultivation, murmured the little white fox. Since her departure from the Imperial Palace, she had journeyed to the Eastern Sea, employing her innate sensitivity as a member of the Fox clan to seek out precious treasures on various uninhabited islands. In contrast to the mainland, the islands were seldom guarded by formidable magical beasts, as the most powerful creatures of the Eastern Sea predominantly resided in the depths of the ocean. Over the years, the little white fox had completely healed her meridian injuries, elevating her cultivation to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Due to her prior injury, which had caused her cultivation to plummet, she was able to swiftly advance her powers whenever she acquired the appropriate treasures. With the acquisition of this 400-year-old herb, she anticipated regaining her peak cultivation, the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. You despicable wretch, I will not let you go once my powers are restored, she declared fiercely, casting her gaze toward the direction of the great Xia dynasty. At that moment, I will ensure you kneel before me and obediently call me your master. With this thought, she promptly consumed the ancient herb. Instantly, a torrent of medicinal energy surged into her body. The little white fox remained calm, focusing her spirit to guide the energy into her meridians, transforming it into spiritual energy to enhance her cultivation. The process was progressing smoothly until an unexpected disturbance occurred. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the clear sky, striking with an abrupt ferocity. It was peculiar, as the sky was undeniably clear. And this bolt of lightning was distinctly different from ordinary ones, infused with threads of profound laws that resonated powerfully. Someone is about to undergo a tribulation. This is a premonition from the heavens, she thought angrily. Just as she was guiding the medicinal energy into her meridians, the rumble of thunder caused her spirit to tremble. In that fleeting moment, she lost control of the overwhelming medicinal energy, which began to rampage within her body. The little white fox desperately attempted to redirect the energy into her meridians, but it was no longer possible. The energy was too potent, crashing violently within her, threatening to tear her apart. She felt an overwhelming sense of despair. After struggling so hard to obtain a 400-year-old elixir, her chance for recovery was thwarted by an unforeseen heavenly strike. With a flicker of determination in her eyes, crimson light emanated from her body. Though she was reluctant, She had no choice but to summon the last remnants of her bloodline power to seal away the chaotic energy. Failure to do so would mean certain death. As the blood-red light radiated from her, the rampaging energy gradually succumbed to her sealing efforts. However, having expended all her bloodline power, the little white fox became exceedingly weak. Her body languishing and devoid of strength, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. I cannot succumb to sleep. If I do, I may never awaken, she resolved, struggling to rise. In her frail state, she desperately needed the lush spiritual energy for sustenance. Otherwise, she would surely perish in this desolate place. Unfortunately, her weakness was overwhelming, and after several attempts to stand, she collapsed once more, ultimately unable to move at all. As time passed, evening fell, and the little white fox grew increasingly weary, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. In that moment, she longed for the creamy liquid that could replenish her vitality, certain it would allow her to survive. However, she soon bitterly chuckled to herself, realizing that the despicable wretch was far away in the great Xia Imperial Palace, making it impossible for him to come to her aid. Just then, Qin Feng, having just returned from Zhao Wuyo, noticed the little white fox beneath the ancient tree, his expression one of confusion. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Upon hearing his voice, the little white fox struggled to open her eyes, momentarily stunned, but convinced it was merely an illusion, she slowly closed them again. Yet, in the next instant, a surge of potent spiritual energy compelled her to open her eyes once more, astonished as she beheld Qin Feng. "How delightful!" she gasped, for he held a small vial containing the creamy liquid, radiating an exquisite aroma and rich spiritual energy, awakening her dormant memories. "Can you still eat on your own?" Qin Feng asked, placing the vial of earth spirit condensation liquid before her. However, the little white fox, despite her effort, found herself unable to move. Her previous struggles had drained her of all remaining strength. Seeing her plight, Qin Feng sighed, dipped his fingers into the vial, and brought some of the liquid to her lips. "Here, consume this, it will aid your healing." The little fox, with great difficulty, opened her mouth. This action elicited a sense of discomfort in Qin Feng, who, realizing she was merely a fox and not a celestial beauty, dismissed his concerns. As the little white fox ingested the earth spirit condensation liquid, she was immediately enraptured by the pure spiritual energy flooding her body, revitalizing her with a sensation of bliss. It was as if a life-giving spring had finally flowed into the parched desert of her being. When the ecstasy peaked, she emitted a soft sound, her entire form trembling slightly before she returned to her normal state. Much improved, yet still not fully restored, she remarked, "I happen to need an audience. Your arrival is timely. You shall stay here and listen to my music." With that, Qin Feng lifted the little white fox and carried her to a nearby cliff. Although the little fox disliked being treated as a pet, she restrained herself, recalling how he had just saved her. "This fellow can actually play the piano," she mused. "But I wonder if his music can compare to Zhao Wuyo's." Having visited the Liu family before, she recognized the cliff engraved with the name Guangling Mountain, and thus, she was familiar with Zhao Wuyo. While the little white fox pondered this, Qin Feng had already set her down on a rock by the cliff and sat on another stone across from her. He took out a jade-green guqin and began to pluck its strings gently. Ding-dong. The sound of the qin reverberated, causing the little white fox to startle. "What is this? Is someone playing the qin, or are they summoning a death toll? How terribly discordant," she thought, utterly bewildered. After consuming a few drops of the creamy liquid, she felt she had committed some grave sin to deserve such a punishment. Ding-dong. Just as the little white fox was taken aback by the discordant notes, the music continued, leaving her questioning her very existence as a fox. Rising from her perch, she turned to flee. Is it truly that unbearable? Upon witnessing her intent to escape, Qin Feng frowned. The little white fox desperately wished to respond affirmatively, but alas, she had not yet transformed and could not articulate her thoughts. Seeing her resolve to leave, Qin Feng, with a hint of exasperation, reluctantly reopened the vial of earth spirit condensation liquid and placed it beside the stone. Sensing the familiar aroma, the little white fox halted her departure, her instincts compelling her to glance back at the small jade vial. The creamy liquid within was simply too delectable to resist. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately turned back, choosing to compromise. For the following days, the little white fox was compelled to listen to Qin Feng play Guangling San. However, there was a silver lining for her. The medicinal power sealed within her was gradually seeping out, nourishing her body through her meridians, which led her to spend most of her time in a state of slumber, free from the incessant strains of Qin Feng's music. During these days, Qin Zining, who was exploring the surroundings, visited once, urging Qin Feng to venture out, asserting that Xiyun Island was far more fascinating than the Imperial city. Yet, seeing Qin Feng's disinterest. She refrained from pressing further. Lu Qingzhu, on the other hand, had not sought Qin Feng even once, preoccupied with her own affairs. According to Qin Zining, it seemed she wanted to suppress the news of the thunder that had appeared that day. In truth, Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback by the thunder's manifestation. Typically, cultivators below the martial domain do not require tribulations to elevate their realms, and it was evident that Shiyun Island lacked such powerful individuals. He was puzzled as to who would dare to undergo tribulation, yet he could not be bothered to investigate further, continuing to play his Guangling San. One fateful night, a figure stealthily infiltrated the Lu family. Awaiting him was a woman clad in red, who was the concubine of the third elder's son, strategically placed there by the Wang family. With Qin Zining away on her maritime adventures, tonight was the perfect opportunity to act. The red-clad woman lowered her voice and inquired of the Wolf of Heaven, "Where is he now? Lead me to him." The Wolf of Heaven replied in a low tone. The woman nodded and guided him quietly toward the mountain peak where Qin Feng resided. Before long, they reached the foot of the cliff on the back mountain of the Lu family. The woman pointed at the cliff above and said, "Look, there he is." The Wolf of Heaven gazed up and could faintly see a figure seated beside the precipice. He possesses no cultivation? Using his formidable spiritual sense, he examined Qin Feng, only to discover that there were no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. Chapter 71. Danger? What? He has no cultivation? The red-clad woman was equally astonished. Having never approached Qin Feng, she had not conducted her own investigation. Had she known this prior, she would have swiftly dispatched him without waiting for the Wolf of Heaven. How foolish. Not possessing any cultivation and yet lacking a powerful protector, who else could die but him? The Wolf of Heaven remarked coldly. With that, he intended to ascend the cliff and eliminate Qin Feng. Ding dong. At that moment, a sudden melody pierced the night. The unexpected sound startled the Wolf of Heaven. What is happening? He questioned, halting in his tracks. No worries, it's just that fellow practicing Guangling San, the red-clad woman responded dismissively. With such skill, he dares to play Guangling San? The Wolf of Heaven sneered, truly ignorant of his own incompetence. Although he did not practice music, he had heard of Guangling San's illustrious reputation, believing that Qin Feng's technique was unworthy of such a piece. However, as the melody persisted, their expressions shifted dramatically. What is happening? I can no longer control the spiritual energy within me. The red-clad woman gasped. Not only was she affected, but the Wolf of Heaven also felt the same turmoil. His face paling. The melody. That Qin Feng is manipulating the spiritual energy within us through his music, he exclaimed. Being of the Purple Mansion realm, he quickly discerned that the music was indeed affecting their inner energies. How can this be? That Qin Feng's playing is so inept. How could he wield such power to control our energies? The red-clad woman exclaimed in disbelief. Fool, how should I know? The Wolf of Heaven shouted in frustration. His terror mounted as he desperately attempted to stabilize the chaotic energy within him, but to no avail. Spare me, senior. Please, spare me. The Wolf of Heaven, overwhelmed with fear, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. The red-clad woman hastily joined him in supplication, both begging for their lives. Alas, Qin Feng paid them no heed. In mere moments, both the Wolf of Heaven and the red-clad woman were torn apart by their own uncontrollable energies, their remains splattered across the ground. Silence enveloped the scene as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, atop the cliff, Qin Feng continued to play his Guangling San, the air around him slightly less oppressive than before. The next day at noon, Qin Feng was still engrossed in his music, while the little white fox lay peacefully asleep beside him, releasing a trickle of medicinal power into her meridians. Suddenly, a figure darted through the air, Lu Qingzhu, her face etched with concern. Landing on the cliff, she anxiously asked, Qin Feng, did you encounter any danger last night? Danger? What danger? Qin Feng replied, perplexed. Indeed, a peak-level cultivator from the Purple Mansion had attempted to kill him. But with a single melody, he had eradicated the threat without encountering any peril. I'm relieved to hear you were unharmed. Lu Qingzhu sighed, visibly relaxing. Last night, sea bandits infiltrated this area and perished at the foot of the mountain. I feared they were targeting you. Recently, a passerby who had come to observe Guangling San discovered the remains of the Wolf of Heaven at the mountain's base, prompting her to rush over to confirm Qin Feng's safety. I apologize for worrying you, Qin Feng smiled. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters, she murmured. After relaying a few more instructions, she departed to investigate the purpose behind the Wolf of Heaven's actions and who had slain him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained indifferent, unconcerned about the Wolf of Heaven's motives. He simply wished to play his music in peace. The previous night's experience of using music to end a life had left him with an unexpected sense of enjoyment. Meanwhile, the Wang family was also busy within their resplendent abode on the island. In the assembly hall, the family head and numerous elders were gathered. Head. The news is nearly confirmed. Lu Qingzhu's uncle, Lu Ting, acquired a longevity elixir during his last voyage, the eldest elder stated gravely. The thunder observed a few days ago was an omen of Lu Ting preparing to undergo the life and death tribulation. Lu Ting, that old fool, truly found a longevity elixir? Upon hearing this, the elder's expression soured. With his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, Lu Ting commanded respect across the East Sea. As long as he remained. Coupled with Lu Qingzhu's abilities, no one could impede the Lu family's progress. Many awaited Lu Ting's demise, and the Wang family was no exception. The news of Lu Ting obtaining a means of prolonging his life was undoubtedly catastrophic for them. The reason Lu Qingzhu is suppressing this news is to prevent anyone from plotting against Lu Ting during his tribulation. Should we? The eldest elder began to speak, his tone heavy. Hearing this, all eyes turned to the family head. Why take such a significant risk? The head of the Wang family, however, merely smirked and replied, I have already dispatched the Wolf of Heaven to eliminate Qin Feng and frame the Lu family. At that time, regardless of whether the great Xia dynasty sent troops or dispatched formidable warriors, the mere presence of Lu Ting, a peak practitioner at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, would be utterly inadequate to save the Lu family. His scheme was exceedingly insidious. Having already informed the Heavenly Wolf to eliminate Qin Feng, and subsequently pushed the concubine of the third elder's son off a cliff, creating the illusion that Qin Feng had attempted to violate her and was accidentally killed in the process. When the time came, the great Xia royal family would inevitably mobilize against the Lu family, whether for vengeance or to conceal the scandal. The family head had evidently concocted alternative plans in advance. The elder of the Wang family was taken aback, having only just learned of this. The other elders also exhibited expressions of astonishment. To ensure the smooth execution of the plan, there had been no prior consultation with the rest. The Wang family head spoke calmly. He had ascended to power by murdering his father, and within the family, there were those who resented his authority. Thus, he sought to prove himself. Relying on the great Xia royal family to eradicate the Lu family was indeed a masterstroke. Fortunately, the family had devised this flawless plan beforehand. Otherwise, they would still be contemplating how to thwart Lu Ting from transcending his life and death tribulation. The elders of the Wang family unanimously praised this, harboring immense admiration. Convinced that it was a foolproof scheme, the Wang family head bore an air of pride, regarding the plan as impeccable and merely awaiting the good news from the Heavenly Wolf. Just then, one of his confidants rushed into the council hall, displaying an expression of extreme urgency. In the stillness of the night, amidst the anticipation of a free gift, a voice called out in the council hall, breathless and frantic. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. What has transpired? Could it be that news has reached the great Xia dynasty already, and they have dispatched powerful warriors to the Lu family? The Wang family head inquired nonchalantly. To him, it seemed that Qin Feng had already been slain. The agitation of his confidant surely indicated that something far more astonishing than Qin Feng's death had occurred. Nay, the confidant gasped. Heavenly Wolf has been slain. What did you say? The Wang family head, initially indifferent, paled at the revelation. Heavenly Wolf has been killed? How is that possible? Absolutely true. The confidant confirmed. After Heavenly Wolf's demise, he was discovered by someone who attended the Guoling San event, and this news has spread throughout the entire East Sea. How could this happen? The Wang family head's expression darkened, filled with disbelief. Heavenly Wolf's infiltration plan was infallible. Did he encounter an unforeseen complication while killing Qin Feng and was detected by the Lu family strongman? He found it implausible. Heavenly Wolf was a peak practitioner at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Eliminating Qin Feng should have been a mere formality. How could he have been discovered in the act? It seemed that Heavenly Wolf had not even laid eyes on Qin Feng before meeting his end. Indeed, the Lu family was completely unaware of Heavenly Wolf's intentions. Currently, Lu Qingzhu is investigating with great urgency. He was killed before even encountering Qin Feng? The Wang family head was further bewildered, unable to fathom the situation. This is all the information we have for now, the confidant lamented. A heavy silence enveloped the council hall, each member wearing a grim expression. They had initially believed the family head's plan to be foolproof, ready to sit back and watch the great Xia royal family eliminate the Lu family, only to find it had failed so thoroughly. Not only was Heavenly Wolf dead, but Qin Feng remained unscathed. Moreover, there was a possibility that their involvement could be exposed. What do we do now? The elder of the Wang family spoke solemnly. The plan to kill with a borrowed knife has failed, and Lu Ting is about to transcend his life and death tribulation. If he succeeds, there will be no stopping the Lu family's advancement. Furthermore, if Lu Qingzhu discovers that we orchestrated Heavenly Wolf's actions, the Wang family will be utterly doomed. We cannot allow Lu Ting to succeed. The Wang family had clenched his fists, a frenzied glint in his eyes. Contact the other 3 great families to jointly obstruct Lu Ting's tribulation. Upon hearing this, the Wang family elders all nodded in agreement. Among the 5 great families of the East Sea, aside from the Lu family, none wished for Lu Ting to live for another century. The moment of transcending the tribulation was when Lu Ting would be most vulnerable, presenting them with the best opportunity. Subsequently, the Wang family had departed from the council hall to personally approach the other prominent families. News of Lu Ting's impending life and death tribulation swiftly spread across the East Sea, leaving those who heard it in a state of astonishment. "What incredible fortune Lu Ting has to acquire a longevity elixir," exclaimed the president of a trading association, his eyes reflecting envy. It is worth noting that longevity elixirs are exceedingly rare, with not a single one found throughout the entirety of the Kanglan domain. It was astonishing that Lu Ting was so fortunate as to possess one. Had that old fellow not consumed the elixir already, I would have risked everything to seize it from him. Those rare, once-hidden practitioners of the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm, nearing the end of their lifespans, expressed their deep jealousy. Even if the chances of success were nearly non-existent, it was preferable to await death passively. Unfortunately, Lu Ting had already ingested the elixir and was on the verge of transcending his tribulation. Undoubtedly, due to Lu Ting's imminent tribulation, the entire Lu family had become the focal point of attention in the East Sea, with numerous spies positioned near Shiyun Island. Upon learning of the leak, Lu Qingzhu was furious, yet felt helpless. The divine thunder witnessed that day had been seen by too many, making it nearly impossible to conceal. Consequently, Lu Qingzhu attributed the reason for Heavenly Wolf's infiltration of the Lu family to a plot against her uncle, Lu Ting. Family head. The entire East Sea is currently rife with undercurrents, the elder of the Lu family remarked slowly. The strongmen from several prominent families who have been in seclusion for years have quietly emerged. Storm clouds gather, and the winds are rife. Lu Qingzhu could not help but exclaim. The other prominent families will undoubtedly oppose my uncle's successful tribulation. She felt deeply troubled. Although the strongest among these families was only at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm, should they strike while Lu Ting transcends his tribulation, he would be in grave danger. What shall we do? The elder of the Lu family inquired with concern. You should visit the other 4 great families. Lu Qingzhu replied calmly. Gauge their intentions, and if necessary, offer them certain conditions to secure their non-interference in this matter. She displayed remarkable governance abilities, understanding what to sacrifice and what to preserve in such a critical moment. Very well, the elder of the Lu family nodded. He then departed to personally visit the other families. Lu Qingzhu subsequently instructed the other elders to arrange the family's strongmen who had been summoned from various locations to ensure they were prepared for defense on the day of Lu Ting's tribulation. After completing her tasks, Lu Qingzhu hesitated briefly before heading to the cliff at the back mountain. Qin Feng and Qin Zining were at the cliff, gazing at the sleeping fox upon the stone. Qin Zining was utterly enchanted. So soft, so warm. She gently stroked the little white fox, unable to contain her awe. The softness and sheen of its fur, along with its delicate form, captivated her entirely. What an odd description, Qin Feng remarked with a frown. He could not discern whether it was he who was peculiar or this little girl. Uncle, why is she not moving? Is she asleep? Qin Zining gently lifted the little white fox, only to discover it was utterly unresponsive. If not for its warmth and heartbeat, she likely believes that the little white fox has lost its vitality. It must have consumed some ancient medicine, the effects of which require a lengthy period to dissipate. Qin Feng remarked lightly. He had utilized his divine gaze to observe it and was well aware of the nature of the ancient medicine. However, he chose not to elucidate everything to Qin Zining. Is that so? Qin Zining nodded, gently placing the little white fox back onto the stone it had previously climbed. She was concerned that holding it for too long might interfere with its absorption of the medicinal energy within. Just then, a figure soared in from the distance. It was Lu Qingzhu. Chapter 73. The coming thunder tribulation. You two are here. Perfect. Lu Qingzhu greeted them with a light laugh. Is Aunt looking for us? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. Yes, Lu Qingzhu nodded, her expression turning grave. You may need to leave Shiyun Island ahead of schedule. Why? Qin Feng asked, concerned. Is something amiss with the Lu family? Lu Qingzhu nodded, revealing the recent events and the potential upheaval that might soon occur, indicating that other prominent families were likely to sever ties with the Lu family. Her face was serious as she stated, if Uncle successfully transcends the tribulation, all will be well. Otherwise, the Lu family will be in peril. For your safety, it is best that you leave Shiyun Island. Having already reached a breaking point, Should her uncle Lu Ting fail to transcend, the other families would undoubtedly take advantage. She did not want Qin Feng and Qin Zining to be caught in the ensuing turmoil. Upon hearing Lu Qingzhu's words, Qin Zing's expression grew solemn. "Aunt has treated us so kindly during our stay. It would be rather cowardly to flee now, wouldn't it?" Qin Feng spoke slowly. "Moreover, the families and merchant associations throughout Donghai would likely mock us for our retreat." He was reluctant to leave. Firstly, Lu Qingzhu had genuinely treated them like family. Secondly, during their time on Shiyun Island, aside from signing in to obtain music scores, he had also acquired numerous notes from masters of the musical arts, which had greatly deepened his understanding. He wished to continue his stay for a while longer. "Indeed, we cannot simply flee," Qin Zining added. "My cultivation at the peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm can also be of assistance here." She had grown quite fond of her time spent on the island. "But it's too dangerous," Lu Qingzhu expressed her concern. As the aunt of these two, she did not want them to fall into peril. "If it comes to that, even if I were to perish, I would have no face to meet my sister. They're merely a rabble. How much danger could they pose?" Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Lu Qingzhu wished to argue further when Qin Zining insisted on staying, her tone resolute. Seeing both Qin Feng and Qin Zining determined to remain, Lu Qingzhu could only nod in resignation. She felt that even if the other families did invade the Lu family, they would not dare to openly trouble Qin Feng and Qin Zining, mindful of their identities. "You may stay, but if danger arises, you must hide and refrain from intervening," Lu Qingzhu cautioned. Aware of Qin Feng's lack of cultivation, she emphasized her warning to Qin Zining, not wanting her to endanger herself while trying to assist. "Rest assured, Aunt, I will keep a close watch on Zining and ensure she stays safe," Qin Feng replied with a smile. Lu Qingzhu nodded in acknowledgement. After imparting a few more instructions, she took her leave, as there were many matters within the clan that required her attention. As the time of Lu Ting's impending life and death tribulation approached, the entire Donghai region fell into an unsettling calm. Yet, everyone understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. The atmosphere across Donghai grew tense, with all eyes fixed on Shiyun Island. One afternoon, an elderly man with white hair and a benevolent visage stepped forth from Shiyun Island, slowly making his way to a sea area 50 miles away. Gazing quietly at the sky, "What is destined to come will eventually arrive," Lu Ting murmured to himself. In his lifetime, he had traversed mountains and rivers, living in a state of contentment, seldom dedicating himself to the martial path. Even if he were to perish today, he had no regrets. His sole motivation for enduring the tribulation was for the Lu family. Had he known that the spirit pill could extend his life by 100 years only upon successfully transcending the life and death thunder tribulation, he would never have returned to the Lu family, nor would he have consumed it. Alas, there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. Boom. Before long, the sky darkened ominously, thick clouds rolling in, crackling with silver lightning. The overwhelming pressure of the great Tao was suffocating, instilling a profound sense of dread. The thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation has arrived. As they witnessed the tumultuous clouds and the swirling lightning, exclamations of alarm erupted. Countless figures soared into the sky, gazing towards the thunder, awed by the formidable pressure. While they had heard tales of the legendary thunder tribulation, they had not anticipated it to be this terrifying. Simultaneously, over a dozen figures radiating formidable auras appeared in the distance, members of the other 4 great families. Among them were seasoned elders recently emerged from seclusion, as well as clan leaders and elders, the weakest among them at the mid-stage of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, and the strongest at the early stage of the second level. Observing the terrifying sea of thunder, one remarked, "It seems there is little chance for Lu Ting to survive. The magnitude of this thunderstorm surpasses my expectations," another remarked coldly. "Since we are all gathered here today, let us wait a while. If Lu Ting shows any signs of withstanding the tribulation, we shall intervene. Today, Lu Ting is doomed. No one can save him," spoke the previously silent head of the Su family, his expression indifferent. At this, the others nodded in agreement. If they were to confront Lu Ting directly, their combined strength would still be insufficient. However, if they remained outside the thunderstorm, attacking him during his tribulation, it would be a simple matter. Crack. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. Silver lightning, akin to a silver serpent, descended toward the earth. Seeing this, Lu Ting's expression turned grave as he hastily formed an intricate seal with his hands, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanating from within him, enveloping the surroundings. Buzz. In the instant Lu Ting completed his seal, a yellowish barrier materialized above him, a powerful defensive martial technique, its surface adorned with swirling yellow runes radiating immense energy. Boom. In the blink of an eye, The first bolt of lightning struck the barrier, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that sent shockwaves through the onlookers, leaving them trembling with fear. The first bolt of lightning was withstood by Lu Ting, and though it was daunting, it was not insurmountable. But soon after, crack! A stunning roar of thunder echoed again, and this time, it was not a single bolt but 100 silver lightning strikes, akin to a horde of silver serpents, diving down from the sky, intent on tearing Lu Ting to shreds. Chapter 74. The Arrival of All Parties. Boom. 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 The 100 bolts of lightning crashed onto the barrier Lu Ting had conjured, completely enveloping it, unleashing an even more astonishing wave of energy that swept across the area. Lu Ting, despite his advanced age and frail appearance, stood resolutely against the terrifying thunderclaps of the heavenly tribulation. With a crack, the cataclysm was far from over. As torrents of lightning cascaded from the sky, each wave more ferocious than the last. With a grave expression, Lu Ting swiftly channeled all his spiritual energy into the protective barrier, bracing himself against the onslaught. The violent energy surges erupted around him, akin to a steadfast pine rooted in the cliffside, enduring the relentless strikes of thunder. Astonishingly, even amid such daunting storms, Lu Ting remained unyielding. Observers from afar, a multitude of practitioners, could not suppress their awe. Initially, upon witnessing the emergence of the thunderous sea, they had presumed Lu Ting would soon be reduced to ashes. Yet they now realized they had underestimated his formidable prowess. With his astonishing defensive techniques, he was able to withstand the terrifying bolts descending from above. At that moment, arrows imbued with spiritual energy suddenly surged from the distant sky, aimed directly at Lu Ting, who was in the midst of facing his tribulation. The head of the Wang family could no longer remain passive and commanded his underlings, the Tianlang pirates, to strike. These arrows, salvaged from submerged warships, were unmatched in strength. A wave of commotion swept through the gathered practitioners as they had anticipated an attack on Lu Ting during his tribulation. But they had not expected it to occur so swiftly, nor with such rare and lethal arrows. It was evident that the intent was to ensure Lu Ting's demise. The audacity of the Tianlang pirates, having already suffered losses, was astounding. In this moment, a commanding voice resonated from the Lu family. Lu Qingzhu soared into the air. Having long been prepared, her heavy sword, ablaze with fiery spiritual energy, radiated an intensely searing aura. With a swift motion, Lu Qingzhu unleashed a strike, sending forth a blazing sword light towards the incoming arrows, enveloped in heat and formidable force. Under Lu Ting's guidance, she had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm, and her martial prowess had grown significantly. The fiery energy collided with the spiritual arrows, resulting in a violent explosion that scattered burning fragments across the sea below. The Tianlang pirates, positioned at a distance, were also caught in the aftermath, suffering considerable losses. Lu Qingzhu's heroic stance captivated many practitioners. Suddenly, applause echoed as the head of the Wang family remarked with a smile, "Indeed, Lu Qingzhu. It is impressive that you have achieved such a breakthrough in such a short time, reaching the pinnacle of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. I am truly astonished." He stepped forward, closing the distance to Lu Qingzhu, flanked by other clan leaders and formidable figures, a total of over 10 powerful presences. "Thank you for the compliment," Lu Qingzhu replied, her expression icy. "I did not expect your Wang family to conspire with the Tianlang pirates." She had suspected this during her investigations a few days prior, and witnessing the pirates heed the Wang family head's command confirmed her doubts. "Humph. Matters concerning the Wang family are not for you to meddle in." The Wang family head scoffed. "You should contemplate the fate of the Lu family should that old fool Lu Ting fail his tribulation." As he spoke, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, revealing the true purpose of his visit. Not only he, but also 10 other powerful figures displayed their formidable cultivation, all at the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. The remaining few had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. The faces of the numerous East Sea practitioners turned pale as they sensed the immense pressure and began to retreat further. "Are you truly intent on obstructing my uncle's tribulation?" Lu Qingzhu's face turned ashen. "What will be your fate if he succeeds?" As she spoke, over 10 figures emerged from the Lu family, including 5 at the mid and peak stages of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. The Lu family, already formidable, had grown even stronger due to Lu Qingzhu's investment in recruiting various independent cultivators, forming a powerful and impressive force, all prepared for battle. "Huh, Lu Qingzhu, are you dreaming?" The Wang family head laughed mockingly. "Today, with the combined forces of our 4 great families, if we cannot slay Lu Ting during his tribulation, we might as well find a tofu to smash." Laughter rang out from the other family leaders, filled with derision. While the East Sea practitioners watching could not help but shake their heads, believing that with so many powerful figures assembled, no one could thwart their attempt to eliminate Lu Ting. At that moment, one individual made a move, employing an extraordinary technique to bypass Lu Qingzhu and attack Lu Ting amidst the thunderstorm. "Stop him!" Lu Qingzhu cried out. Instantly, Lu family's experts rushed to intercept the assailant, and a fierce battle ensued. Meanwhile, the other members of the four great families also surged forth, enveloped in powerful spiritual energy, dashing towards the lightning storm to strike at Lu Ting. Lu Qingzhu and other strong practitioners advanced to obstruct these attackers. The clash of energies erupted into a dazzling display in the sky, a terrifying spectacle. The combatants, all at the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, fought evenly matched. However, it was evident that the 6 Purple Mansion realm experts from the Lu family were at a distinct disadvantage against the 10 from the 4 great families. In a contest of similar cultivation levels, numbers determined the victor. Frustrated, Lu Qingzhu found herself outmatched by 2 peak practitioners of the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm, her expression darkening. If this continued, they would surely be unable to stop the Wang family head and his comrades. Just then, a more alarming presence emerged. A formidable aura erupted from the Qin family patriarch, who had remained silent until now. At the initial stage of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm, his terrifying energy far surpassed that of Lu Qingzhu and her allies. No one had the strength to contend with him as he swiftly approached the edge of the lightning sea, coldly gazing at Lu Ting. "Lu brother, do not blame me for being ruthless. Today, you must die," the Qin family patriarch declared, his voice icy. As he spoke, a terrifying surge of energy gathered in his hands, forming 2 spiraling winds that howled ominously. Not good. Lu Qingzhu's expression shifted as she attempted to intervene, but was restrained by 2 practitioners of the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm. The Qin family patriarch unleashed his spirals towards Lu Ting in the thunderstorm, rapidly expanding until they resembled twin tornadoes. The entire atmosphere resonated with wails and cries. Witnessing this, Lu Ting, who was desperately combating the heavenly tribulation, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He was powerless to resist. Would Lu Ting truly meet his end here? The many practitioners from the East Sea who had gathered could not help but exclaim in disbelief at the unfolding scene. In their eyes, the Lu family no longer possessed any strong warriors capable of obstructing the Qin family's ancestral figure, the river sword intent. At that moment, a delicate cry rang out. Qin Zining, who had been held back by Lu Qingzhu and forbidden to reveal herself, finally made her move. The surging sword intent, flowing like a great river, surged towards the 2 tornadoes, rumbling as it passed. All the cultivators witnessing this spectacle were astonished. They had never encountered such a terrifying and pure sword intent. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the torrent of sword intent collided with the 2 tornadoes, unleashing an even more astonishing wave of energy. The shattered sword intent and fierce winds swept outward. How could this be possible? Gazing at the disintegrating tornadoes, the Qin family ancestor looked at Qin Zining with disbelief, exclaiming, "You are clearly merely at the peak of the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm. How can you shatter the wind I have condensed with a single sword strike?" He was in the early stage of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm, and under normal circumstances, he should have completely overwhelmed Qin Zining. Not only the Qin family ancestor, but also the heads of the Wang family and others were equally astonished, including Lu Qingzhu. They had long known that Qin Zining possessed remarkable cultivation at a young age, but they had not anticipated that she had become powerful enough to challenge those of a higher level. As my uncle once said, there is nothing impossible in this world. Qin Zining replied coldly. She often recalled Qin Feng's words whenever she faced doubts in martial arts, and she had silently etched them into her heart. Haha. What nonsense about an uncle. The Qin family ancestor laughed heartily. Let me tell you, today I will kill Lu Ting, and you will not be able to stop me. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a damaged small cauldron descended towards Qin Zining, appearing instantly above her head. Although the cauldron was rusty, it emanated a terrifying pressure that nearly overwhelmed Qin Zining, leaving her pale. What kind of secret treasure is this? Qin Zining was horrified to find that her spiritual energy was almost ceasing to circulate under this pressure. Moreover, she found herself unable to move. The Qin family ancestor sneered, disregarding Qin Zining as he prepared to strike at Lu Ting, who was amidst the lightning tribulation. On the cliff, Qin Feng glanced at the still sleeping little white fox, feeling somewhat speechless. The fierce battle outside had not even awakened the little creature. It seemed he would have to pay special attention to the little white fox later, helping it dispel the effects of the medicinal power within. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng took a great stride, covering hundreds of zhang in a single step as he walked towards the stone wall inscribed with the melody of Guangling's San. In the distance, in just a few breaths, he arrived. Everyone else had gone to witness the battle in the sky, leaving only the soon-to-be passing Zhao Wuyo. Qin Feng quietly sat upon a rock and took out the ancient chain of jade. "Young friend, you haven't left yet?" Zhao Wuyo exclaimed upon seeing Qin Feng. "You must hurry. Lu Ting is about to fail his tribulation. It is too dangerous here." He had not seen Qin Feng for several days and assumed Lu Qingzhu had sent him away. Seeing Qin Feng still present, he felt worried for this future musical prodigy. "The greatest hope of my life has been to hear the complete version of Guangling San. Now that I am about to pass, I have come here to express my gratitude for your teachings by playing the complete piece for you." Qin Feng replied calmly. As he spoke, his fingers were poised to caress the strings. "The complete version of Guangling San?" Zhao Wuyo was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Over the years, no one has been able to complete Guangling San. How can you play the entire piece?" Yet Qin Feng did not elaborate, slowly gliding his fingers across the strings. Ding dong. The sound of the qin arose, beautiful and melodious, akin to the flow of high mountains and clear waters. Upon hearing the music, Zhao Wuyo's expression changed dramatically. His own understanding of music was profound, yet Qin Feng's comprehension of Guangling San clearly surpassed his own by far. He could hardly believe that this person, who had been utterly ignorant of music not long ago, had now reached such a terrifying level. Though astonished, Zhao Wuyo remained silent, wishing only to quietly listen to the Guangling San played by Qin Feng. He even began to believe that perhaps today he might hear the entire piece from Qin Feng. In the distant sky, the Qin family ancestor once again conjured a massive tornado, howling as it bore down on Lu Ting amidst the lightning tribulation. Its might more fearsome than before. "Uncle, be careful!" Lu Qingzhu cried out urgently. She was powerless to extricate herself and could only warn Lu Ting. Her eyes filled with guilt for failing to save him as both family head and kin. "Humph, Lu Ting is surely doomed." The heads of the Wang family and others sneered at this scene, their eyes brimming with cruelty and delight. The major families had already openly severed ties with the Lu family. Today, after obstructing Lu Ting's tribulation, they would certainly not stop there but would press further to divide the Lu family. Even Lu Ting, upon witnessing the approaching tornado, felt bitter, convinced of his impending demise. He struggled desperately against the divine lightning above, utterly drained of strength. Ding dong. Yet at that moment, a sound of qin reverberated through the heavens, ethereal and celestial, clearly reaching the ears of every onlooker. Everyone was shocked, feeling as though this celestial sound was divine music that should not exist in the mortal realm. Boom. At that instant, the tornado that had entered the tribulation zone and was about to strike Lu Ting shattered beneath the qin's melody. Countless fierce winds dissipated into the heavens and earth, as if they had never existed. What is happening? Listening to the divine music and witnessing the tornado's sudden disintegration, every person present wore expressions of disbelief, stunned into silence. Chapter 76. This melody should only exist in the heavens. How is this possible? The Qin family ancestor, whose face had been filled with malice and coldness, was now awash with shock and incredulity, utterly astounded. That tornado had consumed a significant portion of his spiritual energy to manifest, and yet it had been so effortlessly shattered by this single note. Who was playing this? Guangling San. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Those versed in music recognized the melody. For Qin Feng's understanding of Guangling San far surpassed that of anyone else, making his rendition markedly different from what they had previously heard. They paused for a moment before realizing. A single note of Guangling San had obliterated the Qin family ancestor's formidable technique. Who could be playing? The Wang family ancestor's expression darkened as he spoke solemnly. He had heard Zhao Wuyo play Guangling San, and the current melody was leagues beyond that. He could not comprehend how such a musical master had emerged in the East Sea. The other powerful figures from the four major families also wore grim expressions. This indicated the presence of a formidable musical master aiding Lu Ting, an ominous sign for them. Ding dong. While the crowd remained in shock, the qin's melody continued to resonate. Centered around Xi'an Island, it expanded outward. Wherever the music flowed, celestial cranes danced gracefully, flowers blossomed, and birds and beasts rejoiced. Yet, for the heads of the Wang family and others, this heavenly melody felt like the sound of hell, utterly terrifying. Focus and concentrate. Do not listen to this music. The Wang family head bellowed. This person must be using some secret technique to produce such a dreadful sound. We must simply endure it. They hastily fortified their bodies with spiritual energy, attempting to shield themselves from the music. The Qin family ancestor at the edge of the lightning sea did the same. Unfortunately, they had vastly underestimated the power of this melody. With a thunderous resonance, the sound of the zither shattered the protective spiritual energy surrounding the ancestors of the Qin family. Not only that, but it also unleashed a torrent of energy within them, violently assaulting their meridians. The anguished cries of these individuals echoed in the air, their faces contorted in pain as they completely lost their combat prowess. Yet, amidst their despair, no one from Lu Qingzhu's group dared to intervene, for they were uncertain whether the musician intended for the Wang family as patriarchs to perish or not, fearing they might offend the player as well. "Spare us, esteemed elder. I am willing to offer everything the Qin family possesses." The Qin family's ancestor, trembling with terror, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. The other powerful figures from various clans followed suit, kneeling and crying out for forgiveness, willing to surrender their entire fortunes. However, the zither music did not cease. It continued unabated. Eventually, the Qin family's ancestors could bear it no longer and perished, their bodies torn apart by the very spiritual energy within them, akin to blood-red fireworks bursting in the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, all the cultivators present were left in profound shock. They had only heard legends of a powerful figure wielding musical prowess, able to repel thousands with a mere note. Today, they truly grasped the terrifying might of the Guolang San. Even after the demise of the Qin family's patriarch, the music persisted, continuing its haunting melody. The dilapidated small cauldron hovering above Qin Zining shattered like porcelain under the influence of the zither's sound, its fragments cascading into the sea. In the tumultuous storm, where thunder raged, the music's passage shattered the lightning, preventing it from striking Lu Ting. As Lu Ting, who was undergoing tribulation, heard the ethereal melody and witnessed the unfolding scene, he was further astounded. No one understood the terror of the thunder tribulation better than he did. He could only strive to withstand the onslaught of lightning, while the zither's melody effortlessly disrupted the storm. How terrifying this was! This heavenly music not only aided Lu Ting and Qin Zining, but also inspired others who heard it to seek breakthroughs, sitting cross-legged in midair, intently listening. The once tense atmosphere of the sea had transformed into an unexpected tranquility. Everyone remained still, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The melody emanated from the cliffside, easily discernible to all masters of music. Logically, they should have rushed to the cliff to discover the source of the enchanting performance. Yet they remained motionless, feeling that simply hearing such celestial music was a fulfillment of their lives, unwilling to divert their focus. All were engrossed in comprehending the zither's melody. After a prolonged period, as the storm clouds dispersed and the zither's tune gradually faded, an astonishing number of individuals broke through their limits, releasing formidable waves of spiritual energy. Their joy was palpable, and they expressed immense gratitude towards the one who had played the Guolang San. This melody must belong to the heavens. How often can it be heard on earth? Upon the complete disappearance of the music, someone finally voiced their sentiments, feeling as if they had experienced the legendary celestial sound. Am I dreaming? Recollecting herself, Lu Qingzhu surveyed her surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. The alliance of the four families, with so many powerful warriors, had left her in despair. Yet, unexpectedly, it was a single note that had reversed the tide. The power of music was indeed formidable and astonishing. Qin Zining could not help but exclaim, "I have heard that the royal uncle possesses remarkable musical talent. Could he one day reach such a terrifying level?" Under the influence of the melody, she too had achieved a breakthrough, advancing to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. She genuinely felt the strength of the musical arts, realizing it could not only kill from afar, but also assist in breakthroughs, comparable to the sword path. Initially, she had thought Qin Feng's playing was unremarkable. Now, she resolved to encourage him henceforth, refraining from criticizing his performance. Did you notice that the previous elder played not just the first part of the Guolang San? Could it be that he completed the second part himself? A master of music could not contain their astonishment. The second part perfectly complements the first. If the second part of the Guolang San had not been lost to history, I would almost suspect he played the original composition. Exclamations of disbelief echoed around them, all captivated by the astonishing spectacle. The music originated from the cliff. We must hurry to investigate. Someone urged. The master of music who saved our Lu family. We must express our gratitude. At this moment, Lu Ting had joined Lu Qingzhu, speaking softly. Even without disturbance, he would have suffered injuries while undergoing tribulation. Yet, thanks to the zither's melody shattering the lightning, he emerged unharmed. Indeed, Lu Qingzhu nodded gravely. Together with the other powerful members of the Lu family, they soared toward the cliffside. At the cliff, the lingering echoes gradually faded. Qin Feng carefully stored the ancient zither made of jade. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuyo emerged from the influence of the music, gazing at Qin Feng in disbelief. You have mastered the complete Guolang San, with life fading from him. Zhao Wuyo's face was filled with incredulity. With his musical expertise, he could discern that Qin Feng was indeed playing the entire composition of the Guolang San. Impossible for him to have merely supplemented. He could not fathom that a former abandoned prince of the great Xia royal family had grasped the complete Guolang San. Moreover, despite Qin Feng's apparent lack of spiritual energy fluctuations, the aura he displayed while playing was undoubtedly that of a formidable warrior. All of this exceeded Zhao Wuyo's expectations. Fortune smiled upon me, Qin Feng replied slowly. Zhao Wuyo could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, utterly shocked. Today's performance was specifically to express my gratitude to the esteemed elder for imparting such profound musical wisdom. The greatest wish of my life is to complete the Guolang San. Zhao Wuyo lamented. Regrettably, my musical prowess falls far short of that level. However, to have heard you perform the original piece of the Guolang San today, I have no regrets in death. He truly believed that Qin Feng would surpass all predecessors in musical artistry. In recent times, although Qin Feng's ability to memorize the Guolang San in such a short time had astonished him, he still regarded Qin Feng as a budding talent. The future was uncertain, filled with variables. Yet now, witnessing Qin Feng play the complete Guolang San in just a few days, it could only be described as a prodigious gift. You flatter me. Qin Feng chuckled. Someone is about to arrive. At that moment, Zhao Wuyo glanced into the distance, then returned his gaze, speaking slowly. I assume you are not one to invite trouble. You may leave now. Through their brief acquaintance, he had gained some understanding of Qin Feng. Understood, Qin Feng nodded. If so, I shall not accompany you on your final journey. With that, he did not linger, taking strides toward the precipice. Just moments after Qin Feng departed, Lu Ting and the others arrived at the cliff's location. However, this place does not harbor the musical virtuosos they had imagined. Instead, it is merely the fading vitality of Zhao Wuyo, who is on the brink of passing away. Senior, was it you who played the Guolang San just now? Upon seeing Zhao Wuyo, Lu Ting could not help but approach him, channeling his own spiritual energy into Zhao Wuyo in an effort to prolong his life force. All eyes turned to Zhao Wuyo. Although they had previously believed that the one who played the Guolang San possessed a far greater understanding of music than Zhao Wuyo, they could not dismiss the possibility that Zhao Wuyo had attained enlightenment just before his demise. It was certainly not me, Zhao Wuyo replied with a weak breath. Shaking his head, may I ask which esteemed senior played the ethereal Guolang San just now? Lu Ting could not resist inquiring. All gazes were fixed on Zhao Wuyo, holding their breaths. A person of unparalleled grace, Zhao Wuyo's eyes shimmered with hope for the future of music as he spoke softly. After uttering these words, his life force completely dissipated, enveloping the area in silence. This silence stemmed not only from the loss of a musical master, but also from Zhao Wuyo's admission that there indeed existed someone of far superior musical prowess in the East Sea. It was unfortunate that Zhao Wuyo clearly did not wish to reveal the identity of that individual. A musical genius of extraordinary talent, murmured a strong figure, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. Isn't there a musical prodigy recently? He memorized the entire first part of the Guolang San in a fleeting moment. Could the person Zhao mentioned possibly be him? Upon hearing this, many recalled Qin Feng. However, some immediately countered, what nonsense. Although Qin Feng can memorize the Guolang San in a remarkably short time and play it decently, it is utterly impossible for him to surpass Zhao Wuyo's understanding of the piece in just a few days, let alone compose the subsequent part. No one in the world could achieve such a feat. The speaker, although younger than Zhao Wuyo, was of the same generation and a renowned musical master himself. He had never considered that the individual in question could be Qin Feng, as it was simply inconceivable. What the senior said is indeed true. Not to mention the impossibility of grasping the Guolang San to such an extent. Even if one were to achieve that understanding, Qin Feng lacks the cultivation to perform it. Others nodded in agreement, finding merit in his words. The initial speaker felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had been too youthful and naive in his considerations. Subsequently, the crowd began to murmur, speculating endlessly. Alas, that esteemed senior has departed, and we had no chance to express our gratitude. Lu Ting sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. Beside him, Lu Qingzhu and several elders of the Lu family also shook their heads in resignation. If such a powerful figure did not wish to reveal themselves, even residing within their Lu family, they would be unable to locate them. Moreover, it was highly likely that this individual had merely come to bid farewell to Zhao Wuyo. They could hardly dream of finding someone who might not even be from the East Sea. If only it were the royal uncle. Upon hearing the discussions, Qin Zining initially felt a flicker of joy, thinking perhaps the one who played the Guolang San was Qin Feng. In that case, her father would have every reason to pardon Qin Feng, and no official would dare oppose him. However, hearing the musical masters dismissing the possibility of it being Qin Feng, she shook her head in disappointment. In the following days, the events that transpired on Shiyun Island reverberated throughout the East Sea, causing quite a stir. The incident where Lu Ting was obstructed from transcending tribulation was almost universally speculated among the cultivators in the East Sea. Many chose not to witness it firsthand. Yet, they could never have anticipated that a musical master would emerge, performing the Guangling San, aiding Lu Ting in overcoming his tribulation, and allowing many who heard the melody to gain insights or even achieve breakthroughs. Those who had not attended were filled with regret. Had I known such a musical genius would appear, even if I had to forego attending the wedding, I would have gone to witness it. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I let it slip through my fingers. I swear, I shall never visit a brothel again. Countless individuals lamented, cursing themselves for not going to Qian Island that day, while simultaneously envying those who had benefited from the encounter. Although they did not know the identity of the one who played the Guangling San, they understood that such a master would never easily reveal themselves again. It might be ages before they could hear that melody once more. The happiest of all were undoubtedly the Lu family. Since Qin Feng had performed the Guangling San on Qian Island, the greatest beneficiaries were the members of the Lu family, many of whom had experienced breakthroughs in their realms in the days that followed. The entire Lu family's strength had significantly increased. Furthermore, the other prominent families had suffered greatly. Their powers diminished. After Lu Ting personally visited the other families, they willingly transferred most of their assets to the Lu family. The Lu family was now undoubtedly the foremost family in the entire East Sea. This news caused quite a stir even in the Kanglan domain. After all, the unified East Sea presented a force that rivaled any imperial dynasty. However, Lu Qingzhu and the elders of the Lu family had no intention of expanding into the Kanglan domain. They sent letters to the major dynasties and sects, expressing their desire to engage solely in commerce without any intent to expand their territory. In the Imperial study, after 3 consecutive days of reviewing memorials and convening ministers to discuss state affairs, Qin Jionian was taken aback upon receiving the letter from the Lu family. The Lu family has unified the entire East Sea, he exclaimed, astonished. How could such a dramatic shift in the situation occur in such a short time? The sudden transformation left him utterly unprepared. The emperor is indeed wise. Fortunately, you sent the princess to the Lu family recently to pay respects to the late empress and foster a relationship with them, praised the grand scholar of Yuan Pavilion. Otherwise, given our previous relations with the Lu family, their attitude towards us after unifying the East Sea would surely be far from amicable. Many ministers present nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, the emperor is truly a master strategist. Once vehemently opposed, those elder nobles must now feel an overwhelming sense of shame. In the imperial study, the other ministers were vociferously commending the situation. It is essential to recall that when Qin Jionian sent Qin Feng and Qin Zining to pay homage to their late mother, there was no shortage of antiquated critics within the royal court. Nevertheless, Qin Jionian withstood immense pressure. The unfolding events have proven him correct. Establishing a cordial relationship with the Lu family, one of the 5 prominent families of Donghai, is undoubtedly beneficial. Since the Lu family has already expressed goodwill towards us, let the teacher personally compose a reply to them, Qin Jionian suggested. He did not allow the flattery of the ministers to inflate his pride, for he understood that the current situation in Donghai was beyond his calculations. His decision to send Qin Feng and Qin Zining to the Lu family was primarily to facilitate their tribute to their mother and to allow Qin Feng a respite from the royal mausoleum. The Li family of Chaqing City was initially an obscure clan, but due to the exceptional prowess of the clan leader's son, who achieved remarkable military accomplishments, the family ascended to prominence, eventually securing the title of General of the Northern Defense 170 years ago, becoming one of the renowned families of the Great Xia dynasty. Ordinarily bustling with visitors, the Li residence has recently descended into an unusual tranquility, as the clan leader has closed the doors to guests for his daughter, Li Manman, who is also Qin Jionian's consort, has returned home to visit her family. The entire Li estate is under heavy guard to ensure her safety. In the luxurious back garden of the Li residence, the melodious strains of a guqin resonate, albeit with an undercurrent of melancholy and gloom. In a small pavilion by the pond, the stunning Li Manman gently plays the instrument. Though her face bears no frown, it is clear she is troubled, her mind occupied with unspoken worries. Nearby, a respectful maid stands silently by her side. After a long while, the music gradually subsides. Suddenly, the sound of applause breaks the serene atmosphere, startling Li Manman, who furrows her brow in irritation. As Qin Jionian's consort, she is entitled to solitude. No one is permitted to intrude upon her space without her consent, not even her father. How could someone enter this garden uninvited? However, when Li Manman turns to see the figure, her expression shifts dramatically, overwhelmed with astonishment. She could hardly believe that this person had the audacity to appear before her. Prince Jin? Staring at the figure before her, Li Man finds it hard to grasp the reality, utterly astonished. Ah, the consort is truly adept in music. Your playing is exquisitely beautiful, Prince Qin Shenzhan praises with a clapping of his hands. The title of consort was bestowed upon Li Man by Qin Shenzhan. How dare you leave your territory without permission and come here? Do you not understand that this is a capital offense? Li Man retorted sharply, her face icy. According to the edicts established by the founding emperor, no feudal lord is permitted to leave their domain without the emperor's command. It was already a grave offense for Prince Qin to have left, but to come here and see her was utterly unacceptable. Should any rumors arise, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Why rush to anger, consort? Are you not curious about my perilous visit? Prince Qin Shenzhan replied, unfazed, with a light-hearted chuckle. Li Man, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow deeper. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, you better have a significant reason for being here, otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Indeed, I have come for a grave matter, Prince Qin Shenzhan said slowly. I am here to save your life and that of the Li family. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Man snapped, her face now a mask of frost. When have I ever been in danger? The Li family does not require your assistance. She believed Qin Shenzhan was toying with her, which only fueled her ire further. Oh, the consort is too kind-hearted and naive to comprehend the intricacies of royal power, Prince Qin Shenzhan lamented. What are you trying to say? Li Man demanded, her cold demeanor intensifying. Why do you claim I am in danger? Does the consort truly remain oblivious, or is she simply unwilling to acknowledge the truth? Prince Qin Shenzhan replied, if you were unaware, then why was the music you played just now imbued with such sorrowful sentiment? Li Man was momentarily at a loss for words. If I recall correctly, Qin Jianyin's decision to take you as his consort was at the behest of the late emperor. The reasoning was straightforward. Your brother is the general of the northern defense. The only way to ensure Qin Jianyin could swiftly control military power and secure the throne was to marry you. Yet now, it appears he has forgotten the late emperor's explicit decree that you must be made the empress. The northern army must fend off invasions from the northern tribes and guard against the demonic sect, making it the most significant and powerful of the four generals. The late emperor's decision to marry you to Qin Jianyin was primarily based on this consideration. His Majesty is merely preoccupied with state affairs and has overlooked this matter. Prince Qin Shenzhan explained. Li Man's expression darkened as she coldly responded. Do you truly believe that Qin Jianyin is too busy with state matters to address this? Prince Qin Shenzhan sneered. Deep down, you know the truth. The reason His Majesty has yet to declare you empress is simply that the demonic sect has been vanquished, and the northern army no longer requires such a formidable force to guard the north. Consequently, the significance of promoting you to empress has diminished. Qin Jianyin is likely to elevate consort Zhao instead, for her daughter possesses exceptional talent and a promising future. Each of his words pierced Li Man's heart like silver needles, leaving her pallid and shaken. The concerns he articulated mirrored her innermost fears, which she had kept hidden from everyone. Even if His Majesty does not wish to make me empress, what of it? Li Man desperately tried to calm herself, retorting to Qin Shenzhan. I am still His Majesty's consort, and the Li family will continue to thrive. If you were merely an ordinary consort, not being made empress could indeed allow you to live a life of peace, Qin Shenzhan noted after a pause. But your brother is the general of the northern defense. Your existence poses a constant threat to consort Zhao's status. She will never allow you to live. If consort Zhao becomes empress, with her daughter as a formidable shield, scheming against you in the palace will be as easy as breathing. If she were to eliminate you, what would happen to your brother and your family? Listening to Qin Xuanshan's relentless analysis, Li Man's complexion turned ashen. Panic surged within her. She could accept losing the title of empress, but she could not bear the thought of losing her life and witnessing the downfall of her family. No, it cannot be. It will not happen. Li Man murmured to herself, seeking solace. Consort Zhao is virtuous and kind. She would never commit such heinous acts. Is she? Qin Shenzhan chuckled coldly and slowly uttered. The most ruthless are the imperial families. This statement was made by the first emperor's beloved wife. The weight of those words shattered Li Man's psychological defenses. Throughout history, the intrigues and murders among concubines in the imperial harem are countless. She could not place all her hopes on Zhao Fei's virtuous nature. Uncle Wang, can you truly save me? Li Man could not hold back her question, her fear and anxiety transforming her demeanor towards Qin Shenzhan into one of respect. Rest assured, it is indeed true. Qin Shenzhan observed her reaction, a fleeting smirk flickering in his eyes. Otherwise, why would I come here today? To watch your misfortune? Then please, Uncle Wang, make your intentions clear. Li Manman urged. Instead of responding directly, Qin Shunzhan approached her, placing a small jade vial on the stone table beside her Guqin. Poison Zhao Fei, he enunciated, each word deliberate. What did you say? Li Manman's eyes widened in horror. She had not anticipated such a vicious scheme from Qin Shunzhan. Only after Zhao Fei's demise will you be safe, he continued, pausing for emphasis, and your brother and the Li family will also be secure. Have you lost your mind? If I poison Zhao Fei, I will undoubtedly face death myself. Li Manman exclaimed, her voice rising. The Li family would surely face annihilation. Do not worry. No one will discover that it was you who poisoned Zhao Fei, Qin Shunzhan assured her. This narcissus powder is colorless, tasteless, and non-toxic. Concocted by the brother of the renowned scholar Su Shijun, it becomes deadly only when it encounters the pollen of the ice spirit flower. Upon hearing this, Li Manman's complexion shifted. Zhao Fei's favorite flower was indeed the ice spirit flower, which only flourished in the frigid northern regions. Qin Jionian had brought back several specimens during his inspections. You mean to have me administer the poison discreetly in a crowded setting? Then wait for Zhao Fei to return home and succumb to it? Li Manman asked, her tone grave. Precisely, Qin Shunzhan affirmed. In 3 months, during the Wanshou festival, His Majesty will host a banquet for the ministers. Though you and the other concubines cannot attend, you will be required to prepare the feast in the harem. After the main banquet, you can join the gathering. At that moment, with all the concubines present, it will be your prime opportunity to poison her. As Qin Shunzhan spoke, Li Manman fell into a deep silence, grappling with her hesitation. She did not wish to take such a perilous risk. Yet she feared losing her position as empress and falling victim to Zhao Fei's machinations. How does killing Zhao Fei benefit you? After a prolonged silence, Li Manman questioned coldly. Though she knew little of the Jin prince, she understood that he would not assist her without ulterior motives. Naturally, there are benefits, Qin Shunzhan replied with a light laugh. If Zhao Fei were to perish, you could easily orchestrate the downfall of her 2 sons. Once your son ascends to the throne, I would have a reliable ally in the court. No matter what policies Qin Zining enacts against the princess, I would be forewarned and prepared. He openly revealed his intentions, knowing that if he claimed to simply want to help Li Manman, she would not believe him. Now I understand your motives, Li Manman said, recognizing Qin Shunzhan's reasoning. When Qin Zining was still the crown prince, he had shown clear dissatisfaction towards the unruly princes across the land. It was inevitable that he would formulate strategies against them in the future. As the most powerful prince, Qin Shunzhan needed to prepare in advance. Can you not trust me? Qin Shunzhan asked, observing Li Manman. She contemplated, and after a moment of hesitation, she slowly placed the small jade vial into her storage ring. Uncle Wang, I shall not see you off. Seeing her acceptance of the vial, a mocking glint returned to Qin Shunzhan's abyss-like gaze as he said nothing further and turned to leave. Although heavily guarded, Qin Shunzhan, as a formidable prince surrounded by countless loyal followers, could navigate the area with ease. On a tranquil, secluded island in the East Sea, an unexpected eruption of immense energy suddenly broke the serene atmosphere. The sound of swords ringing echoed through the heavens, and a terrifying aura radiated outward from the island, stirring monstrous waves in the sea as if an ancient beast had emerged. This astonishing spectacle persisted for half an hour before gradually subsiding, leaving the island awash with a tumultuous sword intent. Second realm of the void refinement stage. Qin Feng murmured to himself, satisfied with his cultivation speed. He had initially thought that, given his unique physique and substantial demand for spiritual energy, each breakthrough after reaching the void refinement stage would be exceedingly difficult. To his surprise, the progress had been quite manageable. After his breakthrough, Qin Feng prepared to depart, concerned that his commotion on Shiyun Island might cause too much disturbance. He had chosen a random island to cultivate. Now that he had succeeded, he did not intend to linger. Oh right, it seems I haven't checked in today. Suddenly recalling something, Qin Feng paused and summoned the system. System, please help me check in here. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding. Congratulations, Master, check-in successful. You have received a fishing rod. Simultaneously, a fishing rod appeared in the system space. The rod was entirely emerald green, resembling jade. With a fishing line so fine, it was nearly invisible. Most notably, its hook was straight, entirely unlike a standard fishing rod. Why is it a straight hook? Qin Feng pondered, then examined the rod's information. It is said that this fishing rod belonged to Saint Jiang of the great Zhou Holy Dynasty, used while fishing by the Weishui River, for those who are willing to take the bait. Saint Jiang's fishing rod. Qin Feng was taken aback. Could it be that Saint Jiang once visited the East Sea? His curiosity was piqued. However, given that the Kanglan domain was relatively obscure, there were few records about Saint Jiang, most of which were mere legends. Thus, he could not ascertain the truth. With questions lingering in his mind, Qin Feng left the area, intending to return to Shiyun Island and find a suitable spot to fish. In the following days, Qin Feng did not continue to play the guqin, but instead began fishing with the new hook at a location on Shiyun Island, hoping to entice a willing catch. However, he had no success. No fish bit at his bait. As for the little white fox, although she no longer needed to sleep, she was still absorbing the effects of the sealed medicine, making it unsuitable for her to roam freely. Thus, she remained beside Qin Feng, lazily lounging on a rock by the sea, letting the ocean breeze caress her. Has this fellow not realized he is using a straight hook? The little white fox woke from her nap, gazing through the clear waters at the small fish nibbling at the bait, unable to suppress her critique. Shaking her little head, she prepared to return to her slumber. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky, soaring on a sword. It was Qin Zining. Although her cultivation now allowed her to fly without a sword, she preferred the elegance of swordplay, so she continued to fly on her sword. Oh no! It's that wicked woman. The little white fox immediately sprang to her feet upon seeing Qin Zining, ready to flee. However, Qin Zining moved even faster, playfully embracing her and unabashedly kneading her. The little white fox, though restored to the first level of the Wheel Sea realm, found it utterly impossible to escape Qin Zining's grasp. Hee. After 2 days apart, your touch has indeed improved. Qin Zining chuckled as she spoke to the little white fox. Instantly, the little white fox wore a face of grievance, although it felt indignant. It was no match for Qin Zining and could only submit to her whims. She realized that this girl, while appearing innocent, cute, and kind-hearted, was actually more mischievous than her royal uncle. Why has my uncle taken up fishing? Qin Zining inquired as she cradled the little white fox and approached Qin Feng, who was still engrossed in fishing. I am merely cultivating my temperament in this leisure, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Qin Zining pondered for a moment before saying, Uncle, I must return now. Oh, are you feeling homesick? Qin Feng asked, perplexed, noticing that Qin Zining seemed to be enjoying herself here. It was somewhat unexpected that she would wish to leave. In a little over 10 days, it will be the Longevity Festival, and I must return to celebrate my father's birthday, Qin Zining explained slowly. The Longevity Festival marked the emperor's birthday, and as the most cherished daughter of Qin Zining, she naturally needed to return to pay her respects. Very well, just let me know when you depart, and I shall accompany you, Qin Feng replied casually. But uncle need not return with me. You may stay here a while longer, Qin Zining insisted. Chapter 81. The journey home. Qin Zining found the royal tomb far less engaging compared to Shiyun Island. There was no necessity for Qin Feng to accompany her back. He could linger on Shiyun Island a bit longer. It matters not to me where I am, Qin Feng stated. Simply call for me when you are ready to leave. All right then. Qin Zining nodded before departing to make preparations and bidding farewell to Lu Qingzhu and the others. The little white fox finally escaped Qin Zining's clutches and resumed its place atop a stone, digesting the effects of the medicine while basking in the warm sunlight. Qin Feng, however, felt a tinge of disappointment, suspecting that perhaps no fish would willingly bite today. 3 days later, an ancient vessel glided slowly above Shiyun Island. Qin Feng and Qin Zining prepared to depart, while Lu Qingzhu and several core members of the Lu family came to see them off. Qin Feng, are you really going back? Why not stay here a while longer? Lu Qingzhu implored. She felt that although Qin Zining had to attend her father's celebration, Qin Feng needn't rush back and could enjoy more time on Shiyun Island. I cannot, Qin Feng replied with a gentle smile. I shall visit my aunt again after some time. Very well, Lu Qingzhu conceded, then added, however, I have prepared some medicinal pills for you. You must accept them. With that, she produced some spiritual fruits and pills from her storage ring and handed them to Qin Feng. What are these medicinal pills for? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. These pills extend one's lifespan. Though they are not particularly precious and hold little value for cultivators above the Wheel Sea realm, you may find them useful, Lu Qingzhu explained, concerned about Qin Feng's relatively low cultivation level. Recently, while taking over properties from several prominent families, she had obtained some longevity-enhancing pills for cultivators below the Wheel Sea realm and selected the finest ones to gift to Qin Feng. Thank you, Aunt. Qin Feng accepted the pills with a smile. Although he had no use for them, it was indeed a thoughtful gesture from Lu Qingzhu, and he felt it unnecessary to be overly formal. After a brief pause, Lu Qingzhu continued, whenever you wish to visit, feel free to come. If any of those old fossils from the royal family dare to obstruct you, I shall personally go to the Imperial city and demand an explanation. As the Lu family now held dominion over the East Sea, even the old relics of the great Xia royal family would show her respect upon encountering her. All right, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. By the way, I have a jade pendant here that purportedly nourishes the meridians when worn. I would like to give it to you. He then presented a jade pendant to Lu Qingzhu. "It's beautiful. You are quite thoughtful," Lu Qingzhu remarked as she noticed the exquisite craftsmanship and immediately donned it around her neck. As for the supposed meridian-nourishing effect, she dismissed it. If such a miraculous item truly existed, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the Kanglan domain, and Qin Feng could never have acquired it. Little did she know that the jade stone was a genuine treasure obtained by Qin Feng from a spiritual stone vein, and its effects were indeed real. Afterward, she reluctantly exchanged a few more words with Qin Zining before the ancient vessel set sail towards the great Xia Imperial city. It was only when the vessel vanished from sight that she turned back to Shiyun Island with a heavy heart. Due to Qin Zining's need to return for her father's birthday celebration, the ancient vessel sailed at a much swifter pace than on the way to Shiyun Island. In just a few days, they arrived back at the Imperial Palace, which was bustling with activity. Servants and maids were preparing for the upcoming banquet. Although Qin Junyan disdained lavish displays, having recently ascended the throne, he felt it unwise to immediately alter the ancestral customs. Instead, he instructed that everything be kept simple and scaled down, allowing only a select group of loyal ministers and well-regarded officials to attend. This would not only motivate officials from other regions, but also deepen their understanding of public sentiment. With a thunderous sound, the immense ancient vessel descended in the square, drawing numerous gazes. Qin Junyan hurried over upon hearing the news and was pleasantly surprised to learn of Qin Feng's return, as he had expected him to linger longer on Shiyun Island. Nevertheless, since Qin Feng had already returned, he refrained from further comments, merely inquiring about his experiences there and the Lu family's stance towards the great Xia dynasty. After a brief conversation, Qin Feng returned to the royal tomb. "Ah, it feels so comfortable here." Returning to the royal tomb, he reclined in a chair, unable to suppress his contentment. It was not merely laziness that led him to rest in such a manner. He wished to guard the tomb of the founding emperor. So lazy. The little white fox, glancing at Qin Feng, shook its head. It had initially contemplated how to repay Qin Feng for his 2 acts of rescue, for it despised owing favors, particularly to men. Now it had a plan. The little white fox resolved that once its cultivation had sufficiently recovered, it would forcibly enhance Qin Feng's cultivation before departing. It would not require much. Elevating him to the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm would suffice. By then, the nearly powerless Qin Feng would undoubtedly be immensely grateful, and the debt of gratitude would be fully repaid. With that thought, the little white fox disregarded Qin Feng and found a spot to lie down, commencing the absorption of the medicinal effects. Meanwhile, atop a southern mountain, a thatched cottage stood surrounded by various rare herbs, the air thick with medicinal fragrance. A young man, serene in demeanor, sat in meditation like a hermit. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed into the distant sky. "The king of Jin, Qin Shenzhan, has arrived. How goes the plan?" The young man inquired slowly. Though the plan bore no direct relation to him, it held significant implications. A foolish woman devoid of intellect has, of course, been successfully persuaded, Qin Shenzhan replied. Pausing before continuing, "I have come today to ask for your head. Then allow me to extend my congratulations in advance," the young man stated as he drew a long sword from beside him. With a swift motion, the young man fell lifeless to the ground, his demise clean and decisive. Observing the body, Prince Qin Xuanshan's gaze was laced with complexity, though it quickly hardened into a steely resolve. A general's success often comes at the cost of countless lives. If his plan succeeded and he seized the throne, all sacrifices made would be deemed worthwhile. He would repay the Su family tenfold and achieve nobility and command. Shaking his head, Qin Shenzhan ordered the young man's head to be severed and presented to Su Shijun. He spoke slowly. He was a renowned scholar from the south, famed far and wide, with disciples scattered across the realm. The fact that it was his own brother who perished grants his words undeniable weight. The elder beside him nodded, hesitating momentarily before voicing his concern. "Your Highness, this plan consumes all the gratitude the late king had for Su Shijun. What are the odds of success?" "Humph. Since I have chosen to embark on this plan, I possess complete confidence in its success," Qin Shenzhan replied solemnly. "Years ago, the founding emperor sought to pass the throne to our lineage, but fierce opposition from the court forced him to relent. For years, the prince's residence has quietly gathered strength. And now that we have reached our zenith, it is time to reclaim what is rightfully ours." Qin Junyan's desire to weaken the regional princes was not the true motivation behind the prince's uprising. This scheme had been in the making since the founding emperor's younger son failed to seize the throne and was instead granted the title of Prince of Jin. The timing had never been right until the recent opening of the Spirit Path, which yielded innumerable treasures, enabling a surge of formidable practitioners in the Kanglan domain. prompting the princess residents to believe the moment had finally arrived. The elder, seeing Qin Xuanshan's unwavering confidence, nodded slowly and departed to seek out the illustrious southern scholar Su Shijun. Since Qin Junyan ascended the throne, Qin Feng had begun receiving regular and ample cultivation resources as per his commands. Additionally, Lu Qingzhu had gifted him numerous elixirs and spiritual fruits to enhance his cultivation and prolong his life. Qin Feng felt that failing to achieve a breakthrough soon would be inexcusable. Although his body was not a prodigy, it was far from worthless, and having maintained his appearance for so many years, he had reached the limits of a normal human. If he continued to remain weak in cultivation without any change in his visage, it would certainly raise suspicions. Thus, during one of Qin Zining's visits for a meal, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to ascend to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm before her eyes, much to her astonishment. After calculating, she realized that with the numerous elixirs he had consumed and his recent breakthrough, he could extend his lifespan by at least 70 or 80 years. For the foreseeable future, concerns regarding Qin Feng's longevity were alleviated. To celebrate his advancement, Qin Zining requested him to prepare an additional 2 dishes. As the festival of longevity approached, the atmosphere within the palace grew increasingly lively. Although Qin Feng was asleep in the royal tomb, he routinely called forth the system to check in during his half-conscious state. Ding! Congratulations, Master, check-in successful. You have received the concentrating mind technique. The system's unemotional notification snapped Qin Feng into full awareness. The concentrating mind technique? It seemed to pertain to the cultivation of spiritual awareness. He murmured to himself. Over the years of signing in, he had amassed numerous elixirs to restore and enhance his spiritual awareness, but he had never before obtained a technique for its cultivation. Thus, he was quite taken aback and promptly examined the information regarding the concentrating mind technique within the system's space. To condense spiritual awareness? After scrutinizing the details, Qin Feng was astonished to discover that this technique did not merely cultivate spiritual awareness, but rather aided in its condensation. The condensed spiritual awareness could be employed for combat, proving immensely formidable. This revelation filled Qin Feng with elation. The realms beyond the void refinement stage included martial domain, heavenly gang, and supreme. Ordinarily, only upon reaching the heavenly gang realm could one condense spiritual awareness to wield as a weapon. Yet this concentrating mind technique would enable Qin Feng to begin condensing his spiritual awareness even before achieving that stage, an extraordinary advantage indeed. Without hesitation, Qin Feng declared, integrate. Moments later, the information concerning the concentrating mind technique flowed into his mind, intricate and profound. Upon thorough examination, he discovered that while the technique facilitated the condensation of spiritual awareness for those below the heavenly gang realm, it also demanded a significant strength of spiritual awareness from the practitioner. If one's spiritual awareness was insufficiently powerful, mastering the technique would be futile. In 2 lifetimes, his spiritual awareness was already formidable, enhanced further by the ancient chaotic sword body and the numerous rare elixirs he had consumed over the years. Condensing his spiritual awareness should pose no challenge. Qin Feng mused to himself, filled with anticipation as he began to diligently comprehend the concentrating mind technique. Soon, the festival of longevity arrived. The entire imperial city buzzed with excitement. As the emperor's birthday, the festival was a day of celebration for the people. Arrows of spirit energy shot into the sky, bursting into vibrant fireworks, captivating throngs of citizens. In the grand hall, Qin Junyan sat at the head of the table, laden with an array of fruits before him, flanked by esteemed ministers and notable officials. This banquet not only honored Qin Junyan's birthday, but also served as an opportunity to reward his ministers. Your Majesty's exceptional talents have led to the unprecedented tradition of summoning local officials during the Festival of Longevity to gauge public sentiment. Under your governance, the great Xia dynasty flourishes, remarked the Minister of Personnel, rising to commend him. Many other officials echoed his sentiments, particularly the local officials, who were overwhelmed with gratitude for their first opportunity to attend the emperor's birthday celebration. Enough, please take your seats, Qin Junyan said with a hint of exasperation. He disliked the sycophantic praise from his ministers for merely performing his duties. Despite his repeated requests for them to refrain, they remained unchanged, leaving him with no choice. Upon his command, the ministers finally settled down. Today, I invite all of you to this banquet, and I shall establish a rule, Qin Junyan began slowly. During this feast, all may speak freely, regardless of what is said, right or wrong. No one shall be permitted to report or impeach anyone based on today's discussions. I will not pursue any matters arising from this. His intention was to encourage his ministers to express their views on the dynasty openly, particularly those local officials who had the clearest understanding of public sentiment. Your Majesty is wise, the ministers responded in unison, rising to speak. Your Majesty, there is a matter I wish to address, but I am uncertain if it is appropriate to do so. At that moment, the Minister of Rights stepped forward respectfully, inquiring, Did you not just say that all matters may be discussed freely? Speak. Qin Zining replied nonchalantly. P.S. To clarify, condensing spiritual awareness means to shape it into a tangible form. While everyone possesses spiritual awareness, it varies in strength. Chapter 83. The renowned scholar Su Shijun. In that case, I shall speak candidly. The Minister of Rights continued, Your Majesty has yet to appoint an empress since ascending the throne, and this matter cannot be delayed any longer. The position of empress is of utmost importance, not only as the maternal figure of the realm, but also for the stability of the inner court. I implore Your Majesty to make a decision soon. His words silenced the officials present. The appointment of an empress was no trivial matter. Under normal circumstances, they should have advised the emperor long ago regarding the absence of an empress. However, these high-ranking officials were merely fortunate to have survived the wrath of the Emperor Xia, and they were truly reluctant to risk their lives by becoming entangled in the intrigues of the harem. It was evident to discerning eyes that Qin Zining held the greatest affection for consort Zhao and her daughter, Qin Zining. Yet, it was the Empress Xu who had been designated by Emperor Xia for the throne. Those who stood forth to advocate for any candidate as empress risked a fate of irreparable ruin. To establish an empress? Qin Zining mused, momentarily pensive, before murmuring, I have been preoccupied with state affairs and truly did not wish to squander energy on other matters. However, I have now reigned for quite some time, and this issue certainly should not be delayed any further. The appointment of an empress was not a mere triviality. It entailed numerous rituals, sacrifices, and grand ceremonies, requiring several months of diligent preparation. Although he had initially been disinclined to invest time in this matter, he recognized that it could no longer be postponed. Upon hearing that Qin Zining had reached a resolution, the ministers present held their breath, uncertain of whom the emperor intended to name as empress. The Minister of Rights cautiously inquired, as such a question could only be posed by him. Why do you ask, dear minister? Qin Zining responded with a hint of confusion. Did I not already promise my father to establish consort Xu as empress? Having made that vow, he would adhere to it scrupulously. Otherwise, how could he set an example for the many ministers if he were to change decrees on a whim? Consort Xu. The statement elicited surprise from many in attendance. They had presumed that Qin Zining would undoubtedly name consort Zhao as empress, given his evident favoritism towards her and the remarkable talents of her daughter, Qin Zining. Moreover, with many soldiers from the Northern Army expected to be reassigned, the significance of establishing consort Xu as empress would diminish. Yet, to their astonishment, Qin Zining was determined to honor his original promise to make consort Xu empress, a decision that took many by surprise. Is there a problem? Qin Zining asked, observing the astonished expressions of the Minister of Rights and others. He had never contemplated breaking his promise. And no problem. The ministers hurriedly shook their heads. With the emperor's decision made and his commitment upheld, they dared not voice any dissent. Very well, this matter is settled. If anyone has further comments, feel free to speak freely, Qin Zining stated with a smile. However, no sooner had he spoken than a captain of the Imperial Guard hurried to his side and whispered a few words in his ear. The ministers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was unfolding. The esteemed scholar Su Shijun from the south has also come to the banquet? Qin Zining exclaimed, initially taken aback before breaking into a smile. What are we waiting for? Let us invite him in at once. In the contemporary world, only a handful of individuals are esteemed enough to be referred to as great scholars. These scholars possess unique styles, an innate pride, and regard wealth and positions as trifles, unflinchingly criticizing the court without mercy, earning the respect of scholars everywhere. Prior to the banquet, Qin Zining had contemplated inviting Su Shijun, but deemed it unlikely that the scholar would honor him with his presence, so he refrained. Thus, he was elated to learn of Su Shijun's willingness to attend. At your command, the captain of the Imperial Guard replied, promptly departing to fetch Su Shijun. Qin Zining, brimming with excitement, stood up. My lords, the southern scholar Su Shijun is coming to the banquet. Let us go out to welcome him. With that, he proceeded toward the hall's entrance. The ministers, astonished, could hardly believe that the venerable scholar had chosen to come of his own accord. Many among them held Su Shijun in the highest regard and quickly followed Qin Zining outside. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared outside the hall, his right hand clutching a wooden box, his expression grave as he approached. It was none other than Su Shijun. Upon seeing him, respect immediately flickered in the eyes of the ministers. I have come to pay my respects, Your Majesty, Su Shijun said, bowing deeply. This unexpected display of reverence made Qin Zining slightly uncomfortable, for even in the presence of his father, these scholars had not shown such deference. You honor me too much. Please, come inside, Qin Zining urged, stepping forward to assist Su Shijun. Your Majesty, I have come to offer my apologies, Su Shijun replied, not making any immediate move to enter the hall. Apologies? Qin Zining was taken aback. What do you mean, esteemed sir? What have you to apologize for? I have failed in my duties as a guardian. My younger brother has committed the heinous crime of treason, Su Shijun slowly articulated. His words left both Qin Zining and the ministers in a state of bewilderment. Although the Su family was a prominent southern clan, their lineage had been one of scholars, and they were not particularly powerful. How could one of their number be guilty of treason? What do you mean by that, esteemed sir? Qin Zining inquired, confused. Consort Shu, along with her brother, the northern general, conspired to rebel. During a visit to the Li family, she demanded a lethal poison, intending to poison your majesty, Su Shijun explained. The revelation caused a wave of shock to ripple through the assembly. His words struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves across the gathered officials. Did I hear you correctly? Consort Shu and her brother conspired to rebel and sought to poison me? Qin Zining asked, incredulous. He could hardly believe it. Had it been anyone else making such claims, he would have erupted in fury. However, since it was Su Shijun, a revered scholar of the South, he restrained his anger, albeit still in disbelief. Though the northern general commanded a formidable army, his family resided in the south, and military supplies were transported from there. Furthermore, the generals commanding the eastern and southern forces had greater numbers combined than the northern army. Besides, there was only one cultivator of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm within the northern army. If Consort Shu and her brother attempted rebellion, their failure was virtually guaranteed, leading only to their demise and the annihilation of their clan. What I speak is the absolute truth, Su Shijun affirmed, opening the wooden box slowly. Upon learning of this treachery, I acted decisively to eliminate my younger brother in order to come to the Imperial city and offer my apologies. As he spoke, he retrieved a severed head from the box, belonging to the young man who had previously committed suicide after meeting with Prince Qin Shenzhan. Chapter 84. A plot within a plot. The sight of Su Shijun's brother's head left all present in stunned silence. Initially, they had not believed that Consort Shu and her brother would conspire against the emperor, assuming Su Shijun may have merely heard a rumor. However, upon witnessing the severed head, their perceptions shifted. The esteemed scholar Su Shijun would not joke about his younger brother's life. It would serve him no purpose. If your majesty has doubts, I am prepared to confront Consort Shu directly, Su Shijun stated calmly. Bring Consort Shu here, Qin Zining commanded sternly. The gravity of Su Shijun's actions, bringing his brother's head to the palace, had led him to accept the possibility of Consort Shu's intent to poison him, especially considering the esteemed scholar's high standing. The captain of the Imperial Guard, upon hearing these orders, promptly turned and departed for the harem to summon Consort Li Manman. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with tension. If Consort Li Manman truly conspired with her brother, the northern general, it would be a catastrophic revelation, sparking widespread turmoil throughout the dynasty. Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. The captain of the Imperial Guard soon returned alone, urgency etched upon his features. What has happened? Qin Zining questioned, perplexed. Consort Shu is dead, the captain declared. What did you say? Qin Zining instantly inquired. Is she not in the harem, preparing the banquet with the other consorts? How did she suddenly perish? Just moments ago, I sent someone to summon Consort Shu, and she appeared visibly anxious, as if troubled by something. However, she did not articulate her concerns and consented to accompany my subordinate here. The Imperial Guards reported that while en route, Consort Shu's complexion turned exceedingly pale, her breathing became rapid, and upon collapsing to the ground, she drew her last breath. Upon hearing this, all present were taken aback. Wasn't Consort Shu plotting to poison Qin Zining? How could she have died so unexpectedly? Your Majesty, according to the report from the leader of the Imperial Guards, Consort Shu was indeed poisoned by narcissus powder. At that moment, Su Shijun interjected, speaking slowly. She must have sensed that her scheme had been exposed and, fearing the consequences, took poison to end her own life. Indeed, narcissus powder, though colorless and tasteless, is not devoid of toxicity. It was merely a deception by Prince Qin Shenzhan, who misled Consort Shu. Once ingested, it can claim a life within a very short span. When Prince Qin visited Consort Shu, he sprinkled a special fragrant powder on himself, which, during their conversation, would infiltrate her system through inhalation. Meanwhile, Su Shijun, as he approached with the leader of the Imperial Guards, discreetly sprinkled another kind of powder on him. Both powders were harmless, But the simultaneous inhalation of both by Consort Shu would immediately expose her to the deadly effects of Narcissus powder, creating the illusion of her committing suicide out of guilt. The notion of Narcissus powder? Suicide out of guilt? Qin Zinin's expression darkened. At that moment, the leader of the Imperial Guard spoke again. Your Majesty, I discovered this small jade vial within Consort Shu's storage ring, he said as he presented the vial with a respectful gesture. This small vial is typically used by my younger brother for storing medicine. However, I never anticipated that he would concoct poison and conspire with Consort Shu. Su Shijun, with an expression of disappointment, implored, I beseech your Majesty to punish him accordingly. There is no need for such formality, my dear sir. Qin Zining swiftly aided him, stating, this matter is not of your doing, and your prompt decision to expose your kin's treachery and travel such a distance to report it to the palace is commendable. Otherwise, I might have met an untimely demise today. The greatest scholar of the realm orchestrated a scheme involving the life of his younger brother. Coupled with Consort Shu Li Manman's inherent desire to poison Empress Zhao, such a convoluted plot could ensnare even the most astute of rulers, let alone the newly enthroned Qin Zining. He had completely placed his trust in Su Shijun. Thank you, your Majesty, for your magnanimity. Su Shijun expressed his gratitude once more. Please return to the inn and rest, my dear sir, Qin Zining said gently. Very well, Su Shijun nodded, and under the guidance of attendants, he departed the palace. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? After Su Shijun had left, many ministers voiced their concerns. First, let us find the individuals guilty of capital crimes to test the vial and ascertain whether Consort Shu was indeed poisoned by its lethal contents. Qin Zining replied solemnly. Simultaneously, we must immediately summon 200,000 troops from the generals stationed at the eastern, western, and southern borders to converge with the 100,000 elite soldiers of the Imperial city. The northern border army possesses 500,000 troops, and out of caution, I shall mobilize 700,000. Understood, the assembled ministers responded respectfully. The longevity banquet was promptly concluded, and the ministers busied themselves. Several senior officials also proposed specific strategies, such as instructing the armies approaching from the other three directions to bypass the Imperial city and directly flank the northern border army. The Jinyui's deputy suggested detaining Su's family to intimidate the northern general. However, Qin Zining dismissed all these proposals, as he found it difficult to believe that northern general Li Fengqi would rise in rebellion, a course that would inevitably lead to his demise. He ordered that a messenger be dispatched northward to summon Li Fengqi back to the palace. Although Qin Zining had instructed the Jinyui to seal the information, the news of northern general Li Fengqi's collusion with his sister consort Shu to poison the emperor and plot rebellion quickly spread throughout the entire Daxia dynasty. A wave of panic ensued. That was a formidable army of 500,000 elite troops stationed in the north. Should they march southward, countless cities would be ravaged, and many innocent lives would be displaced. Within the northern border army's encampment, upon receiving the news, General Li Fengqi was utterly bewildered. Although he had been displeased with the court's intention to withdraw a portion of the northern army, he never entertained the thought of rebellion. In the north, Li Fengqi was akin to a sovereign, and he would never risk the annihilation of his clan by attempting insurrection. General, envoys from the court have arrived, requesting your return to the imperial city to meet the emperor. At that moment, a deputy commander entered the general's tent and respectfully informed Li Fengqi. Return to the imperial city to meet his majesty? Li Fengqi responded immediately. Where are the court's envoys? Bring me to them. He believed that Qin Zining still trusted him. Otherwise, he would not have sent for him. However, just then, another deputy came to report. General, Prince Qin has arrived. The deputy spoke solemnly. He says that if you do not meet him immediately, you will surely regret it. This encampment is fortified, and with an army of 500,000 ready to form battle formations, Prince Qin Shunzhan, despite being accompanied by two formidable cultivators of the second realm, would not dare to storm in recklessly. Otherwise, he would certainly meet his demise. Prince Qin has come? Li Fengqi was astonished. He had not expected the prince to arrive at this moment. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, Allow Prince Qin to enter. I shall hear what he has to say. Very well. The deputy nodded and then exited the general's tent. Before long, a figure cloaked in black robes slowly entered the tent. It was none other than Prince Qin Shunzhan. Chapter 85, The Rebellion. Does General Li still wish to return to the imperial city to see Qin Zining at the risk of annihilation? Upon entering the tent, Qin Shunzhan coldly remarked, Why do you say that, Prince? Li Fengqi replied, Upon returning to the imperial city, I will clarify everything. With His Majesty's wisdom, he should recognize that I have no intention of rebellion. Qin Shunzhan laughed heartily and said, Does the general truly believe that Qin Zining is unaware of your intentions? This is merely a scheme devised by Qin Zining. He killed your sister to force you into rebellion. He delights in sowing discord, and it never fails. Nonsense. Why would His Majesty compel me to rebel? Li Fengqi could hardly believe it. It is simple. Qin Zining has never considered making your sister empress. Qin Shenzhan retorted coldly. Only by branding you and your sister with the charge of treason can he both elevate Empress Zhao and avoid the disgrace of betraying the late emperor's wishes. This is ultimately just your speculation. Li Fengqi's expression turned grim as he replied coldly. Even if this is merely speculation. Do you think that after Qin Zining's thorough investigation, you will meet a favorable end? Qin Shenzhan sneered. Over the years, as you have guarded the north, how much military funding have you embezzled? How many women have you trafficked to the northern wastelands? How many peasants' lands have you seized? Once Qin Zining uncovers these truths, even if you never intended rebellion, he will ensure your utter destruction. Before the execution of the plan, he had already thoroughly investigated Li Fengqi. What the court could not uncover, Qin Shenzhan could. For much of what Li Fengqi had done, he himself had been complicit, and he understood better than anyone how Li Fengqi had conducted these affairs and concealed them. Corrupt officials investigating corrupt officials are always precise in their findings. Hearing Qin Xuanshan's words, Li Fengqi was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had been preoccupied with the thought of his own innocence, oblivious to the transgressions of his past, which could not withstand Qin Zining's scrutiny. Now, if he wished to preserve his life, there was but one path to tread. Qin Shenzhan spoke slowly. What path? Li Fengqi asked in a low voice. To raise an army. Qin Shenzhan pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. Raise an army. Although Li Fengqi had anticipated Qin Xuanshan's intention, his complexion turned ashen upon hearing those two words. He grimaced. I command merely 500,000 troops. And even if I include the two formidable Purple Mansion experts I have secretly recruited, that totals only 3. Should we raise an army, defeat is inevitable. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. If it were a dead end, would I urge you to proceed? Qin Shenzhan replied calmly. You will raise an army in the north to draw the imperial forces into a siege, while I and the other 4 princely kings will stealthily approach from the south, launching a lethal strike against the imperial army from behind. Upon hearing this, Li Fengqi, who had initially looked pale, suddenly brightened. Excellent. With the cooperation of the princely kings, we shall surely vanquish the imperial forces. Elated, Li Fengqi had thought his demise was certain, yet Qin Xuanshan's arrival had bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope. Thus, the two began to deliberate the specifics of their ambush against the imperial army. In the ensuing month, the great Xia dynasty was engulfed in tumult. General Li Fengqi, championing the cry of purging the court, rallied 500,000 troops to rebel. The populace was gripped with trepidation. This formidable force, seasoned in guarding the north against the northern barbarians and deterring the demon sect, comprised elite warriors, even possessing the highest-tier battle formations of the great Xia dynasty. Despite the court mobilizing 700,000 troops in the imperial city, alongside several Purple Mansion experts, stabilizing public sentiment proved elusive, with rumors proliferating. Numerous northern cities saw their defenders surrender before the might of the northern army, too fearful to resist. In a bid to quell the rising unrest, Qin Zining proclaimed he would personally lead the charge to crush the 500,000 troops under Li Fengqi's command. Under his command, the 700,000 troops marched resolutely towards the north. Qin Zining had never contemplated defending the imperial city, for to do so would mean abandoning the northern populace to the ravages of the northern army. Over time, should the people's hearts falter, even with 700,000 troops, he could scarcely hope to defend the imperial city. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, the imperial mausoleum remained tranquil. Though Qin Feng reclined in his chair, his consciousness was immersed in a realm of spiritual awareness, consolidating his divine sense. After enduring countless arduous attempts, a nascent form finally coalesced in his consciousness, radiating an enigmatic resonance. The silhouette bore a resemblance to Qin Feng, appearing as a miniature figure seated in meditation. However, the figure remained indistinct, its features obscured. Surely this time it will succeed, Qin Feng murmured to himself, feeling a flicker of excitement, as this marked his closest approach to success since beginning his cultivation of the divine concentration technique. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when the outline within his consciousness shattered, dissolving into wisps of divine sense, vanishing into the abyss of his mental space as if it had never existed. Another failure to consolidate his divine sense. Coughing, Qin Feng's pallor deepened. Each unsuccessful attempt inflicted considerable damage upon his divine sense. Compared to his usual state, His perception of the surrounding world had diminished significantly. Alas, is my divine sense still insufficiently robust? He lamented, shaking his head in resignation, unable to recall how many times he had failed. Nonetheless, he refused to succumb to despondency. Retrieving 3 spirit recovery pills from his spatial ring and consuming them, preparing to attempt the consolidation of his divine sense once more. Typically, a practitioner would not dare to continue after a failure of breakthrough or divine sense consolidation without several years of recovery, as a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Yet, Qin Feng remained undeterred. He possessed ample spirit recovery pills to mend his damaged divine sense, an invaluable treasure that other practitioners would revere, but for Qin Feng, they were akin to mere confectionery. Just as he was about to continue his efforts, an unexpected visitor appeared in the Imperial mausoleum, the long-absent Chu Xiong. Your Highness. Chu Xiong saluted with respect upon seeing Qin Feng. With Qin Zining now ascended to the throne, his address had naturally changed to Your Highness. Qin Feng nodded, then inquired, what brings you to the mausoleum? Isn't the military training in the Imperial city quite rigorous lately? Your Highness is unaware? Chu Xiong replied, puzzled. Most of the troops from the Imperial city have accompanied His Majesty on his expedition. I, having sustained injuries, remained to guard the city. Expedition? Qin Feng asked, perplexed. Ever since signing in to the divine concentration technique, he had been absorbed in his practice, largely ignorant of external affairs. Witnessing Qin Feng's genuine lack of awareness, Chu Xiong was momentarily speechless, reflecting on how leisurely Qin Feng had been. The rebellion of the northern general was a matter of great concern, yet he appeared entirely oblivious. Chu Xiong proceeded to disclose the recent events to Qin Feng. The Empress Dowager seeks to poison Junyuan. General Li Fengqi has rebelled. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression turned grave, and he murmured, Junyuan has barely ascended the throne and is already faced with such a grave crisis. I wonder if he can manage the situation. Compared to the seasoned former emperor, Qin Junyuan was still too youthful. His Majesty's personal expedition, leading 700,000 troops and over 10 Purple Mansion experts, will undoubtedly quell the rebellion, Chu Xiong asserted confidently. Qin Feng, however, remained silent, sensing that matters were not so straightforward. Li Fengqi had no substantial reason to rebel. He was at a disadvantage militarily and lacked any Purple Mansion experts in his ranks. This battle was destined for failure, akin to courting death. Although he felt something was amiss, Qin Feng refrained from voicing his thoughts to Chu Xiong. Subsequently, he inquired further about the recent developments until evening fell, at which point he allowed Chu Xiong to depart from the mausoleum. Just as Chu Xiong exited, the little white fox, awakened by the conversation, leaped onto Qin Feng's chair, gazing at him with eager eyes. What, do you wish to taste my cooking again? Qin Feng queried, somewhat exasperated. The last time Qin Zining had visited, he had cooked for her, and the little white fox had partaken in the meal, instantly becoming enamored with his culinary skills. She now sought his dishes with increasing frequency. Nodding vigorously, she indicated her desire, having found Qin Feng's cooking irresistible, far surpassing even the finest chefs of her fox clan. She even entertained thoughts of whisking Qin Feng away to cook for her for a lifetime. You've already grown quite plump. We can discuss this later, Qin Feng remarked, gently lifting the little white fox by the scruff of her neck and tossing her into the nearby thicket. I have matters to attend to today. With that, he rose and strode toward the exit of the mausoleum. You scoundrel! How dare you call me fat? I shall bite you to bits. The little white fox fumed. Glaring at him, she despised being called overweight. Unfortunately, her words merely sounded like the chattering of a fox to Qin Feng, who paid her no heed. After rolling a few times in the grass, when she finally got up, Qin Feng had already wandered far away. The little white fox glared fiercely at Qin Feng, but ultimately restrained herself from biting him, as she still wished to savor the meals he prepared in the future. Exiting the palace, Qin Feng made his way directly towards the post station. From the information provided by Chu Xiong today, he suspected that if there were issues at hand, the most problematic figure would undoubtedly be Su Shijun, as everything stemmed from his words. The scheming Xu Fei had died without uttering a single word. Meanwhile, at the post station, an elderly servant hurried to the room where Su Shijun resided. Master, a letter from the Jin Wang has arrived, he said respectfully. What does it say? Su Shijun inquired coolly. He has instructed us to find a way to poison the generals guarding the Imperial city during this time. The old servant replied slowly. Once he leads his army northward and collaborates with Li Fengqi to annihilate the 70,000 troops led by Qin Junyuan, he will immediately turn to attack the Imperial city. Reply to Qin Shenzhan that I can poison those generals at any moment, but he must not forget his promise. Su Shijun remarked, taking a sip of tea. The reason he assisted Qin Shenzhan this time was not only to repay a debt of gratitude, but also because, aside from being a great scholar, he secretly practiced as a poison master. The Su family was renowned as a family of poison masters, requiring a vast population to cultivate poisons. This was something the world could hardly tolerate. However, Qin Shenzhan had promised Su Shijun that once he ascended to the throne, he would allocate a province to the Su family, allowing them to cultivate poisons without interference. Understood, the old servant nodded and prepared to send the reply. But just then, the door to the room suddenly creaked open. A figure slowly stepped inside. "Who goes there?" the old servant exclaimed in shock. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, how could someone enter unnoticed? It seems my suspicions were correct. "You are indeed colluding with Qin Shenzhan in a scheme," Qin Feng said, having overheard the conversation between Su Shijun and the old servant. "Who are you?" Su Shijun's eyes glinted coldly as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. "How could you enter here so silently? Are you at the Purple Mansion realm?" He found it hard to believe, as Qin Feng's attire clearly indicated he was of the same generation as Qin Junyan. At such a young age, how could he possibly be at the Purple Mansion realm? "Close enough," Qin Feng replied indifferently. "Since I am already aware of your collusion with Qin Shenzhan, you might as well divulge his specific plans to me." "Haha." Su Shijun laughed mockingly. "Do you think your Purple Mansion realm can threaten me? You underestimate poison masters." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and an aroma quickly filled the entire room. "Oh, you are a poison master?" Qin Feng was taken aback. He had read about such a profession in ancient texts but had never encountered one, as poison masters were despised in the cultivation world and hunted down by all. He had assumed Su Shijun merely purchased poison, but it turned out he concocted it himself. Chapter 87. Bad news realization struck too late. Su Shijun coldly declared, "The entire inn has been laced with deadly poison. Anyone who enters will be immediately afflicted." That aroma was merely the catalyst for the poison. Even cultivators below the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm will find their spiritual energy halted and their bodies rendered powerless. He believed that at Qin Feng's age, even if he had fortuitously reached the Purple Mansion realm, he would at most be at the 1st level and would be unable to withstand such deadly poison. No wonder poison masters were universally despised. "Truly insidious, a strategy so hard to guard against," Qin Feng remarked calmly. "If you wish to live, kneel and submit. Given your commendable martial talent, I could allow you to become my loyal servant." Su Shijun slowly proposed, believing he was being generous, expecting Qin Feng to be overwhelmed with gratitude. "Apologies, but you shall be sorely disappointed," Qin Feng retorted coldly. "Since you refuse to share Qin Xuanshan's plans, I shall uncover them myself." As he spoke, he stepped forward, coming face to face with Su Shijun. The old servant attempted to move, but was immediately suppressed to the ground by the aura emanating from Qin Feng, his face pale and unable to budge. "What? You are unaffected by the poison?" Su Shijun exclaimed in disbelief. "How could this be?" "Perhaps because I have already reached the void refinement realm," Qin Feng replied, mystical symbols gradually appearing in his eyes as he began to delve into Su Shijun's consciousness. No, although Su Shijun appeared to be a proud and noble scholar, he was, in reality, exceedingly cowardly and could not endure the agony of Qin Feng probing his memories, letting out a scream that was stifled by the aura surrounding Qin Feng, rendering it inaudible. In a short while, Qin Feng had perused all of Su Shijun's memories, not only uncovering Qin Xuanshan's plans, but also acquiring several poison recipes. "You. How can you possibly be at the void refinement realm?" Su Shijun gasped, staring at Qin Feng in terror. Given Qin Feng's age, such a prodigious talent had never been seen in the history of the Kanglan domain. Both he and the old servant struggled to comprehend this reality. "What does it matter? You are still on a path to death," Qin Feng said indifferently. With that, the aura he released crushed both Su Shijun and the old servant into a mist of blood. Subsequently, Qin Feng activated his technique, absorbing all the deadly poison within the inn into his body. Although this poison posed no threat to him, it proved quite effective for body refining. As he felt the poison coursing through him, Qin Feng murmured to himself. He had intended to assess the poison's potency, but his formidable physique rendered it negligible. If Su Shijun had heard this, he would surely have been enraged, as the hundreds who had perished testing his poison had been in vain, with Qin Feng merely using it for body refinement. Without lingering at the inn, Qin Feng emerged and gazed towards the Imperial city. Qin Shenzhan was colluding with the 4 great feudal lords to ambush the 70,000 troops led by Junyan in concert with Li Fengqi. If that is the case, isn't Junyan destined for defeat? Qin Feng pondered aloud. Although the laws of the Great Xia limited the number of personal troops feudal lords could train, The five great lords had quietly raised nearly 600,000 troops in secret. Moreover, with the opening of the spiritual pathways, numerous heavenly materials and treasures had emerged, leading to a surge of powerful cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm within the Kanglan domain. The Purple Mansion experts hired at great cost by the feudal lords were not fewer than those led by Qin Zining. Even with 70,000 troops, Zining would undoubtedly face certain defeat when besieged by the combined forces of the feudal lords and Li Fengqi. Regrettably, Su Shijun had no knowledge of Qin Xuanshan's precise plans or the locations where the armies of the feudal lords would converge. Otherwise, I could simply locate them and eliminate them, Qin Feng muttered. The numerical superiority of hundreds of thousands of troops might pose a challenge to cultivators below the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, but to those above, they were akin to insects. Shaking his head, Qin Feng departed from the Imperial city, soaring northward. Although he was unaware of where Qin Shunzhan and the other major feudal lords would converge to march northward, he comprehended their intentions clearly. They aimed to launch a surprise attack from behind the formidable army led by Qin Zining. He resolved to bide his time patiently. Over the subsequent 2 months, the northern conflict raged with intensity. Qin Zining commanded an army of 700,000, wielding absolute advantage in the war. One by one, he subdued cities and repelled the forces led by Li Fengqi at Yinmen Pass, preparing to annihilate them completely. The previous atmosphere of panic had ceased to spread. Qin Zining, personally leading the charge alongside numerous high-ranking officials, allowed himself a moment of respite, believing that the insurrection would soon be quelled. Beyond Yinmen Pass, over 600,000 troops lay encamped. Within the central command tent, Qin Zining was engaged in discussions with several esteemed ministers and generals about strategies to defeat Li Fengqi's forces. The towering Yinmen Pass was easily defensible, yet challenging to breach, fortified by tactical formations. They deliberated on how to conquer the pass at minimal cost. Your Majesty, a confidential report from the Jinui commander has just arrived. At that moment, a soldier hurried into the central tent, kneeling on one knee. A report from the Jinui commander? Qin Zining responded, puzzled. As Li Fengqi's army was already cornered within Yinmen Pass, their troop deployments were well known. Why the urgency from the Jinui commander? With a sense of unease, Qin Zining opened the document. In the next instant, his expression stiffened. What troubles your Majesty? The other generals and ministers inquired. Their faces filled with concern. The Jin Prince and the other 5 feudal lords have united in rebellion, leading an army of 600,000. Along with over a dozen formidable experts, marching toward us. Qin Zining's countenance darkened. According to the intelligence from the Jinui, they will arrive here in no more than 2 days. The training locations of the feudal lords were exceedingly clandestine during this time. Their troops had silently converged from various directions, and only recently had they assembled on a large scale, discovered by the Jinui. What? The Jin Prince and his allies have all joined in rebellion? The faces of numerous ministers and generals paled at the news. Since the Emperor of Xia began preparing for Qin Zining's ascension, the feudal lords had been remarkably docile, refraining from any outrageous actions. Even during Qin Zining's coronation, there had been no disturbances, and their behavior had been more restrained than ever before. They had believed the feudal lords had settled down, only to be blindsided by their uprising at this critical moment. With an army of over 600,000, if we are attacked from both sides, we may find ourselves in peril, the general of the southern forces remarked gravely. His extensive experience commanding troops had been honed during previous campaigns against barbarian threats in the south, and he had been at the forefront of the battles against Li Fengqi's forces. Indeed, we must avoid being caught between 2 fronts. After a brief pause, Qin Zining inquired, is it possible for us to crush Li Fengqi's army within Yinmen Pass in the next 2 days, and then use the pass as a natural barrier to defend against the Jin Prince's assault? Upon hearing this, the southern general wore a bitter smile. The Yinmen Pass is far too perilous. To defeat Li Fengqi's forces, we would require at least half a month. 2 days is utterly impossible. The other generals present echoed his sentiment, their expressions revealing resignation. If not for the formidable nature of Yinmen Pass, Li Fengqi would not have retreated there. What shall we do? A minister asked anxiously. We may have no choice but to temporarily withdraw to the nearest city and summon additional troops for reinforcements. The southern general replied solemnly. As his words echoed in the tent, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Everyone recognized that this was the most prudent course of action. Yet none dared to voice their agreement for fear of Qin Zining's disapproval. After months of fierce conflict, they had expended tremendous resources to corner Li Fengqi, and the thought of retreating felt unbearable to them. Moreover, such a retreat could severely undermine the emperor's authority. Thus, let us proceed as the general suggests. Retreating to avoid being caught between 2 fronts, Qin Zining declared without hesitation. His greatest strength lay in recognizing the talents of others. He understood that commanding troops was not his forte. His purpose for this campaign was merely to bolster morale, and as long as the southern general's decisions faced no opposition from others, he never interjected. He cared little for the preservation of imperial dignity. What he sought was peace across the land and the well-being of the populace. Understood. The southern general, seeing Qin Zining's acquiescence, promptly set about preparing for the withdrawal. They needed to execute this retreat with precision to prevent Li Fengqi's forces from launching a counterattack. However, at that moment, a thunderous sound of war drums reverberated outside. Your Majesty, Li Fengqi's troops within Yinmen Pass have taken the initiative to march out. A deputy hastily entered the central tent, breathless. Li Fengqi has taken the initiative? Qin Zining was taken aback. Does he not intend to hold his position? Haha, this is truly a divine favor for your Majesty. The other high-ranking officials exclaimed joyfully. If Li Fengqi emerged for a decisive battle, victory would be assured, and they would no longer need to fear being attacked from both sides. Yet the southern general wore a grave expression. Li Fengqi's emergence may not bode well for us. He stated somberly, if he does not engage us in battle but instead seeks to delay our retreat, our situation will become exceedingly precarious. Upon hearing this, Qin Zining's expression darkened. Although Li Fengqi's army had suffered severe losses, they still numbered in the hundreds of thousands. If he merely sought to stall their retreat for 2 days, it would be an effortless endeavor. What do you suggest we do, General? Qin Zining inquired. Regardless, since Li Fengqi has taken the initiative, we must ascertain his intentions, whether he seeks a decisive confrontation or simply aims to delay us, the southern general replied, somewhat resigned. In such a scenario, if they attempted to withdraw forcefully, they would only be pursued by Li Fengqi's army, suffering devastating losses. Qin Zining nodded in agreement, subsequently instructing the southern general to personally lead in advance against Li Fengqi's forces, hoping to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, they were destined for disappointment. Li Fengqi had already coordinated with the Qin prince and the other feudal lords. His purpose in emerging from Yinmen Pass was solely to harass and delay Qin Zining's army of 700,000 for 2 days, never intending a decisive battle. In the following 2 days, the Qin prince, along with the other 4 feudal lords commanding an army of 600,000, marched swiftly toward Yinmen Pass. The entire force advanced in battle formation, poised for combat, emanating a formidable aura that instilled fear in all who beheld them. The news of their united front against Qin Zining and Li Fengqi spread rapidly throughout the empire, creating a palpable atmosphere of dread. Upon learning that the Qin prince commanded an army of 600,000, the noble families and sects within the empire were convinced that Qin Zining's forces were destined for defeat. Countless ancient vessels sailed day and night toward the south, delivering lavish gifts to the Qin prince, hoping to curry favor with the future ruler. My lord, we should reach Yinmen Pass by this evening. A general respectfully informed the Qin prince during their march. At that moment, the Qin prince, Qin Shenzhan, sat astride a magnificent golden-haired lion, clad in heavy armor, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. Qin Shenzhan coldly remarked, Li Fengqi has delivered news to me. Over the past few days, he has steadfastly restrained Qin Zining's army, rendering them unable to retreat. If we arrive today and annihilate Qin Zining's forces, the realm shall be ours. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with greed and excitement. Haha. The king of Qi and several other feudal lords laughed heartily. This operation has been remarkably effortless, thanks to the meticulous planning of King Qin. Indeed, without King Qin, we would not have such ease in seizing the world. They all praised Qin Shenzhan, as if they could already envision themselves standing atop the imperial city, gazing over the realm. After all, as long as their army could reach Yinmen Pass, the outcome would be decided. This is not solely my merit, Qin Shenzhan said nonchalantly. Without the staunch support of several lords, my 150,000 troops would be insufficient for such a grand ambition. Though he had devised a plan to utilize Su Shijun's lethal poison against the other feudal lords, he could not reveal it just yet. King Qin was modest, while the other lords chuckled in agreement. Qin Shenzhan said nothing further and continued leading the army toward Yinmen Pass. However, shortly thereafter, the army came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 89. Someone blocks the way. What is happening? The sudden stop of the army left the central figures, including King Qin and Qin Shenzhan, looking perplexed. At that moment, a general hurriedly approached from the front lines. Your Highness, there is someone blocking the way ahead. The general said, clearly anxious. Nonsense. If someone is obstructing our path, then kill them. Is it necessary to report this to us? Qin Shenzhan shouted angrily. Before the armies had converged, They had already silenced numerous witnesses to keep their northern advance a secret. Every village and town they passed had been thoroughly slaughtered. Indeed, just kill them. Can one person truly impede our 600,000 troops? The other feudal lords echoed, their voices rife with scorn. They felt the impending battle with Qin Zinin's forces was imminent, and the sudden halt of their army boded ill. Your Highness, it's not that I do not wish to kill, but that person appears far too formidable, the general lamented. He is likely a powerful practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm. A practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm? Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanshan's brow furrowed. Could it be that Qin Zining could not spare troops to obstruct us and instead sent a single Purple Mansion cultivator to stand in our way? This possibility resonated with the other feudal lords, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Qin Xuanshan's assessment. In that case, a glint of coldness appeared in Qin Xuanshan's eyes. Let us summon the Purple Mansion experts we have invited to take his head and raise our banner. Boost morale. Excellent. The other feudal lords nodded in unison. Soon, they summoned their respective Purple Mansion experts, leading them to the front lines of the army. Their aim was twofold: to eliminate the obstruction and to showcase their power, inspiring the soldiers. At that moment, several hundred yards ahead of the 600,000 strong army, Qin Feng sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, an ethereal sword aura shimmering around him. In front of him lay several hundred cavalrymen, annihilated by the sword energy. This was the essential route from the south to Yinmen Pass. Ever since Qin Zining had forcefully Fengqi back to this location, Qin Feng had awaited their arrival. Honing his spiritual perception, the cavalrymen had not been slain by Qin Feng's hand. They simply succumbed to the sword energy surrounding him. Are you a royal enforcer? Qin Shunzhan approached the front lines, gazing coldly at Qin Feng. Have you come to abandon the darkness for the light and surrender to us? Or do you wish to throw yourself against the oncoming tide? The last time he had seen Qin Feng, he was merely a boy of 10. Moreover, Qin Feng had avoided drawing attention during his journey by not donning royal attire. Thus Qin Shunzhan did not recognize him as the former crown prince. Neither. Qin Feng replied slowly, his eyes opening languidly as he regarded the 600,000 troops before him. I am here to kill you all. Upon uttering these words, Qin Feng rose slowly, his demeanor indifferent as he surveyed the vast army. The declaration left Qin Shunzhan and his companions momentarily stunned, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. However, their surprise quickly morphed into laughter. Haha, you, a mere individual, dare to obstruct my 600,000 strong army, supported by over a dozen Purple Mansion experts? Qin Shunzhan laughed heartily, his eyes alight with mockery. I have encountered many who overestimate themselves, but never one so utterly deluded. Is 600,000 troops truly a great number? Qin Feng's expression remained impassive, unperturbed by the vast army before him. As he spoke, the nearly transparent sword aura surrounding him began to swirl. A golden sword spirit slowly coalesced in his hand. Truly, you are exceedingly arrogant. Qin Xuanshan's eyes glinted with frost. He then commanded a nearby Purple Mansion expert. Bring me his head for a blood sacrifice to our banner. Understood. The cloaked Purple Mansion expert responded coldly, his figure vanishing in an instant as he transformed into a flurry of afterimages, charging toward Qin Feng with astonishing speed, revealing his peak cultivation at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. However, Qin Feng did not move. The Purple Mansion practitioner, upon colliding with the sword energy enveloping Qin Feng, was instantly torn to shreds, obliterated without a trace. The sight stunned everyone present, their expressions filled with horror and disbelief. A wave of astonishment rippled through the ranks. What just happened? They murmured. That fellow didn't he even lift a finger, yet our Purple Mansion expert perished inexplicably? Within the ranks, voices of shock and incredulity erupted. They questioned whether they had mistakenly perceived the event. The spectacle had been too astonishing. How did he accomplish that? Qin Shunzhan stared at the scattered remnants on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice trembling. A first-level Purple Mansion expert had not even been able to approach Qin Feng before being annihilated? This was utterly terrifying. Gulp. The king of Qi swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. This man's cultivation appears far beyond our expectations. The strongest swordsman among the royal enforcers was that old man surnamed Chun. Was it not? When did such a formidable individual emerge? The other feudal lords were equally engulfed in dread. Not only them, but the other Purple Mansion experts were also shaken by the previous scene, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, unable to fathom Qin Feng's true level of cultivation. Curse it. No matter how strong he is, what does it matter? Qin Shunzhan gritted his teeth, suppressing his shock. We have 600,000 troops, and so many Purple Mansion experts. I refuse to believe we cannot kill him. He then issued a military command. The 600,000 army awakened the battle formation. Boom. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the air grew turbulent. The battle formation formed by 600,000 troops was fearsome and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, a faint blood-red glow enveloped each soldier, significantly enhancing their presence. Moreover, they established a unique connection among themselves. Within this formation, any injury sustained by a single soldier would be shared among the other 600,000 soldiers. This was truly a formidable sight. It is crucial to understand that these soldiers are cultivators, and with the enhancement of their battle formations, they have become even more formidable. If the damage can be distributed among them, even a formidable being at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm may struggle to slay many soldiers, and instead, risk being vanquished by them. Therefore, let us see if your army of 600,000 can withstand the might of my sword. Qin Feng spoke with indifference. As he spoke, a golden sword soul had already coalesced in his right hand. This sword soul, formed from pure sword intent, was adorned with intricate golden inscriptions around the hilt, exuding an immensely terrifying sword aura. Utterly arrogant. Kill for me. Qin Shunzhan bellowed. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of soldiers surged towards Qin Feng. Each soldier radiated an increasingly dazzling brilliance. Boom. At that moment, 100-foot-long golden sword light surged forth, sweeping towards the soldiers. This golden sword light unleashed a frightful sword intent, leaving a terrifying chasm in its wake, as if the earth itself were being torn apart. Chapter 90. The Corpse Drivers? Witnessing this terrifying sword light, both the 600,000 soldiers and the powerful beings of the Purple Mansion realm were engulfed by profound fear. Their eyes filled with panic, realizing they could not possibly withstand it. However, there was no retreat. They could only brace themselves and charge forward. Boom. As the two forces collided, a dreadful wave of energy erupted between heaven and earth, deafening in its intensity. The rampant energy surged outward like a tsunami, obliterating everything in its path. Boulders and trees were reduced to dust, leaving a desolate wasteland, as if the apocalypse had descended. This horrifying spectacle continued for a considerable time until the energy waves gradually dissipated and calmed. Under the might of Qin Feng's terrifying sword, the formation of the 600,000 soldiers shattered, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties. The remaining soldiers sustained varying degrees of injuries, losing their combat effectiveness and writhing in pain on the ground. Even the summoned beings of the Purple Mansion realm fared no better, suffering just as much as the soldiers. The scene was utterly shocking. In stark contrast, Qin Feng remained unscathed amidst the overwhelming energy fluctuations, not even the slightest disturbance to his form. His clothes billowed in the wind, giving him an ethereal appearance akin to that of an immortal. No, this cannot be. It is impossible. Qin Shunzhan uttered in disbelief, gazing at the scene before him. His army of 600,000, accompanied by more than 10 powerful beings of the Purple Mansion realm, could not withstand even a single sword strike. As I mentioned earlier, a mere 600,000 troops cannot impede me. Qin Feng remained composed. He bore no intentions of slaughter, for the clash between Qin Zinin's forces and Li Fengqi would surely result in heavy losses on both sides. These soldiers could serve as reinforcements for the Northern Town Army and several other forces. At this moment, Qin Xuanshan's eyes were filled with terror, rendering him speechless. Enough with the trivialities. Your bodies will be of use to me. Recently, having utilized the demon-absorbing pearl to absorb the ominous energy from the battlefield, Qin Feng spoke with indifference. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping towards Qin Shunzhan and his men. No. Amidst their terrified cries, all of them were caught in the whirlwind and cast into the distant mountains. Qin Feng did not linger, turning to depart, leaving behind the remaining 50,000 soldiers, each in a state of utter bewilderment, questioning whether they had fallen into a nightmare. Their 600,000 troops were intended to annihilate Qin Zinin's forces, yet they were suddenly left in disarray, even witnessing the capture of Prince Jin and others. Who was that formidable being just now? Could it be the sword master who once severed the ancient corpses of the corpse drivers? It was said that he had no ties to the great Xiao royal family. Whispers of disbelief circulated among the soldiers. Even though those at the forefront had perished under Qin Feng's sword, the remaining soldiers had not even seen his visage. Yet, an indistinct figure wielding a long sword was forever etched in their minds, a memory they could never forget. Meanwhile, within a dense forest, Qin Shunzhan and the others, swept away by the tempest, crashed heavily to the ground. As they landed, Qin Feng had already arrived. Who exactly are you? Why do you aid Qin Zining? Terrified, Qin Shunzhan and several other feudal lords questioned with confusion. To them, Qin Feng appeared to be at least at the 7th or 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, perhaps even stronger, an invincible presence in the entire Kanglan domain. They could not fathom what conditions Qin Zining had offered to enlist the help of such a powerful being. Because he is my third brother, is that reason not sufficient? Qin Feng replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shunzhan and the others were momentarily stunned, clearly unable to process the revelation. Moments later, their expressions changed dramatically. Qin Feng. You are actually Qin Feng. They finally understood why they felt a sense of familiarity when they first encountered Qin Feng. In this world, only two individuals could refer to Qin Zining as their third brother. The only one they had not seen for many years, even absent from Qin Zining's coronation ceremony, was Qin Feng. But you are still under 100 years old. How could you possibly be this powerful? Qin Shunzhan's eyes brimmed with incredulity. Not to mention, they had never heard of Qin Feng's extraordinary talent. Even if Qin Feng were indeed gifted, being confined within the royal tomb for so many years should have led to his martial arts languishing. Regardless, I am already destined to die. What use is it to know so much? Qin Feng replied indifferently. As he spoke, a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from his palm. What do you intend to do? Faced with Qin Feng, Qin Shunzhan, and the other feudal lords, as well as the powerful beings of the Purple Mansion realm, were engulfed in terror. Having so effortlessly vanquished 600,000 troops, they now fully grasped Qin Feng's terrifying nature. Yet, they could not comprehend why he had not killed them outright, but instead brought them to this forest. Didn't I just mention it? I require your bodies for a purpose. Qin Feng stated coolly. I wish to test my corpse-controlling technique and see how well I have mastered it. Having comprehended the corpse-controlling technique, he had yet to put it into practical application. Now that Qin Shunzhan and the others were present, he intended to utilize their bodies to experiment with the technique. The corpse-controlling technique? You are one of the corpse drivers. A powerful being of the Purple Mansion realm exclaimed in horror. Wasn't he the corpse driver's sect obliterated by a mysterious powerhouse? How could such a practitioner still be alive? Ignoring their words, Qin Feng swiftly formed hand seals, embedding various symbols into their bodies. The corpse-controlling technique allows for the manipulation of both corpses and living beings. While it is simpler to manipulate corpses, those bodies rarely possess the ability to wield martial arts from their previous lives, fighting merely through sheer physical strength. However, directly manipulating living beings is an entirely different matter. As this was his first attempt at utilizing the corpse-controlling technique, he chose to start with the more challenging aspect. Soon, the forest echoed with the sound of anguished cries, hauntingly tragic and startling the birds into flight. Qin Shunzhan and his companions were filled with regret, lamenting their decision to rebel instead of remaining as noble lords. Now, they feared they would not only lose the throne but also face a miserable demise. Amidst their screams and pleas for mercy, Qin Feng remained expressionless, devoid of any compassion. The suffering they endure now pales in comparison to the malevolence they once wrought. In the days leading up to the imminent arrival of the Jin King's army, General Qin Zining led his forces, intent on confronting Li Fengqi in a decisive battle. Yet the latter remained entrenched behind Yanmen Pass, evading engagement. Preparations for a retreat from Yanmen Pass were thwarted, and the news of Jin King Qin Xuanshan's approach compounded the anxiety within the ranks of over 600,000 troops, resulting in a palpable decline in morale. Only the 20,000 troops commanded by the General of the South and the 10,000 from the royal camp maintained a semblance of high spirits. In stark contrast, Li Fengqi's forces were brimming with confidence and vigor. From his vantage atop Yanmen Pass, Li Fengqi gazed down upon Qin Zining's army, his eyes glinting with mockery and derision. A deputy approached him, bowing deeply, and conveyed the message that the Jin King's envoy had just arrived, signaling the imminent arrival of their forces at Yanmen Pass. Let us emerge from the pass and confront Qin Zining's army directly, the deputy urged, to facilitate a rear assault that will lead to their annihilation. Excellent. Li Fengqi laughed heartily, his voice laced with malice. After years of warfare, I have never felt so constrained. Relay the command. We shall emerge from the pass and engage Qin Zining in a battle to the death. At your command, the deputy replied respectfully. The news of Qin Xuanshan's advancing army swiftly spread throughout Yanmen Pass. Hundreds of thousands prepared to exit the pass and confront Qin Zining's forces head-on. Such proximity ensured that their intentions were not lost on Qin Zining. Your Majesty, it appears that Li Fengqi's army intends not merely to harass us, but to engage us in a decisive battle, the General of the South remarked darkly. Is the Jin King's army nearly upon us? Qin Zinin's eyes reflected a mix of frustration and desperation. Despite their efforts over the past 2 days, they had failed to vanquish Li Fengqi's forces or effectuate a retreat. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited them should Qin Shenzhan's army arrive. I refuse to succumb to defeat so easily. Your Majesty, we must hasten the departure of Elder Qin and the others to ensure your safety. The general of the south advised. Indeed, this place is perilous. Father, you must leave at once. Qin Zining echoed, her concern palpable. Having witnessed countless battles and undergone a brutal crucible, she radiated an aura reminiscent of Lu Qingzhu. A nation cannot survive a day without its sovereign. Several influential ministers concurred, each nodding in agreement. They were united in their belief that victory was nearly unattainable. Remaining here was far too dangerous for Qin Zining. A discreet escape with the protection of Elder Qin and the other powerful figures from the Purple Realm was the only hope for survival. If I abandon my post, the morale of our forces will undoubtedly collapse, extinguishing any flicker of hope for victory. Qin Zining countered resolutely. By remaining here, I may still possess a glimmer of opportunity to conquer Qin Xuanshan's forces. Even if defeat is inevitable, I can still inflict substantial damage upon them, buying time for the officials in the royal city to muster troops for defense. After careful consideration over the past 2 days, he had resolved that, regardless of the outcome, he must strive to inflict grievous losses upon Qin Xuanshan's army, thereby granting the officials within the royal city the necessary time to gather forces for its defense. The general of the south and others exchanged glances, uncertain how to counter his reasoning, for his logic held undeniable merit. In this critical moment, should Qin Zining retreat, despair would undoubtedly follow. Enough of this. Focus on troop deployment and prepare for the impending conflict, Qin Zining urged slowly. Ideally, we shall annihilate Li Fengqi's forces before Qin Shenzhan arrives. Though he recognized the unlikelihood of this outcome, he felt compelled to offer encouragement. Very well. The general of the south and the other commanders nodded in agreement. Wasting no further time, they began coordinating their troops for battle. An hour later, fierce combat erupted outside Yanmen Pass. Charge! The cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the air. On the expansive battlefield, soldiers clashed, their differing auras colliding and unleashing waves of spiritual energy. The confrontation between the commanders in the sky was particularly intense. Despite the ongoing warfare, soldiers continued to fall. The ground littered with corpses, the scent of blood saturating the air, a scene of utter carnage. Even though Qin Zining's forces possessed a numerical advantage in Purple Realm experts, their soldiers' morale was dismal, while their adversaries surged with enthusiasm. Furthermore, Li Fengqi's objective was not merely to obliterate Qin Zining's army, but to sow chaos among them. As the battle commenced, the two sides became irrevocably intertwined, with the Purple Realm experts constrained by the need to avoid harming their own troops, resulting in a stalemate. Those who do not wish to accompany this cowardly emperor to the grave, distance yourselves from the battlefield. Li Fengqi roared, single-handedly contending with two adversaries of equal strength. His voice imbued with spiritual energy resonating across the battlefield. This rallying cry resonated with the soldiers of the Northern Army, igniting their fervor. The news of the Jin King's impending ambush was already widespread. Now, with Li Fengqi leading the Northern Army in a fervent assault and their voices rising like a tidal wave, the morale of Qin Zining's forces plummeted, some soldiers even beginning to flee. The army of this cowardly emperor is weak. They will crumble without the Jin King's forces. A highly esteemed deputy within the Northern Army laughed, his voice amplified by spiritual energy, echoing throughout the battlefield, further elevating the spirits of the Northern troops. This cannot continue. Qin Zining, who had been guarding Qin Zining, observed the dramatic drop in morale, her face a mask of concern. After a moment's hesitation, her gaze fixed upon the deputy. Great River Sword Intent, she cried, unleashing her most formidable sword technique towards him. The torrent of her sword intent was formidable, instilling fear in all who beheld it. What? The deputy, who had only recently attained the Purple Realm, was preoccupied with guarding against other experts and was taken by surprise at Qin Zining's sudden assault. His face paled in terror as he turned to flee. Yet, facing Qin Zining's unleashed Great River Sword Intent, he had no hope of escape and was swiftly vanquished by her strike. With a splash of crimson, his body plummeted to the ground, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Witnessing the fall of their adversary, the troops led by the general of the south and those from the royal camp surged with renewed vigor, fiercely battling the Northern Army. For the next 2 hours, the battlefield was engulfed in relentless and intense combat. Despite the Northern Army's heightened morale, they were outmatched in both the number of Purple Realm experts and overall troop strength. and gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. What is happening? It's been 3 hours, and night is nearly upon us. Why hasn't the Qin King's army arrived? Li Fengqi bellowed, drenched in blood and frustration. The other deputies wore grim expressions. As per the Qin King's secret message, their forces should have arrived half an hour ago. Look, the Qin King approaches. At that moment, a deputy pointed to the distant sky with unrestrained joy. Chapter 92. An unexpected turn. The man at the forefront is none other than Prince Qin Shenzhan. Ha! Prince Qin has arrived. Splendid! Li Fengqi exclaimed, his laughter echoing. With the support of Prince Jin's army, we shall swiftly vanquish the forces of that treacherous emperor. Though he felt a twinge of curiosity, perplexed as to why Qin Shenzhan and several other feudal lords did not personally lead their troops to assault Qin Zining from the north, he dismissed the thought, believing that hope had finally emerged. Welcome, Prince Qin. Welcome, Prince Qin. The soldiers of the northern town army, who were embroiled in a fierce battle, also began to cheer. Their spirits reignited. Previously, they had suffered heavy losses, but now, with the arrival of Prince Qin and his entourage, they felt that the arduous struggle could soon come to an end, and the forces led by Qin Zining could be utterly crushed. With the arrival of Qin Shenzhan's army, everything seemed to be over. Simultaneously, the soldiers under Qin Zining's command were overwhelmed with despair. They had not yet witnessed the 60,000 troops of Qin Shenzhan flood onto the battlefield. But the mere presence of Qin Shenzhan led them to believe that the army must have arrived. They speculated that he intended to encircle them without engaging in direct combat, hoping for their surrender. The morale that had recently surged plummeted to an all-time low. Curse it! If only we had one more hour, just 1 hour. We could utterly destroy Li Fengqi's forces. Heaven does not favor us. They could only hope for a chance to inflict significant damage upon Qin Shenzhan's army later on. General of the southern town and his companions, upon spotting Qin Shenzhan and the other feudal lords soaring through the sky, also wore expressions of profound bitterness. During the past 2 hours, they had believed that Qin Shenzhan's army had been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Thus, they were determined to eliminate Li Fengqi's forces first. Once they secured the Yanmen Pass, they would no longer fear the arrival of Qin Shenzhan's troops. However, just as they were on the verge of defeating Li Fengqi's army, Qin Shenzhan and his allies unexpectedly arrived. Zicheng, find a way to leave this place and do not concern yourself with me any longer, Qin Zining said, his hopes dashed and despair evident in his voice. He could accept his own death, but his daughter, with her unparalleled sword body and unimaginable potential, must not perish here. Father, Qin Zicheng wanted to say more, but with a clang, Qin Zining drew the sword of the emperor, preparing to ascend and engage in a life-and-death struggle with Prince Qin and his companions, defending his final dignity. Even in certain defeat, he aimed to inflict heavy losses upon his adversaries. Other generals and high-ranking officials shared his resolve, ready to make a final stand. Meanwhile, Li Fengqi, brimming with joy, swiftly approached Qin Shenzhan, floating in the air. He bowed respectfully, his voice imbued with spiritual energy as he proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed lords." In an instant, his voice resonated across the battlefield, halting the fierce combat, and all eyes turned skyward to behold the figures of the few lords. The soldiers of the northern town army were overwhelmed with excitement, while those under Qin Zining's command were engulfed in despair, bracing themselves for the final confrontation. Yet, the subsequent events took everyone by surprise. With a thunderous crash, Qin Shenzhan, without uttering a word of greeting, unleashed a powerful martial technique, launching himself toward Li Fengqi. It was utterly unexpected. Although he had only been at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm during his lifetime and was now even weaker, this sudden strike caught Li Fengqi off guard, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. "What are you doing, Prince Qin?" Li Fengqi shouted in disbelief as he fell back. Looking at Qin Shenzhan, the others on the battlefield were equally stunned. What was happening? Wasn't Qin Shenzhan here to assist Li Fengqi? Indeed, why has he suddenly attacked Li Fengqi? A chorus of bewildered voices arose. Both the soldiers of the northern town army and those led by Qin Zining were left flabbergasted, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, high above, Qin Shenzhan paid no heed to Li Fengqi's inquiries and continued his assault. Not only he, but the other feudal lords and the powerful beings from the Purple Mansion realm followed suit. "Qin Shenzhan, have you all gone mad? Why are you attacking me instead of swiftly eliminating that treacherous emperor?" Li Fengqi roared. However, instead of a response, he was met with an even fiercer onslaught from Qin Shenzhan and his allies. His face turned ashen, yet he had no choice but to defend himself. In the sky, a fierce battle erupted. The dazzling clash of martial techniques erupted into brilliant bursts of light. Qin Shenzhan and his allies fought ruthlessly, each strike aimed at ending Li Fengqi's life, leaving everyone on the battlefield in a state of shock. What are you waiting for? Come help me. Li Fengqi gritted his teeth and shouted. Although it was Qin Feng's first time controlling corpses in battle, the feudal lords and the powerful beings from the Purple Mansion realm could not fully unleash their potential, yet they fought without fear of injury, willing to stake their lives. Li Fengqi could not withstand such a ferocious assault. Quick, assist the general. The deputy generals of the Northern Town Army and the two Purple Mansion realm experts finally reacted, shouting as they joined the fray. The battle in the sky intensified, becoming more complex and fierce, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies plummeting to the battlefield below. What on earth is happening? Qin Zining watched the scene in disbelief. His uncle, who had clearly brought troops to flank him, was now suddenly attacking Li Fengqi. We are equally perplexed. Several high-ranking officials and generals replied with bitter smiles. The developments had completely surpassed their expectations. Your Majesty, I dispatched scouts to investigate the battlefield perimeter, and Qin Shenzhan has not brought the 60,000 troops. The general of the southern town reported respectfully to Qin Zining, adding, it is only Prince Qin Shenzhan, and a few strong individuals. The moment Qin Shenzhan arrived, he had immediately sent his deputy to investigate the deployment of the 60,000 troops, only to find that the battlefield perimeter was utterly deserted. What? There are no 60,000 troops at all? Qin Zining exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. How is that possible? Just a few days ago, we received a secret letter from the Brocade Guards, and numerous agents were dispatched to confirm the information. It was absolutely reliable. I dispatched over 200 scouts to survey the battlefield, and indeed, there are no 60,000 troops of Qin Shenzhan. The general of the southern town said, his expression complex. At this revelation, not only Qin Zining, but all the generals and high-ranking officials were left astonished, unable to fathom the situation. How could Qin Shenzhan, who was said to be leading 60,000 troops, have brought none of them here? Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances. This is good news for us. One high-ranking official was the first to respond, solemnly stating, we should seize this opportunity to completely eradicate this rebel force. Indeed, Qin Zining nodded in agreement, subsequently commanding, launch a full-scale assault and crush the rebels in one fell swoop. He did not wish to annihilate them, but aimed to defeat and capture them. While the soldiers had followed the rebellion, they were not entirely innocent. However, nurturing these hundreds of thousands of soldiers had drained the dynasty's resources, which could not withstand such expenditure. As you command. The general of the southern town and several generals respectfully acknowledged. They swiftly departed to direct the battle, leaving only Qin Zining by Qin Zining's side to guard against any potential threats. Soldiers, the enemy has no reinforcements. Charge. The furious roars of the commanders resounded across the battlefield. If they had said this earlier, these soldiers might not have believed it. However, now that Qin Shenzhan has taken action against Li Fengqi, what is there left for these soldiers to doubt? Attack. In an instant, a fiercer battle erupted. After enduring such a prolonged conflict, the Northern Town Army had already suffered heavy losses, viewing Qin Shenzhan's 600,000 troops as their last ray of hope. Now, witnessing that Qin Shenzhan not only failed to bring his army, but also turned against Li Fengqi, their morale plummeted to an all-time low. Faced with the counterattack commanded by the Southern Town General, their defeat was swift and overwhelming. The tide of battle shifted towards a complete rout. Within less than half an hour, the conflict was entirely concluded. The battlefield was littered with soldiers from the Northern Town Army who had surrendered, kneeling with their hands on their heads. Some fled the scene, but were swiftly pursued by cavalry sent by the Southern Town General. Thunderous sounds echoed as the defeated Northern Town Army fell, and in the sky, Li Fengqi and his companions were not faring any better. Once the formation collapsed, they, devoid of special protection, became vulnerable before Chun Lao and others on the battlefield, easily overwhelmed. It wasn't long before they were all gravely injured, crashing to the ground and creating deep craters in the hard earth. Damn it, Qin Shenzhan, may you meet a terrible fate. Li Fengqi, suppressed and severely wounded, bellowed in anger. He could not comprehend why Qin Shenzhan had suddenly changed his mind. By allying with him, they could have defeated Qin Zining and seized the throne. Yet he chose instead to assist Qin Zining. They were all stripped of their cultivation and taken to be transported to the Imperial city. The Southern Town General coldly observed the lamentations of Li Fengqi and the others. Several vice-generals stepped forward, incapacitating Li Fengqi and his companions, binding them with chains, and leading them away. Awaiting them would be a trial by the three departments and a dark, oppressive dungeon. After the war concluded, in a dim forest, Qin Feng opened his eyes. Having utilized the corpse control technique for the first time, he had not managed to harness the combat potential of the corpses, yet overall, it was a commendable effort. He murmured to himself, The corpse control technique demands an exceptionally high level of spiritual awareness. Typically, disciples of the corpse-controlling sect require decades of practice to master it. However, for Qin Feng, it had been a mere 3 hours. Regrettably, these corpses were too feeble to warrant further investment of his energy. Satisfied yet slightly disheartened, Qin Feng decided against retaining the corpses for further enhancement. Shaking his head, he resolved to depart from that place. On the blood-soaked battlefield, Qin Zining regarded his victorious army, feeling a tumult of emotions. Within a mere few days, he had oscillated between despair and hope, as if traversing the realms of heaven and hell, bearing immense pressure within. At last, victory seemed assured. "Father, are you all right?" Noticing Qin Zining's unusual expression, Qin Zining hastily inquired, "Shall I summon the Imperial physician for you?" "No need. The Crown Prince and the others are injured. Quickly, send the physician to attend to them." Qin Zining replied solemnly, gazing at the bloodied form of Crown Prince Qin Shenzhan suspended in the air. Although he was uncertain why Qin Shenzhan had chosen to assist him, he felt it imperative to ensure medical aid for him to prevent further deterioration of his injuries. The others, upon hearing this, turned their gazes towards the figures of Qin Shenzhan and the others in the sky, their expressions a mixture of complexity, utterly bewildered by their intentions. Suddenly, Qin Shenzhan and his companions appeared to faint simultaneously, plummeting from the sky and crashing to the ground. What is happening? Upon witnessing this, Qin Zining and the others were astonished, rushing forward. However, when they got closer to Qin Shenzhan and the others, their expressions changed drastically. None of them were breathing. They had perished. The southern town general exclaimed in shock. How could this be? They seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. How could they suddenly die? Qin Zining was incredulous. Even if they had been severely injured in battle, it was implausible for them to all perish at once, and so abruptly, as if it had been preordained. At that moment, the Imperial physician hurriedly arrived, urgently examining Qin Shenzhan and the other lords. "Your Majesty, these individuals have been dead for at least 3 hours. After a brief moment, the physician's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. He had witnessed the battle between Qin Shenzhan and Li Fengqi clearly. How could it be that Qin Shenzhan had been dead for over 3 hours? What? Dead for over 3 hours? Qin Zining stood in stunned silence. Not only he, but the other generals and ministers were equally astonished. The notion that individuals who had been deceased for 3 hours had just engaged in battle before their eyes was utterly ludicrous. Indeed, they have been dead for 3 hours. The physician stated gravely after a pause. "I suspect they were corpses manipulated by the corpse-controlling sect's techniques." His words caused a wave of shock to sweep through the gathered crowd. They exchanged glances, realizing that if Qin Shenzhan and his companions had indeed died 3 hours prior, this was the only conceivable explanation. Could it be that the corpse-controlling sect is aiding us? Qin Zining furrowed his brow. That is impossible. The corpse-controlling sect is our sworn enemy, and they were eradicated long ago. How could anyone suddenly assist us? Others also frowned, deeming it improbable. Their enmity with the corpse-controlling sect ran deeper than their conflicts with demons. The extermination of the demons had been a collaborative effort among several major dynasties, whereas the decimation of the once mighty corpse-controlling sect had been achieved solely by the Great Xia dynasty. At that moment, a scout-like soldier rushed through the battlefield, panting. "Your Majesty, we have located Qin Xuanshan's 600,000 troops." The scout knelt on one knee, his face betraying palpable shock. "Located them? Where?" Qin Zining immediately asked. "Why did they not accompany Qin Shenzhan here? The 600,000 troops have already been defeated." The scout replied slowly. In an instant, those present were dumbfounded. They questioned whether they had misheard. 600,000 troops were not to be taken lightly. They were the culmination of years of effort from several feudal lords. Even Shun Lao and his companions would find it challenging to escape unscathed from such a force. The scouts claimed that the 600,000 troops had been thoroughly vanquished left them in utter disbelief. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The southern town general barked. "That is 600,000 troops. Besides the army we lead, there is no other force in the Great Xia dynasty capable of contending with them. How could they possibly be defeated without reason? If the scouts were not personally trained by him, he would have suspected them of treachery." "General, I would never dare to speak lightly," the scout replied, his expression filled with helplessness. "Those 600,000 troops were defeated over 3 hours ago, and it was not by any army, but by a single individual. From the defeated soldiers, he had pieced together the general sequence of events." "One person?" The southern town general was taken aback, his brow furrowing even deeper. "What exactly is going on?" The scout revealed everything he had learned from the defeated 600,000 troops without reservation. Upon hearing his words, Qin Zining and numerous high-ranking ministers and generals were momentarily struck with astonishment. One person wielding a sword had vanquished an army of 600,000. They were all in awe, struggling to fathom the terrifying spectacle that must have unfolded. Some even questioned the veracity of the scouts' claims. After all, it was an army of 600,000, bolstered by battle formations. How could it possibly be so easily defeated by a single individual? Let us investigate, Qin Zining said solemnly. Hearing is but a mirage, seeing is believing. Subsequently, he and his companions urged the scout to lead them toward the direction where the formidable army had been shattered. At this moment, among the 600,000 troops, aside from their commanders, very few had managed to flee. Most were seated in meditation, tending to their injuries while awaiting the arrival of the Imperial forces. These soldiers understood that if they surrendered willingly, Qin Zining would punish them, but at least their lives would be spared. Conversely, if they attempted to escape and were captured, death was a certainty. In no time, Qin Zining and his entourage arrived at the scene, gasping in disbelief. The many generals and ministers could not help but draw in a sharp breath at the sight of the disheveled and devastated army. The atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming sword intent. Elder Qin's expression turned grave as he remarked, "This feels familiar. It is reminiscent of the sword master who has aided us on several occasions. Since the demise of that old eunuch, I have encountered the remnants of Qin Feng's sword intent multiple times, and it is unmistakably the same. To crush an army of 600,000 with a single sword strike. Even a formidable expert at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm would find it exceedingly difficult." General Zhun Nan's countenance reflected his concern as he pondered aloud. It seems that only a master at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm could achieve such a feat. One must realize that while a 5th-level expert is not in danger against 600,000 troops, to shatter them with a single stroke is utterly implausible. A sword cultivator of such prowess must undoubtedly be at least an 8th-level expert. The 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm? Upon hearing this, a minister interjected. The sword master who previously assisted us in vanquishing the corpse transport sect's ancient corpses was only at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, was he not? How could he have ascended to the 8th level in merely a few decades? Each realm's progression slows significantly after reaching the 5th level, typically requiring at least 50 years to advance to the 6th level, let alone the 8th. Indeed, this increase in cultivation speed seems rather extraordinary, echoed several other generals and ministers, all expressing their incredulity. The mysterious sword master possesses unfathomable abilities, beyond our comprehension, Elder Chun remarked gravely. After all, that enigmatic sword master had once coalesced an avatar in the spirit road to save Qin Zining. Suddenly, a general recalled something and exclaimed, "Could it be that the one controlling the corpses of the crown prince and the others was indeed this sword master?" His words stunned those present, who then experienced a moment of realization. They had previously wondered why the corpse transport sect had managed to control Qin Shenzhan to assist in their assault on Li Fengqi. If it were not the sect, but rather the sword master who had helped them multiple times before, everything fell into place. However, the question remained, how could such a sword cultivator also have the energy to practice the corpse transport sect's techniques? Doubts surfaced among the attendees. The mysterious expert's prowess in the sword arts was already a monumental challenge to cultivate. How could he also find time to master those other skills? Yet, their astonishment and confusion went unanswered. What is the emperor contemplating? General Zhun Nan noticed Qin Zunyan's silence and could not suppress his curiosity. "I am pondering the true identity of that enigmatic master," Qin Zunyan replied gravely. If his assistance stemmed solely from a connection to the Daxia Imperial family, he should not have intervened in my conflict with Qin Shenzhan, as he is also a member of the royal family. His choice to aid me seems rather peculiar. I suspect he may be one of our own from the Daxia Imperial lineage. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, realizing the validity of his analysis. If the mysterious sword master were merely connected to the royal family, there would be no reason to obstruct Qin Shenzhan, for he too was a royal member. This greatly heightened the possibility that he shared blood ties with Qin Zunyan. If that conjecture holds true, then the Daxia Imperial family has gained a formidable ally at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, one minister exclaimed with excitement. Lowering his voice to avoid alerting the soldiers nearby, others shared in the exhilaration, but the question lingered. Who could he possibly be? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zunyan, his brow furrowed in thought, declared, "Among our royal kin, there is none who resembles an 8th-level sword master. They frequently encountered the royal descendants residing in the capital and its vicinity, yet none seem to possess such remarkable prowess. I believe your majesty should instruct the Jinui to conduct a covert investigation of the palace under the pretext of seeking enemy spies," Elder Qin suggested gravely. If that mysterious sword master is indeed a member of the royal family, he is likely concealed within the palace. Hearing this, Qin Zining felt a pang of hesitation. The mysterious sword master had previously advised against probing into his identity, wishing to avoid disturbing him. Let us first secure the battlefield, and, upon our return to court. Deliberate on this matter, Qin Zining finally decided. He intended to consult with Qin Feng upon returning to the capital, seeking his wisdom on whether to conduct a discreet investigation of the palace. In the time that followed, several generals began to direct their soldiers in cleaning the battlefield and documenting all who surrendered. They also ensured that those responsible for the slaughter of civilians during the Northern Army's campaign were executed. The most active was General Zhen Nan, who wasted no time and led 15,000 troops northward. While the eastern, western, and southern fronts of the empire remained relatively stable, the northern front faced a different reality. Following Li Fengqi's insurrection, northern defenses were vulnerable, allowing the northern barbarians to invade and plunder. He was determined to rally his forces to drive the invaders away and rescue the common folk from their plight. After the battle concluded, Qin Zining did not hasten to return to the capital. Instead, he took residence at Yanmen Pass. He planned to remain in the north for a time, working to restore the people's trust. The chaos brought on by Li Fengqi's rebellion had left the northern territories in ruins, with countless cities destroyed and many citizens displaced. His presence would not only serve to oversee local officials, but also stabilize the hearts of the people. Meanwhile, news of Li Fengqi and Qin Xuanshan's defeat began to spread rapidly throughout the empire. Many individuals have taken an interest in this rebellion. Not only various noble families and sects within the Great Xia dynasty, but also several other prominent dynasties. Although these dynasties hesitated to invade and annex, fearing the wrath of the imperial family of Great Xia, which might lead to mutual destruction, they remained vigilant observers. However, no one anticipated that the ultimate victor would be Qin Zining, leaving all in astonishment. It is noteworthy that the combined forces of Li Fengqi and Qin Shenzhan amounted to an impressive 1 million. Moreover, it was later reported that Qin Shenzhan, in exchange for territorial concessions, had enlisted the aid of over 10 formidable experts from several powerful sections. From any perspective, it seemed certain that Qin Shenzhan would emerge victorious. They were utterly perplexed as to why Qin Zining triumphed in the end. Soon, rumors of a mysterious sword master who single-handedly vanquished an army of 600,000 began to circulate. This revelation was even more astonishing than the news of Qin Zining's victory. How could a single enigmatic sword master have defeated such a colossal force? Was this master of the sword perhaps an individual of the 8th rank or higher in the Purple Mansion realm? Could it be that this mysterious figure was none other than the renowned Sword Immortal, who once annihilated the demonic sect with but a single stroke? Such a master should possess extraordinary power. Yet, why would the Sword Immortal choose to assist Qin Zining? In a flash, discussions erupted throughout the Kanglan domain, filled with awe at the sword master's might, while simultaneously questioning the motivations behind this assistance. Various speculations emerged, with many believing that the one who intervened was indeed the Sword Immortal. However, there was no consensus on why the Sword Immortal would act against Qin Xuanshan's forces. Some theorized that the Sword Immortal was affiliated with the Great Xia imperial family, while others suggested that Qin Xuanshan's arrogance might have inadvertently offended the Sword Immortal. Even more audacious conjectures posited that such powerful beings acted on a whim, without the need for justification, perhaps merely wishing to test their swordsmanship against the vast army. As for the rumor of Qin Xuanshan's forces being turned into ancient corpses, it remained confined to the inner circles of high-ranking officials and generals. And with Qin Zining's orders to seal such information, it failed to disseminate. After departing from the dense forest, Qin Feng did not rush back to the Imperial mausoleum. Instead, he sought a tranquil location deep within a seldom visited mountain range, preparing to once again attempt the condensation of his spiritual consciousness. Although the corpse-controlling techniques of the corpse-chasing sect demanded high standards for spiritual consciousness, successful cultivation would enhance his spiritual acuity significantly. Qin Feng felt that he was on the verge of success. In the depths of this remote mountain range, there lay a vast lake, its surface shimmering under the sunlight. At the center of this lake, sitting half a foot above the water, was a figure in a meditative posture, exuding an aura of tranquility and serenity. With no detectable fluctuations of energy, he appeared as if he were a lifelike statue. Even the fish swimming in the lake showed no fear, some even daring to nibble at the garments that draped into the water. Qin Feng maintained this serene state for an entire month. By the end of this period, the birds and beasts that frequented the lake had grown accustomed to his presence, perceiving him as merely a sculpture. In truth, Qin Feng's consciousness resided within his own spiritual space, enveloped in darkness. Here, peculiar spiritual waves flickered in and out of visibility. Within this obscurity sat a phantom in a meditative pose. Wisps of spiritual energy drifted into this figure, gradually merging with it, making the phantom increasingly substantial. The process was slow, yet Qin Feng felt no impatience. As time passed, another month slipped away. The morning sun gradually ascended, dispelling the chill of night, casting its rays upon Qin Feng, who sat half a foot above the lake's surface. A few small birds perched upon his shoulders, chirping animatedly as if embroiled in a dispute. Suddenly, an extraordinary wave of energy emanated from within Qin Feng's body. This energy, devoid of any intent to kill, spread rapidly across a radius of 100 miles. At that moment, all beasts and birds within this vicinity seemed to be ensnared by an ancient predator, their souls trembling in fear. Their bodies froze, rendered immobile. If not for the occasional flutter of falling leaves, one might have believed time itself had come to a standstill. After an indeterminate period, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unfathomable depth within, as though they concealed a starry sky. In that instant, the small birds on his shoulders snapped out of their peculiar state, hurriedly flapping their wings to distance themselves from him. Only then did they realize that Qin Feng was not a mere inanimate object, but a formidable human being. Concurrently, the beasts, previously paralyzed by fear, regained their composure. Able to move once more, their eyes were filled with trepidation, uncertain of what had transpired. Was it possible that an ancient beast had passed through this area? After opening his eyes, Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, murmuring, "It has taken nearly a year to successfully condense my spiritual consciousness. It has not been an easy feat previously, despite the immense energy demands of the ancient chaos sword body, which hindered his advancement. He could easily break through once he absorbed sufficient energy, with no significant barriers even during the transition to the void refinement realm. However, this endeavor of condensing spiritual consciousness had made him acutely aware of the challenges involved. He wondered if, with his current strength, he could engage in combat beyond his level and slay a practitioner at the 5th level of the void refinement realm. After pondering this, Qin Feng expressed uncertainty. If others were to hear this, they would surely think me delusional. It is well known that as one ascends through the ranks, the disparities between each minor level grow increasingly vast, rendering it nearly impossible for the average individual to contend against a higher tier. Each 5th level within a major realm represents a qualitative leap, an insurmountable chasm. Yet Qin Feng's confidence stemmed from his myriad trump cards. The ancient chaos sword body is an unparalleled and unique physique, inherently superior to others of the same rank, compounded by his mastery of the supreme sword technique, 10,000 swords returning to one, and the establishment of a domain akin to the Pure Land of Buddhism within the Purple Mansion realm. Now, having condensed his spiritual consciousness in the void refinement realm, he felt that slaying a practitioner at the 5th level of that realm would not pose a significant challenge. Regrettably, within the entire Kanglan domain, there were no practitioners at the 5th level of the void refinement realm, nor even at the void refinement realm, leaving him with no opportunity to test his skills. After some contemplation, Qin Feng shook his head in resignation. It seemed that at times, being overly powerful was not necessarily advantageous, for there were no suitable opponents to hone his skills against. Although stronger realms housed formidable beings, Qin Feng was not inclined to venture into those territories for the time being, as he valued stability. To persuade him to leave the Kanglan domain, he would likely need to attain a level of invincibility within the void refinement realm. Subsequently, Qin Feng gradually rose, choosing not to linger any longer, and stepped into the void, departing from the lake. Upon returning to the Imperial city, Qin Feng discovered that Qin Zining and the others had not yet returned from the north. However, upon learning that they were not in danger, but rather working to stabilize the hearts of the people in the north, Qin Feng paid it no mind and proceeded directly to the Imperial mausoleum. The little white fox, basking in the sun on a recliner, expressed confusion upon seeing Qin Feng return. She distinctly remembered that Qin Feng was a worthless prince, prohibited from leaving the mausoleum. How had he managed to be away for several months? Were the Imperial guards simply ignoring him? Though curiosity lingered in her heart, she refrained from asking further questions and continued to bask in the sunlight. You haven't left yet?" Qin Feng remarked with mild surprise upon noticing the little white fox sprawled on his lounge chair. Previously, the little fox had fled several times, even venturing as far as the Eastern Sea. He had assumed that during his absence over the past few months, she would have long since departed. Yet here she still remained. "Impudent rogue, how dare you disdain this princess? Truly excessive." The little white fox seethed with indignation at Qin Feng's words, feeling slighted by the human's contempt. However, her grievances were lost on Qin Feng as he picked her up and gently tossed her into a nearby patch of grass, settling comfortably back onto the lounge chair. Ah, the lounge chair is indeed more comfortable, Qin Feng sighed contentedly. His spiritual awareness had only just coalesced, requiring time to nurture. The little white fox, now infuriated by her banishment to the grass, busied herself with condensing her sword heart, choosing to disregard her anger towards Qin Feng. During this time, as her cultivation gradually restored, she was astonished to discover that her understanding of the sword path was advancing remarkably fast within the confines of this Imperial mausoleum. It was indeed a revelation, for previously, such rapid progress had only occurred in places where formidable sword masters had secluded themselves. Nevertheless, the little white fox was perceptive and soon deduced the reason. It was undoubtedly due to the presence of the revered founding emperor, who had been a master of the sword in his lifetime. Finding a soft patch of grass, the little white fox nestled down and closed her eyes, hoping to seize the opportunity to forge her sword heart and elevate her mastery of the sword path to new heights. In the ensuing 6 months, numerous events transpired within the Great Xia dynasty. After stabilizing the northern front, Qin Zining returned to the capital and immediately set about addressing the matters concerning the fiefs of the various princes. The 5 major princes, including the Prince of Jin and the Prince of Qi, had conspired to rebel and had conscripted soldiers under their command. Qin Zining showed no leniency towards these princes. Leading 50,000 soldiers, the officials of the court divided into 5 groups and descended upon the residences of the princes to carry out searches and confiscations. The families of these princes had long been under the watchful eyes of the Imperial Guard, leaving them with no means of escape. All were handed over to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation, with those found guilty of rebellion or oppression of the common people facing punishment. The wealth and lands amassed by these princes over millennia would be partially returned to the exploited populace, while the remainder would be transported by merchant ships to the imperial capital, deposited into the national treasury. For several consecutive months, merchant ships continuously flooded into the capital, creating a spectacle of grandeur. An abundance of gold, silver, jewels, and cultivation resources were secured within the treasury, with numerous officials tasked with cataloging these treasures amid the bustling activity. Before even half of the treasures had been delivered, the treasury was already reaching its capacity. Fortunately, since Qin Zining ascended the throne, he had not taken any concubines, leaving many of the palaces in the harem vacant, perfectly suited for storing these riches. Your Majesty, with such an immense accumulation of wealth entering the treasury, the strength of our great Xia dynasty will undoubtedly soar to new heights, far surpassing that of the other major dynasties, the Minister of Revenue expressed with exuberance to Qin Zining. This wealth, which had been squandered by the princes, could now be utilized for the benefit of the people. Alas, the wealth amassed by the 5 major princes over millennia is several times that of the treasury. I can scarcely fathom how many common folk have suffered under their tyranny. Qin Zining replied, unable to contain his indignation. The Minister of Revenue fell silent at these words. While he had known that the 5 princes were undoubtedly wealthy, he was still taken aback by the sheer magnitude of their riches. This wealth represented the toil and even the lives of the common people. Your Majesty, what should be done about the other princes? Inquired the Grand Scholar of Library Pavilion. Collaborate with the Imperial Guard and the Ministry of Justice to investigate these princes. Anyone found in violation of the law will have their assets confiscated and be punished accordingly. Qin Zining replied coldly. Even those who have not broken the law must surrender all their fertile lands to be returned to the people. Despite numerous old courtiers urging him to consider their feelings during this period, he had no intention of showing mercy. As you command, the assembled ministers responded respectfully. Subsequently, everyone busied themselves with their duties. After attending to numerous affairs, Qin Zining arrived at the Imperial Mausoleum. Your Highness, these 2 300-year-old blood ginseng roots were sent from the Prince of Jin's residence. They possess longevity-enhancing properties. As soon as he entered the mausoleum, Qin Zining produced a sandalwood box. Qin Feng had only recently reached the spirit transformation realm, and his progress had been slow. He believed that perhaps he had missed the optimal age for cultivation, making future advancements challenging. Thus, he had specifically brought these 2 ginseng roots for Qin Feng to aid in extending his life. Thank you, Qin Feng replied graciously, accepting the gift without hesitation. After a moment's pause, he inquired, how have matters concerning the princes been resolved? Nearly concluded, Qin Zining replied, his face contorting with anger as he said, those princes have plundered the people's resources, accumulating wealth that is several times that of the treasury over the millennia. That is to be expected. Without tax obligations and with their continuous land annexation, it is only natural that they would be immensely wealthy, Qin Feng remarked, unfazed. now that the treasury is exceedingly abundant? Where do you believe it should be allocated? Qin Zining asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. He planned to discuss this with the court ministers in a few days and sought Qin Feng's opinion in advance. Naturally, for education, Qin Feng replied calmly. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. Education? Qin Zining was taken aback, clearly surprised. His initial plan had been to redistribute wealth to the people and exempt them from taxes for several decades, while recruiting formidable cultivators to enhance the dynasty's deterrence. Currently, there were very few academies for both literary and martial arts across the major dynasties, and many commoners wishing to serve as officials or cultivate had no choice but to enter those sects and noble families, inadvertently strengthening their power. Utilizing that wealth to establish more academies and select talented individuals would be the wisest course of action, Qin Feng explained. Upon hearing Qin Feng's analysis, Qin Zining experienced an epiphany, realizing that his previous thoughts of merely reducing taxes had been rather short-sighted. What you say is indeed true. I will convene the ministers soon to discuss the establishment of more academies, he declared joyfully. He then sought further advice from Qin Feng regarding reforms. With the princes now eliminated, the resistance to reform would be significantly diminished. Qin Feng offered several timely reform suggestions, leaving Qin Zining utterly astonished. He felt that Qin Feng's way of thinking was entirely distinct from anyone he had encountered in the Qin domain. Were it not for their childhood together, he might have doubted Qin Feng's origins. By the way, brother, during your years here, have you encountered any suspicious individuals? After addressing policy matters, Qin Zining could not help but ask. What prompted this sudden inquiry? Qin Feng questioned, puzzled. Is there a possibility that malevolent forces have infiltrated the palace? Not quite. Qin Zining shook his head, then solemnly added, I suspect that the sword god of freedom may be a member of our royal lineage, which is why I have instructed the Imperial Guard to conduct discreet investigations throughout the entire Imperial city, including the palace. However, we have yielded no significant findings. The mausoleum of the founding emperor is rather unique, as the Imperial Guard has not yet investigated it. Thus, I wanted to inquire if you have seen any suspicious individuals in the vicinity of the mausoleum. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression subtly shifted. He was well aware that after vanquishing the demonic sect, he had acquired the title of the Sword God of Freedom. Yet he had not anticipated that Qin Zining would inquire if he had encountered the Sword God of Freedom. Is that so? After a brief pause, Qin Feng shook his head and said, I have not encountered any suspicious individuals. Upon hearing this, Qin Zining felt a twinge of disappointment, though it did not come as a surprise. The spiritual energy within the imperial tomb was scarce. If such powerful beings were to conceal themselves within the palace, they would surely opt for a location rich in spiritual energy. Subsequently, Qin Zining did not linger, exchanging a few words before taking his leave. A few days after Qin Zining's visit, Qin Zining made her way to the imperial tomb as well, primarily to partake in a meal. It had been quite some time since her last visit, and she yearned for the dishes prepared by Qin Feng. With a resigned smile, Qin Feng did not decline her request and prepared several of his signature dishes. The little white fox, witnessing this, was naturally delighted. Although Qin Zining continued to tease and playfully torment her, the promise of delicious food made it bearable. During the meal, Qin Zining spoke of many matters. In 3 years, the sword burial valley will open. I wonder if I will be able to obtain a fine sword then, she said with a sudden hint of worry. Sword burial valley? Qin Feng furrowed his brows in confusion. Is there such a place in the Qin domain? I was unaware. Uncle Wang does not know of the sword burial valley? Qin Zining replied, somewhat incredulously. It is not located in the Qin domain, but rather between the Qin domain and the East Song domain, nestled within the vast mountain range. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng contemplated for a moment, eventually recalling a few fragmented memories regarding the sword burial valley, though they were scarce. Noticing his reaction, Qin Zining proceeded to elaborate on the sword burial valley's details. Chapter 98. Journey to the Ancient Continents consists of numerous domains. The Qin domain lies in the southeast corner of the Ancient Continents, while the East Song domain is situated to the west of Qin domain, with the two domains adjacent to each other. However, due to the vast mountain range that separates them, rife with mercenaries and bandits, the connection between the two domains is not particularly close. The Sword Burial Valley is located within this mountain range. Originally an ordinary valley, it became renowned after a powerful sword practitioner buried their sword there upon reaching the Saint Realm. Many subsequent sword practitioners from both domains followed suit, choosing to inter their swords in the valley before their demise. As the number of swords buried there increased, the valley became known as the Sword Burial Valley, containing countless exceptional swords. Typically, the Sword Burial Valley remains closed, allowing only swords to enter, and once inside, they cannot return. It only opens occasionally, and on those days, sword practitioners from both domains flock there, hoping to gain the approval of the extraordinary swords within and take one for themselves. At your age, possessing such martial prowess and swordsmanship, even before the Demon Suppression War, you would be considered a genius. Is there any need to worry about not obtaining a fine sword? Qin Feng said with a reassuring smile. However, a trace of concern remained on Qin Zining's delicate face. The ability to gain the approval of the swords within the Sword Burial Valley does not hinge on one's cultivation or swordsmanship. Ultimately, it depends on the preferences of the swords themselves. Regardless of one's cultivation or talent, if the swords do not acknowledge you, all is in vain. Qin Feng's brow furrowed at her words. Is it truly so? Yet, after some reflection, he understood. The swords within the Sword Burial Valley were of high caliber, possessing considerable spirituality, and were not newly forged. They had once belonged to masters. To earn their approval, perhaps the shadow of their former owners was paramount. Since that is the case, there is no need for concern, Qin Feng said with a calm smile. After all, worrying does little good. Hearing his comforting words, Qin Zining fell silent for a moment, but found reason in his perspective. She then happily resumed enjoying the meal Qin Feng had prepared. After finishing, she chatted with Qin Feng for a while before taking her leave. The Sword Burial Valley, I happen to be in need of a sword. I shall go and take a look, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Despite having acquired numerous weapons over the years, he found himself lacking in swords, and those he possessed were of mediocre quality, breaking after only a few uses. He felt compelled to explore the Sword Burial Valley, especially since many sword practitioners had once interred their swords there. Even if he could not find a suitable one, perhaps he would still obtain a decent sword through his sign-in. You lazy bum, sleeping so much and dreaming in broad daylight, the little white fox remarked, shaking her head. She believed that even if the exceptional swords within the Sword Burial Valley did not prioritize cultivation or talent, they would hardly acknowledge someone like Qin Feng, who had only recently reached the spirit transformation realm. After all, laziness is not a quality befitting a sword practitioner. 3 years passed in a flash. During this time, various academies, both martial and literary, sprang up within the territory of the great Xia royal family, akin to mushrooms after a rain. A multitude of ordinary individuals were recruited into these academies. Not only that, but individuals from other dynasties also flocked to the numerous academies of the great Xia. This phenomenon caused other dynasties to become wary, for it was evident that the strength of the great Xia royal family would soon surpass that of the other major dynasties. Yet, despite their caution, the other dynasties were powerless to act. Establishing a plethora of academies required substantial resources, and their treasuries were not sufficiently abundant to make drastic cuts. Thus, they could only watch and sigh. Before long, the day of the Sword Burial Valley's opening arrived. In a square within the palace, an enormous ancient ship hovered in midair, beneath which stood people like Qin Zining. The age requirement for entering the Sword Burial Valley was quite lenient. As long as one was under 100 years old, they could participate. However, since sword practitioners were relatively scarce, the total number heading to the Sword Peak amounted to fewer than 10, with Qin Feng among them. Brother, even if you cannot find a suitable sword in the Sword Burial Valley, it is of no consequence. Do not be disheartened. Even the most talented sword practitioners occasionally return empty-handed, Qin Zining consoled Qin Feng. Although he did not understand Qin Feng's desire to visit the Sword Burial Valley, he nonetheless approved of it. After all, this was the first time Qin Feng had taken the initiative to request to leave the Imperial tomb, and Qin Zining was thrilled, having no intention of refusing. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, smiling. I am certain I will not be disappointed. Seeing that Qin Feng maintained a positive outlook and was prepared for the possibility of not obtaining a sword, Qin Zining ceased further remarks. Soon, everyone boarded the ship, including Elder Chun, who accompanied them for protection. The ancient ship slowly ascended and began its journey toward the vast mountain range between the Kanglan domain and the East Song domain. The distance to the vast mountain range was still considerable, but the ancient ship traveled swiftly. In less than half a month, it reached the mountainous region. Here, endless mountain ranges stretched into the sky, with towering peaks often capped with layers of snow and shrouded in mist, creating a picturesque landscape, typically vibrant. Qin Zining did not emerge to admire the scenery. Instead, she was engrossed in studying a compendium. After such a long passage of time, it was uncertain how many powerful individuals had ventured into the Sword Burial Valley, but some had compiled a compendium for sale, detailing the appearances, ranks, and attributes of many swords. Qin Zining hurried to memorize the information so that upon entering the Sword Burial Valley, she could quickly ascertain whether a sword was suitable for her, thereby saving a significant amount of time. Roars of magical beasts echoed throughout the vast mountain range. Due to the multitude of peaks and the absence of human settlements, save for a few mercenary groups and bandits, the number and variety of magical beasts here were exceedingly abundant. They often attacked the ancient ship. However, the ship, a remnant from before the Demon Suppression War, was safeguarded by formidable formations, rendering the magical beasts powerless against it. While journeying toward the Sword Burial Valley, Qin Feng and the others occasionally spotted other warships from different dynasties or sects within the Qin domain, also en route to the Sword Burial Valley. Clearly, the news of the valley's impending opening had spread far and wide. After sailing for over 10 days, a remarkable sword intent surged into the sky, prompting Qin Zhou to exclaim in astonishment. Although he was not a swordsman himself, his brother was a talented genius in swordsmanship, which compelled him to join. Upon hearing his words, many gazes from the ancient ship turned towards the distant sky, where the overwhelming sword intent pierced the heavens. The terrifying aura of the sword could be distinctly felt even from thousands of miles away. One could not help but wonder how many extraordinary swords lay within that formidable presence. It was said that the sword sage had left behind several weapons within, though the truth of this rumor remained uncertain. Regardless of whether those legendary weapons existed, it would suffice to acquire even one. The noble youths aboard the ancient ship could not suppress their awe. Even the murky eyes of Elder Chun reflected a complex emotion. Though the valley housed merely swords, it also represented the lifelong pursuits of countless sword cultivators. Qin Feng opened his eyes, gazing calmly at the Valley of the Buried Swords. Chapter 99. The City of Buried Swords. Above the Valley of the Buried Swords, no powerful beings or fierce beasts dared to approach, for any who ventured too close would be torn to shreds by the astonishing sword intent. When Qin Feng and the others reached the entrance of the valley, they could sense the potent sword intent within, though it was not as fearsome as that which loomed above. The area was desolate, with no other ancient ships present. Only a handful of people. What was happening? Has the Valley of the Buried Swords opened? Qin Zining asked, puzzled. It should not have. Qin Feng replied calmly, stating that only those under 100 years of age were permitted entry. If the valley was open, the forces escorting the young talents would likely be waiting at the entrance. Qin Zining nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. The power sealing the valley was gradually diminishing, and it was expected to open in 3 months. Elder Qin took out a jade artifact, and, after sensing it for a moment, slowly spoke. The Great Xia dynasty had not sent people to the Valley of the Buried Swords for the first time, so they possessed special items to perceive the sealing force. To confirm the information, Elder Qin dispatched someone to inquire and learned that other forces shared the same speculation. After a brief inspection, they left one person to guard while the rest headed to the City of Buried Swords to rest. 3 more months? Qin Zining exclaimed, we arrived so early. Early is better than late, Elder Qin replied gently. Let us head to the City of Buried Swords and wait there. The ancient ship then set sail towards the City of Buried Swords, 30 miles away. Once a resting place for bandits and mercenaries, the city had transformed into a hub for powerful forces awaiting the valley's opening, bustling with activity. Numerous ancient ships had already anchored outside the city, some from the Eastern Song domain and others from the Qin domain. The Qin domain was primarily ruled by dynasties, while the Eastern Song domain was dominated by sections. Within the taverns of the city, powerful figures from various factions and strong rogue cultivators mingled, sharing information about their respective domains. At that moment, an ancient ship slowly approached and docked at the city outskirts. Indeed, it belonged to the Great Xia dynasty. It was peculiar that the Qin domain, lacking a proper sword sect, had produced a sword genius like Qin Zining. The speaker was the leader of the only sword sect in the 2 domains, the Cold Sword sect. Being the foremost sword genius of the Qin domain, Qin Zining had naturally heard some rumors during her conversations with the powerful figures and rogue cultivators from her domain. Yet, these were merely tales. Without witnessing it firsthand, one could not ascertain their truth. A leader from an Eastern Song domain sect scoffed, claiming he had never encountered a sword genius who comprehended sword techniques in dreams throughout history. The leaders from several other Eastern Song domain sects nodded in agreement, deeming the rumors surrounding Qin Zining to be somewhat exaggerated. The leader of the Cold Sword sect fell into contemplation, clearly pondering something. After disembarking from the ancient ship, Qin Feng and his companions sought out an inn. Along the way, they overheard the discussions but paid them no mind. After a brief search, Elder Chun discovered that the inns in the City of Buried Swords were fully booked due to the sudden influx of visitors. However, they were not short on funds and promptly purchased a residence from a mercenary group to serve as their temporary abode. With numerous rooms available, they chose freely. Qin Feng selected a relatively quiet room, requesting it to be cleaned before settling in. System, help me check in at the City of Buried Swords, Qin Feng stated as he entered his room. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully checking in at the City of Buried Swords. You have received the reward, Mountain River Seal. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Mountain River Seal? Is it a weapon? Qin Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this, then examined the information on the Mountain River Seal, discovering that it was not a weapon but rather a martial technique. Mountain River Seal. Upon activation, it can form a seal resembling a grand mountain, possessing immense power. However, it has a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Seeing those words made Qin Feng frown. He was not fond of imperfect martial techniques. Yet, upon discovering that the flaw involved a significant drain on spiritual energy during its execution, he pondered whether such a consumption could truly be considered a flaw. He mused. Perhaps for others, it might be a disadvantage. He felt no concern. Owing to his unique constitution, the spiritual energy within him was vast as an ocean, rendering exhaustion a non-issue. With that thought, he proceeded to integrate the Mountain River Seal. A torrent of profound information surged into his mind, revealing that the Mountain River Seal was even more formidable than he had anticipated, piquing his interest to practice it when time allowed. In the following month, the influx of forces to the City of Buried Swords did not significantly increase. Most of the powerful factions had already received news of the valley's impending opening and arrived promptly. Only a small number of rogue cultivators, who learned the news later, trickled in over the course of the month. In a remote mountain range far from the City of Buried Swords, Qin Feng stood suspended in the sky, hands forming a moon-like shape as vast spiritual energy coalesced between them. A mountain, seemingly formed entirely of spiritual energy, gradually materialized in his hands. With a mighty thrust, he hurled the mountain downwards. The mountain, carrying tremendous force, crashed onto the peak below, expanding as it met the wind. In the blink of an eye, it resembled a genuine mountain, complete with visible flora and fauna. As the mountain of condensed spiritual energy struck the peak beneath it, it obliterated the entire summit, replacing its position with the newly formed mountain. The scene was astonishing and mesmerizing. The power of the Mountain River Seal proved impressive. Qin Feng murmured to himself. It should be useful against formidable foes. Though primarily a swordsman, acquiring skills beyond sword techniques was certainly not a disadvantage. With a flick of his sleeve, the mountain of spiritual energy dissipated, leaving behind a flat expanse, as though the mountain had never existed. Pleased with his own cultivation achievements, Qin Feng turned and departed from the area, preparing to return to Burial Sword City. Chapter 100. The challenge due to the necessity of remaining here for 3 continuous months. Qin Zining had not been spending all her time within the city, but rather honing her skills in the nearby mountains. However, at this moment, she had ceased hunting magical beasts. In the sky, Qin Zining stood poised in midair, her expression indifferent as she faced a young man who stood in opposition to her. In the distance, a number of peers gathered to witness the unfolding spectacle. What is happening? What is this about? Someone who had just arrived inquired eagerly. Qin, the disciple of the Grand Elder of the Cold Sword sect from the Eastern Song domain, is challenging the foremost sword genius of the Kanglan domain, Qin Zining, explained a knowledgeable onlooker. Upon hearing this, many newcomers displayed expressions of astonishment, mingled with a hint of excitement. Qin swordsmanship was reputed to rank among the top 3 in the Eastern Song domain. Meanwhile, Qin Zining was celebrated as the premier sword talent of the Kanglan domain, leaving many curious about who would emerge victorious. That essay given, it must be Qin. After all, the Kanglan domain lacks any prominent sword sections. The reputation of Qin Zining as the top sword prodigy of the Kanglan domain is greatly exaggerated. Indeed, that so-called Great River Sword intent is probably a mediocre technique that has been elevated to mythical status due to the absence of high-caliber sword arts in the Kanglan domain. The crowd buzzed with speculation, pondering the outcome of the duel between Qin Zining and Qin, with the majority leaning towards a victory for Qin. The Cold Sword sect was indeed a great sect of swordsmanship, while Qin Zining, despite her accolades, hailed from a region devoid of a legitimate sword sect. Miss Zining, I have come today specifically to experience your sword technique, Qin said with a courteous smile. For years, he had sought to claim the title of the top prodigy in the Eastern Song domain, but had yet to succeed. By defeating Qin Zining, he aspired to elevate his own reputation. I'm afraid I have no interest, Qin Zining replied coldly. Why is that? Qin frowned, then sneered, Are you afraid? His expression radiated arrogance. My swordsmanship is too formidable, Qin Zining stated matter-of-factly. I fear I might inadvertently kill you, causing a conflict between the Cold Sword sect and my Great Xia dynasty. Though Qin was a strong opponent, She realized that relying solely on ordinary sword techniques might not suffice to defeat him. However, employing her great river sword intent could prove excessively lethal, and she worried about the repercussions of such an accident, given the cold sword sect's stature. "You are arrogant." Qin Chong's expression darkened upon hearing her words. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. In a swift motion, he drew his sword and charged at Qin Zining. Swish! Qin Chong's long sword gleamed with a chilling light under the sun, exuding a powerful sword aura, and in an instant, he closed the distance to Qin Zining. With an aura like a raging torrent, Qin Zining reacted swiftly, drawing her own sword to counter. Boom! As their swords clashed, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, sending shattered sword energy rampaging outward. The onlookers hastily retreated. The outcome of this exchange was evenly matched. Both combatants forced to withdraw several dozen paces. Qin Chong appeared somewhat taken aback. "I did not expect you to be much stronger than I imagined." He had initially believed he could defeat Qin Zining with a single strike, only to find her prowess formidable. "You will come to regret this," Qin Zining replied coldly. With Qin Chong having made the first move, she felt no obligation to hold back, although she often appeared childlike in front of Qin Feng. Years of training had matured her temperament, and she would not show mercy to her adversaries. Swish! Qin Zining seized the initiative, launching an offensive with her sword, its aura flowing like water as it surged toward Qin Chong. Watch as I dismantle your confidence." Qin Chong laughed as he met her charge. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their swords clashing in a dazzling display of light that was almost blinding. The shattered sword energies continued to erupt, filling the air with chaos. "Your sword technique has improved," Qin Feng observed from a distance after passing through the area, unable to suppress his admiration. Compared to her previous endeavors, Qin Zining's swordsmanship had indeed progressed significantly during her time of hunting magical beasts. The ensuing battle remained intensely fierce and closely contested. Qin Chong, being several years older, held a slight advantage in cultivation, yet Qin Zining's sword technique was more intricate, leading to a stalemate. Boom! Another clash resulted in both Qin Chong and Qin Zining being propelled backward, tumbling more than 100 feet apart, with Qin Chong appearing to be at a disadvantage. Retreating further, how can a sword cultivator without a sect be this strong? Qin Chong seethed with anger. In the previous skirmish, he had discovered that Qin Zining's sword technique was exceptionally refined. He was simply no match for her. He had never encountered an opponent of such equal standing. "Strength is not dictated by one's sect," Qin Zining replied calmly. Qin Chong scoffed. "Without the support of a powerful sect, how could one possess formidable sword techniques? Allow me to demonstrate the exquisite sword arts of the cold sword sect." As he spoke, a chilling sword intent erupted from within him, causing the sword in his hand to freeze rapidly, resembling an ice sculpture. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted significantly. Swish! Qin Chong sliced his sword through the air. The icy sword light shot toward Qin Zining, leaving behind a spectacular trail of ice in its wake, exuding an aura of imminent danger. What a terrifying strike! Is this the pinnacle of the cold sword sect's sword techniques? Sword cultivators were inherently powerful, and with such formidable swordsmanship, it seemed Qin Chong could fight beyond his current cultivation level. Though Qin Zining displayed remarkable prowess, under the weight of such a powerful technique, her defeat seemed inevitable. Gasps of astonishment began to ripple through the crowd. Even those of a higher cultivation level felt the threat emanating from Qin Chong's attack, sensing it would be difficult to withstand. "Since you deem the great river sword intent as mediocre, let me show you what it truly is." As the cold sword light approached, Qin Zining exclaimed, releasing an astonishing sword intent from within her. This sword intent surged like a torrential river, the sound akin to crashing waves. She swung her sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged toward the icy blade. Boom! A wave of even more formidable energy erupted forth. The shattered sword energies rampaged through the heavens, prompting the spectators to retreat and even shield themselves with spiritual energy. Wary of injury. Chapter 101. Eyes on Qin Zining. The sword intent, akin to a mighty river, swiftly shattered the icy sword light and continued to surge toward Qin Chong. Boom! This overwhelming torrent of sword intent struck Qin Chong, sending him plummeting from the air and crashing forcefully into the ground, creating a massive crater several dozen feet wide. With dust billowing into the air. Silence. The entire area fell into a hushed stillness as the onlookers stared in disbelief at the scene before them. After a prolonged moment, exclamations of astonishment erupted. "He has been defeated. Qin Chong has actually been defeated. He was one of the top 3 sword geniuses of the Eastern Song domain. How could he possibly be bested by Qin Zining? The recently unveiled Great River Sword intent was utterly terrifying. I had never witnessed such astonishing swordsmanship." which seemed to overshadow all techniques within the Kanglan domain. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. They had believed Qin Feng would surely triumph. Yet it was Qin Zining who emerged victorious. The feared Great River Sword intent proved to be all the more formidable, leaving everyone in a state of shock. At that moment, Qin Feng, in agony, screamed out in pain. Although Qin Zining's strike had not directly claimed his life, it had severed all of his meridians, rendering him utterly incapacitated. The spectators inhaled sharply, astonished that such a talented swordsman could meet such a dire fate. "I had warned you," Qin Zining stated coolly, gazing down at the stricken Qin Feng. Despite his pitiful condition, she felt no pity. She had not sought his challenge, but rather defended herself against his aggression. Just then, an elderly figure appeared, his expression dark upon witnessing Qin Feng's injuries. He was Qin Feng's protector, charged with ensuring his safety, and now the young man lay ruined. Should the sect leader of the Cold Sword sect learn of this, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Despite his grim countenance, the elder did not retaliate against Qin Zining. After all, Qin Feng had initiated the challenge and lost. To attack her would tarnish the sect's reputation. And he was acutely aware that Qin Zining had formidable protectors of her own. "Let us depart," he said, his tone somber, as he grasped Qin Feng's shoulder and swiftly carried him away. He sought to salvage whatever could be salvaged and prevent Qin Feng from becoming utterly ruined. After their departure, Qin Zining did not linger, choosing instead to continue her training. The crowd, witnessing the exit of both individuals, buzzed with speculation, astonished by the outcome of the day's duel. Meanwhile, Qin Feng prepared to leave as well. However, at that moment, he furrowed his brow, noticing two figures fixating on Qin Zining and stealthily following her. Although their cultivation was not as strong as the royal guardians assigned to Qin Zining, they emanated a potent aura of dangerous spiritual artifacts. "Why are we pursuing Qin Zining?" questioned a muscular bald man, confusion evident in his voice. "What else could it be? The Great River Sword intent she practices is immensely powerful," replied Xinlian, cloaked in black and exuding an ominous presence. "If we obtain her cultivation method, we could sell it for a handsome sum." "Isn't that too perilous?" protested the bald man. "The one protecting her is certainly formidable. We might not be his match. If we engage for too long, we could attract the attention of powerful figures from the Great Xia dynasty in Burial Sword City, and we would be doomed." "Fool, have you forgotten that we possess a replica of a 6th-tier spiritual artifact?" Xinlian retorted coldly. "Though merely a replica, capable of a single use, its power equated to half that of a genuine 6th-tier artifact, easily suppressing cultivators below the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm." "What? You intend to use that replica?" the bald man exclaimed, pained at the thought. "We nearly lost our lives to acquire it. Using it would be a waste. Rest assured, once we secure the method for the Great River Sword intent and sell it, it will far exceed the value of the replica," Xinlian replied, pausing before continuing. "Moreover, we could abduct her. With her talent, selling her in another domain would yield a substantial profit." Despite the many powerful individuals within the Great Xia royal family in Burial Sword City, he was unfazed. He was a notorious bandit, having thrived in the 10,000 Great Mountains for centuries. Few could find him in such a vast wilderness. Upon hearing Xinlian's plan, the bald man's eyes brightened. They could not only seize the Great River Sword intent, but also capture Qin Zining. "You truly are clever, boss," he admired. With this, they quickened their pace, continuing their pursuit of Qin Zining. After defeating Qin Feng, Qin Zining proceeded to a valley, intent on hunting a frost giant python, accompanied by her royal protector. "Hiki, that girl is ours," Xunlian grinned as he moved through the dense forest toward the valley's entrance. Suddenly, both men halted. Beneath an ancient tree ahead stood a figure, observing them with an indifferent gaze. "May I ask what brings you two here?" Qin Feng inquired calmly, curious about their intentions toward Qin Zining. Initially puzzled by Qin Feng's presence, Xunlian and the bald man quickly realized he was aware of their pursuit. They surmised that Qin Feng shared similar intentions regarding Qin Zining. "How naive," Xunlian scoffed. "Kid, the Great River Sword intent will be mine. I advise you to leave now, lest you find yourself with no place to rest in death." He was confident that Qin Feng had not yet succeeded. Otherwise, he would not linger here, but would have left with the Great River Sword intent in hand. "Ah, I see," Qin Feng replied, intrigued that these two sought the Great River Sword intent. "It seems I must eliminate you both today." These two shadowy figures tracking Qin Zining had ignited a murderous intent within him. Now, fully aware of their aim, his resolve to take action intensified. "Looks like you are determined to seek death," Xinlian remarked, a cruel glint in his eyes as he prepared to confront Qin Feng. "Before you die, let me introduce myself. I am Xunlian, the most notorious bandit of the 10,000 Great Mountains. You won't even know who killed you once you reach the underworld." With that, he signaled the bald man to deal with Qin Feng. Without hesitation, the bald man charged at Qin Feng, enveloped in a violent tempest of lightning that surged from his body, transforming him into a streak of blinding light. The surrounding trees blackened in his wake, a terrifying sight. Perfect timing to test the mountain river seal, Qin Feng mused. While he could obliterate his opponent instantly, he saw this as an opportunity to refine his skills with the mountain river seal. As he spoke, surging spiritual energy rapidly coalesced in his right hand, manifesting a palm-sized mountain in an instant. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng hurled the mountain toward his adversary, the bald man, who was charging at him. The mountain surged dramatically in size, rapidly expanding to several dozen zhang, casting an ominous shadow over the foe. Such terrifying martial prowess evoked a visceral fear from the bald man as he sensed the immense pressure bearing down upon him. Though modest in size, to him, it bore no distinction from a true mountain. In an instant, the mountain crashed down upon him, reducing him to a mist of blood, rendering him as fragile as clay before such overwhelming force. The scent of blood permeated the vicinity. "What?" Shun Lian exclaimed in shock. His companion, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, was not a mere nobody, yet before this young man, he was effortlessly obliterated. As Shun Lian grappled with his disbelief, the mountain continued its relentless descent toward him, its might undiminished. "Damn it, I am forced to resort to that artifact." Shun Lian, gritting his teeth, vowed, "I will ensure you are ground to ashes." As he spoke, he summoned a small black tower from his storage ring. Although the tower was diminutive, it radiated a menacing aura. Under Shun Lian's command, it charged toward the mountain in an attempt to shatter it. However, the ensuing scene left Shun Lian's face ashen and filled with despair. Crack! The small tower shattered instantly, unable to withstand the ferocity of the mountain. With a sickening squelch, fragments of the tower pierced through Shun Lian's body. His vitality waned rapidly as his gaze fixated on Qin Feng, unable to comprehend that he had been vanquished by an unknown individual. With a heavy thud, Shun Lian's lifeless form crashed to the ground, and the once tumultuous forest fell silent. Having dispatched Shun Lian and his companion, Qin Feng chose not to linger, turning to depart. News of Qin Chang's downfall swiftly spread among the various factions in Sword Burial City, inciting shock and disbelief. It was unfathomable that the first sword prodigy from the Kanglan domain, a place devoid of any sword sect, could so easily incapacitate Qin Chang, a talented individual from the Cold Sword sect. Those who had previously dismissed Qin Zining's reputation as inflated now fell silent. Meanwhile, the Cold Sword sect seethed with rage. Qin Chang had been a prodigy they had nurtured with great effort, and his defeat was a devastating blow. However, despite their fury, they dared not provoke the Great Xia dynasty, a formidable force on par with their own, for such a conflict would lead to mutual destruction. As the day for the opening of Sword Burial Valley approached, ancient vessels began to set sail toward its entrance before dawn had fully broken. These vessels were not merely means of transportation. They boasted formidable defenses to safeguard their prodigies from being robbed by rival factions after acquiring the unparalleled swords. Before long, a multitude of ancient ships had gathered at the entrance of Sword Burial Valley, creating a bustling scene as various factions awaited its opening. Many gazes were fixed upon Qin Zining, eager to behold the woman who had bested Qin Chang. "Is this the woman who incapacitated Qin Chang?" inquired Lu Qingfeng, the foremost talent of the Cold Sword sect and the East Song domain's greatest sword genius, as he scrutinized Qin Zining. "Indeed, her great river sword intent is truly formidable," acknowledged an elder of the Cold Sword sect. "Humph, I shall see just how powerful her great river sword intent is, and whether she can survive under my blade," Lu Qingfeng declared, preparing to leave the warship. Since Qin Chang's defeat, his reputation had suffered, and he harbored a deep resentment toward Qin Zining. "Absolutely not," the sect leader interjected sharply. "Why?" Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow in confusion. "She has shamed our sect by defeating Qin Chang. I must reclaim our honor by vanquishing her." "You may challenge Qin Zining whenever you wish, but it cannot be now," the sect leader insisted. "Sword Burial Valley is about to open, and you must retrieve the Bai Bo sword, not waste your energy now." The Bai Bo sword belonged to an elder of the Cold Sword sect from 7 millennia ago, who had departed due to severe disagreements with the sect and had traveled across the Eternal Continent. Upon returning in the realm of void refinement, he buried the sword in the valley before his demise. For generations, the Cold Sword sect had sought to reclaim the Bai Bo sword, but had failed due to its former owner's deep-seated animosity toward the sect. However, they had recently located the descendant of the craftsman who forged the sword, finally discovering a method to forcibly control it using the sect's techniques. Failure was no longer an option. "Very well, Lu Qingfeng acquiesced. Once I retrieve the Baibo sword, I will challenge Qin Zining and avenge Qin Chong. He turned his gaze away from Qin Zining, focusing instead on the direction of Sword Burial Valley. With a resounding roar, the valley soon became accessible amidst a cacophony of sound and a tempest of spiritual energy. Instantly, the multitude of factions gathered outside Sword Burial Valley erupted with excitement. Sword Burial Valley is open. Hurry and enter, Elder Qin called out. Remember, you have only 3 hours. Do not be greedy. Choose a sword that suits you. His words were primarily directed toward Qin Zining, for among them, she held the greatest potential to obtain a high-tier sword. Qin Zining nodded in acknowledgement. A group of 7 or 8 individuals, including Qin Feng, ventured into the depths of Sword Burial Valley. As they traversed the valley, Qin Feng frequently encountered swords of considerable rank, some embedded in stone, others floating midair, and still others hanging from trees. Though these swords appeared readily accessible, they felt as heavy as mountains to those unworthy of wielding them. Moreover, should fortune be unkind, forcibly drawing a sword may result in injury from its aura. Thus, under normal circumstances, one would not attempt to seize a sword without first earning its recognition. The swords are impressive, yet none seem to resonate with me. As Qin Feng traversed the central region of the Sword Burial Valley, he surveyed the surrounding blades, murmuring to himself. Shaking his head, he resolved to venture directly to the depths of the valley. If a suitable sword were to be found, he would claim it. If not, he would simply observe. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng pressed onward, undeterred, deeper into the valley. Before long, he arrived at the intersection between the deepest part of the valley and the central area, where the number of sword seekers had dwindled significantly. The Azure Wave Sword? As he walked, Qin Feng suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze drawn to a short distance away. A long sword, entirely azure and reminiscent of the sea, was embedded in a stone. At that moment, the foremost prodigy of the Cold Sword sect, Lu Qingfeng, was attempting to forcibly extract the Azure Wave Sword. Qin Feng recognized the sword's name and its plight, for the Azure Wave Sword sensed his uniquely powerful sword spirit and sought his aid. The sword vibrated gently, emitting a mournful resonance that caught Qin Feng's attention. He discerned that Lu Qingfeng was employing a secret technique to suppress the Azure Wave Sword, an act deemed disgraceful by sword cultivators, a blatant affront to the way of the sword. A forcibly plucked fruit is seldom sweet. Why persist in such folly? Qin Feng remarked, directing his gaze toward Lu Qingfeng. Who do you think you are to instruct me? Lu Qingfeng retorted coldly, though a forcibly plucked fruit may lack sweetness, it can still quench one's thirst. Do you understand? Taken aback by Lu Qingfeng's audacity, Qin Feng momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Very well, he sighed, shaking his head. Since reason fails to persuade you, I shall simply eliminate you. As he spoke, he reached out with a swift motion. The Azure Wave Sword, previously constrained, broke free and soared into Qin Feng's grasp. What? Lu Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Despite his prolonged effort to dominate the Azure Wave Sword through his secret arts, Qin Feng had effortlessly claimed it with a mere flick of his wrist. In that instant, as Lu Qingfeng stood stunned, Qin Feng unleashed a formidable strike. Harboring no intention of mercy, the dazzling arc of the blade surged forth like a colossal wave toward Lu Qingfeng. No. Terror filled Lu Qingfeng's eyes as he turned to flee, but alas, his cultivation was insufficient. The terrifying blade light surged forward in an instant. The dreadful radiance cleaved through him, rendering him into mere fragments, scattered remnants of what once was. After vanquishing Lu Qingfeng, the Azure Wave Sword trembled lightly, seemingly expressing gratitude towards Qin Feng while conveying a yearning to become his weapon. Your rank is too low. To become my weapon would not serve you well. Qin Feng replied, sensing the sword's emotions. The Azure Wave Sword was merely a 6th-grade weapon, should he depart the Kanglan domain and encounter an evenly matched foe. Its capacity to withstand his overwhelming sword intent would be utterly inadequate, resulting in its inevitable shattering. The Azure Wave Sword quivered, radiating a sense of despondency, clearly disappointed. It recognized Qin Feng's exceptional sword spirit and longed to accompany him, believing such a bond would be mutually beneficial. Yet, in the face of Qin Feng's refusal, it found itself powerless. Should other sword cultivators in the Kanglan domain witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. A 6th-grade sword actively seeking to become a sword cultivator's weapon, only to be declined, was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. However, your attributes align closely with those of my niece, Ziqing. You might consider becoming her weapon, Qin Feng suggested thoughtfully. While the Azure Wave Sword's rank was somewhat beneath him, it was perfectly suited for Qin Ziqing and appeared to be a weapon befitting a woman. With a resounding thrum, Qin Feng retrieved the longsword he had acquired for Qin Ziqing. In that moment, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth from the blade. cascading outward like a torrent of river water. Upon sensing Qin Zing's sword intent, the Azure Wave sword was instantly invigorated, perceiving a perfect synergy with it. Realizing it could not become Qin Feng's weapon, it deemed becoming his niece's weapon a worthy alternative, ensuring it would still have the opportunity to be near him. In a flash, the Azure Wave sword transformed into a beam of light, racing toward the direction of Qin Zining, guided by its newfound connection. Observing this, Qin Feng chose not to linger, continuing deeper into the Sword Burial Valley. The further he ventured, the more formidable the swords he encountered, accompanied by an immense pressure of sword intent. Nevertheless, given Qin Feng's cultivation and unique sword spirit, this pressure posed no challenge to him. It was easily disregarded. Before long, he reached the valley's innermost depths, a vast expanse devoid of trees, dotted only with enormous stones. Embedded within these stones were unparalleled swords, all of remarkable rank, predominantly above the 7th grade, cloaked in potent sword energy that radiated a fearsome aura. However, the legendary weapons once wielded by saints were conspicuously absent. Perhaps time had rendered them ordinary, or perhaps they had been claimed by others. As Qin Feng arrived, the swords sensed his presence and soared toward him, eager to present themselves, their blades quivering in anticipation. These swords were imbued with spirit, quickly recognizing Qin Feng's extraordinary sword spirit. However, as they approached and discerned the true depth of his power, they recoiled in trepidation, much like startled rabbits. This peculiar scene was indeed astonishing. "Do not think yourselves unworthy of me," Qin Feng addressed them gently. The swords trembled in response, evidently elated. Their prior retreat stemmed from a belief that their ranks were insufficient to match Qin Feng's might. Hearing his words, their spirits brightened. Yet, at that moment, Qin Feng continued, "Though you may indeed fall short of my expectations." Pausing, he added, "While I possess an unparalleled sword spirit, I am not yet so formidable. Your ranks are adequate for my needs." Upon hearing this, the multitude of swords fell silent, emanating a complex array of emotions. Nevertheless, overall, they remained joyous, for this indicated that they still had a chance to become Qin Feng's weapons. Just then, Qin Feng unleashed a powerful consciousness that enveloped the entire area, seeking to assess the attributes of the swords and identify one that might perfectly align with him. After a considerable time, he withdrew his consciousness, his expression tinged with disappointment. For none of the swords met his expectations. Disappointment enveloped Qin Feng, and the swords around him shared in his despondency. They had harbored hopes of becoming Qin Feng's blades, only to find themselves met with disillusionment. "Well, let me sign in first," Qin Feng murmured to himself. He promptly initiated the sign-in process at the Sword Burial Valley. Ding! "Congratulations, Master, you have successfully signed in and received the Zhuxian sword." The system's notification chimed in his ears. "Zhuxian sword?" Qin Feng echoed in surprise. "What tier is this weapon?" With curiosity piqued, he examined the sword's attributes, only to discover that it was not of high rank, merely a first-tier weapon. However, it possessed a unique characteristic. Through constant slaughter, it could elevate its rank. It was a weapon with growth potential. Astonished, Qin Feng pondered, "I wonder how far it can ultimately evolve." He retrieved the sword from the system space and grasped it in his hand. Buzz! The many long swords surrounding him quivered at the sight of the Zhuxian sword, this time out of fear. The aura of slaughter emanating from the sword was overwhelmingly terrifying. Such a pronounced aura of slaughter? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. If this persisted, drawing the sword would inevitably reveal its presence. He resolved to try and conceal this murderous aura, at least until he made his move. However, he soon realized that in order to suppress the Zhuxian sword's bloodthirsty essence, he would need to refine it first. Reluctantly, he returned the sword to the system space, resolving to refine it when time permitted. "It is time to depart," Qin Feng stated slowly. Having acquired the Zhuxian sword, he recognized that no suitable swords remained for him in this place, and thus had no intention of lingering further. Buzz! Upon hearing Qin Feng's intent to leave, the swords trembled slightly, clearly reluctant to part ways. Observing this, Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless, likening himself to a scoundrel abandoning a loved one. Nevertheless, he pressed on, determined to exit the valley, leaving the swords with no choice but to allow him to go. Chapter 105. Shocking everyone. Meanwhile, outside the valley, numerous disciples of various sects and dynasties, along with wandering cultivators, awaited the emergence of their comrades or disciples from the Sword Burial Valley, eager to see what fine swords they had procured. As time passed, a few individuals began to emerge. Some returned with impressive swords, drawing envious gazes, while others exited with lackluster blades that had lost their spiritual essence over time, leaving them utterly disappointed. It was a scene of mixed fortunes. Qin Feng stepped out of the Sword Burial Valley with a calm demeanor. He didn't even retrieve a single sword? An elder from the Cold Sword sect noticed Qin Feng and frowned. Huh. He is merely at the spirit transformation stage. What sword could he possibly claim? The sect leader of the Cold Sword sect scoffed, dismissing Qin Feng entirely. Their conversation drew the attention of many from various factions, igniting a chorus of chatter. When Qin Feng had entered the Sword Burial Valley, they had been curious about why the Daxiao royal family would send such a weak individual inside. Initially, they had speculated that he might be a hidden powerhouse, but now it seemed they had overestimated him. Elder Qin quickly spoke up to console Qin Feng, saying, "The swords within the Sword Burial Valley have peculiar temperaments. It is quite normal not to retrieve a single sword." "Yes, I understand." Qin Feng smiled and nodded, refraining from elaborating further. As other cultivators continued to exit the valley, the crowd's focus swiftly shifted away from Qin Feng, deeming it unworthy to expend energy on someone of such mediocre talent. "Lunan is out." Suddenly, someone exclaimed. A multitude of gazes converged upon the figure that had just emerged. Lunan, the younger brother of Lu Chengfeng, was the second most talented disciple of the Cold Sword sect, second only to Lu Chengfeng himself. "Is that the Breaking Wave sword?" Upon seeing the sword in Lunan's hand, many gasped in astonishment. Years ago, a prominent strongman from the Cold Sword sect had buried 3 swords he had wielded during his lifetime in the Sword Burial Valley before his death. The most formidable among them was the Bai-Bo sword. Although the Breaking Wave sword was not as powerful as the Bai-Bo sword, it was still a 5th-tier high-grade spirit weapon, exceedingly rare and formidable. If Lu Nen had claimed the Breaking Wave sword, could it be that Lu Qingfeng had retrieved the Bai-Bo sword? I heard that the Cold Sword sect has been tirelessly searching for a method to control the weapons left behind by that sword master. It seems they have succeeded. If that were true, the Cold Sword sect's strength would likely rise several tiers. The murmurs of admiration echoed amongst the members of various dynasties and sects, their envy palpable. After all, the Bai-Bo sword and the Kanglan sword were both 6th-tier high-grade spirit weapons, scarce even among the 2 domains. Haha. Excellent. Truly excellent. The sect leader of the Cold Sword sect erupted in laughter, convinced that Lu Nan's ability to wield the Breaking Wave sword with secret techniques would ensure Lu Qingfeng could similarly control the Bai-Bo sword without issue. Where's the first swordsmanship prodigy of Kanglan domain, Qin Zining? Has she not emerged yet? As Lu Nan surveyed the area, a mocking glint sparkled in his eyes. She has been inside for so long. I wonder what caliber of sword she could possibly retrieve. With the Breaking Wave sword in hand, he felt emboldened to flaunt his prowess and mock others, hoping to restore the sect's dignity after Chen Chang's defeat. His words drew many gazes toward Elder Chen and his companions, eager for the spectacle. "You need not concern yourself with Zining's affairs," Elder Chen replied coldly, his expression darkening. Haha. Surely she couldn't have emerged from the Sword Burial Valley without even obtaining a decent sword, could she? Lu Nan unabashedly continued his ridicule, his arrogance infuriating others. Qin Zhou's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, while Elder Chen, though equally furious, held back and restrained Qin Zhou from acting impulsively. Lu Nan, sensing the tension, was about to continue his taunts when, at that moment, Qin Zining slowly emerged from the Sword Burial Valley. "Qin Zining is out," someone shouted, drawing gasps from the crowd. Instantly, numerous eyes turned toward Qin Zining. Initially, they had anticipated a scene of mockery as she faced Lu Nan's derision, but when they saw the sword she held, silence enveloped them. The Bai-Bo sword. What was happening? How could Qin Zining be the one to retrieve the Bai-Bo sword? Gasps of astonishment erupted, as everyone had assumed that the Bai-Bo sword would be claimed by Lu Chengfeng, only to find it in Qin Zining's possession, defying all expectations. What? How could this be? The leader of the Cold Sword sect's expression froze, his speech faltering. They had painstakingly acquired the secret techniques to control the Bai-Bo sword, believing it was theirs for the taking, only to find it now in Qin Zining's hands. As the crowd remained in shock, Qin Zining approached Elder Chen and the others. "Princess, how did you come to possess the Bai-Bo sword?" Elder Chen asked, bewildered. Logically, Lu Qifeng would have sought the Bai-Bo sword as soon as he entered the valley, while Qin Zining had not initially aimed for it, focusing instead on finding a suitable 5th-tier, mid-grade spirit weapon. How could it be that the Bai-Bo sword is now in Qin Ziling's possession? "I was in the midst of selecting a suitable sword when it flew into my hand of its own accord," she said slowly. She too was perplexed, unable to fathom why such a high-grade sword would willingly acknowledge her as its master. However, upon discovering that the sword's attributes resonated perfectly with her, she chose not to refuse it. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment, struggling to believe her claim. Despite Qin Ziling's exceptional talent in swordsmanship, the Bai-Bo sword was a 6th-tier upper-grade spiritual weapon. How could it possibly choose her as its master? Those who entered the sword burial valley often spoke nonsense. How could the Bai Bo sword have flown into your hand? The master of the Han sword sect did not believe her at all and exclaimed angrily, "Do you take us for 3-year-olds?" The others present nodded in agreement, convinced that Qin Zining was merely fabricating stories. "Your belief is of no concern to me," Qin Zining replied coolly, casting a glance at the master of the Han sword sect. "After all, the Bai Bo sword does not belong to your sect." Given the master's hostile demeanor, she felt no need to be polite. Feeling the lack of attention, I found my motivation to write dwindling. Could everyone please click the update button? I wish to see how many are watching. If the number of requests exceeds 500, I shall add another chapter tomorrow. Chapter 106, The Sword Kills Yu. The master of the Han sword sect's expression darkened, a murderous intent radiating from him. "What do you intend to do?" Elder Qin glared coldly at him, his voice deep and commanding. A powerful wave of spiritual energy emanated from him, impressive indeed. He was the strongest of the great Xia dynasty, his cultivation level comparable to that of the Han sword sect's master. "I merely wish to ascertain why the Bai Bo sword is in her possession," the master of the Han sword sect replied icily. Elder Chun was about to respond when, at that moment, several figures rushed out from the sword burial valley. "Master, it's bad." The individuals were disciples of the Han sword sect, all wearing expressions of panic. Clearly, something grave had transpired. "What is it?" The master of the Han sword sect felt an unsettling anxiety and urgently inquired. "Brother Qin Feng is dead," they gasped, struggling for breath. They explained that they had been unable to procure the swords they desired and had hoped to see if Lu Qifeng had taken the Bai Bo sword, seeking his assistance. However, upon reaching the location of the Bai Bo sword, they found only the remnants of Lu Qifeng's severed limbs. "What did you say?" The master of the Han sword sect's face turned ashen, disbelief washing over him. Lu Nan was equally shocked, unable to accept the reality of his brother's demise. His brother was the foremost swordsmanship prodigy of the Eastern Song domain. How could he be dead? Brother Qin Feng had perished where the Bai Bo sword lay, and now the sword had vanished without a trace. The disciples of the Han sword sect continued. "This Bai Bo sword is now in Qin Ziling's hands." Upon hearing this, all eyes fell upon Qin Zining. Lu Qingfeng was dead, and the Bai Bo sword was missing. Within the sword burial valley, the only one who could have harmed Lu Qingfeng was Qin Zining, and now the Bai Bo sword was with her. Everyone was convinced that she must have struck the fatal blow. Feeling the weight of their accusatory stares, Qin Zining furrowed her brows, her complexion growing increasingly grim. She had not anticipated being unjustly burdened with such blame. "I did not kill Lu Qingfeng," she declared, her voice steady. Though she bore no fear of the Han sword sect, she had no desire to take the fall for someone else's misdeeds. "Do you expect me to believe you?" The master of the Han sword sect spat, his teeth clenched. "If it was not you, then did the Bai Bo sword kill Qingfeng on its own?" As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of malice surged from him, an overwhelming force. With Qin Chong incapacitated and now Lu Qingfeng slain, the Han sword sect had suffered grievously. He was resolute in his intent to eliminate Qin Ziling, even if it meant provoking war with the great Xia dynasty. "Return to the ancient ship," Elder Qin urged Qin Ziling and the others. The ancient ship was protected by formations, ensuring a measure of safety. The other royal heirs nodded, agreeing they should not burden Elder Qin any further. However, Qin Feng had no intention of retreating to the ship. Instead, his gaze fixed upon the broken wave sword in Lu Nan's possession, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a mere thought, Qin Feng effortlessly dispelled Lu Nan's control over the broken wave sword. The sword, which had long sought to break free from Lu Nan's grasp, reveled in the sudden absence of restraint, unleashing a terrifying surge of sword energy. In an instant, Lu Nan, who had been glaring at Qin Ziling, was torn to shreds. Not even having the chance to cry out in agony. Had Lu Nan been fully prepared, he might have withstood the sword energy, but alas, he was caught completely off guard. After severing its ties with Lu Nan and dispatching him, the broken wave sword wasted no time, racing toward the closing sword burial valley. Fearful of being restrained once more by the Han sword sect, the sudden turn of events left all present in stunned silence. What had just transpired? Lu Nan had been slain by the sword energy released by the broken wave sword? Wasn't the Han sword sect supposed to have a secret technique to suppress the sword? How had Lu Nan been so unexpectedly killed? Could it be that the Han sword sect's technique had flaws? A chorus of bewildered discussions and speculations erupted among the onlookers. As the shocking scene had left them in disbelief, they were convinced that Lu Nan's sudden demise at the hands of the broken wave sword was a testament to the inadequacies of the Han sword sect's secret techniques. Looking at the shredded remains of Lu Nan, the master of the Han sword sect stood frozen in place, the blow too great for him to process. The other disciples of the sect mirrored his shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and horror. It appears you were correct in your earlier speculation. The Bai-Bo sword was indeed responsible for Lu Qingfeng's demise, Elder Qin remarked, seizing the opportunity to taunt. Not only he, but many others present, shared similar conjectures after witnessing the recent events. How could this be? The master of the Han sword sect's expression darkened further. He had initially believed Qin Zining had killed Lu Qingfeng and was prepared to wage war against the Great Xia dynasty. However, Lu Nan's abrupt death had shaken his confidence, causing him to question whether their sect's control over the Bai-Bo sword and Broken Wave sword was truly as infallible as they had believed. If you still maintain that Princess Ziling murdered Lu Qingfeng and wish to pursue this matter further, I shall gladly accompany you, Elder Qin declared. The master of the Han sword sect fell silent, his expression grim. If Lu Qingfeng had indeed been killed by Qin Zining, he would not hesitate to go to war with the Great Xia dynasty. Yet now, he found himself wavering. We shall depart. In the end, the master of the Han sword sect scoffed coldly, commanding his followers to leave. Today had been utterly humiliating, and he wished to distance himself from the scene. Soon, amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, the Han sword sect's warship ascended into the sky and sailed off into the distance. As the sole swordsmanship sect spanning two realms, they had entered the Sword Burial Valley with the hope of gain, only to return empty-handed, having suffered the loss of 3 of their most talented disciples. Watching the ancient ship of the Han sword sect depart, many could not help but express their astonishment. Before this, many believed that the greatest beneficiaries of this opportunity would undoubtedly be the Cold Sword sect. Yet, no one anticipated the outcome would turn out like this. They even began to suspect whether the Cold Sword sect had incurred the wrath of some celestial misfortune. Otherwise, such ill fate seemed unfathomable. Let us depart, Elder Qin remarked slowly to Qin Feng and the others upon witnessing the scene. Those who entered the Sword Burial Valley had all emerged, and the valley was on the verge of closing. Remaining here any longer seemed futile. Qin Feng nodded, refraining from saying much, and together with Qin Zining, they returned to the ancient ship. Soon, the ancient vessel ascended gracefully into the skies, sailing towards the direction of the Great Xia Imperial City. Chapter 107. The powerful beings crossing multiple domains. As the ancient warship of the Great Xia Imperial family departed, it captured the attention of all within the Sword Burial Valley. The emergence of a prodigious swordsmanship genius like Qin Zining, capable of commanding a 6th-tier spiritual weapon, hinted at an unstoppable rise in the future. Some could not help but exclaim in awe. Others from various factions nodded in agreement, recognizing that given Qin Zining's displayed talents, with a century of time, she could evolve into an unfathomably formidable force. After expressing their admiration, many from different factions did not linger, hastily departing with their own talented individuals. As lingering here had become perilously risky, the ancient ship of the Great Xia Imperial family navigated through the 10,000 Great Mountains, its passengers exhibiting signs of tension, prepared for any eventualities. After all, with Qin Zining acquiring the exquisite Bai-Bo sword, there was a palpable concern that others might covet it. Elder Qin was particularly vigilant, his consciousness constantly extending outward, remaining cautious. In contrast, Qin Feng sat undisturbed within the cabin, exuding an air of tranquility. Uncle, are you not worried that someone might attempt to ambush us? Qin Zining inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. There is nothing to fret about, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. The defensive array of this ancient ship is formidable. It would require the other major dynasties of the Kanglan domain to ram their warships directly against it. However, any dynasty attempting such a course would only invite mutual destruction, allowing other dynasties to reap the benefits. Only a fool would act so recklessly. What if the other major dynasties decide to unite against us? Qin Zining continued to express her concerns. Whether allying with other dynasties or waging war against us is a monumental decision that necessitates thorough discussions among the emperors and high-ranking officials of each dynasty. Qin Feng countered with a light laugh. Among those who ventured to the Sword Burial Valley, who would dare make such a decision? Upon hearing Qin Feng's reasoning, Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the validity of his words. Meanwhile, Elder Qin, listening to Qin Feng's discourse, felt a mix of surprise and admiration. He never expected that after being confined in the royal mausoleum for so many years, Qin Feng would not only remain sane but also retain such sharp intellect and meticulous thought processes. Nonetheless, despite appreciating Qin Feng's insights, Elder Qin maintained his vigilance. Wary of unforeseen events, time passed swiftly, and the ancient ship sailed at remarkable speed, reaching the territories of the Great Xia Imperial family in merely half the time it took to arrive. As predicted by Qin Feng, the other major dynasties did not take action against them. Along the journey, only a few scattered cultivators attempted to attack the ancient ship, but they were unable to even shake its defensive array, ultimately retreating in defeat. Elder Chun had already dispatched someone to contact the General of the West, and upon entering the Imperial territory, the General, along with numerous powerful military figures, came forth to escort the ancient ship towards the Imperial city. In the northern wasteland, the cold winds howled. Atop a snowy peak, a sudden flash of light appeared. A breathtakingly beautiful young woman materialized, her figure striking and alluring, with a hint of pink luminescence glimmering in her enchanting eyes. Remarkably, from her back sprouted a pure white fox tail, adding to her unique charm. Before the young maiden stood a faint, indistinct shadow, whose features remained obscured, yet emanated an aura of formidable strength. "Aunt, I promise I won't run away again. Please, let me stay here a few more days," the little white fox pleaded, yearning to bid farewell to Qin Feng and assist him in advancing his cultivation. After all, he had aided her countless times, and it felt improper to depart without saying goodbye. "No." The voice from the shadow was stern. "Your escape has driven the clan elders nearly mad. They have traversed several domains to find you. You cannot be given another day." Had it not been for the little white fox's esteemed status, the shadow's whip would have likely struck her. But the little white fox attempted to protest, yet the shadow waved its sleeve, enveloping her in a sphere of light, isolating her from the outside world. Is she yearning to remain because she has feelings for someone? The shadow murmured to itself, harboring a murderous intent. As the princess of the Fox clan, how could she possibly develop feelings for another? Enough. I cannot maintain this state for long. Returning to annihilate that dynasty would be a waste of time. After a brief moment of contemplation, the shadow muttered, "Regardless, our domain is far from here, and they are unlikely to meet again in this lifetime. Even if there are feelings involved, they are of no consequence." Unaware of whom the little white fox adored, the shadow concluded that eliminating that person would necessitate the destruction of the entire Great Xia dynasty, a task deemed too time-consuming. Moreover, given the vast distance between the domains, it seemed unnecessary to engage in such bloodshed. Subsequently, the shadow shattered a transmission scroll, vanishing from the location along with the little white fox. The events transpiring within the Sword Burial Valley swiftly spread across two domains. The news of the Great Xia dynasty acquiring a 6th-tier spiritual weapon sparked tremendous commotion, an event deemed astonishing. After all, this was a weapon of a cultivator at the void refinement stage. Yet, within the two domains, there existed no cultivators of such caliber. Save for the legendary sword Immortal, not even a 5th-tier purple mansion cultivator could be found. It appeared that the rise of the Great Xia dynasty was unstoppable. Upon receiving the news, the emperor of the Tai Xian dynasty expressed a hint of bitterness. The officials in the court wore expressions of helplessness. Ever since the sound of that sword echoed from the Great Xia dynasty, it has seemed as though divine assistance has graced them, the prime minister of the Tai Xian dynasty lamented. Similar conversations unfolded among the other major dynasties in the Eastern Song domain as they reflected on the ascendance of the Great Xia dynasty. Secretly relieved that they too were sealing away the malevolent forces, sharing common interests. Days later, the ancient ship of the Great Xia Imperial family gently descended in the square. Qin Zining, along with numerous court dignitaries and royal family members, awaited their arrival. Zining is truly remarkable, managing to command a 6th-tier spiritual weapon. Upon disembarking from the ancient ship, Qin Zining immediately approached, laughing heartily in praise. Hearing her father's commendation, Qin Zining beamed with joy, while other dignitaries and royal family members also showered her with admiration, viewing her as the future hope of the Great Xia dynasty. This unexpected attention made Qin Zining, who generally preferred to avoid the spotlight, feel somewhat bashful. Chapter 108. Refinement. After departing the square, Qin Feng made his way directly back to the royal mausoleum. Have they left? Upon entering the Imperial mausoleum, Qin Feng did not find the little white fox, which caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought, believing the fox had simply wandered off to play out of boredom. It was time to refine the Zhuxian sword, he murmured to himself. Although the sword was now in his possession, it did not truly belong to him, nor could he unleash its full potential. To truly harness the power of the Zhuxian sword, he needed to refine it completely. Finding a stone to sit upon, Qin Feng took out the Zhuxian sword from the system space. He swung it a couple of times and immediately felt its unfamiliarity. It was distinctly different from the other swords he wielded. He then planted the Zhuxian sword before him. Boom! A powerful aura of swordsmanship erupted from within Qin Feng, astonishingly potent. However, due to the presence of the divine concealment array, such a significant disturbance did not attract the attention of others in the palace. Qin Feng deftly controlled this sword intent, swiftly enveloping the entire Zhuxian sword and commencing its gradual refinement. He attempted to infuse a portion of his consciousness into the sword's body. As night fell, a bright moon hung high in the sky over the vast, boundless ocean, where a fragmented landmass lay. Initially tranquil, it suddenly erupted with violent energy fluctuations. On either side of a massive chasm at the center of the land, various blood-red array patterns illuminated, emanating a sinister glow. A terrifying demonic formation began to activate. Simultaneously, within the chasm, blue glowing array patterns also lit up. These were the formidable seals set by the Moon Shadow ancestor upon his arrival. The two different formations began to consume each other, with intense energy waves radiating outward from their epicenter, causing violent disturbances across the entire fragmented continent, as if an earthquake had struck. This time, I must break free. The Moon Shadow ancestor roared in fury. If he failed this time, his demise was certain. Torrential demonic energy surged from within him, relentlessly eroding the blue glowing array patterns, while simultaneously striving to tear apart the demonic formations on either side of the chasm. Under the terrifying energy collisions, the blood-red and blue array patterns began to dim incessantly. Even the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from the Moon Shadow ancestor was dissipating. If this continued, he feared he would perish alongside the very formation that had imprisoned him. Blood Moon descends. Suddenly, the Moon Shadow ancestor shouted, igniting a portion of his primal power. He forcefully began to condense a blood moon. In the vast chasm, the blood moon slowly attempted to ascend, yet it was obstructed by the blue glowing array. However, the pristine white moon in the sky shed its silvery light, which continuously empowered the blood moon, rendering it increasingly radiant and sinister. Crack! One of the blue glowing array patterns suddenly fractured. While the shattering of a single pattern did not significantly impact the entire formation, it indicated that the Moon Shadow ancestor's strength was gaining the upper hand. This revelation filled him with exuberance. In the following moments, more blue glowing array patterns began to shatter. The formation's power steadily weakened. Break for me! The Moon Shadow ancestor bellowed. A sound like thunder. The array sealing him collapsed entirely. The blood moon soared into the sky, releasing torrents of demonic energy from the vast chasm. Ha! The Moon Shadow ancestor laughed maniacally, proclaiming, after so many years, I have finally returned to the mortal realm. His terrifying voice echoed across miles, sending countless beings on the island sprawling in fear. Welcome, Moon Shadow ancestor. The other demonic cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, were overwhelmed with excitement and rushed forward to offer their congratulations. Bring me all the beings from the islands. The Moon Shadow ancestor decreed ominously. I must restore my strength and descend upon the Kanglan domain. Over the years, in order to maintain a steady supply of blood food, he had refrained from capturing all the beings on the islands. Now, having broken free from his seal, he could finally venture into the Kanglan domain without restraint. Understood. The surrounding demonic cultivators responded, not lingering and swiftly departing towards the distance. The Moon Shadow ancestor's attention shifted to the chasm below. This formation has sealed me for so many years. It is time for it to augment my power. With that, he began to ravenously devour the remnants of the shattered formation within the chasm. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng remained seated upon the stone, diligently refining the Zhu Xian sword as a unique weapon capable of infinite growth and steeped in a murderous aura. The task of complete refinement was no small feat, however. Due to Qin Feng's relentless efforts, the process advanced swiftly. Boom! Suddenly, one morning, an extraordinary energy fluctuation erupted from the Zhu Xian sword before him. The surrounding scenery began to shift. It was a desolate landscape, with cataclysmic energy fluctuations erupting from the sky, causing the void to fracture and mend continuously. Numerous figures fell from the heavens after meeting their demise. What was happening? Qin Feng gazed at the horrifying battle with alarm. The apocalyptic energy waves made him feel as insignificant as an ant. Yet, just as quickly, this strange phenomenon vanished entirely, returning to the Imperial mausoleum. In that moment, Qin Feng sensed a profound connection with the Zhu Xian sword, achieving a state of unity. The sword had been wholly refined by him. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Qin Feng, causing his energy to surge dramatically, his cultivation level rising. The swirling spiritual energy roared like a massive wave. Qin Feng's ancient chaos sword body radiated with brilliant light, his form resplendent, as if enveloped in sacred brilliance. This astonishing spectacle did not dissipate quickly. Instead, it persisted. As night deepened, Qin Feng was enveloped in divine light, resembling a star fallen from the sky. Boom! Suddenly, his aura surged to its peak, erupting with a tremendous sound. He slowly opened his eyes, which gleamed with divine light. The peculiar surroundings began to fade swiftly. Refining the Zhu Xian sword elevated me a minor realm, reaching the third layer of the void refinement realm, and astonishingly, it granted me a thread of the Great Path's law. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. The earlier bizarre phenomenon was triggered by this law of the Great Path. Although this thread of the Great Path's law seemed to provide no immediate benefits to his cultivation or physique, it significantly clarified his understanding of the universe. Previously, he felt ensnared in a quagmire. Now he was immersed in a clear spring, with his comprehension of the cosmos undergoing a profound transformation. This strand of the Great Tao's principles is worthy of profound contemplation, Qin Feng murmured to himself. With these thoughts in mind, he wasted no time, closing his eyes once more to delve deeper into the understanding of this fragment of the Great Tao. In recent years, the Imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty has been bustling with activity. The population has multiplied several times over, leading to a scarcity of land within the city. Consequently, several fortifications have been erected nearby to accommodate the influx of people. This phenomenon arises from a shared belief among the inhabitants of the Kanglan region that the rise of the Great Xia dynasty is inevitable. Investing in shops or land here is seen as a sure path to substantial future appreciation and considerable profits. Your Majesty, during these years, not only have ordinary citizens flocked to the Imperial city, but a significant number of cultivators have also arrived, leading to frequent conflicts among them, which poses quite a headache. A minister respectfully reported to Qin Zining. Despite the royal family's numerous strong individuals, few have the time to patrol and manage the brawls involving ordinary cultivators. The ordinary soldiers, should they wish to subdue these cultivators, would require an overwhelming number, making mobilization exceedingly cumbersome. Upon hearing this report, Qin Zining furrowed his brow. While skirmishes among commoners might result in 1 or 2 fatalities, the situation is vastly different for cultivators, where the repercussions could involve hundreds or even thousands of individuals. Issue a decree to appoint Chu Xiong as the commander of the 5-city military division, empowered with the royal seal of destiny. Any cultivators found in conflict shall be suppressed and severely punished, Qin Zining commanded after a moment of contemplation. This proclamation elicited surprise among the officials present, as typically only royal family members hold the privilege to wield the dynasty's seal. They had not anticipated that Qin Zining would permit Chu Xiong to utilize the royal seal of destiny. Understood, the minister, albeit somewhat astonished, nodded in compliance. Qin Zining maintained a calm demeanor, trusting Chu Xiong's formidable cultivation, now at the 8th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, and his diligent character. He had no qualms about allowing Chu Xiong to wield the royal seal. Your Majesty, I have another matter to report. At that moment, the captain of the Qin Yiwei stepped forward. What is it? Qin Zining inquired. Recently, the frequency of appearances by demonic cultivators in the Kanglan region has been alarmingly high, the captain of the Qin Yiwei stated slowly. Following the demon sealing war, although a few remnants of evil spirits remained unsealed, they were considerably weak, forced to hide in the deep mountains and forests. And the number of demonic cultivators was quite limited. If discovered, they would be swiftly hunted down by the powerful forces of various dynasties. Thus, there had been little trace of demonic activity. However, the Qin Yiwei has recently observed an uptick in the frequency of demonic appearances. The frequency of demonic cultivators has indeed increased, Qin Zining remarked, unable to suppress a frown. Various officials reported that as news of the demonic cultivators spread, numerous speculations arose, causing public anxiety. The Minister of Personnel also spoke up, slowly reporting, "We have heard of the recent frequent appearances of demonic cultivators in the Kanglan region." But confirmation was lacking. Now, hearing the captain of the Qin Yiwei affirm this, we all harbor concerns. The expressions of the other ministers were grave. Direct the Qin Yiwei to prioritize the investigation of these demonic appearances and ascertain the situation, Qin Zining instructed with a serious countenance. Understood. The captain of the Qin Yiwei nodded in response. Your Majesty, with the frequent emergence of demonic cultivators, it is likely that significant events are forthcoming. Should we enhance the Dragon's Roar formation? An Imperial expert responsible for the formations core could not help but ask. The current state of the Dragon's Roar formation was far from its peak operational capacity. To strengthen the formation, a greater influx of spiritual energy was necessary. Previously, the dynasty could not sustain such massive spiritual energy consumption, but with the recent confiscation of resources from several princes, an abundance of spiritual stones was available, sufficient to elevate the formation's strength. However, Qin Zining felt it unnecessary and had refrained from doing so until now. Very well. Begin preparations to enhance the Dragon's Roar formation, Qin Zining decided after a moment's hesitation. The expert nodded in acknowledgement, and the other ministers resumed reporting various matters. As autumn waned into winter, 2 years had swiftly passed. Reports of demonic cultivators in the Qin region had grown increasingly frequent. Those previously inconspicuous evil beings had now emerged boldly, routinely consuming entire human villages and towns, catching the major dynasties off guard. Logically, these evil spirits were not particularly strong, and dispatching powerful forces and troops should have sufficed to eradicate them swiftly. Yet, only the forces of the Great Xia dynasty ventured to confront the rampaging demonic entities, as the other dynasties suspected that such an unusual occurrence must harbor deeper anomalies, concentrating their strong individuals and troops around their own imperial cities as a precaution. This hesitation only emboldened the demonic spirits. Of course, the Great Xia dynasty's confidence to dispatch forces stemmed not only from Qin Zinin's benevolence, but also from the presence of the Dragon's Roar formation. With a substantial influx of spiritual energy now invigorating the formation, its strength had escalated considerably. Even a cultivator at the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm would find it perilous to breach the palace. Such a formidable formation was unmatched by the other dynasties. Just as the atmosphere of panic spread, ominous black clouds loomed ominously over the East Sea. The most riveting events were yet to unfold. Seeking the support of a complimentary gesture, I implore you, please. Chapter 110. Shuxiong shock in the sky, snowflakes fell like a flurry, and the already dim atmosphere darkened further with the emergence of the black, demonic clouds. Within these ominous clouds, shadowy figures flickered, exuding an aura of malevolence, instilling abject terror among the inhabitants of the East Sea. What is that? Lu Qingzhu gazed at the black clouds above with wide, horrified eyes. Is it another resurgence of evil spirits? Lu Ting's face turned pale as he observed the dark clouds. The last emergence of evil spirits had wrought unimaginable calamity upon the Qin region. To think that after 10,000 years, remnants of the suppressed evil spirits still persisted, and now they were reappearing in force. It's over. The Qin region is doomed. The patriarchs and powerful figures of various families looked upon the ominous clouds with sheer dread, their legs trembling as they gazed skyward. Some were so terrified that they fell to their knees. Within the black clouds, a particularly striking palace could be seen, constructed entirely of bones, stained with blood, emanating an aura of horror. Surrounding the palace were a multitude of demonic cultivators and ferocious beasts, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed upon the humans below. Inside the palace resided the likes of the Moon Ming ancestor and others. The Moon Ming ancestor's physical form had long since shattered, and he had now taken possession of a young man's body, garbed in pristine white, appearing almost scholarly. However, his demeanor was in stark contrast to the skeletal throne he occupied and the malevolent energy he radiated. Ancestor, ahead lies the Qin region, a heavily armored demonic cultivator. Wielding a massive sword upon his back, respectfully addressed the Moon Ming ancestor. Excellent. The Moon Ming ancestor's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Qin region, vast and populous, lacked even a single cultivator of the Void Refinement realm, while he himself had reached the 5th layer of the Void Refinement realm. He could unrestrainedly cultivate humans here, raising them as livestock for sustenance. The prominent families of the East Sea are numerous. Should we not first seize those individuals for you? One of the demonic cultivators in heavy armor respectfully inquired. There is no need for haste. Once we dominate the Qin domain, we shall have ample time. The venerable Yu Ming replied, then asked, how is the investigation proceeding? Who is responsible for Bai Yu's death? Prior to his arrival, he had already instructed the malevolent beings within the Qin domain to initiate inquiries into this matter. In recent years, the frequent emergence of demonic cultivators was largely due to the pursuit of this investigation. Reporting to the Venerable One, the individual who killed Bai Yu is likely the rumored Carefree Sword Immortal, the armored cultivator stated solemnly. Carefree Sword Immortal? Yu Ming furrowed his brow, murmuring. Where is he located? This is not entirely clear. The heavy armored cultivator paused before continuing, however. We have discovered that the Carefree Sword Immortal has previously intervened to assist the Great Xia dynasty. Some speculate that he may be a certain ancestor of the Great Xia, though this remains unconfirmed. Upon hearing this analysis, a chilling glint flickered in Yu Ming's eyes. The Great Xia dynasty, he declared in a grave tone. In that case, our plan to dominate the Qin domain shall commence with the annihilation of the Great Xia dynasty. After all, to conquer the Qin domain, we must begin with these dynasties. Even if the Carefree Sword Immortal is not affiliated with the Great Xia, we can seek him out after we have eradicated the Great Xia. Thus, under Yu Ming's command, the dark, ominous clouds that bore the palace began to drift toward the Great Xia Imperial city. Those who witnessed the towering black clouds along the way were engulfed in terror, fleeing in all directions. Panic spread rapidly throughout the entire Kanglan domain. Fueled by news of the demonic leaders, Chu Xiong arrived at the Imperial mausoleum. He felt somewhat dim-witted, believing that his appointment as the commander of the 5 cities military was due to Qin Feng's recommendation to Qin Zining. Thus, he had come specifically to express his gratitude to Qin Feng. However, upon entering the mausoleum and witnessing the scene before him, he was utterly astonished. In this winter season, where the mausoleum should have been blanketed in snow, it presented an entirely different spectacle. Qin Feng sat cross-legged upon a stone, enveloped in an enigmatic aura that seemed to merge him completely with the heavens and earth. Moreover, this profound aura radiated outward from him, causing the once bare ancient trees to sprout tender buds, their branches lush and vibrant, resembling the early days of spring. The ground was carpeted in verdant grass, glistening with dew. This place resembled a divine realm upon the earth. Your Highness, how can this be? Wasn't he merely at the spirit transformation stage? Gazing upon Qin Feng, Chu Xiong's face revealed his astonishment, his voice trembling as he stammered. How could it be? He seems like an immortal, though not particularly astute. He understood that the Qin Feng before him was undoubtedly beyond the realm of spirit transformation. In that moment, countless questions flooded Chu Xiong's mind, leaving him perplexed. He stood there, transfixed, unwilling to disturb Qin Feng, yet hesitant to leave. Within the Imperial Palace, the morning court had yet to conclude. Qin Zining sat upon the throne, listening to the reports of various ministers. Your Majesty, a significant number of the first batch of disciples from the academy have already assumed official positions in the military and localities, a scholar from Library Pavilion beamed. Their performance far surpasses that of those recommended by the prominent families, and they lack overly substantial backgrounds. Appointments can be made without excessive concern. Other ministers echoed similar sentiments, praising the benefits brought by the establishment of the literary and martial academies, expressing gratitude for the emperor's brother's recommendations. Qin Zining could not help but exclaim, "From this year onward, the treasury shall increase funding to the various academies by another 30%. Your Majesty is wise," the ministers responded in unison. Just as Qin Zining prepared to speak further, a sudden clamor erupted outside. What is happening? Qin Zining furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, trouble is brewing. At that moment, the commander of the Imperial Guard rushed into the court, panic evident on his face. What is the matter? Seeing the commander's distress, Qin Zining inquired gravely, while the other ministers looked on in confusion. Since the corpse-chasing sect's assault on the Imperial city, they had never witnessed the commander so alarmed. Your Majesty, a vast expanse of ominous clouds is gathering at the horizon. Infused with malevolent energy, it seems the demons are launching a major offensive. The commander's voice trembled with fear as he spoke. Just a glance was enough for him to ascertain that the demons within the black clouds were far more formidable than any adversary he had encountered before. What? A major offensive by the demons? Upon hearing the commander's words, the ministers gasped in shock. Chapter 111. Generously marching to death upon hearing the commander's words. Qin Zining and the others exited the grand hall, gazing into the distance. They saw the oppressive black clouds blanketing the sky, advancing ominously toward them. Though distant, the terrifying aura emanating from the clouds instilled fear at first sight. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, the atmosphere heavy with dread. The hearts of Qin Zining and his companions sank. This is not merely the remnants of the demons from the Kanglan domain. They do not possess such power. The Minister of Revenue stated solemnly, "It is likely foreign demons. This is troublesome." The complexion of the Library Pavilion scholar also paled. The other ministers' faces darkened as well. The last invasion by foreign demons a millennium ago left the entire Kanglan domain devoid of even a single refining void or purple mansion realm expert, and it had taken millennia to recover. Now that the foreign demons were again invading the Kanglan domain, they might not know the extent of the demon's strength, but they understood it would likely lead to a prolonged and brutal struggle. At that moment, other royal offerings began to arrive, each bearing a solemn expression as they beheld the black clouds gathering at the horizon. Your Majesty, you should leave this place at once. The demons within those black clouds are extraordinarily powerful. Even the dragon soaring formation may struggle to withstand them, a royal expert holding the formation's core staff cautioned. His heightened sensitivity to danger allowed him to perceive the overwhelming threat emanating from the demons, akin to facing a divine fiend. What? The dragon soaring formation may not be able to withstand the demons within those black clouds? The crowd gasped in alarm. They understood that the dragon soaring formation was their greatest reliance. If it could not withstand the demons within the ominous clouds, their hopes would be utterly extinguished. Issue a decree. All ministers, concubines, and imperial guards are to evacuate the imperial city immediately. Qin Zining commanded coldly. I shall remain alone to guard the palace." Since even the dragon-soaring formation might not withstand the demons within the black clouds, he did not wish for so many lives to perish here alongside him. Only Qin Zining possessed the ability to wield the entire dynasty's fortune, and thus he resolved to channel the dynasty's fortune into a desperate battle against the demons, buying time. Only if the ministers survived could the dynasty continue to function normally and unite with other dynasties to counterattack the demons. However, as Qin Zining's words fell, he received no response. Turning back, he found the ministers, royal offerings, and imperial guards all gazing at him with solemn expressions. "Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. In the face of such calamity, we shall fight to the death and cannot retreat," the scholar from Yuan Pavilion declared loudly. The strength of the great Xia lies in the fact that when faced with injustice, there are those who rise and protest. When confronted with fierce enemies, there are those who bravely sacrifice themselves. "We are willing to fight to the death," the other ministers echoed loudly. A true gentleman can stand alone in adversity and safeguard his honor when faced with a great crisis. They are all gentlemen, and now that evil forces are invading, how could they abandon their post? Listening to the words of the crowd, Qin Zining was momentarily taken aback, and then an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within him. He initially believed that despite his love for the people, he had been overly demanding of his officials, thinking that few would be willing to stay and fight alongside him in such perilous times. To his surprise, the ministers and officials were willing to risk their lives to resist the evil forces with him. "Very well. In that case, let us prepare ourselves to confront the evil," Qin Zining declared solemnly. Subsequently, the ministers, officials, and the Imperial Guard became busy, determined to use all the spiritual resources in the treasury to enhance the dragon formation. At the same time, Qin Zining ordered immediate messages to be sent to the major dynasties, urging them to send their strongest warriors to aid in repelling the invasion. Thunderous sounds echoed through the palace as the rich spiritual energy coalesced into a dense mist, continuously being absorbed by the dragon formation. As the formation operated, it received a significant enhancement. With the full activation of the dragon formation within the palace, a faint glow began to emanate from the ministers, officials, and soldiers of the Imperial Guard, all of whom were now empowered by the formation. Meanwhile, the ominous black clouds at the edge of the sky continued to advance slowly. "Master, 6,000 miles ahead lies the imperial city of the great Xia dynasty," said the armored demon cultivator, addressing the old ancestor, Yu Ming. "The strongest here are merely practitioners at the second or third level of the Purple Mansion realm. They are hardly worth mentioning. It all depends on whether the carefree sword immortal is present." Hearing the demon cultivator's words, Yu Ming stepped out of the palace and gazed into the distance. Although 6,000 miles separated them from the imperial city, he could clearly see the scene within it. "You shall advance first and ascertain whether the carefree sword immortal is among them. If he is not, seize the city and await my arrival," Yu Ming commanded coldly. The sinister black clouds, though moving slowly, concealed a formidable formation, which was his greatest reliance. Having danced on the edge of death during the previous demon-sealing war and being sealed for a millennium, he had grown exceedingly cautious. Unlike other demons who acted without thought due to their strength, he believed that as long as he remained composed, he could easily conquer the Kanglan domain. Thus, he would never easily abandon this formidable black cloud formation. "As you command," the armored demon cultivator replied respectfully, following his lead. A vast number of demon cultivators and enchanted beasts surged forth from the black clouds, charging towards the distant imperial city of Great Xia in a mighty wave. As they reached the skies above the imperial city, countless individuals who had not yet managed to escape gazed upward, their eyes filled with despair. "It's over. We are doomed." The voices of despair echoed among the people within the imperial city. The demon cultivators and corrupted beasts had now arrived above the palace. The armored demon cultivator looked down, declaring, "Yu Ming is about to descend. Will you not kneel and submit?" His voice, amplified by the dark energy, resonated throughout the entire imperial city, deafening all who heard it. With a cultivation level of the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, many among the populace fell to their knees in terror upon hearing his voice. Only Qin Zining and those within the palace, empowered by the dragon formation, remained unaffected. "Humph. You, as members of the human race, pledge loyalty to demons. What a disgrace to humanity." Qin Zining had no intention of kneeling or begging for mercy and retorted sharply. The army in the sky, aside from the yet-to-arrive Yu Ming, consisted solely of demon cultivators, none of whom were true demons. "How audacious to insult me." The armored demon cultivator seethed with rage, gritting his teeth. "Level the palace and capture that man alive." Upon hearing his command, The demon cultivators and corrupted beasts in the sky erupted in excited roars. They were eager to taste blood. Kill! They shouted in unison. As the demon cultivators and beasts plunged downwards, Qin Zinin's expression turned grave. He summoned all the luck of the dynasty to fortify himself. A golden light enveloped him, and his cultivation swiftly ascended to the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm, further enhanced by the dragon formation's protective abilities. Follow me and resist the demons. Qin Zining bellowed coldly. He soared into the air to confront the descending demon cultivators and beasts with Qin Zining. Surrounded by swirling sword energy and wielding the bow sword closely behind him, the ministers and officials, regardless of their cultivation levels, did not retreat. We shall resist the demons and protect humanity. The Imperial Guard within the palace, alongside the recently arrived army of 100,000 from the Imperial city camp, also took to the skies. Above them, the demon cultivators and corrupted beasts, cloaked in dark demonic energy, clashed with the army encircled by the faint golden light of the dragon formation. The moment of combat unleashed an immense wave of energy. The two sides engaged fiercely, golden light clashing against black demonic energy. At every moment, soldiers or demon cultivators plummeted from the sky, the battle growing increasingly brutal. Initially, these demon cultivators were merely intended to assist Yu Ming in capturing blood offerings, lacking significant power. However, having received Yu Ming's blessings, their cultivation levels surged dramatically. Coupled with their overwhelming numbers and the presence of formidable corrupted beasts, the Imperial Guard and soldiers of the Imperial city camp suffered severe casualties. Annihilate these demons. Despite the heavy losses, no one retreated. Although the Great Xia dynasty spanned vast territories, behind them lay the Imperial city, home to millions, leaving them no path of retreat. The fierce battle raged on. These demon cultivators, previously cowardly and fearful, faltered in the face of the valiant Imperial Guard and soldiers. Over time, the once advantageous demon cultivators and corrupted beasts found themselves at a disadvantage. A pack of useless fools. The powerful armored demon cultivator bellowed in anger. Observing the ineptitude of his subordinates, he conjured a fiery red spear that resembled molten lava, appearing extraordinarily formidable, especially given his cultivation level of the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. With a thunderous roar, this heavily armored demon entered the fray. His overwhelming strength shifted the tide of battle dramatically. No one could withstand his attacks as he rampaged through the battlefield. The demon cultivators and beasts turned the tables, gaining the upper hand. Damn it, has the dragon soul been successfully condensed? Upon witnessing this powerful demon wreak havoc among the soldiers, Qin Zining inquired solemnly. They had infused a vast amount of spiritual energy into the dragon formation, requiring additional time to condense a stronger dragon soul. It has just been successfully condensed, replied the royal expert overseeing the formation. Good, Qin Zining responded gravely. Summon the dragon soul and eliminate that 7th level Purple Mansion demon cultivator first. The royal expert, understanding the command, nodded and poured spiritual energy into the formation center. The formation emitted a golden radiance. Roar. At that moment, deep within the palace, at the heart of the dragon formation, the sound of a dragon's roar suddenly resonated. A golden dragon soul surged forth, shattering the entire demon-sealing great hall and soaring into the heavens. The immense dragon form spanned the sky. Observing this soul, which radiated an astonishing aura, the demonic cultivators and wicked beasts present uttered cries of terror. The sheer magnitude of the golden dragon soul instilled in them an overwhelming sense of peril. Their hearts gripped by fear. How could it be so powerful? A heavily armored demonic cultivator's eyes brimmed with disbelief. According to his intelligence, the dragon soul from the last attack on the Imperial city was nowhere near this formidable. Boom. At that moment, the colossal golden dragon soul unleashed a beam of golden light, hurtling towards the armored demonic cultivator. Ancestors, save me, he cried out, sensing the imminent threat of death. Yet, as the dark clouds loomed over the Imperial city, there was no response. Under the onslaught of the golden light, the armored demonic cultivator was obliterated, leaving not even a trace of his body. The overwhelming power of the golden dragon soul left all demonic cultivators and wicked beasts in utter shock. How could this dragon soul be so immensely strong? Panic-stricken voices erupted, as these demonic cultivators and wicked beasts found themselves paralyzed by the dragon's might. As if time had come to a standstill. Was everything over? The multitude of humans within the Imperial city could not help but swallow hard, murmuring among themselves. The strength of this dragon soul had exceeded all their expectations. Even the mightiest of them, a 7th-tier demonic cultivator from the Purple Mansion realm, had been slain. They dared to hope that this crisis might be at an end. However, the dark clouds in the distance began to drift closer, blocking out the sun. Boom. A massive palace emerged from the black clouds, and at its entrance stood the likes of Ancestor Yu Ming and others. Who would have thought that the dragon array of the Great Xia dynasty was this powerful? Ancestor Yu Ming gazed at the dragon soul, somewhat surprised. He had never witnessed the dragon array during the past sealing war. He had only heard of its might from others. Then, shifting his gaze from the dragon soul, Ancestor Yu Ming spoke coolly, "You are fortunate. Surrender the eye of the array, and you may avoid becoming blood offerings, allowing me to govern the order of humanity." The potency of the dragon array had not yet reached its zenith, yet it was already so formidable. If it were to achieve its peak, it would indeed serve him well. Despicable and shameless demons, who have slaughtered so many of my kin, dare not expect our submission. Qin Zining retorted angrily, without hesitation. Not only he, but many soldiers from the Imperial Guard and the capital's army echoed his defiance, none willing to bow their heads in submission. Before Ancestor Yu Ming's appearance, the scattered demons throughout the Qinglan region had been engaged in devouring humanity. They were irreconcilable with these vile beings. Roar. At that moment, the golden dragon soul emitted another furious roar and charged toward Ancestor Yu Ming, intent on eradicating him. In an instant, countless human eyes within the Imperial city turned toward the golden dragon soul, their hearts silently praying. Only if the golden dragon soul triumphed over Ancestor Yu Ming would they have a chance at survival. However, seeing the golden dragon soul barreling toward him, Ancestor Yu Ming remained unfazed, coolly uttering a few words. He slowly extended his palm, and from the black clouds surged a torrent of demonic energy, swiftly coalescing into a gargantuan hand that blotted out the sky. Boom. That hand grasped at the golden dragon soul, resembling a mountain moving through the air. To all who watched, this colossal hand, formed from overwhelming demonic energy, succeeded in ensnaring the golden dragon soul. Then, with a sudden and fierce grip. Chapter 113. A sword's cry from the Imperial tomb. Boom. As the black hand of demonic energy tightened, the captured golden dragon's soul exploded, scattering into myriad golden sparks. A terrifying wave of energy surged through the sky like a tsunami, cascading outward. The golden radiance emitted by the dragon's soul quickly dimmed, ultimately vanishing entirely, absorbed into Ancestor Yu Ming's being. Thud thud, the overwhelming force caused Qin Zining and others to lose their footing, plummeting from the sky. The numerous soldiers of the Imperial Guard and the capital's army crashed down, toppling a multitude of palaces. Blood trickled from their lips, their faces pallid, clearly affected by the violent backlash. The dragon soul, summoned by the dragon array, had been so easily crushed. Qin Zining gazed upward, incredulous as he observed the shattered remnants of the dragon soul. This was the most powerful manifestation of the dragon array in the millennium since the sealing war. The other officials and royal attendants were equally astonished. They had believed that even if Ancestor Yu Ming were formidable, the dragon soul summoned by the dragon array could withstand him for a moment, allowing them to devise a counter-strategy. Yet, Ancestor Yu Ming's might exceeded their expectations. The dragon array lay in ruins, and it would take no less than a century to mend. The royal powerhouse, who controlled the eye of the array, looked at the now dimmed artifact in his hand and murmured, "This demon's cultivation must be at the void refinement realm." At this revelation, the faces of all present paled dramatically. A void refinement realm powerhouse. Such beings were beyond their reach. Not only were these individuals powerless, but even a coalition of the strongest in the entire Qinglan region would be unable to withstand a void refinement realm entity. A void refinement demon? We are doomed. The millions within the Imperial city, having witnessed the scene, erupted into frantic voices. Fear spread rapidly among the crowd, despair resonating in waves. Ha ha ha! Ancestor Yu Ming, gazing down at the terrified humans, broke into a mocking and derisive smile. Foolish humans, do you finally recognize my strength? Alas, it is too late. I have already offered you the chance to submit, which you foolishly squandered. Weakness is not a sin, ignorance is. As he spoke, the overwhelming demonic energy coalesced once more, forming a 100-foot-long demonic blade that cleaved the air above. He had utilized his formidable spiritual sense to survey the entirety of the Imperial city, discovering no traces of sword energy from cultivators above the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm, thus concluding that the transcendent sword immortal was not within the city. He intended to shatter the Great Xia Imperial city, setting an example and instilling fear into all humanity of the Qinglan region. Boom. The demonic blade, exuding boundless malevolence and an endless gleam, descended upon the ground, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble, as if it sought to obliterate all existence. Witnessing this, Qin Zining, Qin Zining, and others were filled with despair. The power of this strike was beyond terrifying. They could not muster the will to resist, merely watching as the blade slowly descended, awaiting their demise. Clang! Yet at that moment, a sudden sound of a sword cry resonated throughout the heavens, piercing the skies as though an unparalleled divine weapon had emerged. Simultaneously, a fiery red sword soul burst forth from the void, hurtling toward the demonic blade aimed at Ancestor Yuming, who was making a move. Qin Zinin's eyes widened in shock and confusion as he exclaimed, "In this life and death moment, how could such a potent sword soul emerge from the direction of the Imperial tomb?" He could not recall any sword cultivators stationed there. All the powerful figures of the royal family had gathered here. Qin Zining and the other officials were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend who had intervened. Humph! Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the sword soul, Ancestor Yuming merely scoffed disdainfully, showing no concern. He believed that the blade he had forged was sufficiently powerful, unmatched by anyone below the void refinement realm. At that very moment, a blazing red sword spirit collided with the demonic blade. A thunderous roar erupted in the sky, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. However, the sword spirit was evidently more formidable, shattering the demonic blade and continuing its assault towards the Moon Ming ancestor. The Moon Ming ancestor had not anticipated such an abrupt attack and could only retaliate with a punch, clashing against the sword spirit. Although his punch shattered the sword spirit, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, appearing somewhat disheveled. "Damn it, who is it? Show yourself," he bellowed, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Imperial tomb, his teeth grinding in fury. Concurrently, everyone turned their gaze towards the Imperial tomb, their eyes filled with disbelief. What? That sword spirit actually shattered the Moon Ming ancestor's demonic blade. Qin Zining and his companions were even more astonished. The demonic blade was so fearsome that they had all exerted their utmost strength and still could not withstand it. To think it was shattered by a sudden sword spirit emerging from the Imperial tomb was simply inconceivable. Who could have wielded such a sword? All eyes were on the Imperial tomb. At that moment, a figure radiating sword intent emerged from the Imperial tomb, gliding through the air with an ethereal grace. The overwhelming sword intent surged like a roaring sea, filling the sky as it tore through the black clouds formed by demonic energy. What a terrifying sword intent! Is this the legendary carefree sword immortal? The carefree sword immortal is indeed a member of the great Xia royal family. The millions of citizens within the imperial city gazed up at the sky, their voices filled with astonishment and disbelief. Rumors had circulated before, but few believed that the modest great Xia royal family could produce such a formidable figure. Today, however, that speculation was utterly confirmed. The most shocked of all were Qin Zining and his companions. Despite the overwhelming sword intent swirling around Qin Feng, obscuring his features, Qin Zining and the courtiers recognized him at once. "Brother, brother." As he gazed at the figure in the sky, Qin Zining found himself stumbling over his words, unable to fathom that the one who had just wielded the sword was Qin Feng. How is this possible? The courtiers and royal advisors stared at Qin Feng in utter disbelief, questioning their own senses. The once disgraced prince, Qin Feng, could not possibly be the legendary carefree sword immortal. After all, anyone residing in such a barren area, no matter how talented, would eventually fade into obscurity. In that moment, Elder Chun and the others exchanged glances, finally understanding why the carefree sword immortal had intervened multiple times to aid the great Xia dynasty. It was simply because the carefree sword immortal was none other than the former prince, Qin Feng. Chapter 114. The powerful Qin Feng uncle actually is the legendary carefree sword immortal. Qin Zining gazed at the figure in the sky, her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Memories of past events flooded her mind, and many of her previous doubts were suddenly clarified. "You are the carefree sword immortal?" Staring at the figure of Qin Feng, the Moon Ming ancestor spoke in a low voice. "I wondered why I could not sense your presence earlier. It turns out you have a protective formation." As Qin Feng stepped out from the Imperial tomb, he too had noticed the existence of the divine concealment array. "You should not have interrupted my comprehension of the heavenly Tao." Qin Feng did not respond directly, but spoke slowly. He had been immersed in the understanding of a fragment of the Tao, finally achieving some insight, only to be interrupted by the Moon Ming ancestor, which infuriated him. "Haha, you, with your mere cultivation at the third level of the void refinement realm, dare to boast about comprehending the heavenly Tao?" The Moon Ming ancestor laughed heartily. Although Qin Feng appeared to be under 100 years old and had reached the third level of the void refinement realm, which surprised him, it was still a vast gulf compared to his own fifth level of the void refinement realm. If he himself could not comprehend the heavenly Tao, how could Qin Feng, a frog at the bottom of a well? Qin Feng was disinclined to engage in further conversation, producing a long sword, the Excalibur. The sword intent surrounding him surged even more violently, rumbling like a tsunami. Humph. You killed Bai Yu, forcing me to break my seal in the most perilous manner. Today, you dare to obstruct my dominion over the Kanglan domain. I will ensure that you wish for neither life nor death. The Moonming ancestor gritted his teeth. You misunderstand. I am not here to obstruct your dominion over the Kanglan domain. Qin Feng replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Qin Junyan and the others were momentarily taken aback, unsure of his meaning. Meanwhile, the millions in the Imperial city turned pale. If the carefree sword immortal was not obstructing the Moonming ancestor, did that mean he intended to pledge allegiance to the dark forces? The already despondent human populace now felt a deeper sense of despair. You are not obstructing me? The Moonming ancestor paused, a mocking glint appearing in his eyes. If you wish to submit to me, it is not impossible. First kneel and swear the heart demon oath of loyalty to me. The heart demon oath was an ancient vow, once sworn. Anyone daring to break it would face divine retribution. The Moonming ancestor deemed Qin Feng's talent commendable, stronger than any of his dark minions. Thus, if Qin Feng were willing to take the heart demon oath of loyalty, he would gladly accept him as a servant. To serve you? You are not worthy. Qin Feng replied blandly. I am not here to obstruct your dominion over the Kanglan domain. I have come to kill you. These dark forces had repeatedly caused trouble, and now that they had gathered to attack, he would not hold back. Kill the Moonming ancestor? Upon hearing this, the millions of human citizens in the Imperial city finally exhaled a breath of relief. Though they doubted whether Qin Feng's words could come true, at least he was not pledging allegiance to the Moonming ancestor. Arrogant. You are far too arrogant. The Moonming ancestor was utterly enraged. Today, I will ensure that everyone here pays the price for your arrogance. He could distinctly sense that, as he spoke, the surrounding black clouds began to churn violently. A dreadful demonic might emanated from within him. Swish. The Moonming ancestor rapidly formed hand seals, emanating a sinister black glow. The demonic energy surrounding his body instantly transformed into thousands of dark minions, surging towards Qin Feng like a tidal wave. Each one roared like a bloodthirsty beast. This attack was exceedingly ruthless. He intended for these demonic minions to rip Qin Feng to shreds, making him experience the torment of 1,000 cuts. Be careful. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zining and the others gasped in alarm. They could sense that these demonic minions, born from the demonic energy, were far more powerful than the earlier demonic blade, posing a grave threat. The millions of human citizens in the Imperial city held their breath, anxious that Qin Feng would be unable to fend off the onslaught of these thousands of dark minions. After all, Qin Feng was their last hope. Yet, as Qin Feng gazed at the approaching dark minions, his expression remained remarkably calm. In an instant, he moved forward, wielding a tremendous sword aura, boldly confronting the myriad of dark minions. Boom! Qin Feng moved like a long sword, and wherever he passed, there was no need for him to strike. The dark minions were instantly torn apart by the sword aura, creating a scene of utter astonishment. What? The Moonming ancestor was utterly horrified. The countless malevolent spirits he had summoned posed no challenge to exterminating cultivators below the 5th level of the Void Refinement realm. How could it be so effortless for Qin Feng to obliterate them? At that moment, Qin Feng had already traversed through the throngs of evil beings, shredding them to pieces, and stood before the Moonshade ancestor. In his hand, the Zhujian sword surged with wild and rampant energy as he unleashed a powerful strike. How dare you? The Moonshade ancestor, astonished to find Qin Feng before him and realizing his imminent danger, hastily summoned a long knife that emanated a sinister black light, wielding it to counter the attack. This ominous blade was terrifying, radiating darkness, and merely glancing at it inflicted a visceral pain upon one's consciousness. With a resounding crash, the sword and the knife collided, unleashing a horrifying wave of energy that swept across the surroundings. Numerous unfortunate demonic cultivators, despite the protection of the dark cloud formation, were pierced by the shattered sword and blade energies, emitting anguished cries, with some being completely annihilated. Thud! The Moonshade ancestor was sent flying by Qin Feng's strike, crashing heavily into the palace behind him, collapsing it entirely. His seized corporeal form was shattered, revealing his true self, a swirling mass of demonic energy, with eyes glowing like ghostly flames. Your cultivation clearly falls beneath mine. How can you possess such strength? The Moonshade ancestor stared in disbelief at Qin Feng, unable to fathom how he had been rendered defenseless against Qin Feng's strike. After all, Qin Feng was merely at the 3rd level of the Void Refinement realm, while he was at the 5th. That question can wait until your journey to the underworld, where you may inquire of Yama, Qin Feng replied coldly, preparing to strike again without granting the Moonshade ancestor a moment's respite. To think you could kill me, you are merely dreaming. Though sensing the threat of death, The Moonshade ancestor remained undaunted, gritting his teeth and declaring, "If you force me to expend my primordial power, I shall make you regret ever stepping foot in this world." As his words fell, the tumultuous dark clouds surged with demonic energy towards the Moonshade ancestor. A colossal phantom rapidly coalesced behind him, towering hundreds of feet high. Its visage grotesque and fierce, bearing 6 enormous wings and adorned with various weapons, emanating a terrifying demonic might. "Behold, the phantom of the demon ancestor." A chorus of astonished voices erupted as many witnessed this apparition. It was known that only the most formidable evil beings could summon the phantom of the demon ancestor. Even during the previous Demon Sealing War, no one had anticipated that the Moonshade ancestor had grown this powerful, capable of manifesting such a figure. "Oh, this hideous creature is the legendary demon ancestor?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He had perused ancient texts in the library depicting the demon ancestor, which, while malevolent, appeared quite imposing. Yet, in this moment, it seemed rather grotesque. "Dare you show disrespect to the demon ancestor? You seek death." Upon hearing Qin Feng's remark, the already furious Moonshade ancestor became even more enraged, commanding the phantom to launch a massive punch towards Qin Feng. This enormous fist resembled a mountain, seemingly descending from hell to obliterate everything in its path, shaking the very fabric of space. Merely this. Qin Feng regarded the descending fist with indifference. In that instant, the Zhujian sword in his grasp erupted with a brilliant golden light. Complex and arcane inscriptions spiraled around the hilt, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Cataclysmic Divine Slash. With a cold declaration, Qin Feng swung the sword, unleashing a beam of sword energy hundreds of feet long towards the descending fist. The dazzling sword energy accompanied a thunderous roar, tearing through the surrounding demonic energy, as if it could cleave the heavens themselves. Boom. The sword energy collided with the gigantic fist, creating a cataclysmic surge of energy. Surprisingly, the sword did not shatter the fist. Instead, the two powers remained locked in a stalemate. Haha. Do you believe this phantom of the demon ancestor is merely a simple gathering of demonic energy? The Moonshade ancestor laughed. This phantom contains a fragment of the demon ancestor's might. Though it pales in comparison to the true power of the demon ancestor, it serves as a significant enhancement. Prepare to meet your demise. Summoning this phantom was no trivial task. It required not only the mastery of special techniques but also the expenditure of his primordial energy, causing his original form of black mist to dim considerably. "Oh, is that so?" Qin Feng retorted with a chilling smile. "If one strike cannot shatter it, then allow me to strike again." As he spoke, the Zhujian sword once more radiated golden brilliance. Within a short span, he executed the cataclysmic divine slash 8 times in succession, sending forth 8 beams of sword energy. Is the energy within this celestial sword immortal and inexhaustible? Observers gasped in astonishment. Such formidable sword energy, unleashed in quick succession, was astounding. As the beam surged towards the massive black fist, the thunderous sound of the sword rang out, instilling terror in the hearts of the demonic cultivators cloaked in the dark clouds. With a series of crashes, the phantom's black fist crumbled under the onslaught, and the golden sword energies, their power undiminished, continued their relentless assault towards the Moonshade ancestor's true form. "No." A wretched scream echoed through the skies as the golden beams struck his essence, ultimately tearing him apart. His true form dissolved into wisps of demonic energy, dissipating into the ether. The world fell into a profound silence. Had the celestial sword immortal truly slain the Moonshade ancestor? In the royal city, millions beheld the spectacle above with uncontainable joy, struggling to believe that the formidable Moonshade ancestor had been vanquished. The demonic cultivators cloaked in dark clouds were equally stunned, momentarily thrown into disarray. "Enough with the charade. I know you are not truly dead," Qin Feng remarked calmly, a smirk playing on his lips. As his words resonated, the turbulent black clouds above illuminated with crimson runes, and the dark cloud formation began to activate. The remnants of the Moonshade ancestor's shattered form gradually reassembled, ultimately transforming back into the original mass of black mist. As long as he remained within this dark cloud formation, regardless of how many times he was slain, he could expend a portion of his primordial power to resurrect himself, until all of his primordial energy was exhausted. This was precisely why he had remained within this dark cloud formation. "You insolent wretch. I never imagined you would be this formidable." In the eyes of the ancient ancestor Yueming, flickering with ghostly flames, there was an abundance of fury as he fixated intensely on Qin Feng. "It appears your physique is indeed formidable enough. Just in time, my new body has been shattered, and your form shall serve as my new vessel." He was exceedingly covetous of Qin Feng's body, for prior to this moment, He had never encountered anyone capable of slaying a fifth-tier cultivator of the void refinement realm with merely a third-tier cultivation. Desire my body? You may be overestimating your capabilities. Qin Feng retorted with a cold smirk. Even if this black cloud formation allows for your continuous resurrection each time you rise, I shall strike you down. Eventually, your essence will be exhausted. As he spoke, the Su Xian sword in his hand erupted with astonishing sword energy, preparing to attack once more and slay the just resurrected Yueming. Haha, how naive and fearless you are. Yueming guffawed arrogantly. This formation does far more than simply revive me. It is significantly more powerful than you can imagine. As he spoke, his true form began to split apart, transforming into 3 identical masses of black mist, which continued to divide until there were 9 such masses. Simultaneously, the black clouds above surged violently, and countless blood-red runes ignited. At that moment, crimson lights drifted from the clouds, enveloping the 9 masses of black mist. Soon, these 9 masses were entirely shrouded in red light, and more crimson rays continued to emanate from the black clouds. Ultimately, the 9 masses of black mist transformed into 9 blood moons, suspended ominously in the sky, a truly terrifying and bizarre sight. What is this? Countless people gasped in astonishment as they beheld the 9 blood moons radiating ominous light. In that instant, every inch of the land was illuminated by the glow of these moons. The eerie spectacle made everyone feel as though they were trapped in hell. Their eyes filled with terror. Many felt their internal energies come to a complete halt. What a dreadful secret technique. Surely, my royal uncle is not in danger? Qin Zining expressed her deep concern, as there were no records of such demonic arts in ancient texts. It seemed to be a unique secret of the ancient ancestor Yueming. Qin Zhiyan's expression grew grave, and the other ministers and royal officials shared a similarly serious demeanor, their hearts heavy with worry for Qin Feng. Even from a distance, they could sense the hellish horror, prompting them to fear for Qin Feng's safety. Is this an enhanced version of the moon worshipper's secret technique? Qin Feng, however, remained unfazed, calmly inquiring, The techniques grasped by that full moon worshipper barely amount to 1% of my capabilities. Yueming scoffed dismissively, under the illumination of these 9 blood moons. I shall command the laws of this realm, and your demise is inevitable. Only those of the martial domain can initiate a domain. Yet, through the black cloud formation and the power of the 9 blood moons, he could render this space nearly akin to his own domain, believing himself invincible against Qin Feng. A mere void refinement cultivator. Haha, to me, you and the moon worshipper are hardly distinguishable, Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Despite the spiritual energy in the air being sealed by the blood moons and an immense pressure weighing down upon him, he felt no trace of danger. Such ignorance breeds fearlessness. Yueming huffed coldly, convinced that Qin Feng could not even comprehend the concept of a domain. Otherwise, he would not display such composure. Suddenly, the 9 blood moons erupted with an even more resplendent glow. Terrifying demonic laws began to seep into Qin Feng's being, aiming to transform him from a human into a demon under his control, a feat that very few demons could accomplish. The demonic cultivators within the black clouds erupted in delighted exclamations, feeling as though they were basking in divine radiance, while those below in the human realm suffered immensely. As if trapped in hell, their thoughts turning to concern for Qin Feng. Today, I shall show you what a true domain is. At that moment, Qin Feng spoke indifferently, and a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from within him. A sacred aura rapidly expanded from his center, resonating with a majestic Buddhist sound that reverberated through the heavens. The golden light coalesced, forming golden Buddhist scriptures within a radius of several hundred feet around him, intensifying the sacred atmosphere until it resembled a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom. At the very center stood Qin Feng, the supreme being within this holy realm. What is this? I feel an overwhelming urge to kneel and worship. In an instant, both demonic and human cultivators gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically, unable to suppress the impulse to bow before Qin Feng. Although monks had appeared in the Kanglan domain, the complexities of their circumstances had prevented the transmission of their teachings, leaving no records in ancient texts, so none recognized what was unfolding. A domain. Gazing at the Buddhist Pure Land that Qin Feng manifested, Yueming's voice quivered with disbelief. How is this possible? You are merely at the 3rd tier of the void refinement realm. How could you have already opened a domain? His voice trembled, filled with incredulity. It was known that he had only managed to create a semblance of a domain by leveraging the black cloud formation and the 9 blood moons. Yet now, what Qin Feng exhibited was undeniably a true domain. The divine aura emanating from him imposed an immense pressure upon Yueming, as if he were trapped in a realm transcending this world. Indeed, but this will not alter your destined fate of being transformed, Qin Feng replied coolly. unintentionally. His voice resonated like a Buddhist chant, echoing far and wide, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. The laws of the Buddhist Pure Land swiftly enveloped the 9 blood moons in the sky, effortlessly penetrating them to dissolve Yueming's power. Gradually, the 9 blood moons began to emit golden light. No, stop! Yueming screamed in terror. Although the Buddhist laws appeared serene and sacred, the despair they instilled in him was unprecedented. He struggled to resist, but within the Buddhist Pure Land, Qin Feng was the undisputed master. He could not fight back, merely resigning himself to the dissolution of his power by the laws of Buddhism. In the end, amidst Yueming's desperate cries, his power was entirely obliterated. The 9 blood moons in the sky transformed into 9 blazing suns, dominating the heavens. The once dim and sinister world was now illuminated by divine radiance. Did the ancient ancestor Yueming perish? The demonic cultivators within the black clouds gazed at the 9 blazing suns, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger and disbelief. For many years, they had gathered blood offerings for Yueming, and now that he had emerged to dominate the Kanglan domain, they had anticipated an effortless reign. Yet, they never imagined he would be slain. Flee. Quickly escape. After the initial shock, the demonic cultivators erupted into terrified shouts, turning to flee. Thinking of escaping? You shall remain. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at the fleeing demons, his voice devoid of mercy. Though these demons were not yet fully corrupted, they bore no significant difference from their malevolent kin. Each one was deserving of their fate. Thunder rumbled. The 9 blazing suns in the sky erupted with a dazzling golden light. All the demonic cultivators illuminated by this radiance let out anguished cries, their bodies gradually dissolving into wisps of demonic energy. Along with the entire dark cloud formation, they were absorbed into the sacred land of the Buddhist sect. The scene was utterly astounding and breathtaking. Chapter 117. The curtain falls with the demise of the Moon Ming ancestor and the countless demonic cultivators slain. The black clouds in the sky dissipated. The world fell into a profound silence, as if time had ceased at that moment. Everyone stood in a state of petrified astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief and profound shock, akin to newborns witnessing someone soaring through the heavens for the first time. The astonishment they felt was beyond the reach of words, especially for Qin Zining and Qin Zining. They could hardly believe their own eyes. In the span of a single day, they had experienced an overwhelming tide of hope and despair. Prior to this, they could never have imagined that the legendary carefree sword immortal was, in fact, Qin Feng, who had achieved an alarming mastery of the void refining realm. Even the Moon Ming ancestor, at the 5th level of the void refining realm, was no match for him. This was truly astonishing. However, the tranquility of the Imperial city was soon shattered by a surge of excitement. The cries of joy swept through the city like a tempest. The Moon Ming ancestor is dead. We are safe. We need no longer be the blood sacrifices of the evil demons. Countless voices erupted in deafening cheers, akin to a miraculous escape from death. Thank goodness for the carefree sword immortal. His power is truly terrifying. I even suspect he might not be of this world. Could he truly be a celestial sword immortal descended from the heavens? Upon my return, I must erect a monument and shrine for the carefree sword immortal, so that future generations may pay homage. Various voices continued to resonate. The millions within the Imperial city were engulfed in the joy of survival and astonishment at the carefree sword immortal's formidable prowess, convinced he was a reincarnated deity. All gazes directed towards Qin Feng in the sky brimmed with admiration and gratitude, with some even bowing in worship, genuinely regarding him as a celestial being. In contrast to the reactions of the crowd, Qin Feng remained composed. After utilizing the sacred land of the Buddhist sect to absorb the demonic energy from the world, he had no intention of lingering. He turned and returned to the Imperial Palace. I still have matters to attend to, he said slowly. If there are any questions, we shall discuss them after my seclusion. Following the death of the Moon Ming ancestor, there were even more tasks awaiting him. He needed to refine the demonic energy absorbed into the sacred land, continue comprehending the subtle laws of the great Tao, and digest the insights gained from this battle, all of which could not be delayed. With that, Qin Feng did not remain in place, but transformed into a streak of rainbow light, soaring towards the direction of the royal tombs. Meanwhile, Qin Zining and the ministers, though they had countless words to express, could only swallow them down in silence. Father, uncle. Qin Zining could not help but speak. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Qin Zining. I know you have many questions, Qin Zining replied with a hint of helplessness, but I, too, do not have the answers. Upon hearing this, Qin Zining smiled wryly, having deduced a few things from Qin Zining's shocked expression. Your Majesty, you were not injured in the earlier battle, were you? Just then, Elder Qin stepped forward with concern. I am fine. Qin Zining shook his head and continued. First, let us check on the Imperial Guard and the soldiers of the royal camp. We must see who has been injured and distribute healing elixirs to them quickly. Understood. A minister promptly replied. Soon, a large quantity of healing elixirs was retrieved from the palace's medicinal hall and distributed by the uninjured soldiers to their wounded comrades. Should we send a decree throughout the realm to inform them that the evil demons have been vanquished? Inquired the Grand Scholar of Library Pavilion. The news of the demonic clouds assault has surely spread throughout the Kanglan domain. Our primary concern now is to stabilize public morale and prevent panic, Qin Zining responded. Yes, I entrust this matter to you. After a brief pause, he added, at the same time, immediately issue orders to the several generals stationed in the four corners, instructing them not to return to the Imperial city, but to swiftly eradicate the recently rampant evil demons. Understood, the Grand Scholar of Library Pavilion nodded before departing. The ministers busily went about their tasks. Qin Zining surveyed the collapsed palaces around him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Meanwhile, an ancient warship was sailing towards the Great Xia Imperial city, belonging to the Great Qin dynasty, manned by formidable experts of the Purple Mansion realm. Your Majesty, is it not a bit reckless for our dynasty's powerful figures to come forth solely to rescue the Great Xia dynasty? The Prime Minister of Great Qin could not help but voice. Other high-ranking officials echoed his sentiments, questioning the necessity of assisting the Taishan dynasty given their relationship with the Great Xia dynasty. What do you know? The middle-aged monarch of Great Qin at the ship's front retorted coldly. During the sealing war against the demons, all major dynasties participated, slaying and sealing countless evil beings. If the Great Xia dynasty falls now, what chance do the remaining dynasties have of survival? After receiving the distress signal from Qin Zining and confirming the intelligence, he made a calm judgment, leading all the powerful figures to the Great Xia Imperial city to join forces against the demons was the wisest choice. He had already learned that powerful figures from other major dynasties were also aboard ancient warships heading towards the Great Xia dynasty. However, the demons within the demonic clouds, emboldened by their large-scale assault on the Great Xia dynasty, must have had a strong sense of victory. I fear by the time we arrive, the Great Xia Imperial city may have already fallen, and their powerful figures could very well be decimated, the Prime Minister of Great Qin remarked. Upon hearing this, the monarch of Great Qin fell silent, acknowledging the possibility. Yet, he did not order the ship to halt. Instead, they continued sailing. Even if the Great Xia Imperial city were indeed breached, he would still unite with the powerful figures of other dynasties to confront the demons. This was their final opportunity. Otherwise, once the demons grew powerful after devouring humanity, it would be too late. Dynasties differ from sections. When sects encounter existential crises, they can abandon their foundations at any moment. However, the dynasties have millennia of heritage, with numerous clans and kin to consider. If they were to be destroyed, which monarch could bear such an unforgivable sin? P.S. The protagonist will not primarily cultivate Buddhism, but will focus on the sword path. It is not easy to write 3 updates. I humbly request a gift. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 118. Aid from the major dynasties. The ancient ships carrying the powerful figures of the major dynasties, after converging, sailed swiftly towards the Great Xia dynasty. To increase their speed, they infused a vast amount of spiritual energy into the formation, enabling the ancient warships to travel much faster than usual. Boom. Before long, several ancient warships arrived within 3,000 miles of the Great Xia Imperial city. Upon seeing the serene and calm sky above the city, devoid of any demonic clouds, they were all filled with confusion. What is happening? Wasn't there a large-scale demonic assault on the Great Xia Imperial city? Gazing at the tranquil scene above the Great Xia Imperial city, the monarch of Great Qin expressed his bewilderment. Why is there nothing here now? The accompanying ministers were equally puzzled, as all major dynasties had received the same intelligence, which could not be erroneous. Could it be that the Great Xia Imperial city has already fallen, with the demons having breached the city? At this moment, the Prime Minister of Great Qin spoke gravely. Upon hearing his words, the sovereigns and formidable beings from several major dynasties grew increasingly tense. If this were indeed the case, it would imply that the malevolent forces they were about to confront would be exceedingly powerful. However, something felt amiss. Even if the dark entities had infiltrated the Imperial city, the skies should still be shrouded in ominous clouds. The monarch of the Taishan dynasty voiced his confusion, questioning why, at this moment, there were not only no ominous clouds obscuring the sun, but the air was also notably devoid of demonic energy. In fact, there was an aura of profound sanctity permeating the surroundings. The Prime Minister of Taishan began to doubt the accuracy of his own perceptions. Their conversation prompted the gathered representatives from the various dynasties, who were already on high alert, to sense that something was indeed amiss. It felt somewhat illogical. Regardless, it was imperative to investigate promptly. The monarch of the Great Yin spoke gravely, asserting that they must not afford the dark entities any opportunity to consume the human race and bolster their power. His declaration garnered nods of agreement from many. With a population of tens of millions in Taishan Imperial City, allowing those malevolent beings to feast would yield catastrophic consequences. Boom. The ancient warships of the various dynasties continued their course towards the Great Xia Imperial City. However, all the formations aboard the vessels were now illuminated, emanating a soft glow as the defensive arrays activated. Numerous powerful beings enveloped themselves in spiritual energy, poised to engage in battle with the dark forces at any given moment. Not long after, the ancient ships of the dynasties hovered above the Great Xia Imperial City, only to be met with astonishment at the scene below. Although the Imperial Palace was littered with collapsed structures and numerous fallen soldiers, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle, tranquility had since returned. Some were engaged in the grim task of transporting bodies, while others cleared away the rubble, as if everything had already passed. What could this mean? Had the invading dark forces been repelled? The monarch of Taishan was visibly perplexed, struggling to accept this reality. According to the reports from the reinforcements dispatched by Qin Zining, as well as intelligence from the dynasty, the ominous clouds contained exceedingly dangerous dark entities, along with vast numbers of demonic cultivators and sinister beasts. The formidable powers of the Great Xia royal family would surely find it arduous to contend with them. Qin Zining is down there. We must investigate, the monarch of Great Yin remarked, having noticed Qin Zining within the palace below, and soon, the sovereigns of various dynasties descended from their ancient ships into the palace. At that moment, Qin Zining was deep in discussion with numerous court officials regarding important affairs, and he promptly noticed their arrival, greeting them with a warm smile. Esteemed guests, I extend my gratitude for your long journey to assist us against the dark forces. Qin Zining expressed his thanks. Although the powerful beings from the various dynasties had not directly aided in the battle, their swift arrival upon receiving the call for help warranted his appreciation. What is the situation here? Why is there not a trace of the dark entities? Could it be that the information was incorrect, and the forces attacking you were not formidable? The monarch of Taishan inquired impatiently. How could they not be formidable? Qin Zining pondered briefly, a chill running down his spine as he replied. The cultivation level of the Moonshade ancestor is at least at the 5th tier of the Void Refinement realm. What? A Void Refinement expert? The exclamations of astonishment from the assembled monarchs filled the air. They had presumed that even if the dark entities were powerful, they would at most reach the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. Never had they anticipated that they were dealing with a Void Refinement being. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the combined might of the powerful beings from the various dynasties would stand no chance of victory. Had they known this earlier, they would have led their clans to flee the Kanglan domain, even at the cost of bearing the title of traitors. Surely, you jest. If a Void Refinement dark entity had made an appearance, the entire Imperial City would have been reduced to ashes. How could you still be alive? The monarch of Great Yin questioned skeptically. Others echoed his sentiments, doubting whether Qin Zining was merely trying to deceive them. Would I have any reason to lie to you? Qin Zining replied with a wry smile. The battle today was witnessed by millions. If that were the case, how did you survive? Why would the Moonshade ancestor retreat? The monarch of Taishan pressed on, his heart brimming with questions. Because the celestial sword immortal intervened. Qin Zining proceeded to recount the events of the day, omitting only the identity of Qin Feng, without any further concealment. After all, the battle had been observed by countless witnesses. Even if he wished to keep it a secret, it would be impossible. As Qin Zining narrated the tale, the expressions of the attending monarchs shifted dramatically. Upon hearing that the Moonshade ancestor had effortlessly shattered the dragon soul of the surprise dragon array, their faces reflected anxiety and terror as they could vividly empathize with Qin Zining's despair. The disparity in power was simply too vast. Only when they learned of the celestial sword immortal's emergence and his eventual slaying of the Moonshade ancestor did their expressions transform from fear and tension to astonishment and disbelief. What? The celestial sword immortal single-handedly defeated all the invading dark entities and demonic cultivators. The astonished voices of the assembled monarchs echoed throughout the chamber. One person wielding a sword, standing alone against the torrential black clouds and endless dark forces. Merely imagining it was breathtaking. The celestial sword immortal had only reached the Purple Mansion realm decades ago, when he vanquished the ancient corpses of the corpse-driving sect. Yet now he could slay a 5th-tier Void Refinement expert. In the midst of his astonishment, the monarch of Great Yin could not help but exclaim, "This rate of cultivation is simply terrifying." The other monarchs, too, began to recognize the sheer speed of the celestial sword immortal's advancement. Even during the height of martial prowess in the Kanglan domain, prior to the demon sealing war, no such prodigy had ever emerged. Listening to the collective admiration, Qin Zining remained silent, choosing not to interject. If they were to learn of Qin Feng's age, it would surely leave them in shock. By the way, since the celestial sword immortal is a senior of your dynasty and possesses such strength, why did you still seek our assistance? The monarch of Taishan inquired, unable to contain his frown. They had suspected that the celestial sword immortal was an ancient figure of the great Xia dynasty when he had intervened multiple times to aid them. Yet they remained perplexed as to why Qin Zining would still request external help despite having such a powerful ally. I only learned of this today. Qin Zining replied with a helpless smile. Had he known of Qin Feng's prowess, he would not have dispatched messengers to request assistance from the other dynasties at the first sign of the Dark Forces attack. You only just found out? That seems implausible. The other sovereigns expressed their skepticism, well aware that the resources required for a void refinement expert's cultivation were immense, and such undertakings would inevitably attract significant attention. As the Emperor of Great Xia, how could Qin Zining be entirely oblivious? I assure you, I truly only discovered it today. Qin Zining replied with a hint of bitterness in his smile. The shock I experienced upon realizing that the celestial sword immortal is a member of our royal family far surpassed any of yours. Upon hearing this, the monarchs present could not help but furrow their brows. While they found it difficult to believe that Qin Zining was unaware of the celestial sword immortal's existence, they also felt that there was little reason for him to deceive them about such matters. Very well, if you claim ignorance, then so be it. The monarch of Great Yin conceded, not dwelling on the issue further. Since we have traveled such a distance, it would not be unreasonable for us to pay our respects to that venerable elder, would it? The other monarch's eyes brightened at this suggestion. If Qin Zining was indeed unaware of the celestial sword immortal's existence, it was entirely possible that the celestial sword immortal was not a member of the great Xia royal family, but rather a wandering powerhouse who had simply resided in the area for decades. They say there may still be hope to invite the wandering sword heart back to their dynasty. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that after vanquishing the evil, the wandering sword immortal expressed a desire to enter seclusion for a period of time. Qin Zining smiled gently and remarked that he did not wish to be disturbed by others. How could he not discern the intentions of these individuals? Although he was aware that Qin Feng would not be swayed by them, since Qin Feng had already expressed a desire for solitude, it was only natural for him to honor that wish. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Emperor furrowed his brows slightly, doubting the veracity of Qin Ziying's words, and said, "Since that esteemed elder wishes to remain undisturbed for the time being, we shall linger here a while longer to see when the elder emerges. Indeed, since there are no pressing matters within the dynasty at the moment, visiting the wandering sword immortal takes precedence." The other emperors echoed this sentiment, leaving Qin Zining somewhat speechless yet resigned. Now that he sought assistance from others, it was not appropriate to drive them away after they had journeyed so far. Ultimately, he instructed the officials of the Ministry of Rites to arrange accommodations for these emperors. Within the royal tomb, Chu Xiong had already departed. Initially, upon learning Qin Feng's secret, he felt a sense of confusion about what to do next. However, now that Qin Feng had proactively revealed his secret, he no longer lingered on his thoughts and hurried back to the Wuqing military command. The chaos brought on by the invasion of evil had undoubtedly caused considerable friction, and he needed to address it swiftly. Meanwhile, upon returning to the royal tomb, Qin Feng was completely indifferent to the affairs of the outside world. After his return, he began to meditate. Having absorbed a substantial amount of demonic energy into the pure land of Buddhism, he needed to refine it promptly. This process would take considerable time. However, with the death of the Elder of Moonshade, he found himself with ample time. Time flows like water, slipping away unnoticed. Autumn faded into winter, and 3 years swiftly passed. After waiting several months without witnessing Qin Feng's emergence, the various emperors reluctantly departed. After all, they were sovereigns of their respective dynasties and had many matters awaiting their personal attention. Simultaneously, news of the Elder of Moonshade's invasion by the Void Refinement Realm and the subsequent emergence of the Wandering Sword Immortal to slay him began to spread wildly throughout the Kanglan domain. The revelation of a Void Refinement Realm sword cultivator in Kanglan domain astonished the world. Countless sword cultivators flocked to the Daxia Imperial city, eager for an audience. Faced with this influx, Qin Zining found himself in a state of great distress. Ultimately, he entrusted the matter to the Minister of Rites to handle. Within the royal tomb, after the battle against the Elder of Moonshade, Qin Feng's cultivation had ascended to the fourth heaven of the Void Refinement Realm, marking rapid progress. Moreover, After refining a vast amount of demonic energy, the scope of the Pure Land of Buddhism had significantly expanded. At that moment, Qin Feng was seated atop a massive stone, surrounded by golden radiance, with intricate Buddhist texts floating around him. The ethereal sounds of Buddhism resonated like the grandest of orchestras. Notably, a faint glimmering halo of glass-like light hovered behind his head, accentuating his divine presence. However, the sword of extermination planted before him exuded a murderous aura that seemed somewhat at odds with the surrounding Buddhist light. Threads of potent killing intent continually drifted into his body. Suddenly, amidst Qin Feng's meditation, the sound of a sword's cry erupted within the royal tomb. Finally, the power of belief has been purged from my body, Qin Feng murmured, exhaling deeply. During these 3 years, he had not merely been refining demonic energy, but rather expelling the power of belief that had accumulated within him. Following the battle against the Elder of Moonshade, countless mortals in the Imperial city had worshipped him as if he were a celestial being, generating immense power of belief. The Pure Land of Buddhism he cultivated could absorb this power to expand its domain. However, in the process of absorbing demonic energy, he had inadvertently drawn in that power of belief as well. It was only upon returning that he realized this. Nevertheless, Qin Feng soon discovered that while the power of belief could greatly benefit him by expanding the Pure Land, it would also entangle him in karmic ties with those people, which made him apprehensive. After some deliberation, he resolved to utilize the killing intent within the extermination sword to cleanse himself of that power of belief. Though the process was slow, it ultimately proved successful, leaving Qin Feng feeling remarkably unburdened. He then retrieved a fragmentary bronze plate from his storage ring. This plate, though rusty and seemingly ordinary, was, in fact, the only item the Elder of Moonshade carried with him. On the surface, it appeared to depict a map. Could this be a treasure map? Qin Feng pondered aloud as he examined the engravings on the bronze plate. His interest was piqued not only because it was the sole item of the Elder of Moonshade, but also due to the plate's unique material, which he found impervious to any damage despite his best efforts. However, as time passed, Qin Feng grew somewhat disappointed. Regardless of whether he infused it with spiritual energy or probed it with his consciousness, he could not uncover any useful information from the bronze plate. Must I find other fragments of bronze plates to glean more? He mused. His curiosity about the bronze plate only deepened. Yet, lacking the means to acquire more substantial information for the time being, he decided to store it within his system space. Then, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the direction outside the royal tomb. Since I have arrived, I might as well enter, he stated calmly. Shortly after his words, the figure of Qin Zining appeared within the royal tomb. Over the past 3 years, Qin Zining had visited every few days, and upon seeing Qin Feng in meditation, she would leave. However, upon hearing his voice just now, she was filled with joy. Although she had been to the royal tomb many times, this time she seemed somewhat shy and out of place. Zining has met with the royal uncle, she said, approaching with a newfound formality, her demeanor respectful. Observing her behavior, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. If you conducted yourself with such decorum in your daily life, your father wouldn't need to assign palace maids to oversee your etiquette. Qin Feng chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Zining's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, and she laughed awkwardly. There's no need to be so formal. Just act as you always do, Qin Feng encouraged gently. Nodding, Zining felt a wave of relief at his familiar demeanor. She then inquired, Royal Uncle, your strength is so formidable. Why have you never revealed it before? Why should I? Qin Feng countered with a smile. A peerless divine sword is most dangerous when concealed within its sheath, unknown to the world. Just like the Elder of Moonshade's invasion, had I revealed my identity earlier, would he have refrained from attacking? Not at all. He would have merely prepared more thoroughly before the invasion. Even with many hidden cards, it would still pose considerable trouble. The unknown is what renders one dangerous. Upon hearing his words, Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, Royal Uncle, is my success in the sword path due to your influence? She was born with damaged meridians, and her sudden recovery was deemed miraculous. With her extraordinary talent in swordplay, the world regarded her as an unparalleled sword body, a belief she herself shared. However, upon Qin Feng's arrival and the exhibition of his formidable prowess, her convictions began to waver. Not entirely, Qin Feng remarked, your own efforts are equally vital. Upon hearing Qin Feng affirm her suspicions, Qin Zining nodded gently. Thank you, Uncle Huang. Without your guidance, I would likely have been married off to the southern barbarians or the northern Yi for political alliance by now, she expressed her gratitude. Qin Feng chuckled in response and seized the opportunity to impart some swordsmanship wisdom to Qin Zining. Each of his words resonated with profound depth, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Overwhelmed, she settled down to meditate and reflect on the teachings he had shared. a member of the Imperial Guard, tasked with overseeing the royal tomb, hastily entered the study to report to Qin Zining that Qin Feng's seclusion had ended, permitting Qin Zining access to the royal tomb. Has my brother concluded his seclusion? Qin Zining, engaged in discussions with Elder Qin and several senior officials regarding the martial arts academy, sprang to his feet in excitement. He promptly instructed a maid to fetch his more formal attire, for he was eager to meet Qin Feng. Since slaying the Moon Shadow ancestor, Qin Zining had longed for an audience with Qin Feng, but his prolonged seclusion had hindered this desire. Now that Qin Feng had finally emerged from his retreat, he felt the urgency to meet him. Your Majesty, may we accompany you? Elder Qin and the other officials inquired, unable to contain their eagerness. Although they had encountered Qin Feng multiple times during his time as the Crown Prince, he was now a formidable practitioner of the Void Refinement realm, a true martial arts elder. They all yearned for another close encounter. Qin Zining hesitated slightly, uncertain whether Qin Feng would welcome outsiders. However, recalling a matter he needed to address, he nodded in agreement. Upon our arrival at the royal tomb, I shall first announce your presence. Should my brother be amenable, you may enter. Once they reached the royal tomb, Qin Zining initially intended to wait outside for a moment, allowing someone to inform Qin Feng of their arrival. Yet, Qin Feng had already sensed their presence and beckoned them inside. Feeling a twinge of nervousness, Qin Zining and the others straightened their garments before proceeding into the tomb. Inside, the concealment array no longer obscured the energy and merely prevented its leakage. The moment they entered, they were astounded by the overwhelming sword intent and the lingering radiance of Buddhist light. Goodness! They collectively gasped, awestruck by the spectacle. While they were aware of Qin Feng's strength, the reality before them was far more shocking than anything they had imagined from a distance. The royal tomb, devoid of the concealment array, brimmed with spiritual energy necessary to sustain its formation. What was once a realm of scarce spiritual essence now resembled a divine land. The Grand Scholar of Library Pavilion could not help but exclaim. The transformation from his initial visit with Qin Zining was nothing short of miraculous. Even the most spiritually abundant areas of the palace could not compare to the richness here. Elder Qin also marveled. Unbeknownst to them, the abundance of spiritual energy was not due to any formation set by Qin Feng, but rather a natural release from his cultivation. Had they known, their astonishment would have been amplified. Look at these birds and the stray cats and dogs, Elder Qin suddenly exclaimed, directing their attention to the side of the road. Stray cats and dogs. Qin Zining and the others were momentarily puzzled, questioning why Elder Qin's focus had shifted to these animals. When they turned to look, they were left in utter disbelief. Fourth-tier high-level magical beasts. These strays are actually fourth-tier magical beasts. Qin Zioning's voice trembled. Under the protection of the concealment array, he had never perceived them before. Now, he was shocked to discover that the stray cats and dogs, having long been in proximity to Qin Feng, were influenced by the potent sword intent and rich spiritual energy, elevating them to fourth-tier magical beasts, equivalent to formidable practitioners of the 8th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. It is worth noting that while fourth-tier magical beasts were not rare in the Kanglan domain, these strays were the most ordinary of beasts, typically kept as pets. To achieve the second tier in their lifetime would be a considerable feat, yet these were all fourth tier. The ages of these cats and dogs did not exceed a century. Elder Qin calculated briefly and could not help but exclaim, their cultivation speed surpasses even mine. It is known that he, once the foremost sword genius of the Dashya dynasty, had reached the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm at over 130 years of age. Hearing Elder Qin's words, the others' expressions shifted once more. The comparison of humans to animals was indeed striking. They never imagined they would one day envy these cats, dogs, and birds. We should refrain from looking around too much, Qin Zining suggested cautiously, fearing he might not withstand such a blow. The group, understanding his sentiment, shared a bittersweet smile and made their way toward Qin Feng. Brother, Your Highness. Qin Zining and the others respectfully bowed. At that moment, Qin Feng's gaze was fixed upon Qin Zining, who was meditating. Upon hearing their greetings, he turned his attention to them. You need not be so formal. Treat me as you always have, he said with a gentle smile, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the reverence. Despite his words, Elder Qin and the other officials maintained their respectful demeanor, as their previous encounters with Qin Feng had not established the familiarity shared with Qin Zining. Meanwhile, Qin Zining retrieved a jade seal from his storage ring. What is this for? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. Brother, you should be the emperor of the Dashya dynasty. Qin Zining replied gravely. As he spoke, he extended his hands to present the seal to Qin Feng. This scene left Elder Qin and the others astonished, unable to believe that Qin Zining had already prepared for abdication, bringing the seal with him. Why would you relinquish the throne when you are seated so comfortably? Qin Feng countered, not accepting the seal. In terms of cultivation, I fall far short of you. In contributions to the Daxia dynasty, had it not been for your efforts, the dynasty would have faced ruin 3 years ago. Your governance and strategies far surpass my own. Qin Zining spoke slowly. Thus, the throne should rightfully belong to you. This was a decision he had pondered deeply. Given your reasoning, the throne does seem more fitting for me, Qin Feng mused before continuing. However, I am not particularly interested in the throne, nor do I possess the energy to manage state affairs. It would be more suitable for you to continue as emperor. Qin Zining was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Qin Feng might decline, but had not expected the reason to be a lack of interest in the throne. Yet, he soon understood. A practitioner of the void refinement realm could easily command the entire Kanglan domain, rendering the throne of the Daxia dynasty unappealing. If you have no interest in the throne, then so be it. However, if you change your mind, the seal is yours to take at any time. After a brief pause, Qin Zining spoke slowly. Deep down, he truly believed Qin Feng was more suited to be the emperor of Daxia. Qin Feng, hearing his words, simply nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he recalled something and inquired, by the way, during the last invasion of the Kanglan domain by the Moon Shadow ancestor, there was no disturbance from the Sealing Demon Valley, correct? After the Sealing Demon War, there were numerous evil spirits that required confinement. Only the great Xia dynasty possessed the treasure of the Demon Suppression Tower. Thus, the other major dynasties allied together to suppress a large number of beasts at the borders of their realms, using the fortune of the dynasties to hold them in check. Everything there was just fine. Upon hearing this, Qin Zining promptly responded. The combined fortunes of the great Yin and Tai Xian dynasties suppress those evil beings. They cannot possibly force their way through the seals to escape. Nodding in agreement, Qin Feng then inquired further about the information regarding the burial demon valley. He intended to visit the valley to ascertain if the evil spirits there had any knowledge about the true nature of the bronze plate. Thus, he sought to understand what malevolence was sealed within and whether any of them had a favorable relationship with the Moon Shadow ancestor. Qin Zining divulged all he knew about the burial demon valley to Qin Feng. After acquiring the information he desired, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Elder Qin and the others. You have come together. Surely there are many questions you wish to ask? He encouraged. Feel free to voice any uncertainties regarding martial arts. I shall do my utmost to provide clarity. With their presence already established, he was more than willing to offer guidance to enhance their abilities. Thank you, esteemed senior. Elder Qin and his companions expressed their excitement and respect. Despite Qin Feng being significantly younger, his martial prowess surpassed theirs, prompting them to address him as senior. Over the ensuing moments, Elder Qin and the others posed numerous queries regarding martial arts, all of which Qin Feng answered with ease. Although he was a sword cultivator, his strength in the virtual refinement realm far exceeded that of Elder Qin and his companions. Even in matters not exclusive to the sword path, his understanding surpassed theirs. Witnessing Qin Feng's effortless elucidation of their doubts, Elder Qin and the others grew increasingly awestruck, practically bowing in reverence. With the guidance of a senior, I suspect my cultivation will ascend to a higher realm within a few short years, Elder Qin remarked, unable to contain his enthusiasm. If you wish to elevate to a higher realm, it need not take years, Qin Feng replied, producing a small jade vial and handing it to Elder Qin, saying nonchalantly, this contains a purple mansion pill. When consumed by a cultivator of the purple mansion realm, it allows for a direct elevation of one minor realm. Albeit it can only be taken once, or its efficacy will be lost. Purple mansion pill. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, not only Elder Qin but everyone present was astounded. Such legendary elixirs were no longer concocted by any alchemist within the Kanglan domain. They were astonished that Qin Feng possessed a purple mansion pill. Thank you, esteemed senior, Elder Qin said, taking the small vial with trembling hands. There is no need for such formality. It is not an exceptionally rare elixir, Qin Feng replied lightly. He had long since outgrown the need for such pills, which left Elder Qin and the others in awe, realizing that such a rare potion was trivial in Qin Feng's eyes. At that moment, Qin Zining, who had been meditating, concluded her session. Though she had yet to fully grasp the sword principles Qin Feng had imparted, she no longer felt the confusion she had initially experienced. Noticing that dusk had fallen, Qin Zining decided it was time to take his leave without further disturbing Qin Feng. By the way, uncle, where has that little white fox gone? Qin Zining, sensing something was amiss, remembered just as they were about to depart. The little white fox? Qin Feng paused, realizing that the little creature had been absent for several years. He frowned, saying, it is likely out exploring and does not wish to return just yet. Qin Zining nodded in understanding, not overly concerned. The little white fox was far more intelligent than any beast she had encountered, so she held no worries. Once everyone had departed, Qin Feng directed his gaze towards the sealing demon valley. He resolved to pay a visit and investigate further. Chapter 122. Arrival at the sealing demon valley. At the junction of the Tai Xian and Great Yin dynasties lies an expanse of boundless wilderness. In its heart lies a long valley, filled with surging demonic energy that reaches skyward, instilling a sense of dread from afar. This place is known as the Sealing Demon Valley. At the entrance of the valley, which spans several miles wide, stone tablets emanating a faint golden light stand at intervals, inscribed with names such as Tai Xian and Great Yin. These tablets embody the combined fortunes of the major dynasties, forming a barrier to prevent the evil spirits within the valley from escaping. Powerful guardians of the Sealing Demon Valley are stationed miles away, occasionally patrolling. Although the evil spirits are sealed within the valley, the overwhelming demonic energy can still affect the minds of those nearby, rendering it exceedingly perilous. However, today is different. Several figures stand before the stone tablet inscribed with the words Tai Xian. Though all are of the human race, they exude a formidable demonic aura, unmistakably identified as demon cultivators. Leading them is the demon cultivator Zhongwu, wielding an ancient sword that glows faintly with golden light, within which flows the fortune of the Great Xia dynasty. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Sealing Demon Valley, a dozen figures appear, yet they dare not emerge. The nearly transparent barrier may appear harmless, but attempting to breach it would result in dire consequences, potentially costing them their lives. Has the sword been nurtured? Upon seeing Zhongwu and the others, the evil spirit Tu Ling eagerly inquired. Though he could not manipulate the outside world from within the valley, his great-grandson was not sealed here and had been hiding in the Kanglin domain. When he passed away a century ago, he had instructed Zhongwu and the others to obey him. It has been properly nurtured, Zhongwu replied with the utmost respect. Breaking this stone tablet of the Tai Xian dynasty should pose no issue. Several years prior, when the Moon Shadow ancestor invaded the Kanglin domain, the Tai Xian emperor led the strongest to assist the Great Xia dynasty. Following Tu Ling's orders, they had taken advantage of the situation to manipulate several ancient figures of the Tai Xian royal family. Over the years, they had harnessed the identities of those ancient figures, utilizing the fortune of the Tai Xian dynasty to nurture this ancient sword. Excellent, Tu Ling exclaimed with a hearty laugh. After 10 millennia, we shall finally see the light of day again. Once we conquer the Kanglin domain, you shall be our greatest contributors, overseeing the order of the human race. The other evil spirits erupted in cheers, elated at the prospect of finally escaping their long imprisonment. Master Tu Ling, once you exit the Sealing Demon Valley, it would be wise to leave the Kanglin domain first. That carefree sword immortal is extraordinarily powerful, Zhongwu cautioned gravely. The Moon Shadow ancestor has already attained the 5th level of the virtual refinement realm, and even with the formidable black cloud formation, they are not his match. However, his words ignited a chorus of laughter. Haha. Though the Moon Shadow ancestor is formidable, he is ultimately just a single individual, far from our equal. Should we all emerge from this place and unite our strength, we would easily surpass the Moon Shadow ancestor. Eliminating that carefree sword immortal would be a trivial matter. Indeed, that so-called carefree sword immortal is no match for us. The evil spirits completely disregarded the carefree sword immortal. They had once been the weakest among the 5th level of the virtual refinement realm, and though their powers had significantly diminished after a millennium of sealings, their combined strength vastly exceeded that of the Moon Shadow ancestor. Witnessing the confidence of Tu Ling and his cohorts, who were unfazed by the carefree sword immortal, Zhongwu could not help but marvel at their might. Without wasting any more time, the ancient sword in hand radiated a golden glow as it was swung fiercely. With a thunderous roar, the sword's brilliance struck the stone tablet, instantly erupting in a dazzling golden light. Intense waves of energy swept through the surroundings, shaking the entire demon sealing valley. Although the stone tablet was imbued with the fortune of the Tai Xian dynasty and was unbreakable, the ancient sword wielded by Zhongwu shattered it effortlessly. As the tablet crumbled, the light barrier in the area became increasingly indistinct, as if it might vanish at any moment. Aha, we can finally leave this place. Seeing the flickering light barrier before them, Tu Ling and the others burst into joyful laughter. After enduring immense suffering for millennia, they were finally on the brink of liberation, ready to return to the mortal realm. I'll go first. At that moment, numerous malevolent entities surged forth from the depths of the demon sealing valley. One particularly powerful demon rushed ahead of Tu Ling and the others, eager to escape first. Tu Ling, seeing this, did not intervene. After all, the barrier had not completely dissipated, and allowing other demons to exit first would weaken its strength further. As the demon's body made contact with the barrier, it emitted a horrific cry of pain. Nevertheless, it gritted its teeth and continued to stride toward freedom. With each step, the powerful demon broke through the barrier, releasing a torrent of demonic energy that swept outward. Zhongwu and the other demon cultivators were filled with excitement, having served the demonic forces for years. They were finally about to reap their rewards. Soon, they would rise above all, beneath the dominion of the demons. At last, we are free. Just then, the formidable demon had already crossed through the barrier and shouted exultantly, "Humans of the Kanglan domain, you shall all become my sustenance." Tu Ling and the others were overjoyed and prepared to breach the increasingly weakened barrier. Perhaps my timing was not ideal. At that moment, a detached voice suddenly rang out. Tu Ling and the others turned to see a young man, appearing to be under 100 years old, dressed in royal attire, entirely unfamiliar to them. A human? The demon that had crossed the barrier immediately lit up upon seeing Qin Feng. Haha, it has been over 10,000 years since I last tasted human flesh. You have arrived just in time to satisfy my cravings. As he spoke, he took a step forward, closing the distance to Qin Feng, his cultivation at the first level of the void refinement realm clearly evident and terrifying. He reached out to grasp Qin Feng by the throat. Seeing this, Tu Ling and the others, though tempted, chose not to intervene. Their immediate priority was to break through the barrier. Once outside, they could feast on as much flesh as they desired. However, at that moment, a blade of light erupted from Qin Feng's fingertip, instantly piercing through the demon's body, causing it to explode into a cloud of demonic energy, vanishing from existence. This scene left Tu Ling and the others, who were preparing to break the seal, utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their companion at the first level of the void refinement realm had been slain in an instant by this young man. Chapter 123, The Nine Xian Domain. You are the carefree sword immortal, aren't you? Zhongwu and the other demon cultivators reacted swiftly, unable to suppress their astonishment. In the entire Kanglan domain, only the carefree sword immortal possessed such formidable strength. Silence. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at Zhongwu and the others. With a swift motion, Zhongwu and his group of demon cultivators exploded into a shower of blood and flesh, unable to even utter a cry of despair. The area fell into a profound silence. How dare you suddenly appear here? Tu Ling seethed, filled with resentment. The other demons echoed his sentiments. They were on the verge of breaking through the barrier, only for Qin Feng to arrive and disrupt their plans, causing their frustration to boil over. The area where the barrier weakened was not large, and attempting to break through would take time. If Qin Feng lingered, for each demon that escaped, another would perish. Do not harbor such great resentment, Qin Feng said, unfazed. Even if I had not come today and allowed you to escape, you would ultimately find yourselves in a dead end. Now at the fourth level of the void refinement realm, and with the vast influence of the Buddhist Pure Land, these demons, even united, would not stand a chance against him. Arrogant. Tu Ling and the others retorted angrily, disbelieving Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng, disinterested in further discussion, produced a bronze plate and casually remarked, "This belongs to the ancestor of Moon Ming. Does anyone know what it is?" "Haha, do you think we would tell you?" Tu Ling laughed mockingly, his eyes gleaming with derision. "If you can shatter all the stone tablets of the major dynasties, perhaps I will disclose where the ancestor of Moon Ming obtained this." "Oh, it appears you do know something." Qin Feng expressed mild surprise. He had assumed the bronze plate was acquired by the ancestor of Moon Ming overseas, but it seemed it had been obtained during their incursion into the Kanglan domain. "And what if I do?" Tu Ling sneered. "Since you are unwilling to share, I shall discover it for myself." As he spoke, Qin Feng stepped forward into the depths of the demon's sealing valley. This action left the enraged demons momentarily stunned. What was he planning? Was he truly entering the valley? Had he lost his mind? If he dared to venture in, they could easily crush him like an ant. The demons murmured in disbelief, aware that the valley contained hundreds of powerful entities. To them, Qin Feng's entry into the demon sealing valley was akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Yet, as Tu Ling and the others watched in shock, Qin Feng boldly crossed the threshold. The barrier only prevented exit, not entry. "You truly dare to come in?" Tu Ling exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. The other demons were equally taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. "Haha, you choose to enter when heaven offers you a path, and hell has no door for you. Everyone attack. If we kill this guy, we can finally leave. His flesh must be exquisite." The demons fixated on Qin Feng as if he were a sacrificial lamb. They wasted no time in launching their assault. A cacophony of powerful demonic techniques surged toward Qin Feng, creating terrifying shockwaves that shook the entire demon sealing valley, as if an earthquake had struck. Aware of Qin Feng's formidable power, the demons held nothing back in their attacks. The watchers from miles away, having heard the commotion, arrived only to be stunned by the sight before them. Who would dare enter the demon sealing valley? Was this not courting death? And who was this individual to provoke such a response from so many demons? At that moment, Qin Feng gazed indifferently at the overwhelming tide of demonic energy and slowly spoke. As he did, a golden radiance began to emanate from within him. In an instant, a 1,000-foot radius was enveloped in golden light, with intricate Buddhist scriptures floating in midair. The sonorous tones of Buddhist chants resonated throughout the realm. In a heartbeat, the incoming demonic attack shattered, dissipating into swirling demonic energy that was then absorbed by the Buddhist Pure Land. All demons within that radius froze in place, rendered immobile. As if confronting a revered figure of the Buddhist realm, immense pressure enveloped him. What? You have grown even stronger. The nefarious entities surrounding Tu Ling could not suppress their astonishment upon witnessing this scene. They had presumed that after the battle with the ancestor of Moonshade, Qin Feng would have sustained at least minor injuries, and that a recovery within 3 years would be commendable. To their utter disbelief, Qin Feng not only emerged unscathed, but had also experienced a significant breakthrough, amplifying his strength in a mere 3 years. Astonishingly, his formidable domain expanded to a staggering 1,000-zhang radius. They had initially maintained a cautious distance to avoid entering Qin Feng's sacred ground, yet the sanctity of that domain enveloped them entirely. It is worth noting that even a formidable warrior of the martial domain could not extend their territory at such an astonishing pace. Since I am already here, I shall absorb some demonic energy to further expand the reach of my sacred ground, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. The abundance of demonic energy here presented an irresistible opportunity for him. Should he leave the Kanglan domain in the future, this sacred ground would serve as his ultimate trump card, thus it must grow ever stronger. As he spoke, Qin Feng formed intricate hand seals, and the Buddhist laws within this sacred ground began to shift, actively absorbing the demonic energy from the bodies of the malevolent beings. No. The malevolent beings, sensing their demonic energy being siphoned away, erupted in desperate cries. They wished to flee, yet found themselves utterly immobilized. Qin Feng, however, paid no heed to their anguished screams and instead approached Tu Ling with quiet determination. What do you intend to do? Tu Ling stammered, fear evident in his voice. I merely wish to ascertain how the ancestor of Moonshade acquired that bronze plate, Qin Feng replied coolly. As he spoke, mystical runes began to materialize in his eyes, probing into Tu Ling's consciousness. The previously tormented Tu Ling now screamed in agony, his cries growing increasingly frantic. He regretted not revealing the truth to Qin Feng earlier, but it was far too late. The 9 mysterious realm. Moments later, the enigmatic runes in Qin Feng's eyes vanished, and he murmured to himself. According to the information gleaned from Tu Ling's memories, the bronze plate of the ancestor of Moonshade was obtained from the 9 mysterious realm. However, Qin Feng was entirely unfamiliar with the 9 mysterious realm. It seemed to lie far from the Kanglan domain, and he had encountered scant references to it in the ancient texts he had perused. P.S. I have to work overtime tonight. I barely managed to write 2 chapters during my mealtime. No more, I must return to work. Sob. Chapter 124. Visitors from afar having acquired the knowledge he sought from Tu Ling's consciousness, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the malevolent beings. Please, esteemed senior, spare us. I vow eternal loyalty to you. The malevolent beings, though of the demonic race, pleaded for mercy under the looming threat of death, addressing Qin Feng as senior. For millennia, the human race in the Kanglan domain could scarcely have dreamed of such a scene unfolding. After all, the demonic energy within these entities was being relentlessly extracted, leaving them gaunt and nearing depletion. You are far too weak, Qin Feng stated blandly. Even if you pledge allegiance to me, it would serve little purpose. As he spoke, a more potent golden radiance emanated from within him, intensifying the pressure upon the malevolent beings like an insurmountable mountain. With the sound of their anguished cries echoing, the malevolent beings within the sacred ground were crushed beneath this overwhelming weight, their bodies shattering into nothingness, their essences extinguished. They transformed into wisps of demonic energy, dissipating into the air to be absorbed by the sacred ground. With a thunderous roar, after annihilating all the malevolent beings in the vicinity, Qin Feng withdrew the surrounding sacred ground. He had no intention of slowly refining the absorbed demonic energy here. Upon returning to the royal tomb, he would have ample time for that. System, assist me in signing in at the Demon Sealing Valley, he instructed. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Sign in successful. You have acquired the Demon Seal. The system's prompt resonated in Qin Feng's ears. The Demon Seal? Qin Feng paused in surprise, then examined the system space. He discovered a jet-black seal, akin to black jade, floating within the confines of the system space. Demon Seal, allegedly a seal belonging to a certain supreme demon. Forged from unique materials, indestructible, possessing formidable sealing power. Gazing at the description, Qin Feng gained a general understanding of the demon seal. It was likely a weapon employed by a demon sovereign for sealing or subduing adversaries. The artifact appeared promising, however. He wondered if he could refine it for his own use. Qin Feng mused to himself. After all, it was a weapon of the demon race, while he belonged to the human race. Yet, he dismissed the thought, deciding he would discover its fate upon attempting to refine it. Subsequently, he closed the system space and began to make his way outside. Elder, are you the carefree sword immortal? Upon seeing Qin Feng, the guardians of the demon sealing valley were overwhelmed with excitement. They hailed from various imperial dynasties, each venerable and aged, yet they displayed utmost reverence before Qin Feng, akin to juniors. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, stating calmly, the malevolent beings here have all been vanquished by me, so there is no longer a need for you to guard this place. Hearing that Qin Feng was indeed the carefree sword immortal, they were incredulous, never anticipating that the legendary figure would appear so youthful. After hearing tales of his battle against the ancestor of Moonshade, they had assumed he must be at least a millennium old. Thank you, esteemed senior, for eliminating the malevolent beings within the demon sealing valley. Securing everlasting peace for the Qinglan domain, they collectively expressed their gratitude. As long as the formidable malevolent beings in the demon sealing valley were eradicated, those lurking throughout the Qinglan domain would pose no threat. With the strength of the various imperial dynasties, they could be thoroughly exterminated. Indeed, Qin Feng replied with a nod. He then chose not to linger, soaring towards the direction of the great Xia imperial city. He had amassed sufficient gains this time. While the guardians of the demon sealing valley watched his figure recede until it vanished from sight. In the ensuing days, the tale of the carefree sword immortal single-handedly vanquishing the malevolent beings within the demon sealing valley spread throughout the Qinglan domain. Countless individuals were left in stunned disbelief. The existence of these malevolent beings had loomed like a volcano poised to erupt, instilling fear and unease for millennia, with no one capable of resolving the threat. Forced only to temporarily seal and suppress them. Never did anyone anticipate that the carefree sword immortal would single-handedly eradicate them. The people of the Qinglan domain were immensely grateful to Qin Feng, feeling a sense of newfound safety. Meanwhile, upon his return to the royal tomb, Qin Feng devoted himself to refining the amassed demonic energy. The combined strength of these malevolent beings surpassed that of the ancestor of Moonshade. And as their demonic energies were not of the same origin, the refining process would require a significant amount of time. Concurrently, at Shiyun Island of the Donghai Lu clan, a lively atmosphere prevailed. It had become the most prosperous location in the entirety of the Donghai region. This was not only due to the Lu clan's status as the foremost family in Donghai, but also their intricate connections with the great Xia imperial dynasty, which commanded respect. In the four cardinal directions of Shiyun Island, bustling trade ports were filled with merchant ships. Compared to the other three directions, the northern port was somewhat smaller, with only 3 or 4 merchant vessels docked. At that moment, a lone canoe navigated the sea, appearing diminutive beside the massive merchant ships. With a splash, the waves lapped against the port as the canoe came to a halt. A middle-aged man, clad in a robe and bald, sat cross-legged upon the small vessel. As the small boat reached the shore, the middle-aged monk slowly opened his eyes. "Is this the Qinglan domain?" murmured the monk Xian Yin, after wandering for a century. "I have finally arrived." Over the course of 100,000 years, many eminent monks have journeyed from Ling Mountain to propagate the Buddhist teachings across the ancient continent. However, the vastness of the ancient continent has hindered the swift dissemination of Buddhism, which only managed to establish itself in a few major domains, often constrained by the powerful families of the sacred lands. Since the disappearance of the monk who came to spread the Dharma here 10,000 years ago, no other monks have ventured into the Qinglan domain. Chapter 125, The Magnitude of the Dharma. As one of the weakest domains on the ancient continent, my endeavor to spread the Dharma here should encounter little resistance, Xian Yin mused. The process of spreading the Dharma depends not only on the understanding of the propagator, but also on the cultivation level of the receivers. Generally, those with higher cultivation possess a deeper understanding of the world and stronger consciousness, making it more challenging to instill in them a belief in Buddhism. Boom. At that moment, a violent surge of energy erupted from the dense forest far off in the trading port. Sword energy and demonic aura intertwined, a sight both astonishing and fearsome. In an instant, countless gazes in the trading port were drawn towards it. Thud, a sinister creature, exuding a terrifying demonic power, was cleaved from the forest by a brilliant sword light, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a large crater. Simultaneously, several figures burst forth from the woods, prominently featuring Lu Qingzhu and Lu Ting among them. "Even the venerable ancestor of the Moon Ming has perished. You should surrender obediently," Lu Qingzhu, wielding a heavy sword, stood gallantly, addressing the demon with a fierce cry. During this period, they, like several major empires in the Kanglan domain, had been purging the hidden demons in the East Sea. This severely injured demon had thought that the most dangerous place was the safest, hiding quietly within Xi'an Island, only to be discovered by Lu Qingzhu and her companions. You vile humans! The demon seethed with rage. In the past, the demon tribe was so formidable. When had they ever faced such humiliation? They felt like stray dogs, only able to flee for their lives. Yet, despite its intense fury, the demon dared not linger, turning to escape towards the sea, hoping to find a path to survival. Whoosh! The demon transformed into a shadow, darting towards the trading port. Beware of the demon, quickly dodge! Lu Qingzhu urgently shouted. The people in the trading port, hearing her warning, scattered in panic, fearing for their lives. Meanwhile, Xian Yin observed the demon rushing towards him and the chaotic crowd, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that his arrival in the Kanglan domain would present an opportunity to demonstrate the profundity of the Dharma. Who dares to block my path? The demon, unfamiliar with monks, saw the monk's faint smile and exclaimed, "Bald donkey." It thrust its palm forward, a wave of demonic energy surging ominously. Why such fury? Xian Yin replied calmly. With his hands clasped together, a subtle golden light radiated from his being, enveloping him in an aura of sanctity. Thud! Under the illumination of this Buddha light, the demon was unexpectedly forced to kneel, feeling as though it bore the weight of a great mountain, unable to move. What is your cultivation? How can you be so powerful? The demon quaked in terror. It was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet the monk before it had not even made a move, yet had compelled it to kneel. No, it is not my strength, but the vastness of the Dharma. Xian Yin paused before continuing. I see that you have a connection to the Buddhist path. Why not lay down your weapons and embrace the Dharma? Embrace the Dharma? The demon, initially expecting to be killed, quickly inquired, if I embrace the Dharma, will you spare my life? It did not understand what the Dharma entailed, but recognized the importance of survival. If you embrace the Dharma, it signifies your desire to reform, and your past transgressions shall be forgiven, Xian Yin replied coolly. I am willing to embrace the Dharma. The demon nodded eagerly without hesitation, sensing that this monk was far stronger than Lu Qingzhu and her companions. Indeed, I did not misjudge. Your insight is commendable, Xian Yin remarked lightly. As he spoke, he gently pointed a finger, allowing a stream of golden light to enter the demon's body. Hiss! Hiss! In an instant, the demonic energy within the demon began to dissipate, transforming into a gentle golden luminescence. Once brimming with malevolence, the demon soon radiated an aura of sanctity and peace. From this day forth, your Dharma name shall be Huijua. You are now my disciple, Xian Yin declared. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. The demon, astonished by the transformation of its demonic energy, hurriedly nodded. This scene left the onlookers in the trading port utterly astonished. The demon, once overflowing with demonic energy, had seemingly shed it in the blink of an eye. They had only heard tales of powerful demons capable of transforming humans into demons, but had never witnessed anyone turning a demon back into a human. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Xian Yin felt a sense of satisfaction and prepared to expound on the profound teachings of Buddhism, inviting them to embrace the faith. However, at that moment, Lu Qingzhu stepped forward. This demon has taken countless lives. In Xi'an Island alone, it has devoured hundreds of souls, she stated coldly. Can its sins be absolved with a mere word? He is already reformed. Why must you pursue him to the bitter end? Xian Yin replied indifferently, as if the fault lay not with the demon, but rather with Lu Qingzhu's narrow-mindedness. His words provoked Lu Ting, who could no longer contain himself. Nonsense. If reformation were enough to absolve one of guilt, what need would there be for laws and regulations? Lu Ting, typically of a gentle temperament, could not restrain his anger at the monk's fallacious reasoning. Chapter 126, Enlightenment. The others in the trading port, recovering from their shock, began to realize that while Xian Yin's methods were indeed powerful, his reasoning contained significant flaws. How could the crimes committed by the demon be absolved by a mere statement? Observing the shift in atmosphere, Xian Yin's expression turned cold. He had intended to use this opportunity to spread the Dharma, but was interrupted by Lu Qingzhu, which displeased him. He then declared, It seems you are still trapped in the sea of suffering, unable to extricate yourselves. Very well, I shall assist you in escaping this torment. He began reciting scriptures, sending forth profound verses accompanied by powerful Buddhist energy towards Lu Qingzhu and the others. What are you doing? They exclaimed, hastily shielding themselves with spiritual energy, yet it proved ineffective. The golden-hued mantras penetrated their bodies. The once furious Lu Qingzhu and Lu Ting soon found their anger replaced by tranquility and peace. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. We have gained clarity, they said slowly, transformed as if they were entirely different individuals. It is well that you have attained understanding. After a pause, Xianyan added, Are there any accommodations nearby? This humble monk wishes to rest. Master may stay at my Lu family residence, Lu Ting promptly offered. Upon hearing the words, Xianyan did not hesitate. Lightly nodding his head before soaring towards the direction of the Lu family alongside Lu Ting and the others. The demon, who had already assumed the name Huiju, closely followed in their wake. Before long, the group arrived at the Lu residence. Along the way, Xianyan learned that this place was not truly the Kanglan domain, but rather the East Sea, with the Lu family being the foremost clan in the region. Upon their arrival, many members of the Lu family expressed curiosity regarding Xianyan's identity. However, upon realizing that he was brought back by Lu Ting and Lu Qingzhu, they gave it little thought. Once inside the reception hall of the Lu family, Xianyan gradually inquired about the situation in the Kanglan domain. Lu Ting and the others, without any concealment, recounted everything they knew about the Kanglan domain. Xianyan's expression remained unchanged as they spoke of the various major dynasties. However, upon hearing about the Xianjian immortal, he could not help but furrow his brow. The fact that even a demon of the 5th layer of the void refinement realm could be slain was evidently surprising to him. He had initially believed that there were no formidable beings in the Kanglan domain, yet he was met with an unexpected revelation. Currently, his own cultivation was merely at the 2nd layer of the void refinement realm. The Xianjian immortal, purportedly at the 3rd layer of the void refinement realm, had managed to slay the Moon Ming ancestor due to a powerful domain. Huiju spoke slowly. Oh, a domain? Xianyan, taken aback, responded, Pray, enlighten me. Only those who had reached the martial domain could manifest a domain, so it astonished him that this so-called Xianjian immortal could wield such power. Subsequently, Huiju divulged all that he knew, deepening the furrow in Xianyan's brow. From your description, it sounds as though the Xianjian immortal was employing the Pure Land of Buddhism. Xianyan exclaimed incredulously. The Pure Land of Buddhism? What is that? Huiju asked in confusion. Yet Xianyan ignored him, his brow knitted in thought. After a brief moment, he shook his head and declared, It cannot be the Pure Land of Buddhism. Such profound Buddhist martial arts are rarely mastered even among the monks of the Spirit Mountain. How could the Xianjian immortal, who is not even a disciple of Buddhism, possibly cultivate it? Compared to the ancient methods of other sacred families, the transmission of Buddhist martial arts was exceedingly unlikely. This was because any disciple of Buddhism, upon beginning to recite scriptures, would form a restriction within their consciousness. As their understanding of Buddhist teachings deepened, this restriction would only grow more formidable. All Buddhist disciples' martial arts were safeguarded by this restriction. Attempts to transmit these martial arts to those lacking sufficient understanding of Buddhist teachings, or force others to inspect their consciousness, would result in the restriction crushing the intruder's consciousness. The transmission of Buddhist martial arts was absolutely impossible. Furthermore, while there might be a slight chance of ordinary Buddhist martial arts being shared, the Pure Land, a highly profound Buddhist martial art, had seen only a few monks qualified to cultivate it since the establishment of Buddhism. Moreover, these monks had never left the Spirit Mountain from their initiation to their eventual passing. How could such knowledge possibly be disseminated? Master, should I infiltrate the great Xia imperial city and gather intelligence? Huiju, noting Xianyan's apparent concern, promptly inquired. No need for that, Xianyan replied nonchalantly. After some time, you may journey to the imperial city and bring back a few cultivators who witnessed that battle for me to examine. In his view, if the Xianjian immortal had indeed manifested the Pure Land of Buddhism, then following the slaying of the Moon Ming ancestor, an abundance of faith power must have been generated and absorbed by the Xianjian immortal. By observing the individuals in the imperial city and their connections with others, he could ascertain whether the Xianjian immortal had indeed employed the Pure Land. Understood, Huiju nodded. Soon thereafter, Xianyan issued a few directives before allowing everyone to depart, as he began to contemplate how to swiftly propagate Buddhist teachings and attract followers. His journey from the Spirit Mountain had been preceded by his master providing him with a powerful protective artifact. Throughout his travels, he had encountered numerous sea monsters. While the artifact had saved his life, it was now rendered unusable unless infused with more faith power. Thus, recruiting followers was the most expedient means of acquiring faith power. In the following decade, the Kanglan domain enjoyed a period of peace and stable development. The Great Xia dynasty's strength continually grew, establishing itself as the preeminent dynasty in the Kanglan domain. While the inhabitants of other major dynasties envied their position, they could only accept this reality and seek ways to curry favor with the Great Xia dynasty. Even powerful sects from the Eastern Song region dispatched envoys to pay tribute. Qin Feng spent his time refining the demonic energy absorbed from the slain demons within the sealed demon valley, channeling it into the pure land of Buddhism. Although the absorption speed was slow due to the demons not sharing a common origin, the effects were nonetheless significant. The extent of the pure land had now surpassed 1,000 feet. As its reach expanded, Qin Feng's comprehension of Buddhist teachings deepened as well. Furthermore, with the presence of the exquisite sword by his side, which constantly clarified his heart, he had not become a devout follower of Buddhism. Due to a threat of the laws of heaven and earth, his understanding of Buddhist principles diverged from that of any other disciple in this world. With the pure land of Buddhism established, once I break through to the martial domain, I shall hold a distinct advantage against those of that realm. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Of course, this was contingent upon his breakthrough to the martial domain. Currently at the 4th layer of the void refinement realm, while he could contend against opponents 3 small realms above him, facing a martial domain expert would still prove challenging. The disparity between major realms was vast, especially as one ascended to higher levels where the differences became even more pronounced. Qin Feng surmised that perhaps only upon reaching the 9th layer of the void refinement realm could he hope to contend with a martial domain expert. I wonder if this demonic seal can be successfully refined, he mused, retrieving the demonic seal from the system space. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the tremendous demonic energy contained within. Though he felt some trepidation, he had no intention of giving up. Gently, he released it, allowing it to hover in the air, then closed his eyes to emanate a powerful consciousness, gradually enveloping it. The exquisite sword remained close by. Should the demonic energy within the seal attempt to corrupt him, the sword would sound its warning to prevent him from succumbing. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, Qin Feng remained prepared. Simultaneously, a piece of news spread like a boulder crashing into a lake, creating tumultuous waves. Above the East Sea Buddhist sect, a colossal golden phantom emerged into the world. Wherever the Buddhist light shone, practitioners experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their cultivation, with some even achieving a minor breakthrough in their levels. The entire Kanglan domain and even the Eastern Song region were thrown into a state of astonishment. Prior to this, although the entire East Sea had been under the influence of the Buddhist sect, the inhabitants of the Eastern Song region and Kanglan domain had little understanding of it. This event solidified the Buddhist sect's renown throughout the land. What manner of sect is this Buddhist sect, capable of such extraordinary feats that directly elevate cultivators' prowess? It was said that this sect was founded 10 years ago by a man named Xian Yin, who now commanded the entirety of the East Sea. In the span of just 10 years, the Buddhist sect had grown so formidable. Could it be that Xian Yin hailed from a sacred locale? Due to the ignorance of the people within the 2 domains regarding the Buddhist sect, many speculations arose about its capabilities, as they were unaware that the sect could harness faith power to elevate its followers' cultivation levels. Consequently, rumors regarding the Buddhist sect flourished. Some individuals speculate that within the Buddhist sect exist Imperial-level secret techniques, while others believe that Xian Yin hails from a sacred land, possessing profound and inscrutable cultivation. Regardless of which conjecture is true, the names Xian Yin and the Buddhist sect have undeniably reached the ears of every person across the 2 realms. A multitude of cultivators are flocking to the East Sea, eager to join the Buddhist sect. Even those indifferent to Buddhist teachings are keenly interested in enhancing their cultivation. Naturally, Qin Zining has also received this news. His astonishment at the sect's methods is surpassed only by his concern. The proximity of the Great Xia dynasty to the East Sea poses a significant threat, given the emergence of such a powerful sect in the area. Qin Zining promptly dispatched numerous Jin Yiwei to the East Sea to investigate the specifics of the Buddhist sect. However, 3 months later, the report brought back by the Jin Yiwei's commander left Qin Zining utterly astounded. Your Majesty, after 3 months of investigation, we have discovered that the influence of the East Sea Buddhist sect has long since transcended its geographical boundaries. Numerous temples have been constructed in the eastern regions of the dynasty, with an incalculable number of followers, the commander stated gravely. Due to the Great Xia dynasty's proximity to the East Sea, the number of temples within its territory exceeds that of all other major dynasties combined. Upon hearing this, Qin Zunyan's complexion changed dramatically. What did you say? He exclaimed, struggling to believe the implications of the Buddhist sect infiltrating the imperial court. How could such news have not reached the court? Local officials and the Jin Yiwei should have reported this long ago. The commander replied, Your Majesty, the adherents of Buddhism in the eastern region are not limited to the common folk. Many local officials, and even some from within the imperial city, count themselves among them. Their deliberate concealment and obstruction have prevented this information from reaching your ears. As he spoke, he presented a memorial to Qin Zining, revealing a list of officials within the imperial city who practice Buddhism. staring at the first name on the document. The individual who served as his mentor in the Wenyuan Pavilion, Qin Zining, was utterly shocked. It is well known that many memorials sent from across the dynasty undergo scrutiny from his mentor and several other ministers, filtering out the less significant ones. He never imagined that his mentor could also be a follower of Buddhism. Issue a decree. Summon all ministers not listed in this document to the Imperial study tonight. Qin Zining commanded solemnly. The gravity of the situation exceeded his expectations. As you command, the Jin Iwei commander quickly replied before departing the Imperial study. Qin Zining then made his way to the Imperial mausoleum. The Buddhist sect was more formidable than he had envisaged, and its influence was extensive. Fearing he might mishandle the situation, he sought counsel from Qin Feng on how to proceed. Shortly thereafter, Qin Zining arrived at the mausoleum, where he found Qin Feng refining a magical seal. Upon noticing Qin Zining's arrival, Qin Feng expressed mild surprise and inquired, "What has transpired?" "It concerns the Buddhist sect." Qin Zining replied, his expression grave. At the mention of the Buddhist sect, Qin Feng paused, recalling that there were no records of Buddhism in the Kanglan domain. He had previously sought information but found almost none regarding the Buddhist sect. Subsequently, Qin Zining recounted the entire sequence of events to Qin Feng. Has the Buddhist sect truly developed to this extent in just a decade? Qin Feng murmured to himself after hearing the account. Yet, he recognized that this was both unexpected and, in a sense, predictable. The strength of the Buddhist sect derives from the faith of its followers, which in turn enhances the sect's power. As long as they can attract followers rapidly, the sect can rise swiftly. However, it is unlikely that the Buddhist sect can maintain such an accelerated pace indefinitely. As the sect grows powerful, the faith of ordinary followers may no longer significantly bolster its strength, necessitating more potent adherents and inevitably leading to conflicts with formidable forces. "What do you think I should do?" Qin Zining could not help but ask. "Do as you see fit," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "What?" Qin Zining was taken aback by such a response. "The Buddhist sect is a formidable power. Mishandling our relationship with them could lead to dire consequences." Yet Qin Feng remained unfazed, stating, "Do not worry. A mere Buddhist sect cannot stir significant turmoil." Qin Zining found himself at a loss for words. The Buddhist sects might have left cultivators from both the Kanglan and Dongtsang realms in awe, with many speculating about the existence of Imperial-level secret techniques within it, believing Xian Yan's strength to far surpass that of Qin Feng. Little did they know, Qin Feng regarded the sect with indifference. "Thank you, brother, I understand now." Though astonished, Qin Zining had faith in his brother since childhood, and thus harbored no doubts. After exchanging a few more words with Qin Feng, he took his leave. The Buddhist sect. Qin Feng mused to himself. Upon acquiring the Buddhist Pure Land, he had been intrigued by the world of Buddhism, eager to learn some martial arts from the tradition. However, as his understanding of Buddhist teachings deepened, his interest waned. He shook his head and resumed the arduous process of refining the magical seal, once wielded by a supreme demon. In the late hours of the night, in the Imperial study, the ministers who did not adhere to Buddhism gathered. Qin Zining presented the findings of the Jin Iwei's investigation to the assembled dignitaries. Hisses of shock filled the room as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. "Your Majesty, we must prevent the Buddhist sect from continuing its expansion," the Minister of Personnel urged seriously. "With so many officials following Buddhism, one day, the imperial decrees may not even leave the imperial city." Indeed, the Minister of Revenue added soberly. "With countless fertile lands turned into temples, the populace forsakes agriculture to chant scriptures in pursuit of an ethereal paradise. This trajectory threatens to undermine the very foundation of our state." Many ministers echoed these sentiments, united in their resolve to halt the Buddhist sect's growth within the empire. "I share your concerns," Qin Zining nodded slowly. "We cannot allow the Buddhist sect to develop unchecked. I plan to eradicate the temples in the eastern regions of the dynasty. Even if we cannot eliminate them all, we must reduce their numbers significantly. But such actions may provoke a conflict between the dynasty and the Buddhist sect." Elder Qin cautioned solemnly. "Though the sect has only been established for a decade, it has already proven capable of significantly aiding numerous cultivators. Its might is daunting, and we may struggle to contend with it." Elder Qin's words cast a pall over the assembly, as the present ministers recognized the formidable nature of the current Buddhist sect. "Rest assured, I have already informed my brother of the situation, and he has encouraged me to handle it as I see fit," Qin Zining assured them. "Your only task today is to execute my orders diligently." He did not conceal Qin Feng's counsel, aiming to instill confidence in his colleagues. Otherwise, even if he issued a decree, many officials might hesitate to act decisively out of fear of the Buddhist sect. "The prince said so?" Elder Qin and the others were taken aback. They had presumed Qin Feng would possess a deeper understanding of the Buddhist sect's strength and would thus discourage Qin Zining from taking action lightly. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng allowed them to act freely. Indeed, Qin Zining nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing the confirmation, Elder Chun and the others were astonished yet reassured. Since Qin Feng had spoken, they felt no apprehension towards the Buddhist sect. Subsequently, Qin Zining began to arrange the specific matters concerning the expulsion of the Buddhist sect from the empire. Elder Chun and the others expressed no dissent. Half a month later, a decree from the emperor reverberated throughout the two domains. Qin Zining commanded that 90% of the temples within the empire be dismantled within 10 days, forbidding the populace from visiting the temples to burn incense or listen to the monks recite scriptures if it affected agricultural activities. Concurrently, a formidable army of 500,000 had assembled in the eastern part of the empire, stationed in several populous cities. The world was taken aback. Just months prior, the Buddhist sect had showcased its formidable capabilities, leading many to believe its strength had surpassed that of the unfettered sword immortal. Yet, Qin Zining audaciously issued such a decree. All attention in the two domains turned towards the Eastern Sea Buddhist sect, eager to observe Xianyuan's reaction. Meanwhile, on an island in the Eastern Sea, a solitary towering peak, once ordinary, now glowed with a faint golden light, imbued with an aura of sanctity and tranquility. Even the flora and fauna emanated a unique Taoist charm, inspiring a desire for conversion to Buddhism from afar. Additionally, the sound of scripture recitation resonated from the peak, not only from disciples within, but also from those at the foot of the mountain, reciting scriptures in hopes of impressing the elders of the sect due to the stringent admission criteria. At the summit of the mountain stood many structures, though not ancient. They appeared venerable under the radiance of the Buddhist light. In the central area, a grand hall housed a golden Buddha crafted from rare materials donated by devotees. However, entry was restricted to ordinary disciples, with only Xianyuan and the esteemed elders permitted to recite scriptures and cultivate within. Huiju hurriedly arrived at the largest hall of the Buddhist sect, informing Xianyuan and the elders of the decree issued by Qin Zining. It was evident that the emperor had mobilized 500,000 troops, determined to dismantle the temples. Huiju's expression was grave as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the elders were filled with fury. "How dare he dismantle the temples we have painstakingly built to spread the Dharma?" exclaimed an elder from the Luohan Academy. "We must devise a plan to thwart his intentions. Indeed, we cannot allow our hard-earned prestige to be shattered," concurred the other elders, all seething with indignation, their usual benevolence replaced with wrath. After all, the followers and temples were their very essence. Though the Daxia Empire had an unfettered sword immortal, these elders remained unperturbed, fully aware of the formidable power of belief residing within the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, Xianyuan possessed a relic from the Ling Mountain, which, if awakened, would unleash even greater terror. "What should we do, master?" Huiju inquired, ignoring the anger of the elders and turning to Xianyuan, who sat silently on a cushion in the center. All eyes turned to Xianyuan, for the response to the emperor's decision rested solely on him. Although they held the title of elders, their responsibilities were merely administrative. Critical matters depended on Xianyuan's judgment. At that moment, Xianyuan calmly retrieved a scroll from his storage ring. "Since the Daxia Empire seeks to oppose us, let them witness the might of our Buddhist sect." After a pause, he continued, "This scroll contains scriptures inscribed with the power of faith, capable of converting the leaders among those 500,000 troops." Upon hearing this, Huiju and the others were enlightened, realizing the brilliance of Xianyuan's plan. The Daxia Empire aimed to dismantle the temples. Yet they could convert the very leaders of the army to Buddhism, effectively slapping the empire in the face. As all eyes in the two domains were fixated on the Eastern Sea Buddhist sect, eager to see their response, 3 days passed in silence. Speculations arose. Was the Buddhist sect intimidated by the unfettered sword immortal? Yet soon, a revelation shattered all conjectures. Every officer of the Daxiao Empire's 500,000 troops had converted to Buddhism. Furthermore, they enforced a daily recitation of scriptures among all soldiers. The sound of their recitations echoed throughout the cities where they were stationed, astonishing everyone in the two domains. The Daxia Empire became the subject of ridicule. When the news reached the palace, the officials were equally astounded. Qin Zinin's face turned ashen. It was akin to a resounding slap across his face. "Your Majesty, the methods of the Buddhist sect are exceedingly formidable. In just 3 days, every leader has converted to Buddhism," the Minister of War remarked, his expression grim. These leaders were among the most loyal subjects of the empire, and their families resided within the imperial city. Their willingness to forsake everything for Buddhism was utterly unexpected. "Your Majesty, we must reclaim control of the army and eradicate the influence of the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, The empire is in peril. The Minister of Revenue expressed, deeply worried. However, before Qin Zining could respond, a wave of objections arose from other ministers. Your Majesty, I believe the Buddhist sect has not committed any overtly harmful acts against the world. We need not eradicate them. I second that, another minister chimed in. Peace between the empire and the Buddhist sect should be prioritized. Though these officials had been investigated by the Jinhui and found not to have converted, the sheer speed with which the Buddhist sect converted the leaders of the army left them in awe. Many ministers were now filled with trepidation. The Minister of War and others, hearing their words, grew furious and engaged in a heated debate, causing chaos in the court. Listening to the clamor, Qin Zining's expression darkened to an extreme. The unfolding events exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, within the Imperial mausoleum, tranquility reigned. Stray cats and dogs coexisted harmoniously with chirping birds, resembling a serene paradise untouched by worldly strife. Qin Feng sat motionless upon a massive stone, resembling a statue. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged from within Qin Feng, sweeping outward like a raging tsunami. Amidst the swirling energies of sword aura and Buddhist radiance, a subtle yet distinct presence of dark demonic energy emerged. Though this malevolent essence was largely subdued by the overwhelming sword energy and Buddhist light, its existence was undeniably jarring. Typically, such dark energy resides only within the realms of evil beings and demonic practitioners. Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng was neither an evil spirit nor a demonic cultivator. He was merely an ordinary human. After a considerable time, the demonic energy and sword aura gradually returned to Qin Feng's body. He slowly opened his eyes, having finally broken through to the 5th level of the void refinement realm. During the process of refining the demonic seal, Qin Feng's cultivation had also experienced a significant enhancement, allowing him to surpass a major threshold and ascend to the 5th level of the void refinement realm, greatly augmenting his strength. This demonic seal is quite remarkable, Qin Feng mused, toying with the pitch-black seal resembling black jade. After its refinement, this seal had completely transformed into his possession, and he could distinctly sense a powerful sealing force emanating from it, which could effectively be utilized to seal certain individuals or objects, making the task far more straightforward without the need for intricate array inscriptions. Subsequently, Qin Feng stored the seal away and began to nourish his meridians, acclimating to his newfound power. 3 days later, having learned of the chaos within the court and her father's predicament, Qin Zining ventured alone into the Imperial mausoleum. The Imperial army, totaling less than 2 million, had mobilized 50,000 troops to the east, yet had stirred barely a ripple in the waters. In her view, only Qin Feng could remedy this crisis. Upon arriving at the mausoleum and finding Qin Feng in deep meditation, Qin Zining cautiously approached him. How have you fared with the swordsmanship knowledge I imparted last time? Qin Feng inquired, his gaze slowly meeting hers. I have grasped nearly 80 to 90% of it. Qin Zining replied thoughtfully. However, to fully comprehend it, I fear I require further practice. Qin Feng nodded lightly, recognizing that although the concepts he shared were not particularly esoteric, for Qin Zining to master them in just over a decade was indeed commendable. Is there a matter that brings you here? He asked, sensing her underlying concerns. Indeed, she affirmed, her expression grave. Recently, my father mobilized 50,000 troops to dismantle the temples in the eastern territories. Yet the generals have all been converted by the Buddhist sect. The court is in disarray, and it seems only you can resolve this matter. During this time, Qin Zining had refrained from informing Qin Feng of the situation, believing he could single-handedly tackle the Buddhist sect's crisis. However, after her personal visit to the eastern territories, Qin Zining realized the formidable strength of the Buddhist sect. Relying solely on the imperial forces would be futile. All the generals have been converted to Buddhism? Qin Feng murmured, contemplating the situation. It appears the Buddhist sect possesses some considerable means. He rose slowly, scanning the surroundings of the mausoleum as if searching for something. Although Qin Zining was unsure of his intentions, she remained silent, standing obediently. This bloom is quite exquisite, he remarked, approaching a flourishing flower and plucking it. Moments later, he turned and presented the flower to Qin Zining. What does this signify, uncle? She asked, her large eyes filled with confusion. Take this flower to the East Sea. Qin Feng instructed calmly. If that monk named Xian Yin is willing to disband the Buddhist sect, then all is well. Otherwise, simply infuse a wisp of spiritual energy into this flower. Upon hearing this, Qin Zining's confusion deepened. The Buddhist sect, a colossal entity rumored to wield imperial-level secret arts. Would she truly be able to dissolve it with just a flower? Uncle, am I not too weak for this task? She questioned. Surely, you would need to intervene personally to convince the Buddhist sect to disband. A mere Buddhist sect is not worthy of my direct involvement, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. You need only proceed. If it were any other sect that had grown so powerful, he might consider a personal visit. Yet, precisely because it was the Buddhist sect, he felt no need to go himself. Very well, Qin Zining acquiesced, though her heart was filled with myriad doubts. Nevertheless, she chose not to voice her concerns further. Soon after, she departed the mausoleum. Initially intending to bid farewell to Qin Zining, she learned that he was occupied with discussions among numerous ministers, so she refrained from interrupting and set sail for the East Sea alone. In the realms beyond, nearly 1 million cultivators had gathered at the East Sea, not all seeking to join the Buddhist sect. Many were aware of the Buddhist sect's conversion of the Xia dynasty's generals and anticipated the appearance of the carefree Sword Immortal. They wished to witness firsthand the clash between the carefree Sword Immortal and the Buddhist sect, eager to ascertain who held the greater strength. On an island just a few dozen miles from the Buddhist sect's domain, countless cultivators thrived among the towering peaks, either meditating or conversing over tea. It has been nearly 10 days. Why has the carefree Sword Immortal yet to arrive at the Buddhist sect? Perhaps he is preparing. The Buddhist sect is notoriously challenging to confront. Indeed, it remains uncertain who is stronger, the Buddhist sect or the carefree Sword Immortal. Various discussions echoed among the assembled cultivators, all of whom were eager to witness the confrontation between the carefree Sword Immortal and the Buddhist sect. Such a formidable encounter was a rare spectacle, scarcely seen even once over millennia in the Kanglan domain. Witnessing it firsthand would undoubtedly be a profound experience for them. The Buddhist sect was well aware of these aspirations, yet they chose not to disperse the crowd. Xianyan viewed this as an opportunity to showcase the true might and terror of the Buddhist sect to the cultivators of both realms. Suddenly, a gasp resonated through the air. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the horizon, where an ancient warship was seen sailing toward the Buddhist sect. The gathered cultivators erupted into a frenzy, soaring into the air towards the direction of the Buddhist sect. Many cultivators from various islands in the East Sea also rushed to the scene, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst the ancient worship, Qin Zining felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the multitude of cultivators. It was not fear for her safety, but rather concern that if this endeavor did not intimidate the Buddhist sect, Qin Feng's reputation would surely suffer greatly. Uncle has confidence in me. Hence he entrusted me with this flower, she reassured herself. With renewed determination, she stepped off the ancient warship and walked through the void towards the summit of the Buddhist sect's mountain. Her appearance left all the cultivators momentarily stunned. What has transpired? Where is the carefree Sword Immortal? Why has he not made an appearance? Could it be that he is afraid? It is possible. The Buddhist sect is so formidable that even the carefree Sword Immortal might harbor reservations. Speculations swirled among the crowd, while many cultivators revered the carefree Sword Immortal. The sight of Qin Zining led them to conjecture that he refrained from confronting the Buddhist sect out of trepidation, especially given the astonishing displays of power exhibited by the sect in recent years. Meanwhile, within the Buddhist sect, Huiju hurriedly approached the Grand Hall to find Xianyan. Master, the ancient warship of the Xia dynasty has arrived, Huiju reported gravely. However, it is the daughter of the Xia emperor, Qin Zining, who has come. Not the carefree Sword Immortal. The carefree Sword Immortal has not arrived? Xianyan's brow furrowed at this news. He contemplated the possibility of directly converting the wandering Sword Immortal to join the Buddhist sect. If successful, within 3 years, the sect could dominate the Eastern Song domain and the Kanglan domain. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Let us go take a look." Should we retrieve that magical artifact first? Huiju inquired. Having concealed himself in the Kanglan domain for many years, his survival hinged on his acute awareness of danger, and he sensed an imminent threat from Qin Zining. Was it truly wise to retrieve the artifact for a mere inexperienced princess? Xianyan, however, seemed unconcerned. With that, he strode confidently towards the plaza outside the Grand Hall. Chapter 131. Annihilation of the Buddhist sect under countless gazes. Qin Zining slowly approached the plaza before the Grand Hall atop the Buddhist sect's mountain. Before her stood Xianyan and several elders of the sect, all regarding her with palpable disdain. "Where is the wandering Sword Immortal?" Xianyan asked, his expression indifferent. "Are you here to seek peace with my sect out of fear?" His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reaching the ears of every practitioner present. Numerous monks displayed unmistakable arrogance, completely dismissing Qin Zining. The onlookers outside the Buddhist sect directed their attention towards Qin Zining, speculating whether she had come to negotiate on behalf of the wandering Sword Immortal. "I am not here to negotiate. I have come to annihilate the Buddhist sect," Qin Zining declared, undeterred by the multitude of eyes upon her, her tone firm and unyielding. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The practitioners who had been observing the scene could hardly contain their astonishment. Did she truly intend to destroy the Buddhist sect? Had she lost her mind? Previously, the Daxia dynasty had merely sought to dismantle temples within its territory, yet now, with an army of 500,000 easily subdued by the sect, Qin Zining dared to utter such bold words. All the practitioners found it incredulous, unable to fathom the reasoning behind her audacity to declare the annihilation of the entire sect. Who had bestowed such courage upon her? The monks of the Buddhist sect were infuriated, loudly rebuking Qin Zining for her delusions. Xian Yin appeared momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by her true intentions. Is this the will of the wandering sword immortal? He coldly inquired. Yes, Qin Zining nodded. The Buddhist sect shall be destroyed today, though you may choose to leave. That would be for the best. Humph. It seems that the so-called wandering sword immortal is merely an arrogant fool, unaware of his limitations, Xian Yin scoffed. In his view, it was sheer folly for the wandering sword immortal to send Qin Zining alone to deliver such a message. I advise you to depart while you can, otherwise, you will surely regret it, Qin Zining warned slowly. While she did not fully comprehend the significance of the flower in her hand, she possessed unwavering trust in Qin Feng. You are quite foolish, Xian Yin retorted coldly. Since you have come today, allow me to teach you a lesson and see if the so-called wandering sword immortal can withstand it. With that, he pointed, sending a surge of golden light infused with Buddhist scripture hurtling towards Qin Zining. He intended to use her as a vessel to channel his formidable technique, planning to unleash it once she returned to the Imperial city. Since you refuse to annihilate the Buddhist sect, I must proceed as my uncle advised. As the golden light approached, Qin Zining murmured to herself. In that moment, she infused a strand of spiritual energy from within her into the flower in her hand. Boom. At that instant, beams of golden light erupted from the flower, resounding with a melodious Buddhist chant that resonated through the heavens. The golden light Xian Yin aimed to inject into Qin Zining was immediately shattered. Complex and profound Buddhist characters manifested in a radius of 1,000 feet around Qin Zining. The terrifying principles of Buddhism instilling fear in all present. Those within this range, including Xian Yin, found themselves ensnared by the force of this law, rendered immobile as their spiritual energy ceased to flow. Time itself seemed to come to a standstill. What is happening? Hui Ju and the other monks of the Buddhist sect were filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. This is the pure land of the Buddhist sect. Xian Yin stammered, his voice trembling. How is this possible? It is merely a flower. He struggled to accept the reality. Qin Zining, too, was taken aback by the spectacle but quickly regained her composure. A flower may appear ordinary, but it depends on whose it is. Upon hearing her words, Xian Yin finally grasped the situation. This flower belonged to the wandering sword immortal. When the wandering sword immortal had slain the Moon Ming ancestor, he had utilized the pure land of Buddhism. Yet, his confusion remained. He murmured, how could an outsider cultivate the pure land of Buddhism? Even the high monks within the sacred mountain were few who could manifest such a realm. Boom. At that moment, the Buddhist characters within the Pure Land began to emit a faint golden glow, as streams of golden light flowed from the peaks of the Buddhist sect, dissipating into the void. The power of faith. The power of faith is dissipating. Hui Ju exclaimed, turning to Xian Yin. Master, we must stop this. The power of faith had been painstakingly gathered from their followers, and now it was vanishing into the ether. It felt as though his heart was bleeding. Damn it. Xian Yin gritted his teeth, his voice furious. The Buddhist sect I painstakingly built cannot be destroyed by a mere flower. As he spoke, he focused his intent, causing the grand hall behind him to tremble violently. Beams of golden light erupted from the hall. Boom. Soon, the grand hall collapsed entirely, and a staff floated into the sky, radiating a brilliant golden light, resembling a divine artifact. What weapon is this? Why has it never been seen in the Kanglan domain? The practitioners in the distance were all in awe upon witnessing the staff, captivated by the Buddhist light it emitted. We can move. We can move. At that moment, Hui Ju and the others cried out in astonishment. They realized that beneath the golden light released by the staff, they had broken free from the constraints of the Pure Land, regaining the ability to move. While the Pure Land was indeed a domain, Qin Feng's current cultivation was insufficient to transform it into a realm entirely detached from the laws of the Great Tao. The staff itself was a powerful magical artifact, infused with immense power from the faith of believers, enabling them to escape the Pure Land's limitations. Without hesitation, Hui Ju and the others swiftly fled the confines of the Pure Land, while Xian Yin remained, seizing the staff as it soared towards him, grasping it firmly in his hand. Chapter 132, Coincidentally Practicing Buddhism. Xian Yin scoffed, declaring, break for me. As he spoke, he struck the staff forcefully onto the ground. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated across the heavens. Instantly, numerous cracks appeared on the ground, rapidly expanding like a spider's web. Moreover, wherever the cracks spread, the floating Buddhist characters shattered and dissipated into the void. The pure land of Buddhism was crumbling. This is not good. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Zining felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger, her delicate face transforming abruptly. At that moment, Xian Yin stepped forward, advancing towards her with an air of authority. "Kneel and embrace the Buddhist faith," he commanded, his voice sharp and commanding. In the blink of an eye, Xian Yin was within a mere 10 paces of Qin Zining, unleashing a terrifying pressure that surged towards her. However, at that very instant, within the peaks of the Buddhist sect, a vast reservoir of faith power began to surge forth, coalescing behind Qin Zining into a magnificent golden apparition, towering at an astonishing height of 81 zhang. Though the figure was elusive and its form indistinct, the formidable aura emanating from it was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, sweeping across the surroundings and instantly restoring the shattered sanctity of the Buddhist realm. Qin Feng, utilizing the power of Buddhist teachings, had harnessed the faith energy from within the sect. Thud, thud, under the weight of this dreadful pressure, all the monks within the Buddhist sect sank to their knees. Moments ago, they had been reveling in the relief of survival, but now their expressions were stripped of joy, replaced entirely by terror. In that moment, they perceived the presence of a true Buddha. Not only the disciples of the sect, but also many cultivators observing from the periphery were compelled by the overwhelming force to kneel in the void, their eyes filled with dread. The apparition was simply too powerful. Is that the Buddha's manifestation? Xian Yin murmured in disbelief, the only one who remained standing among the esteemed monks of the Ling Mountain. It was known that some could manifest the Buddha's image, a rare and esoteric technique within the Buddhist tradition. Yet soon, Xian Yin realized that this was not the Buddha's image, for the shimmering figure, although radiating astounding Buddhist power, possessed long hair and spoke. This artifact is indeed remarkable. Qin Feng's voice resonated like a grand Buddhist chant. He had anticipated that Qin Zining could effortlessly extinguish the Buddhist sect with the flower she held. Yet he had not expected to intervene personally. Who are you? Capable of not only manifesting the pure land of Buddhism, but also commanding the faith power of our sect? Xian Yin stammered, disbelief quaking in his voice. What he had witnessed transcended his comprehension, an individual fortuitously skilled in Buddhist practice. Just someone who happens to cultivate Buddhism, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. This response was difficult for Xian Yin to digest. How could one unordained possess the qualifications to wield such profound Buddhist power, let alone to such an extraordinary degree? Buzz. At that moment, the staff in Xian Yin's grasp began to tremble violently, attempting to escape his control. With Qin Feng's understanding of Buddhist principles, seizing control of the sect's artifact was a trivial matter. No. Xian Yin cried out in terror as he felt the staff slipping from his grasp. It was this very staff that allowed him to counter the immense pressure from Qin Feng's golden apparition. Should it abandon him, his demise was inevitable. Unfortunately, his efforts were futile. Swish! The staff soon broke free from Xian Yin's hand, drifting towards the towering figure of Qin Feng, and was subsequently drawn into his system space. No. Please don't kill me. In the confines of the pure land of Buddhism, bereft of the faith power to bolster him, Xian Yin's voice echoed with despair as he pleaded for mercy. After drifting at sea for a century, he had finally arrived at the Kanglan domain from Ling Mountain, seeking to accumulate great merits. All he desired was to live. In that moment, notions of faith and Buddhist teachings paled in comparison. Yet, Qin Feng remained indifferent, showing no inclination for mercy. With a sickening crunch, Xian Yin was crushed beneath the overwhelming pressure, disintegrating into a mist of blood, resembling a blossoming crimson flower, starkly contrasting with the sanctified atmosphere around them. Silence fell. The entire Buddhist sect was enveloped in a profound stillness, including all monks, such as Huiju, who were left in a state of shock, rendered speechless by the magnitude of Qin Feng's might. Xian Yin was dead? Outside the sect, the onlookers gasped in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. In just over a decade, Xian Yin had forged such a powerful sect, and many believed he was on par with the immortal swordmaster, if not stronger. Yet, in an instant, he had been obliterated. The Buddhist sect should no longer exist, Qin Feng declared calmly, gesturing with a finger as a beam of golden light surged into the mountain where the sect resided. Instantly, the countless streams of faith power dissipated into the ether, and the once sacred mountain, radiating divine light, became ordinary. Many monks discovered that their artificially elevated powers were plummeting dramatically, some even sinking lower than before, expressing their discontent. Meanwhile, others appeared bewildered, for as the sacred aura of the Buddhist peak faded, they realized that their faith in the Buddha had nearly dissipated as well. Only a handful of sincerely devout practitioners remained largely unaffected. The Buddhist sect has been eradicated. You may return now, Qin Feng instructed Qin Zining. As he spoke, his colossal form began to gradually dissipate. Understood, Qin Zining nodded gently. Without lingering, she turned and made her way back to the ancient ship, setting course towards the Liu family. Having arrived at the Eastern Sea, she intended to remain there for a while longer. As Qin Zining departed, the vast golden apparition vanished, and those cultivators who had been awestruck and kneeling in the void struggled to rise, engulfed in a surreal sense of disbelief. Had the Buddhist sect truly come to an end? The multitude of practitioners felt incredulous, their emotions a tangled web. Just over a decade prior, the Buddhist sect had been established in the Eastern Sea, rapidly ascending to become the preeminent sect across 2 domains, its formidable power instilling fear in all. Yet now, in the span of mere half an hour, it had crumbled, a shocking turn of events. One witnesses the rise of a grand edifice, the hosting of a feast, only to behold its collapse, murmured a powerful figure from an Eastern Sea family. Meanwhile, the elders of the Buddhist sect, having barely registered their reprieve from Qin Feng's wrath, were overtaken by dread as countless cultivators began to set their sights on them. Over the past decade, the sect had received innumerable donations from devoted followers, rendering it exceedingly affluent. Now, with their powers drastically diminished, they appeared as prime targets for those who once revered them. P.S. I seek a free gift. Your support is my greatest motivation for updates. Unless the carefree sword immortal joins forces with stronger companions, it would be nearly impossible to annihilate the Buddhist sect so swiftly. However, upon hearing this, the old man in gray simply shook his head. With a wry smile, he explained that the carefree sword immortal not only acted alone, but even without his direct involvement, managed to obliterate the Buddhist sect. What? The Emperor of Dayan and his companions were utterly taken aback, questioning their own hearing. This was the Buddhist sect. In just a decade, it had dominated the Eastern Sea, establishing itself as the foremost sect, rumored to possess Imperial-level secret techniques. To think it could be eradicated so easily was unfathomable. The old man in gray, noticing the astonishment on their faces, felt no surprise and proceeded to recount everything he had witnessed to the Emperor of Dayan and others. Gulping, as they absorbed his account, the Emperor of Dayan and his companions could not help but swallow hard, exclaiming in awe, a single flower brought down the entire Buddhist sect. How terrifying the carefree sword immortal must be. Had the old man in gray not been a revered member of the Dayan royal family, they would have found it impossible to believe his words, for the revelation was simply too shocking. In that moment, fear and apprehension filled their eyes, and they silently vowed never to offend the carefree sword immortal. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded across all forces in the Kanglan domain. Within a mere 2 days, news of the Buddhist sect's downfall spread swiftly throughout the 2 realms. This outcome far exceeded everyone's expectations. Many believed that, given the Buddhist sect's strength, even if the carefree sword immortal himself intervened, he might not achieve much. Yet, unexpectedly, it was merely a flower brought by Qin Zining that led to the entire sect's demise, leaving all in shock at the immortal's overwhelming power. Initially, various factions had planned to watch the conflict between the Great Xia dynasty and the Buddhist sect unfold, but now they were thoroughly disillusioned. Their immediate reaction was to devise ways to deepen their relationships with the Great Xia dynasty. When Qin Zining and his ministers learned of this event, they too were left astounded. When had Ziling gone to the Eastern Sea, Qin Zining appeared bewildered. Moreover, she had wielded a flower bestowed by the emperor to obliterate the Buddhist sect. The power of the royal family was indeed formidable, even before the demon-sealing war. Such a being had likely not existed in the Kanglan domain. The Minister of Rites could not help but remark, never before has there been such a figure, and likely never will there be again. Reflecting on the time he personally escorted Qin Feng to the royal tomb, he felt as if he were in a dream, questioning the reality of it all. With the emperor present, it is a true blessing for our great Xia dynasty, Qin Zining murmured, and many ministers echoed his sentiment. In the time that followed, Qin Zining issued decrees to address the situations of officials who had converted to Buddhism. Although most of these officials returned to normal after the influence of the Buddhist sect dissipated, Qin Zining, wary of the remnants of their allegiance, chose not to reinstate them immediately. Instead, he ordered a joint review by the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Personnel before making decisions regarding their reinstatement. Similar events unfolded in other major dynasties and sects across the 2 realms. The Buddhist sect had risen with unprecedented speed, and now that it had been extinguished, no one wished to see its resurgence. All were conducting thorough investigations into those within their domains who had once followed the Buddhist sect. Henceforth, the prospects for the Buddhist sect to rise again in the two realms appeared exceedingly dim. In the royal tomb, Qin Feng retrieved the staff from the system space. This artifact was quite commendable. As he examined the staff, he murmured that both its materials and quality were impressive. The only drawback was the presence of someone else's mark upon it. Buzz. As Qin Feng grasped the staff, he infused it with his consciousness and spiritual energy, intending to erase the mark. However, at that moment, the staff emitted a golden light, and the mark seemed to resist. The staff is already in my possession. What significance does resistance hold? Qin Feng remarked lightly. Unhurried, he proceeded to form Buddhist texts with his left hand, channeling them into the staff, leveraging the power of Buddhism to eliminate the mark. The mark's resistance was swiftly quelled. Crack. Moments later, a crisp sound resonated from within the staff, as if something had shattered. The golden light emanating from the staff then settled into tranquility, the mark completely eradicated. Excellent, Qin Feng murmured, then returned the staff to the system space. It had now wholly transformed into his artifact. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse above the ocean, an ancient ship sailed forth. From a distance, the entire vessel shimmered with a faint golden aura, exuding a sacred presence. Within this ancient ship sat meditating monks. Master, something terrible has happened. At that moment, a young monk rushed into the cabin, his face filled with urgency. Sitting cross-legged within was an old monk adorned in an ornate robe. What is it? The old monk inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone indifferent. News from Ling Mountain indicates that senior brother Xian Yan's soul jade has shattered. The young monk gasped, breathless. The soul jade of Xian Yan has shattered? The old monk expressed disbelief. How could this happen? Did he encounter danger while crossing the sea? In his view, the Qinglan domain, nestled in a remote corner of the ancient continent, possessed scant spiritual energy and was unlikely to produce formidable beings. If his disciple Xian Yan had perished, it would surely be due to a powerful beast encountered during the sea crossing. This is unclear, the young monk shook his head. Ling Mountain has no further information. Regardless of the beast, whoever dares to kill my disciple of Shurtsing will learn the weight of the Dharma. The old monk snorted coldly. He then prepared to activate the mark within the staff to discern who had slain Xian Yan and where it had occurred. Yet, in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. What is this? Shurtsing was filled with disbelief. Master, what happened? The young monk asked, perplexed. The mark I left within the staff has been erased. Shurtsing's eyes brimmed with incredulity. The mark he inscribed within the staff was intricate. Unless one wielded the power of Buddhism, erasing it would surely cause a tremendous commotion, detectable by him. How could it have been removed so quietly? The young monk was equally astonished. Concurrently, a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that the one who killed Xian Yan was also a disciple of Buddhism? However, as soon as he conceived this idea, Shurtsing cast a cold glare in his direction, icily instructing, go reflect in solitude for 10 years. In that instant, as the young monk harbored such thoughts, the purity of his Buddhist power was compromised, a nuance easily perceived by someone of Shurtsing's profound Buddhist mastery. This was my disciple's error. I shall go reflect in solitude immediately. The young monk hurriedly replied, exiting the cabin. Shurtsing closed his eyes, pondering whether to venture to the Qinglan domain. Although he had no knowledge of who had removed the mark from the staff, he surmised that Xian Yan had likely reached the Qinglan domain, for no beast from the sea possessed the capability to erase the mark within the staff. Perhaps I should first head to the Jiushuan domain, Shurtsing mused. Spreading the Dharma is of utmost importance. Once I establish a powerful Buddhist sect in the Jiushuan domain, I can then revisit the Qinglan domain. The Jiushuan domain was a vast realm, equally devoid of a Buddhist sect. His journey with numerous disciples from Ling Mountain was aimed at founding a Buddhist sect in the Jiushuan domain. Subsequently, the ancient ship continued its voyage towards the Ninexian domain of the Eternal Continent. Over the next decade, the two domains regained their former tranquility. The Daxia dynasty grew increasingly powerful, attracting a multitude of talents from across the land. It reached a point where, without the aid of Qin Feng, it could dominate all forces in both domains by its own might. During these 10 years, Qin Feng did not solely devote himself to cultivation within the Imperial tomb. Instead, he enlisted the help of Qin Zining to gather various ancient texts, searching for any records pertaining to the Ninexian domain. He intended to journey there, but not without a thorough understanding of the domain first, as his nature was characterized by prudence. After perusing an extensive collection of ancient texts over the years, Qin Feng discovered some accounts of the Ninexian domain. He learned that it was a vast region on the Eternal Continent, many times larger than the Qin domain, rich in spiritual energy and far more prosperous in martial development. Notably, the Qin domain was home to both humans and demons, with the renowned Nine-Tailed Fox clan residing there. Reflecting on the Nine-Tailed Fox, he suddenly realized that the little white fox had not returned in many years. Qin Feng murmured to himself, "Has she truly departed? Ah, women." Despite having spent considerable time with the little white fox and having assisted her on multiple occasions, he was taken aback that she had left without even a word of farewell, displaying a stark lack of sentiment. Shaking his head, Qin Feng resumed inscribing the array. Before departing from the Qin domain, he intended to leave behind a formidable formation in the Imperial city. Thus, 5 more years passed. The Daxia dynasty had reached a level of prosperity where it could independently contend with all forces within the 2 domains. Though Qin Zining refrained from deploying troops, the rulers of several other major dynasties within the Qin domain began to change their titles to kingdoms and pledge their allegiance to the Daxia dynasty. The sheer strength of the Daxia dynasty rendered any comparison with them utterly inconceivable, leaving the others feeling embarrassed to continue using the title of emperor. Upon hearing that the other major dynasties were voluntarily submitting, Qin Zining was somewhat surprised. However, instead of stationing troops, he began to establish various martial and cultural academies throughout the other dynasties. Having learned so much from Qin Feng, he understood that cultural conquest was far superior to mere military intimidation. The Daxia imperial city had expanded tremendously, its area now several times larger than before, with numerous surrounding cities to protect it. One morning, as the sun rose, the Daxia imperial city and its surrounding royal cities were bustling with prosperity. Bustling trade caravans flowing incessantly. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry echoed across the heavens. Thousands of sword souls soared into the sky above the imperial tomb, hovering as if to judge the entire world. A terrifying sword intent swept across the sky, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. What is happening? Such a dreadful sword intent. Could it be the immortal sword sage has made a move? Could there be a demonic invasion? The air was filled with gasps of astonishment, leaving many puzzled about the situation. However, despite the speculation of a demonic incursion, there was no fear among the people. They had grown accustomed to the immense power of the immortal sword sage. In the imperial study, Qin Zining and others sensed the commotion and stepped outside to gaze at the sword souls in the sky, their expressions filled with confusion. Just then, the thousands of sword souls suddenly dispersed, shooting towards various locations within the imperial city and the surrounding royal cities. Some embedded themselves into rooftops, others into ancient trees that had stood for centuries, while others pierced the city walls. At the moment of impact, these sword souls shattered, transforming into intricate array patterns that interconnected with one another, forming the 9 Heavens sword array. This array also linked with the previously shattered dragon array within the palace. With a rumble, the grand formation began to operate, drawing in spiritual energy from a radius of 10,000 miles to sustain its function. Furthermore, the fragmented dragon array within the palace began to be rapidly restored, golden array patterns illuminating and activating. The density of spiritual energy within the entire formation increased several-fold. The dragon array has been restored so effortlessly, the officials exclaimed in astonishment. They had believed it would take over a century to mend the shattered dragon array. Yet Qin Feng managed it with remarkable ease, leaving them utterly shocked. Outside the palace, millions watched in awe. An array master? The immortal sword sage is actually an array master. They were left dumbfounded by the revelation that he possessed such terrifying skills in both swordsmanship and array mastery. Such extraordinary talent could only be likened to that of a sage. The atmosphere was rife with astonished murmurs, as the implications of the immortal sword sage's dual prowess sunk in. The spiritual energy within the palace was now extraordinarily dense, promising accelerated cultivation. Old Chun, who had not made a breakthrough in ages, could not help but exclaim in admiration. The richness of spiritual energy had surged significantly in the imperial city and its affiliated cities, with the palace experiencing an even greater enhancement, making each breath a feast of spiritual essence. Other royal enshrines nodded in agreement, their faces alight with joy, eager to return and commence their cultivation. Without a doubt, during the ensuing period, the powers of many formidable figures within the Daxia royal family would see substantial improvement. The 9 Heavens dragon array works wonders, Qin Feng mused. Having sensed the array's potent energy with his formidable consciousness, it has yet to reach its peak. As the dynasty's fortune rises and it absorbs more spiritual energy, it will grow increasingly powerful. After signing for a bottle of earth spirit essence, Qin Feng resumed his meditation. The effort to inscribe the 9 Heavens array, which would integrate with the dragon array, had consumed considerable energy and mental focus, and he intended to restore himself to peak condition before departing. Additionally, he could take this opportunity to provide further guidance to Qin Zining. When Qin Feng left this place, he did not plan to take anyone else with him, as he was uncertain of what the 9 Xian domain would entail. The more individuals he brought along, the greater the risk. One midday, 5 years later, 2 figures stood suspended in the air above the chasm where the Moon Ming ancestor had once been sealed. One was an elegant middle-aged man holding a folding fan, exuding an air of refinement. The other was a voluptuous woman dressed in red, radiating allure. The Moon Ming ancestor has departed from this place? The refined man furrowed his brow as he gazed down at the chasm. He was a diviner. Centuries ago, he had discovered a shattered bronze plate in a holy site that had mysteriously perished. Although he did not know its exact nature, he surmised it might be a fragment of an Imperial weapon. Using his divination skills, he learned that one of the fragments was located with the Moon Ming ancestor, prompting his journey here. However, he had not anticipated that the Moon Ming ancestor would have vanished. It appeared that the seal here had been broken. The alluring woman also frowned and asked, "My husband, can you still divine his current location?" "Of course," he replied. The cultured middle-aged man spoke with a calm demeanor, stating that as long as the individual had not reached the realm of martial mastery, he could certainly deduce their exact location using his method of divination. He then gently descended to the edge of the chasm below and retrieved a scroll from his storage ring. The scroll exuded an ancient aura, indicating its exceptional material. With a decisive crack, the cultured man crushed the scroll, which shattered into countless specks of light, coalescing on the ground into intricate array patterns, forming a complete formation. Standing within the array, he lowered his gaze slightly, swiftly forming seals with his hands to create ancient inscriptions, initiating the divination to ascertain the whereabouts of the Moonshade ancestor. Moments later, the inscriptions and formation disintegrated, and the cultured man slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, "So, he was slain in the imperial city of the Great Xia. Oh, who would have thought that within this modest Kanglan domain, a human cultivator capable of slaying the Moonshade ancestor could emerge? Truly remarkable," remarked the alluring woman, furrowing her brows in slight surprise. Prior to their arrival, they had indeed deduced the Moonshade ancestor's cultivation level, knowing him to be quite formidable. Alas, as the saying goes, innocent men may suffer for their riches. The cultured man replied coldly. Once that bronze plate fell into his possession, his fate was sealed. Let us proceed to the imperial city of the Great Xia. He was determined to keep his collection of the bronze plate a secret. Thus, after obtaining it from Qin Feng, he would undoubtedly resort to silencing any witnesses. Should we first deduce the cultivation level of the one who killed the Moonshade ancestor? The alluring woman inquired. No need, the cultured man replied nonchalantly. He is not strong. I could easily vanquish him with my bare hands. He had glimpsed the scene of the Moonshade ancestor's demise and roughly gauged Qin Feng's cultivation level, deeming it significantly inferior and unworthy of concern. He felt no need to conduct a specific divination on Qin Feng's current level, believing it a waste of the array scroll. In the span of mere decades, for a cultivator at the virtual transformation stage, it was but a fleeting moment, unlikely to yield any substantial advancement. Very well, the alluring woman nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, their figures transformed into beams of light, soaring towards the imperial city of the Great Xia. To enhance their speed, they incessantly employed teleportation scrolls, a display of extravagant luxury. After all, diviners were even rarer than alchemists and blacksmiths, universally revered wherever they went, each one exceptionally affluent. In recent years, Elder Qin and several royal patrons had successively made breakthroughs, significantly enhancing the royal family's power. However, Qin Zining was not particularly pleased, for he had just learned that Qin Feng was planning to leave the Kanglan domain shortly. Brother, compared to the Kanglan domain, other realms are far more formidable. You must exercise caution. Though reluctant, Qin Zining did not impede his brother, understanding that with Qin Feng's formidable cultivation, it was impossible for him to remain in the Kanglan domain indefinitely. He would inevitably venture into broader worlds. Rest assured, I am not a reckless individual. Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. His inherent caution would only intensify in unfamiliar territory. Qin Zining nodded, having no doubts on this matter. He then inquired about Qin Feng's needs, eager to make preparations. Although Qin Feng required little, he mentioned a few items to accommodate Qin Zining's sentiments. Qin Zining promptly departed the royal mausoleum to prepare. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly furrowed his brow. In an instant, his keen senses alerted him to the feeling of being watched. Why did I not perceive anyone nearby? He murmured to himself. Subsequently, he utilized his divine eyes to scan the surroundings while extending his powerful awareness, yet found nothing. Was it merely an illusion? Qin Feng could not help but frown. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, as the sensation of being observed was distinctly clear. Just as he pondered this, Qin Zining arrived. "Uncle, are you leaving?" Qin Zichen's beautiful eyes brimmed with reluctance, tears nearly spilling over. Since entering the royal mausoleum at the age of 8, her feelings for Qin Feng had deepened even more than for her father. Why cry? "We shall meet again in the future," Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "But when we meet again, it may be many years hence," Qin Zining lamented. "Then you must strive diligently in your cultivation. Once you reach the 5th level of the virtual transformation stage, you can come to the 9 profound realm to find me," Qin Feng encouraged with a light-hearted smile. However, upon hearing this, the sorrow on Qin Zichen's lovely face did not lessen. The 5th level of the virtual transformation stage felt exceedingly distant to her. Qin Zining wished to say more, but Qin Feng spoke again, asking, "By the way, how has your training in the Desolate Fall Divine Slash and the 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin progressed?" Over recent years, he had imparted his 2 most powerful sword techniques to her. "The Desolate Fall Divine Slash is coming along well," Qin Zining replied after a moment's pause. "But the 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin is rather esoteric. Thus far, I can only condense a few sword souls. The 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin is indeed more profound," Qin Feng acknowledged with a nod. "Just practice more." Qin Zining concurred. Just then, a deafening voice echoed through the sky. "Who has slain the Moonshade ancestor? Step forth and confront me." The cultured man and the alluring woman stood suspended in the void, their voices amplified by spiritual energy, resounding throughout the world with an air of arrogance. They appeared as eagles surveying the ants below from the heights of the heavens. In an instant, countless gazes within the royal city turned astonished, shocked that anyone would dare provoke the immortal swordmaster. "May I ask who you are?" Elder Chun and several royal patrons, alerted by the commotion, rose into the air and approached the cultured man courteously. "The immortal swordmaster?" The cultured man scoffed upon hearing this title. "This Kanglan domain is indeed a remote place, filled with frogs at the bottom of a well, having never seen true strength. Such weaklings can be bestowed with the title of swordmaster." His words ignited an uproar among the cultivators in the royal city. Who is this individual, so brazen? Many revered the immortal swordmaster and were grateful for his life-saving grace. They were incensed by the cultured man's disrespectful remarks. "Your words are rather impudent," Elder Chen and the others replied, their expressions darkening. "Impudent? Humph." The cultured man snorted coldly, and suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from within him. The terrible pressure enveloped the entire royal city in a suffocating silence. His cultivation at the 7th level of the virtual transformation stage rendered the oppressive force nearly unbearable, akin to an invisible mountain crushing down upon them, making even the act of breathing a challenge. "Tell me where the one who killed the Moonshade ancestor is hiding," the cultured man demanded, regarding Elder Chun and the others with indifference, "or I shall turn this place into a river of blood." Meanwhile, within the royal mausoleum, Qin Feng observed the 2 figures with a frown, bewildered as to what emboldened them to trouble this place. Did they not inquire about the annihilation of the Buddhist sect prior to their arrival? Though curious at heart, Qin Feng chose to remain silent, and said to Qin Zining, "I shall demonstrate the technique of 10,000 swords return to the sect once more. Do pay attention." "Yes." Qin Zining nodded eagerly in response. Clang. At that moment, an astonishing surge of sword energy erupted from within Qin Feng. Sword souls began to rapidly coalesce around his body. The sound of swords resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The elegant middle-aged man in the sky noticed the disturbance at the royal tomb and coldly remarked, "So this is where you have concealed yourself." With that, he stepped forward, instantly appearing above the royal tomb, leaving behind a series of afterimages. A captivating woman accompanied him. Boom. Just then, like a torrent of rushing water, the sword souls surged forth from the royal tomb, hurtling towards the elegant middle-aged man and his companion. What? Upon witnessing the astonishing sword souls, both the elegant middle-aged man and the enchanting woman were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The terrifying sword intent instilled a profound sense of peril within them. Despite their fear, both were formidable cultivators at the 7th realm of the void refinement stage and reacted swiftly, enveloping themselves in a protective aura of immense spiritual energy, attempting to block the oncoming sword souls. Yet, alas, Qin Feng was far too powerful. Boom. The sword souls swiftly shattered their protective energy and pierced through their bodies, severing their meridians entirely. Thud, thud. Both of them crashed heavily onto the royal tomb below, their bodies marred by blood and sword wounds, appearing utterly tragic. They had been thoroughly incapacitated. How could your cultivation have advanced so rapidly? The elegant middle-aged man, filled with disbelief, murmured, "Could it be that I have miscalculated?" His incredulity was palpable. When he had foreseen the death of the Moon Ming ancestor, Qin Feng had not been nearly this formidable. How could it be that mere decades later, he had grown so powerful? "Oh, you are a diviner?" Qin Feng remarked, somewhat surprised. At that moment, he finally understood the fleeting sensation of being observed he had experienced earlier. He then approached the elegant middle-aged man, scrutinizing his consciousness. Qin Feng had initially intended to eliminate the two, but now sought to uncover their motives, allowing him to delve into the divination techniques embedded within their minds. "Ah, no." A wretched cry echoed as the two suffered, their consciousnesses being explored, their memories stripped away, leaving them in a state worse than death. They had come for the bronze tablet. Qin Feng murmured, "This bronze tablet is actually a fragment of an Imperial weapon? But why does it not feel like one?" He had carefully examined the tablet and found no trace of murderous intent. Shaking his head, he continued to explore the elegant middle-aged man's consciousness, gleaning the divination techniques and discovering that he had once belonged to a mysterious faction known as the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, from which he had later defected. It seemed many within the pavilion possessed knowledge of divination. This technique appeared exceedingly profound, suggesting that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was a force of considerable standing. Qin Feng murmured to himself. He continued to investigate the consciousness of the elegant middle-aged man and the enchanting woman, but found no useful information. Eventually, he ended their suffering and retrieved a bronze tablet from the elegant middle-aged man's storage ring. However, this tablet could not be combined with the one he had previously acquired, as there were clearly more fragments yet to be found. His curiosity deepened. What could this be? Qin Feng murmured, hoping that upon reaching the 9 profound domain, he could uncover more about the bronze tablet. Chapter 137. Encountering the thunder tribulation after observing the 2 bronze tablets for some time, without any fruitful discoveries. Qin Feng stored them away and turned his gaze to Qin Zining. "Did you gain any new insights from my demonstration of 10,000 swords returned to the sect?" he asked with a smile. "Yes." Qin Zining nodded, replying, "I shall practice further upon returning. I expect to make significant progress. There's no need to rush." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Your current level of cultivation at such a young age already surpasses many of your peers." His words were not merely a consolation, for Qin Zining's cultivation was indeed on par with many ordinary disciples from sacred grounds. "Thank you for the praise, Your Highness," Qin Zining said with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, she departed the royal tomb. Once she left, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the bodies of the elegant middle-aged man and the enchanting woman. Swish, swish. With a flick of his fingers, Qin Feng summoned 2 strands of bone-chilling fire, igniting the corpses until nothing remained. The flames consumed both the bodies and their essence, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. Even a diviner would be unable to discern where they had perished. As spring gave way to winter, snow began to fall in flurries. The large, feather-like snowflakes blanketed the entire royal city, rendering the once vibrant metropolis eerily quiet. The festive atmosphere of the new year grew increasingly palpable. Qin Feng, having delayed his departure due to his understanding of the divination technique, was now ready to leave. Standing atop the city walls, he gazed out over the royal city, his expression tinged with complexity. After all, he had resided here for nearly 2 centuries. "Are you leaving, Your Highness?" At that moment, a figure ascended the city walls and respectfully inquired. It was Chu Xiong, who now commanded the military of the 5 cities. He had noticed Qin Feng during his patrol and had come to ask. Prior to this, Chu Xiong had already heard of Qin Feng's imminent departure. "Yes." Qin Feng nodded, then smiled and asked, "How have you fared in these years?" "Not too bad. A few years ago, I married, and now I have a daughter." Chu Xiong replied with a sheepish smile, scratching his head. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to inquire about Chu Xiong's cultivation progress, but was met with such unexpected news. "That's wonderful." However, Qin Feng quickly regained his composure, stating lightly, "I have a jade stone here. Wearing it will nourish your body. Consider it a gift for your daughter." With that, he handed over a blood-red jade stone, identical to the one he had previously gifted to Lu Qingzhu. "Thank you, Your Highness." Chu Xiong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I must take my leave now," Qin Feng murmured. With that, he made no further delay, soaring into the air towards the 9 profound domain. "Take care, Your Highness," Chu Xiong called out. Watching Qin Feng's departing figure, his voice soon lost amidst the howling winds and falling snow. Qin Feng did not travel solely by sword. Before departing, he had instructed Qin Junyan to procure an ancient ship capable of airborne navigation, upon which he inscribed new formations for enhancement. He would travel by this ancient vessel, which, though slower, offered much more comfort. The journey to the Nine Profound Domain was long and could not be completed in a day or two. Prolonged flight on a sword would prove exhausting. In the ensuing 3 years, Qin Feng journeyed alone aboard the ancient ship, traversing several domains without pause. He only stopped to sign in at extraordinary locations to claim rewards before continuing his voyage. During this time, he amassed a plethora of pills and items, filling his system space to overflowing. Of course, along the way, he encountered numerous bandits attempting to obstruct his passage, but he dealt with them effortlessly and even reaped substantial rewards. In another 2 or 3 months, I should arrive at the Nine Profound Domain, Qin Feng mused. Seated cross-legged aboard the ancient ship, as he traversed a vast expanse, he acquired a map of the entire ancient continent, which granted him a rough understanding of the location of the Nine Profound Domain. Although it remained quite distant, it was merely a journey of 2 to 3 months. Suddenly, as Qin Feng sailed aboard the ancient vessel, he beheld ominous black clouds rolling in the far sky, accompanied by the tumult of thunder and lightning. Despite the considerable distance, an oppressive sensation enveloped him. Upon hearing the commotion, he instinctively dismissed the notion of impending rain, for the thunder preceding a storm was not of this nature. Could someone be undergoing tribulation? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Could it possibly be a formidable warrior from the martial domain? Typically, only those facing a life-and-death tribulation or a powerful being from the martial domain would require such a storm. The tempest before him appeared significantly more potent than the life-and-death tribulation that Lu Ting had endured in the East Sea. Curiosity piqued. Qin Feng departed from the ancient ship and soared toward the raging storm. Before long, he arrived at a secluded valley. To his astonishment, he discovered a 7th-tier ancient herb. As he drew closer, his brow furrowed in surprise. Beneath the tumultuous storm lay a millennium-old 7th-tier herb, the ice spirit fruit. With crackling sounds, it was being relentlessly struck by the thunder from above, continuously emitting azure spiritual energy to combat the descending bolts. Simultaneously, its fruit became increasingly translucent, nearing ripeness. Qin Feng, taken aback, realized it was his first encounter with an ancient herb undergoing tribulation. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. 7th-tier ancient herbs were as rare as warriors from the martial domain, perhaps even more so. The manifestation of a tribulation at the moment of fruiting was not a particularly uncommon occurrence. At that moment, numerous cultivators were drawn to this thunderous trial. How could anyone be attempting to undergo tribulation so close to the city? Someone wondered aloud, only to realize that it was not a human cultivator, but rather an ancient herb. Upon the arrival of a puzzled observer, enlightenment dawned. It is indeed a 7th-tier ice spirit fruit. Its value is immense. If auctioned, it could fetch hundreds of thousands of divine stones. A formidable mercenary, exuding a terrifying aura, glinted with greed in his eyes. While ordinary 7th-tier spiritual fruits were rare, they did not command such exorbitant prices. However, those that had experienced tribulation were an entirely different matter, practically priceless. Not only this mercenary, but many others who had come upon hearing the news also began to scheme, tightening their grips on their weapons, planning to seize the ice spirit fruit once the tribulation concluded. Who is that? What does he intend to do? At that moment, someone gasped. Instantly, a multitude of gazes converged upon Qin Feng, who was boldly stepping toward the storm. Is he mad? He dares to enter the tribulation zone. An elder from a certain sect, eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, "Does he not comprehend the terror of this tribulation? Once inside, he will become a target." It seemed he was driven to madness by the desire for the ice spirit fruit. Observers noted his attire was foreign, likely from some lesser domain, as he appeared oblivious to the true nature of a tribulation. Upon noticing Qin Feng, those who had planned to wait for the storm to settle began to exchange remarks, their expressions rife with mockery, convinced that he would soon be reduced to ashes by the heavenly lightning. Nevertheless, Qin Feng paid no heed to the derisive voices surrounding him and strode directly into the storm's embrace. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if the heavens themselves were scrutinizing him. Yet, with his formidable physique, this pressure bore no consequence. Suddenly, a silver bolt of lightning surged toward Qin Feng, intent on obliterating him. However, before it could strike, the sword energy surrounding him effortlessly shattered it into cascading silver sparks that dissipated into the ether. Had this been the tribulation of a warrior from the martial domain, he would have certainly faltered. However, the 7th-tier herb's tribulation was far too feeble for him. This spectacle left everyone at the periphery of the storm utterly astounded. What? The lightning struck this individual, yet he remained unscathed? They could hardly believe their eyes, questioning their own perceptions. Among them were numerous powerful cultivators who understood the terror of tribulations, yet they were astonished to witness Qin Feng apparent invulnerability. As the crowd gasped in disbelief, several more bolts descended from the heavens toward Qin Feng. Once a target was locked by the tribulation, it would not cease until either the tribulation ended or the individual met their demise. All eyes were riveted on Qin Feng, eager to ascertain whether his earlier feat had been mere happenstance or if the lightning truly could not touch him. With a series of thunderous booms, the bolts approached him, only to be obliterated by his sword energy, transforming into shimmering silver light that vanished into the void. The onlookers could not suppress their astonishment, realizing that this man appeared unremarkable, lacking any overtly dangerous aura, yet he possessed an unimaginable strength, capable of disregarding the heavenly tribulation. Their expressions shifted from ridicule to disbelief as they recalled their earlier mockery, feeling profoundly embarrassed for underestimating him. Qin Feng's prowess far exceeded their wildest imaginations. What unfolded next left them utterly dumbfounded. I wonder what one could gain from signing in amidst this storm, Qin Feng pondered aloud. His purpose for entering was not solely to acquire the ice spirit fruit, having obtained a few 7th-tier ancient herbs over the years. He deemed it unnecessary to waste time on such a pursuit. Instead, he sought to discover what unique rewards might await him by signing in during a tribulation. With this thought, he took several strides forward, ascending into the storm. He has entered the storm? Outside the tempest, the formidable mercenary trembled, aghast at the sight of Qin Feng disappearing into the maelstrom. Regardless of his strength, such audacity was unprecedented. This is madness. Utter madness. Others echoed in shock. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qin Feng had left them astounded beyond measure, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief as they watched the storm, eager to see if he would emerge alive. At that moment, within the storm, Qin Feng found himself enveloped in darkness, the air heavy with swirling clouds. The oppressive weight of the laws of the universe bore down upon him, akin to 100 mountains pressing upon his form, intent on crushing him. Yet, with his formidable cultivation and indomitable physique, he felt scarcely affected. Thunder roared, resonating like the awakening of an ancient beast, as Qin Feng's presence incited its wrath. In an instant, hundreds of bolts of lightning surged toward him, thick and unyielding, resembling silver serpents. The cacophony was deafening, a manifestation of the heavens' fury. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained unfazed. Unleashing his sword energy, the bolts scarcely drew near, as they were mercilessly shattered and dissipated before they could reach him. System, assist me in signing in amidst this storm, Qin Feng stated calmly. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in and obtained a divine thunder. The mechanical prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. A divine thunder? Qin Feng pondered, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, what purpose does this serve? He subsequently shifted his gaze to the system space and discovered a divine thunder, resembling a silver dragon, crackling with energy. The astonishing power contained within it made Qin Feng feel wary. It was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Upon examining the specific details of this divine thunder, he found that it possessed the capability to obliterate any formidable warrior above the martial domain. Indeed, Qin Feng murmured to himself, realizing the divine thunder's potential. Although it was only usable once, it constituted a significant trump card for him. With that, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze from the system space and surveyed the relentless thunderclaps surrounding him. The Sword of Extermination appeared in his hand. Thunder rumbled as an overwhelming sword intent was unleashed. The Sword of Extermination radiated a brilliant golden light, with circular golden inscriptions swirling around its hilt. The sound of the sword echoed through the heavens. Break! Qin Feng commanded coldly, swinging the Sword of Extermination. The dazzling sword light surged forth, extending hundreds of feet as it fell into the sea of thunder. In that moment, the vast sea of thunder and the dense dark clouds were cleaved apart, parting to either side. From the perspective beyond the tribulation, it seemed as though the entire sky had been split in two by that single strike. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded, rooted in place, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief as they observed the thunderous sea parting. This enigmatic figure was truly terrifying. Chapter 139. The Tomb of the Demon Emperor. As the sea of thunder dissipated, only Qin Feng remained, standing tall amidst the heavens and earth. The cold wind swept through, causing his garments to flutter and crackle. All gazes, filled with shock and reverence, were fixed upon Qin Feng, as if beholding a divine being. With a single stroke, he had parted the heavens. What an awe-inspiring existence! Not merely in this domain, but even in the neighboring realms, such power was rare. Only in the prosperous martial domain of the Nine Mysteries might one encounter such a formidable figure. Qin Feng, however, paid no heed to the crowd's attention. He focused instead on the valley below, where he noticed that the ancient herb, having endured the heavenly tribulation, had withered, leaving only the ice spirit fruit. which emitted a faint blue glow. With a swift motion, Qin Feng grasped the ice spirit fruit. Feeling its icy chill, he could distinctly sense the terrifying cold energy within, causing the surrounding temperature to drop slightly. Indeed, the ancient herbs that had undergone tribulation were extraordinary, containing strands of Tao rhythm within them, Qin Feng mused. Although these strands were almost imperceptible, he could still feel them. For an ordinary cultivator, consuming it would enhance their comprehension of the world. The ancient herbs he had signed in for previously had not undergone tribulation, rendering them incomparable to this ice spirit fruit. He then stored the fruit in his spatial ring, preparing to depart. "Senior, please wait." At that moment, the venerable elder from a powerful sect suddenly spoke with utmost respect. He was over 1,000 years old. Yet he addressed Qin Feng with deference, like a junior. "What is it?" Qin Feng inquired, glancing back with indifference. "Senior, you must be exhausted after battling the divine thunder just now. My sect is less than 30,000 miles from here, and we would like to invite you to rest for a while," the elder offered respectfully. He was a cunning old fox. Having such a powerful figure as a guest would significantly enhance their sect's prestige in this domain. If he could seize the opportunity to receive some guidance from Qin Feng, it would be even better. "No need," Qin Feng replied calmly, declining the offer. He had traversed the Sea of Thunder effortlessly and felt no fatigue at all. Moreover, he could easily guess the elder's ulterior motives. With that, he soared towards the location of his ancient ship. The elder, although disappointed, dared not press further, fearing that Qin Feng might take offense and strike him down. After all, he was unaware of Qin Feng's temperament. Once Qin Feng departed, the others present could only reflect on the day's events. They had not only failed to acquire the ice spirit fruit, but had also encountered such a terrifying powerhouse. However, many sword cultivators felt immense joy. They had initially doubted their chances of obtaining the ice spirit fruit, yet after witnessing Qin Feng's strike, they had gleaned insights into the profound mysteries of the sword. With a few years of seclusion, they would undoubtedly reap great rewards. Upon returning to his ancient ship, Qin Feng did not linger and continued his journey towards the Nine Mysteries domain. After 2.5 months, he finally arrived at his destination. Before him lay an expansive range of mountains, lush forests teeming with roaming magical beasts, their roars echoing in the air. The density of spiritual energy here felt dozens of times greater than that in the Kanglan domain. As the ancient ship sailed through the sky, Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. He had anticipated the spiritual energy in the Nine Mysteries domain to be superior to that of Kanglan. Yet he had not expected it to be so vastly superior. This was merely a common area, in places where the powers of heaven and earth converged. And with the addition of spirit-gathering formations, the richness of spiritual energy would be incomparable to Kanglan. Amidst his reflections, Qin Feng exited the ancient ship and activated the formation to shrink it down to the size of his palm, storing it within his spatial ring. Unfamiliar with the Nine Mysteries domain, he deemed it too ostentatious to travel alone in such a conspicuous vessel. After securing the ship, Qin Feng soared through the air, intending to locate a human-populated city to gather information about the Nine Mysteries domain and its various powers, as well as the approximate strength of its strongest warriors. If fortune favored him, he might even uncover information regarding the bronze plate. In the ensuing 2 days, Qin Feng traversed the skies of the Nine Mysteries domain, encountering not only human cultivators, but also numerous demon race practitioners. He frequently observed the unusual sight of demon and human races traveling together, a spectacle he had never witnessed in other domains. He wondered whether their cultivation techniques were similar. On the 3rd day, Qin Feng discovered a city. This place did not belong to any particular faction. It served merely as a stopover for passing merchant caravans to restock. Within this city, he found a secluded spot that specialized in selling information and learned much about the Nine Mysteries domain. He discovered that although humans and demons coexisted and many cities were mixed, the majority of human sects and dynasties resided in the northern part of the Nine Mysteries domain. That region, with its vast fertile lands, was suitable for constructing grand cities, while the demons occupied the continuous mountain ranges in the south. The city where Qin Feng currently stood was located in the southern area of the northern boundary of the Nine Mysteries domain. Only further north could one find large cities capable of accommodating millions. As for the martial powerhouses, Qin Feng learned that nearly every sect and noble family had warriors at the martial domain level stationed within, far exceeding the combined number in all the domains he had traversed. He deemed it prudent to exercise greater caution in his future endeavors. "You don't appear to be from the Nine Mysteries domain. Are you here for the legendary tomb of the Demon Emperor?" inquired a black-clad elder who sold information. "I possess all the currently circulating information regarding the tomb of the Demon Emperor. It will only cost you 10 divine stones. As he spoke, he produced a scroll and gestured towards Qin Feng. The tomb of the Demon Emperor? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. To think that within the 9 mysterious domain, there exists a burial site of an emperor? Conflicted with curiosity, he produced 10 divine stones and stated nonchalantly, "Very well. I shall take it. Hee hee. May fortune favor you," the old man in the black robe replied, handing the scroll to Qin Feng. After accepting the scroll, Qin Feng departed from the location. Another foolish dreamer, the old man sneered once Qin Feng was out of earshot. "Master, why do you say that?" A nearby disciple asked, puzzled. "He seems calm and not foolish at all." "Heh, he is aiming for the emperor's tomb, and you call that wise?" The old man retorted. "Let us not discuss the veracity of the rumors surrounding that tomb. Even if it exists, the treasures within would undoubtedly belong to the various sects and noble families, leaving no spoils for these loose cultivators." Upon hearing this, the disciple nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic in the old man's words. After all, no matter how powerful a loose cultivator might be, they could not contend with the might of established sects and families. Chapter 140. A familiar aura after leaving the city. Qin Feng took a respite at a precipice and unfurled the scroll in his hands. It contained an abundance of information, evidently gathered from the forces to which the old man in the black robe belonged. Some annotations marked certain facts, while the majority were speculative. The Demon Emperor Mountains. Qin Feng pondered as he perused the details. He learned of a mountain range within the 9 mysterious domain known as the Demon Emperor Mountains. The origin of this name has been lost to time. More than a decade ago, a radiant light of 5 colors suddenly appeared in the skies above the mountains, persisting for months. Since then, tales of a demon emperor's tomb began to circulate, accompanied by a series of bizarre phenomena. Some claim to have witnessed spectral soldiers traversing the mountains. Not only cultivators from the 9 mysterious domain, but also those from surrounding realms were drawn to investigate whether the tomb truly existed. After all, the burial site of an emperor is bound to be rife with treasures. Yet, something about this felt dubious to Qin Feng. After finishing the scroll, he mused aloud. Throughout history, the resting places of those who ascend to the supreme realm have remained a mystery. If the demon emperor were truly entombed within this mountain range, how could its existence be known to all? Shaking his head, he carefully rolled up the scroll. However, despite his skepticism about the emperor's burial site being located in the Demon Emperor Mountains, he resolved to visit. He thought to himself that perhaps the bronze tablet could indeed be linked to the emperor. Better to believe than to doubt. If this tablet were the key to unlocking the emperor's tomb, it would be an invaluable gain. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng's figure soared toward the direction of the Demon Emperor Mountains. Situated in the southern part of the 9 mysterious domain, it was not long before he arrived. Less than half a month later, at the foot of the mountain range, the area was dense with ancient forests, filled with the cries of monkeys and the roars of tigers, presenting a scene reminiscent of a primordial era. As he traversed the Demon Emperor Mountains, a subtle sense of oppression enveloped him. It was not overwhelming, yet distinctly palpable, a pressure akin to that of powerful beings, but strangely different. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng remained vigilant as he continued deeper into the mountains, prepared for any potential dangers. The scroll had marked several locations as the most likely sites of the emperor's tomb, and he intended to investigate them. Along the way, he frequently encountered other cultivators, both demon and human, clearly drawn by the legend of the demon emperor's tomb. Many were seated in tranquil areas, hoping to comprehend the emperor's legacy. The mountains were predominantly inhabited by demons, who exhibited a noticeable hostility towards humans, considering this place to be sacred ground where the emperor was said to rest. Yet, as the existence of the tomb remained uncertain, these demons refrained from attacking the humans. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Feng. Could I sign in directly at the demon emperor's tomb? He wondered aloud. If I receive a reward, it would confirm the tomb's existence. If not, then it would indicate otherwise. The host must sign in at the Demon Emperor's tomb to claim rewards, the system's mechanical voice chimed in. Otherwise, even if you are standing upon the tomb, rewards cannot be obtained. Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. He had hoped to exploit a loophole, but it seemed that was not meant to be. Well, if I cannot sign in at the tomb, I shall sign in at the Demon Emperor Mountains instead, he declared. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Demon Emperor Mountains. Reward. 9-tiered Demon Tower. The system's emotionless notification echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Simultaneously, he discovered a pitch-black tower adorned with intricate runes within the system's space. After examination, he realized that binding this 9-tiered demon tower would allow him to suppress demons within it and convert their cultivation into his own. Goodness, Qin Feng exclaimed. To receive a treasure for subduing demons in the Demon Emperor Mountains, how extraordinary. At that moment, A familiar energy fluctuation caught Qin Feng's attention, causing him to furrow his brow. It seemed there was a fierce battle occurring nearby. What is happening? Why do I sense a familiar aura? Qin Feng pondered in disbelief. This was the Nine Mysterious Domain. The individuals he recognized resided in the Qinglan domain. How could they possibly be here? Yet, despite the familiarity, he could not immediately recall who it was. 10 miles away, in a dense forest, several figures were being besieged by a group of wolf demons. Among these figures, both men and women bore striking features, each with a pristine white tail. Fox Qin, how dare you attack within the Demon Emperor Mountains? Do you not fear the retribution of the Emperor? A stunning fox girl, resembling a celestial maiden, exclaimed. Though at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, she struggled to fend off the assault of 3 wolf demons. Blood streamed from her pure white tail, resembling crimson blossoms in bloom. Just last month, my brother was slain by your 9-tailed clan. Today, I shall make you pay in blood. The leading wolf demon sneered, his teeth gritted. He brought this upon himself when he tried to claim the spiritual fruits my sister had gathered. The white fox retorted, no matter the reason for my brother's death, I will make you pay for your blood debts today. The wolf demon's eyes glinted with cruelty. Even if the emperor himself intervenes, it will not save you. With that, he unleashed a terrifying surge of spirit energy, his demonic aura rolling forth like a tempest. 6th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. With a mighty howl, the wolf demon surged forward, his presence sending flocks of birds scattering as he aimed to end the white fox's life. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with the thrill of vengeance, envisioning the fox girl torn apart before him. Princess, be careful. The other young foxes called out in alarm, desperate to assist her, yet they were entangled by the surrounding wolf demons, unable to draw near. Boom. Suddenly, a formidable pressure descended upon the scene, enveloping everything in a blanket of terror. P.S. The updates have been somewhat delayed these past few days due to the overwhelming demands of work. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 141. The 9-tailed fox tribe. In the face of an overwhelming pressure, the wolf demons were instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood, unable even to emit a cry before their existence was erased. This astonishing spectacle left the little white fox and her companions in a state of bewilderment. What on earth just transpired? One of the fox tribe men, struck with awe, exclaimed, could it be that the demon emperor has truly manifested? It is quite possible. Another fox tribe woman replied, her expression grave. Those wolf demons dared to attack us here, which is an affront to the demon emperor. It seems they have been punished. Ever since the emergence of the 5-colored divine light above the demon emperor mountain a decade ago, bizarre occurrences had become a constant. They would not be surprised by the manifestation of the demon emperor or even the appearance of imperial weapons. Manifestation of the demon emperor? Qin Feng, who had approached slowly, was taken aback to find that his earlier actions were interpreted by these foxes as a divine manifestation. Who goes there? A vigilant female fox, having overheard Qin Feng's murmurs, cried out. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the approaching figure of Qin Feng. Scoundrel, what are you doing here? Upon recognizing Qin Feng, the little white fox's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief, even more profound than during the earlier divine manifestation. She doubted her eyesight, but as Qin Feng drew nearer, she realized her vision was clear. Hearing this label, Qin Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. When had he ever been deemed a scoundrel? While the little white fox, in her human form, was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, he had never acted inappropriately towards her. After all, he was a normal man, not a beast. How could he ever harm a little fox? Your Highness, do you know this human? Has he ever been disrespectful to you? We shall teach him a lesson. The other foxes, upon hearing the little white fox call Qin Feng a scoundrel, glared at him fiercely, ready to act. Do not attack. The little white fox quickly interjected. This scoundrel saved me in the Qinglan domain. The other foxes frowned, surprised but nodded in agreement, refraining from confrontation. You left without a word and then arrived in the Jiushuan domain? Qin Feng questioned, puzzled. He was not particularly surprised that the little white fox could take human form. Typically, aside from those with powerful bloodlines capable of transformation, ordinary beasts could also attain this ability upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, which was not extraordinary. What intrigued him was how the little white fox, who was supposed to be in the Qinglan domain, had made her way to the distant Jiushuan domain. I did not leave without saying anything. The little white fox retorted, then, feeling somewhat guilty, added, I was forcibly taken back by my granddad. I see. Qin Feng nodded. I thought you had found other foxes and were living happily together. You insufferable scoundrel. The little white fox gritted her teeth in anger. His words were infuriating. However, due to her own departure being somewhat unjustified, she chose not to argue further and instead inquired, why are you here? For reasons unknown. She felt a flicker of hope, Perhaps Qin Feng had come to find her? Naturally, I am here for the tomb of the Demon Emperor, Qin Feng replied candidly. The little white fox was momentarily taken aback, not realizing that the rumors of the Demon Emperor's tomb had reached the Kanglan domain. Nor did she expect Qin Feng to come for that reason. She huffed with disappointment. You scoundrel. The tomb of the Demon Emperor is currently being watched by all the powerful factions of the Zhoushuan domain. With your cultivation at the spirit transformation level, you dare to covet the tomb? Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that the little white fox's memory of him was still anchored to the time he had broken through to the spirit transformation level in front of Qin Zining. He replied nonchalantly, I am no longer at the spirit transformation level. Not at the spirit transformation level? The little white fox asked, astonished. Have you broken through to the Sea of Circulation realm? No wonder you look exactly the same after all these years. Though she could not discern Qin Feng's precise cultivation, it did not surprise her. She had suspected his physique to be of a unique nature. Otherwise, his cultivation speed should not have been so slow. Sea of Circulation realm. Nearly, Qin Feng said after a moment of contemplation, choosing not to reveal the full extent of his abilities just yet, as he was still unfamiliar with the Zhoushuan domain and its fox tribe, save for the little white fox. Braving the journey across domains at the Sea of Circulation realm. You are indeed audacious, the little white fox exclaimed in astonishment. Since the five-colored divine light 10 years ago, the Demon Emperor Mountain has been relatively quiet. Even if the tomb of the Demon Emperor exists, it likely will not appear anytime soon. What are you planning to do? Will you wait here? I have just arrived and have yet to make any plans, Qin Feng admitted. Then come with me to the tribe. The little white fox suggested eagerly. You saved me several times in the Kanglan domain, so now it is the perfect opportunity to repay your kindness. The fox tribe? Qin Feng pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. Thank you. Having just arrived in the Zhoushuan domain, he was not well acquainted with the area, so having a place to stay was indeed beneficial. The other foxes exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting, clearly hesitant about bringing an unfamiliar human into their tribe. But since the little white fox had spoken, they refrained from objecting. You scoundrel, I did not expect you to be so polite. Upon hearing Qin Feng's agreement, the little white fox smiled. Then let us go. Since being forcibly taken back to the Zhoushuan domain, she had found herself frequently thinking of Qin Feng. Now, seeing him again, she felt an inexplicable joy. Consequently, they did not linger in the area but departed the Demon Emperor Mountain together. Boarding the ancient vessel of the little white fox and her companions, sailing toward the fox tribe. Throughout the journey, Qin Feng gathered a general understanding of the fox tribe. Learning that it was a relatively powerful tribe located in the southern part of the Zhoushuan domain, having existed for over 20,000 years. It was guarded by a formidable warrior at the martial domain level along with two half-step martial domain warriors. On the third morning, the ancient vessel arrived at the location of the nine-tailed fox tribe. It was a picturesque area surrounded by mountains on three sides, nestled by water, flourishing with vibrant flora and fauna. A great river flowed nearby, where fish leaped joyfully while young foxes played merrily, reminiscent of a paradise. Impressive formation. Qin Feng mused inwardly as he stepped off the ancient vessel. The entire fox tribe was shielded by a formidable formation, capable of repelling an initial martial domain level attack without issue. Chapter 142. A resounding slap, Your Highness. You have returned from your adventures. As the little white fox and her companions disembarked from the ancient vessel, they were greeted by an elderly voice emanating from the tribe. Qin Feng turned to see an old woman, leaning on a cane, moving with astonishing speed, leaving behind trails of afterimages as she approached. In addition, several other elders and young foxes hurriedly arrived, eager to see if anyone had been injured after the little white fox and her companions had been away for 5 or 6 years. Who is this person? The elderly woman inquired, noticing Qin Feng with a frown. Grandaunt, this is Qin Feng, a friend I met in the Kanglan domain. I encountered him a few days ago at the Demon Emperor Mountain, the little white fox quickly explained. The elderly woman, known as Yinlan, had not only attained the formidable 9th level of the Void Refinement realm, but also held a high status within her clan. When her parents were absent, it was Yinlan who took charge of the affairs of the fox tribe. Previously, she had forcefully taken the little white fox from the Kanglan domain. Greetings, esteemed elder, Qin Feng said with a smile, displaying the courtesy he understood well. The other members of the fox tribe were taken aback, surprised to learn that the little white fox had made a friend during her years in Kanglan. However, Yinlan's reaction was peculiar. Upon discovering that Qin Feng was a friend of the little white fox, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in her murky eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Oh, so you are a friend of Her Highness the Princess. Let us return to the tribe together. I shall arrange accommodations for you shortly. Thank you, esteemed elder, Qin Feng replied, maintaining his calm demeanor despite having noticed Yinlan's brief display of hostility. He feigned ignorance, smiling lightly. Curiously, he pondered the reason behind Yinlan's sudden animosity towards him. My great aunt has permitted Qin Feng to stay here, the little white fox exclaimed, somewhat surprised. She had expected Yinlan to refuse, and that she would have to plead on his behalf. How could I possibly deny a friend of her highness? Yinlan replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, great aunt, the little white fox said, visibly delighted. Soon after, they entered the vast expanse of the fox tribe's territory. The tribe was immense, surpassing the imperial city of the Great Xia, with its structures crafted from precious stones adorned with protective runes, complementing the array safeguarding the entire tribe. Before long, they arrived at the central area of the tribe, where a magnificent architectural complex stood. The buildings exuded an ancient and majestic aura, clearly from a bygone era, at least 100,000 years old. Upon entering, Qin Feng noted that many of the structures were empty, uninhabited, a testament to the decline of the tribe since its establishment. Yinlan assigned Qin Feng a secluded courtyard, devoid of any fox tribe residents. You may rest here for now. I must report to my great aunt about the outcomes of our recent endeavors, the little white fox said to Qin Feng. Knock. Qin Feng playfully tapped the little white fox on the forehead, frowning. Who are you calling a scoundrel? From the very first encounter, she had branded him with this title, which he found utterly unjust. He had done nothing to deserve such treatment. Ouch, that hurts, the little white fox exclaimed, clutching her pristine forehead, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? I shall bite you to death. With that, she opened her mouth and lunged at Qin Feng, not only seeking revenge for the recent slight but also for the incident in Kanglan where he had reduced her to a mere shadow of herself. Are you a tiger? That bite is quite painful. Release me. Although the pain was minimal, Qin Feng couldn't help but gasp, wary of causing her further distress. Let go. Apologize to this princess, the little white fox demanded, still clamped onto his wrist, drool escaping her mouth. She had never been struck before, let alone so painfully. She was determined to make Qin Feng regret his actions. Should you not release me, I cannot guarantee I won't act inappropriately, Qin Feng warned, a hint of threat in his tone. The little white fox, as if struck by lightning, immediately let go and retreated, furious and embarrassed, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Feng. You, scoundrel, how dare you? I have no choice if you refuse to let go. Qin Feng replied, somewhat helplessly. Shameless. The little white fox's indignation only intensified. What has happened to her highness? At that moment, some of the other fox tribe members, who had drifted away, inquired curiously. Nothing. Nothing at all, she hastily replied. There is just a filthy rat here that startled me. With that, she shot a furious glare at Qin Feng and stormed out of the courtyard. The other fox tribe members exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the mention of a rat in such an ancient palace. Despite their confusion, they did not press further and followed the little white fox to the elders' hall to report on their recent experiences. Yinlan, observing the little white fox's flushed face, seemed to grasp something, and the malice in her eyes deepened. In the courtyard, Qin Feng entered his room, which was simply furnished and suited to his tastes. Not too shabby, he nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved a scroll from his storage ring and gently crushed it, with a rustle as Qin Feng shattered the scroll. Silver motes of light spread across the ground, gradually coalescing into intricate runes that formed an array, enveloping the entire courtyard. The concealment array. Qin Feng deemed it prudent to establish this formation, anticipating an extended stay. It would conceal the disturbances from his cultivation, particularly in light of Yinlan's evident hostility. Moreover, this enhanced array not only provided superior concealment but also offered a slight boost to his cultivation. System, please register my presence in the Fox tribe's territory. Once the array was set, Qin Feng addressed the system nonchalantly. Beep. Congratulations, Master. Registration successful. You have acquired the Ninetails secret technique. The system's notification chimed in his ear. Simultaneously, an ancient scroll appeared in the system's space, adorned with a faintly discernible image of a fox. The Ninetails secret technique? Qin Feng murmured, intrigued. Is it a technique from the Ninetails clan? What could it entail? He examined the scroll's details with curiosity. Chapter 143. The In-Law Ninetails Fox Clan Secret Technique, Ascending to Immortality. This technique allows the user to gain a portion of the ancestral strength of the Fox tribe. The ancestors of the Fox tribe should be quite formidable, Qin Feng mused. If I could harness even a fraction of their power during combat, it would significantly enhance my fighting capability. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng promptly chose to integrate and learn the technique from the scroll. In an instant, a torrent of complex and esoteric knowledge flooded into his mind, overwhelming him. He realized it would require no less than 3 to 5 days to fully comprehend. Truly worthy of being a secret technique of the fox tribe, he murmured. Without wasting any time, Qin Feng commenced meditation, diligently absorbing the intricacies of the ascending to immortality technique. In the following days, Qin Feng remained in the courtyard, immersed in his meditation and study of the technique. The tranquility of the surroundings, devoid of any inhabitants, suited him perfectly. During this period, the little white fox did not return. Her absence was due to her and her companions' extensive training and inspections of various clans loyal to the fox tribe, diligently reporting their findings to Yinlan. It was not until the 7th day that the little white fox finally arrived. Have you finished your tasks? Qin Feng, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes and greeted her with a gentle smile. Humph, you scoundrel, I will undoubtedly teach you a lesson the next time we meet. The little white fox let out a soft huff, appearing quite indignant. Although several days had passed, the sting of Qin Feng's slap remained vividly etched in her memory, as if it had just occurred. Qin Feng was taken aback, not expecting the little white fox to harbor such a grudge. Nevertheless, despite her resentment, she showed genuine concern for him and inquired whether he had encountered any discomfort during his stay. Everything was quite satisfactory, Qin Feng replied after a brief pause. However, he continued, a lingering question had been troubling him since his arrival. What question? The little white fox asked, intrigued. Are you not members of the nine-tailed fox clan? Yet I have not encountered a single nine-tailed individual among your kin. Qin Feng expressed his confusion. The little white fox rolled her eyes, thinking he was about to ask something more profound. Upon hearing his question, she replied, the nine-tailed fox clan does not imply that all our kin possess nine tails. Rather, it signifies that our ancestors once produced a formidable nine-tailed being. As she spoke, admiration for her nine-tailed ancestor glimmered in her eyes. It was well known that, among the current fox clan, the strongest beings barely reached 4 tails. The might of the nine-tailed ancestor was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. I see, Qin Feng nodded, beginning to understand. The little white fox then elaborated on the history of the nine-tailed fox clan. Over 1 million years ago, the nine-tailed fox clan was the preeminent force within the Jiushuan realm, wielding significant influence across several neighboring realms. All sects and noble families were compelled to submit to their power, and it was said their strength rivaled that of the sacred lands. However, internal strife and conflict led to the clan's gradual decline, resulting in many branches departing from the Jiushuan realm, while theirs had migrated to this location. The vast complex of palaces they inhabited was constructed during the clan's zenith, which explained the numerous empty structures devoid of inhabitants. Compared to other branches, the little white fox's lineage was considered the most legitimate. Qin Feng was astonished to learn of the vibrant history of the nine-tailed fox clan. They refer to you as princess because you are of royal blood? He inquired. Not quite. The little white fox shook her head. Since the clan splintered, we no longer regard ourselves as royalty. The title of princess is bestowed upon me due to my unique constitution, akin to that of our esteemed nine-tailed ancestor. Unique constitution? Qin Feng was taken aback. He had not perceived any distinct qualities in the little white fox. With curiosity, he employed his divine eye to scrutinize her. Yet he still could not discern any peculiarities. Pervert, what are you staring at? The little white fox stepped back, huffing indignantly. Are you harboring special thoughts upon discovering my unique constitution? But you might as well give up. Your cultivation is far too weak to even qualify for our fox clan. Qin Feng was speechless. What was going on in the mind of this little white fox? He replied nonchalantly, if you were the saintess of the Yaoqi, I might consider joining your clan. The little white fox immediately became displeased. With an irate huff, she retorted, you shameless scoundrel, how dare you covet the saintess of Yaoqi? You are merely a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. The Yaoqi's sacred land was renowned on the eternal continent, and each generation's saintess was invariably the unparalleled beauty of the land. Though the little white fox was indeed enchanting, she felt she could hardly compare to the saintess. Observing her vexation, Qin Feng chuckled and chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he shifted the conversation to a more serious matter. I need to ask you something important. What is it? The little white fox, still fuming, asked out of curiosity upon seeing Qin Feng's earnest expression. This bronze plate. Have you ever seen one like it? Qin Feng produced a bronze plate and spoke slowly. He was uncertain when the demon emperor's tomb might be unearthed, and the little white fox was his only source of inquiry. A bronze plate? The little white fox took the plate from him, inspecting it closely. After a moment, a look of recollection crossed her face. I believe I once saw a similar design in an ancient text while searching for books in the library. Oh. Qin Feng was surprised to hear that she had indeed encountered it. He promptly asked, do you recall what was inscribed on it? After pondering for a while, the little white fox shook her head helplessly. That ancient text was not what I was searching for. I merely glanced at it and paid it no heed. I can't even remember which book it was. Qin Feng felt somewhat at a loss upon hearing this. How long would it take him to sift through all these tomes? However, he had no other course of action but to examine them one by one. Over the next 2 months, Qin Feng spent his time in the library, poring over various ancient texts. Of course, he also checked in daily. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have received the starry array. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have received the white jade pill. This library, having been constructed during the height of the Fox clan's power, proved to be quite extraordinary, yielding generous rewards for his check-ins. One morning, as the sun rose gently, warm rays of sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the library. The little white fox transformed into her original form, basking in the sunlight on the windowsill, while Qin Feng continued to leaf through the ancient texts. Through his readings, he not only uncovered numerous tales about the Fox clan, but also learned myriad secrets concerning the Joshuan realm, making the endeavor quite rewarding. Suddenly, while engrossed in his reading, Qin Feng's expression shifted as he spotted an illustration on one of the pages that bore an uncanny resemblance to the design on his bronze plate, accompanied by some recorded text. Have you found something? The little white fox, noticing his reaction, transformed back into her human form and approached him. I have. Qin Feng nodded, meticulously examining the text, murmuring, this design is indeed from the Demon Emperor's palace? The ancient text mentioned little about the bronze plate itself, only noting that the design originated from the columns of the Demon Emperor's palace. Could it be that the bronze plate in your possession is a fragment of the Demon Emperor's palace? The little white fox was taken aback. It was common knowledge that the whereabouts of the Demon Emperor's palace had long been lost. Not quite, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. According to an ancient text I read yesterday, the Demon Emperor's palace was constructed from a unique stone, not bronze. If this bronze plate were truly a fragment of the Demon Emperor's palace, it would be a source of disappointment. Due to his prior conjecture, this bronze plate was at least a fragment of an Imperial weapon. Had someone seen the palace of the Demon Emperor and replicated the patterns onto this bronze plate? The little white fox speculated. Qin Feng remained silent, lost in thought. He sensed that the age of this bronze plate might surpass that of the Demon Emperor. It seemed more plausible that the Demon Emperor had seen the designs on the plate and then inscribed them onto the pillars of his palace. Yet, Qin Feng was perplexed about the significance of these patterns that could intrigue even the esteemed Demon Emperor enough to replicate them. After pondering for a long while, he found no answers and could only shake his head in resignation. Having discovered the ancient text he sought, Qin Feng and the little white fox decided not to linger any longer and departed together. The little white fox, who had been accompanying Qin Feng in the library and was utterly exhausted, returned home to rest. Qin Feng also returned to his own courtyard. In the northern part of the Fox tribe settlement, there lay a vast bamboo grove, where Yinlan's residence was situated. At that moment, Yinlan was present with several elders. Since Her Highness reported to you, she has been inseparable from that human, one elder remarked with a serious expression. This might not bode well. Indeed, Your Highness carries a significant mission, another elder added solemnly. How can she be so intimate with a member of the human race? As the little white fox was the princess of the Fox tribe, her noble status made it difficult for them to advise her directly, so they sought Yinlan's intervention. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall handle it, Yinlan replied coolly. She had already noticed the situation but had refrained from intervening, enduring it as Qin Feng and the little white fox spent time together. The other elders nodded in agreement. They trusted Yinlan's judgment. Before long, the night deepened, with a bright moon hanging in the sky and stars twinkling. Inside his chamber, Qin Feng sat in meditation, refining the 9-tiered demon tower. Ever since acquiring it, he had found little time to dedicate to its refinement. Suddenly, a unique wave of energy emanated from within him. He had successfully refined the 9-tiered demon tower. When I have the chance, I should find a couple of demon clansmen to suppress within and observe the effects, Qin Feng murmured. At that moment, he furrowed his brow, sensing a murderous intent directed at him. Yet, he remained calm, as if oblivious to the danger, and began infusing spiritual energy into the 9-tiered demon tower. Meanwhile, Yinlan stepped out of her courtyard, coldly gazing in the direction of Qin Feng's residence, her eyes filled with malice and ice. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me for being merciless, she muttered, gripping her cane as she advanced toward his courtyard. Despite the strong objections from the little white fox and her parents, many elders and 2 ancestral figures had already consented to Yinlan's proposal. The decision was made, and she could not allow Qin Feng to disrupt their plans. Before long, Yinlan arrived at Qin Feng's courtyard. She observed his room with a frigid demeanor but did not enter. Instead, she intended to obliterate Qin Feng's consciousness with her formidable spiritual awareness. This way, The little white fox would believe that Qin Feng had encountered a problem in his cultivation that led to a collapse of his consciousness, unaware that it was her doing. Since you are here, why not come in for a visit? Just then, Qin Feng's calm voice echoed from within the room. Yinlan's expression changed drastically, filled with disbelief. Although she had not deliberately concealed her presence, being at the 9th level of the void refinement realm, how could a mere ant at the Wheel C realm notice her arrival? Are you concealing your cultivation? Yinlan thought, a chill running through her as she spoke sternly. Though she did not understand how Qin Feng accomplished this, she was certain he was hiding his true abilities. Otherwise, he would not have detected her. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open. Qin Feng smiled lightly and said, if I were not concealing my cultivation, you would not be so unprepared to kill me. Unexpectedness is the key to victory, he added. Humph. Even unprepared, killing you would still be a simple task, Yinlan retorted coldly. Though she could not discern Qin Feng's exact cultivation level, she herself was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the void refinement realm. Unless Qin Feng had reached the martial domain realm, he was no match for her. Boom. As she spoke, an astonishing wave of spiritual energy erupted from within Yinlan. Having learned of Qin Feng's hidden strength, she no longer cared if the little white fox discovered that she was the one who had killed him. She would simply assert that Qin Feng had ambushed her. After all, the dead cannot speak. The tribe would undoubtedly choose to believe her rather than a corpse. Bang! Yinlan struck the ground with her cane, unleashing a unique wave of power. The released spiritual energy swiftly coalesced into several foxes that charged toward Qin Feng. These foxes emitted a pink glow from their eyes, capable of inflicting severe damage on one's consciousness. Killing me is as easy as pie? You may be overestimating your abilities. Qin Feng replied, unfazed by the pink light, his tone cold. As he spoke, numerous sword souls coalesced around him, their formidable sword intent resonating with a symphony of sword cries throughout the courtyard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a slight movement of his will, the sword souls surged toward the attacking spiritual foxes, leaving behind terrifying sword marks on the ground. The scene was utterly horrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The collision between the sword souls and the spiritual foxes generated astonishing waves of energy. Without exception, the foxes formed from the spiritual energy were pierced and exploded by the sword souls. Although Yinlan was at the 9th level of the void refinement realm and Qin Feng at the peak of the 5th, even if he could battle 3 minor realms above his own, he would still be no match for her. However, the enhanced hidden spirit array that Qin Feng had set up in this area slightly elevated his cultivation, making this ground his domain. Unless Yinlan was at the threshold of the martial domain realm, she could not contend with him. The sword souls, having pierced through the spiritual foxes, continued to rush toward Yinlan with diminished momentum. What? Yinlan exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend how Qin Feng had become so formidable, far exceeding her expectations. Swoosh! The staff in her hand erupted with light, forming a barrier around her. As the multitude of sword souls collided with the barrier, a violent energy wave erupted, shattering the entire shield. Yinlan staggered back, appearing quite flustered. Damn it, it seems I underestimated you. Yinlan's face turned pale as she quickly retrieved a jade stone from her storage ring, intending to notify the 2 ancestral figures of her tribe. Although she possessed even more powerful techniques yet to be unleashed, she saw no reason to take risks in the fox tribe's territory. Crack! The jade stone shattered with a crisp sound. Yinlan's gaze turned cruel as she looked at Qin Feng, declaring, boy, the 2 ancestral figures will soon emerge from their seclusion. You might as well wait for your death. Those 2 ancestral figures were one at the martial domain realm and the other at the threshold of the martial domain realm. Yinlan believed that they would find killing Qin Feng to be a trivial matter. Is that so? Qin Feng replied with a cold laugh. Have you not realized that our battle has not attracted the attention of anyone? Upon the utterance of those words, Yinlan's countenance shifted dramatically, and she belatedly perceived the anomaly. Surveying her surroundings, she was horrified to realize that despite the tremendous fluctuation of energy moments ago, not a single member of the Fox clan had been drawn to the scene. How peculiar. A formation? Could it be that there exists a concealed array here, isolating everything from the outside world? Yinlan's eyes brimmed with astonishment. She found it utterly incredulous. Such formations she had only witnessed in ancient tomes, never in reality. How could Qin Feng possess such a thing? If you guess correctly, you are not entirely foolish, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Yinlan's expression darkened immensely. She turned to flee, desperate to escape this place. From Qin Feng, she sensed an unprecedented aura of danger. Suddenly, a colossal ancient tower, entirely black, descended from the heavens with a terrifying might that rendered Yinlan motionless below. No, spare me, she cried, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at the descending tower. For reasons unknown, she felt an instinctual dread emanating from the structure, as though it were her natural nemesis. "Do not worry. I shall not take your life," Qin Feng assured her calmly. As his words fell, the ancient tower landed, imprisoning Yinlan within its confines. "No, let me out," she screamed in terror, attacking the tower from within, yet unable to budge it an inch. Although Qin Feng could not yet unleash the full power of the 9-layered demon tower, any demon clan member ensnared within would find it impossible to escape, unless their strength surpassed the ability to shatter the tower itself. With a swift motion, Qin Feng gestured, and the massive structure rapidly shrank, eventually resting in his palm, now no larger than a hand. The sound of Yinlan's terrified cries diminished in tandem with the tower's reduction. "Can I now convert her cultivation into my own?" Qin Feng mused, pondering how much of her 9th-layer cultivation could be transformed for his benefit. He closed his eyes, slowly attuning himself to the process. However, as time passed, disappointment crept in. The 9-layer demon tower did not instantly convert Yinlan's power into his. Rather, it gradually absorbed her essence, transferring it at a much slower pace than he had anticipated. Clearly, he needed to capture more demons. "I must seize additional demon clan members," Qin Feng murmured. According to his calculations, even the first layer of the 9-layered demon tower could accommodate several more beings of Yinlan's caliber, not to mention the additional 8 layers beyond it. By subduing powerful demons within, he could await the enhancement of his own cultivation. Subsequently, Qin Feng stored the 9-layered demon tower within the system space and initiated the absorption of the residual spiritual energy from the earlier confrontation to bolster the hidden formation. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak approximately 100 miles from the Fox clan settlement, an ancient edifice nestled into the hillside thrived in a realm of abundant spiritual energy, even richer than that of the Fox clan. 2 elders sat cross-legged within a grand hall, surrounded by various divine stones, continuously drawing in the dense spiritual energy. The amount they absorbed each moment could have caused Yinlan to explode with power, yet for them, it was as effortless as breathing. Why do I have a faint sense that a clansman is calling for help? One elder suddenly furrowed his brow. The other, the elder patriarch of the 9-tailed Fox clan, opened his clouded eyes in response. He glanced at a nearby array, above which hovered a diamond-shaped crystal. If a core member of the clan were to shatter the jade stone conveying a message, this crystal would react. "It must be your imagination," the patriarch remarked, noting that the crystal showed no signs of response. The senior elder nodded, attributing the feeling to his prolonged meditation. They both dismissed the matter and resumed their contemplation, leaving it unexamined. For the next half-month, Qin Feng carried on as if nothing had transpired, continuing to meditate in his chamber, absorbing sword energy and spiritual stones to elevate his cultivation. During this time, the little white fox frequently visited. When Qin Feng inquired about any happenings within the clan, she appeared bewildered, insisting that everything was normal. Initially, he was somewhat taken aback, but he soon accepted it. Yinlan held a high status and had many affairs to attend to, so her absence for half a month would hardly raise eyebrows. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a sprinkle of light into the room. Suddenly, a tumultuous sound erupted from within Qin Feng, akin to a crashing tide. The spiritual energy within him surged like a vast ocean, rolling forth and enveloping the entire courtyard. His aura continuously ascended, and his entire being radiated divine light, presenting an extraordinary sight. This phenomenon persisted for over 2 hours before gradually subsiding, marking his breakthrough to the 6th layer of the refinement void realm. As he slowly opened his eyes, he murmured, "Finally, I have reached the 6th layer." Since his ascension to the 5th layer, the pace of his advancement had slowed considerably. After so many years, he had finally attained the 6th layer of refinement void. After all, the ancient chaos sword body required an immense amount of spiritual energy for each breakthrough. Sometimes, he envied those of ordinary constitutions. While he possessed the ancient chaos sword body and advanced several dozen or even 100 times faster than the average cultivator, he pondered that had he been of ordinary constitution, his progress might have been swifter, possibly even reaching the martial domain by now. To accelerate his cultivation, he would need to make better use of the 9-layered demon tower. Only the 9-layered demon tower can elevate the ceiling of my cultivation speed, Qin Feng concluded. With this in mind, he lowered his gaze, directing his consciousness into the 9-layered demon tower to check on Yinlan's current state. Within the demon suppression tower, Qin Feng observed Yinlan's cultivation had dwindled to the 6th layer of refinement void, rendering her exceedingly frail, with her life force significantly diminished. Qin Feng could not help but frown. If Yinlan's cultivation were to fall below the 6th layer, the conversion of her essence into his own would yield negligible results. What if I provide her with some resources to cultivate? Wouldn't that allow me to continually transform her power into my own? He suddenly pondered aloud. He possessed an abundance of surplus resources for cultivation, while the amount of spiritual energy he could absorb at any given moment was limited. Rather than letting those resources go to waste, he might as well put them to use. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng resolved to act. From the system space, he retrieved several spiritual stones and pills. As the pale and weakened Yinlan witnessed the cascade of cultivation resources, she was momentarily taken aback. "Qin Feng, what are you plotting?" she exclaimed, her expression darkening with fury. Naturally, she harbored no belief in Qin Feng's goodwill, suspecting ulterior motives. However, after scattering the resources, Qin Feng withdrew his consciousness, choosing not to engage further. He was not concerned that Yinlan would refuse to utilize the resources. If she held any semblance of dignity as a Fox clan member, she would have long since severed her own meridians and taken her own life. The fact that she remained alive indicated her strong desire to survive. Moments passed without any response from Qin Feng, causing Yinlan's gaze to drift toward the scattered cultivation resources. He pondered that if he truly wished to end my life, he would have done so long ago without resorting to any schemes. Yinlan murmured to herself. The allure of these cultivation resources was immense, akin to a parched traveler in the desert glimpsing water. Moreover, these resources appeared exceptionally rare, even more bountiful than those Yinlan typically encountered. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she ceased to hesitate and immediately began to absorb the resources. Upon sensing this, Qin Feng could not help but smile, realizing he had discovered a more efficient method of cultivation. Days passed, and soon the little white fox came to visit Qin Feng. Suddenly, a girl from the Fox clan, of similar age, rushed to find her. "Princess, we have a grave situation," the fox girl exclaimed urgently. "What is it?" the little white fox asked, perplexed. "Annie has gone missing," the fox girl said, her expression grave. "We have been unable to contact her by any means. Currently, Yinlan was responsible for many matters within the Fox clan. Initially, when someone failed to reach her, it did not cause much concern. However, as time passed, the issue became apparent. "What? Auntie is missing? How can that be?" the little white fox exclaimed in shock. "It is indeed true," the fox girl replied. "All the elders of the clan have exhausted their efforts and still cannot reach her." Hearing this, the little white fox's expression grew more serious. She murmured, "Annie has never gone missing before. Could she have encountered misfortune?" With this thought, anxiety took hold of her, and her complexion paled, fearing that the Fox clan might soon face a significant crisis. "Do not worry too much," Qin Feng reassured her. "Perhaps she has not encountered danger, but rather discovered a rare cultivation site and is engrossed in her practice." He spoke the truth. Since receiving the cultivation resources from Qin Feng, Yinlan had been tirelessly cultivating within the 9-story demon tower, striving to counterbalance its transformative effects on her cultivation. That cannot be. Even if Auntie found a cultivation site, she would not remain absent for this long. She would at least inform the other elders of the clan. The little white fox shook her head. She then departed to inquire with the elders about the situation. However, just as she exited the courtyard, she returned and said to Qin Feng, "It is likely unsafe within the tribe now. You should accompany me. If danger arises, I can protect you." Chapter 147. Investigating Qin Feng. The disappearance of Elder Yinlan is an internal matter of your Fox clan. "I shall refrain from accompanying you," Qin Feng replied slowly. "Even if there is genuine danger within the Fox tribe, it certainly would not be directed at me, so you need not worry." After all, he had subdued Yinlan, and he was aware that there was no significant threat within the Fox clan. The two ancestors of the Fox clan were formidable beings, one at the martial domain realm and the other a half-step into it. Qin Feng had never encountered such powerful beings directly and deemed it wise to remain cautious and avoid drawing attention to himself. With his current strength, he was not yet capable of contending with those at the martial domain realm. If the two ancestors noticed anything unusual, it could lead to trouble. Although Qin Feng possessed divine thunder capable of obliterating those at the martial domain realm, it was his ultimate means of self-preservation and should not be used lightly. "Very well," the little white fox conceded, recognizing the reasonableness of Qin Feng's words. "However, you must remain vigilant while here. If anything happens, do not hesitate to find me." She felt that even if there were dangers within the Fox tribe, they would not be aimed at Qin Feng, given his status as merely a Wheel Sea realm cultivator. Far too weak to warrant such attention. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. The little white fox then made her way to the council hall, while Qin Feng resumed his meditation to cultivate and stabilize his own realm. As she journeyed to the council hall, the members of the Fox tribe wore solemn expressions, whispering among themselves. The disappearance of Yinlan was no trivial matter for the Fox clan. In a short while, the little white fox arrived at the council hall. "Princess." The anxious elders greeted her, their respect evident despite her youth due to her noble status. "What is the situation?" the little white fox asked, her expression grave. Just as the elders were about to report, two elderly figures soared through the sky and landed before the council hall. They were the clan's elder and the supreme elder. Though their hair was white and frail, the energy contained within them could easily alter landscapes, a terrifying power. "Greetings, esteemed elders," the assembly exclaimed, bowing deeply in respect. The two elders nodded lightly. "Inlan has gone missing?" the supreme elder inquired slowly, his expression serious. Recently, both he and the elder had sensed something amiss but had not paid it heed, only to discover now that a crisis had indeed occurred. "Yes," the second elder confirmed, his face solemn. "We have exhausted all means to contact her." "When was the last time you saw her?" the elder asked with a measured tone. "Did she mention anything to you?" The elders exchanged hesitant glances, unsure how to respond. The little white fox sensed their discomfort and felt that they were withholding something from her. "What is it?" the elder pressed, frowning. "Speak freely." "Indeed." The fox elders nodded quickly. "The last time we saw Inlan was at her residence. She mentioned wanting to find an opportunity to kill Qin Feng." "What?" the little white fox exclaimed in disbelief. "Annie wants to kill Qin Feng?" She found it incomprehensible, unable to fathom the reason. "Qin Feng." The elder furrowed his brow. "I have never heard that name before. Is he one of our nine-tailed fox clan?" "No, he is a friend of mine," the little white fox replied. Then turned to the second elder and asked, "Why would Annie want to kill Qin Feng? Did he offend her in some way?" She was perplexed by the situation. "Inlan saw that you were growing too close to Qin Feng and feared you might develop feelings for him, hence her intent to eliminate him," the second elder stated plainly. Hearing this, the little white fox's expression darkened further. The thought that Inlan would resort to such drastic measures merely because of her friendship with Qin Feng was unacceptable to her. "Does this mean that Auntie encountered misfortune while attempting to kill Qin Feng?" the elder inquired. "Do you know where Qin Feng is?" "Qin Feng resides within the royal palace. But Inlan's disappearance should not be related to him," the second elder replied slowly. "After all, Qin Feng is merely at the We'll See realm and is not a match for Inlan. I suspect she encountered something unusual before she attempted to act, and subsequently lost contact." The other elders voiced their speculations as well. Although they did not harbor fondness for Qin Feng, they did not wish for the two elders to waste time discussing him. "We'll see realm," the elder mused, frowning slightly. "One must not hastily draw conclusions." As he spoke, his formidable consciousness expanded and enveloped the entirety of the royal palace in an instant. Every flower, every blade of grass, every tree and every wood was subject to his scrutiny. At that moment, Qin Feng was meditating in his room. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. A powerful and perceptive consciousness allowed him to immediately sense that someone's awareness enveloped the entire ancient complex, with particular focus on him, probing into his cultivation level. However, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, keeping his eyes closed as he continued his meditation. He merely emitted the aura of the We'll See realm, feigning ignorance. After a brief moment, the probing consciousness shifted away from Qin Feng, continuing its search within the courtyard, attempting to discern any traces of Inlan. Unfortunately for the elder of the Fox clan, disappointment was inevitable. Not only was there a concealed array that masked all traces, but after suppressing Inlan, Qin Feng had also employed the bone spirit cold fire to completely incinerate all her residual aura. Even an adept diviner would glean nothing from this place. It seemed entirely unrelated to Qin Feng. After a short while, the elder of the Fox clan withdrew his formidable consciousness and calmly instructed, "You are to report all recent activities of Inlan." As he spoke, he and the grand elder beside him stepped into the council chamber. The other elders were not surprised by this outcome. They had always believed that a mere We'll See realm cultivator like Qin Feng could hardly pose any threat to Inlan. They too entered the council chamber. Though the little white fox felt infuriated that Inlan had attempted to kill Qin Feng behind her back, she chose to remain silent for the moment. As Qin Feng was unharmed and Inlan was still missing, the immediate priority was to locate Inlan. For neglecting this matter could potentially plunge the Fox clan into grave peril. Subsequently, discussions commenced within the council chamber. Chapter 148. Too lethargic. Once the elder of the Fox clan withdrew his consciousness, Qin Feng promptly retrieved a scroll from the system space. This was a teleportation scroll he had acquired through his sign-in rewards, capable of transporting him 1,000 miles in an instant, and could be immediately reused. Should the elder of the Fox clan decide to take action against him, he would teleport away without hesitation. However, after waiting for over an hour, there was no sign of movement. It appeared he harbored no suspicions about me, Qin Feng murmured to himself. He was well aware that his actions had been executed flawlessly and could not possibly be discovered. His only concern was that the elder of the Fox clan might prefer to slay 1,000 innocents rather than let one guilty party escape. Yet, it seemed he had been overly cautious. After all, does life not emphasize the importance of stability? With his worry set aside, Qin Feng resumed his meditation to solidify his cultivation. Over the next month, everything continued as usual. Yin Lan's disappearance was a significant event for the Fox clan. But for Qin Feng, it bore no impact, as if it were entirely unrelated to him. The only notable difference was that, due to this major incident, the little white fox had little time to visit. His daily routine now consisted solely of sign-ins and cultivation, gradually advancing to the 6th level of the void refinement realm. Upon entering the 9-story demon tower and encountering the diligently training Yin Lan, he frowned and remarked, "You are rather lethargic, aren't you?" Yin Lan, who was deep in meditation, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing his words. Although this place boasted abundant cultivation resources, her cultivation was slipping away moment by moment. The only reason her level had not only maintained but improved was due to her relentless efforts day and night. How could she not feel frustrated at being labeled lazy by Qin Feng? That insufferable wretch, trapping me here while providing me with all these resources, such humiliation. Yin Lan seethed internally, vowing, "Once I become sufficiently powerful and escape this place, I shall flay you alive." With that thought in mind, she disregarded Qin Feng and continued her arduous training, ravenously absorbing spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to her, the 9-story demon tower dissipated her cultivation, directly converting it into strength for Qin Feng. Had she been aware of such a phenomenon, her thoughts would have been entirely different. Observing this, a faint smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. His earlier remark was, of course, intended to provoke Yin Lan, compelling her to absorb spiritual energy with greater fervor. If Yin Lan did not exert herself, how could Qin Feng expedite his own cultivation? It had taken him approximately 30 years to elevate from the 5th to the 6th level of the void refinement realm. He had no desire to spend another 50 or 60 years advancing from the 6th to the 7th. Good for nothing. Are you truly cultivating? At that moment, a voice belonging to the little white fox broke through. Qin Feng swiftly retracted his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. "I have been diligently honing my skills, not daring to pause for even a moment." The pressure exerted by the elder of the Fox clan was palpable. "Surely you are not genuinely preparing for a marriage proposal, are you?" The little white fox inquired, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. This little fox certainly had an overactive imagination. He swiftly redirected the conversation. "What progress has been made in the investigation of Yin Lan?" Upon hearing this, the little white fox's smile faded, replaced by a look of melancholy. "We have found nothing. The elder and the grand elder have both emerged from seclusion to search for Yin Lan, but after such a lengthy period, there have been no leads. It's as though she has vanished into another realm." They even suspected that Yin Lan might have betrayed the Fox clan. Yet they could not uncover any information regarding her interactions with other demon tribes. "What do you plan to do next?" Qin Feng asked casually. "I don't know." The little white fox shook her head. "My parents are returning, and they will handle these matters." Clearly, Yin Lan is of great importance to your clan if your parents are rushing back from another realm, Qin Feng remarked slowly. He recalled the little white fox mentioning that her parents had achieved the pinnacle of the semi-domain realm and had been away for over a decade to attend to significant affairs, not solely related to Yin Lan. The little white fox shook her head again, continuing, "There is also the matter of the Shangguan clan seeking refuge." "The Shangguan clan?" Qin Feng echoed, a hint of confusion in his voice. He had not heard of any conflict between the Fox clan and any family. The Shangguan clan was a powerful human family that had once pledged allegiance to the wolf tribe. However, their relations have soured drastically due to the recent defilement of their clan leader's daughter by the young lord of the wolf tribe. Consequently, the Shangguan clan seeks to align themselves with us for protection. Given that the demon tribes held more substantial power in the southern region of the 9 mystic domain, the human populace residing there typically pledged allegiance to the demon tribes. Should the Shangguan clan shift their loyalty to the Fox clan, the clan's strength would surpass that of the wolves. The little white fox's father, as the clan leader, took this matter seriously, hence his personal return. "Now I understand," Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He recognized that this was likely confidential information, and the little white fox sharing it with him indicated a high level of trust. However, this was a matter for the Fox clan, and Qin Feng did not dwell on it further. He and the little white fox engaged in discussions about various topics until dusk. "I won't keep you any longer. I must return to my cultivation," the little white fox said, finding a spot nearby to meditate. Qin Feng, observing this, felt somewhat bemused. It appeared the little white fox intended to stay the night. He was not particularly accustomed to having someone nearby while he cultivated, as a woman's presence could disrupt his training speed. Nevertheless, this was the little white fox's territory, and he could only acquiesce, settling down to meditate as well. The little white fox preferred to train in Qin Feng's vicinity because she found the speed of her progress significantly accelerated, and her comprehension of swordsmanship improved rapidly. At the beginning, the little white fox harbored some doubt about whether Qin Feng was the legendary reclusive master. After all, why was her cultivation speed significantly accelerated in his presence? However, she soon dismissed this speculation, believing it was due to the tranquility and reassurance she felt when beside Qin Feng, allowing her to focus solely on her training without the distractions of her Fox Clan's affairs. 5 days later, the little white fox's parents returned to the Fox Clan settlement. Eagerly, she departed from the courtyard where Qin Feng resided to meet her parents, having been apart for a decade. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued his meditation and training in solitude. Suddenly, a mechanical notification chimed in his ear. "Congratulations, Master, you have successfully signed in and obtained the Devouring Spirit technique." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a flicker of interest and proceeded to examine the details of the technique. The Devouring Spirit technique is a secret art that can significantly enhance the speed of spirit energy absorption in a short period. However, it must be used with caution, otherwise, the sudden influx of spirit energy may overwhelm the practitioner's body, leading to catastrophic consequences. This technique appears promising, Qin Feng murmured to himself. He was confident it could enhance his cultivation speed. With this thought in mind, he chose to integrate the technique. The Devouring Spirit technique was not particularly complex, and within 3 hours, Qin Feng had thoroughly mastered it. He retrieved some divine stones from his system space and began his practice. With a resounding roar, Qin Feng unleashed the Devouring Spirit technique, his body transforming into a black hole that instantaneously consumed vast amounts of spirit energy. This sudden influx surged through his meridians, causing him to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, his physical strength was formidable enough to withstand the strain. Subsequently, he activated the Eternal Life Art, skillfully merging the overwhelming spirit energy with his existing reserves. The speed of this integration was astonishing. This Devouring Spirit technique may be risky for others, but for me, even continuous use should pose no significant issues, Qin Feng mused, reassured by the strength of his body. Even a sudden rush of spirit energy could hardly inflict harm upon him. He could adeptly merge it with his own energy using the Eternal Life Art. Moreover, the vast reservoir of spirit energy within him rendered the newly absorbed energy relatively insignificant, failing to stir any considerable disturbance. Just then, a thought crossed his mind. This technique could also benefit Yinlan. After all, her advancement in cultivation directly correlated to his own. With that in mind, he focused his intent, and a beam of golden light, intertwined with intricate symbols, entered Yinlan's consciousness. Devouring Spirit technique? Given that Qin Feng had directly infused the technique into her mind, Yinlan grasped it almost instantaneously, astonished by the power of the gift bestowed upon her. She could hardly fathom Qin Feng's intentions in providing her with such a formidable technique, consuming his own mental energy to do so. Despite her confusion, she eagerly began her training, recognizing the tremendous potential this technique held for accelerating her own cultivation, even if used sparingly. In the palace's rear garden, a woman, though past middle age, still exuded grace and elegance, chatting with the little white fox as they admired the blooming flowers. This woman was none other than the little white fox's mother, Yuing. In recent days, they had enjoyed each other's company, catching up on the decade-long separation filled with countless stories. Naturally, their conversation turned to Qin Feng, given the rarity of human visitors to the Fox clan, especially one brought back by the little white fox herself. "I haven't heard a single commendation for Qin Feng from you. Yet why do I sense you do not dislike him?" Yuing remarked with a light laugh, observing her daughter closely. I. The little white fox stammered, taken aback and unsure of how to respond. "My dear, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for him, would you?" Yuing continued, scrutinizing her daughter. Being her mother, she was well aware of the little white fox's innermost thoughts. "Absolutely not," the little white fox quickly retorted, though her eyes betrayed a hint of turmoil. It seems I was right," Yuing sighed, then added, "but do not forget the burden you bear. The ancestors and the elders of our clan would never permit you to marry a human. But that mission is imposed upon me by the clan." The little white fox replied, visibly upset. Ever since she learned that her special status granted her access to abundant training resources, she had devoted herself to collecting rare materials for the clan, never shying away from battles against rival demon clans. Her contributions to the clan throughout the years should have been enough to balance the special treatment she received. "I understand your feelings, But the wills of the two ancestors are unchangeable, Yu Ying interrupted. If they were to discover your sentiments, they would not hesitate to eliminate Qin Feng without a second thought. No one could intervene. What parent does not wish for their child's happiness? Yet, both Yu Ying and her husband were merely at the half-step martial domain level, rendering them insignificant before the clan's elder. But the little white fox was at a loss for words, her heart filled with anger, but more so with a sense of injustice and unease. She did not doubt her mother's words, recalling how Yin Lan had once intended to harm Qin Feng merely based on speculation about her feelings. Fortunately, Yin Lan's subsequent disappearance spared Qin Feng from potential harm, the consequences of which could have been dire. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the garden. A middle-aged man approached with a commanding presence, none other than the little white fox's father, Bai Yixing, the current leader of the Fox clan. Despite not being the elder's son, he was the elder's great-grandson. "Father, are you done with your tasks?" The little white fox exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. "Almost finished," Bai Yixing replied, smiling at his daughter. "Once I meet with the officials from the Shangguan family, you may invite Qin Feng to join us for a meal." Several elders had already informed him about Qin Feng. "Father wants to meet Qin Feng? Could it be?" The little white fox took a few steps back. Her beautiful eyes filled with apprehension, fearing that Bai Yixing intended to harm Qin Feng. "Do not worry. I would never harm him," Bai Yixing reassured her. "I merely wish to see what kind of person my daughter has taken an interest in." Relieved by his words, the little white fox urged her father to guarantee Qin Feng's safety. Bai Yixing, having no ill intentions, readily agreed. "Indulge your daughter, will you? If the two ancestors learn of her feelings, they might not only seek to eliminate Qin Feng, but also confine our daughter," Yu Ying admonished Bai Yixing. Her love for her daughter evident despite her more pragmatic concerns. "Humph. Regardless of who dares to harm my daughter, I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth." "The two ancestors are no exception," Bai Yixing coldly declared. "As the leader of the Fox clan, he has fought valiantly for his kin, willing to lay down his life, yet he has his own boundaries." The little white fox felt a surge of emotion upon hearing his words. Grateful to have such a caring father, Yu Ying, however, could only shake her head in resignation. In the absence of the little white fox, Qin Feng had diligently continued his training and daily sign-ins, reaping numerous rewards. His current abode, the Imperial Palace of the Fox clan, flourished during its prime. Steeped in rich historical essence, though it lacked the secret arts of soul devouring, it was filled with natural treasures. Besides signing in at the palace, Qin Feng also visited other locations within the Fox clan's territory. "Ding. Congratulations, master. You have signed in at the ancient well of the Fox clan and received detoxifying spring water." "Ding. Congratulations, master. You have signed in at the ancient tower of the Fox clan and obtained the rock-solid technique." A plethora of rewards flooded in, though many were of little use to Qin Feng. Having them was better than the alternative. One sunny noon, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting spirits. As Qin Feng strolled through the Fox clan's territory, he contemplated where to sign in next. The inhabitants had grown accustomed to his presence, paying him no mind as he wandered. Suddenly, he noticed a throng of humans at the entrance to the Fox clan. Evidently important visitors personally welcomed by the Fox clan's second elder. Are they members of the Shangguan family? Qin Feng mused. Under normal circumstances, such a gathering of humans would be unheard of in the Fox clan, requiring the attention of the second elder. Upon closer inspection, he discerned unique patterns on the wooden wheels of their carriages, recognizing them as the characters for Shangguan. Realizing their identities, Qin Feng decided to find a nearby spot to sign in before returning to his training. Just as he prepared to shift his gaze, he noticed an inconspicuous young man among the Shangguan entourage, sensing something peculiar about him, though he could not pinpoint what it was. However, before he could scrutinize further, the group was ushered into the clan by the second elder, disappearing from view. Could it be that the Shangguan family harbors ulterior motives for their allegiance to the Fox clan? Qin Feng pondered. Despite his curiosity, he dismissed the thought, reassured by the Fox clan's formidable strength and the presence of a martial domain ancestor. Even if the Shangguan family had schemes, the Fox clan would likely handle them with ease. Among the visitors, the strongest was merely at the 7th level of the Void Refinement realm, hardly a cause for concern. After signing in at a nearby location, Qin Feng resumed his training. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on a mountain peak, several figures exuded a terrifying aura, causing even the surrounding ferocious beasts to tremble in fear. At the forefront stood the Wolf clan leader, a formidable presence at the half-step martial domain level. Just then, a seductive woman emerged from the dense forest. Clad in a purple robe that accentuated her flawless thighs, complemented by black stockings, she radiated allure. How did the mission proceed? The Wolf clan leader inquired coldly. My father and the others have already entered the Fox Clan's territory, the woman replied slowly. She was Shangguan Jiao, daughter of the Shangguan clan leader. The rumor regarding the Wolf Clan leader's son tarnishing her name was merely a ruse, albeit one that appeared all too real. Witnessed by spies planted in the Wolf Clan by the Fox Clan. Excellent. The Wolf Clan leader's eyes glimmered with coldness. Once the task is completed, the promised rewards will be delivered in full to the Shangguan family. Thank you, esteemed elder. Shangguan Jiao expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks, it is your due. The Wolf Clan leader replied nonchalantly, knowing that the Shangguan clan leader would likely not survive this encounter. May I inquire about your plan, esteemed elder? Shangguan Jiao could not restrain her curiosity. With such a substantial investment aimed at eliminating the two ancestors of the Fox clan, it seems implausible, especially given that Bai Yixing remains a formidable opponent. Indeed, the Wolf Clan leader affirmed, my true target is not them. Not them? Then who? Shangguan Jiao asked, bewildered. Bai Yixing's daughter, the current princess of the Fox Clan, he stated with chilling clarity. The Fox Clan princess? This revelation startled not only Shangguan Jiao, but also several Wolf Clan elders, who failed to grasp why such an elaborate scheme focused solely on a mere princess of the Fox Clan. According to my confidential intelligence, Bai Yixing has spent the past decade searching for an ancient method that matches his daughter's unique constitution. It is imperative that we eliminate her. The Wolf Clan leader paused, his voice cold. If she matures, she will pose a significant threat to the Wolf Clan. The peculiar nature of the little white fox had been kept under wraps for years, yet the Wolf Clan was already aware of it. Previously, they refrained from taking action against her, believing her unique constitution to be of little use without the ancient methods of the Fox Clan. For 2 centuries, Bai Yixing had searched in vain for the ancient methods previously possessed by the Fox Clan, until now. What? Bai Yixing has found the ancient methods? The faces of the Wolf Clan members paled, sensing the impending threat. If that were true, then the little white fox must be eliminated. This plan, despite its high cost, would ensure the loss of a prodigy comparable to the Fox Clan's ancestors, making it worthwhile. Moreover, the Wolf Clan leader continued, Bai Yixing has sustained injuries during his travels. Should we succeed in killing his daughter, he may succumb to his rage, sealing his own fate. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes lit up with realization. A twofold strategy, how brilliant! They expressed their admiration sincerely, acknowledging the perfection of the scheme that not only neutralized a future threat, but could potentially eliminate Bai Yixing, an immediate danger. As praises filled the air, the Wolf Clan leader wore a proud expression, gazing coldly towards the Fox Clan's territory, envisioning the chaos that would ensue post-success. With the disappearance of Lan and the ease with which their plan was unfolding, he felt as if fate favored him. As dawn broke, the sun slowly ascended, casting warm rays that dispelled the chill of night. After a night of cultivation, Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes. System, sign in, he stated calmly. Ding. Congratulations, master. Sign in successful. You have received a 6 mystical purification pill. The emotionless notification echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Upon inspection, he found it to be a detoxification pill capable of neutralizing poisons below the 7th rank with just 1 dose. Although precious, it held little value for him. That's quite rare, he murmured, reflecting on the scarcity of poison masters in the Kanglan domain. In the realm of the 9 mysteries, danger lurked at every corner, where treachery was commonplace. Shaking his head, Qin Feng stored away the elixirs and resumed his cultivation. Time hastily passed, and soon it was noon on the 2nd day. Just as he was preparing to sign in anew, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard. The little white fox had arrived. Did you not spend time with your parents upon their return? Qin Feng asked, somewhat puzzled to see the little white fox. My father and mother are engaged in discussions with members of the Shangguan family, she replied, her expression one of boredom. It is dreadfully dull there. So I came to seek you out. I see, Qin Feng nodded. By the way, during your time in the tribe, have you ventured outside at all? The little white fox suddenly recalled something and inquired. No, Qin Feng shook his head. Most of his time had been devoted to cultivation. Whenever he left the small courtyard, it was merely to sign in at other locations within the tribe, as the rewards for signing in here were quite decent. Then allow me to take you out for a stroll. The little white fox exclaimed. The scenery around here is far superior to that of the great Xia Imperial tomb. Having heard her father's words a few days prior, her spirits had lifted considerably. Qin Feng hesitated briefly before agreeing. Today he had yet to sign in, so it was the perfect opportunity to explore for better sign-in locations nearby. Consequently, the two departed the small courtyard. However, they had not ventured far when they spotted a young man approaching with the 9th elder of the Fox clan. The little white fox paid him no mind, but Qin Feng's brow furrowed. This young man was the same individual he had noticed during the Shangguan family's visit to the Fox clan's tribe, a figure shrouded in suspicion. Once again, a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to utilize his divine gaze to discern the truth about the young man. In an instant, ancient and arcane runes flickered within the depths of Qin Feng's eyes, enabling him to peer through the faade of Shangguan Qingyun. To his astonishment, he discovered an entire formation concealed within the young man's body, an exceedingly ancient one that seemed out of place in this era. Had he not been a 7th-tier formation master with heightened sensitivity to spiritual essence, he might never have sensed it. What a formidable individual! Qin Feng murmured to himself. The moment this formation is unleashed from Shangguan Qingyun, it will spell his doom. What are you saying? The little white fox queried, having caught the tail end of his mutterings. Before Qin Feng could respond, the 9th elder of the Fox clan and Shangguan Qingyun had approached them. Your Highness, I knew you would be here, the 9th elder surmised, assuming the little white fox was seeking Qin Feng. He then turned to the young man, asking, Might I inquire why you have insisted on meeting with our princess? After White Night Walk and several elders began discussions with the Shangguan family, Shangguan Qingyun had suddenly approached him, expressing a desire to meet the little white fox. Given the Shangguan family's status as esteemed guests of the Fox clan and the matter not being of great significance, he had consented to bring Shangguan Qingyun to meet her. However, as an elder, the 9th elder remained vigilant, closely monitoring Shangguan Qingyun to prevent any potential extraction of information from the Fox clan's territory. The reason I wish to meet your Highness, Shangguan Qingyun's eyes suddenly glinted with coldness as he coldly declared, is to eliminate her. As he spoke, a surge of icy blue light erupted from his body, and a powerful wave of formation energy radiated outward from him. In the blink of an eye, 100-foot radius was enveloped by the formation, unleashing a terrifying chill as if winter had descended. Within the confines of the formation, the little white fox and the 9th elder found their spiritual energy abruptly stilled, frozen beyond their control. What? The 9th elder's countenance shifted dramatically as he realized the gravity of the situation. He could scarcely believe that Shangguan Qingyun had come to assassinate the little white fox, and that he harbored such a potent formation within him. More critically, 2 of their ancestors had failed to detect it. Do not dare harm the princess, the 9th elder bellowed, stepping forward to unleash a powerful strike towards Shangguan Qingyun. He had to eliminate this threat, for he bore the responsibility of bringing Shangguan Qingyun to meet the little white fox. Should anything happen to her, he would be unable to absolve himself of the blame. Old fool, do not interfere. Shangguan Qingyun, his pallor betraying his rapidly depleting life force, shouted in rage. Ancient and intricate icy blue runes manifested upon his wrist, and with a flourish of his hand, the formation materialized deadly ice spikes that hurtled toward the 9th elder. With no means of defense, the 9th elder of the Fox clan, at the 5th level of the Void Realm, was struck as if by lightning, spitting blood and crashing to the ground, battered and bloodied. Scoundrel! His aim is to kill me. You must flee, the little white fox exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Her immediate instinct was to urge Qin Feng to escape, for she understood that Shangguan Qingyun's target was her, and she did not wish for him to share her fate. At that moment, she regretted seeking Qin Feng out today. Had she not done so, she would have been the sole target, and he would not have been placed in peril. Humph! You shall all perish. Shangguan Qingyun sneered. He was determined to take as many lives as possible before his own demise. His gaze was filled with madness, oblivious to Qin Feng's subtle gesture as he unleashed a blade of energy aimed at severing the core runes of the formation. As Shangguan Qingyun's ice spikes surged toward them, the little white fox gasped in alarm. Swiftly, she stepped in front of Qin Feng, intending to shield him with her own body from the impending onslaught. As the ice spikes approached, despair filled her eyes, yet she held on to hope, wishing for Qin Feng's safety. Humph! Shangguan Qingyun scoffed, underestimating the little white fox's resolve. He believed it would be effortless to pierce through her. Yet, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Crack! Crack! As the icy spikes were on the verge of making contact with the little white fox, they suddenly shattered into countless icy blue motes, cascading to the ground. The sudden shift left both the little white fox and Shangguan Qingyun momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the phenomenon. Meanwhile, the formation itself began to crack, its intricate runes fracturing and transforming into motes of icy blue light that danced away in the wind. The primary rune, severed by Qin Feng, signaled the collapse of the entire formation. How could this happen? Shangguan Qingyun exclaimed in panic. This formation, an ancient 6th-tier array obtained by the Wolf Clan's chief during his exploration of the Demon Emperor Mountain, had been intact until now. The abrupt crumbling left him in a state of terror, with no one but Qin Feng able to fathom the truth behind it. All he could do was watch in dread as the formation disintegrated before his eyes. Boom. As the array shattered increasingly, the entire formation collapsed, unleashing a violent surge of energy. The sound was deafening. The little white fox, now free from the array's influence, swiftly gathered spiritual energy to form a barrier before her, shielding herself from the astonishing waves. Su Gan Qinyun, who could barely survive relying on the power of the array, was torn to shreds beneath this intense energy fluctuation. He perished, leaving behind the stunned little white fox and the ninth elder of the Fox clan, who, after regaining his powers, was rapidly healing his injuries. Both of their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What just happened? The little white fox questioned whether she was dreaming, pondering, why did the array suddenly collapse? Perhaps it was simply unstable? Qin Feng, however, spoke calmly, of course. It could also be that a mysterious powerful being intervened to save you. A mysterious powerful being? The little white fox, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly and shake her head. If there were such a being in her fox clan, she would surely be aware. She felt the first possibility was more likely. Perhaps there was an issue with the array. After all, she had never heard of anyone being able to conceal an array within their own body. Your Highness, I must promptly report this matter to the clan leader and the others, the ninth elder of the Fox clan insisted. It's possible that the leader of the Su family, Su Gan, has such an array hidden within him as well. Very well. The little white fox replied with a serious expression, nodding. Subsequently, the ninth elder of the Fox clan soared into the sky, heading towards the council hall. Meanwhile, many members of the Fox clan rushed over upon hearing the news. In the council hall, Bai Yexing and several elders were discussing matters with the Su clan's representatives when a thunderous noise suddenly erupted from afar. Bai Yexing and the elders exchanged worried glances and hurried out of the hall to investigate the source of the sound. What on earth is happening? They were bewildered, uncertain of the situation. Ha ha, it seems my nephew has succeeded. At that moment, Siyu, the leader of the Su clan, laughed triumphantly. His eyes filled with pride. Succeeded? What do you mean? Bai Yexing's face darkened as he glared at Siyu, a flicker of unease flashing through his mind. Nothing much. I merely believe that at this moment, my nephew has likely killed your daughter, he stated bluntly, showing no hesitation. After all, he had no intention of leaving alive today. What did you say? Bai Yexing's complexion turned ashen, and he shouted in rage. Not just him. Beside him, Yu Ying and several elders also looked horrified. In that instant, they comprehended that the Su clan's visit was a sinister plot. Yu Ying felt dizzy, nearly losing her balance. If the little white fox were to die, it would feel as if the sky had fallen. You must hurry over. Perhaps you can still recover your daughter's body, Suyu remarked with a cold smirk. Cough, cough. Bai Yexing, who was already injured, felt a surge of anger that triggered a violent coughing fit. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I will tear you to pieces. Some of the elders swiftly flew towards the direction of the sound, while others prepared to subdue Suyu. No need for you to intervene. I am already prepared, Suyu said, as spiritual energy surged in his palm, ready to take his own life. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly soared in from afar. It was the ninth elder of the Fox clan. Leader, be cautious of Suyu. They are plotting to harm her highness, he exclaimed as soon as he landed. You were just with my daughter? Bai Yexing inquired urgently. How is she? Is she injured? Beside him, Yu Ying cast a worried glance. There is no danger. Her highness is unharmed, the ninth elder replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Yexing and his wife breathed a sigh of relief, their anxious hearts finally at ease. What? How is that possible? Suyu's expression turned incredulous. His nephew concealed a sixth-tier ancient array within him. How could he fail to kill a mere Zifu realm little white fox? The array released by your nephew was unstable and collapsed on its own, the ninth elder stated. So you had not anticipated that their meticulously devised plan would result in such a failure. Meanwhile, several other elders from the Fox clan swiftly acted in unison, subduing Suyu entirely, denying him any chance of taking his own life. Quickly interrogate Suyu to uncover the details of this plan and who else was involved. Bai Yexing instructed the other elders. I will check on my daughter. Understood, the elders nodded in agreement, proceeding to question Suyu, while Bai Yexing and Yu Ying rushed towards the direction from which the energy fluctuations had come, eager to see how the little white fox fared. Chapter 153. Unforeseen changes. The first elder of the Fox clan arrived promptly, blocking all other Fox clan members from approaching. Swish, swish. In the sky, Bai Yexing and his wife flew swiftly, landing on the scene. Daughter, are you all right? Upon seeing the little white fox, Bai Yexing rushed forward, filled with concern. Father, do not worry. I am fine, the little white fox replied, her initial shock replaced by a smile. Although she had been frightened, she concealed her unease from her parents. Thank goodness, Yue sighed in relief, tightly embracing the little white fox. Meanwhile, Qin Feng observed the lifeless body of Su Ganqingyun on the ground, lost in thought. Initially, he had noticed something amiss about Su Ganqingyun, but had assumed his target was by Yexing and the others, believing he posed little threat. Thus, he had not paid it much attention or thoroughly investigated Su Ganqingyun's peculiarities. He never anticipated that Su Ganqingyun's target was the little white fox. He was even more astonished to discover that Su Ganqingyun concealed an ancient array within him. Qin Feng felt that he should visit the Su clan, or the wolf tried to learn more about this ancient array, curious about its origins and whether more existed. Qin Gongzi, are you unscathed? Bai Yexing turned his gaze toward Qin Feng. Although he had never seen Qin Feng before, he recognized that apart from the members of the Su clan, Qin Feng was the only human present in the Fox clan. He had noticed that Qin Feng had remained composed throughout the incident and assumed he had been startled. I am fine, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head, then added, thank you for your concern, senior. Seeing that Qin Feng was neither frightened nor flustered, Bai Yexing was taken aback. This composure was far superior to that of many young individuals he had encountered. It's a relief, Bai Yexing nodded. He then inquired about what had transpired. Qin Feng did not withhold any information, recounting everything he had witnessed to Bai Yexing. It seems that the array concealed within Su Ganqingyun was too unstable, leading to its collapse, Bai Yexing murmured. Prior to this, he had only heard of individuals being able to conceal an engraved array within their bodies, a perilous feat. He never expected that Su Ganqingyun would actually attempt it. After confirming that the little white fox was safe, Bai Yexing chose not to linger and returned to the council hall. He needed to urgently interrogate Su Yu. Within the majestic city, the once bustling residence of the Shangguan family now lay desolate and deserted. Fearing retribution from the Fox clan after the potential slaying of the little white fox, they hastily relocated their entire household to a distant place, a hidden valley. In the grand hall, Shangguan Jiao and several elders of the Shangguan family gathered, while the prominent seat was occupied by the leader of the Wolf clan, who awaited news. According to the prior arrangement, today was the day designated for the assassination of the little white fox. At that moment, a Wolf clan elder hurriedly entered. What news? The Wolf clan leader immediately inquired. About a quarter of an hour ago, there was a violent surge of energy within the Fox clan's territory, a dazzling icy blue light, which should have been the result of Shangguan Qingyun unleashing the formation sealed within him, the elder reported. The individuals they had bribed within the Fox clan held low status. Hence they were unaware of the specifics, only grasping the general situation. Excellent, the Wolf clan leader responded, a smile spreading across his face. Before this, his greatest concern had been that Shangguan Qingyun might not encounter the little white fox, rendering their efforts futile. Now, upon learning that the formation had indeed been activated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was evident that Shangguan Qingyun had encountered the little white fox. To the Fox clan leader, as long as the little white fox was ensnared within the formation, her demise was inevitable, with no chance of survival. It appears the plan has succeeded, Shangguan Jiao scoffed. Lamenting, it's a pity that our original residence will likely be destroyed by the Fox clan. Such a loss. She showed little concern for her father and cousin's fates, fixated instead on the luxurious estate in the city, which was likely to be ravaged by the infuriated Fox clan warriors. Strange. No one from the Fox clan has come to the Shangguan residence, the Wolf clan elder suddenly interjected. What did you say? No one from the Fox clan has gone to the Shangguan residence? The Wolf clan leader's voice turned cold. Could it be they headed directly to our Wolf clan? They must be seeking their own demise. The Wolf clan, much like the Fox clan, had formidable warriors of the martial domain to guard them. Even if the Fox clan's ancestors were to come, they would gain no advantage. Moreover, with the aid of their clan S formation, they might even slay the Fox clan's ancestor. Not quite. The elder shook his head, following the energy fluctuations, although the Fox clan appeared somewhat flustered. There has been no further activity. The numerous elders of the Fox clan remain in the assembly hall, seemingly unaware of any occurrence. Hearing this, the Fox clan leader furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why does it feel somewhat off? He murmured, if the Fox princess were slain, even if the Fox clan did not retaliate immediately, it shouldn't be so tranquil. After a moment's contemplation, his expression drastically changed. This is bad. Something must have gone awry. We must leave this place at once. As he spoke, the Wolf clan leader hastily stepped out, eager to return to his clan. However, at that very moment, a dreadful pressure suddenly enveloped the area, instantly engulfing the entire valley. The ominous aura descended upon everyone, rendering them breathless. A martial domain expert. The Wolf clan leader, the most formidable among them, who was a half-step into the martial domain, uttered in horror. Being the strongest, he felt the overwhelming might of the presence most acutely. In that moment, his heart was filled with dread, despite being a half-step martial domain warrior. In the face of a true martial domain expert, he was as defenseless as an ant. What? A martial domain expert? The others in the hall gasped in shock, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Suddenly, an ancient figure stepped forward, entering the hall. It was none other than the elder of the Fox clan. It seems, Shangwan, you did not deceive me. The elder of the Fox clan spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, revealing no discernible emotion. He had located this place through inquiries directed at Shangwan Yu. With the elder's words, the terrifying pressure intensified once more, spreading like a tsunami from his presence. In an instant, all present were reduced to mere blood mist, not a single individual surviving, including the half-step martial domain wolf clan leader. The stench of blood filled the air, and after eliminating those in attendance, the elder of the Fox clan departed without a moment's hesitation. In the subsequent days, news of the wolf clan leader's demise spread throughout the southern region of the Jiuxian domain. Both the wolf and fox clans were significant powers in this area. The assassination of the wolf clan leader was no trivial matter. After all, there were only 3 half-step martial domain experts within the entire wolf clan. The loss of their leader dealt a severe blow to their morale, igniting a considerable uproar. The wolf clan scheme was indeed sinister. To conceal an ancient formation within a person, plotting against the fox princess. Alas, fate was not on their side, and they ultimately failed. Various discussions ensued, with most expressing a sense of schadenfreude. The wolf clan had a reputation for their erratic behavior, their standing far inferior to that of the fox clan. Witnessing the wolf clan's downfall brought them joy. As for the sudden shattering of the ancient formation, no one pondered it deeply, attributing it to the formation's antiquity and instability while sealed within Shangwan Qingyun. Without their leader, the wolf clan was engulfed in frustration and gloom. Not only were they significantly weakened, but they also faced relentless pressure from the fox clan, ultimately having to cede properties that rightfully belonged to the Shangwan family, including a spirit stone mine. After all, they were the ones who initiated the assassination of the little white fox. Not only were they at fault, but they also failed, losing a half-step martial domain expert. If they were to confront the Fox clan head-on at this juncture, they would surely find themselves at a disadvantage. Bai Yixing, though still unable to quell the rage within, chose not to pursue the matter further. The Wolf clan, after all, had a martial domain expert to safeguard them. If a bitter feud ensued, it would only lead to mutual destruction, an unwise outcome. Within the Fox clan, following the conclusion of those events, Qin Feng remained in his small courtyard, continuing his sign-ins and cultivation as if nothing had transpired. He paid no heed to the various discussions circulating outside. System, initiate sign-in. Qin Feng stated calmly. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the Extreme Ice Great Formation. The system's notification chimed in his ear. Extreme Ice Great Formation? Qin Feng murmured. Could it be the formation that Shangwan Qingyun employed a few days ago? He then examined the scroll within the system's space, discovering it was indeed identical to the one used by Shangwan Qingyun. He had been curious about the differences between this ancient formation and contemporary formations, and now he had the opportunity to investigate. As he pondered, he retrieved the scroll and began to scrutinize it meticulously. For an entire day, Qin Feng immersed himself in the study of the Extreme Ice Great Formation. The formation was not particularly esoteric. Rather, he aimed to discern the distinctions between ancient and modern formations. This continued until noon the following day. The differences between the ancient formation and those of this era are striking. It feels as though the laws of heaven and earth have diverged significantly, Qin Feng murmured. Many of the formation patterns within the ancient formation seemed entirely unnecessary by today's standards. At the outset, he was perplexed by the significance of the array patterns. However, after thoroughly examining every line of the formation, he surmised that the ancient array belonged to an era when the laws of heaven and earth differed from those of the present. Could this be the reason why, for the past 1,000,000 years, no one has transcended to the Emperor realm? Qin Feng pondered. In recent millennia, no Emperor-level power had emerged on the Eternal Continent, and even beings of the Saint Realm were conspicuously absent. This was indeed unusual. The powerful figures from various sacred lands were also actively seeking the cause. Nevertheless, with only this ancient array, Qin Feng could not deduce the previous laws of heaven and earth. He then decided to visit the site of Shangwan Qingyun's demise to see if he could uncover other ancient formations. P.S. This chapter is 500 words shorter than usual. I've caught a cold today, and my head is pounding, my mind feels muddled. I could force myself to write, but that would be rather irresponsible regarding the plot. I shall make up for the missing 500 words with an additional chapter in a few days. Chapter 155. The Little White Fox Must Enter Seclusion Soon. Qin Feng arrived at the site of Shangguan Qingyun's death and proceeded to sign in. Unfortunately, he did not receive any ancient formations as a reward. The outcome was no different from his usual rewards at the Fox Clan's tribe. It seemed that the unique Dao rhythm resulting from Shangguan Qingyun's death had completely dissipated. It appeared he would have to seek opportunities within the Wolf Clan. Qin Feng murmured to himself. He had already heard of the extermination of the Shangguan family. Now, the source of Shangguan Qingyun's ancient formation was likely known only to the powerful of the Wolf Clan. Shaking his head, Qin Feng returned to his small courtyard to continue his cultivation. Time flowed like water, swiftly passing by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. One morning, as Qin Feng sat in meditation, the little white fox suddenly appeared. I must enter seclusion for several years, she said, her expression complex. She had initially intended to take Qin Feng on a journey through the southern region of the Nine Mystic Domain for both adventure and to aid his cultivation. However, that plan was now untenable. Seclusion? Qin Feng replied, slightly surprised. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you to venture out and train rather than seclude yourself at your current level? Typically, cultivators below the void refinement realm seldom chose to enter seclusion, as the combat experience gained from external adventures was far more conducive to their growth. My father returned from his travels with the ancient techniques of the Fox clan, created by our ancestral figure, the nine-tailed ancestor, which perfectly aligns with my physique. The little white fox explained slowly. I must enter seclusion to comprehend this ancient technique. I see, Qin Feng nodded. He then retrieved several heart-calming pills from his storage ring and offered, I have some heart-calming pills here that can help soothe your mind during your seclusion. How do you possess so many pills? The little white fox inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity. She recalled that during their time at the royal tomb, Qin Feng had frequently consumed pills, neglecting even his meals. Because I am an alchemist, Qin Feng replied honestly. Of course, these pills were not concocted by him. He had acquired more than enough through sign-ins, rendering further alchemy unnecessary. You are an alchemist? The little white fox was incredulous. I'm not so easily fooled. In the Nine Mystic Domain, alchemists were exceedingly rare and held in high esteem. Most proudly donned the attire of the Alchemist Guild. Qin Feng, however, appeared quite different from the typical alchemist. Seeing that the little white fox did not believe him, Qin Feng could only shake his head in resignation, offering no further explanation. Afterward, the little white fox spoke of other matters, advising Qin Feng not to leave the Fox clan's tribe if he had nothing to attend to. This area, being in the southern region of the Nine Mystic Domain, was perilous, with intertwining mountains rife with danger. Given Qin Feng's current cultivation level, any misstep could lead him into a life-threatening predicament. If the Demon Emperor's tomb opened during this period and he wished to go, he could accompany her father. Qin Feng acknowledged her warnings with nods, and the little white fox left, feeling relieved, as she would begin her seclusion that night. Well, I suppose it's time for me to explore. Qin Feng stretched after the little white fox departed. The rewards from signing in within the Fox clan had ceased to surprise him. Thus, he desired to venture elsewhere for new opportunities. Resolute, he made his way towards the exit of the Fox clan's territory. Upon leaving the Fox clan's tribe, Qin Feng's first destination was the treacherous site known as the Jishou Temple in the southern region. He had learned of this place from the ancient texts of the Fox clan. It was termed a site of danger not due to malevolent forces, but because it housed a multitude of demons. Similar to the Kanglan domain, the Nine Mystic Domain had once been invaded by evil spirits. Despite the flourishing martial arts, the fusion of demons and evil spirits had resulted in even more formidable foes, posing a grave threat of total occupation some 200,000 years prior. However, a remarkable figure emerged, riding a blue ox, who single-handedly quelled the chaos brought by the demons, establishing the Jishou Temple as a place of containment for these creatures. This legacy had continued to the present day. The demons within the Jishou Temple piqued Qin Feng's interest. His 9-tiered demon tower stood empty, a waste of potential. After roughly 20 days of travel, he finally reached the mountain range where the Jishou Temple was located. Unfortunately, the ancient texts did not specify its exact location, prompting him to inquire for directions. He arrived at a bustling city adjacent to the mountain range, filled with mercenaries and trade caravans. Goods such as demon cores, spiritual herbs, and even ores extracted from the mountains flowed through this city. Qin Feng entered an inn and, in exchange for a divine stone, asked the owner about the location of the Jishou Temple. The Jishou Temple? The owner replied, puzzled. I've never heard of such a place. Never heard of it? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he shifted to another inn for inquiries. Yet, no one seemed to have knowledge of the Jishou Temple's existence. Could it be that I misremembered the location? Qin Feng muttered to himself, that shouldn't be the case. After discovering the Jisho temple in the ancient texts, he had resolved to visit and had mentally noted its location, convinced there was no error. Puzzled, Qin Feng decided to personally delve into the mountain range to search for answers. Chapter 156, Signing in at Jisho Temple in the skies above the mountain range. Qin Feng soared gracefully, weaving through the clouds, his garments billowing in the wind like a celestial being. His gaze did not wander to the mountains below. Instead, he employed his formidable spiritual sense to probe the area. The mountain range stretched extensively, a path that could take ordinary individuals years to traverse. Yet, for Qin Feng, it was a brief journey. After approximately half an hour, he had reached the central region of the mountain range and halted. Is this the Jisho temple? He gazed at an ancient Taoist temple nestled halfway up a mountain, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The temple appeared exceedingly ordinary, while its area was substantial. It was constructed of simple green bricks and tiles, lacking the grandeur of even a local lord's residence, let alone the opulence of the Buddhist sect's resplendent halls. In fact, some temples established in the eastern part of the Great Xia dynasty far surpassed this in splendor. It hardly resembled a stronghold founded by a figure who once single-handedly quelled the turmoil of demons. No wonder even the cities nestled closely to the mountains remain oblivious to the existence of the Jisho Guin, Qin Feng murmured to himself. It is likely that even mercenaries passing through would not bother to take a look. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Feng ascended the mountain, striding purposefully along the winding path towards the Jisho Guin. As he drew closer, the ancient and profound aura of time enveloped him, revealing that this place was indeed a confluence of the forces of nature. Qin Feng was astonished, possessing the divine eye. He discerned that this location was a gathering point of energies spanning a radius of 100,000 miles. Here, the spiritual essence was virtually inexhaustible. Only when the spiritual energy within 100,000 miles was entirely consumed would it dissipate, which was an impossibility. For if the energy within that range were depleted, the forces from beyond would naturally drift in to replenish it. It appeared that the first abbot of the Jisho Guin had a profound understanding of the geographical dynamics, Qin Feng remarked. Such a location could not have been chosen arbitrarily. With awe in his heart, Qin Feng stepped inside the Jisho Guin, where the ancient and profound essence of time intensified. The architecture here was not devoid of ornamentation. Murals adorned the walls, depicting scenes of the first abbot subduing demons, evoking a deep sense of reverence. Although this Jisho Guin was exceedingly remote, it had not been entirely forgotten. It was merely that the mercenaries were indifferent. As Qin Feng wandered within, he occasionally encountered individuals from various factions coming to pay their respects, some newly arrived, others preparing to depart. This tranquil place was imbued with a hint of worldly warmth. However, as the years passed, the major factions gradually began to overlook the Jisho Guin, and the number of worshippers dwindled. Upon seeing Qin Feng arrive alone, the Taoists of the Jisho Guin were visibly surprised, for they had never encountered someone unaffiliated with any faction visiting independently. The Jisho Guin was almost a forgotten realm. Nevertheless, the Taoists did not exhibit any negligence. They treated him with the same respect afforded to those from powerful factions. Qin Feng wondered what rewards might await those who signed in at the Jisho Guin. Subsequently, he chose to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in and obtained the secret of the soldier's character. The system emitted a mechanical notification. The secret of the soldier's character? What could this be? Qin Feng pondered in confusion. Could it be a form of secret technique? Intrigued, he examined the details of the secret of the soldier's character. The next moment, he was astounded. This secret not only enhanced a practitioner's mastery over weapons, allowing for greater power, but upon reaching a certain level, it could even forcibly control the weapons of others. Quite an impressive technique. Qin Feng couldn't help but commend it. He then opted for integration. A wealth of information regarding the secret of the soldier's character flowed into Qin Feng's consciousness. However, it was overwhelmingly complex, making it difficult for him to comprehend in a short time. After some reflection, Qin Feng approached a young Taoist, donating some spirit stones as an offering and expressing his desire for quiet meditation. It was not unusual for individuals to come for quiet contemplation in various Taoist temples, and the Jisho Guin was no exception. Thus, the young Taoist was not surprised. However, he advised Qin Feng, benefactor, the demon suppression well has been unstable recently. Perhaps you should wait for a while before coming here to meditate. The young Taoist spoke gently. The demons have been sealed within the demon suppression well, and it tends to stir up significant disturbances every few years. Unstable? Qin Feng, undeterred, replied, but there are others here meditating, are there not? To be frank, Those individuals are quite powerful and will not be affected by the demonic energy, but you. The young Taoist said awkwardly. Qin Feng's cultivation at the Wheel Sea realm was even inferior to that of a newcomer who had been in the Jishogu Inn for less than 50 years. Staying here would be perilous. Qin Feng was taken aback, not expecting to be deemed weak. If I sense any danger, I will leave immediately, he stated calmly. Seeing Qin Feng's insistence, the young Taoist felt that since the demons had failed to breach the demon suppression well on numerous occasions, the recent attempt would likely fail as well, and thus nodded, arranging for Qin Feng to have a quiet room. Qin Feng settled in and began to comprehend the secret of the soldier's character. Chapter 157, Crisis at the Demon Suppression Well. In the blink of an eye. Over 20 days passed. Qin Feng spent each day in his room delving into the secret of the soldier's character and soon grasped its essence. After integrating the secret, he immediately noticed an enhancement in his control over the 9-story demon tower and the Zhuxian sword, allowing him to wield their powers beyond his own cultivation level. Quite remarkable, Qin Feng praised. He was thoroughly satisfied with this technique. It was exceedingly powerful. Suddenly, the ground of the Jishogu Inn began to tremble violently. An unusual occurrence was unfolding. In a flash, numerous figures shot into the sky, Taoists from the Jishogu Inn, worshippers, and cultivators like Qin Feng who were in quiet meditation. Everyone's gaze turned towards the northern part of the Jishogu Inn, where demonic energy surged ominously. A black miasma rising into the heavens, appearing fearsome. What was happening? It seemed that the demons were once again assaulting the demon suppression well. Such events transpired every few years. The crowd murmured, though they were not overly anxious, especially the Taoists within the Jishogu Inn, who were accustomed to such occurrences. This time, the demonic assault was particularly fierce, prompting everyone to evacuate the Jishogu Inn immediately. At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. It was the current abbot of the Jishogu Inn, his voice amplified by spiritual energy, resounding thunderously. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. It was unprecedented for a demon attack on the demon suppression well to necessitate the evacuation of all. Leave. However, after the initial shock, the crowd quickly reacted, hastily vacating the Jishogu Inn for fear of being caught in the turmoil. Only Qin Feng remained unperturbed, striding boldly towards the direction of the demon suppression well. Benefactor, what are you doing? Come back quickly. The young Taoist, now at a distance, called out anxiously upon seeing Qin Feng's retreating figure. He had already left the Jishogu Inn and was prepared to turn back to fetch Qin Feng. Boom. Just then, the ground shook violently, akin to an earthquake, as a more terrifying demonic force swept through the area. The young Taoist, attempting to retreat back towards the Jishogu Inn, was thrown back by the force, landing outside the temple. Is this fellow insane? Forget about him. The demonic energy is too perilous inside. The other cultivators who had come for quiet meditation and offerings urged the young Taoist. The overwhelming demonic might instilled fear even in those at the void refinement realm. To them, Qin Feng's audacity in entering was tantamount to courting death. The young Taoist watched Qin Feng's figure with confusion, believing him not to be mad, yet unable to comprehend why he would venture toward the demon suppression well at such a moment. Within a few breaths, Qin Feng had reached the northern part of the Jishogu Inn. In the center of a vast open space stood a deep, bottomless well, surrounded by swirling demonic energy. At the mouth of this well, azure formations glowed, suppressing the demons within. Despite this, a shocking amount of demonic energy surged forth, reaching for the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Moreover, demons continued to assault the formations at the well's mouth, intent on shattering them. The entire mountain peak trembled violently, not just the ground. Surrounding the sealing well, over a dozen of the most powerful Taoists from the Jishoguan wore grave expressions, continuously forming seals and bestowing them upon the well's mouth, emanating a greenish glow to withstand the onslaught of the demons. These demons were determined to fight to the death. They must not be allowed to break free. The current leader of Jishoguan spoke coldly. He was frail and gaunt, a consequence of years spent guarding the demons' sealing well. Yet, the pressure of his half-step martial realm still exuded a terrifying aura. At that moment, a furious roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A wolf demon, taking on a humanoid form, erupted from the sealing well, its body engulfed in surging demonic energy, forcefully pushing half of itself out. The seal had been laid by the first leader of Jishoguan in a severely weakened state. And after years of relentless assaults from these demons, cracks had finally appeared. Damn Taoists, today I shall tear you apart. The wolf demon bellowed as it emerged. The spiritual energy in the surroundings immediately began to converge towards it like a funnel, continuously flowing into its body. Although the wolf demon's cultivation had fallen to the void refinement stage due to years of confinement, its physique remained at the martial domain realm, with sufficient spiritual energy. Its recovery speed was beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Middle stage of the 8th level of the void refinement stage. Late stage of the 8th level. 9th level of the void refinement stage. The choice to establish Ji Guan in this location was deliberate, as it was a convergence point of celestial forces, providing a continuous supply of spiritual energy for the formations. Now, this very energy was aiding the wolf demon, allowing it to recover at an astonishing rate. This is bad. You all continue to reinforce the seal. I will take care of this wolf demon. The current leader of Ji Guan shouted urgently. Once the wolf demon regained its half-step martial domain cultivation, he would be utterly helpless. The formation was on the verge of shattering, and they had to break free together. At that moment, the demons within the sealing well, witnessing the wolf demon's emergence, roared with excitement, desperately assaulting the seal. The entire sealing formation was nearing collapse. The leader of Ji Guan, who had initially prepared to subdue the wolf demon, suddenly changed color, hastily continuing to reinforce the seal, unable to spare any effort to deal with the wolf demon. Haha, you are all doomed today. The wolf demon laughed maniacally, its thunderous voice sending chills down the spines of the Taoists and powerful beings who had already left Ji Guan, sensing the impending danger. Meanwhile, the wolf demon continued to devour the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Its cultivation ascending rapidly, soon nearing the half-step martial domain realm. The Taoists looked grim, filled with despair. Once the wolf demon broke through to the half-step martial domain realm and fully emerged from the sealing well, they would be powerless to stop it. P.S. Yesterday, I owed everyone 500 words. Today I am making up for it with an extra chapter. Is that all right? I took cold medicine and am too sleepy to continue. Chapter 158. Drinking poison to quench thirst. Haha. I am finally about to break free. As the wolf demon's cultivation approached the half-step martial domain realm, it let out a triumphant laugh. Having been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, it had grown tired of the suffocating confinement within the demon's sealing well. Once it escaped, it would indulge in feasting upon delicious humans. However, at that moment, a pitch-black ancient tower suddenly appeared in the sky, radiating an astonishing aura that pressed down upon everything. What is this? The wolf demon, laughing upwards, was filled with horror as it beheld the ancient tower. It felt as if its blood were freezing. The tower exerted a soul-binding suppression upon it. Just as the wolf demon was in shock, the 9-story demon tower descended, trapping it beneath. Its absorption of spiritual energy came to an abrupt halt, leaving it mere moments away from recovering to the half-step martial domain realm. Even the demons within the sealing well felt the impact of the tower, their assaults on the seal diminishing considerably as they sensed the tower's oppressive aura. What is happening? All the Taoists present were stunned by the sudden appearance of the ancient tower. Since Qin Feng had concealed his presence, they had not noticed him. Their gazes instead fixed on the leader, Qin Zining. When did such an object appear within Ji Guan? One Taoist could not help but inquire. This tower does not belong to our Ji Guan. Qin Zining, equally perplexed, was unaware of the origin of the 9-story demon tower. Not from our Ji Guan. The other Taoists were taken aback. How could an object not belonging to them suddenly appear here? Qin Zining surveyed the surroundings, finally noticing Qin Feng not far away. Who are you, sir? He asked, his expression grave. The other Taoists followed suit, their faces reflecting solemnity. The demonic energy here was overwhelming, yet Qin Feng remained unaffected. And the ancient tower that could easily suppress the wolf demon left them in awe of his strength. A nameless individual, Qin Feng replied with a light smile. Upon hearing this, the Taoists exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. Given Qin Feng's age and formidable power, he was undoubtedly a top-tier genius. Even in the annals of the Jiuxian domain, how could he be merely a nameless individual? Nonetheless, they speculated that Qin Feng preferred to remain vague and chose not to press further. Thank you, young friend, for your timely intervention in rescuing the common folk from peril, Qin Zining said respectfully as he approached Qin Feng. His words were not exaggerated. If the wolf demon escaped, it would only be a matter of time before the remaining demons followed suit. At that point, the entire Jiuxian domain would be engulfed in crisis. The top-tier forces might unite to deter the demons, but ordinary people would not be so fortunate. Blood would surely flow in rivers. You overstate my contribution. It was merely a trivial effort, Qin Feng replied slowly. Suppressing the wolf demon had indeed required little exertion. Although the wolf demon had managed to push half of its body out, it remained immobilized by the formation. And using the 9-story demon tower to subdue it posed no challenge. Qin Zining, however, perceived Qin Feng's words as excessive modesty, raising his estimation of him several notches. Please wait a moment, young friend. We must now reinforce the seal, and once it is secured, we shall express our gratitude, Qin Qingshan said calmly. While the 9-story demon tower was powerful, it was not their Ji Shou Guan's artifact, and Qin Feng would likely wish to take it away afterward. He wanted to seize this opportunity to reinforce the seal as quickly as possible. Are you still planning to reinforce the seal? Have you considered other methods to resolve these demons? Qin Feng inquired gently. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingshan could only smile wryly. This is our only option. Over the years, no formation master in the entire Jiuxian domain has been able to inscribe such a powerful formation. We can only continue to reinforce the seal. His words were laden with helplessness. There had not been another like the first leader, a figure of unparalleled brilliance, in the Jiuxian domain since. Yet, merely reinforcing the seal was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. One day, these demons would inevitably break free. What do you think is the best course of action? Young friend? Qin Qingshan could not help but ask. Other than reinforcing the seal, he truly had no other methods at his disposal. Perhaps it would be better to leave the suppression to me, Qin Feng suggested calmly. Upon hearing this, even Qin Qingshan, despite his usual composure, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Qin Feng would propose such a thing. It was important to note that within the sealing well, there were at least 300 demons, all incredibly formidable and terrifying. Qin Feng surprisingly intends to suppress such a multitude of demons single-handedly? Surely, my young friend, you jest? Qin Qingshan chuckled bitterly, stating that with over 300 formidable demons, even the most powerful factions of the Jiuxian domain are helpless. How could you possibly subdue them? Although the other Taoists were grateful to Qin Feng, they too believed he was merely boasting. In response, Qin Feng said little but slowly extended his left hand. Suddenly, the 9-tiered demon tower shrank and floated toward Qin Feng, settling into his palm. The wolf demon had vanished, absorbed into the tower. The demons within the demon sealing well, wary of the 9-tiered demon tower, fell into silence, ceasing their assault on the sealing formation. What is this place? Let me out. The wolf demon inside the tower roared angrily. Yet, Qin Feng paid no heed. Having captured the duck, he would not let it fly away. This ancient tower shall serve as our means of suppression, he said calmly to Qin Qingshan. This artifact can indeed contain demons. Qin Qingshan found it hard to believe, gasping in astonishment. What do you think, Taoist? Qin Feng inquired. This item is truly extraordinary. Yet to seal the demons from the demon sealing well within this ancient tower, we must first break the seal, Qin Qingshan replied, still troubled. When that time comes, the 300 demons will surge forth together. We would be powerless to transfer them into the tower. Among these demons, at least 30 could swiftly absorb spiritual energy, restoring their cultivation to the half-step martial domain, or even the early martial domain. At that point, let alone suppressing them back into the tower, their sheer malevolence could instantly crush us. Chapter 159. The demons break free, do not worry. I possess a method to prevent them from absorbing even the slightest trace of spiritual energy, Qin Feng asserted confidently. Not a trace of spiritual energy? Qin Qingshan replied incredulously. How could that be possible? My young friend may not realize that this place embodies the cosmic forces within 100,000 miles. The spiritual energy flows ceaselessly. He assumed Qin Feng was ignorant of the geographical dynamics. Thus he earnestly explained. I am well aware of this, Qin Feng replied calmly. However, we simply need to sever the cosmic forces converging here. Is that not so? Sever the cosmic forces? Qin Qingshan was utterly astonished. Every word Qin Feng spoke transcended his understanding. The other Taoists shared his disbelief. Had Qin Feng not just demonstrated remarkable power, they might have dismissed him as a madman spouting nonsense. Clang. At this moment, hundreds of sword souls coalesced around Qin Feng's body, their resonant cries echoing through the heavens. Subsequently, a faint glow appeared upon his fingertips as he began inscribing intricate formations upon these sword souls. Such a profound and intricate formation must be at least of the 7th rank, right? Observing the formations Qin Feng inscribed, Qin Qingshan and the others could not help but gasp in awe. The Taoist sect had long studied formations, especially as they had been striving for 200,000 years to enhance the sealing formation here. They recognized at a glance that Qin Feng was inscribing a 7th rank formation, leaving them in utter disbelief. They had not anticipated that such a young individual would not only possess formidable strength, but also excel in formation mastery, surpassing all of them. In no time, the entire 7th rank formation was inscribed on the hundreds of sword souls, which then soared into the skies, darting toward the surrounding mountains and landing in various locations. Boom. At that moment, the cosmic forces here underwent a tremendous shift. The spiritual energy began to reverse, flowing outward, Possessing divine eyes, Qin Feng had discerned the crux of the cosmic forces on his journey to the Jisho Temple. And utilizing formations to alter the cosmic forces here temporarily posed no challenge. What? Chen Qingshan and the others were astonished, each of them dumbfounded. Qin Feng's capabilities truly exceeded their imagination. Not only they, but those outside the Jisho Temple, sensing the spiritual energy flowing outward from the temple, were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend what was occurring. In a short while, the spiritual energy in this area became exceedingly sparse. Concurrently, the demons within the demon ceiling well grew agitated. What is happening? The ceiling formation is weakening. Haha, our opportunity has come. Charge at the formation and escape from here. The demons, witnessing the dissipating glow of the ceiling formation, were filled with excitement and fervor. They saw hope. Boom. A multitude of demons continuously battered the demon ceiling well, causing the ground to tremble violently, even more terrifying than before, as ominous demonic energy surged forth. All the Taoists, including Qin Qingshan, were alarmed at this sight. Master. Several Taoists turned their anxious gazes toward Qin Qingshan, although the spiritual energy in the cosmos had become exceedingly thin. Witnessing the 300 demons that even the first-generation master struggled to eliminate about to emerge, they could not remain calm. This young friend should possess the ability to suppress these demons, Qin Qingshan remarked gravely. We should trust him. But, could he be an ally of these demons? One Taoist voiced their concerns. The faces of the other Taoists changed drastically at this remark. The demons within the Jiuxian domain hadn't been completely sealed. Many remained hidden, deterred by their lack of strength. If Qin Feng were a demon, the consequences would be dire. No, Qin Qingshan interjected. He possesses the ability to alter the cosmic forces. Were he a demon, there would be no need for him to come to our Jisho Temple. He could simply change the cosmic forces and release these demons. The other Taoists nodded, finding his reasoning sound, and turned their gazes toward Qin Feng, hoping he was confident rather than arrogant. Crack. At that moment, the sound of the ceiling formation shattering suddenly echoed, although the sound was not loud. It resonated in the minds of Qin Qingshan and the others like thunder. Haha, finally, we have emerged, roared the demons with great excitement. The well's opening was not large, yet over 30 demons surged forth in an instant, each revealing a fierce countenance, their eyes bloodshot as if starved. The weakest among them possessed a cultivation of the 5th layer of the void refinement realm. A torrent of demonic energy erupted as though the gates of hell had been flung open, obscuring the sky with a shroud of malevolence, plunging the world into darkness. What is happening? Why is there no spiritual energy in this realm? The demons that had emerged, initially elated, were horrified to discover the complete absence of spiritual energy. They were utterly unable to restore their cultivation. Come to me, and want for nothing in spiritual energy, Qin Feng spoke coldly. As he spoke, the 9-tiered demon tower he had previously hurled into the sky grew immensely, its dark facade radiating ominous formations of light. A terrifying force began to draw the demons toward it. Having mastered the secret of the weapon, Qin Feng was now able to unleash the 9-tiered demon tower's might to an even greater extent, directly absorbing the demons. What is this? No. Observing the suddenly materialized 9-tiered demon tower and its terrifying force, the demons cried out in panic. Unfortunately, they had yet to restore their strength and were utterly powerless to resist, one after another being drawn into the 9-tiered demon tower. As they were just absorbed, over 20 malevolent spirits surged forth from the ceiling well, only to be swiftly drawn into the towering 9-story demon tower before they could even react. Despairing and terrified voices echoed in the air. The tower's restraining power over their souls instilled a profound sense of danger, prompting them to resist with all their might. Yet their efforts proved utterly futile. This was a trap. Cunning humans awaited our self-destruction. One demon, rushing to the well's edge, witnessed its comrades being consumed by the tower and let out a horrified roar. However, his cries went unheard as he was knocked aside by the tide of demons surging upwards. These demons, imprisoned for 200,000 years, harbored a singular thought: to escape this place. Yet, their only fate was to be absorbed into the 9-story tower. Chapter 160, Qin Feng's carelessness before long. Over 100 demons had erupted from the ceiling tower, all of whom were drawn into the 9-story tower. At that moment, the remaining demons in the ceiling well finally sensed something amiss. They realized that all their comrades who had rushed out had been absorbed by the ancient tower in the sky, where frantic cries echoed. Quick! Retreat back into the ceiling well, shouted the remaining demons. Initially eager to escape, they gradually regained their composure and returned to the depths of the ceiling well. The malevolent energy surging outward no longer seemed as terrifying as before. These demons are actually reacting, Qin Feng observed, furrowing his brow. He had intended to take advantage of this opportunity to suppress all the demons within the ancient tower, but he had not anticipated that they were not as foolish as he had imagined. Indeed, humans were treacherous. The very act of breaking the seal had been a setup for another trap. The ancient tower in the sky was exceedingly powerful and enigmatic. The over 100 demons that had rushed out had all been drawn in. The demons within the sealing well were filled with shock and anger. Not feeling foolish, but rather perceiving Qin Feng as despicable. Their voices rang out clearly, unmasked, so that those outside, including Qin Feng and his companions, could hear them distinctly. "What should we do, young friend?" Chen Qishan, standing nearby, voiced his concern. "It seems these demons have no intention of coming out. They are merely fish in a barrel. What can they do by staying in?" Qin Feng retorted, striding toward the sealing well while controlling the 9-story tower to descend slowly. His aim was to directly draw the demons from the sealing well into the tower. "Not good. Quickly run down." The demons inside cried as they saw the tower descending. In a panic, they scrambled to flee deeper into the sealing well. Observing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow again. "What is going on? Why is this sealing well so deep?" He was astonished, remarking, "The first observer merely sealed the demons. Why dig such a deep well?" Utilizing his divine eye, he found he could not see the bottom of the well. Moreover, the darkness and swirling miasma rendered it impossible to discern the demons' figures. This sealing well had not been excavated by the first observer. It had always existed, unfathomably deep, seemingly connected to some unknown realm. Chen Qingshan's expression grew grave. "This sealing well is not shallow at all." Qin Feng's lips twitched at this revelation. He had thought the depth of the sealing well was limited. That the demons hiding within were indeed fish in a barrel. He had expected it to be so profound. If the demons were tucked away inside, he had no means of extracting them. If he were to venture in, danger surely awaited him. He murmured to himself, "If only these demons reside down there, I would harbor no concerns. But what else lies beneath? I have no way of knowing. If I descend carelessly, it could lead to peril." As for controlling the 9-story tower to absorb only the demons, he hesitated and ultimately decided against it. This was a divine artifact, and presently, it was even more significant than the Zhujian's sword to him. If he were to lose the 9-story tower, the cost would far outweigh any benefit. "Ha! Foolish human, do you dare not descend?" The demons below had taken note of Qin Feng's inner turmoil and mocked him with laughter. "Whether I descend or not is inconsequential. The key is, do you not wish to rise?" Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "After being trapped for 200,000 years, do you not yearn to behold the scenery outside? Remaining in this dark, damp sealing well is no different from being a rat in a sewer. Have the demons forsaken their dignity?" His words incited a furious uproar among the demons below, each one angrily rebuking him, particularly a few rat demons who raged to the extreme, cursing Qin Feng. Nevertheless, despite their fury, these demons recognized that their lives were paramount and had no intention of emerging. This place was a convergence of cosmic forces. The sudden depletion of spiritual energy was undoubtedly a result of the humans employing some special method, and it could not last indefinitely. Within the sealing well, the oldest black ape analyzed, "Now that the sealing formation has been broken, we need only remain here until the cosmic forces return to normal. At which point spiritual energy will surely flow into this sealing well. When that time comes, we shall restore our cultivation to its peak, and then emerge." His proclamation enlightened many demons, who found his reasoning sound. Moreover, considering the strength of the ancient tower, its usage would undoubtedly consume a great deal of spiritual energy. The humans could not maintain this for long. Likely within a few hours, the tower would become inoperative. A tiger demon declared, "Let us wait patiently." Outside the sealing well, Chen Qingshan and the others grew increasingly grim as they listened to the demon's analysis. They, too, found the demon's reasoning compelling. Qin Feng could not indefinitely alter the cosmic forces to prevent the gathering of spiritual energy. If that were the case, trouble would ensue. "Youth, you have been careless," Chen Qingshan remarked bitterly. The other Taoists turned hopeful gazes toward Qin Feng. In less than a day, he had provided them with profound shocks, and they hoped he possessed other methods. "I indeed was careless," Qin Feng admitted, nodding. He had not expected the sealing well to be so deep. He resolved to learn from this experience, to reflect seriously, and to be more prudent in the future. "Even you cannot handle this?" The other Taoists expressed despair. The demons below grew increasingly arrogant, even thanking Qin Feng, promising that once they were free, they would honor him and erect a monument in his name, worshipped by future demons for generations. Such mockery was truly extreme. "Youth, within the Guardian Observatory, there exists a teleportation array. You should swiftly take the ancient tower and depart this place," Chen Qingshan urged, his expression grave. "Once these demons break free, it will be too late to escape. In his view, while Qin Feng had erred, his intentions were good. Furthermore, given Qin Feng's youth and immense power, coupled with the 9-story tower, he would undoubtedly become a vital force in the future conflict between humans and demons. Thus, he did not wish to see Qin Feng perish here. Chapter 161 means comparable to the first observer hearing this. Qin Feng could not help but chuckle, shaking his head. Taoist, you misunderstand. I may have been careless. But that does not mean these demons can escape. He spoke slowly. He had merely been disappointed that he could not suppress all the malevolent spirits into the 9-story tower. As for allowing these demons to escape this place, that was absolutely out of the question. How so? Qin Qingshan inquired eagerly. The other Taoists were equally taken aback. I possess a formation capable of continuing the seal of this demon well, Qin Feng stated calmly. Moreover, after special enhancements, the effectiveness of the seal will not be significantly inferior to that set up by the first-generation master. What? You have a formation comparable to that of the first-generation master? Qin Qingshan exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The first-generation master was an extraordinary figure. Even having seen only fragments of descriptions in ancient texts, he felt immense admiration, viewing the master as a being to be revered for a lifetime. How could Qin Feng's claim of possessing a formation on par with the first-generation master not shock him? It was not only Qin Qingshan. The other Taoists also displayed expressions of disbelief. The demons below were thrown into a state of panic. The old Taoist riding the green ox had left a significant shadow in their hearts. Just the thought of that ox's hooves sent shivers down their spines. If it were not for the old Taoist sustaining severe injuries before coming to the 9 Xin domain, they would not stand a chance against him, even in their combined strength. I will give you one last opportunity. Will you not come out? Qin Feng looked at the demons within the demon well and said lightly, do you truly wish to remain like mice, stuck in this dark and damp corner? Though staying in the tower lacks freedom, it is certainly more promising than lingering here. His words caused many demons to hesitate. This fellow is undoubtedly deceiving us. At that moment, a rat demon stood up, its voice treacherous and cunning. He looks to be less than 500 years old. How could he possibly possess skills comparable to that old Taoist? Anyone who believes his words is a fool. The other demons nodded in agreement, finding the rat demon's words reasonable. They could not believe that Qin Feng possessed a formation on par with that old Taoist. After all, 200,000 years had passed without a similar occurrence in the entire 9 Xin domain. The cunning humans would not deceive us. Once the natural forces here are restored, we shall naturally be able to leave. There is no need to rush. The multitude of demons clamored in agreement. They had no intention of emerging from the demon well. They regarded Qin Feng as if he were a fool. Alas, I offered you an opportunity, but it is a pity you do not cherish it. Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head in resignation. As he spoke, he retrieved a stone emanating a silver glow from the system space and gently crushed it. With a crack, as the silver stone shattered, a torrent of silver light cascaded to the ground, swiftly coalescing into intricate formations that covered the well's opening. In no time, a complete formation had successfully materialized. It was the starry array that Qin Feng had signed in the Fox Clan's tribe. At the same time, with a flick of his sleeve, all the sword souls embedded in the surrounding mountains flew back, transforming into wisps of sword energy that re-entered his body. Simultaneously, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy flooded in. The starry array, having absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, radiated a silver light, each formation resembling the orbits of planets. Where different formations intersected, they sparkled like stars. Such an exquisite array. The surrounding Taoists could not help but gasp in awe. They felt as if they were gazing at a miniature sky. Young friend, with this array alone, it is still far from being comparable to the one laid down by the first-generation master, right? Qin Qingshan remarked with a grave expression. Not only he, but the demons below, astonished yet sneering, also found the array commendable. However, it could merely seal us for 10 years at most, after which it would be easily broken by us. The demons dismissed the starry array entirely. If that were all, it could not truly compete with the first-generation master's formation. After a pause, Qin Feng continued. However, this array is merely a vessel. As he spoke, he retrieved the demon seal from the system space. Under Qin Feng's control, the seal floated above the demon well, radiating a blood-red glow, appearing exceedingly sinister. Why does this seal seem like a demonic artifact? One Taoist could not help but inquire. Demonic artifacts can only be wielded by demon cultivators. This young friend is clearly neither a demon cultivator nor a demon, suggesting that this seal's materials originate from a malevolent realm. Qin Qingshan responded slowly. The materials for crafting artifacts are countless, with many even more sinister than demonic artifacts. The other Taoists nodded, acknowledging Qin Qingshan's reasoning. At that moment, the seal trembled slightly. the intricate patterns at its base emanating a black-red glow, coalescing into an exceedingly bizarre symbol, which then imprinted itself onto the starry array below. This symbol merged with the starry array. In an instant, the array's radiance shifted from silver to black-red. The formation not only absorbed the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, but also drew in the demonic energy from the depths of the demon well. The sealing power steadily intensified. This scene left everyone, including the demons below, utterly astonished. What on earth? How can this array absorb demonic energy? If this continues, will not the sealing power of this array grow ever stronger? The demons within the demon well wailed in despair. At that moment, they all regretted their earlier decisions, clamoring to escape the demon well, even willing to enter the 9 layers demon tower. You have no more chances left. However, Qin Feng paid no heed to these voices, and, with a wave of his sleeve, retracted the demon seal back into the system space. Only the starry array could serve as a vessel to withstand the sealing power of this demon seal. The starry array was a reward for signing in. There was only one set. Although Qin Feng could inscribe it, it required special star stones as a medium. Based on his understanding, the 9 Xian domain seemed devoid of star stones. Should Qin Feng destroy the starry array and the demons change their minds, he would be utterly helpless. He would have to resort to his final trump card, that divine thunder, to annihilate these demons, which would be a losing proposition. As Qin Feng retracted the demon seal, the completely sealed demon well no longer emitted a trace of demonic energy. This was partly due to the demons inside being suppressed by Qin Feng, resulting in little demonic energy being released. Moreover, any demonic energy that had not yet emerged was absorbed by the sealing array. At this moment, the demons within the well had fallen into utter despair, each one roaring in fury. The rat demon that had previously mocked Qin Feng became the target of the other's wrath. Young friend's methods truly leave us in awe. Seeing this scene, Chen Qingshan could not help but exclaim. The other Taoists echoed his sentiments. Though ancient texts recorded that the first-generation master's techniques were even more formidable and varied, today they were witnessing it firsthand. You flatter me, Qin Feng replied calmly. Such a display of power is merely a trivial skill. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshan was rendered speechless. Such formidable prowess was regarded as mere trifles by Qin Feng. He found it hard to fathom the true extent of Qin Feng's strength. Young friend, please rest in the Taoist temple for a while. Once I have dealt with subsequent matters, I will express my gratitude properly, Chen Qingshan said slowly. Although the demon well had been sealed, many subsequent matters still required addressing. Agreed. Qin Feng nodded, accepting the invitation. Due to the fact that Jishou Guan is indeed a place of great feng shui for signing in, with commendable rewards, he intends to linger here for a while longer, signing in at each of the grand halls. He hopes to acquire another secret technique akin to the Bingzi secret. Subsequently, under the guidance of one of the Taoists, Qin Feng departed from the location. To his astonishment, the troubles that had plagued Jishou Guan for 200 millennia were resolved today. One Taoist could not help but exclaim, over the years, they had not only had to worry about demons emerging, but also had to endure the constant erosion of demonic energy on their bodies, which hindered their cultivation and shortened their lifespans. They never anticipated that what was to be a day of immense crisis would transform into a day of resolution. From now on, they would no longer need to fear the demons breaching their seals or suffer from the corruption of demonic energy, allowing them to focus on their cultivation. The events of today were not to be divulged to outsiders, as Chen Qingshan solemnly stated. The other Taoists nodded in agreement and began to address the subsequent matters concerning the sealing of the demonic well. Guided by the Taoist, Qin Feng soon arrived at a small courtyard prepared for distinguished guests, situated beside a cliff on the eastern side of Jishou Guan. The area was abundant with various spiritual herbs and ancient medicines, suffused with rich spiritual energy. A gentle breeze swept by, revealing a rolling sea of clouds in the distance, while the refreshing scent of herbs wafted through the air, creating an extraordinarily comfortable ambience. Young Master Qin, please rest here, the Taoist remarked, having learned Qin Feng's surname on the way. Very well, Qin Feng nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the place. After exchanging a few more words, the Taoist took his leave. Qin Feng sat in meditation, his consciousness sinking into the 9-layered demon tower. Within the tower, the first layer was filled with the furious shouts and attacks of the demons attempting to escape, yet all their efforts proved futile. While over 100 demons resided on the first layer, it did not feel crowded. As for Yin Lan, she had been confined to the second layer, as Qin Feng feared that she would not withstand the onslaught of so many furious demons and might be torn to shreds in an instant. Why are there suddenly so many powerful demons? Upon hearing the roars from below, Yin Lan's eyes brimmed with disbelief. In the current Jiuxian domain, even if there were demons, they typically kept to themselves, hiding deep within the mountains far from human settlements. She could not fathom where Qin Feng had found such a multitude of evil beings, nor how he had managed to suppress them all. Meanwhile, above the first layer, a plethora of cultivation resources cascaded down to the ground. The demons, who had been attacking the tower, were momentarily stunned. What is happening? They suspected their eyes were deceiving them. How could Qin Feng have thrown so many precious cultivation resources into this place? However, no one answered their questions. After tossing down the resources from his system space, Qin Feng paid them no further heed and withdrew his consciousness. Following a brief silence on the first layer, a fierce scramble ensued among the demons, who had previously been comrades, now fighting ruthlessly to claim the rare resources. Get away. This refining void pill is mine. You insolent tiger, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Watch me smash your head. In an instant, the first layer of the demon tower erupted with various martial skills, the cacophony deafening. The demons, fiercely competing for the cultivation resources, showed no mercy in their attacks. Qin Feng, who had initially intended to ignore the demons, could not help but furrow his brow. They better not kill each other, he murmured upon hearing the commotion. It would be a pity if, after managing to suppress so many demons, they ended up slaying each other in their fray. After all, he was not raising them like insects. Surviving once, no matter how strong, would serve little purpose. Cease this at once. Qin Feng's voice resonated throughout the first layer, booming like a great bell. The reverberation was deafening, and an aura of overwhelming restraint emanated from the 9-layered demon tower, enveloping the entire first layer. Thud. The demons below all knelt, their faces filled with terror. The inherent suppression of the 9-layered demon tower had long instilled fear in them, and now, being within its confines, the force was enough to make their souls tremble. Should anyone dare to fight, there would be no mercy. The coldness in Qin Feng's voice bore no concealment of his murderous intent. Order is required here. Should any demon dare disrupt the peace and hinder the cultivation of others, I will not hesitate to execute them. His voice, laced with malice, made all the demons tremble uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine that just hundreds of thousands of years ago, they were once terrifying beings that instilled fear in humanity. After delivering his warning, Qin Feng did not linger and withdrew his consciousness. The demons on the first layer gradually emerged from their fear, exchanging glances. They dared not strike at one another anymore. Some began to meditate and heal, while others eagerly consumed pills to enhance their cultivation, and no one dared to continue attacking the tower, for within the 9-layered demon tower, one was the knife and the other the meat. Chapter 163. The first-generation observer outside Zhishouguan. Everyone watched as the sudden surge of demonic energy erupted. Initially filled with terror and despair, as if the apocalypse had descended, immobilized by the oppressive pressure. Yet now, with the magical energy abruptly dissipating, they were left bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Could it be that the sealing array of the demonic well had been shattered and then resealed? Impossible, they thought. That array had been set by the first-generation observer, and no one in the Jiuxian domain could have crafted such a powerful formation. What on earth was happening? Various speculations arose. Even the ordinary Taoists from Zhishouguan were left pondering. From today onward, Zhishouguan shall be closed for 100 years. Everyone may return. Chen Qingshan's voice suddenly echoed from within Zhishouguan. The Taoist sect had always revered purity in cultivation. The reason for previously accepting offerings from various factions was primarily due to the focus of Zhishouguan being on the demonic well, leaving little energy for development. However, now that the crisis of the demonic well had been averted, Chen Qingshan no longer wished to accept offerings. Zhishouguan closed for 100 years? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, including the ordinary Taoists, who were equally astonished and confused. At that moment, the Taoist who had guided Qin Feng to the secluded courtyard emerged from Zhishouguan, expressing apologies to the crowd and confirming the closure of Zhishouguan for a century. Though those who had come to cultivate and the various factions were filled with countless questions, since Zhishouguan had decided to close for 100 years, they could say nothing further. After inquiring about some additional matters, they all began to depart. The ordinary Taoists, upon learning that the crisis had been resolved, were filled with immense joy and returned to Zhishouguan. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on a stone beside the cliff. The gentle breeze rustled his garments, and he exuded an extraordinary demeanor, akin to a transcendent sage. System, assist me in signing in, Qin Feng said calmly. Ding. Congratulations, master, for successfully signing in at Zhishouguan and receiving a peachwood sword. The system's notification chimed in Qin Feng's ears. A peachwood sword? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what on earth is this? Am I to suppress zombies? With his prowess, There was no need for a peachwood sword to subdue zombies. He then examined the information regarding the peachwood sword. Peachwood sword. This sword is forged from a peach tree that has grown for many years, only to fail in its tribulation. It possesses an innate ability to restrain evil entities. The introduction is quite succinct, merely a single sentence. After examining it, Qin Feng felt it to be rather ordinary and paid it no further heed. Are you comfortable residing here, young Master Qin? At this moment, Qin Qingshan arrived. After 3 days, he had finally addressed the matters concerning the demon sealing well and the mountain closure. Behind Qin Qingshan were several other Taoists who had been present in the demon sealing well, their gazes towards Qin Feng filled with gratitude. No more demonic energy surged forth from the well, and they were no longer subjected to the torment of its corruption. These past few days had been exceedingly comfortable. It is indeed a delightful place, truly conducive to self-cultivation, Qin Feng remarked, rising and smiling gently. If young Master Qin enjoys it here, you may stay as long as you wish. After a moment's pause, Qin Qingshan continued, I have come primarily to express my gratitude to young Master Qin. With that, he retrieved several items from his storage ring, some small jade vials containing elixirs, and some spirit fruits exuding a faint glow, unmistakably of exceptional quality. You are too courteous, Taoist. Did I not mention that day? It was merely a trifling effort. Qin Feng waved his hand in refusal. He held great admiration for Qin Qingshan and his companions. For many years, they had safeguarded the Jishou temple against the threats of the demon sealing well. Now that the crisis had passed, they could focus on managing the temple and receiving offerings freely. Yet, they resolutely chose to seal the mountain. Such resolve is not common. To young Master Qin, it may be a mere effort, but for the Jishou temple, it is a profound kindness. You must accept these gifts, Qin Qingshan insisted, having presented the most precious elixirs and spirit fruits from the temple. If the Taoist truly wishes to express his gratitude, it need not be through these gifts. Qin Feng replied slowly. Might I inquire if there is anything else in which the Jishou temple can assist you? Qin Qingshan asked, puzzled. I wish to learn about the first master of the temple. I wonder if that would be convenient, Qin Feng said gently. He had accumulated an abundance of rewards from his sign-ins, far surpassing the value of Qin Qingshan's gifts. His curiosity was piqued about the initial master of the Jishou temple. He thought of a figure, Laozi. Once, Laozi rode a green ox westward beyond the pass of Hangu, after which he vanished from historical records. Qin Feng wondered if the first master of the Jishou temple might indeed be Laozi. The first master? Qin Qingshan did not expect Qin Feng to express interest in him. Though surprised, he did not conceal the information and began recounting the records found in the ancient texts of the Jishou temple regarding the first master. From Qin Qingshan's narrative, Qin Feng learned that the first master seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Throughout the vast continent, aside from the Jiushuan domain, no one had ever seen him. This remarkable figure suppressed the demons only in the Jiushuan domain before disappearing, which was quite abnormal. Additionally, according to the ancient texts, when the first master manifested in the Jiushuan domain, he was already severely injured, with no remedy from any elixir or spirit herb having any effect. As if fate itself wished for his demise. Such grave injuries, yet he still managed to subdue powerful demons at their peak. The first master was indeed terrifyingly formidable. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in awe, then inquired, is there any portrait of the first master? None. Qin Qingshan shook his head. According to the ancient texts, only the first disciples of the Jishou temple ever laid eyes on the first master. However, after his departure, they could not recall his appearance, and it was impossible for them to erect a statue. Hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. The records concerning the first master were exceedingly scarce. There was not even a portrait. He subsequently asked about any spiritual artifacts used by the first master, but received no useful information, only shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 164, The Treasures of the First Master? After addressing Qin Feng's inquiries regarding the first master, Qin Qingshan engaged in further conversation before taking his leave. Before departing, he insisted on leaving those elixirs and spirit fruits with Qin Feng. Unable to decline, Qin Feng accepted them all. After storing these elixirs and spirit fruits in his storage ring, he resumed his meditation and cultivation. With the numerous demons now inhabiting the 9-tier demon tower, his cultivation would undoubtedly progress significantly. He needed to prepare himself. For the following year, Qin Feng dedicated himself to cultivation and sign-ins. His cultivation improved rapidly, and he received ample rewards. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the Zhenwu Hall, earning the Supreme Goodness Sword Technique. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the Wenchang Hall, earning a bottle of yin-yang harmonizing pills. Various rewards abounded, all of exceptional quality. Particularly, The Supreme Goodness Sword technique was immensely powerful, and Qin Feng was exceedingly satisfied. Moreover, the various cultivation resources further augmented the already substantial rewards in his system space. Fortunately, the demons within the 9-tier demon tower could help him consume those resources. One noon, while contemplating where to sign in next, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that he had yet to sign in at the demon sealing well. Thus, he made his way directly there. The current demon sealing well no longer exuded any demonic energy, and due to the rich spiritual essence, the surroundings were adorned with various spiritual herbs and ancient medicines. Without a careful inspection, one might mistake it for a medicinal field. System, assist me in signing in at the demon sealing well, Qin Feng stated calmly. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the abyssal teleportation scroll. The mechanical prompt of the system echoed in Qin Feng's ear. Abyssal teleportation scroll? Qin Feng was taken aback by the system's announcement, murmuring, "What is this?" He felt puzzled and examined the information, which revealed only a few terse words. Abyssal teleportation scroll. Use at the entrance of the abyss to be directly teleported within. The abyss. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the demon sealing well before him. Pondering, could this be the abyss? Previously, he had been curious about where this bottomless well led. It now seemed likely to be the abyss. Contemplating this, Qin Feng shattered the teleportation scroll. Crack. However, upon breaking it, the scroll transformed into specks of light and vanished without any response. The demon sealing well before him was not the abyss. Damn it, Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. Not only did he fail to ascertain where the abyss lay, but he had also wasted a teleportation scroll, which left him feeling quite vexed. Shaking his head in resignation, Qin Feng resolved to return another day, for the following month. Each time he signed in, he received an abyssal teleportation scroll, yet he did not utilize any, instead pondering how to uncover the nature of the abyss. Unfortunately, when he inquired with Qin Qingshan, he learned that there were no records of the abyss in the Joshuan domain. This left Qin Feng feeling helpless. Nevertheless, he continued to reserve his daily sign-in opportunities at the demon sealing well, as he had an inkling that the abyss was likely a place of significance. After another half-month, having been unable to obtain further abyssal scrolls, he finally ceased signing in at the demon sealing well. For the next 2 years, Qin Feng focused on enhancing his cultivation. In the early morning, as the sun gradually rose, Qin Feng sat cross-legged upon a massive stone beside the precipice. The rays of the sun bathed him, casting him in a divine light, reminiscent of a celestial being. After years of cultivation at the Jisho Temple, Qin Feng had begun to exude an ethereal aura. A rumble echoed through the air as an astonishing aura suddenly surged forth from Qin Feng, sweeping across the surroundings. The air crackled with sword energy, and the sound of clashing blades resonated through the heavens and the earth. Within Qin Feng's body, spiritual energy churned violently, producing a thunderous roar akin to colossal waves crashing against the shore. However, due to the divine concealment array he had set up, the commotion remained undetected beyond this place. From a distance, Qin Feng appeared no different from his usual self, engaged in his meditative practices. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. With a sigh of relief, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. During this period, the 9-tier demon tower had continuously converted the cultivation of over 100 demons into his own, while those demons also persisted in their training. Consequently, his realm ascended at an astonishing rate, breaking through 3 minor stages within a mere 3 years. Why do I feel so much stronger than I anticipated? He murmured, sensing the terrifying energy coursing within him. A practitioner at the first level of the martial domain seems utterly no match for me. In his prior estimations, the gap between the 9th layer of the void refinement realm and the martial domain was vast, making it impossible for him to contend even with those on the brink of the martial domain. However, it now seemed that even those practitioners of the martial domain were no match for his prowess. Astonished, Qin Feng began to regulate his breathing, stabilizing his cultivation. He was not in a hurry to break through to the martial domain, as although there were many demons within the 9-tier demon tower, he had been incessantly draining their energies during this time. Despite their continuous cultivation, most remained confined to the 9th layer of the void refinement realm, with none even approaching the threshold of the martial domain, rendering them incapable of aiding Qin Feng's breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the northern reaches of the 9 Xian domain, an ancient warship sailed through the skies. While it was not uncommon to see such vessels in the powerful 9 Xian domain, this particular ancient warship was different. As it passed, the common folk below often knelt in reverence, displaying profound piety. Upon the warship, a cadre of Taoists donned resplendent robes, adorned even with golden embroidery. Inside the cabin, several distinguished individuals were engaged in discussion. Is your information accurate? Has that old fool Qin Qingshan truly discovered the treasures left by the founding master? Questioned an elder in a lavish robe, skepticism lacing his tone. He was the leader of the Golden Immortal sect in the northern Nanshan domain. A formidable figure on the verge of breaking through to the martial domain. Absolutely accurate, replied Li Tianqiao, the head of the Yuanjun Hall within the Golden Immortal sect. With unwavering confidence. If Qin Qingshan had not found the treasures left by the founding master, how could he possibly have sealed the demons that had broken free from their confinement? Moreover, sealing the mountain for 100 years clearly indicates a desire to conceal information. The events that transpired over 3 years prior quickly became known among the various powers in the Nanshan domain. While many were curious as to why the Ji Shoguan had suddenly sealed off the mountain, upon learning that the demons had been resealed after breaking free from the magic well, they felt immense relief and did not intrude upon the Ji Shoguan. Only Li Tianqiao sensed something amiss. He understood how formidable those demons were, for the ancestor who established their Golden Immortal sect had defected from the Ji Shoguan, leaving behind numerous ancient texts detailing the demons. Over the past 3 years, Li Tianqiao had covertly investigated and confirmed that prior to the sealing of the mountain, no one within the Ji Shoguan had experienced a significant enhancement in their cultivation. He ultimately concluded that Qin Qingshan must have found the treasures left by the founding master to reseal those demons. Your analysis holds merit. The leader of the Golden Immortal sect nodded gravely. However, if we simply approach the Ji Shoguan to demand that treasure, what if Qin Qingshan refuses to hand it over? That artifact is undoubtedly immensely powerful, even with 4 masters on the brink of the martial domain. We may not be able to gain the upper hand. It was evident that the treasure left by the founding master was formidable, and even the few practitioners at the brink of the martial domain would likely prove insufficient. Indeed, the artifact left by the founding master must be exceedingly powerful. Yet this also means that Qin Qingshan would struggle to refine it, at best only able to exert control over it. Li Tianqiao remarked with a cold smile. Our cultivation methods, heart techniques, and secret arts are all derived from the same source as those of the Ji Shoguan. If Qin Qingshan can control the treasures left by the founding master, then we can surely do the same. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Golden Immortal sect's eyes brightened with understanding. In that case, let us hasten our journey to the Ji Shoguan. A glimmer of avarice flickered in his gaze. Although the Golden Immortal sect thrived in the northern Nanshan domain, garnering numerous disciples and offerings, the people of the Nanshan domain continued to regard the Ji Shoguan as the orthodox path of Taoism, which left him deeply dissatisfied. If they could bring back the treasures left by the founding master, no one would dare to dispute their status as the rightful orthodox sect. With a thunderous command from the leader of the Golden Immortal sect, inscriptions on the ancient warship blazed to life, propelling it at an accelerated pace toward the Ji Shoguan. Since the sealing of the magic well, the Ji Shoguan had entered a state of seclusion. Though some disciples were perplexed, they ultimately understood, under the guidance of their masters, that this was a means for self-cultivation. The entire Ji Shoguan had transcended the mundane world. At the magic well, Qin Qingshan and several other Taoists periodically visited. Each time, they observed that the sealing array protecting the magic well had grown even stronger, eliciting admiration. Young Master Qin's methods truly are remarkable, Qin Qingshan exclaimed. Recalling his previous encounters with increasingly weakened sealing arrays, he had never witnessed one growing stronger. The demons within the magic well had indeed attempted to assault the star formation, but the sealing power of the demonic imprints rendered their efforts futile. Each time they attacked, more demonic energy was absorbed by the star formation, fortifying it further, ultimately compelling them to abandon their attempts. Over these past 3 years, without the need for constant vigilance, I feel immensely better, free from the corruption of demonic energy, remarked a Taoist beside him. Quite so, Qin Qingshan nodded. This old bone had thought I would last only another 2 or 3 decades. But now I believe I could endure for another 50 years without issue. Compared to 3 years ago, when he was emaciated and frail, he now appeared revitalized. If only young Master Qin would consider joining our Taoist sect, mused a nearby Taoist, I would gladly relinquish my position as the head of my hall for him. Another added. The other Taoists nodded in agreement, expressing their utmost admiration for Qin Feng. However, Qin Qingshan could only smile wryly and shake his head. If young Master Qin were to join our sect, I would gladly cede the position of leader of the Ji Shoguan along with all its legacies. Yet, a person of his extraordinary talent likely has aspirations that extend far beyond our humble Nanshan domain. Why would he wish to remain with us? The other Taoists shared his sentiment, exchanging knowing smiles. At that moment, a deafening sound echoed from the distant sky, resembling mountains shifting in the air. As Qin Qingshan and the others turned to investigate, they beheld an ancient warship approaching. Their brows furrowed in concern. Could it be that a powerful figure from another faction, nearing the end of their lifespan, seeks to meditate here? A Taoist murmured to himself. Although he seldom ventured out, he could immediately discern that this ancient worship was extraordinary. Even among the elite forces of the Nine Mystic Domain, only those of high rank and authority were deemed worthy to board such a vessel. Furthermore, they had previously announced their intention to seal the mountain. Individuals of such esteemed stature would not seek solitude under these circumstances unless they were approaching the end of their life. This was not the case. However, Qin Zinin's expression grew grave as he remarked, "The visitors may not come with good intentions." From the ancient worship, he sensed a menacing aura. "Where is Qin Zining? Do come forth to welcome us." At that moment, the ancient worship hovered outside the Jisho temple, suspended in midair. Due to the protective formations surrounding the temple, the worship did not attempt a direct breach. The voice, amplified by spiritual energy, was deafening and quickly reached the ears of everyone within the temple, drawing their collective gaze. Their eyes burned with indignation. The audacity of the visitors was intolerable. Not only did they call out Qin Zining by name, but they also demanded his welcome. "Who are you?" Qin Zining remained unfazed. He stepped forward, his form rising into the air, appearing 200 paces away from the ancient worship. The other Taoists followed suit. At that moment, the Lord of the Golden Immortal Temple and Li Tianxiao emerged from the cabin of the ship. "I am the Lord of the Golden Immortal Temple," he declared, a haughty expression adorning his face. "If we were to speak of seniority, you should address me as Shirshu." The Taoists of Jisho Temple were initially taken aback upon seeing the visitor's Taoist robe, but when they realized he was affiliated with the Golden Immortal Temple, their expressions turned to fury. To them, it was unacceptable that the founding master of the Golden Immortal Temple had abandoned Jisho Temple for his own sect in the north, shamelessly claiming the name of Jisho Temple while accepting offerings, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Taoist faith. "Your master has betrayed Jisho Temple to create the Golden Immortal Temple, disregarding the rules of the Tao. You are merely his disciples. What right do you have to speak of seniority?" Qin Zining retorted coldly, devoid of any courtesy. He harbored deep disdain for the Golden Immortal Temple's master, who had exploited the name of the Taoist lineage for personal gain. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Golden Immortal Temple erupted in anger. "You dare to insult our master." His previous attempt to assert seniority was merely a pretext to negotiate for a treasure. But Qin Zing's outright rejection and insult were a denial of the Golden Immortal Temple's legitimacy. A tremendous pressure emanated from the Lord of the Golden Immortal Temple, revealing his half-step martial domain cultivation. He did not conceal his anger. Meanwhile, many figures, sensing the commotion, began to gather, observing from a distance. Most of them had traveled great distances to seek tranquility at Jisho Temple over the past 3 years. Upon learning of the temple's closure, they chose to remain in the nearby mountains for meditation, numbering in the thousands. "Why have the people from the Golden Immortal Temple suddenly come here?" a scholar among them questioned. Perplexed, weren't they always keeping to themselves? Who knows, but it seems the Golden Immortal Temple comes with ill intentions today. Jisho Temple is in trouble. An elder replied gravely. As the Taoists of Jisho Temple felt the overwhelming spiritual pressure from the Lord of the Golden Immortal Temple, their faces turned pale, sensing the enormity of the threat. "What is your intention?" Qin Zining coldly reprimanded. "Why have you come here today?" A powerful aura emanated from him, countering the Lord's pressure and restoring some color to the faces of the Taoists. "We seek only to retrieve the treasure left by the founding master of Jisho Temple." The Lord of the Golden Immortal Temple replied icily. "The treasure left by the founding master?" Qin Zining responded with confusion. "I have never heard of such a thing." "Humph. Still attempting to conceal the truth?" Li Tianxiao interjected with a scoff. "You may deceive others, but not us. The demons trapped in the demon's sealing well are formidable. Once they break free, Jisho Temple cannot possibly subdue them unless there is a treasure left by the founding master." This revelation caused many who sought tranquility to change their expressions. They had not considered this before, but now saw merit in Li Tianxiao's words. Their expressions filled with intrigue. The founding master of Jisho Temple was shrouded in mystery and power. The treasure he left behind was likely not inferior to the most revered spiritual artifacts of any sect in the Nine Mystic Domain, perhaps even stronger. "Now I understand why you have traveled so far," Qin Zining remarked, his disdain intensifying. He found the actions of the Golden Immortal Temple's founding master, who had defected from Jisho Temple while claiming the legitimacy of the Taoist name to establish his own sect, already shameless enough. Yet, the current Lord of the Golden Immortal Temple was even more brazen. For years, they had not aided in suppressing the demon sealing well, and now, upon hearing of the founding master's treasure, They rushed in like flies. What now? Are you left speechless? Li Tianxiao sneered. In the Nine Mystic Domain, the Golden Immortal Temple stands supreme. The treasure left by the founding master of Jishou Temple should rightfully be entrusted to us. A group of shameless individuals, indeed, Qin Qingshan remarked, viewing them as mere fools. However, you are mistaken if you think there is any treasure of the founding master within Jishou Temple. Still refusing to yield? The Lord of the Golden Immortal Temple retorted angrily. If there is no treasure left by the founding master, how could you possibly suppress the powerful demons that have emerged from the demon sealing well? He refused to believe Qin Qingshan's words. The ancient texts of Jishou Temple, replicated by the Golden Immortal Temple's ancestors, clearly documented the immense strength of those demons. If they were to escape the well, Jishou Temple's power would be utterly insufficient to contain them again. Jishou Temple can suppress the demon sealing well due to the assistance of a formidable individual. Do not harbor any designs on the founding master's treasure, Qin Qingshan coldly stated. Please take your leave. Haha, the Lord of the Golden Immortal Temple laughed heartily in response. Do you take me for a child? Across the Nine Mystic Domain, even if all sects and powerful families banded together, they could not reseal the demons that have emerged from the demon sealing well. Are you suggesting the extraordinary individual you have invited possesses strength surpassing all others in the Nine Mystic Domain? The other Taoists from the Golden Immortal Temple wore dark expressions, feeling that Qin Qingshan was utterly dismissive of them, fabricating such an unbelievable lie as if they were fools. I have said all that I needed to say. If you do not believe me, there is nothing more I can do, Qin Qingshan replied calmly. Moreover, even if there exists a treasure left by the founding master, it is not for you to take. From the outset, he had never regarded the Golden Immortal Temple as true disciples of the Tao. It seems you are unwilling to surrender it. The Lord of the Golden Immortal Temple scoffed. If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, intricate and profound Taoist symbols manifested around him, merging him with the heavens and earth, creating a formidable presence. Shall we join you? Li Tianxiao inquired, observing the situation. No need. The master of the Golden Immortal Temple, brimming with confidence, declared, Today, I shall subdue Qin Qingshan, allowing the world to witness who embodies the true orthodox path of Taoism. His self-assurance was unwavering, bolstered by the temple's immense resources accumulated during his cultivation. Though both he and Qin Qingshan stood at the threshold of the martial domain, he believed his foundation to be far more solid. Since commencing his training at the Jishou Temple, Qin Qingshan had suffered the relentless erosion of demonic energy, rendering him unfit to be his rival. He intended to demonstrate to all that the Golden Immortal Temple was the legitimate orthodox path of Taoism. Li Tianxiao nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Suddenly, the master of the Golden Immortal Temple moved with blinding speed to strike at Qin Qingshan, his attack merciless and fierce. The audacity of the Golden Immortal Temple's master was infuriating. Witnessing this direct assault, the nearby Taoists scolded vehemently, their anger palpable. They had no treasures left by the first generation's master, and Qin Qingshan had made that abundantly clear, yet the adversaries persisted obstinately. Then let me see how your worldly Tao skills, steeped in copper-smelling triviality, fare against me, Qin Qingshan retorted coldly. Surrounding him, intricate and profound Taoist inscriptions began to materialize, elevating his presence to one of otherworldly grace, harmoniously blending with the cosmos. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, he sent the nearby Taoists sprawling into the distance. Stepping forward, he met the master of the Golden Immortal Temple head-on. A fierce battle erupted in the sky, a cacophony of energy clashing. Either combatant could conjure hundreds of luminous talismans in the blink of an eye, their collisions producing dazzling waves of energy and a plethora of Taoist inscriptions coalescing in the air. The surrounding area, spanning thousands of feet, became a tapestry of these inscriptions, setting this confrontation apart from any mundane skirmish. The sheer might of these two practitioners left onlookers in awe, realizing that within their shared realm, few could rival them. As the battle unfolded, spectators gasped in astonishment. It was their first encounter with Taoists at the brink of the martial domain unleashing their formidable arts. Yet, as time passed, the tide began to turn, with Qin Qingshan gradually gaining the upper hand, leveraging his profound understanding of Taoist principles. Damn it, I will subdue you today. The master of the Golden Immortal Temple, once confident in easily overpowering Qin Qingshan, now wore a grim countenance, surprised at the shift in fortune. In a fit of rage, he gathered a substantial portion of his spiritual energy, forming a golden talisman aimed at Qin Qingshan. Unhurried, Qin Qingshan produced an identical golden talisman. The clash of these talismans unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy, akin to a tsunami, sweeping in all directions. Under such overwhelming force, the master of the Golden Immortal Temple could scarcely withstand it, spewing blood and crashing onto their ancient vessel, fracturing the deck reinforced with intricate formations. Master! Li Tianxiao and the others rushed to assist, their expressions grave. Get away from here! The humiliated master of the Golden Immortal Temple bellowed, rising to his feet. His glare fixed on Qin Zining. How can it be that my cultivation resources far exceed yours, yet you possess greater strength? He found this reality difficult to fathom. His intent had been to prove the Golden Immortal Temple as the true orthodox path of Taoism, but now he felt as though he had been publicly humiliated. Taoism advocates transcending the mundane and avoiding worldly disputes, yet you immerse yourselves in such triviality. How can you comprehend the essence of Taoist teachings? Qin Zining replied indifferently. The Golden Immortal Temple prides itself on being the orthodox path, yet is unaware that it merely scratches the surface of Taoist practices. The true principles of Taoism were never cultivated within the confines of the secular world. While the Golden Immortal Temple amassed resources through offerings, it strayed far from the original intent of Taoism, engaging in a fruitless pursuit. Had it not been for the demonic energy that has plagued my body for years, leaving me weakened, I could have defeated you with a single strike. Qin Zining continued, your audacity to claim that the Golden Immortal Temple has mastered Taoism's essence is laughable. Today, I shall eradicate the Zhisho Temple, and the world shall know who truly represents the orthodox path of Taoism. The master of the Golden Immortal Temple seethed with rage, his teeth clenched. He had initially sought merely to seize the treasures of the first-generation master of Zhisho Temple, never intending to annihilate it. However, having been humiliated in front of so many, he felt compelled to obliterate Zhisho Temple to preserve the Golden Immortal Temple's reputation and ability to attract disciples. As his voice faded, Li Tianxiao and two other Taoists, all at the threshold of the martial domain, radiated astonishing energy, shocking the onlookers. The arrival of four formidable half-step martial domain practitioners spelled doom for Zhisho Temple. In this world where power reigns supreme, the Golden Immortal Temple not only guarded the demonic well, but also profited immensely from offerings, thereby establishing an overwhelming strength. The crowd, witnessing the disgraceful behavior of the Golden Immortal Temple, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. The presence of four half-step martial domain masters was daunting. They were aware that any attempt to assist would be futile, fearing for Zhisho Temple's fate. You proclaim to be the orthodox path of Taoism, yet you unleash your strongest to annihilate Zhisho Temple, unafraid of being ridiculed by the world? Qin Zing's eyes blazed with fury. Though he was no match for them, he stood resolute, concerned that if this escalated into a life-or-death struggle, Taoism itself would be laughed at. The common folk regarded the Golden Immortal Temple as a bastion of Taoist tradition. This is your own doing, the master of the Golden Immortal Temple retorted coldly. To avert your impending doom, surrender the treasures of the first-generation master and acknowledge me as your senior, conceding that the Golden Immortal Temple is the true orthodox path. Such delusions, Qin Zining vehemently rejected, exclaiming, you are unworthy even to be called disciples of the Tao. Today, even if it leads to my demise, I shall never concede that you represent the orthodox path of Taoism. With those words, his aura surged, Taoist inscriptions swirling around him in preparation for a fight to the death. Simultaneously, all the Taoists of Zhisho Temple soared into the air, glaring fiercely at the masters of the Golden Immortal Temple. You must leave this place at once. I shall hold them off, Qin Zining urged, determined to protect the lineage of Taoism from extinction. Indeed, the Tao faces a great calamity. We must fight to the last. A young novice, though the last to join, declared with unwavering resolve. Yes, we shall fight to the bitter end, echoed the other Taoists in solidarity. Each person exuded an air of indifference to death. Ha ha. Splendid. Upon witnessing this, Qin Zining was momentarily taken aback, but soon a carefree smile emerged upon his lips. He refrained from further persuading these individuals. In this world, countless mortals toil aimlessly throughout their lives, a multitude beyond counting. How many can truly claim the right to fight and perish for their beliefs? This is the fortune of all who dwell within the Zhisho Temple. The ignorant fear nothing. The leader of the Qin Zining Temple, observing the scene, became increasingly agitated, gritting his teeth as he commanded, suppress them all and bring them back to Qin Zining Temple as slaves. The likes of Li Tianxiao and others nodded in agreement, their cold gazes fixated on the numerous Taoists of Zhisho Temple, preparing to act. Alas, while the people of Zhisho Temple are indeed admirable, their actions seem rather reckless. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but shake their heads. They held the Taoists of Zhisho Temple in high esteem. Yet they sighed in regret, fearing that such actions would inevitably lead to their downfall. Better to live on than to die honorably. Rumbling. At that moment, from the precipice on the western side of Jisho Temple, terrifying sword energy suddenly began to coalesce in the sky. This sword energy was remarkably unique. Split into black and white, both astonishing and profound, akin to an inkwash painting. In an instant, all gazes were drawn toward it. Their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What is that? Such a fearsome sword energy. It feels as if a powerful being is wielding the sword techniques of the Taoist sect. Yet such formidable swordplay has never been witnessed from the disciples of the sect before. Moreover, shouldn't Qin Qingshan be the strongest within Jisho Temple? How could there be someone even stronger? In a swirl of confusion, voices of uncertainty arose, all struggling to comprehend the situation. The Taoists of Qin Temple displayed expressions of terror, being closest to the source of this dread energy, feeling its overwhelming presence. Seeing the tumultuous black and white sword energy in the heavens, Qin Qingshan too appeared bewildered. That location was where Qin Feng usually resided. However, Qin Feng was not a disciple of the Taoist sect. How could he possibly wield its sword techniques? Furthermore, this swordplay was something he had neither seen nor heard of before. Has he finally resorted to using the treasures left by the first-generation leader? The leader of Qin Temple snorted coldly, his eyes filled with derision. He was certain that this black and white sword energy was not the result of any Jisho Temple master, for he knew well that such techniques did not exist within their ranks. If not from a Jisho Temple master, then there was only one possibility. This astonishing black and white sword energy emerged from a weapon left behind by the first-generation leader. Haha, my speculation has proven correct. Jisho Temple must have discovered the treasures left by the first-generation leader to subdue the demons that burst forth from the demon sealing well. Li Tianxiao laughed heartily, urging his companions, let us seize that weapon and wield it for ourselves. Until just moments ago, Qin Qingshan had not employed a weapon, casting some doubt on his own deductions. Yet upon witnessing the dreadful sword energy in the sky, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With so many half-step martial domain experts at their disposal, even if their understanding of the Taoist secret arts paled in comparison to Qin Qingshan's, they would undoubtedly be able to wrest control of the weapon. Excellent. The leader of Qin Temple and the other two half-step martial domain Taoists nodded in agreement, redirecting their focus from Qin Qingshan and his companions. After all, the weapon left by the first-generation leader of Jisho Temple held greater significance. Once under their control, subduing Qin Qingshan and the others would be a mere formality. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the leader of Qin Temple and his companions conjured a multitude of talismans and Taoist inscriptions, launching them toward the gathering sword energy in a bid to seize the mighty weapon from Jisho Temple. However, they were destined for disappointment. The flood of talismans and inscriptions, despite their fervor, bore no effect, failing to aid them in gaining control over the so-called weapon. It sank into the abyss like a stone cast into the ocean, eliciting not a single ripple. Why is this happening? Li Tianxiao's mind brimmed with confusion. They shared the same lineage as Jisho Temple and possessed even more powerful individuals. If Jisho Temple could control the weapon left by the first-generation leader, why could they not? Not only Li Tianxiao, but the leader of Qin Temple and the other two half-step martial domain experts wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to fathom the situation. Clang. At that moment, the black and white sword energy had successfully coalesced, forming a sword soul. A powerful sword intent swept across the surroundings, harmonizing seamlessly with the laws of heaven and earth, as if it were a divine sword born from the very fabric of existence. This sword was named Supreme Goodness. Something is amiss, Ron. Upon witnessing this, the leader of Qin Temple's expression shifted dramatically, and he cried out in alarm. From this sword soul, he sensed an unfathomable killing intent, causing his very soul to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and flew toward the distant sky. Swish, swish, swish. Li Tianxiao and his companions reacted swiftly, hastily fleeing into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had covered several dozen miles. Think you can escape? Leave your lives behind. Qin Feng's cold voice echoed through the heavens and earth. The black and white sword soul, now coalesced in the sky, shot forth directly towards the leader of Qin Temple and his companions, leaving trails of black and white sword energy in its wake, akin to a brush leaving bold strokes across the canvas of existence. Spare me, esteemed senior. I am willing to surrender Qin Temple to you. I beseech you. Out of respect for our shared status as disciples of the Taoist sect, grant us our lives. In that moment, the leader of Qin Temple and his companions finally grasped the truth of Qin Qingshan's words. Jisho Temple had not obtained treasures left by the first-generation leader. Rather, an extraordinary powerhouse had emerged, and they cried out in desperation for mercy. They were a wealthy and powerful sect, accustomed to endless riches and glory, unwilling to meet their demise so easily. Yet, regrettably, in the face of the leader of Qin Zining Temple's pleas for mercy, Qin Feng felt no compassion. He held nothing but contempt for these wayward disciples of the Tao. With a swift motion, the sword soul, coalesced from black and white sword energy, arrived in an instant, obliterating the leader of Qin Zining Temple and his companions. Though they were all half-step martial domain cultivators before Qin Feng, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the refinement ruins realm, they were utterly powerless to resist. In an instant, the world fell silent. Including the Taoists of Zhisho Temple, all present were left in utter shock, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, broken only by the sound of the cold wind. After a long pause, a cacophony of discussions erupted among the onlookers. What just transpired? The leader of Qin Zining Temple and his companions were all half-step martial domain cultivators, yet they were eradicated by a single sword strike. That sword was truly terrifying, resembling an immensely powerful Taoist sword technique. The one who attacked must be a martial domain expert. When did Zhisho Temple acquire such a formidable presence? Voices of disbelief surged forth, mingling various emotions as they gazed towards the western sky above Zhisho Temple, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. At that moment, not only the onlookers were shocked, but the many Taoists of Zhisho Temple were equally astounded. Who just made that move? They wondered, their astonishment eclipsing even that of the surrounding spectators. They had never heard of Zhisho Temple possessing such a fearsome powerhouse. I'm not quite certain, Qin Zining replied, a bitter smile on his face. It was undoubtedly Qin Feng residing in that place. Yet that sword was clearly a Taoist sword technique. Yet, Qin Feng is not a Taoist. How could he possibly practice the swordsmanship of the Taoist sect? Moreover, he had never even encountered such swordplay before. It was utterly unheard of. Hearing that even Qin Zining did not know who had struck, the other Taoists were even more bewildered. Dismissing such thoughts for the moment, Qin Zining shifted the topic, stating, "Let us detain these individuals from the Golden Immortal Temple for now and decide how to handle them later." This expedition had not only brought the 4 half-step martial domain masters from the Golden Immortal Temple, but also over 100 ordinary Taoists, who operated the ancient ship and attended to them. Now, they stood frozen in shock on the ancient vessel, still unable to comprehend the astonishing events that had transpired. Chapter 170. Shock in the Nine-Xian Domain. All right. The Taoists nodded in unison and soared towards the ancient warship. Despite the formidable formations upon it, which were extraordinarily powerful, the Taoists of the Golden Immortal Temple showed no inclination to resist or flee, resigning themselves to their fate. The impact of the earlier sword strike had left them utterly stunned, quelling any thoughts of rebellion. Simultaneously, Qin Zing's figure darted towards the place where Qin Feng resided, driven by a desire to uncover the truth. The few Taoists aware of Qin Feng's existence followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at their destination, their eyes widening in astonishment at the scene before them. Booming thunder echoed as the black and white sword energies gradually descended from the sky, being absorbed into Qin Feng's body. He was enveloped by this duality of sword energy, resembling a figure emerging from an ink-wash painting, exuding an aura of a transcendent Taoist master. It was indeed young Master Qin. Qin Zining murmured in disbelief, although he had previously speculated. Witnessing it firsthand was still overwhelmingly shocking. After all, Qin Feng was not a Taoist. How could he have mastered the swordsmanship of the Taoist sect? This supreme goodness swordplay is truly remarkable. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself. This was his first time employing it, and he was exceedingly satisfied. The black and white sword energies, embodying yin and yang, harmonized perfectly, aligning with the laws of heaven and earth, showcasing immense power. Noticing Qin Zining and the others, Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Have you come for something in particular? Upon hearing this, Qin Zining and the others finally snapped out of their astonishment. Was that sword strike earlier truly executed by young Master Qin? Qin Zining sought confirmation, his astonishment evident. Indeed, Qin Feng replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth. After all, apart from him, there was no one else in the Zhisho Temple who possessed such strength. It seems young Master Qin is not a disciple of the Taoist sect. How could he wield their swordplay? Qin Zining articulated the greatest doubt in his heart. The other Taoists regarded Qin Feng with similar expressions of confusion, clearly sharing the same question. During my time in the Zhisho Temple, I gained some insights and comprehended this supreme goodness swordplay, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. While he appreciated Qin Zining and the others, he was not inclined to divulge everything. Thus, he offered a vague explanation. Hiss. The Taoists exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. To have comprehended such a powerful Taoist swordplay merely through meditation in this place was astonishing. In the 20,000 years of the Jisho Temple's history, no one had ever exhibited such extraordinary talent, truly a prodigy. Despite their shock, Qin Shan did not doubt him, for they could not fathom any other explanation for how Qin Feng had acquired such formidable Taoist swordplay. At that moment, every gaze directed towards Qin Feng brimmed with reverence and admiration, as if they were beholding the founding master of the temple. We must extend our gratitude to young Master Qin. If it were not for you, the Jisho Temple would undoubtedly have faced utter catastrophe. Qin Shan expressed respectfully after regaining his composure. His heart swelled with gratitude. This marked the second time Qin Feng had aided the Jisho Temple through a significant crisis. The other Taoists echoed their thanks as well. There is no need for such formalities. My time in the Jisho Temple has been immensely fruitful. It is only right. Qin Feng stated earnestly. The rewards from his daily sign-ins had been quite substantial. Misinterpreting his words as a reference to the supreme goodness swordplay, Qin Shan and the others did not delve deeper and continued to express their gratitude. They promised that henceforth, Qin Feng could freely access any cultivation resources or Taoist scriptures available in the Jisho Temple. Qin Feng accepted graciously, understanding that even the Taoist scriptures housed within the Jisho Temple paled in comparison to his system's storage. However, he appreciated Qin Shan's goodwill and did not refuse. After expressing their thanks once more, Qin Shan and the others departed. In the ensuing days, the news of the Golden Immortal Temple's master being slain by a single sword strike reverberated throughout the Nine-Xian domain, inciting considerable uproar. After all, the master and his companions were half-step martial domain experts, prominent figures in the realm. The suddenness of their demise left many astonished. The reaction from the Golden Immortal Temple was equally astonishing. Upon hearing of their leader's death, the Taoists immediately feared retaliation from the Jisho Temple and hastily attempted to flee. Before their escape, they engaged in a frenzied scramble to seize treasures from the temple, quickly becoming a laughingstock. Upon receiving this news, Qin Shan's expression soured. He felt the reputation of the Taoist sect had been tarnished. He promptly declared to the Nine-Xian domain that the Golden Immortal Temple had never been a part of the Taoist lineage. As Qin Shan spoke, discussions swiftly shifted towards the Jisho Temple. Rumors circulated that the master of the Golden Immortal Temple had been slain by the manifestation of the founding master, who had unleashed a transcendent sword strike, leaving behind a trail of black and white sword energy spanning several dozen miles. Impossible. If the founding master had indeed manifested, would he need to wield a sword? I believe a martial domain expert has emerged from the Jisho Temple. However, given the Jisho Temple's low profile and lack of grand offerings, many doubted that it could produce a martial domain expert, especially considering its weaker standing compared to the Golden Immortal Temple. Speculation ran rampant throughout the Nine-Xian domain, with various versions of the story circulating. The foremost concern fell upon the major sects and families, for the sudden emergence of a martial domain expert represented significant news to them. After all, the strongest members of their respective powers were merely at the martial domain level, with none possessing a higher cultivation. Consequently, representatives from various top sects and families flocked to the mountains housing the Jisho Temple, eager to uncover the identity of this martial domain expert. Unfortunately, the Jisho Temple was unlike any other sect or family. Apart from disciples who had attained a certain level of understanding of Taoist principles, no one could join. And there were no servants or attendants. They found themselves unable to send spies, and with the Jisho Temple now closed off, their options dwindled further. The notion of stealthily infiltrating was equally unthinkable, as no one dared to offend a martial domain expert. The mountains surrounding the Jisho Temple fell into an eerie atmosphere, with numerous eyes fixated on it, yearning for even the slightest hint of information. Pressured by their respective sects and families, they felt like ants on a hot stove, desperate and anxious. Meanwhile, the Taoists within the Jisho Temple continued their meditative practices as if nothing had occurred, existing in a realm entirely separate from the unfolding events. Chapter 171. Familiar faces. Half a year rushed by. Many forces had ventured to the mountains, yet they were unable to ascertain the identity of the martial domain expert. Nor did they encounter a single Taoist from the Jisho Temple. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to depart in frustration. The once vibrant mountains gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Beside the cliff of Jisho Guan, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on a stone, allowing the gentle warmth of the morning sun to cascade upon him. For the past 6 months, he had diligently continued his daily practice and sign-in. However, to his disappointment, he had not acquired any other secret techniques akin to the Bingzi secret. System, assist me in signing in at Ji Shouguan, Qin Feng slowly uttered, opening his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful. You have obtained the first part of the Tao Te Ching. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes brightened. The Tao Te Ching? In this world, it should be a method of cultivation. He promptly retrieved the Tao Te Ching from the system's space. However, after perusing it, the joy on his face faded, replaced by profound disappointment. The first part of the Tao Te Ching was, in fact, the complete text he had encountered in his previous life on Blue Star, and not a cultivation method. Yet, amidst his disappointment, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he murmured, but the system mentioned this is merely the first part, which implies there is a second part to the Tao Te Ching. This suggests that the latter might be a method of cultivation? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng felt his guess was likely correct. His previously disheartened mood lifted considerably. Today was not a complete loss. After storing the first part of the Tao Te Ching, Qin Feng stretched and gazed into the distance. After more than 3 years, it was time to depart from this place. Initially, he had not intended to linger at Ji Shouguan for such an extended period. His plan was to subdue the demons and leave. However, the rewards from the sign-in, particularly the formidable Bingzi secret, had captivated him, prompting him to stay longer in search of other similar techniques. Now, it seemed unlikely that he would find them. As for the second part of the Tao Te Ching, Qin Feng held no expectations of acquiring it here. If it were indeed a cultivation method, its value would undoubtedly surpass that of the Bingzi secret. Moreover, any subsequent sign-in rewards at any location could not exceed those of the initial sign-in. Young Master Qin. Just as Qin Feng prepared to leave, Chen Qingshan's figure suddenly appeared. Worry and urgency etched across his face. Is there something troubling you, Taoist? Qin Feng inquired, perplexed by his demeanor. There is a matter I hope young Master Qin might assist with, Chen Qingshan replied slowly. What is it? Speak freely, Qin Feng responded nonchalantly, intrigued since Chen Qingshan had never previously sought his help. A few days ago, while I was out gathering spiritual herbs, I encountered a girl who was battling an evil presence within her body and ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, Chen Qingshan explained gravely. Seeing her plight, I brought her back to Ji Shouguan, hoping to aid her in breaking free from the control of the evil spirit. However, I later discovered that the girl had been possessed by the evil spirit and was in the process of being taken over, rather than being merely misled by a demonic cultivator. I have exhausted all my methods to help her, which is why I sought your assistance, young Master Qin. A girl who has been invaded by an evil spirit and is being taken over? Qin Feng furrowed his brow in inquiry. Indeed, Chen Qingshan lamented. She is still holding on, but if the evil spirit succeeds in taking over, she will lose her identity and become indistinguishable from the evil spirit. At that point, the only option left would be to eliminate the girl. Bring her to me for a look, Qin Feng replied slowly, though I cannot guarantee her rescue. Since Chen Qingshan had asked for his help, he felt compelled to at least assess the situation. Thank you, young Master Qin. Chen Qingshan expressed his gratitude and promptly departed. Meanwhile, Qin Feng snapped his fingers, utilizing several array patterns to reinforce the concealment array in the area. Once he expelled the evil spirit's malevolent thoughts from the girl's body, he would be able to eradicate it entirely. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Qingshan arrived, cradling a girl in his arms and landing gracefully on the ground. Ethereal symbols, inscribed with spiritual energy, flickered on her arms and forehead, intended to bolster her spiritual awareness against the usurping evil spirit, though the effect was not markedly significant. From the moment I first encountered her, she has remained in this state of unconsciousness, never having awakened, Chen Qingshan stated softly. He was genuinely curious why this girl had managed to resist the evil spirit's takeover for so long. Ordinarily, the targets chosen by evil spirits were meticulously selected, and once they made their move, they could easily succeed in taking over. Wait, why does she seem familiar? Qin Feng mused as he scrutinized the girl. When he noticed her long, fair legs, a sudden realization struck him. This girl was none other than the holy maiden of the demon sect, Huolinger. The original owner of this body had been stripped of her position as prince for saving her. What a twist of fate, Qin Feng murmured, unable to suppress his thoughts upon seeing Huolinger. After the fall of the demon sect, he had not heard any news about Huolinger and had assumed she had changed her identity and gone into hiding. He never anticipated encountering her here once more. Beyond the notion of fate, Qin Feng found it difficult to articulate his feelings. What did young Master Qin say? Chen Qingshan, fixated on Huolinger, inquired, sensing Qin Feng's murmurs. Oh, nothing. Qin Feng shook his head. Place her on my bed. I shall conduct a thorough examination shortly to ascertain her condition and see if I can assist her. He had heard whispers about Huoling. Aware that after Baiyu returned to lead the demon sect, she had refused to become a demonic cultivator who preyed upon humanity, holding firm to her own martial ideals. Following Baiyu's demise, she had even disbanded the now corrupted demon sect. Qin Feng held a measure of admiration for her. Understood. Chen Qingshan nodded and proceeded to Huolinger's room, laying her on Qin Feng's bed. With a wave of his hand, mysterious runes began to materialize in Qin Feng's eyes. He activated his divine gaze to assess Huolinger's physical state. Chapter 172. The despairing Huolingo utilizing his divine gaze. Qin Feng discerned with clarity that an evil spirit resided within Huolinger, struggling for control of her body. It appeared that the evil spirit had targeted her while she was either cultivating or resting. Wait a moment. However, just as Qin Feng was about to retract his divine gaze, he noticed something unusual, causing his expression to shift. He had seen something extraordinary. What is it? Can even young Master Qin not save this girl? Chen Qingshan observed, shaking his head in resignation. We have done all we can. If she cannot be saved, then it is beyond our control. We can only blame the malevolent spirit that invaded her body. After years of cultivation, his greatest insight was to do one's utmost and accept fate. You are mistaken. It is not merely the evil spirit that invaded her body. Qin Feng remarked with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. What? What do you mean, young Master Qin? Chen Qingshan asked, utterly perplexed. Are you suggesting that this girl willingly allowed the evil spirit to enter her body? He found it hard to believe, as she was clearly fighting against the evil spirit that had entered her, striving to reclaim control of her body. If she had indeed invited the evil spirit in, why would she still be struggling so desperately? You have misunderstood. It was neither the malevolent spirit that invaded the girl's body, nor did she willingly allow it to enter. Qin Feng spoke slowly, and Chen Qingshan listened, somewhat perplexed. He couldn't grasp the meaning behind Qin Feng's words and asked, then why is this malevolent spirit within the girl? The reason for this, Qin Feng articulated clearly, was that the girl sought to devour the malevolent spirit. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshan was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that the girl was attempting to consume the evil entity. Throughout history, he had only heard of malevolent spirits abducting humans as their prey, with humanity left to resist. He had never heard of a human attempting to devour a malevolent spirit. Is young Master Qin jesting? Even Chen Qingshan, with his composure, was taken aback, exclaiming, such a thing is unprecedented. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on Huolinger. He had always understood that the original intent of the demonic sect was to guide humanity along an alternative path of cultivation. He had presumed this path would be fraught with challenges, yet he never anticipated that the journey Huolinger sought was 100-fold more arduous than he had imagined. He couldn't help but express his admiration for her courage. This young woman had ventured alone into the Jioshuan domain, first stealthily tracing the malevolent spirit's trail, then seizing the opportunity to consume it. Although he was not privy to the specifics of her journey, he could easily surmise the myriad hardships she must have endured. Given this, is there any way we can assist her? Chen Qingshan interjected, his respect for Huolinger growing. Ever since the malevolent spirits had emerged, humanity had been relegated to a passive defense, perpetually devoured by these forces of evil. Now, however, someone was daring to consume malevolent spirits to enhance their cultivation, an unprecedented act. Helping her is not insurmountable, Qin Feng replied after a brief pause. Taoist priest, please step outside for a moment. I can manage alone. Very well, Chen Qingshan nodded, placing his trust in Qin Feng. Once Chen Qingshan had exited the room, a torrent of black and white sword energy erupted from within Qin Feng, saturating the entire chamber. Anyone daring to enter would meet certain death. This was a precaution. Should the malevolent spirit be forced out from Huolinger's body, these sword energies would annihilate it instantly. Inside Huolinger's consciousness, darkness enveloped her, resembling a universe devoid of stars. Only at the very center of this space did two lights stand in opposition. One, a fiery red, represented Huolinger's consciousness, while the other radiated an eerie, dark glow, the malevolent spirit. A deafening rumble echoed as the dark light pulsated, releasing terrifying waves of consciousness that filled the space, overwhelming in its intensity. The malevolent spirit held the upper hand, and Huolinger was clearly at a disadvantage. Ha. Foolish woman, you believe you can consume my power? You are merely deluding yourself. The malevolent spirit's mocking laughter reverberated through the void. Just right. I am in need of a body. Yours shall suffice. Although Huolinger was a girl, the malevolent spirit cared not for such distinctions. With her extraordinary beauty and alluring figure, it could easily entice and consume powerful humans, exploiting their vulnerabilities. As for the danger posed by Qin Qingshan outside, the spirit was well aware of it. Its father, a formidable being among the demonic clan, had bestowed upon it powerful means of survival. As long as it could seize control of Huolinger's body, it could escape Jishou Temple at once. Despair and resentment churned within Huolinger. She had initially planned to target a weaker malevolent spirit for consumption, but she never anticipated that the one she encountered would possess such a unique identity and survival tactics. Instead of being devoured, the spirit had seized the opportunity to invade her body, aiming to usurp her form. After enduring prolonged exhaustion, her consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, and it was merely a matter of time before the malevolent spirit crushed her. Haha, I advise you to cease your struggles. It will only prolong your suffering. You are doomed today, the malevolent spirit cackled, its chilling laughter sending shivers down the spine, akin to a vengeful ghost roaming the earth. Simultaneously, its dark power surged even stronger. Am I truly to perish here? At this moment, Huolinger's awareness began to fade, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet, just then, a thunderous sound erupted within the dark space, as if two blazing suns had suddenly appeared in the sky, casting radiant light over the realm. The spectacle was breathtaking. What is this? Huolinger gazed in bewilderment at the sun-like brilliance above. Was this not her consciousness space? How could such an extraordinary phenomenon manifest? For a moment, she even questioned her own sanity. At that moment, the anguished cries of the malevolent spirit interrupted her thoughts. Following, a profound voice resonated throughout the space. I shall borrow your consciousness for a moment, Qin Feng stated, his tone as resonant as a mighty bell. No. The malevolent spirit screamed in terror, its essence being stripped away, causing it unbearable anguish. It desperately sought escape, yet it was utterly ensnared by Qin Feng. Moreover, this was merely Huolinger's consciousness. Even if it wished to flee, escape was impossible. Your father seems rather formidable, Qin Feng mused, having gleaned from the spirit's essence that its father was a powerful entity among the malevolent beings. You would do well to release me, or my father will ensure your demise. The spirit bellowed, its words laced with venom. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed by the threat, even intrigued to learn more about its father. After a considerable time, Qin Feng finally spoke, "Thank you." With that, the radiant light above the consciousness space gradually faded. The malevolent spirit, having had its essence examined, now emitted a dim and feeble dark glow, reduced to less than half of Huolinger's strength. "Father, save me. Father, help." The spirit cried in terror, but alas, it had yet to gain control of the body, rendering it incapable of communicating with its father. Furthermore, its consciousness was hazy. Even if it regained control, it would struggle to recall how to relay a message to its father for assistance. After concluding his task, Qin Feng slowly exited the room. "Young Master Qin, you are back so soon?" Qin Qingshan approached, inquiring with concern, "How is the girl now?" Seeing Qin Feng emerge so swiftly from the chamber, he feared that perhaps Qin Feng had been unable to save her. "There is no danger now," Qin Feng replied calmly. "She is likely to awaken shortly." The reason he did not eliminate the malevolent spirit just now was not due to the lack of lethality of the divine eye. In fact, its destructive power was quite formidable. Rather, it was because, with Huolinger's prowess, she was more than capable of devouring the weakened evil being. Now, not only was the danger to Huolinger dispelled, but after consuming that malevolent spirit, her cultivation would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Has young Master Qin swiftly eradicated the evil spirit within that girl? Qin Qingshan expressed his astonishment. How fast? Qin Feng is astonishingly quick. This was the singular thought that occupied Qin Qingshan's mind. While everyone in the Jishou Temple was at a loss, Qin Feng managed to resolve the issue within merely half an hour. Such remarkable skill left him in awe. Indeed, Qin Feng confirmed with a nod. He refrained from revealing to Qin Qingshan that the reason he required that much time was to delve into the memories of the malevolent spirit. Otherwise, he could have obliterated it in just 3 breaths. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I must take my leave now." "Young Master Qin is leaving already?" Qin Qingshan, upon hearing this, could not help but urge, "Won't you stay at the Jishou Temple a while longer? At least wait for the girl to awaken." "No." Qin Feng shook his head. "I have other matters to attend to." From the memories of the malevolent spirit within Huolinger, he learned that the spirit's father was a formidable entity. He intended to hunt it down and replenish the creatures within the 9-tiered demon tower. Very well. Qin Qingshan acquiesced with a nod. Subsequently, Qin Feng did not linger, soaring into the air and racing toward the distance. As Qin Qingshan observed Qin Feng's retreating figure, his emotions were profoundly complex. He had never encountered anyone as mysterious and powerful as Qin Feng, reminiscent of the first-generation temple master described in ancient texts. A thought suddenly crossed Qin Shingshan's mind. Could young Master Qin and the original temple master hail from the same origin? However, he quickly shook his head, deeming it impossible. He then began meditating in the spot where Qin Feng had previously sat, waiting for Huolinger to awaken. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Qin Shingshan was meditating when the door to the room creaked open. He turned to see Huolinger, her complexion pale, struggling to step out, gazing at her surroundings in confusion. Where is this place? Her voice was faint, clearly indicating that, although she had successfully consumed the malevolent spirit, she had paid a considerable price in the confrontation. The young lady has awakened, Qin Shingshan said with a gentle smile. This is Jisho Temple. I encountered you unconscious in the mountains while gathering herbs and brought you back. Upon hearing Jisho Temple, Huolinger's brows furrowed slightly. She had never heard of such a place in the Ninexian domain. However, she did not ponder it too deeply, acknowledging the multitude of unknown forces in the Ninexian domain. Instead, she inquired, Senior, while I was unconscious, did anything strange happen to my body? She wished to keep her consumption of the malevolent spirit a secret. Nothing unusual occurred, save for the fact that you must have accidentally allowed malevolent energy to invade your body, Qin Shingshan replied slowly. He, having lived for many years, easily discerned Huolinger's thoughts and had prepared a plausible explanation for her. Huolinger sighed in relief upon hearing this. A faint smile appeared on her pale face as she expressed, Thank you for saving me, Senior. I have some divine stones here as a token of my gratitude. She began to retrieve some divine stones from her spatial ring. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, but it was merely a trifling effort, Qin Shingshan quickly interjected, preventing her from offering the stones. You should focus on recuperating. Let's discuss this once you have regained your strength. Then I shall thank you, Senior, Huolinger nodded, expressing her gratitude once more. For her, the immediate priority was to recover. She could defer her thanks to Qin Shingshan for later. By the way, may I inquire, Senior, was there anyone who helped purge the malevolent energy from my body while I was unconscious? Huolinger suddenly recalled something and turned to ask Qin Shingshan as she prepared to head back to her room. Although her memory was hazy, she was certain that someone had assisted her, for she could not have possibly contended with the malevolent spirit alone. The two radiant orbs of light must have been a special spiritual artifact, which, while cleansing her of the malevolent energy, also harmed the spirit's consciousness. I sought out a young master who was meditating within the temple to assist me. Qin Shingshan nodded slowly. A young master meditating within the temple? Huolinger inquired eagerly. Do you know where he is? The voice of that person felt familiar to her, but with her memories muddled, she could not recall where she had heard it. He has already departed, Qin Shingshan replied candidly. Does Senior know his name? Huolinger pressed further. Alas, I do not, Qin Shingshan admitted with a wry smile. He only knew Qin Feng's surname, but not his full name. I see. Huolinger nodded slowly, refraining from further inquiry. She felt that perhaps she had mistaken the voice's owner due to her muddled memories, concluding that he could not be someone she knew well, as she had no acquaintances in the Ninexian domain, and it was even less likely in the distant Kanglan domain. After leaving Jisho Temple, Qin Feng traveled westward, intending to slay the father of the malevolent spirit within Huolinger and replenish the creatures in the nine-tiered demon tower. However, as he passed through the Fox Clan settlement, he suddenly noticed unusual activity emanating from the abyssal teleportation scrolls in the system space. Buzz. Dozens of abyssal teleportation scrolls emanated a dark glow. What is happening? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Could these abyssal teleportation scrolls be related to the Fox Clan settlement? Filled with curiosity, he entered the Fox Clan settlement. Despite having been away for over 3 years, he faced no obstacles upon his return. As he ventured deeper into the Fox Clan settlement, the dark glow from the abyssal teleportation scrolls intensified. Qin Feng was taken aback. He never anticipated that the abyss would be located within the Fox Clan settlement. However, this time, he did not recklessly shatter the teleportation scrolls. Instead, he roamed the Fox Clan settlement, searching for the area where the scrolls reacted most strongly. Eventually, he arrived at the ancient architectural complex, which had been constructed during the Fox Clan's most prosperous era, the Royal Palace. Could the abyss be located within the Royal Palace? Qin Feng murmured, with curiosity piqued. He entered the Royal Palace, encountering no resistance along the way, as his previous accommodations arranged by Yin Lan were located within the palace's private courtyard. As he traversed the palace, he noticed that the reaction of the abyssal scrolls began to stabilize, consistently radiating the same dark glow without diminishing or intensifying. Before he realized it, Qin Feng returned to the small courtyard where he had resided upon first arriving at the Fox Clan settlement. Although he had not been there for over 3 years, it remained impeccably tidy, as it was regularly cleaned. in every corner of the palace. The abyss scroll elicited the same response. Could it be that the abyss lies suppressed beneath the palace? Qin Feng pondered. With this thought, he found a suitable spot to meditate, gradually closing his eyes and directing his formidable consciousness to probe the depths beneath the palace. However, disappointment washed over him as he discovered nothing below. Just as he was scanning the entire palace with his consciousness, a sudden frown crossed his brow as he made a remarkable discovery. Instead of continuing his search below, he expanded his awareness outward. Soon, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The entire palace was, in fact, an enormous formation. Every wall, every hall, and even every ancient tree was part of this intricate array. At that moment, Qin Feng understood that it was not the abyss contained within the palace. Rather, the palace itself functioned as a teleportation array leading to the abyss. The abyss scroll served more like a key. Only by possessing this scroll could one activate the teleportation array to reach the abyss. To his astonishment, the abyss was right here. Qin Feng felt a sense of effortless triumph, as if he had stumbled upon a long-lost treasure. Yet, a lingering curiosity nagged at him. What exactly is the abyss? It was hard for him to fathom what could lie within, to the extent that even the palace of the Fox clan during its most prosperous era served as a conduit to the abyss. Just as these thoughts swirled in Qin Feng's mind, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. He slowly opened his eyes to find the little white fox. After more than 3 years, she had comprehended the ancient techniques and emerged from her seclusion. Hearing from her kin that Qin Feng had returned, she hurried over. The scent of cosmetics? Upon entering the courtyard, she immediately fixed her gaze on Qin Feng, her eyes widening as she questioned, "You scoundrel, where have you been? You reek of a woman's perfume." Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled that he had picked up the fragrance while rescuing Huolinger. It's a long story, he replied, at a loss. She had not anticipated that over half a month had passed, and yet the little white fox could still detect it. Then make it brief, she insisted, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Half a month ago, upon emerging from her seclusion, she had learned that Qin Feng had ventured out, and her heart was filled with worry. She never imagined he would be seeking out women during this time. "I saved a girl," Qin Feng replied slowly. "Is that all?" The little white fox inquired, puzzled. "Yes," he answered calmly. "You told me to keep it short. But nothing else happened?" She pressed, skepticism evident in her voice. "What else could happen?" Qin Feng countered. "After I saved you, it seems nothing happened between us either." At his words, the little white fox's cheeks flushed crimson. "Humph. That was because I hadn't taken human form at the time." Qin Feng was speechless, wondering what thoughts occupied the little white fox's mind. He then shifted the conversation, asking, "By the way, how effective was your seclusion training?" "You don't know?" She replied, a bit surprised. "What do I know?" Qin Feng feigned ignorance. Seeing that Qin Feng genuinely did not know, the little white fox proudly began to recount her training accomplishments. On the day she emerged, the skies above the Fox clan's tribe had been filled with music, birds in flight, and even the ethereal silhouette of a nine-tailed fox, all of which caused a great stir across the entire Jiuxian realm. "So, do you regret not witnessing my emergence?" She boasted. Many clan members who had witnessed the celestial spectacle had even attained breakthroughs as a result. "I do feel a bit regretful," Qin Feng admitted, nodding. He recalled his own experience of merging with the ancient chaos sword body, which had been a rather subdued affair, merely accompanied by the sound of a sword echoing across 100 miles. Subsequently, the little white fox inquired about Qin Feng's recent activities. Besides her concern, she was also curious about what he could have found entertaining in the unfamiliar Jiuxian realm during his years away. "I wandered around a bit and visited the Jishou Temple," he replied nonchalantly, not concealing anything from her. "You went to Jishou Temple?" She exclaimed in surprise. "Did you witness the battle between Jishou Temple and Jinxian Temple?" "Yes," Qin Feng nodded. "Did you meet the powerful warrior from Jishou Temple?" She asked eagerly. "I heard their sword techniques are extraordinary, striking through the heavens like an ink painting, seamlessly merging with the world." As she practiced swordsmanship herself, she was naturally intrigued. "I didn't meet that warrior." Qin Feng shook his head, unable to recall any cultivators of that realm within Jishou Temple. "However, I did see that sword. It was indeed remarkable." The little white fox appeared slightly disappointed. "I heard from passing clan members that the sword looked as if someone had left a bold stroke in the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. I imagine that Taoist warrior must be an exceptionally charming and sophisticated individual." Upon hearing her description, Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps he was indeed extraordinary, but he doubted he was particularly charming. "I suppose he is rather exceptional," Qin Feng replied lightly, realizing he did not understand how the little white fox formed her impressions. It was hard to envision a Taoist disciple being particularly charming. However, Considering the Taoist sect's reputation had been tarnished by Qin Zining Temple, he could understand her perspective. Ah, how I wish I could learn the Taoist sword techniques. The little white fox said, her eyes filled with admiration. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Qin Feng replied with a calm demeanor. Humph. Are you trying to fool me again? The little white fox retorted. The last time you claimed to be an alchemist, I believed you to some extent. But you say you merely glimpsed the Taoist warrior's sword and learned it, then wished to teach me? That seems rather far-fetched. Seeing her disbelief, Qin Feng could only shake his head in resignation, unwilling to argue further. Noticing his silence, the little white fox assumed she had caught him in a lie, her face glowing with triumph. By the way, have you heard of a place called the Abyss? After a moment, Qin Feng redirected the topic. Since the palace of the Fox clan was an enormous formation leading to the Abyss, there might be legends about it within the clan. The Abyss? The little white fox tilted her head in thought for a moment before shaking her head. I haven't heard of it. Why do you suddenly ask about this? It's nothing much. I heard a rumor about the Abyss during my time outside, and it seems related to the Fox clan, so I wanted to inquire. Qin Feng replied slowly. I've never heard of such a place, the little white fox said, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chose not to press further. He figured that when he had the time, he could peruse the ancient texts of the Fox clan. The last time he looked, his attention had been primarily on the bronze plate, and he might have overlooked any mentions of the Abyss. Until he comprehended what the Abyss truly was. Qin Feng did not intend to enter recklessly, fearing the dangers it might harbor. The little white fox, having spent time in seclusion, greatly missed the days of safely cultivating beside Qin Feng. Now that he had returned, she had no intention of leaving, settling down beside him to meditate and practice. As she trained, the little white fox's pristine tail swayed gently behind her, and intriguingly, 8 other tails flickered into view, creating a remarkably enchanting sight, something she had never exhibited before. Was this a result of her training in the ancient techniques of the Fox clan? Qin Feng mused quietly. Although he had never witnessed the ancient techniques, he could discern from the little white fox's state of training that they were indeed extraordinary, likely of Imperial caliber. Qin Feng signs in to receive the secret techniques of the Fox clan, which are meant for combat. The ancient methods practiced by the little white fox are for enhancing her cultivation, and the two are distinctly different. However, the little white fox was unable to continue her training with Qin Feng as planned. Within just a few days, the entire Fox clan became abuzz with activity. News of the little white fox's unique constitution and her practice of the ancient methods quickly spread throughout the Nine-Xian domain. Numerous prominent sects and families came forth to propose marriages. Ancient ships traversed the skies. The Fox clan had to host banquets to entertain these visitors. And as the princess of the Fox clan, the little white fox naturally had to attend. The relentless attention became quite overwhelming for her. However, one comforting thought was that the Fox clan had no intention of marrying her off to these sects and families. After all, she represented the hope for the future revival of the Fox clan, carrying a weightier mission on her shoulders. All marriage proposals were categorically rejected by the Fox clan. Besides the marriage proposals, many smaller sects and families sought to establish business relations with the Fox clan. The little white fox, in all likelihood, would grow to surpass all the strongholds in the Nine-Xian domain, prompting them to place their bets early. As for Qin Feng, he remained oblivious to the fervent atmosphere of the Fox clan. During this period, he had been engrossed in the Fox clan's library. Perusing ancient texts in search of references to the Abyss, he discovered that while the ancient texts of the Fox clan tribe did not contain any records about the Abyss, they did mention the trial grounds. However, the information regarding this trial grounds was scant, and its very existence was a matter of considerable debate. According to legends, the nine-tailed ancestor of the Fox clan had imprisoned numerous evil spirits within the trial grounds. Only the most exceptional disciples of the clan were permitted to enter for cultivation. Yet, no ancient texts recorded the location of this trial grounds or how to access it. Long before the Fox clan tribe fragmented over 100,000 years ago, many disciples had speculated that the trial grounds might be nothing more than a fabricated tale. It seemed that the Abyss should indeed be the trial grounds. Qin Feng murmured to himself. The reason no one from the Fox clan tribe had been able to access the trial grounds was likely due to their inability to create the Abyss scroll. With this thought, Qin Feng's spirits lifted. If the Abyss truly was the trial grounds of the Fox clan, it would be an immense treasure for him. After all, it was meant for the training of the Fox clan's descendants and should pose minimal danger. The multitude of evil spirits within could serve as nourishment for the demons in his 9-story demon tower. Chapter 176. The Voodoo Sect. As he contemplated this, Qin Feng retrieved the Abyss scroll from his system space. Will shattering this teleportation scroll cause a significant disturbance? He pondered anxiously. After all, This was the territory of the Fox clan, and attracting too much attention could lead to trouble. After a moment's reflection, Qin Feng returned to his small courtyard. There, he had set up a concealment array which could effectively hide any significant commotion. Before long, he arrived back at the courtyard where he had resided upon first arriving at the Fox clan tribe. Swish, swish, swish. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin Feng first utilized his sword energy to inscribe additional array patterns to enhance the concealment array. Only then did he take out the Abyss teleportation scroll. As he held the Abyss scroll, which emanated a dark glow, he was just about to crush it when he noticed that the scroll conveyed a message to him. A full moon night. Is it only on a full moon night that this Abyss scroll can be utilized? Qin Feng mused, his mind filled with questions. He decided to crush one to test it out, as he still had plenty more of these Abyss scrolls. Crack. Qin Feng crushed the Abyss scroll. Much like before the seal of the demon well, there was no disturbance. Everything remained as usual, as if nothing had occurred. It seems I must indeed wait for the full moon night. Qin Feng was not disappointed, as the coming days provided him ample opportunity to prepare. Although he believed the trial grounds would not pose significant danger, being well prepared could only be advantageous. Meanwhile, in a distant valley far from the Fox clan, the atmosphere was dark and damp, with sunlight almost impossible to penetrate. Vast bamboo groves flourished here, filled with poisonous creatures, and snakes occasionally dropped from the bamboo, sending chills down one's spine. In the central area of the valley stood an ancient temple adorned with peculiar engravings of toxic creatures. Nearby, a stone tablet inscribed with the words Voodoo Sect in a dramatic script stood tall. Within the temple, several figures were present. The leading woman was tall and alluring, barefoot with silver rings adorning her arms and ankles, exuding an exotic charm. However, a cobra languidly draped over her shoulder somewhat marred the allure. How goes the plan? The woman asked nonchalantly. She was none other than Yi Yao, the current leader of the Voodoo Sect. It has been successfully accomplished. The third elder of the Voodoo Sect, who had just arrived, replied hoarsely. Now, individuals from various sects and families are flocking to the Fox clan. No matter how meticulously they examine, there will inevitably be oversights. Though older than Yi Yao, he spoke with deep respect, not merely due to her leadership, but also because her cultivation had reached the threshold of the martial domain, while the cobra on her shoulder had attained a terrifying 6th-tier pinnacle. Excellent. A satisfied smile graced Yi Yao's face. Yet, my leader, the Fox clan's power is bound to surge. If they discover that we have poisoned their princess with the 10,000 spirits curse, the consequences could be dire. The third elder of the Voodoo Sect could not help but voice his concerns. Furthermore, the 10,000 spirits curse is currently the most precious poison within the Voodoo Sect. With the sect's current power, they would be unable to cultivate it again after use. Other elders shared the same puzzled expression, struggling to comprehend Yi Yao's decision. They bore no grudges against the Fox clan. By poisoning their princess with the 10,000 spirits curse, I aim to make them aware. Yi Yao retorted coldly. Ever since our ancestral leader vanished, the strength of the Voodoo Sect has plummeted. That Fox clan princess is the hope for our resurgence. As she spoke, madness gleamed in her eyes. Many elders of the Voodoo Sect were left bewildered, their expressions filled with further confusion. Please elucidate, my leader, the third elder implored. He truly could not fathom why Yi Yao would take such actions. Do you not understand? Yi Yao replied indifferently. What do you think the first thing the Fox clan will do upon discovering that we have poisoned their princess? Naturally, they will seek revenge against our Voodoo Sect. The third elder instinctively responded. The Fox clan possesses a martial domain expert and 3 half-step martial domain cultivators. Annihilating our Voodoo Sect would be as effortless as turning over a hand. Although our Voodoo Sect's location is hidden, it cannot prevent the Fox clan from searching us out. How foolish. Yi Yao shook her head and continued. The princess of the Fox clan shares the same extraordinary constitution as their former 9-tailed ancestor, and she is trained in the ancient methods of the Fox clan. Her future is limitless, representing the destiny of the entire Fox clan. When the Fox clan learns of her poisoning, their immediate priority will be to find a way to dispel the curse and safeguard their hope for resurgence, rather than seeking revenge against us. Upon hearing this, the elders present were enlightened. They had indeed not considered this aspect. In the entire 9-Xian domain, apart from us, no one else can dispel the 10,000 spirits curse. In the eyes of the third elder, a flicker of excitement appeared as he remarked, when the time comes, we shall dictate the terms. What if the strength of the Voodoo Sect pales in comparison to that of the Fox clan? Would the Fox clan dare gamble their future for the lives of all within the Voodoo Sect? Moreover, the Voodoo Sect excels in concealment. If they scatter and find refuge in a remote forest, they could remain hidden for a century. Thus, while the Voodoo Sect might not profit, the Fox clan would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Yet, Yao shook her head once more. Do not forget, the 10,000 spirits goo is not merely capable of causing death. When wielded wisely, it can immensely enhance the cultivation speed of practitioners. Pausing, her gaze shifted toward the Fox clan. In due time, let this 10,000 spirits goo coexist with the Fox princess, and our voodoo sect shall rise in power. Furthermore, given a few decades, she could harness the 10,000 spirits goo to directly control the mind of the little white fox. At that point, the entire Fox clan would be mere pawns in her hands. Ah, what a brilliant scheme. The elders of the voodoo sect exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting admiration. In the current realm of Jiuxian, various factions yearned to forge alliances with the Fox clan, hoping to gain their protection once the clan flourished. They were willing to sacrifice substantial interests for this cause. Yet Yi Yao's cunning strategy effectively bound the voodoo sect to the Fox clan, ensuring the rise of the voodoo sect. In Chapter 177, the goo poison, for 3 days, Qin Feng awaited the night of the full moon, preparing himself. However, one evening, as the little white fox languidly attended a banquet, she suddenly fainted. Bai Yixing initially assumed she was merely fatigued. Yet upon closer inspection, something seemed amiss, prompting him to rush her back and summon the fifth elder, a renowned alchemist, to examine her condition. Boom. Shortly after, the protective array of the Fox clan was activated, sealing the entire tribe from the outside world. Even formidable warriors from the martial domain could scarcely breach the barrier. Guests already present were prohibited from leaving, and new arrivals were denied entry, resulting in a complete lockdown. Despite their dissatisfaction, the guests remained silent, understanding that the fainting of the little white fox, the future of the Fox clan, was of utmost significance. Within a brightly lit palace, the little white fox lay pallid on her bed, deeply unconscious. The fifth elder, an ancient matriarch over 1,000 years old, had achieved an intermediate 6th-tier alchemist rank, making her one of the most esteemed figures in the realm of Jiuxian. Though she had withdrawn from overseeing the alchemy hall, she had personally emerged to assess the little white fox's condition. All the elders of the Fox clan, including the patriarch, gathered, their faces etched with seriousness, awaiting the results of the examination. After a prolonged silence, the fifth elder, who was examining the little white fox, suddenly shook her head and sighed, her aged face reflecting a complex expression. What has happened to my daughter? The mother of the little white fox, Yu Ying, stepped forward, her face filled with concern. Is she ill, or has she encountered a mishap in her cultivation? Other elders, along with Bai Yixing, turned their gazes towards her. The princess is neither ill nor has she erred in her cultivation. The fifth elder paused before continuing. She has been afflicted with goo poison. What? Yu Ying exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, and it is at least a 6th-tier goo poison. The fifth elder's expression turned grave. Given its implications for the future of the Fox clan, she had conducted 3 examinations before arriving at this conclusion. Instantly, the atmosphere in the palace plummeted to a chilling silence, with all faces turning ashen. The mention of 6th-tier goo poison caused even the patriarch to change countenance, shock evident in his murky gaze. Had the little white fox merely fallen ill or stumbled in her cultivation, he might have devised a remedy, collaborating with the fifth elder's elixirs to rescue her. However, the revelation of goo poison left him at a loss. Isn't goo poison supposed to have vanished from the realm of Jiuxian for millennia? How could it resurface? Bai Yixing inquired solemnly. Only the voodoo sect possesses the means to cultivate goo poison. Its rarity is compounded by the disappearance of their founder, which has led to a discontinuity in their teachings. Thus, goo poison has not appeared in the realm for thousands of years. It has not truly vanished, the fifth elder explained slowly. The voodoo sect? Bai Yixing responded. We have no enmity with them. Why would they target my daughter? He was well aware of the notorious legacy of the voodoo sect, yet they had no direct conflict. I cannot say for certain. The fifth elder shook her head helplessly. Is there no way to save my daughter? Yu Ying implored urgently, her concern palpable. Unless we can locate the one who administered the poison, there may be no other recourse, the fifth elder replied. However, it is clear that the one responsible must be the leader of the voodoo sect, for 6th-tier goo poison is exceedingly rare and precious, even among them. It is unlikely anyone else would have the authority to wield it. The leader of the voodoo sect. Bai Yixing's expression hardened, his teeth clenched in fury. I will gather a team and search for their hideout immediately, and I shall ensure the leader suffers a fate worse than death for daring to poison my daughter. Wait. At this moment, the patriarch of the Fox clan interjected, his voice grave. We cannot pursue the voodoo sect's hideout. Why not? Bai Yixing was puzzled, as were the other elders. Shouldn't they be seeking vengeance against the voodoo sect? You must personally spread the word to every city. If they are willing to provide an antidote, we shall let them set the terms, the patriarch stated solemnly. Your daughter must not face any additional risks. We cannot jeopardize the future of the Fox clan. Upon hearing this, the elders finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The intentions of the voodoo sect were irrelevant. The little white fox symbolized the future of the Fox clan. They must endure this hardship, for if they searched recklessly, it would only compel the voodoo sect to be more secretive. If they failed to locate the leader before the goo poison claimed her life, the little white fox would certainly perish. They could not afford to gamble. In Chapter 178, Qin Feng's Journey, Bai Yixing clenched his fists tightly, seething with rage. The voodoo sect has harmed my daughter. Shall we bow and plead for mercy? His fury boiled over, and he longed for retribution against the leader of the voodoo sect, believing that only their demise could assuage his anger. Before the patriarch could speak again, Ying, tears streaming down her face, grasped Bai Yixing's arm and pleaded, "Please heed Uncle's advice. The immediate priority is to save our daughter's life." Though she too yearned for vengeance against the leader of the voodoo sect, nothing mattered more than her daughter's survival. At that moment, Bai Yixing's fists tightened, cracking under the pressure of his fury. Yet, after a brief pause, he gradually relaxed his grip. He suppressed the fury within him, gently caressing Ying's hair, and spoke to the old clan leader in a calm tone. "Very well. I shall spread the word immediately and summon the practitioners of the voodoo sect to present their demands." With that, Bai Yixing soared towards the nearest city, his silhouette tinged with desolation. He understood that after a lifetime of battles, he might truly have to kneel and beg for mercy this time. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he had no other choice. Swish, swish, swish. The other elders of the Fox clan hurriedly followed suit, both to assist in disseminating the news and to ensure that Bai Yixing could maintain his composure upon encountering the voodoo sect's members. After his departure, the gaze of the Fox clan's elders turned to the Grand Elder. He spoke in a deep voice. "You must immediately investigate everyone in the tribe. We must uncover who has administered the poison. To cast a curse on the little white fox, they must have had close contact. By meticulously examining the situation, we will surely uncover the truth." Given that guests from various top sects and families are present within the Fox tribe, their investigation will likely provoke discontent. Therefore, it must be led by a figure of high standing like you. Understood, the Grand Elder nodded. You all remain vigilant here. Subsequently, the Fox clan's elder addressed Ying and the remaining elders, saying, "I must visit the Divine Herb Valley to see if they possess any elixirs capable of treating this poison." The Divine Herb Valley is also a prominent force in the Xian domain, and he had a good rapport with its elder. If they indeed had an antidote, it would surely be a precious treasure of the valley. It was only by going in person that he might obtain it. "Then I must trouble you, uncle," Ying replied eagerly. The Fox clan elder and the Grand Elder then departed, leaving Ying, the fifth elder, and the three other elders to guard the premises. The fifth elder wasted no time, poring over ancient texts to ascertain the nature of the poison afflicting the little white fox, in hopes of concocting a remedy to mitigate its effects. In the ensuing 3 days, despite the Grand Elder's desire to contain the information, he was compelled to investigate the entire clan. Consequently, news of the little white fox's poisoning spread rapidly within the Fox tribe. A pall of gloom descended over the entire clan. Earlier, when the little white fox emerged from her seclusion, an extraordinary phenomenon had graced the skies, and the entire Fox clan rejoiced, believing they would rise to prominence. Little did they know that the little white fox was now poisoned, her life hanging in the balance. Poison. Qin Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing the news. Hasn't the poison of the Xian domain vanished for thousands of years? He was somewhat taken aback, for while perusing the ancient texts of the Fox clan, he had noted records of the poison, aware that it had not manifested for millennia. However, despite his surprise, he did not dwell on it, and promptly made his way towards the palace where the little white fox lay. It was not solely due to their amicable relationship, as they were indeed good friends. He also recognized the necessity of rescuing the little white fox, given that he would frequently need to traverse the abyss through the palace in the future. Should anything happen to her, his continued stay within the Fox clan would be precarious at best. As evening approached, within the palace, Ying anxiously gazed at the little white fox on the bed. The fifth elder was preparing to concoct a remedy, while the other three elders stood guard to prevent further mishaps. At that moment, a maid hurried in and whispered a few words to Ying. "Young Master Qin has arrived?" Upon hearing this, Ying's weary face creased with concern. Although she had never met him, she distinctly remembered Qin Feng, for the little white fox had openly expressed her affection for him. It seemed inappropriate to allow an outsider to visit the princess in such a delicate situation. The fifth elder, engrossed in her preparations, remarked slowly, She knows not who Qin Feng is. He is certainly not one of the clan's elders, and thus, I see no reason to permit him entry. We must focus on concocting the antidote to suppress the poison within the little white fox without the distraction of an unnecessary visitor. Tell young Master Qin to wait until my daughter is in better condition before he visits, Ying said softly, her face drawn with fatigue. She wished to avoid complicating matters further. The young master says he is not here to visit the princess, but to rescue her, the maid replied gently. What did you say? He is here to rescue my daughter? A glimmer of hope flickered across Ying's haggard features. How could that be? He doesn't even know what poison the princess is afflicted with. How could he possibly rescue her? The fifth elder expressed her disbelief. Having painstakingly examined numerous ancient texts and the little white fox's condition to establish that she was afflicted with the 10,000 spirits curse, she doubted that they could even concoct an antidote for it. Could it be that this Qin Feng is actually affiliated with the voodoo sect? One of the other elders speculated, unable to suppress their thoughts. After all, if Qin Feng had been the one to poison the little white fox, it would have been a trivial task for him. Impossible, Ying shook her head. Young Master Qin is from the Kanglan domain. How could he possibly be connected to the voodoo sect? Moreover, if he intended to poison her, he would have done so long ago. Perhaps he truly possesses a means to save my daughter. Gazing at the little white fox tormented by the poison, she was unwilling to forfeit any chance. Although she did not believe Qin Feng could cure her daughter, she considered the possibility that he might have encountered some miraculous elixir during his adventures that could counteract the poison. Before the other elders could voice their opinions, Ying instructed the maid, please go and invite young Master Qin in. Understood. The maid nodded gently and then exited the palace to summon Qin Feng, who had been obstructed by the Fox clan's guards. The fifth elder and the others understood Ying's desperation to save her daughter and said nothing, though they held little hope in their hearts. Soon, guided by the maid, Qin Feng entered the palace. Young Master Qin, do you have a way to save my daughter? Ying immediately inquired upon seeing him. There should be no problem. Qin Feng paused before continuing. But I must first examine the nature of the poison afflicting the little white fox. As he stepped forward to utilize his divine sight to inspect the little white fox's body, Ying had initially believed that Qin Feng had acquired some miraculous elixir during his training, which inspired his confidence in rescuing the little white fox. However, she was taken aback to realize that he intended to take action personally. Momentarily, she questioned whether she had made a grave mistake in allowing him entry. The fifth elder cast a glance at Qin Feng before redirecting her attention to the alchemical furnace, skeptical that he could offer any assistance. After all, given Qin Feng's youth, he likely had not yet reached the status of a fourth-tier alchemist. 10,000 spirits curse. Qin Feng frowned upon discerning the nature of the poison within the little white fox. He had not anticipated that she was afflicted with the 10,000 spirits curse. If the intention was to kill, this particular poison was hardly the best choice. It was both precious and impractical. Upon hearing this, the others displayed little reaction. But the fifth elder's expression shifted dramatically as she incredulously exclaimed, how could you possibly know that the princess is afflicted with the 10,000 spirits curse? She had spent a considerable amount of time observing and consulting numerous ancient texts before confirming the specific nature of the poison within the little white fox. Hearing the fifth elder's exclamation, Ying and the other elders finally grasped the situation, their faces registering shock. Only they were privy to the specific nature of the poison afflicting the little white fox. Even Bai Yixing, who had departed earlier, had no knowledge of it. Must we truly take several hours to analyze the situation? Qin Feng remarked, observing the astonished expressions around him. The fifth elder found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Unsure of what to say, it had taken her 2 days to ascertain the nature of the poison within the little white fox, only to discover that in Qin Feng's eyes, spending merely a few hours to deduce it was already considered a lengthy endeavor. A mere glance would suffice. Does young Master Qin possess any miraculous elixirs capable of purging the poison from my daughter's body, or is there a specific remedy required? Ying inquired urgently. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. No extraordinary elixir is necessary. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, 10 breaths of time will suffice. He had initially believed the poison within the little white fox to be particularly lethal, but to his surprise, it was merely the wanling goo, easily removable. Boom. As he spoke, a pure white flame ignited in the palm of Qin Feng's hand. Witnessing this flame, the fifth elder, who had already been astounded, now stood frozen in disbelief. An exotic flame. She could hardly fathom that Qin Feng possessed such a rare fire. It is known that this legendary flame has appeared no more than thrice in the annals of the Jiushuan domain, and none have ever claimed it as their own. Alchemists with such exotic flames exist in a realm entirely distinct from those without them. This was indeed an exotic flame. Yu Ying and the other three elders were equally astonished. Gazing at the flames that Qin Feng commanded, their expressions transformed into one of sheer awe. When the flame first appeared, they sensed a peculiar chill emanating from it, which they found perplexing, yet they could never have imagined it was the fabled exotic flame. Until this moment, they had regarded Qin Feng as an ordinary individual, and now they comprehended that they had been woefully blind to his true nature. Qin Feng was likely an alchemical prodigy capable of surpassing all alchemists within the Jiuquan domain. Swish. While the crowd was still in shock, the bone spirit cold fire controlled by Qin Feng had already entered the little white fox's body. It flowed through her meridians, heading directly towards the location of the poison. P.S. There is no other reason for this. I simply wish to add another chapter. I wonder if everyone can kindly send a free gift with the same attitude. Chapter 180. Deduction. Upon witnessing the exotic flame controlled by Qin Feng enter the little white fox, the onlookers felt a surge of tension. Will this flame harm my daughter? Yu Ying murmured anxiously. This exotic flame is unlike any ordinary fire, and young Master Qin's mastery over it far exceeds my own. It should not harm the princess, reassured the fifth elder of the Fox clan. Although Yu Ying's worries did not entirely dissipate, she refrained from speaking further, fearful of disturbing Qin Feng. Hiss. Just then, the bone spirit cold fire guided by Qin Feng had reached the Wanling goo, incinerating it to ashes. The Wanling goo, cultivated from 1,000 unique spiritual herbs, was considered a premium medicinal material. Its destruction would instead nourish the little white fox's body. Cough, cough. The little white fox, who had remained unconscious, suddenly let out a faint cough, signaling her response. Her pallid complexion, once marred by the poison, began to regain its vibrant hue due to the alleviating effects of the treatment. How is my daughter? Yu Ying exclaimed, her heart fluttering with hope as she asked. Noticing her reaction, Qin Feng withdrew the bone spirit cold fire from the little white fox. All is well. The poison within the little white fox has been entirely purged. With a few days of recuperation, she should awaken, he explained. The fifth elder of the Fox clan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was indeed remarkable that Qin Feng had eradicated the poison that had left her at her wit's end in less than 10 breaths. Reminded of her previous disdain for Qin Feng, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Thank you, young Master Qin, for your timely intervention. Yu Ying expressed her heartfelt gratitude, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the little white fox regaining her strength, even considering kneeling before Qin Feng in reverence. Seeing this, Qin Feng hastily assisted her. It was merely a small effort. There is no need for such formality. As he spoke, he retrieved a small jade vial from his storage ring. This contains several restorative pills. You may administer one to her daily. Upon hearing this, Yu Ying accepted the vial with gratitude, repeatedly thanking him. Once this matter concludes, I shall ensure my husband hosts a grand banquet to express our gratitude to young Master Qin. There is no need for such extravagance, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. After a brief pause, he continued, I have just employed the exotic flame and need to return to recuperate, so I shall not linger here. This was merely an excuse. He could use the bone spirit cold fire at will without the need for rest. He simply wished to depart quickly to attend to other matters. Then please take your leave, young Master Qin. Do not delay your recuperation, Yu Ying urged. Although she had intended to inquire further about the little white fox's condition, she refrained from doing so, respecting Qin Feng's wishes. Nodding, Qin Feng departed the premises. His alchemical prowess is truly formidable. The fifth elder of the Fox clan couldn't help but marvel at Qin Feng's retreating figure. At such a young age, he possesses an alchemical skill far surpassing my own. He is undoubtedly the greatest alchemical prodigy in the history of the Jiuquan domain. The other three elders shared equally astonished expressions. They had never anticipated that this young man, who had quietly remained within the Fox clan, was in fact a titan of alchemy. After leaving the palace, Qin Feng returned to his modest abode. Although the opening of the abyss would take some time, he found himself intrigued by the witchcraft sect and intended to pay them a visit. However, before that, he needed to deduce their precise location. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Feng wielded his sword aura as a pen, spirit energy as ink, and the earth as his canvas, beginning to inscribe a formation directly within his courtyard. Despite not possessing the formation typically used for deduction after so long of signing in, he could easily inscribe it due to having directly accessed the memories of the deduction master. Boom. In a short while, the formations were successfully inscribed, absorbing spirit energy and commencing operation. Soon, the intricate patterns on the ground shimmered with a soft glow. Standing amidst the formation, Qin Feng swiftly formed seals with his hands, and arcane symbols radiating blue light began to materialize above the formation, gently floating in the air. The entire process was exceedingly intricate, imbued with a sense of ritual. After half an hour, the air above the formation was filled with mysterious symbols emitting a faint blue luminescence. Finally, it was complete. Even Qin Feng felt a bit fatigued. Deduction was inherently an act of stealing from the heavens, not an endeavor to be taken lightly. Nevertheless, he had no intention of resting and began the process of deduction. Buzz. Buzz. The blue symbols suspended in the air above the formation suddenly began to tremble gently, their radiance growing increasingly brilliant. Streams of peculiar energy waves radiated outward. However, due to the presence of the concealment formation, this extraordinary fluctuation remained contained within. Crack. Crack. Suddenly, all the blue symbols suspended above the formation shattered, transforming into specks of azure light that began to coalesce in midair. A vision gradually unfolded before him, revealing the valley where the witchcraft sect resided, complete with specific coordinates. In the deep of night, the moon hung high in the sky. Within Clear Wind City, the atmosphere remained lively and vibrant. Here, a branch of the Purple Gold Merchant Association conducted various transactions at every moment. The numerous taverns blazed brightly with light. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted, enveloping the entire city in an instant. An overwhelming aura of slaughter sent shivers down the spines of all present. What is happening? In the bustling atmosphere of a grand tavern, a sense of dread enveloped a pale-faced individual. This oppressive aura unmistakably belonged to Bai Yeshing. A wolf demon, composed and unfazed, remarked Bai Yeshing. His fury must be due to the voodoo practitioners confronting him. This speculation was quickly echoed by others, who murmured about the recent events between the Fox clan and the voodoo sect, which had become common knowledge. In such a vibrant city, where people flowed like a river, news spread rapidly. The audacity of the voodoo sect was astonishing. Not only had they cursed the Fox princess, but they also dared to confront Bai Yeshing. A mercenary could not help but exclaim, "How bold they are!" Nay, it is not their bravery, but their certainty that Bai Yeshing would not retaliate against them. The wolf demon retorted. Ever since the young white fox had emerged from her seclusion, the Fox clan had risen swiftly, much to the chagrin of their long-standing nemesis, the Wolf clan. Now that the Fox clan faced adversity, he reveled in their plight. He was there on the orders of his leader to gather intelligence on the Fox clan. Indeed, Bai Yeshing would not dare gamble with his daughter's life. A rotund merchant added slowly. The other patrons nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. They ceased discussing other matters and instead awaited news, eager to see how much the voodoo sect could extract from the Fox clan. Perhaps, by the end of the day, the political landscape of the southern domain would undergo a significant transformation. Chapter 181. Negotiations with the voodoo sect's Grand Elder. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a tavern commandeered by the Fox clan, the atmosphere was fraught with tension as the Grand Elder of the voodoo sect faced Bai Yeshing and others. The air crackled ominously. Bai Yeshing's eyes burned crimson, resembling a ferocious beast driven by bloodlust. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, cascading outward like a tsunami. Had he not been exerting immense effort to suppress his fury, the surrounding area would have been razed to the ground. Bai Yeshing, I advise you against resorting to violence. Otherwise, your daughter is as good as dead, the Grand Elder of the voodoo sect replied, unfazed, seated with an air of calm. Despite his cultivation at the 9th level of the void refinement realm, he exuded an aura that belied his true power, making it seem as though he overshadowed Bai Yeshing. Chief, do not act impulsively. Consider the future of the Fox clan, as well as your daughter's well-being. Several elders of the Fox clan urged, grasping Bai Yeshing in a desperate plea. Should Bai Yeshing succumb to the temptation of killing the voodoo elder, the young white fox would undoubtedly perish, and any dreams of the Fox clan's resurgence would be shattered. Bai Yeshing, his countenance darkened by the elder's entreaties and the image of the unconscious young white fox, ultimately managed to quell his rage. Speak, what does your voodoo sect desire? He asked coldly. Regardless of the conditions we propose, once the curse is lifted, you will still seek to eradicate our sect, the Grand Elder sneered. Before Bai Yeshing could respond, the second elder of the Fox clan interjected eagerly. Rest assured, we, the Fox clan, guarantee that once you lift the curse, we will hold no grudges. I shall not place faith in such an unbinding promise. The Grand Elder of the voodoo sect replied indifferently. What is it that your sect truly desires? Bai Yeshing inquired solemnly. Quite simple, the Grand Elder stated coldly for now. Keep the Wanling curse within your daughter, and the Fox clan shall ally with the voodoo sect to jointly govern the southern domain. What did you say? Bai Yeshing nearly exploded with fury, stepping forward and unleashing a tremendous pressure. How could they refuse to assist in removing the curse from his daughter? The Wanling curse was not merely lethal. If wielded correctly, It could exponentially enhance a cultivator's ability to absorb and refine spiritual energy. The Grand Elder of the Voodoo sect replied calmly, as long as the alliance between the Fox clan and the Voodoo sect persists, the Wanling curse will continuously aid your daughter in her cultivation without triggering any adverse effects. At that moment, Bai Yeshing and the other elders of the Fox clan finally grasped the Voodoo sect's intentions. They sought to embed themselves within the Fox clan, leveraging its rise to further their own ambitions, a delusional aspiration. Bai Yeshing immediately rejected their terms. He would never allow the curse to remain within his daughter indefinitely. Fixing his gaze upon the Grand Elder, he declared, "If you do not assist in removing the curse from my daughter, I shall obliterate your entire sect." As he spoke, the pressure emanating from him surged toward the Grand Elder, who turned pale, the flow of spiritual energy within him abruptly ceasing. Do you intend to kill me?" The Grand Elder sneered, unafraid. "Go ahead. If I die, the sect leader will activate the curse, ensuring your daughter's demise." Seeing that the Grand Elder had resigned himself to death, the second elder of the Fox clan quickly intervened. "Chief, you must not kill him," he implored, his voice low. "Are we to allow them to threaten my daughter's life indefinitely?" Bai Yeshing replied coldly. "If you kill him, the princess will die immediately," the second elder cautioned. "Their sect is in decline, fighting for survival. We cannot gamble with such desperate individuals. Indeed, as long as the princess lives, there will be opportunities in the future to eliminate the curse as her cultivation progresses." Other elders chimed in, nodding in agreement. They had finally glimpsed hope for the Fox clan's resurgence. They could not abandon it now. Furthermore, if the Wanling curse could indeed assist the young white fox in her cultivation, it may not necessarily be a bad turn of events for them. Listening to the elder's reasoning, Bai Yeshing felt his anger gradually transform into helplessness. He realized he could no longer alter the course of events. While he could sacrifice himself, he could not disregard his daughter's safety. "Gentlemen, have you reached a conclusion?" the Grand Elder of the Voodoo sect asked, a triumphant smirk gracing his features. Though Bai Yeshing's spiritual energy rendered him unable to hear their discussions, he could discern from Bai Yeshing's shifting gaze that the latter was on the verge of capitulation. In that moment, the Grand Elder felt an overwhelming sense of victory, envisioning the Voodoo sect's ascendance. Suddenly, a figure streaked through the sky and landed on the tavern's rooftop. It was the ninth elder of the Fox clan. "Ninth elder, what brings you here?" Bai Yeshing exclaimed, astonished and confused. The other elders shared his bewilderment. According to their plan, the ninth elder was to guard the young white fox alongside Yuang. Approaching the group, the ninth elder whispered urgently, and a wave of disbelief washed over Bai Yeshing and the others. "The curse within the young white fox has been lifted." In that moment, Bai Yeshing could hardly believe his ears, feeling as though he were in a dream. Had the curse intensified? The Grand Elder of the Voodoo sect, noticing Bai Yeshing's shock, grew even more arrogant. "I advise your Fox clan to acquiesce to my previous demands. Otherwise, when the time comes, it will be too late." Bai Yeshing, initially stunned, fixed his icy gaze upon the Grand Elder. "Now, it is you who shall face judgment." As he spoke, his murderous intent erupted unabashedly, sending ripples of fear throughout Qin Feng City, where all eyes turned towards this unfolding scene. "What do you intend to do?" Feeling the palpable killing intent emanating from Bai Yeshing, the Grand Elder of the Voodoo sect became flustered and exclaimed in horror, "Are you not concerned about the poison within your daughter?" "That is of no concern to you," Bai Yeshing replied, taking a decisive step forward, instantly appearing before the Grand Elder. With a surge of spiritual energy, he struck fiercely, showing no mercy. He had long desired to eliminate the Grand Elder, and upon learning that his daughter had been saved, he felt no hesitation. "Are you insane?" the Grand Elder gasped, his own spiritual energy surging as he attempted to resist. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too weak. Despite being infused with potent poison, he had no opportunity to counter Bai Yeshing. With a sickening sound, the Grand Elder was reduced to a mist of blood, his essence completely obliterated. Countless eyes in the city were riveted on this scene, and all were left utterly astonished. P.S. The southern region of the Jioshuan domain, commonly referred to as the South. This is to prevent accusations of padding the word count. Chapter 182. Yi Yao's breakthrough. What is happening? Bai Yeshing actually killed the Grand Elder of the Voodoo sect. Everyone was left agape, shocked into silence. They had anticipated that Bai Yeshing would yield, subjected to the Voodoo sect's ruthless extortion. Yet, no one had expected him to directly slay the Grand Elder. Was Bai Yeshing mad? Even if he disregarded the future rise of the Fox clan, he should still care for his daughter's life, should he not? A portly merchant, wearing a puzzled expression, remarked, "Moreover, why did the other elders of the Fox clan not attempt to intervene? Could it be that the poison within Bai Yeshing's daughter had already been resolved?" Some mercenaries speculated. Bai Yeshing might be reckless, But the other elders of the Fox clan should not be so foolhardy. How could this be possible? The wolf demon immediately countered. The voodoo sect's poison is notoriously lethal. Even a 7th-tier alchemist from the Divine Medicine Valley was killed by it. How could the Fox clan possibly resolve it? In an instant, a cacophony of shock and speculation erupted. Just then, Bai Yexing's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, reverberated throughout the entirety of Qin Feng City. From this moment forth, the Fox clan and the voodoo sect are sworn enemies. Anyone who brings me the head of a voodoo sect disciple may exchange it for spirit stones within the Fox clan. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd within Qin Feng City changed countenance. It was not the bounty that unnerved them, but the utter lack of fury or sorrow in Bai Yexing's words. Only cold indifference towards his enemies. This indicated that his daughter was still alive. In such circumstances, his audacity to sever ties with the voodoo sect, without any intervention from the other elders, could only imply one possibility. The little white fox's poison had been cured. How could this be? The wolf demon, who had initially been filled with anticipation, now found himself engulfed in confusion and frustration. Not only him, but others who had awaited the Fox clan's downfall wore expressions that were a complex tapestry of emotions, shocked by the unexpected outcome after such a long wait. Meanwhile, at the top of an inn, the second elder of the Fox clan had just finished interrogating 2 voodoo sect disciples who had accompanied the Grand Elder. Patriarch. Their consciousness has been sealed. The moment they contemplated revealing the voodoo sect's location, their minds shattered. The second elder sighed, a hint of surprise in his heart. He had not expected the voodoo sect to possess such a secret art to seal consciousness, something even the current Fox clan lacked. Consciousness shattered? Bai Yexing furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Stay here and find a way to discover the voodoo sect's location. I will return to the tribe. He was eager to see his daughter. Understood. The second elder and others nodded in agreement. Finding the voodoo sect's location would not be a task accomplished in a day. It would be unreasonable to keep Bai Yexing here any longer. Subsequently, Bai Yexing departed, while several elders of the Fox clan headed to other cities. And some remained in Qin Feng City to gather intelligence on the voodoo sect. As dawn broke, warm sunlight bathed the earth, dispelling the chill of the night. Yet, within the valley where the voodoo sect resided, an icy coldness persisted. Suddenly, a terrifying aura engulfed the entire valley. In an instant, all the poisonous creatures within sensed something and became exceedingly agitated. Congratulations, Sect Master, for breaking through to the martial domain. In a flurry, many elders of the voodoo sect rushed to the location where Yi Yao was in seclusion to offer their congratulations. They had originally thought that a breakthrough to the martial domain would take a considerable amount of time, yet she had achieved it merely through meditation. It seemed that heaven favored the voodoo sect. At that moment, Yi Yao appeared remarkably aged, her face lined with wrinkles, and her skin marred by dark spots, devoid of the beauty she had displayed previously. However, as she consumed a small jade vial containing a violet-blue liquid, her wrinkles and dark spots began to vanish rapidly. In no time, she regained her alluring figure, a stark contrast to her earlier appearance. Haha, this truly is divine assistance for our voodoo sect. Many elders laughed heartily. How did the discussion with the Fox clan go? Yi Yao inquired. The meeting was only last night, so we should have results today. The second elder of the voodoo sect replied with a cold smirk. Sect Master need not worry. The Fox clan has no choice but to submit to us. Yi Yao nodded, sharing a similar sentiment. However, at that moment, the 9th elder of the voodoo sect hurried in, panic etched across his face. Sect Master. Something terrible has happened. What is it? Yi Yao asked, her brow furrowing at the sight. A disciple who was scouting outside has returned with news. The Grand Elder has been killed by Bai Yexing. The 9th elder's face was grim. Due to a flaw in the secret art Yi Yao had employed to seal the Grand Elder and the other 2 elders' consciousness, they could not connect with the soul jade. They could only ascertain their fate through the reports of the scouting disciples. What did you say? Yi Yao's expression turned icy in an instant. How is that possible? Does Bai Yexing not care for his daughter's life? How could he dare to kill the Grand Elder? Is the information accurate? Multiple scouting disciples have confirmed it. The news is absolutely true, the 9th elder hastily replied. Moreover, there are rumors that the poison within the Fox clan's princess has been resolved. Impossible. Yi Yao immediately denied it. The mother worm of the Wanling goo is in my possession. Without it, one cannot extract it from the princess of the Fox clan. As she spoke, she retrieved a blue jade container from her storage ring and slowly opened it. Inside lay the very mother worm of the Wanling goo, alongside rare spiritual herbs. However, the mother worm had not fed and was aggressively attacking the jade container, seemingly eager to escape. Why has this mother worm stopped feeding? And why is it so agitated? The second elder of the voodoo sect questioned, puzzled. Damn it, The Wanling Gu within the Fox Clan princess has been killed. Yi Yao's expression darkened. Moreover, the mother worm could not have ceased feeding or exhibited such aggression otherwise. The eyes of the voodoo sect elders were filled with shock and disbelief. They understood that if the mother worm did not extract the Wanling Gu from the little white fox, they themselves had no means to kill it directly. Chapter 183. The ones who killed you, however, the elders of the voodoo sect had no time to dwell on their astonishment. Sectmaster, we must leave this place at once. The second elder of the voodoo sect spoke with a grim expression. They no longer posed any threat to the Fox clan, and having offended them so gravely, it was certain they could not remain in the Joshuan realm. Although Yi Yao had already stepped into the martial domain, she was still far inferior compared to the Fox clan's ancient patriarch, who had been in the martial domain for at least 500 years. There was no need for haste. Yi Yao retorted, even if this plan truly fails, how could the Fox clan find us so quickly? She had set up prohibitions within the consciousness of the Grand Elder and the two other disciples, making it impossible for the Fox clan to discern the location of the voodoo sect from them. If the Fox clan were to search slowly, it would not be an easy task to locate this place, which was a desolate area for thousands of miles around. The leader's reprimand was warranted. The second elder, who had initially been worried, awkwardly responded that they could lay a poison formation in the valley before leaving. Even if the Fox clan did find this place, they would have to pay a heavy price. Yi Yao coldly remarked. Several elders nodded in agreement. They then prepared to set up the poison formation within the valley. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a sword echoed from outside the ancient building, accompanied by a formidable sword aura. What is happening? Yi Yao's expression changed drastically upon hearing the sword's cry. She stepped forward and flew towards the source of the sound, followed by the other elders, each with a look of shock. In no time, Yi Yao and the elders arrived outside the ancient building. The scene before them rendered them all with cold expressions. Qin Feng stood amidst swirling sword qi, surrounded by the corpses of numerous voodoo sect disciples. The leader has arrived. Quickly, kill this person. He has intruded upon our territory and slain our disciples. His crimes are unforgivable. The disciples of the voodoo sect, pale and trembling, cried out in desperation upon seeing Yi Yao and the others, as if they had found a lifeline. Who are you to dare intrude upon the voodoo sect? Yi Yao shouted angrily at Qin Feng. I am the one who kills your people. Qin Feng replied indifferently. As he spoke, he drew the Zhuzhen sword, and the sword qi surged around him. The sound of the sword echoed throughout the valley. Although Yi Yao had attained the martial domain, Qin Feng did not underestimate her and thus drew his sword. Impudent. Yi Yao's face was filled with icy rage upon hearing this. Qin Feng's audacity to intrude upon the voodoo sect and openly declare his intent to kill her was infuriating. Moreover, his aura indicated he was merely at the 9th level of the refinement void realm. Boom. Astonishing purple spiritual energy erupted from within Yi Yao. Under her control, the purple energy transformed into hundreds of 5 poisons, each standing as tall as a person, charging towards Qin Feng. These 5 poisons appeared ferocious and instilled a sense of dread. In the blink of an eye, they were upon Qin Feng. Swish. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng wasted no time and swept his sword horizontally, unleashing a fierce sword light that engulfed the 5 poisons. Although this was merely a casual strike, its power was overwhelmingly formidable, instantly shattering all the 5 poisons formed from the purple spiritual energy. Boom. After the hundreds of shattered 5 poisons exploded, they transformed into a sea of purple spiritual energy, enveloping Qin Feng and obscuring his figure. This guy is terrifying. To be able to unleash such a fearsome strike at the 9th level of the refinement void realm. The second elder of the voodoo sect gasped in astonishment. He too was at the 9th level of the refinement void realm, but he felt utterly incapable of withstanding Qin Feng's sword strike. Qin Feng was far superior to him. The other elders of the voodoo sect were equally astonished. Unfortunately, the true terror of this martial technique did not lie in the 5 poisons formed from the spiritual energy, but rather in the spiritual energy itself. Yi Yao, while surprised, was more amused as she remarked, the spiritual energy within our sect is inherently toxic. Even a half-step martial domain cultivator would surely perish upon contact with it. The voodoo sect's techniques, when combined with toxins, produced a unique and lethal spiritual energy that grew increasingly toxic with the cultivator's advancement in realm, a most peculiar phenomenon. Is that so? At that moment, Qin Feng's indifferent voice suddenly rang out. He emerged calmly from the sea of purple spiritual energy, utterly unscathed. While the Taiku Chaos Sword body was not completely immune to poison, the lethal spiritual energy within Yi Yao was insufficient to harm Qin Feng. What? Upon witnessing Qin Feng emerge unharmed, Yi Yao's eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible in this world, Qin Feng replied. His Zuzhen sword radiating a brilliant golden light. Golden sword qi coalesced into circular inscriptions at the hilt, resonating with the sound of the sword. A sword ray, dozens of feet long, surged towards Yi Yao. Boom. Wherever the sword ray passed, it left deep gashes in the ground, resembling ravines. This was Qin Feng's confrontation with a martial domain expert, and he did not show any signs of negligence. He unleashed the archaic destruction divine slash from the very beginning. Upon witnessing the astonishing sword ray, Yi Yao felt an overwhelming sense of danger. She could hardly fathom how a 9th-level refinement void realm cultivator like Qin Feng could be so powerful, instilling fear in her as a martial domain expert. Swish. Despite her shock, she swiftly reacted, her form appearing in the sky, narrowly evading the sword strike. Unfortunately, the other elders of the voodoo sect were not so fortunate. Boom. They, along with the ancient building, were obliterated by the sword, leaving nothing but a terrifying scar on the ground. You shall pay dearly for destroying the building left by our voodoo sect since its inception. Yi Yao, hovering in the sky, gritted her teeth in rage. Once again, she released her terrifying purple spiritual energy, nearly shrouding the entire valley above. With her hands moving rapidly in formation, the overwhelming purple spiritual energy began to coalesce, swiftly forming into a giant python the size of a hill. This python, monstrous in appearance and exuding an evil aura, bore traces of archaic energy as if it had traversed through the annals of time from the ancient era. The voodoo sect, not adept in combat, was established by an individual who modeled such martial techniques after the 5 poisonous beasts of ancient times. Though this giant python only possessed a whisper of the divine essence from an ancient 5 poisonous beast, it was still exceedingly fearsome. Boom. Simultaneously, Yi Yao's pet cobra rapidly expanded, quickly reaching the size of a hill, its body covered in scales. It sported sharp horns atop its head, and its purple eyes glimmered with an eerie aura. Roar. The 2 giant pythons coiled in the sky like twin dragons, unleashing earth-shattering roars. The terrifying beastly presence caused the magical beasts within hundreds of miles of the mountain range to prostrate in fear. Yi Yao stood above the 2 giant pythons, her gaze cold and filled with murderous intent as she looked down at Qin Feng. However, the immense energy expended in conjuring the purple spiritual energy had taken its toll, leaving her reverted to an elderly and grotesque appearance. Is she truly an old witch? Seeing Yi Yao transform in an instant from a captivating beauty to a hideous old crone shocked Qin Feng. This was perhaps the greatest harm Yi Yao had inflicted upon him today. How dare you? Tear him to shreds. Yi Yao commanded with even greater fury and murderous intent. With her command, 2 massive pythons plummeted from the sky, diving towards Qin Feng below. In stark contrast to these colossal serpents, Qin Feng appeared diminutive, almost insignificant. Humph, merely 2 small snakes think they can kill me? Qin Feng scoffed, as the brilliance of his Zhuxian sword dissipated, giving way to a menacing black and white sword aura. In that moment, his demeanor transformed, exuding an ethereal quality akin to a transcendent immortal. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng slashed forward, unleashing a sword beam of condensed black and white energy that stretched for hundreds of zhong, slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, this formidable sword aura collided with the 2 giant pythons. The ensuing explosion of energy reverberated through the sky like a cataclysm. The shockwave surged outward, akin to a tsunami. Thud! The 2 pythons were sent hurtling away by the might of his strike, crashing heavily into a distant valley. The ground trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. The python conjured from spiritual energy grew increasingly insubstantial, while the other was left battered, its scales torn and marred by sword marks. They writhed in agony within the valley, emitting pained roars, as ancient trees were crushed beneath their thrashing bodies. Despite the black and white sword aura resembling a mere brushstroke from an ink painting, it was seamlessly integrated with the essence of the world, rendering it utterly terrifying. How can this be? Yi Yao's face paled as she witnessed her energy-exhausted pythons, her carefully nurtured pets, unable to withstand even a single strike from Qin Feng. She could not fathom how Qin Feng, at the 9th level of the void refinement realm, could possess such strength. They're still alive? Qin Feng observed, somewhat dissatisfied. He struck again, the black and white sword aura surging forth with even greater force than before. While such formidable sword techniques would typically drain immense energy from others, for Qin Feng, whose spiritual energy was as vast as the ocean, it was akin to a routine attack. With a resounding crash, the 2 pythons were obliterated, their blood and purple spiritual energy scattering across the valley, corroding the ground with a hissing sound. The area where they fell was left barren, devoid of life. as her last remaining purple python was slain. Yi Yao suffered a grievous blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her blood, too, was laced with poison. Just then, Qin Feng stepped forward, standing before Yi Yao. "Do not kill me," she pleaded, her eyes wide with terror. "I bear no grudge against you. I can offer you anything you desire." In that moment, she was stripped of the pride she had felt upon recently breaking through to the martial domain. "Who says we are without enmity?" Qin Feng replied coldly. "As for what I desire, I am quite capable of acquiring it myself." As he spoke, mysterious runes flickered in his eyes, probing into Yi Yao's consciousness. A scream pierced the air, but the process was swift. Soon, Qin Feng had thoroughly scoured her mind. With a flick of his finger, a lethal sword beam shot forth, erasing Yi Yao from existence. Her corpse fell heavily to the ground. After perusing her memories, Qin Feng could not help but curse. This old witch's greatest pastime was, absurdly, luring young men, particularly scholarly types. The unsavory images that flooded his mind left him feeling sullied. Shaking his head vigorously, he endeavored to dismiss those thoughts and began to sift through the useful information buried within Yi Yao's memories. Most pertained to raising and employing poison. "Though I may find little use for this, it will aid me in guarding against being poisoned," Qin Feng murmured. The distinction between poison and curses was significant. While his body was impervious to various toxins, falling prey to a curse could be troublesome as the poison grew within him. The insights gleaned from Yi Yao's memories would greatly assist in preventing such a fate. "System, assist me in signing into the voodoo sect," he stated, having integrated the useful knowledge. "Ding. Congratulations, Master. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the poison and curse compendium." The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. Upon review, Qin Feng discovered that the compendium contained not only various poisons from the Eternal Continent, but also information about those from the primeval era. "It seems of little practical use," he muttered. The poisons from the primeval era had long been eradicated. Even if he understood their properties, he had no means to capture them. Nevertheless, he integrated the content of the compendium, a torrent of information flooding into his memory. Boom. Subsequently, with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, dozens of bone spirit cold flames rained down upon the valley below, igniting everything in their path. The fierce blaze consumed all, eradicating the abundant toxins present. Should an ordinary person inadvertently wander into this place, their demise would be certain. Thus, Qin Feng casually incinerated the area, sparing any unnecessary souls from suffering. After completely annihilating the voodoo sect, Qin Feng did not linger, turning to depart. During his journey, he utilized teleportation scrolls multiple times, and by evening, he had returned to the Fox Clan's village. Although the curse within the little white fox had been lifted, the protective formation surrounding the clan remained intact, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. However, this barrier posed no challenge for Qin Feng, even though it was an ancient formation of the Fox Clan. The current members lacked the ability to fully inscribe it, having only set up a portion. Crack. Finding a secluded corner, Qin Feng easily severed a formation line with the tip of his sword. The break did not disrupt the formation's operation, nor was it detected. Such mastery of formations would leave even a 7th-tier formation master astonished. With the severing of a formation line, a gap emerged within the barrier. Qin Feng stepped through. Once inside, he flicked his fingers, sending forth a sword beam that left a mark on the ground, repairing the severed formation line. He then returned to his small courtyard. His absence had been brief, lasting less than 2 days, thus going unnoticed. In 10 days, the full moon would rise. At that time, I shall venture into the abyss and uncover its secrets, Qin Feng mused. He hoped for an abundance of malevolent beings within. If so, he could reap a bountiful harvest and, with the aid of the demons within the tower, achieve a breakthrough into the martial domain. As he contemplated, Qin Feng's consciousness delved into the 9-tier demon tower to gauge the situation within. On the 2nd tier, Yinlan sat in meditation, absorbing spiritual energy, enveloped in mist. I am on the cusp of the martial domain. I shall see what this ancient tower can confine me to, she murmured, icy resolve gleaming in her eyes. Once I emerge from this tower, I will not spare that Qin Feng. Understanding her thoughts, Qin Feng nodded in approval. Having a goal provides motivation. At this rate, it would not be long before she broke through to the half-step martial domain. He murmured to himself, slightly dissatisfied. The Fox Clan's cultivation method that Yinlan practices does not absorb spiritual energy quickly enough. Only the constitution of the little white fox can cultivate the ancient techniques of the Fox Clan. As for the ordinary cultivation methods of the Fox Clan, they are not particularly formidable. Even with the spirit-devouring technique, Qin Feng is still not content with Yinlan's speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Unfortunately, despite the long passage of time, He has yet to sign in for the Fox clan's techniques. Otherwise, he could assist in improving Yinlan's cultivation. Although Qin Feng is currently only at the void refinement stage, he possesses a strand of the great Tao's principles within him, granting him unique insights that would allow for modifications to the techniques. Presently, within the 9-story demon tower, there is only Yinlan as a Fox clan member. But after the peak period of the Fox clan's fragmentation, they harbor deep animosity towards one another, even more intense than the current enmity between the Fox and Wolf clans in the southern region. Qin Feng has a premonition that he will likely imprison more Fox clan members in the future. If he has the opportunity to acquire the Fox clan's techniques and make improvements, it would be a prudent preparation. Shaking his head, Qin Feng's consciousness arrived at the first level of the 9-story demon tower. The atmosphere here was somewhat different. Haha, after 200,000 years, my cultivation has finally restored to half-step martial domain. Delightful. It seems that the humans did not deceive us. This place is indeed far superior to that cursed sealing well. Indeed, although my cultivation continues to wane, the endless supply of spirit stones and elixirs is like a divine realm on earth. If I had such abundant resources for cultivation, I could remain here for a lifetime. These demons were all exceedingly pleased with their circumstances in the 9-story demon tower. After previously living like rats in the dark, damp sealing well, their suffering was unbearable. Is this the indomitable spirit of the demons? Qin Feng gazed at the harmonious scene on the first level, unable to suppress his admiration. They are truly easy to tame. He recalled a saying from his past life: orcs never become slaves unless provided with food and shelter. This saying could also apply to these demons. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Fox clan tribe, Bai Yixing and the old patriarch returned almost simultaneously. Husband. Upon seeing Bai Yixing, Ying immediately approached, asking, "During your negotiations with the voodoo sect, they did not scheme against you, did they?" She had been worried that the voodoo sect's true target in placing a curse on her daughter was Bai Yixing. Rest assured, they did not. Bai Yixing shook his head, then eagerly inquired, "How is our daughter now?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the little white fox on the bed. The myriad spirit's curse within her had been eradicated, and it was estimated that she would awaken in a few days. Joy and excitement were unmistakable in Yu Ying's eyes. The curse within her had truly been lifted. After entering the palace, the old patriarch, who had remained silent, could not help but exclaim after probing the little white fox with his consciousness. Initially incredulous, he now found it astonishing that not only had the curse been eliminated, but the little white fox had also suffered no harm whatsoever. How did Elder Wu find a method to eradicate the myriad spirit's curse? Bai Yixing looked at the Fox clan's 5th elder, his eyes filled with gratitude as he inquired. Since the 5th elder was the highest-ranked alchemist in the Fox clan, Bai Yixing naturally assumed he was the one who saved his daughter. "I am merely a 6th-tier alchemist. How could I possibly eliminate the myriad spirit's curse without harming the princess?" The 5th elder of the Fox clan replied with a wry smile. "Not Elder Wu. Then who saved my daughter?" Bai Yixing asked, confusion evident on his face. Not only was he puzzled, but the old patriarch, who was about to speak, also wore a look of bewilderment, as he had previously thought that the 5th elder had accidentally discovered a way to eliminate the myriad spirit's curse. "It was young Master Qin," Ying stated earnestly. "Young Master Qin?" Upon hearing those 3 words, Bai Yixing was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that it was Qin Feng who saved the little white fox. Is he the human from the Kanglan domain who has been residing in the tribe? The Fox clan's old patriarch asked, his expression one of confusion. Indeed, Ying nodded slowly. How could it be? Bai Yixing found it hard to believe, saying he is an alchemist? But he cannot be older than 500 years, at most. He is a 3rd or 4th-tier alchemist. Initially, I thought the same, but in reality, his mastery of alchemy far exceeds mine, the 5th elder of the Fox clan said, his expression one of embarrassment for having failed to recognize talent. Moreover, he possesses the legendary, exotic fire. I've witnessed him concocting 7th-tier elixirs. And the quality of those elixirs is likely beyond what even the most seasoned 7th-tier alchemists of the 9 Xin domain can produce. Qin Feng had provided Yu Ying with elixirs for the little white fox, which she had assumed he had concocted himself. Of course, had Qin Feng truly intervened, he would undoubtedly have been capable of producing elixirs of such quality. Chapter 186, A Revelation. Bai Yixing gasped in astonishment. This young man is indeed formidable. The old patriarch of the Fox clan murmured to himself. During his last investigation of Qin Feng, he had merely noted his cultivation at the Wheel C stage and had not taken him seriously. He never expected that Qin Feng would turn out to be an alchemical prodigy. Where does young Master Qin reside in the palace? I must personally express my gratitude, Bai Yixing declared. However, Ying quickly interjected, young Master Qin has just utilized thee and needs a few days to recuperate. It would be best not to disturb him. He still requires time to recover? Bai Yixing hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. He had only heard of and was unsure if it required recuperation afterward, but since Qin Feng had said so, he felt it inappropriate to interrupt. Once that young Master Qin has recovered, you must express your gratitude to him and treat him with respect, the old patriarch of the Fox clan said gravely. Whatever his requests may be, you must do your utmost to fulfill them. A 7th-tier alchemist is regarded as a distinguished guest in any faction. The Fox clan cannot afford to be negligent. This could very well be a tremendous opportunity for the Fox clan. Understood. Bai Yixing and Ying both nodded in agreement. Since Qin Feng had saved their daughter, they were determined to express their gratitude properly. Subsequently, the old patriarch and the grand elder of the Fox clan left the tribe and returned to the ancient structure located in the mountains. Their advanced ages necessitated that they remain immersed in an environment rich in spiritual energy to prolong their lives. 3 days later, as the grand elder of the Fox clan uncovered the hidden traitor within the Voodoo sect, allowing various factions within the tribe to leave, news of the Little White Fox's 6th-tier curse being eradicated began to spread rapidly throughout the Nine-Xian domain, causing a tremendous stir. After all, even a 7th-tier alchemist from the Divine Medicine Valley had been rendered helpless against the 6th-tier curse, ultimately losing his own life in the process. No one could fathom how the Fox clan, with its highest-ranking alchemist being merely a 6th-tier intermediate, could possibly resolve a 6th-tier curse. Could it be that the 5th elder of the Fox clan had actually attained the legendary 8th tier? How could that be? The Alchemist Guild and the Divine Medicine Valley have had a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years without an 8th-tier alchemist. How could the 5th elder of the Fox clan reach such heights? Furthermore, could it be that the Fox clan had received assistance from a reclusive master? In an instant, speculation ran rampant throughout the Nine-Xian domain, as people struggled to comprehend how the Fox clan had managed to free the Little White Fox from the 6th-tier curse. Regrettably, the affairs concerning Qin Feng have been strictly ordered by Bai Yixing to be kept confidential by several elders, leaving no one aware of the true reason behind the Little White Fox's rescue. Over the past 3 days, Qin Feng remained in his secluded courtyard, oblivious to the myriad discussions circulating outside. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. While meditating, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes as a graceful figure soared through the distant sky, swiftly descending into the courtyard. "You are awake." He greeted the Little White Fox with a smile. Indeed, the Little White Fox nodded, her large eyes gazing at him. "Is it really you who saved me? Why, do you think your parents were deceiving you?" Qin Feng replied with a light chuckle. "Of course not." She shook her head. "I just never imagined you would be an alchemist, and a high-level one at that, surpassing Elder Wu in skill." In her recollection, high-level alchemists were all proud and eccentric, spending countless days in seclusion refining elixirs, a stark contrast to Qin Feng's demeanor and character. She found it difficult to reconcile Qin Feng with the image of a highly skilled alchemist. "Did I not tell you before that I am an alchemist?" Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. "Is your memory so poor at such a young age?" The Little White Fox paused, recalling that Qin Feng indeed mentioned being an alchemist. "At the time, I thought you were jesting. I never expected someone who seems so unlike an alchemist to genuinely be one." Qin Feng was somewhat speechless, surprised that the Little White Fox dismissed his alchemist status solely based on appearances. "Regardless, I must thank you for this," she said with a serious expression. "Had it not been for you, I might not have awakened." She was unaware of the true intentions of the Voodoo sect, believing they simply sought to kill her. The thought of dying and facing a desolate existence devoid of her parents and Qin Feng filled her with dread. "You provided me shelter and allowed me to peruse the ancient texts of the Fox clan. Helping you was merely a matter of obligation," Qin Feng replied calmly. The Little White Fox, however, felt a complex emotion flicker in her eyes. "So you saved me merely because I offered you shelter and access to our clan's ancient texts?" Her previously grateful sentiment suddenly felt hollow. "Otherwise, why else?" Qin Feng answered with composure. "You, humph." The Little White Fox felt a wave of frustration, her gratitude evaporating. She glared at Qin Feng, her chest heaving with indignation, wishing to pounce on him in anger. "Do not look at me like that. It feels as though I am being eyed by a famished wolf." Qin Feng couldn't help but comment. The Little White Fox's gaze resembled that of a hungry wolf fixated on a delicate rabbit. "You." The Little White Fox's breath quickened, but remembering her purpose for visiting, she restrained herself and huffed. "You scoundrel. I am here not only to express my gratitude, but also because my father wishes to invite you to a banquet." "There is no need for a banquet." Qin Feng shook his head. "I am rather uncomfortable dining with unfamiliar faces. If he truly wishes to thank me, I wonder if he could grant me a small favor." "What favor?" The Little White Fox inquired curiously. "Not a significant matter, but it may contravene your clan's regulations," Qin Feng disclosed. It could even establish a precedent in the history of the Fox clan. The little white fox, taken aback, suddenly realized something, her face flushing a deep crimson. "You scoundrel! You truly are a rogue," she exclaimed, never doubting her initial judgment. He intended to approach her parents without even consulting her. "You scoundrel! I shall not relay your request. If you have something to say, speak directly to my father." "Ah? Then forget it," Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. "The Fox clan's techniques will likely not permit an outsider to view them." "The Fox clan's techniques?" The little white fox stared in astonishment. "What are you talking about?" "Yes. I wish to see the techniques practiced by the ordinary disciples of the Fox clan," Qin Feng affirmed, then raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "What do you think it is?" "Ah, I." The little white fox blushed even deeper at his question, her youthful mind wandering to various thoughts. Despite being at least 100 years older than Qin Feng, her time was mostly spent in seclusion and training, leaving her practical experience akin to that of a teenager. In Qin Feng's eyes, she was merely a child. "You." The little white fox, both embarrassed and angry, gritted her teeth. "You scoundrel. One day, I will have my revenge." With that, she swiftly turned and fled the scene. Qin Feng chuckled, shaking his head as he resumed his meditation, awaiting the opening of the abyss. After the little white fox departed, Bai Yixing promptly sent over the cultivation techniques for ordinary Fox clan members. Although this was not in accordance with clan regulations, Qin Feng had saved the little white fox. Additionally, the techniques were not particularly precious, as only members of the Fox clan could cultivate them. Humans and other beast races could not practice them even if they saw them. Thus, allowing Qin Feng to examine them posed no issue. With a few days remaining before the abyss opened, it was an opportune moment for Qin Feng to improve this set of techniques. With this technique, both Lan and any future Fox clan members I might imprison will undoubtedly experience a significant acceleration in their cultivation speed, he mused. He omitted all enhancements related to combat, focusing instead on increasing the absorption rate of spiritual energy, making it highly suitable for augmenting one's cultivation. Subsequently, Qin Feng tossed the revised techniques into the second level of the 9-tiered demon tower. "What is this?" Lan frowned at the scroll that fell from the sky. For so long, aside from various cultivation resources, this was the first time anything else had dropped. Curiosity piqued, she grasped the scroll with her mind. "Fox clan techniques? Why am I receiving this?" Lan pondered, having memorized the Fox clan's techniques over her many years of cultivation. As she examined the scroll, her face soon filled with shock and disbelief. "This technique is a modification of the Fox clan's martial arts?" Lan found it hard to believe and said, "How is it possible for a human to improve upon our Fox clan's techniques, and yet it flows so seamlessly without any flaws?" She was utterly astonished. It is worth noting that even the elders of the Fox clan at the martial domain level lacked the ability to refine their own techniques. At that moment, doubts began to creep into Lan's mind about who Qin Feng truly was. Could he be an ancient being who had taken over a young man's body? Lan murmured to herself, "But how could such a powerful entity come to our Fox clan? Only those above the celestial realm can possess others' bodies. If a celestial realm expert wished to enter the Fox tribe, they could do so openly without fear, as the tribe's formations would be utterly ineffective against them." After pondering for a moment, Lan ultimately could not resolve her confusion. She decided to test the modified technique first, as she had already practiced the Fox clan's martial arts. The adjustments Qin Feng made were minor, so within just a day, Lan circulated the entire technique. Her astonishment only deepened. The speed at which she absorbed spiritual energy had increased remarkably, nearly rivaling the pace she achieved with the devouring spirit technique. After weighing her options, Lan resolved to cultivate this revised technique in the future. Although it diminished the technique's effectiveness in combat, she was currently confined here, free from any immediate battles. The priority was to enhance her cultivation and escape the ancient tower. As evening approached, the sky was adorned with a bright moon and twinkling stars. The chill in the air grew more pronounced. Suddenly, while Qin Feng was meditating, the Chongqing Sutra within him began to operate rapidly. The various cultivation resources around him surged with an abundance of spiritual energy, which he voraciously consumed like a whale swallowing water. The spiritual energy flowed into his body like a raging river, creating a scene that was both astonishing and terrifying. As the influx of spiritual energy continued, an incredible pressure erupted from within Qin Feng. The sound of a sword ringing resonated throughout the space. Various sword energies swirled around him, and the ground was instantly etched with numerous sword marks. Qin Feng's aura began to rise steadily. In less than half an hour, his cultivation level had broken through to the half-step martial domain. Indeed, after absorbing so much demonic energy, Combined with several days of utilizing the devouring spirit technique to absorb spiritual energy, he had finally achieved this breakthrough. As Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, he let out a long breath and murmured, "Although there remains a vast chasm between half-step martial domain and martial domain, I feel I am now dozens of times stronger than I was at the 9th layer of the virtual realm." This was not a comparison to other cultivators at the 9th layer of the virtual realm, but rather a reflection on his former self. Qin Feng felt confident that even if faced with 20 of his previous selves, he could defeat them in an instant. After this reflection, his gaze turned to the bright moon in the sky, which appeared both large and round. On this moonlit night, I must hasten to the abyss. There is no time for rest, Qin Feng muttered to himself. He then retrieved a small jade bottle from his system space, a 7th-rank profound spirit pill. With a swift motion, he uncorked the bottle and poured its contents into his mouth. Although consuming these pills could not fully replace the benefits of rest, it would be immensely helpful. To be able to consume an unlimited quantity of 7th-rank pills in such a lavish manner was a luxury that few could afford, even in the entire Jiushuan domain. Next, Qin Feng took out an abyssal scroll from his storage ring. The abyssal scroll radiated a dark light, more radiant than ever before. With a decisive motion, he crushed the scroll, causing it to disintegrate into numerous black light particles that began to envelop him. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's figure vanished from his location. He found himself engulfed in darkness, surrounded by chaotic spatial energies. However, this state did not last long. The darkness before him dissipated, replaced by a form of light, albeit a relative one. Qin Feng sensed that this place might never have experienced true illumination. Chapter 188. The existence that alters this realm's nature. At this moment, Qin Feng stood in a vast expanse, a desolate wasteland. Above him, there was neither sun nor moon, and the sky was shrouded in a gray haze. The ground was barren, stained a horrifying crimson as if soaked in countless blood. A cold wind swept through, carrying a palpable aura of slaughter. Is this the trial ground, the abyss? Qin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. He felt a sense of oddity. Within him resided a thread of the great Tao from his world, allowing him to discern that the rules governing this realm were entirely different, belonging to another world altogether. Not the secret realm he had envisioned. For no matter how formidable a secret realm may be, it cannot alter its foundational rules. Yet, the laws of this world felt incomplete, which was quite peculiar. Furthermore, within this realm, Qin Feng sensed an opposing force that seemed to reject him. He began to keenly observe this world. Is it half spiritual energy and half demonic energy? Soon, Qin Feng discerned the reason for the rejection. This realm was not only filled with spiritual energy, but also teeming with demonic energy, each occupying roughly half. Both energies were incredibly dense, far exceeding that of the Fox tribe. As he was neither a demon nor a demonic cultivator, he was subjected to this rejection. After a moment, Qin Feng decided to explore his surroundings in hopes of encountering a hapless demon to gain insight into this world. What is that? His keen eye spotted several figures soaring toward him. It appeared their destination was indeed this very place. He felt puzzled, questioning whether this location held any special significance. As he surveyed the area, he found it to be an ordinary wasteland, devoid of anything extraordinary, further deepening his confusion. Never mind, Qin Feng thought. If they are coming here, they can help me understand this world better. With that in mind, he remained still. Meanwhile, miles away, several figures were racing toward Qin Feng's location, all of them demons. Having never participated in battles against humans, they retained their original forms, resembling pure demons. Although they appeared similar to humans, their bodies were covered in black scales, exuding a terrifying aura as if forged from black steel. One demon even sported wings on its back. At that moment, an ancient demon, gazing at a compass in its hand, spoke in a grave tone. The others were immediately stirred with excitement. "Are you certain there is treasure there?" asked the winged demon eagerly. "Indeed," replied the ancient demon. "I have divined clearly that a special existence capable of altering this realm will appear there, likely a powerful artifact left behind by a formidable being, or perhaps a rare ancient herb." Upon hearing his analysis, the other demons were filled with exhilaration. If they could acquire an artifact or rare herb potent enough to change this world, they would surpass the 10 great demon kings, ruling this realm without any contest. "Let us hasten. We must not be outpaced by others," urged the winged demon, already envisioning itself reigning supreme over this realm. The other demons nodded in agreement and accelerated toward the distant location. Before long, they arrived. Why is there nothing here?" one demon exclaimed, bewildered at the sight of the desolate wasteland before him. The scene bore no semblance to a place where formidable magical artifacts or rare ancient medicines would emerge. "Humans?" The ancient evil spirit suddenly took notice of Qin Feng in the wasteland, exclaiming, "How can there be humans here? It has been countless millennia since any humans have appeared in this place. Only ancient texts contain records of them. It truly is a human. The winged evil spirit also recognized Qin Feng, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could it be that the passage to another world has finally opened? If that is so, we shall no longer be trapped in this realm." The other evil spirits echoed with excitement and eagerness, swiftly approaching Qin Feng. "You are a human? From where do you come?" Upon reaching Qin Feng, the winged evil spirit spoke from a position of superiority. "It must be from another world." Qin Feng, uncertain, replied honestly, "You truly are from another world?" The winged spirit laughed heartily. "At last, we can savor the delectable flesh and blood of humans. According to the ancient texts, humans are naturally our food, not only delicious, but also immensely beneficial for our cultivation." The other evil spirits were instantly overwhelmed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor. In this realm, there was not a single demon who did not long for the fabled world inhabited by humans. The winged evil spirit exchanged glances with the ancient evil spirit, both recognizing the thrill and exhilaration in each other's eyes. "Very well." However, the winged evil spirit quickly suppressed his excitement and said, "You shall be our guide, leading us back to your original world. I promise you a life of boundless power." They perceived Qin Feng's youth as an indication of his lack of strength, concluding he must have come here through some unique means, rather than tearing through the fabric of space directly. The expectant gazes of the other spirits were also fixed upon Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng calmly shook his head. "That is a statement I should make to you." A smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he said, "If you serve as my guide in this realm, I can spare your lives." "What did you say?" The winged evil spirit's face paled, furious as he exclaimed, "I give you a chance, and you refuse to recognize it. Very well, I shall let you experience the brutal punishments of our kind, until you are compelled to reveal the method of returning to your world." As he spoke, he raised his hand to grasp at Qin Feng. The other evil spirits merely watched coldly. Boom! Just as the winged evil spirit's hand was about to touch Qin Feng, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Qin Feng, akin to a volcanic explosion. This overwhelming energy wave sent the unsuspecting evil spirits flying, crashing heavily to the ground and fracturing it like a spider's web. "What?" The multitude of evil spirits cried out in astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. Particularly, the winged evil spirit, the strongest among them with a cultivation level just shy of the martial domain, found himself utterly powerless before Qin Feng. "Now it appears that it is you who fail to recognize the situation," Qin Feng said coldly, observing the group of evil spirits that had been flung away. As he spoke, an even greater pressure emanated from him. "Curse you!" The winged evil spirit, now pale, exclaimed in horror, "How can this human be so powerful? We shall combine our magic and blood to infuse this compass and slay him." The ancient evil spirit barked, throwing the compass into the sky. This was a mid-grade magical artifact of the 7th rank, possessing immense power. If it could unleash its peak potential, even a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the martial domain would be subdued. "Good." The winged evil spirit nodded, striking his chest, spewing forth dark blood upon the compass, while simultaneously pouring in a copious amount of magical energy. The other evil spirits followed suit. Rumble. In the air, the compass, initially no larger than a palm, rapidly expanded to the size of a grinding mill, radiating dark light and an incredibly terrifying aura, descending towards Qin Feng, causing the very void to tremble as though on the verge of collapse. "This realm is far less stable than Qin Feng's world." "Huh? You think a mere compass can subdue me?" Qin Feng chuckled coldly, watching the descending artifact. As his words fell, the sword energy surrounding him coalesced into fiery sword souls, the sound of their ringing filling the air, numbering in the thousands. The intense heat from the sword souls significantly raised the temperature of the wasteland. Swish, swish. With a flick of his mind, the thousands of sword souls surged towards the compass in the sky, akin to molten lava erupting from a volcano. The very air twisted in their wake. Boom. The countless sword souls collided with the compass, unleashing an utterly terrifying wave of energy, the sound deafening. The shattered fiery sword energy spread across the sky, as if igniting the heavens themselves. The scene was astonishing, reminiscent of the apocalypse. The already distorted void now seemed on the brink of shattering. Boom. The compass in the sky instantly lost its radiance, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive crater, returning to its normal size. What level of cultivation are you to unleash such a fearsome strike?" The ancient evil spirit trembled, incredulous as he gazed at Qin Feng. He had believed the magical artifact would easily subdue Qin Feng, but never anticipated it would be sent flying by a single sword strike. "What difference does it make to know? You are all doomed today," Qin Feng replied indifferently. As he spoke, he stepped forward, arriving before the multitude of evil spirits. They sought to flee, but having just expended their blood essence, they were all left weak. And with their strength inferior to Qin Feng's, they were instantly immobilized by the pressure he exerted. "Spare me, esteemed sir. I am willing to be your guide." The winged evil spirit, stripped of its prior arrogance, pleaded humbly. "Indeed, we are all willing to be your guides in this realm. With your strength and our assistance, you could undoubtedly become a supreme ruler." The other evil spirits chimed in. They had never felt so close to death as they did in that moment. "I have already given you an opportunity. It was your own choice to seek death, so do not blame me." After a pause, Qin Feng continued, "However, before I end your lives, I wish to understand this world first." With that, mysterious golden runes flickered in his eyes as he activated his divine gaze. The evil spirits gazed into his eyes, momentarily entranced, as if beholding two blazing suns. In the next instant, they cried out in agony as Qin Feng delved swiftly into their memories. This world was indeed a shattered realm. He found it surprising. Based on the memories of these evil spirits, this realm was a fragment of a world known as the Abyss, left behind after its destruction. Roughly equivalent in size to the Nine-Shin domain. After being discovered by the ancestral nine-tailed fox tribe, the fragments of the abyssal realm were appropriated for their own use. They imprisoned the malevolent spirits they had subdued within this location, intending it to serve as a trial ground. However, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the fox tribe lost access to the abyssal scrolls that would allow them to transport disciples here, and thus, no further members of the fox tribe came to train in this place. Now, after the passage of several tens of thousands of years, the imprisoned demon clan has proliferated and grown, essentially claiming this realm as their own. The power of the 10 great demon lords is at least at the 5th layer of the martial domain. Upon learning this alarming news from the memories of these malevolent beings, Qin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was not yet capable of confronting such formidable foes, especially not 10 of them. With a grave expression, Qin Feng continued to investigate information regarding these 10 great demon lords. Ultimately, he discovered that they had not made an appearance in over 2,000 years, seemingly having encountered some form of trouble. The realm was now governed by the offspring of these 10 great demon lords. Regardless, it would be prudent to proceed with caution. Qin Feng muttered. These malevolent beings were not particularly powerful in this realm, possessing only limited knowledge. They had merely heard rumors of the 10 great demon lords being in trouble, yet the actual circumstances remained unknown. If the rumors were false and he were to attract their attention, it would spell disaster for him. With this thought weighing on his mind, Qin Feng resumed his examination of the information regarding this realm. After sifting through the multitude of memories for a full quarter of an hour, he finally gleaned a comprehensive understanding before erasing their recollections. He had formed a general conception of this realm. The compass appeared to be quite remarkable. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon a compass that had created a substantial crater in the ground. After all, the power of his sword was immense. And the fact that this spiritual artifact had not been shattered was a testament to its extraordinary nature. With a swift motion, Qin Feng grasped the compass from a distance. The ancient malevolent spirit had been a diviner. Thus, this compass must have been his tool for divination. From the earlier memories he had accessed, Qin Feng realized that the spirit was indeed a diviner and had mastered various new divination techniques. He decided to stow the compass away for the time being, as he had no immediate need for divination and needed to gradually digest the newly acquired divination knowledge. This compass might prove useful in the future. Chapter 190. The soul-destroying thunder tribulation. First, he must find a safe location to sign in and see what rewards he could obtain. Qin Feng surveyed the barren land around him, feeling a sense of insecurity. He then soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Along the way, not only did he expand his powerful consciousness, but he also donned a black cloak to obscure his form, preventing detection by other malevolent beings or inadvertently stumbling into a city populated by the demon clan. After all, these demons were desperate to leave this place. Should they discover that he was a human from another world, it would likely lead to a worldwide hunt against him. Approximately an hour later, Qin Feng finally found a dense forest. Despite the thin magical and spiritual energies present, it was devoid of magical beasts and distanced from the demon clan's stronghold. System, please assist me with the sign-in, Qin Feng stated upon landing. Ding. Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful. You have received the ancient demon emperor's scripture. Upon hearing the mechanical prompt of the system ring in his ears, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the system space. There lay a scroll imbued with the essence of ancient times, as if it had traversed through endless epochs. This was the Imperial level technique of the demon clan. Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the scroll. He had not anticipated that the very first reward he would receive upon signing in within this realm would be the Demon Clan's Imperial level technique. But as a human, could he cultivate the Demon Clan's techniques? After the initial surprise, Qin Feng's brow furrowed. Although he had already obtained the Longevity Sutra, history had seen many powerful beings simultaneously cultivating multiple techniques. There were even madmen who practiced 6 or 7 techniques at once. If he could cultivate the Demon Clan's technique, he would not mind attempting it. With this uncertainty in mind, he slowly unfurled the scroll to examine it. Boom. A more intense aura of ancient times surged forth, as if a tapestry of the ancient era was unfolding before him. The scroll was inscribed with characters brimming with demonic energy, radiating a faint dark glow. Such a powerful technique would likely shatter the minds of ordinary individuals upon a mere glance. However, with his formidable consciousness and divine sight, Qin Feng was entirely unaffected. This was actually a technique created by the human race. In the midst of his reading, Qin Feng suddenly gasped in disbelief. This was entirely beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated that the ancient demon emperor's scripture was crafted by a member of the human race. What on earth? Which demon emperor was this? How could it belong to a human? Qin Feng was left speechless. Historically, there had been multiple imperial-level powers among the demon clan, but he had never considered that among these demon emperors, one could be human. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir tremendous upheaval among both the human race and the malevolent spirits. After a prolonged period of shock, Qin Feng gradually regained his composure and redirected his attention to the scroll. Initially, he had doubted his ability to cultivate this technique. But now that he learned it had been created by a human, his worries dissipated. System merge. Qin Feng commanded decisively. As his words fell, the ancient characters emanating overwhelming demonic energy began to detach from the scroll, drifting into Qin Feng's body. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind, profound and intricate. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation of the Demon Clan's technique. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 10 days had elapsed. The once tranquil forest now bore witness to an astonishing spectacle. Within a radius of several hundred miles, the magical energy of the heavens and earth surged toward this location, converging in the sky like a funnel, continuously pouring into Qin Feng's body below. Surrounding him, ancient characters glimmered with a faint dark light, floating serenely. At that moment, he resembled an unparalleled great demon. Simultaneously, this remarkable scene attracted the attention of a group of individuals. 500 miles away, a magnificent ancient ship sailed through the sky. On board were several seemingly youthful malevolent beings, who, having concealed their scales, appeared less distinct from humans, though the unmistakable aura of demonic energy still marked them as demons. All their gazes were captivated by the spectacle before them. What is happening? Is someone cultivating? Inquired a young malevolent being, holding a jade-boned folding fan, appearing quite refined and elegant. His attire was exceedingly lavish, and the fan in his hand was an initial grade 6th tier spiritual artifact, indicating his distinguished status. Beside him stood a voluptuous and alluring woman, whose mere glance incited a desire to subjugate. Her blue eyes were filled with seriousness as she gazed toward the distant sky, questioning, what technique is he cultivating that would cause such a tremendous commotion? The other malevolent beings shook their heads in response. Even with their status, they had never witnessed anyone cultivating with such overwhelming noise. Boom! At that moment, the sky darkened as blood clouds gathered, thunder rumbling ominously. The already gray skies turned even more foreboding. Thunder tribulation, the blue-eyed woman exclaimed. Is he about to break through to the martial domain? Isn't that just an ordinary forest? Why would anyone choose to break through there? A demon, burdened with a heavy sword, questioned in confusion. However, the questions lingering in his heart remained unanswered, and in the next moment, he was astounded by the scene before him. Blood-red clouds churned in the sky, with black thunder rolling like a raging ocean. Black thunder. It was indeed black thunder. The young man holding the jade-boned folding fan exclaimed in horror. This was the soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation. The woman with blue eyes spoke in disbelief. What circumstances could lead someone undergoing tribulation to attract the soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation? It is known that throughout the history of this realm, the soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation has only occurred 3 times, and none were during a breakthrough in cultivation. Rather, they resulted from an excessively long lifespan that defied the laws of heaven and earth, leading to their extermination. She could not fathom why the individual within the dense forest, merely seeking to break through to the martial domain, would provoke such a calamity. We must retreat quickly. The young demon wielding the jade-boned folding fan commanded coldly. That unfortunate soul undergoing tribulation is doomed. We must not attract the attention of this terrifying heavenly calamity. The servant controlling the ancient ship, upon hearing this, quickly regained his composure and maneuvered the vessel away from the range of the tribulation. After retreating 100 miles, the numerous demons aboard the ancient ship finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was likely that the laws of this realm had become chaotic, causing that unfortunate individual to attract the soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation. The blue-eyed woman speculated. Given that the longest-lived beings in this realm were the 10 great demon kings, their lifespans had not yet reached the threshold to invoke the soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation. The instability of the laws here would naturally lead to such chaos. This must be the reason. The demon wielding the jade-boned folding fan nodded, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes. I never expected that during our expedition we would encounter the soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation. Let us enjoy the spectacle. Perhaps we may gain some insights. The other demons nodded in agreement, adopting a spectator's mindset as they gazed at the distant tribulation. Chapter 191. The thunder tribulation tempering the body. The blood-red clouds in the sky continued to thicken, and the vast amounts of black thunder rolled incessantly within, as if gathering strength to ensure the annihilation of the unfortunate Qin Feng below. The sight was truly astonishing. Even several thousand miles away, powerful demons in nearby cities sensed the anomaly and hastened their approach. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they echoed the astonishment and speculation of the young demons on the ancient ship, eager to behold the legendary soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation and comprehend its true terror. Crack! At last, the thunder within the blood-red clouds had amassed its power, and 9 bolts of pitch-black thunder descended first, their sound almost shattering eardrums, as if cascading from a celestial river onto the mortal realm. Boom! When the 9 bolts of dark thunder struck the ground, the entire dense forest below evaporated instantly, leaving only a vast expanse of flickering black lightning on the ground. All the demons present were struck with fear by this terrifying thunder. Hiss! Is this truly the legendary soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation? It is dreadfully fearsome. A demon with martial domain prowess could not help but gasp in astonishment. The power of this soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation far surpassed any thunder tribulation they had ever witnessed. That individual undergoing tribulation must have already been annihilated, right? The young demon wielding the jade-boned folding fan looked upon what was once a dense forest, now transformed into a realm of flickering lightning, expressing his disappointment. He had hoped to witness the soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation strike several more times for deeper comprehension, but this calamity was simply too powerful. The sheer ferocity of the first round of 9 bolts made it impossible for any cultivator below the martial domain to withstand. Many shared his sentiment, unable to pierce through the dark flickering realm, but they all felt certain that Qin Feng had perished. Swish! Yet at that moment, a figure enveloped in demonic energy suddenly soared from the ground, like a dragon awakening after years of slumber. In comparison to the sea of thunder in the sky, he appeared minuscule, yet within him lay a terrifying power. From a distance, the scene was profoundly shocking. He has not perished. The blue-eyed woman gasped, her disbelief palpable. Moreover, he seems unscathed. Does he dare to defy the heavens? Is he mad? An ancient demon could not help but exclaim. All the demons present were left in shock. Any normal person undergoing tribulation would seek to evade or defend passively. Never had they seen someone dare to ascend against the heavens, especially during the fabled soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation. Crack! Crack! Thunder within the blood-red clouds seemed to sense its provocation, and in an instant, more bolts of black thunder surged forth from the clouds. These dark bolts poured down like a tidal wave, capable of obliterating all existence, instilling fear and dread in all who beheld them. Boom! 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 Yet Qin Feng stood resolute, allowing the thunder to strike him. His formidable physique was his asset, and he sought to utilize the soul-extinguishing heavenly tribulation to temper his body, rendering it even stronger. As the thunder continued to rain down upon him, his flesh began to tear, and charred wounds appeared across his body, exposing bone in some areas. Yet he remained unyielding. This individual could endure such a deluge of thunder without being reduced to ashes. A young demon on the ancient ship, bearing a heavy sword, spoke in disbelief. Is he perhaps a scion of some demon king? How can his physique be so formidable? Given the distance from Qin Feng and the obscuring black thunder, they could not see clearly, and with the overwhelming demonic energy within him, they naturally assumed he was of demonic lineage. Even the offspring of demon kings surely could not possess such a terrifying physique. However, the blue-eyed woman countered. She had witnessed the progeny of a demon king firsthand and was certain of her assertion. Upon hearing this, the other demons were even more astonished. If even the offspring of a demon king could not possess such a terrifying physique, then who was this individual undergoing tribulation? Despite enduring immense suffering, Qin Feng refused to submit, raising his gaze to the heavens and shouting. His vitality surged, and within him, spiritual energy roared like the ocean. Though his wounds multiplied, he continually healed. The demons watching were even more astonished, unable to believe that Qin Feng could withstand such a terrifying thunder tribulation without yielding. Rumbling. It seemed that the thunder in the blood-red clouds responded to Qin Feng's words, the sound of the rolling thunder growing deafening, as if the heavens were enraged. The terrifying thunder was rapidly coalescing. Soon, another wave of thunder, vast as the ocean, descended, burying Qin Feng beneath its weight. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder struck him. His bones cracked with a series of sounds, the pain rivaling that of merging with the primordial chaos sword body. It was utterly horrifying. The numerous demons had retreated far, yet still felt compelled to distance themselves further, fearing they might be caught in the aftermath and face instant annihilation. They held their breath, watching intently as the thunder rained down in waves, each more powerful than the last. Yet Qin Feng never wavered nor fell. He endured with his body, occasionally using demonic energy for defense. In the blink of an eye, 8 waves of the heavenly tribulation had descended. At this moment, amidst the black lightning, Qin Feng's body appeared battered and worn, with many areas exposing stark white bone, blood flowing freely. His breath had dwindled to the brink of extinction, and he swayed as if on the verge of collapse. Was he finally unable to endure any longer? Upon witnessing this scene, numerous malevolent beings could not help but exclaim in astonishment. They released long sighs of relief. Had Qin Feng not perished by now, they would have begun to doubt their very existence. His endurance until this point alone warranted his name in the annals of history. The woman with azure eyes spoke slowly, feeling a tinge of regret. If this individual had truly overcome the thunderous tribulation, he might have surpassed even the top 10 demon monarchs, leading them back to their former world, basking in the offerings of humanity and feasting upon endless blood. A young demon wielding a folding fan nodded in agreement, lamenting the loss of such a prodigy to their kind, as if fate itself were envious. Enough is enough. However, at that moment, Qin Feng's voice pierced through the air like a chilling command. An overwhelming sword intent erupted from within him. The dark sword energy, exuding a staggering aura of demonic power, was unlike any he had previously summoned. It was a tempest of demonic essence. This transformation stemmed from his cultivation of the ancient demon emperor's art, which had granted him newfound insights into the sword path. With a resounding clash, the formidable sword energy coalesced into a sword soul, entirely black and suffused with demonic might. The sound of the sword echoed with the anguished roars of ancient demons. Even the gathered malevolent beings were struck with terror, their faces paling at the sheer intensity of the dark energy. What is he attempting? The gathering of demons was engulfed in confusion as they witnessed Qin Feng's sudden manifestation of a sword soul, with the 9th wave of thunder about to strike. Undoubtedly the most perilous moment. One would expect him to conjure a shield for protection rather than a sword soul. Boom. Just as their bewilderment peaked, Qin Feng gripped the sword soul and cleaved downward. A pitch-black sword ray, hundreds of feet long, surged forth, infused with an appalling aura of demonic power, challenging the heavens. Where it passed, the fragile void of this realm fractured. Crack! At this juncture, the 9th wave of tribulation thunder had finally coalesced. The black lightning within the crimson clouds cascaded down like a torrent, its might surpassing all previous waves, threatening to collapse the very fabric of reality. This was no longer a mere thunder tribulation. It resembled a divine decree of annihilation. In an instant, the descending lightning collided with Qin Feng's sword ray, unleashing an unfathomable surge of energy. The black brilliance obscured the sky, as shattering thunder and sword energy intertwined, spreading across the heavens. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped thousands of miles, casting everything into darkness, creating an unmistakable sensation of impending doom. Time passed, and gradually, the violent energies, along with the fragments of thunder and sword energy, began to dissipate, restoring the sky to its former state. At this moment, the assembled demons were horrified to discover that the blood clouds and the roiling sea of black lightning had vanished without a trace. Only the slowly mending void rifts and the crackling remnants of thunder remained. Qin Feng's figure, steeped in demonic essence, stood poised in the air, his garments billowing in the cold wind, resembling a freshly emerged demon lord. Gasp! The entire annihilation thunder tribulation had been shattered by a single stroke of his sword. Instantly, gasps of disbelief echoed among the demons, their eyes wide open, as their understanding of reality shattered. That was the legendary annihilation thunder tribulation. When it first appeared, all demons believed Qin Feng was doomed, especially as each wave grew increasingly formidable, reinforcing their conviction. Yet, they never anticipated such an outcome, leaving them all astounded. Who on earth was he? The remnants of lightning still lingered, and they yearned to behold his visage. In their astonishment, the demons fixed their gazes upon Qin Feng, but the fragments of lightning obscured their view, rendering them unable to discern his true form. They were so intrigued that they almost wished to rush forward, albeit fearing his wrath. Suddenly, the figure in the sky was enveloped by a dark radiance and vanished as if he had never existed. Has he teleported away? The azure-eyed woman wondered aloud. It is likely. He must seek solitude to recover after his recent breakthrough, replied the young demon with the jade fan. After a brief pause, he added, we must return swiftly and inform our clan of the occurrences here. The other demons aboard the ancient vessel nodded in agreement. The ship then departed, sailing away from the scene. Meanwhile, some demons hurried back to relay the news, for the emergence of such a prodigy in their realm was no trivial matter, potentially disrupting the established hierarchy of the top 10 demon monarchs. Others hurried to the site of Qin Feng's tribulation, eager to meditate and glean insights, hoping for unforeseen gains. Simultaneously, within the confines of a small courtyard in the palace of the Fox clan, a dark radiance flickered, revealing the figure of Qin Feng, who had successfully endured the tribulation and attained the martial domain. He radiated an astonishing aura of demonic energy, his wounds fully healed, resembling an ancient demon lord. Fortunately, the presence of a concealment formation ensured that his demonic essence went undetected by the other Fox clansmen. Only 10 days. Qin Feng was taken aback. This was not his choice to return. It was the abyssal scroll that confined him to the trial realm for just 10 days. To extend his stay, he would need to shatter another abyssal scroll. Had he known, he would have broken another scroll to linger a while longer. During the 10 days he spent cultivating in the dense forest, he had not only signed for various demon clan elixirs, but also acquired 2 additional abyssal scrolls, alleviating any concerns about depleting his resources. Remaining longer would have allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the trial realm, preparing him for his next entry. Shaking his head in resignation, he vowed to be more cautious next time. Nevertheless, Qin Feng felt no disappointment. He had not only signed for the ancient demon emperor's art, but had also significantly advanced his cultivation, reaching the martial domain, a truly bountiful harvest. However, the after effects of the thunder tribulation still plagued him, causing discomfort. Unable to suppress a murmur, he retrieved a gourd from his system space, filled with healing spring water acquired through signing. Gulping it down, he felt a measure of relief from his pain, finishing the remaining water in one go. Should anyone discover that Qin Feng used such a precious healing spring water for mere pain relief, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. After finishing the spring water, Qin Feng prepared to meditate and recuperate, only to furrow his brow in sudden realization. He looked skyward, astonished to see the sun rising and the moon setting, its fullness unmistakable. What is going on? Wasn't I in the trial realm for 10 days? He pondered aloud, bewildered at the sight of the full moon. Examining the functioning of the concealment formation in the courtyard, he discovered that only a single night had elapsed here. The flow of time in the trial realm differs from that of this world, he concluded. However, he was not particularly surprised, as the laws of nature in the trial realm were inherently unstable. The moment he unleashed his sword, the void had fractured, an occurrence impossible in this realm. Shaking his head, Qin Feng dismissed further thoughts and began to stabilize his newfound cultivation. Now, he was a harmonious fusion of the paths of Buddha, demon, and sword. If an ordinary person were in this situation, they would likely have gone mad by now. However, Qin Feng possesses an exceptionally powerful consciousness and must still take the time to adapt and recuperate to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. The warm morning sunlight cascades from the sky, illuminating Qin Feng. At this moment, he is devoid of any demonic energy and appears to be a normal cultivator, as he is currently practicing the longevity technique rather than the ancient demon emperor technique. This transition of cultivation methods imposes significant demands on both the practitioner's physique and consciousness. Any inability to adapt could lead to grave issues. Fortunately, Qin Feng's body and consciousness are both remarkably robust. Scoundrel, have you been cultivating here all this time? A sulky voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a charming figure came into view. It was the little white fox. What's the matter? There's nothing else to do if you're not cultivating. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. You made me angry last time, and you haven't thought to apologize. The little white fox, having waited all these days for Qin Feng to seek her out, was dismayed to find him so engrossed in his training that he had no intention of apologizing. Qin Feng had realized the little white fox still remembered that incident. He had completely forgotten about it. However, he soon retrieved a jade pendant from his storage ring and said, "I have been preparing a gift for you during this time. I found something suitable just yesterday." This pendant was obtained when he signed in at the Fox Clan's tribe, previously owned by a woman of considerable standing within the Fox Clan, and it has the effect of delaying aging. He had no use for it, making it a perfect gift for the little white fox. Really? The little white fox accepted the jade pendant, still somewhat skeptical. Of course, Qin Feng replied sincerely, a smile gracing his face. "Humph, that is more like it." The little white fox huffed lightly, yet her heart swelled with joy. She realized that the pendant was indeed quite suitable for her, and it seemed Qin Feng had put effort into finding it. Delighted, she adorned herself with the pendant and announced, "In light of your thoughtful gift, I shall share some good news with you. P.S. A chapter of 3,000 words. Seeking a free gift, please." Chapter 193. The Zijin Chamber of Commerce in Songshan City. Good news? What good news? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. "Weren't you looking for the bronze plate before?" The little white fox replied slowly, "I have acquired some leads regarding the bronze plate." "Do you know where the bronze plate can be found?" Qin Feng asked eagerly. His initial purpose for coming to the Jiuxian domain was to seek the bronze plate, but the information had been scant. And with no activity in the Demon Emperor mountain range, he had nowhere to search. "Not exactly," the little white fox shook her head and explained, "a few days ago, I noticed that the Zijin Chamber of Commerce in Songshan City is auctioning a cauldron that bears an identical pattern to the bronze plate. The Zijin Chamber of Commerce is the largest commercial entity in the Jiuxian domain, possessing immense financial resources and hosting many formidable beings, rivaling any sect or clan. In addition to various shops scattered throughout the Jiuxian domain, they also have numerous branches located in bustling cities. These branches regularly hold large-scale auctions, and the Fox Clan, being a prominent clan in the southern region, often receives invitations detailing the items to be auctioned. The little white fox had chanced upon one such invitation. Songshan City's Zijin Chamber of Commerce? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Is that the city located at the border between the southern and northern regions of the Jiuxian domain? He had acquired some understanding of the major factions within the Jiuxian domain, and he was familiar with the Zijin Chamber of Commerce, though not particularly knowledgeable about the locations of various cities. Yes, the little white fox nodded. The auction will take place in a month and a half, and the quantity of items to be auctioned is expected to be the highest in nearly a decade. It should be quite lively. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something and asking, what is the selling point of this cauldron? Is it the cauldron itself or the pattern on it? This was crucial for him. If the selling point is the pattern, it would indicate that many people in the Jiuxian domain are aware of the bronze plate's existence. The emphasis is on the cauldron itself, the little white fox clarified, understanding Qin Feng's thoughts. It is a very ancient 5th-grade cauldron, said to have belonged to a powerful alchemist. The Zijin Chamber of Commerce is promoting its exceptional materials and the enchantments upon it, without mentioning the pattern at all. Among all the factions in the Jiuxian domain, the Fox Clan possesses the richest heritage. Their ancient texts record that similar patterns appear on the palace of the Demon Emperor, which other sects and clans might be oblivious to. Though it seems odd for unrelated patterns to appear on a cauldron, many alchemists are inherently eccentric, especially high-ranking ones. It is not unusual for them to leave bizarre patterns on their cauldrons, and no one would think twice about it. It seems necessary to visit Songshan City, Qin Feng said slowly. Although I can return to the trial grounds in a month, since they are right here, I can go anytime. However, the cauldron might not be available next time if I miss this auction. Are you sure you want to go to Songshan City? I want to go with you. The little white fox exclaimed joyfully. Since her parents returned, she had not left the Fox Clan's tribe for several years and longed to explore the world. You wish to accompany me? Qin Feng frowned, saying, your physique is special, and with you training the ancient methods of the Fox Clan, it is too dangerous to go out with so many eyes on you. I can change my appearance. The little white fox insisted. I guarantee that no one will recognize me as a member of the Fox Clan. Changing one's appearance is a secret technique passed down through the Fox Clan. After all, Fox Clan members, regardless of gender, are all stunningly beautiful, often garnering the favor of those in power. A slight misstep could lead to the risk of being hunted or sold. Still, there are risks involved. Your clan members wouldn't approve, would they? Qin Feng asked again. Don't worry. The clan has used the ancient texts to create a teleportation jade for me, even within the domain of a martial realm expert. I can be instantly transported back to the tribe, the little white fox reassured him, displaying the pendant around her neck. Though her physique is unique, and she practices ancient methods, making her the future of the Fox clan. Her safety is paramount, but she still yearned to venture out. Such a life-saving measure was naturally prepared by the Fox clan for her. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng looked at her pendant. However, what caught his attention was not the pendant itself, but the little white fox's ample bosom, with the ivory valley in between almost ensnaring one's gaze. Although he prided himself on being a gentleman, he couldn't help but exclaim, "That jade is truly white." Huh? The little white fox looked confused. Isn't this jade blue? Upon realizing he had misspoken, Qin Feng quickly shook his head and said, "No, I mean, that jade is truly large." The little white fox, now puzzled, looked down at her blue jade pendant, initially confused, then suddenly comprehending. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple. "Scoundrel! You!" The little white fox was both embarrassed and angry. Just as she was about to say something, Qin Feng, recovering his composure, swiftly changed the subject. "If your clan members have no objections, I wouldn't mind you accompanying me to Tsongshan City." Hearing that Qin Feng was willing to take her to Tsongshan City, the little white fox's emotions finally calmed. By the way, participating in the Zijin Chamber of Commerce's auction requires a substantial amount of spirit stones. How many do you have? The little white fox suddenly remembered and reminded Qin Feng. "It's not much, but it's sufficient," Qin Feng replied calmly. Over the centuries, he had amassed a mountain of divine stones from signing in at various mines, so he had no worries. "Are you sure it's enough?" The little white fox expressed her concern. The allure of a fifth-tier alchemy furnace is quite significant. In many respects, the scarcity of alchemy furnaces is nearly equivalent to that of alchemists. Numerous alchemists lack satisfactory furnaces. At the upcoming auction, many sects and families without alchemists would likely seek to acquire this furnace to attract them to their ranks. She worried that the spiritual stones Qin Feng brought from the Great Xia dynasty would be insufficient. "If it truly isn't enough, I can always borrow from you," Qin Feng said slowly. I want to lend to you. What if you can't pay me back?" The little white fox huffed. "If I can't repay, I'll compensate with flesh." Qin Feng chuckled softly. The once proud little white fox blushed at his words, pouting. "You rogue, how dare you think that?" Qin Feng smiled lightly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he inquired about the specific timing of the auction, and they settled on a departure time for Tsongshan City. The little white fox did not linger. She needed to inform her parents about her departure, ensuring she wouldn't sneak out as before. Chapter 194, The Bloodthirsty Demon Lord. When Bai Yexing and his wife learned that the little white fox wished to accompany Qin Feng to Tsongshan City for the auction, they showed no intent to stop her. Although her identity was special, it was essential for her to venture out and gain experience, as remaining within the tribe to cultivate was not a sustainable path. However, before her departure, they instructed the elder in charge of formations to thoroughly inspect the little white fox's pendant, ensuring that it could instantly teleport her back to the tribe upon being crushed. 2 days later, an ancient vessel set sail from the Fox clan. This vessel, though seemingly ordinary and unremarkable, was fortified with powerful ancient protective formations of the Fox clan, capable of withstanding attacks from martial realm experts for a time, allowing the little white fox to depart with ease. On board, the little white fox was unrecognizable. Her tail and ears vanished, betraying no sign of her fox lineage. Upon boarding, Qin Feng intended to inquire further about Tsongshan City and the Zijin Chamber of Commerce's branch there, but before he could pose any questions, the little white fox retreated to her cabin to cultivate. She was on the verge of a breakthrough and wished to achieve it before arriving in Tsongshan City. Otherwise, her enjoyment would be diminished. Qin Feng could only shake his head helplessly, deciding to learn more once they reached Tsongshan City. After all, they still had over a month until the auction commenced, and they would arrive in just over 20 days. Meanwhile, in a vast canyon, a blood moon hung high in the sky. The canyon floor was littered with eerie white bones, and demonic energy surged ominously, creating an atmosphere of dread. Occasionally, a chilling wind swept through, carrying a pungent scent of blood, steeped in a murderous aura. At the heart of this canyon stood a palace constructed entirely of withered bones. Surrounding it were numerous malevolent beings, gorging themselves on the corpses of magical beasts. Within the palace, a figure steeped in demonic energy sat in meditation. He appeared to be middle-aged, but it was clear that this was not his original body. Lord Demon, an elderly woman, entered respectfully. If anyone from the Jiuquan realm heard the title Demon Lord, they would be astounded, for even during the demonic upheaval decades ago, there were no more than 5 beings worthy of such a title, each of formidable existence. "What have you discovered?" The bloodthirsty Demon Lord slowly opened his crimson eyes, his voice cold. "Who harmed my son? We have yet to ascertain the specific identity of the killer." The old woman paused before continuing. "However, We detected 2 lingering auras in the area where the young master vanished. One belongs to a weak female, easily disregarded, while the other is that of a Taoist from the Zhishoguan. Zhishoguan. Upon hearing this name, the bloodthirsty demon lord's eyes flared with rage. And he gritted his teeth. It's them again. During the Great War 200,000 years ago, the first patriarch annihilated all of their demons and slaughtered all of my generals. I barely escaped with a remnant of my soul. For 200,000 years, I have been trapped in this secret realm, living like a rat in the sewers, fearing discovery by the forces of the Joshuan realm, lest I find no place to rest in death. Although my soul has nearly recovered, my cultivation has only just returned to the half-step martial realm. I had sworn vengeance against Zhishoguan, but I never imagined that my son, merely venturing out to hone his skills, would fall victim to them. How can I not be furious? My lord, should I visit Zhishoguan and see if I can incite their disciples to reveal who killed the young master? The old woman inquired solemnly. Despite the deep-seated enmity, they dared not confront Zhishoguan directly, given the presence of martial realm experts among them. Instead, they sought to manipulate Zhishoguan's disciples. No, the bloodthirsty demon lord shook his head. I am now on the cusp of the martial realm. I cannot allow them to discover that I am still alive. While other forces in the Joshuan realm may not wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me upon discovering my existence, those impoverished Taoists are different. Despite the anger boiling within him, he remained composed. After 200,000 years of restraint, he could not afford to act impulsively now and jeopardize his plans. Once he broke through to the martial realm, as long as he remained in this secret realm, no one in the Joshuan realm could contend with him. At that point, he would be in an invulnerable position, able to act without consequence. Your words are wise, the old woman noted, pleased to see the bloodthirsty demon lord's restraint. As long as we remain steady, the Joshuan realm will belong to you. What of your preparations? The bloodthirsty demon lord inquired next. Rest assured, my lord, it is nearly complete, the old woman replied confidently. I have excavated a new entrance into the secret realm within a valley, constantly exuding rich spiritual energy. Anyone who sees this entrance will believe it to be a heavenly paradise. At that time, I will attract the powerful from nearby sects, ensuring your breakthrough to the martial realm. Among these sects, she had already influenced several disciples, confident she could simultaneously disseminate the news. To secure substantial gains within the secret realm, these sects would undoubtedly strive to bring their strongest members. At that point, they could easily ensnare their prey. Excellent. The bloodthirsty demon lord remarked, thoroughly satisfied. Proceed according to the plan without delay. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision himself reclaiming his dominion over the Joshuan realm. Yes, the old woman nodded, then departed the secret realm to further her plans. Days later, an ancient vessel, unremarkable compared to opulent merchant ships, sailed through the mountains. It rarely paused at the cities it passed. On board, Qin Feng, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes and glanced towards the cabin. Inside, the little white fox was surrounded by the divine stones Qin Feng had arranged. Rich spiritual energy continuously flowing into her body. Her aura steadily ascended, and before they reached Songshan City, she should easily break through to the void refinement realm. Qin Feng observed the little white fox and murmured to himself. With such thoughts in his heart, he approached the little white fox and retrieved several rare 6th-tier spirit herbs, still emanating a faint glow from his system space. The gentle spiritual energy contained within these herbs was immensely beneficial for cultivators on the verge of breaking through the void practice realm. Qin Feng placed these precious herbs beside the little white fox. Soon, as the little white fox's cultivation technique commenced, wisps of spiritual energy from the herbs continuously flowed into her body. Qin Feng was unconcerned that the little white fox would discover the rarity of these herbs, for under his guidance, she had entered a profound state of cultivation. Unless someone were to directly attack her, she would remain oblivious to the world around her. Just as Qin Feng had set the herbs down, he suddenly furrowed his brow and gazed outside the cabin. A rich wave of spiritual energy pulsated through the air, leaving Qin Feng astonished. His formidable consciousness detected an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in the surroundings, the source of which lay over 10 miles away. Could it be that some rare spirit herbs had appeared? Qin Feng murmured, pondering why the spiritual energy felt somewhat off, tinged with an almost imperceptible demonic aura. Having cultivated the ancient demon emperor's technique, he had grown particularly sensitive to demonic energy. With a heart full of curiosity, Qin Feng resolved to investigate. After anchoring the ancient ship in a secluded and inconspicuous location, he flew towards the source of the anomalous spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in a tranquil valley, a place that was ordinarily unremarkable and seldom visited by magical beasts, a rift in the void began to spew forth dense spiritual energy, transforming the entire valley into a haven for cultivation. Dozens of figures adorned in 3 different attires, hailing from prominent sects and families in the southern region, gathered there. Each possessed remarkable cultivation, most at the 5th level of the void practice realm or higher. Among them, the 3 leaders had even reached the threshold of the martial domain realm. "You two have quite the keen noses, arriving here so swiftly," said the head of the Qin family, casting a cold glance at the other 2 semi-martial domain cultivators. His family was the closest to this location. Just as he received the news, he rushed over, only to find himself arriving simultaneously with members from 2 other sections. "Huh. That merely indicates that your Qin family is rather foolish, far less astute than my disciples of the Xiang sect." The sect leader of Xiang's sect laughed heartily. Although he had learned of this news from an unknown disciple who stumbled upon the place during an expedition, he seized the opportunity to mock the head of the Qin family. "What did you say?" The head of the Qin family's face turned crimson with rage. A violent aura erupted from him, astonishingly powerful. "What? Do you wish to fight?" Unfazed, the Xiang sect leader retorted, "Perfect. Let us settle this here. Only the living shall qualify to enter the secret realm, shall we?" As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him as well. Both men, semi-martial domain cultivators, unleashed their pressure, instantly enveloping the surrounding mountains for hundreds of miles. Countless magical beasts cowered in fear. "Do you fear me?" The head of the Qin family, seeing this, was ready to strike. Their long-standing enmity with the Xiang sect over the spirit stone mines had lasted for over 1,000 years, and he had long desired to settle the score with the Xiang sect leader. Enough. At that moment, the leader of the Xuanzhen sect quickly intervened, saying, "The secret realm has already opened. Our immediate priority is to enter and see what treasures await. We can settle our scores afterward." His intentions were not entirely altruistic. He hoped for both parties to exhaust themselves in a fierce battle, allowing the Xuanzhen sect to dominate the region. However, he feared that their clash might destroy the entrance to the secret realm. Upon hearing the Xuanzhen sect leader's advice, the other 2 men huffed in unison, retracting their released auras, preparing to enter the secret realm together first. Any grievances could be resolved later. Suddenly, a figure swept in from afar, capturing everyone's attention. "Who are you?" Upon seeing Qin Feng, the head of the Qin family immediately inquired coldly. The other 2 sect leaders also displayed wary expressions. Yet, Qin Feng paid them no heed. His eyes glimmered with complex and arcane symbols as he peered through the entrance of the secret realm, revealing a chilling and bloody scene within. "Indeed, it is a trap," Qin Feng concluded as he approached the location. He had already sensed something was amiss with the surging spiritual energy. Now, utilizing his divine eye to inspect, he found it was indeed a trap concealing a powerful evil entity. The entrance, from which the vast spiritual energy flowed, was clearly designed to lure individuals inside. A trap? What trap? The Xuanzhen sect leader, who intended to drive Qin Feng away, frowned and questioned. Naturally cautious by nature, he was intrigued. Qin Feng glanced at him and replied indifferently, "This secret realm is a ruse. It is a hiding place for the evil ones. You, with your semi-martial domain cultivation, would find only death should you enter." He was not particularly concerned with the fate of these strangers, but he understood that their entry would complicate his own efforts to eliminate the evil entity within. Thus, he offered a word of caution. "Evil ones have set a trap?" The head of the Qin family exclaimed in surprise, and then asked, "How do you know this?" "Believe it or not, it is your choice," Qin Feng said. Then resumed examining the formation within the secret realm, seeking its vulnerabilities. Even if the bloodthirsty demon lord surpassed the martial domain realm, the formidable magical formations within would pose significant challenges. Thus, he sought to uncover the formation's weaknesses before entering. The head of the Qin family and the other 2 sect leaders exchanged glances, all furrowing their brows. It was indeed strange for a secret realm entrance to materialize in such an ordinary location. "Leader, do not heed this fool's nonsense. There are no evil ones inside. Only various spirit herbs," the 3rd elder of the Xuanzhen sect interjected hastily. Upon closer inspection, one could see a flicker of anxiety and panic in his eyes. "How do you know?" "You only learned of the secret realm from your direct disciple's report," the Xuanzhen sect leader questioned, knowing that the 3rd elder had informed him of this place. "My disciple actually entered to investigate, but the spiritual energy was far too overwhelming for him to endure. He had to retreat immediately," the 3rd elder explained, then turned his gaze to Qin Feng. "This fellow is deliberately deceiving us, likely waiting for his family or sect members to arrive. While the sects and families of the southern region may not match the strength of those in the northern region, they were numerous. Beyond the territories controlled by the 3 families, there existed a significant number of others. This fellow is quite the actor. I nearly fell for it. The Xuanjin sect leader exclaimed. Dare to deceive us? Kill him. The head of the Qin family shouted angrily. Everyone, please enter. I will take care of this man. The third elder of the Xuanjin sect quickly declared. Let us prevent any further complications. The leaders of the Ziang sect and others nodded in agreement, subsequently leading their members into the secret realm. Only the third elder of the Xuanqin sect remained, along with Qin Feng, who was utilizing the divine eye to inspect the flaws in the formation within the secret realm. Chapter 196, Entering the Secret Realm. Haha. What a bunch of foolish individuals. You shall obediently become the blood offerings for the demon lord. Upon witnessing the crowd entering the secret realm, the third elder of the Xuanqin sect burst into laughter. With the sound of his voice fading, a remarkable and sinister aura emanated from his body, soon enveloping him in demonic energy. Long ago, during his time as a disciple of the Xuanqin sect, he had been seduced into pledging allegiance to the demon lord. Unwilling to lead a life of mediocrity, he sought to etch his name into the annals of the Nine Xian domain by serving the evil entity. Stop laughing. It's truly deafening. Qin Feng, who had just discerned the flaws in the formation with his divine eye, could not help but frown. He slowly rose, preparing to enter the secret realm and eliminate the evil. Boy, I was almost about to forget you were here. The third elder of the Xuanqin sect ceased his laughter, casting a cold glare at Qin Feng, and coldly exclaimed, You must be a formation master, am I right? You had better tell me what flaws exist here that allowed you to see it as a trap. Otherwise, prepare to be devoured by me. To him, the fact that so many powerful individuals failed to recognize this as a trap, while Qin Feng did, was utterly inconceivable. It could not possibly be attributed to the fact that Qin Feng, appearing less than 500 years of age, possessed greater cultivation than those numerous strongmen. Rather, it was because Qin Feng was an exceedingly rare formation master. The trap was well-crafted, devoid of any apparent flaws. As Qin Feng spoke, he advanced toward the secret realm, saying, However, for the powerful, all schemes and tricks are merely a source of amusement. Arrogant. The third elder of the Xuanqin sect retorted coldly, saying, Since you are unwilling to speak, do not blame us for being ruthless. Since pledging allegiance to the evil entity, he had grown accustomed to the exquisite taste of human flesh. Recently, he had been enduring his hunger for the sake of a plan, but now, upon seeing Qin Feng's youthful physique, he could hardly contain his drool. With a swift motion, the third elder stepped forward, instantly appearing before Qin Feng, his palms surging with spiritual energy as he lunged to grasp Qin Feng, his eyes filled with bloodlust and cruelty. Clang. However, at that moment, an astonishing sword aura suddenly erupted from within Qin Feng. What? The third elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. Before he could react, the sword aura emanating from Qin Feng tore his body to shreds. A corporeal form at the 8th level of the void refinement realm disintegrated like clay before Qin Feng. After eliminating the third elder of the Xuanqin sect, Qin Feng did not even flinch, continuing onward into the depths of the secret realm as if he had merely crushed an ant. When the two major sects and the Qin family entered the secret realm, they wore expressions of delight, envisioning their forces soaring to new heights and surpassing the Fox and Wolf clans in the southern region. However, once they stepped inside the secret realm, their smiles froze in shock and disbelief. The sight before them was filled with desiccated bones and corpses, and the chilling winds sent shivers down their spines, as if they had arrived in hell. What is happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a land filled with spiritual herbs? Exclaimed the leader of the Ziang sect, horrified. There are no spiritual herbs here, not even a trace of spiritual energy. It is all demonic energy. We have been deceived. The head of the Qin family finally realized the truth. This place is the lair of the evil entity. The leader of the Xuanqin sect's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, saying, I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. After saying this, he turned to leave, only to discover that there was no exit from the secret realm behind him. The entrance was a one-way passage. To escape, they could only exit through the demonic palace in the center of the canyon. Damn it, I should have listened to that young man's advice. The leader of the Ziang sect's face darkened, filled with regret. Yet, alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. I didn't expect you all to arrive so soon. Since that is the case, you might as well stay. At that moment, an old crone slowly emerged from the skeletal palace, appearing before them with a sinister smile that was deeply unsettling. Coupled with her ghastly appearance, the scene became even more reminiscent of hell. Upon seeing the old crone, the head of the Qin family and the others were initially startled. However, after assessing her cultivation, their tension eased considerably. With mere 9th level cultivation in the void refinement realm, you think you can keep us all here? The leader of the Ziang sect scoffed. That is quite delusional, isn't it? After all, among us, there are 3 at the half-step martial domain level. The old crone, however, wore a mocking expression as she replied, "Do not underestimate me. Even if I had no cultivation, it would be effortless to subdue you all within this secret realm." As she spoke, she waved her large sleeve, causing the formations within the secret realm to activate and emit a crimson glow. The demonic energy in the air instantly coalesced into tens of thousands of arrows, shooting towards the leader of the Xuanqin sect and the others. Their expressions changed dramatically as they hurriedly conjured spiritual energy to shield themselves against the arrows. Boom, boom, boom. However, there were simply too many arrows, and their shields, formed of spiritual energy, crumbled in an instant. The arrows pierced through their bodies, leading to the death of 3 half-step martial domain cultivators and dozens of others above the 5th level of the void refinement realm. In their final moments, they stared wide-eyed, unable to close their eyes, as they had thought today would be their great opportunity, a day of ascendance, only to meet their untimely demise. Such an abundance of flesh. This time, I shall surely return to the martial domain. At that moment, a booming laughter echoed as the bloodthirsty demon lord soared out from the demonic palace, his eyes brimming with excitement and exhilaration as he gazed at those before him. Soon, I shall stand invincible, ruling over the Nine domain. It is merely a matter of time. The old crone chimed in with glee, haha. When that time comes, I shall make those who killed my son pay the most painful price. The bloodthirsty demon lord sneered, then began to consume the corpses. His cultivation soared as his excitement grew. 20,000 years ago, he had already attained the martial domain. Now, with this feast, he could ascend without any obstacles, perhaps even without the need to transcend tribulations. Boom. Within mere moments, the bloodthirsty demon lord's cultivation broke through to the martial domain. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, sweeping through the entire secret realm, causing it to tremble violently. Congratulations, demon lord, on your return to the martial domain. At this moment, all the evil entities were filled with exhilaration, prostrating themselves on the ground and exclaiming loudly, 20,000 years ago, that old Taoist thwarted me. This time, I shall see who can stop me. The bloodthirsty demon lord declared arrogantly. After enduring for 20,000 years, he no longer needed to tread cautiously. Clang. Just then, the sound of a sword ringing resonated through the secret realm. In the sky, a figure surrounded by overwhelming sword energy strode into the secret realm, as if a sharp sword had been thrust within. Chapter 197, Experience Book. Who goes there? As the young man, enveloped in a terrifying sword aura, approached with measured steps, the bloodthirsty demon lord admonished with heightened vigilance. The dreadful sword energy emanating from his opponent distorted the very void of the secret realm, instilling within him a profound sense of peril. I shall slay you, Qin Feng declared with an air of calm indifference. His voice resonated throughout the secret realm, akin to the deep tolling of a mighty bell, sending shivers down the spines of all malevolent beings present, as though a divine blade hovered ominously above them, each one trembling in fear. He's a sword cultivator at the 1st level of the martial domain. The old crone exclaimed in astonishment upon perceiving Qin Feng. Being in command of the formations within the secret realm, she keenly sensed his realm, confirming without a doubt that he was indeed at the martial domain. It was utterly astonishing. Qin Feng was strikingly youthful, likely less than 1/5 her age, yet he had already attained such a formidable stage. Throughout the annals of the Nine domain, it was improbable that such a prodigious figure had ever existed. A sword cultivator at the 1st level of the martial domain? The bloodthirsty demon lord was equally taken aback, though a cruel smile soon graced his lips as he turned toward Qin Feng. No wonder you are so arrogant as to proclaim your intent to kill me. You are indeed a martial genius. However, I regret to inform you. You have arrived too late. I have already regained my strength in the martial domain. Yet, considering your impressive talent, I could take you as my servant. And once I conquer the Nine domain, you may govern the world on my behalf. Despite just recovering his strength in the martial domain, he maintained an unwavering confidence. After all, he had broken through to this stage 200,000 years prior and had successfully opened his domain. It is worth noting that not every practitioner of the martial domain can establish a domain. The true masters capable of doing so are exceedingly rare. Although he had just regained his strength and was not in peak condition, his comprehension of martial arts far surpassed any ordinary practitioner at the 1st level of the martial domain, rendering his combat prowess formidable beyond comparison. Become your servant? Qin Feng scoffed, unable to suppress a laugh. It seems your recent recovery has left you somewhat deluded. As he spoke, the execution sword materialized in his hand, radiating a powerful aura of slaughter. You seem to have quite a few fortunate opportunities. The bloodthirsty demon lord remarked coldly upon seeing the execution sword in Qin Feng's grasp. Since you refuse to be my servant, I shall claim all your opportunities for myself. In an instant, the astonishing demonic energy within the secret realm coalesced in his hands, forming a pitch-black spear. Simultaneously, an overwhelming intent to kill surged from his being, akin to a volcano erupting. In the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty demon lord surged forward, charging at Qin Feng with blinding speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and unleashing a powerful sonic boom. Qin Feng remained undaunted, meeting him with his sword in a fierce clash. Boom. At the moment of their collision, it was as though thunder had erupted, causing the very void of the secret realm to fissure in numerous places. The clash of black demonic energy and sword aura surged outward like a tidal wave, shattering the ground below and sending many malevolent creatures flying. Buzz. Following their initial encounter, the bloodthirsty demon lord pressed on without pause, his black spear trembling as he charged at Qin Feng again. In response, the long sword in Qin Feng's hand erupted with an overwhelming sword intent, causing the void itself to tremble as he resolutely engaged in battle. Boom, boom, boom. In the skies above, the combatants clashed repeatedly, generating genuinely violent fluctuations, akin to the sound of thunder. The void of the secret realm continued to crack and then mend itself. The intense battle scene left all the malevolent beings below utterly transfixed. You are merely at the first level of the martial domain, yet you can contend with me so evenly? The bloodthirsty demon lord exclaimed in disbelief. He had assumed that, given his understanding of martial arts within the martial domain, defeating opponents of the same realm would be a mere trifle. Yet, he had not anticipated Qin Feng's formidable prowess. Evenly matched, Qin Feng retorted with a cold chuckle. I merely wished to assess your comprehension of martial arts to see if there was anything worth my while to learn. It appears, however, that it is nothing extraordinary. Disheartened after his brief probing, he no longer held back. The execution sword erupted with a stunning black and white sword aura, nearly obscuring the entire sky of the secret realm. Boom. With a sweeping stroke of his sword, an expansive blade of light surged forth, stretching hundreds of feet long, imbued with an overwhelming sword intent, threatening to cleave the very realm asunder. You dare to treat me as a mere experience manual? The bloodthirsty demon lord bellowed in fury. The spear in his hand radiated a dazzling pitch-black light, akin to wielding a dark star. The murderous aura caused the surrounding void to quake violently. He charged forward to meet the colossal blade of light. Boom. A cataclysmic surge of energy erupted forth. The heavens blazed with light, resembling the ascendance of a new sun. A tsunami of energy engulfed the surroundings, obliterating everything in its path, a display of overwhelming might. Amidst the violent energy fluctuations, the bloodthirsty demon lord's corporeal form was torn asunder. His essence, a swirling mass of black mist, crashed down upon the ground, shattering the skeletal palace and obliterating the bones of numerous malevolent beings nearby. In stark contrast, Qin Feng remained poised in the sky, unperturbed, as the immense shockwave failed to affect him, akin to a celestial deity descending. Demon Lord, the old crone, and the unaffected malevolent beings gasped in disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend that, despite sharing the same realm, the bloodthirsty demon lord had been vanquished. Fool. At that moment, the bloodthirsty demon lord's essence surged from the shattered remnants of the palace, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious light as they locked onto Qin Feng. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "The vessel I painstakingly acquired has been shattered by you. Today, I shall make you wish for death. By your hand." Qin Feng responded with a chilling laugh, entirely unconcerned. "You are indeed formidable, exceeding my expectations. Were we to meet in the outside world, I would surely meet my demise." Upon uttering these words, the bloodthirsty demon lord's eyes gleamed with derision. "Alas, this is my secret realm. While it may require some cost to slay you, it is hardly a daunting task." As he spoke, he seized control of the magical formations from the old crone, igniting a crimson glow throughout the secret realm as the formations began to operate at full capacity. "Spare us, demon lord." The old crone and the other malevolent beings suddenly pleaded for mercy, their forms beginning to dissipate. The bloodthirsty demon lord was sacrificing their lives to empower the formations within the secret realm. Yet, he appeared deaf to their pleas, his eyes alight with madness as he fervently activated the entire array. Though he could operate the formations without sacrificing his subordinates, his wrath drove him to unleash their full potential to utterly humiliate Qin Feng. Chapter 198. The Potent Magical Array Boom. As the old crone and the multitude of malevolent beings were sacrificed, the entire array began to operate at an astonishing speed. The blood-red light illuminated the entire secret realm, Within the formations, shadowy figures began to coalesce, their true forms obscured, yet emanating an ancient and malevolent aura that made even Qin Feng feel a sense of danger. They seemed to have traversed the endless river of time, emerging from the depths of antiquity. Quite an impressive array, Qin Feng remarked appreciatively as he observed the surrounding shadows. Haha, indeed, these phantoms are the commanders under the demon ancestor. The bloodthirsty demon lord laughed heartily, declaring, to craft this formation, I have expended immense energy and time. No matter how formidable you are, within this formation, your demise is inevitable. His eyes, as crimson as lanterns, brimmed with confidence. He could not fathom that Qin Feng could rival these demonic apparitions. You are correct. Within this formation, my death is assured, Qin Feng acknowledged candidly. The formation was extraordinarily powerful, even piquing his interest. Haha, have you surrendered? The bloodthirsty demon lord sneered ominously. Alas, it is too late for you to beg for mercy. You have shattered my long-nurtured body and forced me to sacrifice so many subordinates. Today, your death is certain. As he spoke, he commanded the phantoms to encircle and slay Qin Feng. Haha, you have misunderstood. I had no intention of surrendering, Qin Feng replied lightly. Since my demise is inevitable within this formation, let us cease its operation. As he spoke, he summoned the demon seal. Boom! The demon seal, no larger than the palm of his hand, radiated a formidable sealing power. Under Qin Feng's control, the patterns at the base of the seal emitted a blood-red glow and swiftly pressed toward the formation's vulnerable points within the secret realm. Buzz! The formation, previously in motion, suddenly halted under the suppression of the demon seal. The blood-red, glowing formations dimmed to darkness, and the evil phantoms conjured by the formation dissipated into nothingness. The secret realm fell into a profound silence. You have so easily dismantled my painstakingly laid formation? The bloodthirsty demon lord's face paled, his expression ghastly. He had invested vast amounts of energy and time into establishing this magical formation, believing himself invincible within this secret realm. To his astonishment, Qin Feng had effortlessly identified its weaknesses and shattered it. If I lacked the confidence to dismantle this formation, would I have ventured in? Qin Feng retorted coldly. With that, he unleashed a powerful sword intent from the Zhuxian sword in his hand. This is impossible. The bloodthirsty demon lord refused to accept the reality. He frantically gathered demonic energy, forming a spear, and launched it at the demon seal, intent on shattering it and reinstating the formation. Buzz! However, under Qin Feng's command, the demon seal trembled slightly, emitting a unique fluctuation that absorbed the incoming spear. Having mastered the secret of the weapon, Qin Feng, despite not yet unleashing the seal's full potential, wielded it with remarkable finesse. What? The bloodthirsty demon lord was struck with terror. At that moment, Qin Feng had already approached him. No, do not kill me. The bloodthirsty demon lord, weakened from the recent battle and the loss of his nurtured form, was no match for Qin Feng. He desperately pleaded for his life, yearning to survive. After enduring for 200,000 years, he now glimpsed the dawn. Dying at this moment was unthinkable. Have you ever spared the human beings who begged for mercy before you? Qin Feng asked coldly. The bloodthirsty demon lord was momentarily taken aback. Throughout his life, he had devoured countless humans, showing no mercy to any, regardless of age or gender. Boom! Just as the bloodthirsty demon lord was lost in thought, Qin Feng struck with his sword. The overwhelming sword intent instantly tore the bloodthirsty demon lord to shreds. The once mighty bloodthirsty demon lord was reduced to wisps of demonic energy, vanishing into the ether. It is said that the Zhuxian sword can slay immortals. With the bloodthirsty demon lord slain by it, he could never be resurrected. The entire secret realm subsequently fell into utter silence. Buzz! After slaying the bloodthirsty demon lord, the Zhuxian sword in Qin Feng's hand trembled, releasing an even stronger aura of slaughter. Its rank had risen once more, now reaching the initial stage of the 7th tier. It has improved again? Qin Feng smiled upon witnessing this. For a long time, the Zhuxian sword's rank had lagged behind his cultivation level. After all the slaughter, it finally matched his own. Buzz! The Zhuxian sword seemed to exude joy. After all, an increase in rank signified a rise in its power. Qin Feng chuckled softly before storing it within the system space. System, please register my presence in the secret realm. After putting away the Zhuxian sword, Qin Feng spoke calmly. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successful registration. You have received the reward, Void Great Hand Seal. The system's notification chimed in Qin Feng's ears. Upon examining the scroll in the system space, he discovered it to be a commendable martial technique, which he subsequently integrated. Having received the registration reward, Qin Feng surveyed the entire secret realm. At this point, the void rifts had completed their self-repair, leaving only an expanse of swirling demonic energy. This is a fine place, Qin Feng mused, retrieving the 9-tiered demon tower from the system space. During his previous visit to the trial grounds, he had not had the chance to slay several powerful evildoers to absorb demonic energy for the demons imprisoned within. He had been teleported back prematurely. Now, with the abundant demonic energy present, it was perfect for those demons to absorb. Boom. With these thoughts, Qin Feng cast the 9-tiered demon tower down. The ancient tower rapidly expanded, soon reaching a height of several hundred zhong, landing atop the ruins of the skeletal palace. Crack. Subsequently, Qin Feng shattered a scroll, and countless rays of light cascaded down, forming intricate patterns around the ancient tower, which transformed into a spirit-gathering array. Under normal circumstances, a spirit-gathering array could not gather demonic energy. However, Qin Feng condensed sword light at his fingertips and swiftly altered several patterns. Immediately, the demonic energy throughout the secret realm began to converge toward the 9-tiered demon tower. P.S. Seeking a free gift, sob sob. Chapter 199, Stand Down. Or you will die. Meanwhile, within the first tier of the 9-tiered demon tower, the imprisoned demons awaited the new cultivation resources Qin Feng would provide. Suddenly, vast amounts of demonic energy surged in, startling them. What is happening? Why is there so much rich demonic energy? They wondered. Could it be that the guy was slain by a powerful member of the demon race, and the 9-tiered demon tower has fallen into their hands? The demons inside began to speculate animatedly, feeling a sense of loss and regret. For all the years they had been imprisoned within the 9-tiered demon tower, Qin Feng had treated them well, providing various cultivation resources. If they fell into the hands of another powerful demon, their fate would be uncertain. After all, it was not uncommon for demons to devour one another, and as demons themselves, they were inherently different from ordinary evildoers. You have 1 to 2 months to absorb the demonic energy here. Do not waste time. Just then, Qin Feng's voice resonated like a grand bell, proclaiming, "The one who absorbs the most demonic energy will be rewarded with special cultivation resources." The secret realm was rich in demonic energy, and these demons would not be able to absorb it all in a short time. Thus, Qin Feng planned to return after attending the auction to retrieve the 9-tiered demon tower. Calculating the time, it would only be 1 or 2 months at most. He is fine. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, the demons erupted in exclamations of surprise. Their curiosity heightened as they wondered how Qin Feng had managed to arrive in such a place dense with demonic energy, especially given their belief that he was merely at the realm of void training. After all, it had not been long since he began his cultivation, and there seemed to be limited potential for significant advancement. Such a heavily infused demonic atmosphere could only be the dwelling of the most formidable demons. Yet, despite their uncertainties, these beings chose not to dwell on their questions. Their immediate priority was to absorb the abundant demonic energy surrounding them. This endeavor would not only bolster their own cultivation, but would also position them favorably for the special rewards promised by Qin Feng in due time. Booming sounds reverberated as massive waves of demonic energy flooded into the first level of the 9-tiered demon tower, where the demons began to absorb it, forming whirlpools of energy in a spectacular display. Observing the demon's earnest cultivation, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction before retracting his consciousness. The formations in this area were indeed commendable. He surveyed his surroundings with approval. Despite having acquired numerous formations through his sign-ins and being capable of inscribing formations himself, the array laid down by the bloodthirsty demon lord still captivated him greatly due to its potency and pre-existing design. With a hum, Qin Feng extracted a jade stone radiating a verdant glow from his system space. The stone floated gently to the center of the secret realm, emanating not only its green luminescence, but also a unique wave of energy. In an instant, the intricate formation patterns scattered throughout the realm began to gravitate towards the jade stone, as if drawn by an unseen force. This was a reward from his sign-in, allowing him to reclaim formations that had already been activated. Initially deemed trivial, he now found it invaluable. Approximately an hour later, all the formation patterns within the secret realm had been absorbed into the jade stone. Should Qin Feng shatter the stone, the demonic array would be unleashed once more. Let the 9-tiered demon tower remain here to gradually absorb the demonic energy, he remarked, storing the jade stone back in his system space. With that, he departed from the secret realm. In a flash of light, Qin Feng's figure materialized in a cave situated 1,000 miles away from the valley. This was the true entrance to the secret realm, as the temporary entry had collapsed upon his arrival. After briefly arranging the formations to conceal the cave, he soared towards the location where the ancient ship was docked. Upon returning to the ancient ship, he found the little white fox still immersed in absorbing spiritual energy. A few days away from a breakthrough, he then steered the ancient ship towards the direction of Tsongshan City. Time passed swiftly, and soon only a day's journey remained to Tsongshan City. The ancient ship sailed serenely among the mountains, occasionally encountering opulent ancient ships en route to the city for an auction. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted within the cabin. Qin Feng turned to see the little white fox's body exuding an abundant stream of spiritual energy, her long hair billowing and her expression somewhat aloof, reminiscent of a celestial being. Is she about to break through to the void training realm? Qin Feng mused, not surprised as he had been monitoring her cultivation closely, anticipating today's breakthrough. Roar! At that moment, a powerful beast within the mountains released a deafening roar and soared into view before the ancient ship. This formidable presence was a mid-level 6th-tier griffin, comparable to a 5th-level void training expert. Sensing a threat from the little white fox, it feared for its territory and aimed to strike first. Its eyes were filled with ferocity. Back off, or you will perish, Qin Feng stated coldly. Casting a glance at the griffin, this beast was already at the 6th tier, capable of understanding human speech. Hence he chose to speak directly rather than using his consciousness. The griffin's gaze remained fixed on the little white fox, only acknowledging Qin Feng's presence upon hearing his voice. An ant dares to threaten. Its vicious eyes were filled with disdain, completely dismissing Qin Feng. However, before the griffin could finish its words, it abruptly halted, as a glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Feng's cold gaze. This intent was not deliberately projected, yet it enveloped the griffin in an icy dread. In that moment, it felt like the true ant, insignificant and powerless. Please, senior, forgive me. I will retreat at once, the 6th-tier griffin stammered, its previously cruel demeanor replaced by terror. It immediately dove down into the dense forest below, startling a flock of birds, fearing that any delay would lead to its demise at Qin Feng's hands. Seeing this, Qin Feng diverted his attention back to the little white fox. At that moment, she had successfully broken through, leaping to the 1st level of void training. The spiritual energy that had surged from her body began to be drawn back into her, stabilizing her newfound power. After a while, the little white fox slowly opened her eyes, an extraordinary aura radiating from her and sweeping outward in a remarkable display. Fortunately, due to the protective formations of the ancient ship, Qin Feng remained unaffected, merely having his garments ruffled by the force. I have finally broken through to the void training realm, she exclaimed joyously, reveling in her newfound strength. Indeed, Qin Feng replied, impressed not only by her breakthrough but also by the overwhelming aura she exuded, suggesting that within her realm, she would face no rivals, thanks to her unique constitution and the ancient techniques of her kind. Is that all? The little white fox pouted, feeling underappreciated. With my age and cultivation, I am surely a one-of-a-kind existence within the 9 Xin domain. Shouldn't that be deemed impressive? Looking at the unabashed little white fox, Qin Feng wished for her to grasp the vastness of the world beyond her own achievements. However, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from delivering a harsh reality check, opting instead to spare her feelings. By the way, have we missed the auction? She inquired promptly. No, we haven't reached Tsongshan City yet, Qin Feng assured her. There remains just a day's journey ahead. Still not in Tsongshan City. The little white fox exclaimed in surprise. I broke through so swiftly. It was 10 days earlier than her expectations, likely due to their passage through areas rich in spiritual energy. It seems plausible, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. The little white fox nodded thoughtfully, accepting his reasoning. She then asked, did anything happen while I was cultivating? For some reason, she had been deeply immersed in her training and had barely registered her surroundings. Nothing significant, Qin Feng replied casually. Just dealt with a demon lord who had been invincible in the 9 Xian domain tens of thousands of years ago. That's good to hear, the little white fox nodded, reassured. Following this, she engaged in light conversation with Qin Feng before focusing on her breathing exercises to solidify her foundation and prevent any instability in her spiritual energy. The next day, at noon, as the ancient ship continued its journey, the scenery shifted from mountains to an endless plain. A grand city gradually emerged at the horizon where the earth met the sky. Its towering walls stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal dragon lying dormant on the ground. Tsongshan City is this vast? Qin Feng pondered in astonishment. To his knowledge, Tsongshan City did not belong to any particular faction. He had expected it to be a mere small town. This locale marks the juncture between the southern and northern regions of the 9 Xian domain. Various ores, spiritual herbs, and the remains of magical beasts are transported from the south to the north, and conversely, disciples of northern sects venture south for training, making this area extraordinarily bustling. Hence, The scale of the city is exceptionally grand. The little white fox, emerging from the cabin, explained this to Qin Feng. Ah, I see. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. There are even forces established by the holy grounds here, the little white fox said with a hint of seriousness on her delicate face. Forces established by the holy grounds? Qin Feng inquired, slightly taken aback. From his understanding, there were no holy grounds in the Nine Xin domain. Despite its vastness and strength, it remained distant from the locations of those holy grounds. Indeed, the little white fox affirmed. The holy grounds from other domains established their forces here to amass considerable wealth and to keep a constant watch on the Demon Emperor Mountain. It appears that the Demon Emperor Mountain may indeed harbor the remains of the Demon Emperor, Qin Feng murmured. For a long time, the Demon Emperor Mountain had remained silent, and he had nearly given up hope. Now, it seemed that the mountain held greater significance than he had anticipated. Before long, the ancient vessel arrived at Songshan City. The ship could not enter the city itself. Instead, there was a designated area on the outskirts for docking, overseen by certain factions that charged a fee of spiritual stones for their services. Qin Feng and the little white fox moored the ancient vessel there. The auction won't commence for a while. Let's find a place to stay first, Qin Feng suggested upon entering Songshan City. All right, the little white fox nodded. They then proceeded towards the central area of the city. Initially, the little white fox intended to stay at an inn. But Qin Feng felt that since they would be residing here for a month, it would be prudent to set up a formation for protection. Given the crowded nature of inns, he opted to rent a small courtyard from the Zijin Chamber of Commerce instead. 10,000 spiritual stones for a month, he noted, reflecting on the exorbitant rental price due to the city's prosperity. Fortunately, Qin Feng was not short on spiritual stones and paid the fee without hesitation. You rented such an expensive courtyard? The little white fox, who had been examining various goods in the shop, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Where did you get so many spiritual stones? In my journey to the Nine Xin domain, I struck a vein while mining, Qin Feng succinctly replied. The little white fox was momentarily speechless. After paying the fee, a crimson-clad maid from the Zijin Chamber of Commerce guided them to a secluded courtyard. Although situated in the bustling Songshan City, the courtyard was tranquil, shielded by formation patterns. The gentle breeze swayed the bamboo, creating a soothing ambience. Young Master Qin, if you require anything further, feel free to inform the maid outside, the maid said softly. No need. I prefer solitude, Qin Feng declined, favoring peace over disturbances. Understood. The maid nodded and, after inquiring about Qin Feng's needs, departed, allowing the servants outside to leave as well. Qin Feng and the little white fox tidied their respective rooms, which were already well furnished, and soon finished their tasks. With Songshan City being so lively, should we go out and explore? The little white fox eagerly suggested. Having not visited such a vibrant place in ages, are there any interesting spots? Qin Feng asked. If it's just aimlessly wandering about, I shall abstain. Accompanying a woman on shopping excursions is exhausting. He reflected on his past experiences, knowing it was not only physically taxing, but also a test of one's spirit. Interesting spots. The little white fox pondered for a moment before her eyes brightened. How about stone gambling? Shall we go? Stone gambling? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, recalling the tales from his previous life about the precarious gamble of stones. Is there stone gambling in Songshan City? What can be revealed from these stones? If it's merely common jade or spiritual stones, it holds no allure for me. I am currently in a position of abundant wealth, he remarked, feeling quite affluent. Only what you cannot imagine is unattainable, the little white fox replied. Of course, luck plays a crucial role. Throughout the ancient continent's history, countless natural disasters had occurred, sometimes leading entire regions to obliteration. Within these calamities, the treasures buried deep beneath the rocks were immeasurable. Additionally, in times long past, the concentration of spiritual energy in the ancient continent was astonishing, with rivers of spiritual liquid flowing abundantly. As time passed, this spiritual liquid gradually crystallized into spiritual stones, preserving whatever was submerged beneath. Upon hearing the little white fox's enthusiasm for stone gambling, Qin Feng's curiosity was piqued. The two departed the courtyard, heading towards the stone gambling area within the city. The streets bustled with activity, thrumming with life. Vendors called out, and the little white fox, enchanted by the vibrant atmosphere, was irresistibly drawn to the various delicacies. Clutching a candied hawthorn in one hand and skewers in the other, her mouth was full. Be cautious, or you might gain weight, Qin Feng cautioned, observing her delight. My physique is unique. I won't gain weight no matter how much I eat. The little white fox replied, her words muffled by her mouthful. Shaking his head in resignation, Qin Feng continued onward. Soon, they arrived at a relatively quieter section of Songshan City, where expansive gardens sprawled across the landscape. Can we gamble on stones here? Qin Feng asked, glancing at the gardens adorned with various signs. Indeed, the little white fox nodded while savoring her candied hawthorn. The Qishur workshop ahead is one of the larger establishments in Songshan City. Then let us go and take a look. Qin Feng replied as they approached the entrance of the Qishur workshop. Are you here for stone gambling? A guard promptly greeted them upon their arrival. To enter, a fee of 1 ordinary spiritual stone is required. The fee was modest, serving as a deterrent for those who merely wished to wander aimlessly. Nodding, Qin Feng handed over a spiritual stone, and the guard led them into the workshop. From the outside, it appeared imposing, but inside, ancient trees shaded the area, with lakes and pavilions creating a serene atmosphere. The space was divided into distinct sections, separated by fences, with peculiar stones displayed on the ground. Numerous patrons were perusing the stones. Since you are newcomers, you might want to explore that section. The stones there are relatively inexpensive and suitable for practice, the guide suggested, pointing towards a region near the lake. Very well, Qin Feng nodded, and he and the little white fox proceeded towards that area. Do you know how to select stones? The little white fox blinked and asked, I've heard my father mention it before, but I have completely forgotten. Is it not possible to utilize spiritual consciousness to probe these stones piece by piece? Qin Feng inquired, perplexed. If there were divine spirit stones or other rare treasures within, there would undoubtedly be unusual fluctuations, which spiritual consciousness should easily detect. The little white fox explained. Those stones that can be easily probed by spiritual consciousness have already been mined by various factions. What is brought to this stone workshop are special materials from deep underground, which spiritual consciousness cannot discern. Special materials? Qin Feng responded, extending his formidable spiritual consciousness. To his astonishment, even with his strength, it was difficult to uncover what lay within the stones. It is said that experienced individuals can deduce the potential treasures inside based on the stone's colors and patterns. The little white fox spoke slowly. Perhaps it need not be so complicated, Qin Feng murmured, as he bent down to examine the stones. Mysterious and profound runes began to manifest in his eyes. He immediately gained insight into the internal conditions of the stones, finding nothing of worth. His gaze shifted to another stone. However, as this area contained the cheapest stones, after inspecting more than half, he found nothing of value. Thus, he took the little white fox to another area where the stones were considerably more expensive. Just as they entered the fenced area, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems there are good things here. With that, he grasped one of the stones, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How can you know there is something valuable without cutting it open? The little white fox questioned, puzzled. You will find out shortly, Qin Feng replied, taking it to the elderly man responsible for cutting stones. I would like to purchase this one. How many spirit stones does it cost? The old man frowned slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Young master, perhaps you should choose another. This stone has already been cut, and someone in the workshop must have carelessly returned it. Upon hearing this, many who had been selecting good stones and preparing to pay spirit stones revealed mocking smiles, deeming Qin Feng foolish for not noticing the obvious cut marks. The little white fox felt quite embarrassed under the scrutiny and tugged at Qin Feng, wanting to flee. No, I want this one, Qin Feng insisted calmly. How many spirit stones? The old man, confused by Qin Feng's insistence, reluctantly said. Then I will charge you a single spirit stone. Not wishing to deceive Qin Feng, he symbolically asked for just 1 spirit stone. Qin Feng promptly handed over a spirit stone and offered the stone to him. Swish. After receiving the spirit stone, the old man retrieved a knife glowing with a faint blue light from his storage ring, specifically designed for cutting stones. Crack. As the old man began to cut, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from within the stone, accompanied by an intense spiritual aura. What is happening? In an instant, a multitude of gazes in the garden were drawn to the radiant glow, converging around them. The elderly man's expression changed drastically. The devouring spirit golden silkworm. He could hardly believe his eyes. It was known that the devouring spirit golden silkworm had long been extinct in the 9 mysterious domain. Although this was merely a corpse, it could be used to refine martial domain pills. Priceless. How could it be? It was merely half a piece of waste stone. How could it yield such a treasure? His luck was astonishing. A chorus of gasps erupted, leaving everyone stunned, especially those who had just mocked him. Many had noticed this stone but dismissed it as worthless, now filled with regret. How is your luck so good? The little white fox exclaimed in surprise. Perhaps it is due to my handsome appearance, Qin Feng replied with a serene expression, showing no signs of surprise. Truly narcissistic. The little white fox rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feng then turned to the old man and said, Thank you, senior, for assisting in cutting the stone. This devouring spirit golden silkworm is now mine, correct? Of course, the old man nodded woodenly. The stone gambling trade has its own rules. As long as the spirit stones are paid, whatever is cut out belongs to the customer. At that moment, several young men and women approached together. It truly is the devouring spirit golden silkworm. A young woman in a white robe exclaimed, her eyes filled with astonishment. She then smiled at Qin Feng and asked, "May I ask for your name, sir? Would you consider selling this devouring spirit golden silkworm to our Chiuyue Pavilion?" Upon seeing the white-robed woman, the crowd was already captivated, and they couldn't help but gasp in admiration. She is from Chiuyue Pavilion? They realized. No wonder she looked so familiar. She was the legendary beauty of Chiuyue Pavilion. Lu Zue. Everyone present was quite familiar with Chiuyue Pavilion. It was not a place of frivolity, but rather a force that bridged various merchant associations and powerful individuals. They earned profits for every transaction made. Upon seeing this woman, the little white fox's beautiful eyes revealed a wary glint. Her candied hawthorn suddenly lost its appeal. "Apologies, but I do not intend to sell." Qin Feng firmly shook his head. He lacked divine spirit stones, and compared to them, the allure of the devouring spirit golden silkworm was far greater. Lu Zue was clearly taken aback by Qin Feng's refusal, her expression momentarily frozen. However, she quickly regained her composure and smiled. "Even if you have concerns, please do not rush to refuse. Here is a VIP card from Chiuyue Pavilion. If you have time, you could visit me for tea and contemplate it further." As she spoke, she extended a purple gold card towards Qin Feng. Unintentionally or not, due to the angle, a generous view of her fair skin was exposed to Qin Feng's gaze. In Lu Zue's view, enticing a young man like Qin Feng to sell the devouring spirit golden silkworm after entering Chiuyue Pavilion would be quite effortless. Seeing the purple gold card, the crowd gasped even more. It was known that becoming a VIP of Chiuyue Pavilion was even more challenging than becoming a VIP of the Purple Gold Merchant Association. One had to either be a core figure from major sects or possess immense strength. At this moment, everyone understood just how valuable the devouring spirit golden silkworm truly was. "No, thank you." Qin Feng continued to decline, shaking his head. Lu Zue's expression darkened. She had never been rejected so persistently. "Young man, you seem to lack appreciation for the opportunity presented to you." Just then, a young man in a luxurious blue robe beside Lu Zue coldly interjected. "Miss Lu personally expressed her desire to purchase your devouring spirit golden silkworm, and yet you repeatedly refuse." Having fawned over Lu Zue for years, he had always received a lukewarm response from her. Now, seeing Lu Zue treating Qin Feng so favorably while he was being so rude stirred feelings of imbalance within him. "Why should it matter to you who I sell my belongings to?" Qin Feng glanced at the young man dismissively. "You." The young man in blue was taken aback, his face turning pale with anger. "How can you be so fortunate, yet forget your place? You even disregard a VIP card from Chiuyue Pavilion. Little do you know, without this stroke of luck, you would never have the qualifications to become a VIP at Chiuyue Pavilion with your current strength. After all, to become a VIP at Chiuyue Pavilion, one would at least need to possess the cultivation of the 8th layer of the Void Realm." He chuckled lightly. "Are you not aware that good fortune is also a part of one's strength?" The young man in the blue robe burst into laughter. "Is it just a stroke of luck for you? Do you truly believe your fortune will remain favorable indefinitely? If so, would you dare to wager with me here?" "Wager?" Qin Feng replied with a gentle laugh. "Are you certain you wish to gamble with me?" He was well aware of the rules of such a bet. Both parties would compare the treasures unearthed from their chosen stones, with the victor not only claiming the spoils but also the wager staked by the loser. "I fear you may lack the courage." The young man in blue taunted deliberately. "Your attempts at provocation are rather clumsy," Qin Feng retorted mildly. "However, if you insist on gifting me spirit stones, I would not refuse." After all, he intended to select stones regardless. With someone willing to wager against him, he had no reason to decline. "Excellent." The young man in blue laughed heartily. "Let us see how many spirit stones you can win from me today." The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, shook their heads in disbelief, deeming Qin Feng foolish for daring to gamble against Chen Lin after a mere stroke of luck with the spirit-devouring golden silkworm. It was well known that the Qin family's stone observation technique was renowned throughout the Jiushuan domain. Whispers of doubt filled the air, for the Qin family was a prominent name in Sanshan City. "Since you wish to wager with Brother Qin, allow me to extend a favor. All spirit stones required for purchasing the stones will be covered by Chiuyue Pavilion," spoke Lu Zue, her beautiful eyes glinting with mockery, denying Qin Feng any chance of retreat. To her, Qin Feng's gamble against Chen Lin was a foregone conclusion, with the spirit-devouring golden silkworm already in her grasp. Thus, amidst the crowd, Qin Feng and Chen Lin made their way to the most expensive section of the stone market to select their stones, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. Regardless of what you unearth from your chosen stone, I shall offer you tenfold the spirit stones, Qin Lin stated slowly. However, should I unveil something more valuable, you must surrender the spirit-devouring golden silkworm to me. Agreed? Agreed, Qin Feng replied without hesitation. For others, this stone market was a realm of peril, but for him, it was a treasure trove ripe for the taking. Then let us begin selecting stones, Qin Lin promptly declared, carefully scrutinizing the stones while examining their textures and lusters. In contrast, Qin Feng strolled leisurely, not even bending down to inspect the stones, merely observing them from above. Does he even know how to select stones? He doesn't even touch them, merely gazes, murmured the crowd. Can his eyes truly see into the stones? It was evident that his earlier success was merely a stroke of luck. As they watched Qin Feng's nonchalance, the onlookers voiced their concerns. The little white fox, listening to their remarks, felt anxious for Qin Feng. She harbored a strong aversion to Lu Zue and wished that the spirit-devouring golden silkworm, which Qin Feng had labored to obtain, would not fall into Lu Zue's hands. I have made my selection, Qin Lin announced suddenly, producing a remarkably smooth stone. At first glance, it appeared ordinary, but when held at a certain angle under the sunlight, it revealed intriguing patterns. The crowd gasped in admiration, proclaiming Qin Lin's choice to be exceptional, certain it would yield precious treasures. Qin Feng glanced at Qin Lin's stone and then calmly stated, I too have made my selection. With an air of nonchalance, he picked up a stone from the ground. This fellow is far too casual, wagering the spirit-devouring golden silkworm without a trace of seriousness in his selection. There is no need to continue this gamble. If he wins, I shall swallow the stone myself. Observing Qin Feng's lackadaisical choice, the crowd couldn't help but voice their disbelief. Young master, have you truly chosen? Are you not going to examine it further? Asked the stone cutter, frowning at the stone Qin Feng had brought forth. In his eyes, while the stone was decent, it paled in comparison to the one in Qin Lin's possession. No need, Qin Feng replied with indifference. Since you are so confident, let us not waste any more time. Lu Zue's eyes sparkled with barely concealed mockery as she instructed the old man, let us commence with the cutting. Qin Lin, with an air of superiority, echoed her sentiments. Eager to demonstrate to Qin Feng that while occasional luck may yield temporary success, it could not guarantee lasting triumph. The old man nodded and approached Qin Lin's stone first, wielding his knife to begin the cut. With a crisp sound, the first incision was made at the stone's edge, but nothing emerged. As he continued with the second cut, his skilled hands deftly maneuvered. In a flash, he reached the fifth cut. With a swift motion, a brilliant crimson light burst forth from the stone, radiating an intense heat that enveloped the garden. The old man quickly enveloped the stone in spiritual energy to contain the searing warmth. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The sudden heat had charred the surrounding trees to a deep black. It's a celestial fallen flame stone, the old man exclaimed in shock. To think it's a celestial fallen flame stone. His declaration left many spectators in a state of disbelief. They were aware of the Qin family's unrivaled stone observation technique, yet never anticipated it to be this formidable. In just a quarter of an hour, Qin Lin had unearthed a celestial fallen flame stone, a rare material said to have fallen from the heavens during ancient calamities, ideal for crafting fifth-tier alchemical furnaces. If memory serves, the last celestial fallen flame stone auctioned by the Zijin Merchant Association was slightly smaller and sold for 3,000 spirit stones, Lu Zue remarked, her laughter ringing like chimes, further igniting envy among the crowd. No wonder the Qin family is so affluent. They had acquired the stone for a mere 10 spirit stones, and now it had multiplied in value 300-fold in the blink of an eye. Alas, it has been a while since I last gambled with stones. My judgment seems somewhat rusty, yielding only a celestial fallen flame stone. Qin Lin shook his head, feigning disappointment, as if he could have uncovered something even more extraordinary had he been slightly more attentive. What an insufferable fellow, the little white fox exclaimed candidly. While Qin Feng could be equally vexing, his handsome appearance mitigated her frustrations. Qin Lin, who had initially intended to impress Lu Zue, now wore an expression of discomfort and embarrassment. Enough of this. It's time to cut your stone, Qin Lin said coldly. If you wish to avoid further disgrace, you may simply surrender the spirit-devouring golden silkworm. Yet, Qin Feng paid no heed to Qin Lin's remarks, instead turning his gaze to the stone cutter. Elder, please assist me in cutting this stone, he said calmly. Very well, the old man nodded. Without further ado, he drew his knife. With a crisp crack, a piece of stone skin was sliced from the edge of the rock, revealing a dazzling spirit stone within. The rich aura of spiritual energy emanated from it. Unmistakably a divine stone of exceptional quality. The luck of this individual was indeed remarkable. Having casually picked up a stone, he had uncovered such a high-grade divine stone. Alas, despite its superior quality, it could not compare to the celestial meteor flame stone. The spirit-eating golden silkworm, which was acquired by chance, ultimately succumbed to skillful prowess. Upon glimpsing the divine stone, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. They thought Qin Feng foolish for not selling the spirit-eating golden silkworm to Lu Zue when he had the chance. Not only would he have received a substantial amount of spirit stones, but he could have also become a distinguished guest of the Autumn Moon Pavilion, perhaps even garnering Lu Zue's favor. Instead, he insisted on proving his strength, and now he found himself with nothing. My apologies. But it seems I have triumphed in this wager, Chen Lin remarked, a gleam of smugness in his eyes. Gambling with stones is not a pastime for everyone. Now, hand over the spirit-eating golden silkworm. However, Qin Feng remained unruffled. He addressed the stonecutter, requesting, "Please, remove all the stone skin from around the divine stone." The stonecutter, not one to refuse, set to work once more. The spectators, witnessing this, were convinced Qin Feng was oblivious to his impending doom, eagerly anticipating his reaction once the stone skin was fully peeled away. With each slice, the stone skin fell away, exposing the divine source stone in its entirety. Gradually, the expressions of the onlookers shifted, becoming increasingly rigid. For within the now exposed divine source stone lay an ancient herb. This herb was pitch black, resembling something that might grow in the depths of hell, and it was evident it had been engulfed by the river of spiritual liquid during its growth, ultimately transforming into the present form of a spirit stone. This is the nine-leaf dead spirit grass. The stonecutter's eyes widened with shock. He had never anticipated encountering such a sinister entity in his lifetime. Chapter 204, 70,000 Divine Stones. Upon hearing the name of the ancient herb, the atmosphere in the stone marketplace erupted in astonishment. Goodness, this fellow had casually picked up a stone that yielded the nine-leaf dead spirit grass. According to legend, this was a spirit herb tainted with the aura of the underworld's death. Although it bore no benefits for cultivators on the black market, such a herb could fetch 7,000 to 8,000 spirit stones for special purposes. The crowd gazed in disbelief at the ancient herb, feeling as if they were ensnared in a dream, their astonished eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Gulping audibly, Chen Lin could hardly believe what he saw. How is this possible? Qin Feng had already enjoyed good fortune with the spirit-eating golden silkworm, and now he had fortuitously stumbled upon a nine-leaf dead spirit grass. Such luck was unfathomable. Beside Chen Lin, Lu Zue stood frozen, her face pale. The nine-leaf dead spirit grass was worth at least 70,000 divine stones. Would this insufferable man not owe them 70,000 divine stones? The little white fox displayed a greedy expression. 7,000 divine stones was no trivial sum even for the Fox clan. The stonecutter, regaining his composure, nodded. "Stop dawdling. Quickly produce the divine stones." The little white fox turned to Chen Lin and Lu Zue. Chen Lin's face darkened considerably. "I don't have that many divine stones on me." Although the Qin family was wealthy, it was unreasonable for him, a mere lesser clan leader, to carry tens of thousands of divine stones with him. "Are you attempting to renege on the debt?" The little white fox's eyes widened in disbelief, her demeanor turning indignant. She had never witnessed such a sum of divine stones in one place. Having finally encountered an opportunity, she would not let Chen Lin escape unscathed if he dared to back out. Chen Lin, feeling utterly humiliated, had never faced such a predicament before. Lu Zue remained silent. Despite her friendship with Chen Lin and his willingness to gamble for her sake, she had no intention of aiding him, given the staggering sum at stake. "Master Chen, if you lack sufficient divine stones, my stone marketplace can cover the cost. All that is required is an IOU," the stonecutter suggested. "But should you wish to default, do not expect my marketplace to show leniency. We must uphold our business integrity." "Very well, I will write the IOU now," Chen Lin conceded, his resolve hardening despite the embarrassment. The stone marketplace was backed by a powerful force established in the Nanshan region, and the Chun family could not afford to offend them. Before the onlookers, Chen Lin penned an IOU for the stone marketplace and then left in disgrace with Lu Zue. "Please follow me to collect your divine stones," the stonecutter said to Qin Feng, gesturing invitingly. "Very well," Qin Feng nodded, proceeding inside the stone marketplace alongside the little white fox. The interior was adorned with pavilions and picturesque scenery. During their passage, Qin Feng noted the stonecutter's distinguished status. Upon his arrival, several attendants bowed in respect. In conversation, Qin Feng learned that the stonecutter was the overseer of the stone marketplace, and his stonecutting was merely a hobby. Before long, the stonecutter presented Qin Feng with a spatial ring containing 70,000 divine stones. "Mr. Qin seems to possess considerable knowledge about these stones. Might you be interested in staying a few days at the stone marketplace?" he inquired after handing over the divine stones. There's nothing to study. It's merely luck. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. The stonecutter was left speechless, internally questioning his claims of luck. Should you ever wish to visit, my doors are always open to you, he added. Though he felt that Qin Feng's luck could not possibly extend to every stone he encountered, he even gifted Qin Feng the stones, considering it an opportunity to forge a friendship. The Qin family estate was located in the most prosperous area of Tsongshan City, sprawling and opulently adorned. However, an air of solemnity enveloped the household that day, for a special guest had arrived. In the reception hall, the head of the Qin family and the elders sat with expressions of utmost respect, while an outsider occupied the main seat. Although the man appeared to be merely middle-aged, the essence of the ancient power he cultivated enveloped him with an aura reminiscent of a long-hidden hermit. How are the arrangements progressing? He inquired with an indifferent tone. Chapter 205, Fishing for Big Game. Rest assured, Elder Chu, everything has been meticulously arranged. The alchemy furnace has been released as bait. We are now merely awaiting the auction to see if any fish bite, replied the revered elder of the Qin family with utmost respect. The fifth-tier alchemy furnace, slated for auction by the Zijin Merchant Association, was indeed sent by the Qin family. How can you be certain that the individual who wins the furnace possesses knowledge of the bronze plate, and is not simply an ordinary alchemist? Elder Chu furrowed his brow in question. That is inherently known. The value of a fifth-tier alchemy furnace is at most 150,000 divine stones. Yet I instructed the Zijin Merchant Association to set the starting bid at a staggering 300,000 divine stones under a convenient pretext. Thus, the person who secures the furnace will undoubtedly be intrigued by the patterns engraved upon it, the elder of the Qin family explained. While fifth-tier alchemy furnaces are indeed rare, they are not impossible to procure elsewhere. A price doubled is not feasible even for those in urgent need. This strategy is quite astute, Elder Chu remarked, his eyes lighting up. The Zijin Merchant Association's auction promotions reach far and wide, inadvertently aiding our cause. Even if we do not succeed this time, we can continue to auction the furnace, and eventually, we shall catch a big fish. However, I wonder if there are still others in the Jiuquan realm who possess similar bronze plates. The elder of the Qin family frowned. There must be. Elder Chu asserted with conviction. Several years ago, a reaction was observed from the bronze plate within our sect, indicating the presence of other plates in the Jiuquan realm. This particular plate is ensconced within a special array. Should other bronze plates enter the Jiuquan realm's vicinity, a brilliant radiance will manifest. However, our Hunyuan sect has been preoccupied with significant matters, and only now have we managed to allocate time for this search. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, the Qin family will assist the sect in locating that individual. Ensure that the information remains confidential, Elder Chu added, his expression turning grave. Our quest for the bronze plates must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, your entire Qin family will face dire consequences. The elder of the Qin family shivered at the warning, promptly nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the three engaged in casual conversation about the profitability of the Qin family's various enterprises. While the Qin family appeared prosperous on the surface, they were covertly supported by the Hunyuan sect, with a significant portion of their earnings being remitted to the sect. Amidst their discussion, the old steward hurried in with urgent news, prompting the Qin family head to step out of the reception room. Moments later, he returned with a somber expression. What has happened? The elder of the Qin family inquired, perplexed. That ungrateful Sun Qinlin has gambled on stones and lost over 70,000 divine stones. The family head replied, his face ashen. What? The elder's countenance darkened immediately. What on earth transpired? Although the Qin family was exceedingly wealthy, the multitude of expenses, including support for the Hunyuan sect, rendered a loss of 70,000 divine stones a significant blow. The family head swiftly recounted the events. 2 stones, one yielding a golden silkworm and the other a dead spirit grass. How is this possible? The elder of the Qin family exclaimed in disbelief. Could that individual possess the ability to discern stones? Impossible, Elder Chu interjected. The art of stone appraisal is a secret passed down through the Hunyuan sect, known only to us. Our sect is a hidden lineage. Aside from the Qin family, we have not interacted with any other forces. What could have occurred? The elder of the Qin family furrowed his brow in deep thought. Shall I discreetly capture that person for thorough questioning? Not advisable, Elder Chu replied. Our immediate priority is to devise a method to draw out others who also possess bronze plates, without complicating matters further. Hearing this, the family head could only nod in agreement. Upon returning to his small courtyard after leaving the stone shop, Qin Feng personally cut open all the stones. Though his technique was not yet refined, it still elicited exclamations of surprise from the little white fox. Thunderstone, cold blood fruit, extreme grass. The little white fox gazed in astonishment at the bounty Qin Feng had extracted, unable to believe her eyes. How did you manage this? Every stone you chose contained treasures, such as the fortune of a remarkably handsome person. Qin Feng replied with calm composure. These are the most precious items among all the stones in the shop. Satisfied with his haul, many of which could be utilized within the 9-tiered demon tower, Qin Feng was pleased. Humph. If you want to say anything, then I shan't either. The little white fox retorted, turning to retreat to her own room. After a day of exploration, she too felt weary. Once Qin Feng stored the cut items in his spatial ring, he returned to his room to meditate. The demons within the 9-tiered demon tower, having absorbed a vast amount of demonic energy, had recently seen several break through to the martial domain realm, converting a substantial portion of their cultivation to him. With the assistance of various elixirs and spirit herbs, Qin Feng felt confident that he could ascend to the second level of the martial domain before the auction commenced. In the days leading up to the auction, news of Chun Lin's disastrous gambling spread rapidly throughout Songshan City, leaving many incredulous. It was unfathomable that a member of the Qin family could lose at stone gambling in Songshan City. Speculations regarding Qin Feng's identity began to circulate, with many suggesting that the individual who defeated Chun Lin likely hailed from a hidden gambling family that had only recently emerged. You're overthinking it. He simply had good luck. My friend was present that day and said he didn't even select the stones. He just picked one at random to cut, another countered. Well, his luck seems extraordinary. 2 stones, one yielded a spirit-eating golden silkworm, the other a 9-leaf dead spirit grass. As more individuals from that day at the stone shop stepped forward, public sentiment increasingly leaned towards the notion that Qin Feng's luck was indeed remarkable, eliciting envy from many. Simultaneously, they felt sympathy for Chun Lin, who, despite possessing formidable stone appraisal skills, ultimately lost to a mere stroke of luck. Initially, the residents of Songshan City anticipated the Qin family seeking retribution against Qin Feng for the 70,000 divine stones. But as time passed without any action from the Qin family, many began to find it peculiar. Regardless, the incident gradually faded from public discourse. Before long, the day of the auction drew near. P.S. I am not entirely satisfied with this segment of the plot, so I hastened through it. The upcoming storyline promises to be thrilling, and I hope everyone continues to follow along. I do not seek free gifts. Rather, I request your encouragement for updates to gauge how many are engaged with this tale. Thank you. Chapter 206, Second Level of the Martial Domain. In the days leading up to the auction, Qin Feng remained dedicated to his training, striving to break through to the second level of the martial domain before the event commenced. Meanwhile, the little white fox roamed Songshan City, eager to sample all the local delicacies. One morning, as the sun gradually ascended, its warm rays dispelled the lingering chill of night. In the courtyard, only Qin Feng was present, seated in meditation within his room. A hum resonated around him as streams of spiritual energy flowed from the surrounding divine stones, entering his being. The spiritual energy in the vicinity was overwhelmingly dense, almost enveloping him like a mist, as he continuously absorbed such rich and pure spiritual energy. Along with the otherworldly beings within the 9-story demon tower also drawing upon demonic energy for their cultivation, Qin Feng's prowess was steadily ascending at a remarkable pace. Suddenly, a tumultuous wave of energy surged within him, producing a thunderous roar. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? Qin Feng opened his eyes, realizing that this process was 2 days slower than he had anticipated. At his current level, each advancement required an immense amount of spiritual energy. With a pop, Qin Feng retrieved an exquisitely crafted gourd, entirely resembling jade, from his system space and removed its stopper. This was a reward he had obtained while passing through an abandoned spiritual stone mine on his journey. It was filled with spiritual liquid, boasting a richness and purity several dozen times greater than that of ordinary divine stones. Gulping down the liquid, he disregarded the wastefulness of such a crude method. He desired an immediate breakthrough to the second level of the martial domain and had no time for delicacy, nor did he lack for spiritual liquid. As the exquisite liquid coursed through him, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh in pleasure. He felt a powerful energy flood into his limbs, nourishing his meridians and ultimately converging within them. The sound of roaring waves intensified within him. It was as if he were near the ocean. Had it not been for the array he had set up to isolate the area, half of Songshan City would have likely heard it. The speed at which his aura was growing began to accelerate, and the operation of his longevity scripture intensified, rendering him akin to a black hole, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy from the surrounding divine stones. Many divine stones lost their energy in an instant. After more than 3 hours, Qin Feng's physique radiated a faint glow, resembling one cast in gold, surrounded by swirling sword energy, akin to a celestial sword deity descending to the mortal realm, difficult to gaze upon, impossible to fathom. Just a little more. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and pulled out a handful of multicolored spiritual fruits, all of the 7th tier, and stuffed them into his mouth. With a thunderous roar, as the fruits entered him, the atmosphere erupted with boundless energy surging from his body. His aura began to swell dramatically, creating an astonishing spectacle that lasted a full quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. Exhaling deeply, Qin Feng opened his eyes, feeling the torrent of energy within him. He sensed he could flatten the entire Songshan city in an instant. He was immensely satisfied with his cultivation speed, which had even surpassed that of his previous breakthroughs. The next day, at noon, the weather turned slightly overcast, suggesting impending rain. Accompanied by the little white fox, Qin Feng arrived at the Zijin Chamber of Commerce in Songshan City. This was the largest auction house within 100,000 miles, extravagantly decorated, and the event promised to be extraordinarily lively. "Are you here for the auction, young master?" A maid approached him respectfully as soon as he entered. Qin Feng noticed that regardless of their looks, all the maids possessed exquisite figures, perfectly proportioned. "I require a private box," Qin Feng replied coolly, producing a purple gold card. This was a VIP card given to him by the Zijin Chamber of Commerce when they learned he would be attending the auction, containing a deposit of several thousand divine stones. If he auctioned items but failed to pay the requisite amount of divine stones, the deposit would be forfeited. "Please follow me." The maid promptly gestured for him to proceed. The auction box had a separate entrance. Just as Qin Feng was about to enter with the little white fox, he suddenly furrowed his brow. "What is it?" the little white fox asked, puzzled. "I believe I just spotted a monk," Qin Feng replied with surprise. According to his knowledge, Buddhism had not spread within the Jiushuan domain, thus monks were non-existent. "A monk?" The little white fox surveyed the surroundings. "I don't see anyone." Although she had never encountered a monk, she had read about Buddhism in the ancient texts of her fox clan, giving her a slight understanding. "Could it have been my mistake?" Qin Feng frowned. To be precise, he had seen a bald head adorned with scars, but when he looked again, the figure had vanished. Shaking his head, Qin Feng followed the maid into the box alongside the little white fox. The box was ancient and tranquil, imbued with a faint scent of sandalwood. From within, they could overlook the vast auction hall, but those inside the hall could not see into the box. Since they arrived just in time, the auction was about to commence shortly after they settled in. A woman clad in a purple gauze dress entered the auction hall. Her alluring figure immediately captured the attention of many. As she introduced the items, her sweet voice sent shivers down their spines. "Isn't that bald man the monk you saw earlier?" The little white fox suddenly pointed towards a corner of the auction house. Qin Feng turned to look and spotted a plump monk with a jolly face, several scars on his bald head. "That should be him," Qin Feng observed, his tone solemn. "Aren't monks supposed to adhere to vows and avoid women?" The little white fox questioned, perplexed. "Why does he gaze so lewdly?" At that moment, the monk wore a lascivious grin, his eyes fixated on the purple-clad woman, scanning her up and down with an expression of eager desire. Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. While he held no particular fondness for monks, those he had encountered in the Kanglan domain had at least maintained a facade of propriety, unlike this corpulent monk. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere soared to new heights with the enticing voice of the purple-clad woman. Numerous items were sold, yet none piqued Qin Feng's interest, leading him to refrain from bidding. His occasional glances at the plump monk revealed that he, too, had not placed any bids, seemingly there solely to indulge in the sight of the purple-clad woman. Qin Feng suspected that if it weren't for the crowd, this monk might attempt something even more inappropriate. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is a 5th-tier alchemy furnace." Suddenly, the purple-clad woman waved her hand with a beaming smile, and a radiant alchemy furnace appeared nearby, exuding an ancient aura. Many within the auction house perked up, as numerous families and sects aspired to acquire the furnace, eager to attract alchemists. The value of a 5th-tier alchemy furnace was undoubtedly immense. After a brief pause, the purple-clad woman continued, as per the seller's request. "The starting bid for the furnace is 300,000 divine stones." Upon hearing this, the auction hall erupted into chaos. "What? Such an exorbitant price? Have they lost their minds?" The starting bid was double that of a 5th-tier furnace sold at the previous auction in the northern domain, which had only fetched 150,000 divine stones. Those who sought to purchase the alchemical furnace expressed their discontent. For them, although 300,000 spirit stones were not entirely out of reach, spending such an exorbitant amount, double its original value, was simply too extravagant. A 5th-tier alchemical furnace was not a rare commodity. One could select from numerous options for just 200,000 spirit stones. Observing the dissatisfaction of the crowd below, the woman in purple felt a twinge of embarrassment. She too was perplexed as to why the enigmatic seller had set such a lofty price. Had it not been for the seller's tripling of the commission fee, The purple gold chamber would never have agreed to sell the fifth-tier furnace at such an inflated rate. With sincere regret, the woman in purple offered a premeditated explanation. The individual selling this furnace is an eccentric alchemist who refuses to part with it for anything less than this sum of spirit stones. He has even proclaimed that should he find a worthy recipient, he would gladly gift it to them. Upon hearing her words, the murmurs of the assembly gradually subsided. They were well aware of the peculiarities often associated with alchemists. Meanwhile, within the private box, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. Earlier, he had employed his divine eye to discern any unique information or the age of the furnace. To his astonishment, although the furnace was undeniably ancient, the engravings upon it had evidently been freshly inscribed, deliberately aged. Moreover, the technique used to create this faux antiquity was remarkably archaic, unlike the methods employed by contemporary artisans. What did you say? The little white fox, who had been lamenting the price of the furnace, failed to catch Qin Feng's words. It's nothing, he replied, shaking his head. Deep down, he harbored a suspicion that this furnace was deliberately being offered as bait. Otherwise, the reasoning behind the peculiar engravings related to the bronze tablet and the exorbitant price remained unfathomable. In the auction hall, those interested in purchasing the furnace began to inquire about the qualities of the worthy recipient sought by the alchemist. The woman in purple deftly responded with her preordained rationale. 300,000 spirit stones, I shall buy it. At that moment, Qin Feng calmly interjected from his box. Since the bait had already been cast, he decided to seize the opportunity and draw out the seller. What? Someone truly bid 300,000 spirit stones for this fifth-tier furnace? Insanity. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes shifting toward the box from whence the voice originated. Alas, while Qin Feng could see them, they remained oblivious to his presence. They regarded the bidder as utterly deranged. The woman in purple was equally astonished that someone would indeed offer such a sum, momentarily taken aback. Yet, her heart swelled with joy as she quickly inquired if anyone would bid higher. After a brief silence, she announced that the furnace belonged to Qin Feng. Her delight was palpable, her voice more mellifluous as she declared, 300,000 spirit stones, deal. Her commission would undoubtedly be substantial. Meanwhile, in another box, the Qin family and Elder Chu were taken aback, rising in disbelief. Had the fish truly bitten so swiftly? The head of the Qin family found it hard to fathom, for they had prepared to auction the furnace for an extended period. Unfortunately, they were unaware of who was in the box with them. The elder of the Qin family frowned. Each box in the purple gold chamber had a separate exit and concealed all traces of its occupants. Even a powerful warrior in the martial domain could not discern anything. No matter, Elder Chu of the Hunyuan sect said confidently, the material of that furnace is unique. I possess a method to ascertain its location. Once the individual leaves the purple gold chamber with the furnace, we can act. The purple gold chamber was a formidable entity, rivaling any sect or family in the Joshuan domain. Though strong, they dared not act within its confines, fearing unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, the head of the Qin family and the elder of the Qin family were elated. Elder Chu's foresight was indeed commendable. The bronze tablet would undoubtedly be theirs. They showered him with praise, and Elder Chu sat back with an air of pride, leisurely sipping tea, firmly in control of the situation. Within Qin Feng's box, the little white fox's eyes widened. 300,000 spirit stones for a fifth-tier furnace? What a loss, she exclaimed. Though she understood Qin Feng's true objective lay in the engravings on the furnace, she still found the price exorbitant. Do not worry. As long as we can catch a big fish, all will be worthwhile, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. To him, the fact that someone was using a fifth-tier furnace as bait indicated a level of sophistication. What fish? The little white fox asked, bewildered. She struggled to comprehend Qin Feng's words. It's nothing. You wouldn't understand, he replied dismissively. Hey, who are you calling stupid? The little white fox retorted, indignant. That plump monk has vanished, Qin Feng suddenly observed. The little white fox glanced over, noticing the monk's seat was now empty. Perhaps he had other matters to attend to. She speculated, not overly concerned. However, Qin Feng was less convinced. The moment he successfully bid on the furnace, the monk had departed, leading him to ponder whether the furnace was indeed the bait set by that monk. As a postscript, there were inquiries regarding the classification of realms, body refinement, condensing essence, transforming spirit, will see, purple palace, practicing void, martial domain, celestial gang. No higher realms would be introduced for the time being. Chapter 208. The furnace acquired before long, the auction concluded. Qin Feng and the little white fox, guided by a maid of the purple gold chamber, arrived at a luxurious reception room. He handed over a ring containing spirit stones to the chamber's representative and awaited the delivery of the furnace. After a quarter of an hour, the chamber's steward and the purple-clad woman responsible for the auction entered. "Thank you for your patience," the steward, a portly middle-aged man, said with a slight bow. "No need for formalities," Qin Feng replied coolly. "You are the one who purchased the furnace?" The purple-clad woman asked, her tone sweet, astonished. She had assumed Qin Feng to be an elder from a prominent sect or family, not realizing he was so young. Instantly, she labeled him as a Navi youth with a surplus of spirit stones. Otherwise, he would not spend such a fortune on a fifth-tier furnace. She also considered him a promising target. "Do you require the purple gold chamber to investigate all of its customers?" Qin Feng inquired with a furrowed brow. "Oh no. Of course not." The woman chuckled lightly, handing him a ring. "The furnace is within this ring. Feel free to inspect it." As Qin Feng reached for the ring, the woman's fingers subtly grazed the back of his hand, her eyes filled with suggestive intent. The little white fox, noticing this, glared at her, brimming with indignation, eager to speak up. However, before she could utter a word, Qin Feng interjected, "Does the purple gold chamber engage in brothel activities?" He expressed no interest in the woman's insinuation, even feeling a bit repulsed, and spoke without restraint. "You." The woman was taken aback by Qin Feng's reaction, momentarily speechless. Had it not been for the little white fox's presence, she might have questioned whether Qin Feng had an inclination towards men. The middle-aged man beside her, with a round face and large ears, responded swiftly, quickly ushering her away while humbly apologizing to Qin Feng. He promised to upgrade Qin Feng's VIP card to the highest level. However, Qin Feng dismissed the apology, as he had not taken the previous incident to heart. He slowly inquired, "I wish to understand something." "What is it, young master?" "Please, do not hesitate to ask," the man replied with a smile. "Who is the seller of this alchemy furnace?" Qin Feng asked directly. The man, taken aback, said helplessly, "I am truly sorry. But the identities of those who transact at the Zining Chamber of Commerce are strictly confidential. No one is permitted to view such information. This policy exists because not all items sold within the chamber are above board. I am willing to offer spirit stones," Qin Feng stated plainly. "Please, name your price." The man chuckled bitterly. "You jest, young master. There is truly no way. Even if you were to kill me, I cannot disclose anyone's information. If I were to dare reveal even a single detail, the higher-ups of the chamber would annihilate my entire lineage." Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing the stringent management of the Zining Chamber of Commerce. "Then let it be," he replied lightly, as he already had a plan in mind. Not being able to obtain information from the chamber would not affect his strategy. Afterward, Qin Feng and the little white fox left the Zining Chamber of Commerce and headed towards their residence. He did not store the ring containing the alchemy furnace in the system space, as he suspected that since the furnace was a bait, the other party would surely have ways to track its location. Concealing it in the system space would mask all energy fluctuations. But acquiring the furnace was intended to coax the adversary out into the open. Hiding it would serve no purpose and could even alert them. Inside a VIP room of the Zining Chamber of Commerce, Elder Chu of the Hunyuan sect and the elder of the Qin family awaited the conclusion of the auction. "Elder Chu, the auction is over. I assume the buyer of the furnace is about to retrieve it," the elder of the Qin family said slowly. "No need to rush. We will wait patiently," Elder Chu replied, sipping his tea leisurely. "Now that the other party has taken the bait, it is merely a game of hunting. We remain in the shadows while they are in plain sight, easily manipulated at our will." On the table beside him, a jade stone emanating a greenish glow floated, faintly radiating light. Subtle formations could be seen shimmering upon its surface. With this jade, he could accurately sense the general location of the alchemy furnace, with a margin of error of no more than 10 zhang. "Elder Chu speaks wisely," the elder of the Qin family agreed, also taking his time to enjoy his tea. Suddenly, the jade quivered slightly. "What is happening?" the elder of the Qin family asked, alarmed. "The furnace has been taken," Elder Chu said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Shall we take action?" the elder of the Qin family inquired eagerly. "No," Elder Chu replied. "We will wait until they leave the city. The entangled powers within Songshan City make it unwise to act here. Any disturbance could draw too much attention." The secret of the bronze plate was known only to the Hunyuan sect. It was a colossal secret that must not attract the notice of other sects or families. Though the Hunyuan sect was immensely powerful and had survived countless upheavals, most of its formidable members could not currently emerge. Caution must be exercised in all actions. "What if the buyer of the furnace does not leave the city soon?" the elder of the Qin family asked, concern evident in his voice. "Do not worry. Having purchased the furnace, he will undoubtedly seek to investigate its origins and cannot remain in Songshan City indefinitely," Elder Chu replied with a cold smile. "That makes sense. The elder of the Qin family and the elder nodded in agreement, believing that waiting for the other party to exit the city was the optimal moment to strike. Should they create too much commotion, it could provoke the other powers of Tsongshan City, leading to complications. Subsequently, the group departed from the Zijin Chamber of Commerce and returned to the Qin family estate to await developments. Chapter 209. I alone am sufficient for the ambush. When Qin Feng returned to his small courtyard, a torrential downpour had begun, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. The little white fox, seeing their plans for an outing dashed, retreated to her room to cultivate. Qin Feng entered his own chamber, gazing at the alchemy furnace before him. His brow furrowed in confusion. What's going on? I have already purchased this furnace, so why has the other party not made a move? He pondered, perplexed. If they intended to use the furnace as bait, he had already taken the hook, leaving them with no reason to remain idle. He had deliberately walked slowly on his way back. Could it be that they dared not act within the city? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng murmured to himself, speculating that this might be the reason. The secret behind the bronze plate was undoubtedly substantial, and the fewer individuals aware of it, the better. If they were to act within the city and make too much noise, it would be challenging to ensure that other sects or families within the Jiushuan domain would not take notice. However, despite such speculation, Qin Feng remained uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to wait a while longer. He then began to meditate, adjusting his state while awaiting the arrival of any potential visitors. Time slipped by swiftly, and before long, it was deep into the night, with the rain outside gradually tapering off. Qin Feng, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes. It seems they truly do not dare to act within the city, he murmured. His powerful consciousness spread continuously, covering a vast area, yet the surroundings remained quiet, with not a hint of disturbance. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng rose and left the courtyard, heading towards the outskirts of the city. If the other party did not intend to reveal themselves, he would have to continue to play along. Although Qin Feng possessed methods of divination, he refrained from using them lightly. The techniques involved in the fifth-tier alchemy furnace and the methods employed by the other party to age the patterns on it were exceptionally ancient. He suspected that they might have acquired some form of ancient inheritance and worried that the other party possessed special means to conceal their presence. If he were to attempt divination, he might risk detection. In the Qin family estate late at night, the lights burned brightly. The family head, the elder, and their esteemed guest had not rested, and naturally, neither did anyone else. In the guest hall, Elder Chu of the Hunyuan sect sat in the main seat, eyes closed in meditation, tightly gripping the jade stone that emanated a faint green glow. The head of the Qin family and the elder sat composedly on either side. Suddenly, the jade stone quivered once more. Elder Chu's eyes snapped open, akin to a lion awakening, radiating an intimidating aura as he sprang to his feet. Have they left the city? The elder of the Qin family asked immediately. To the south of the city, Elder Chu replied in a deep voice. With that, he soared into the air, heading southward. The elder of the Qin family and the other elder quickly followed suit. To the north of Tsongshan City lay the vast plains, while to the south extended an unbroken mountain range, filled with towering ancient trees that obscured the sun. As Elder Chu flew above, he continuously checked the jade stone's glowing emanation, sensing the alchemy furnace's location. Before long, a smile crept upon his lips as he spotted an ancient ship calmly sailing southward. His speed increased once more, and in the blink of an eye, he was already before the ancient vessel. Is it really so slow? Elder Chu had yet to speak, and Qin Feng, aboard the ancient vessel, could not help but voice his annoyance. If you don't arrive soon, I might just fall asleep. As he spoke, Qin Feng stepped out from the ancient ship and stretched lazily. You knew I was coming? Elder Chu's expression changed dramatically, astonished. Following closely behind him, the elder and clan leader of the Qin family wore equally incredulous expressions. Otherwise, Qin Feng chuckled lightly, replying nonchalantly, using the bronze-patterned alchemy furnace as bait is indeed clever. But unfortunately, I saw right through it. You purchased that alchemy furnace and brought it out of the city to lure us into revealing ourselves? Elder Chu's face turned an ashen shade. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, enveloping his body, ready to counter any impending attack. Consider yourself clever, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Wait, where are your ambushers? Elder Chu suddenly frowned, saying, there is only you here. He believed that since Qin Feng had set a trap for them, there must be others present, so he cautiously extended his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, only to find that it was indeed just Qin Feng, with no one else around. I don't need anyone else. I alone am sufficient to ambush the three of you, Qin Feng stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Elder Chu of the Hunyuan sect was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression darkened. You are incredibly arrogant, daring to ambush me alone. His voice was filled with icy anger, feeling utterly disregarded by Qin Feng. I am not arrogant. Rather, your vision is too narrow, mistaking this for arrogance. Qin Feng replied indifferently. Humph, sharp-tongued. I shall see if you retain this arrogance when you're on the verge of death. Elder Chu coldly huffed. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a colossal palm of spiritual energy instantly coalesced, reaching out towards Qin Feng on the ancient ship. This is the Hunyuan sect's martial technique, Hunyuan palm. Boom. Seeing this, Qin Feng also concentrated and manifested a massive black spiritual handprint in an instant. This handprint, as dark as ink, emanated waves of void energy. The void handprint he had signed in the secret realm. Boom. The two handprints collided in the air, unleashing a violent wave of energy. Elder Chu's Hunyuan palm was instantly shattered, and although the enormous black handprint diminished considerably, it continued to press down towards him. What? Elder Chu was filled with disbelief upon witnessing this. Despite being at the second level of the martial domain and employing the formidable martial technique of the Hunyuan sect, he was unable to withstand Qin Feng's power. Yet, he had no time for astonishment, quickly channeling an astonishing amount of spiritual energy to form a barrier before him, attempting to block the void handprint. The void handprint collided with the barrier, shattering it, and the residual force sent Elder Chu hurtling back hundreds of feet, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He barely managed to steady himself, almost falling from the sky. Meanwhile, the elder and clan leader of the Qin family, being merely at the half-step martial domain, fared even worse, crashing down to a hillside in a pitiful state. You are incredibly strong. Elder Chu's eyes were filled with incredulity. Initially, he had underestimated Qin Feng due to his youth, believing he could never compare. However, he was utterly unprepared for Qin Feng's strength, which exceeded all his expectations. Had I not possessed such formidable power, how could I dare to use myself as bait to lure you out? Qin Feng replied coolly. Despite having the upper hand, he refrained from pressing the attack, sensing that this individual was not as simple as he appeared. Haha, using oneself as bait? Are you not afraid of catching a shark? Elder Chu of the Hunyuan sect laughed ominously, declaring, the depth of our Hunyuan sect is beyond your imagination. As he spoke, his storage ring flickered, and a spiritual artifact materialized in his hand, radiating an astonishing aura. Mixed Yuan sect? I have never heard of it, Qin Feng said, shaking his head. Among the various sects and families in the Jiushuan domain, he was familiar with those of some renown, yet this particular force was unfamiliar to him. Humph, a frog at the bottom of a well. Elder Chu scoffed. In a matter of years, the name of the Hunyuan sect will resound throughout the entire Jiushuan domain. As for you, being the first outsider to learn of the Hunyuan sect in this era, you can die without regrets. As he spoke, the spiritual artifact in his hand unleashed even more astonishing fluctuations. Qin Feng looked on and realized that the artifact was a three-legged golden cauldron, intricately engraved with ancient patterns. Clearly extraordinary. Rumbling. Initially, the three-legged golden cauldron was only the size of a palm, but as Elder Chu continuously infused it with spiritual energy, it began to expand rapidly, its aura becoming increasingly overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the size of a hill, its power as a mid-level 7th-grade spiritual artifact becoming apparent. Such an ancient artifact, and it shares the same origin as your cultivation method? Qin Feng was taken aback. Using his divine eye to observe, he deduced that this artifact was forged at least 300,000 to 400,000 years ago, exceedingly old. He realized that such a long-standing legacy had not been completely severed. To his knowledge, only the Nine-Tailed Fox clan maintained such continuity in the Jiushuan domain. He had not expected that the spiritual artifact conjured by the man before him, dating back hundreds of thousands of years, would be related to his own cultivation method. This suggested that the Hunyuan sect, seemingly obscure, was likely far more complex than it appeared, possibly with an unbroken lineage. Haha, you are quite perceptive. You can even deduce this, Elder Chu of the Hunyuan sect sneered. It's not unjust for me to summon this cauldron to subdue you. As he spoke, he directly commanded the three-legged golden cauldron to suppress Qin Feng. Rumbling, the three-legged golden cauldron descended like a mountain, bearing down upon Qin Feng, its surface radiating terrifying ancient energy, seemingly intent on suppressing everything. What a fearsome artifact. Even from this distance, the pressure is stifling. Though this individual was immensely powerful, before such a terrifying artifact, they felt utterly powerless. The elder and clan leader of the Qin family, witnessing this scene, could not help but express their shock. They knew the Hunyuan sect was formidable, with several martial domain experts stationed there, yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength or the existence of such a terrifying artifact. Do you think a mere cauldron can suppress me? Qin Feng scoffed, unfazed. At the moment his words fell, a wondrous phenomenon began to unfold behind him. It was a vast azure sea, with crashing waves and a thunderous roar. Above the azure sea, a mirror resembling a bright moon slowly ascended, casting a holy light that shimmered upon the water's surface. In that instant, the three-legged golden cauldron, descending towards Qin Feng, suddenly froze in midair, rendered immobile by the divine radiance of the mirror, as if time itself had come to a standstill. This scene left Elder Chu and the two figures from the Qin family stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had assumed that such a formidable artifact would easily suppress Qin Feng, but they never imagined it could not even approach him. It was indeed a phenomenon. Especially Elder Chu of the Hunyuan sect, who was profoundly shaken at this moment, exclaimed, "And it is indeed the legendary phenomenon of the rising moon over the sea. Such an ancient manifestation, how could you possibly wield it?" The Hunyuan sect is an exceedingly ancient lineage, and he was well aware of the significance of the rising moon over the sea. However, what confounded him was how this young man had acquired mastery over such an archaic phenomenon, which was scarcely mentioned in the ancient texts of the Hunyuan sect. "You even recognize the rising moon over the sea. It seems the Hunyuan sect is even older than I had imagined." In the midst of this extraordinary phenomenon, Qin Feng appeared ethereal, as if he were an immortal. It was astonishing to him, considering that the Fox clan's ancient texts contain no records of the rising moon over the sea. After a brief pause, Qin Feng continued, "Once I subdue you today, I shall undoubtedly gain significant rewards." As he spoke, he prepared to take action. "How dare you?" Elder Chu of the Hunyuan sect gritted his teeth and retorted, "You actually think you can suppress me in return? Don't be a fool. Let us see if you can even survive." While speaking, he rapidly formed seals with his hands, directly channeling a mark into the three-legged golden cauldron. The immense power of Qin Feng instilled fear within him. He intended to detonate the cauldron. This was the advantage of having a spiritual artifact of the same origin. It could be perfectly controlled, not only for combat, but also to unleash devastating power in critical moments. Although Elder Chu was pained by the thought of destroying the cauldron, the overwhelming sense of danger left him with little choice. Attempting to detonate that spiritual artifact? Qin Feng scoffed, utterly unfazed. He instantly activated the secret of weaponry. As one of the 9 secrets, the secret of weaponry was immensely powerful, capable not only of enhancing one's affinity with their own spiritual artifact, but also of forcibly controlling others' weapons. Normally, controlling someone else's weapon, especially one as formidable as the three-legged golden cauldron, which shared a lineage with Elder Chu, was no easy feat. Yet now, the cauldron lay entirely within the coverage of his phenomenon, offering no resistance whatsoever. With a hum, as the secret of weaponry activated, the three-legged golden cauldron trembled slightly and broke free from Elder Chu's control, soaring towards Qin Feng. It ultimately shrank to the size of a palm and landed in his hand. You actually controlled the cauldron. How is this possible? How did you achieve this?" Elder Chu stood in shock, unable to comprehend. Even the venerable Hunyuan sect had never heard of any technique capable of forcibly controlling another's weapon. Boom. Meanwhile, Qin Feng paid no heed to Elder Chu's astonishment. The Haotian mirror behind him gently rotated. A silvery moonlight, as fluid as water, cascaded downwards towards Elder Chu and his companions. "No." Elder Chu, sensing the impending threat, desperately tried to fend off the flowing moonlight. Unfortunately, the ethereal radiance slipped through effortlessly, penetrating into both him and the 2 members of the Qin family, swiftly sealing their meridians. With a crash, after his meridians were sealed and the flow of spiritual energy ceased, Elder Chu plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. Chapter 211, Secrets of the Hunyuan Sect. Seeing this, Qin Feng retracted the phenomenon behind him and stored the Haotian mirror within the system space. He descended slowly, landing on the ground. Although Elder Chu was now in a disheveled state, he had not sustained any fatal injuries. After all, he was a martial artist at the domain level. Such a height would not harm him. You want to know something? I will tell you everything." In that moment, only fear remained in Elder Chu's eyes. He could not fathom how Qin Feng possessed such a plethora of ancient and formidable techniques. "You need not speak. I will discern the truth myself," Qin Feng replied coolly. As he spoke, ancient and profound runes began to manifest in his gaze. He directly initiated an examination of Elder Chu's consciousness. "Ah!" A wretched cry suddenly echoed through the dense forest, filled with despair. Even the surrounding beasts, hearing the sound, felt an overwhelming dread and fled in terror. It was not merely tens of thousands of years. Qin Feng gleaned from Elder Chu's memories the information he had been most curious about. To his astonishment, he discovered that his prior estimation of the Hunyuan sect's lineage lasting for several 100,000 years was incorrect. Its antiquity was such that even this current elder was unaware of its true extent. He only knew that the Hunyuan sect had existed in the previous era, but he had no precise information regarding how long ago that was or why it was referred to as the previous era. How could such an ancient sect remain obscure? Qin Feng, intrigued, continued to delve deeper. Subsequently, he learned from Elder Chu's memories that this venerable sect was shrouded in mystery, with true powerhouses unable to emerge due to some enigmatic reason. Their current strength was not formidable, rendering them incapable of competing with the top sects and families of the Nine Xian domain. The bronze plate was the key to allowing Hunyuan sect's powerful figures to manifest. Could this bronze plate possibly originate from the Hunyuan sect itself? Qin Feng mused. However, just as he sought to unravel the secrets surrounding the bronze plate, Elder Chu let out a pained scream, his consciousness nearing collapse. It was evident that the secrets of the bronze plate were ensnared in a restriction. Whether Elder Chu mentioned it himself or someone probed his consciousness, touching upon the secrets of the bronze plate would lead to a catastrophic breakdown of his mind. Buzz. Observing this, Qin Feng quickly intervened to stabilize Elder Chu's consciousness, preventing it from shattering. Despite this, Qin Feng had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit. He sought to attempt to utilize his divine eye to glimpse the information concealed by the restrictions, all while ensuring Elder Chu's consciousness remained intact. After all, as he delved deeper, Qin Feng felt that the secrets of the bronze plate might be astonishing. Yet, despite his relentless attempts, Qin Feng made little progress. The individual who set the restrictions was immensely powerful, likely one of the formidable figures of the Hunyuan sect that could not emerge. His current strength was insufficient to unveil the contents veiled by the restrictions. Could the location of the Hunyuan sect also be under restriction? Qin Feng pondered. From Elder Chu's consciousness, he could not ascertain much. However, the ancient texts within the Hunyuan sect might yield further insights. Moreover, he had learned from Elder Chu's memories that the Hunyuan sect possessed a bronze plate, which prompted him to see if he could acquire it. As he continued his investigation, Qin Feng discovered that the Hunyuan sect had two locations. In Elder Chu's memory, the segment concerning the location of the ancient and dormant powerhouses was similarly fortified by potent restrictions that could not be examined. However, the current location of the Hunyuan sect, while also restricted, was not as formidable, and Qin Feng was able to scrutinize it with his divine eye. Clearly, establishing such formidable restrictions within one's consciousness was no simple task, and likely demanded a substantial price. Thereafter, Qin Feng began to investigate the current strongholds of the Hunyuan sect and the protective formations surrounding it, consuming a full half-hour in his inquiry. Elder Chu was now on the brink of collapse. "Please, just kill me," he implored, a desperate expression on his face. He was now in such agony that he felt it was worse than death itself. Yet, upon witnessing this, Qin Feng showed no mercy, for he understood that had their roles been reversed, Elder Chu would have subjected him to the same torment before divulging any sought-after information. "You cannot die just yet," Qin Feng said coolly. "At least not until I have ventured to the Hunyuan sect." Because he learned from Elder Chu of the Hunyuan sect that his soul jade was within the sect. Once he perished, the jade would shatter, alerting the Hunyuan sect. "What? You intend to go to the Hunyuan sect?" Elder Chu exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. He realized that Qin Feng had gleaned information about the Hunyuan sect from his memories, which only heightened his astonishment. Although the Hunyuan sect was currently guarded by just two individuals of the same realm as him, it possessed an immensely powerful protective formation and even more formidable spiritual artifacts. In his eyes, given the strength Qin Feng had displayed earlier, venturing into the Hunyuan sect was akin to courting death. "Heh, you needn't concern yourself with that," Qin Feng replied lightly, a smile playing on his lips. As he spoke, he enlarged the golden tripod several times and, amidst Elder Chu's shouts, tossed it along with the elder from the Qin family inside. He then ascended into the air, the golden tripod following suit. The lake below appeared quite pleasant, likely not frequented by intruders. Under the night sky, Qin Feng employed his divine gaze, peering thousands of miles away. With that thought in mind, he swiftly moved toward the lake. In no time, he arrived above the vast expanse of water. With a thunderous crash, he inverted the golden tripod and sent it plummeting down. The heavy vessel struck the water's surface like a bomb, generating immense waves that quickly swallowed it. The three individuals from the Hunyuan sect, trapped beneath the golden tripod, found themselves utterly immobilized, unable to escape or even take their own lives. Moments later, the lake's surface gradually calmed, and Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction before soaring toward the ancient ship. Finally, he boarded the vessel, as if nothing had transpired, and set sail toward Songshan City. Around the time of the Lingqian, Qin Feng returned to Tsongshan City. Once he entered his room, he fell into deep contemplation. Now, although he possessed Elder Chu's token, allowing him to infiltrate the Hunyuan sect with minimal risk of detection, should he be discovered, his fate would be sealed. The current sect master and grand elder were not particularly strong, akin to Elder Chu, yet the protective formation was far too formidable for him to handle. Given Qin Feng's cautious nature, he would never dare to take such a risk. Therefore, he needed to devise a plan for escape in the event of discovery. To confront the protective formation without fear, he would need to reach the 5th level of the martial domain, a feat he deemed impossible in the short term. Now, I must find a way to counter that protective formation, Qin Feng murmured to himself. With that thought, he began sketching a formation that could restrict the operation of the Hunyuan sect's protective array based on the information gleaned from Elder Chu's memories. Over the next 10 days, the weather remained clear and the cheerful little white fox frolicked about. She had initially intended to summon Qin Feng, but believing he was preoccupied with the patterns on the alchemy furnace, she refrained from interrupting him and ventured off to play. Time flew by, and one morning, half a month later, a faint glow suddenly illuminated Qin Feng's room. 4 diamond-shaped jade stones floated before him, inscribed with intricate array patterns. With these, restraining the operation of the Hunyuan sect should pose no problem, he murmured. Even if they failed, he was not overly concerned, for he had significantly enhanced the teleportation scroll obtained from his signing-in rewards, ensuring his safe escape regardless of the circumstances. At last, I can head to the Hunyuan sect. Qin Feng stretched lazily. After stowing away the jade stones, he finally opened the door that had remained shut for half a month. The little white fox had already set out early in the morning. Without lingering, Qin Feng departed Tsongshan City, soaring toward the Hunyuan sect's location, which lay tens of thousands of miles north of the city, not excessively far. With his current cultivation and utilizing the teleportation scroll, he arrived at the entrance of a modest mountain range, merely 1,000 miles in length, in less than an hour. Although the northern region of the Jiushuan domain was primarily composed of plains, mountains occasionally dotted the landscape, unlike the southern region, where nearly the entire expanse was a continuous series of mountains. Upon reaching this mountain range, Qin Feng ceased flying and descended into the forest below, making his way toward the 3rd peak. It wasn't long before he arrived. Is this the Hunyuan sect? He murmured, gazing at the unremarkable sect built against the mountains. Both the structures on the mountain and the entrance below, as well as the density of spiritual energy, appeared utterly ordinary. Such a sect could be found in abundance throughout the Jiushuan domain. Any typical cultivator passing by would likely not even spare it a glance. However, having been forewarned of this location's significance, Qin Feng remained vigilant, suppressing his aura and employing his divine gaze. As the mysterious and intricate inscriptions flickered in the depths of his eyes, he discerned that the mountain peak was adorned with array patterns on both ancient trees and boulders. These patterns, invisible to the naked eye, intertwined to form a formidable protective array. Once activated, no cultivator below the 5th level of the martial domain could hope to breach it. This ancient array must have been left behind by the Hunyuan sect of a bygone era. Such a complete array, Qin Feng mused. His understanding of the Jiushuan domain led him to believe that no array master could inscribe such a powerful formation. Although he could identify the array's flaws with a single glance, exploiting those weaknesses to dismantle it would prove exceedingly challenging, likely requiring 2 or 3 months of effort. Grateful for having preemptively inscribed an array capable of restraining its operation, he suppressed his aura entirely, clutching Elder Chu's token, and strode confidently toward the inner sanctum. Without the token, a stranger's intrusion would trigger the array's response, alerting the elder holding the array's eye. Upon entering the Hunyuan sect, Qin Feng sought out a suitable location and, with a flick of his fingers, embedded one of the jade stones into a stone inscribed with an array. This stone did not disrupt the array patterns, remaining undetected. However, under Qin Feng's control, the jade stone's patterns would cease functioning temporarily. In the following hours, he located several more spots to embed his prepared jade stones before turning his attention to the expansive structures nestled halfway up the mountainside, the core of the Hunyuan sect. Currently, the sect housed only a little over 100 members, all residing within that area, including the other 2 strong cultivators of the martial domain. With my aura concealed, the Hunyuan sect should not detect my presence, Qin Feng reassured himself. He possesses a unique constitution, and within him lies a thread of the grand laws, allowing him to completely conceal his presence with effortless ease. Subsequently, he arrived at the architectural ensemble nestled on the mountainside. To achieve absolute concealment, the structures of the Hunyuan sect bear no distinctive style of their own, appearing exceedingly ordinary. As he traversed the area, Qin Feng occasionally caught sight of the sect's members. the majority of whom were engrossed in their cultivation. However, despite the unremarkable appearance of the buildings, the members of the Hunyuan sect exuded an inherent pride, as if they were the rightful masters of this realm. This sense of superiority was utterly unmaskable. Yet, due to Qin Feng's distance and his complete concealment, the members of the Hunyuan sect remained oblivious to his presence. Before long, he arrived at the treasury of the Hunyuan sect. The bronze tablet lay within the confines of the treasury,